Chapter 1 Return to Adolescence. On the Star Moon continent, in the far eastern region of the Starfire Empire, lies the Shishan province. Donglan City, a small town located in the southwest of Shishan province, borders the empire's first mountain range, the Hengduan Mountains, and adjoins the southern frontier province to the south. In a side room within the Freddy family castle, a black-haired teenager suddenly jolted awake from his bed. Familiar surroundings came into view, casting a trace of bewilderment in the teenager's eyes. Here is Donglan City. A wave of tumult surged in the teenager's heart, giving him an unreal feeling. After a long while, he regained his senses, and his gaze turned abruptly icy. Lyndon, Archibald, you just wait. One day, I will strike back at the heavenly realm and take all your dog lives. The teenager's name was Montgomery Freddy, a supreme deity of the heavenly realm, one of the highest planes of existence. Not long ago, he had entered an ancient ruin for exploration along with his fellow supreme deities and friends Lyndon and Archibald. During the expedition, because of a supreme treasure, he was ambushed by the two, leading to the extraction of his divinity and his downfall. Unthinkingly, he found himself transported back to his youth. It seems Montgomery was not destined to perish. Montgomery laughed. Even after reincarnating 3 times, he could not suppress his joy upon discovering his rebirth. Yes, this was already Montgomery's third life. In his first life, he was born in a place called Blue Star. After dying unexpectedly, he was transported to this world, cultivated until he reached the rank of supreme deity, only to be reborn once again now. It's also good to come back, finally able to rectify those matters that have haunted me all my life. Though Montgomery smiled, his eyes were cold as ice. The Freddy family, where Montgomery belonged, was one of the 3 major noble families in Donglan City. His father, Aloysius Freddy, was once Donglan City's top genius. At a young age, he became a senior mage and was admitted to the Imperial Capital Mage Academy with excellent results, being regarded as the pride and honor of the Freddy family. Just when everyone thought Aloysius would lead the Freddy family to prominence throughout the Empire, an incident occurred. Aloysius was expelled from the Imperial Capital Mage Academy and returned to Donglan City in disgrace, bringing along a child. This child was none other than Montgomery. Later on, Aloysius fell into despondency, spending his days in drink, no longer the spirited young man he once was. In one night, the prodigy of the Freddy family became the laughingstock of the entire Donglan City. This incident brought shame to the Freddy family as well. Due to this, the Freddy family held Montgomery and his father in very low regard. From childhood, Montgomery endured much disdain and ridicule. As Montgomery grew older, he exhibited talents that matched or even surpassed his father Aloysius's, drawing attention from the Freddy family once more. Under the Freddy family's cultivation, Montgomery passed the entrance exam of the Shishan Provincial Mage Academy at the age of 15. He prepared to study there for a period before taking the entrance exam for the Imperial Capital Mage Academy. Hope was rekindled within the Freddy family, and they planned to fully cultivate Montgomery. But fate intervened again. Like his father, Montgomery was expelled from the Mage Academy and had his cultivation powers stripped away. The reason given was that he attempted an improper act toward a female classmate without success and secretly learned forbidden magic. Thinking about this, Montgomery clenched his fists tightly. Even with his current mindset, recalling those past events stirred his emotions. Of course, the given reasons could never be true. The real reason was that Montgomery had been framed. And behind all this was the Hamlin family, one of the 5 major families of the Starfire Empire. Because Montgomery's mother, Heather, defied her family's wishes and fell in love with Aloysius, she drew the hatred of the Hamlin family. Under the Hamlin family's targeting, the Freddy family declined. Aloysius met a tragic death, and he jumped off a cliff in despair. But as Montgomery was jumping off the cliff, he was saved by a passing divine messenger, who took him away from the Star Moon continent. Later, Montgomery resumed his cultivation journey, displaying extraordinary talent. It took him only 3,000 years to achieve the status of a supreme deity. Since I have been given another life, the events of my previous life will not happen again. Montgomery muttered to himself, his eyes turning cold. Hamlin family, I am back. In this life, I, Montgomery, will make you understand what true unattainable heights mean. Montgomery calmed his thoughts, got up from the bed, and walked out of the room. Just as he went out, he encountered a Brandy. Montgomery was taken aback, wondering why she was here. The girl was around 20 years old, wearing a white dress, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, fair oval face with distinct features, and quite handsome appearance. The girl's name was Portia Freddy, daughter of Montgomery's uncle's family, making her Montgomery's cousin. Unlike Montgomery, Portia possessed decent talent, becoming a mid-level mage at a young age, currently studying at the Sodden City Mage Academy, and highly regarded by the family. Sodden City, a county city in Shishan province, was incomparably greater than Donglan City. This was exactly why Montgomery was very puzzled. Ever since he and his father were sent to this side room by the family, few people came here. Apart from Montgomery and his father Aloysius, hardly any outsiders visited. Big sister Portia. Montgomery greeted her with a smile. Although the Freddy family had been very snobbish, and their attitude towards him changed immediately after he was crippled, it was also because of him and his father that the Freddy family did not suffer suppression, leading to its eventual decline. Montgomery remembered that in his previous life, Portia had married someone she didn't like in order to save the family. Portia's face was stern, giving Montgomery no good looks as she coldly said, "Grandfather asked me to bring you to the living room." Portia turned around and walked away immediately, seemingly not wanting to even look at Montgomery. Montgomery was somewhat puzzled. Big sister Portia, is there something wrong? Portia paused for a moment, then continued walking normally. The Braun family has arrived. When Montgomery heard this slightly complicated voice, his gaze instantly sharpened. Memories long buried resurfaced in Montgomery's mind. The Braun family was a second-rate noble family in Donglin City that once had a good relationship with the Freddy family. Why say once? Because since the Freddy family fell into decline, relations between the two families deteriorated. The reason was that the Braun family was ungrateful, completely forgetting the Freddy family's past help. Not only did they do nothing in return, but they also tried to step on them. Once, there was an arranged marriage between the Freddy family and the Braun family, with Montgomery and the Braun family's eldest daughter, Harlow, being the couple. Jonathan then, when Montgomery was still a prodigy, the Braun family went out of their way to curry favor with the Freddy family, fearing they might break off the engagement. However, after Montgomery was crippled, the Braun family's attitude changed immediately, finding all sorts of ways to break off the engagement. But due to the Freddy family's still considerable strength, the Braun family dared not publicly withdraw the engagement. After all, publicly breaking off the engagement would be a severe humiliation for the family. Though the Freddy family had declined, it still held considerable power. Unless absolutely necessary, the Braun family did not want to openly break ties. And if Montgomery remembered correctly, the Braun family eventually did come to withdraw the engagement. The reason was that the Braun family had connected with a major family in Sodden City and no longer feared offending the Freddy family. In his previous life, Montgomery suffered much humiliation due to the broken engagement and later became a laughingstock in Donglin City. The Braun family? Let's start with you then. A smirk curved Montgomery's lips, revealing a cold and disdainful look in his eyes. Following Portia, they passed through corridors and soon arrived at a luxuriously decorated hall. Chapter 2. Unfriendly Visitor. The moment the two entered the hall, they caught everyone's attention inside. Most eyes were fixed on Montgomery. As people sized up Montgomery, he was also taking in his surroundings. Seated at the head of the hall was a white-haired elder, dressed in elegant aristocratic attire, exuding an air of authority that demanded respect. He was obviously someone accustomed to high rank and power. The elder's name was Arn, the current patriarch of the Freddy family and Montgomery's grandfather. To the left of Arn sat 4 or 5 people, all high-ranking members of the Freddy family. Facing them were only 2 individuals. A Chevy in blue and a young man in his early 20s. Seeing these two, Montgomery narrowed his eyes slightly. The Chevy in blue was named Egbert, the head of the Braun family, and also the father of Montgomery's betrothed, Harlow. The young man was called Anthony, Harlow's brother, a notorious playboy in East Forest City. When Egbert and his son looked at Montgomery, disdain was evident in their eyes. Montgomery naturally noticed their gazes but paid no heed. In his eyes, they were nothing but ants, not even worth his attention. Montgomery walked to the center of the hall and bowed to the elders seated at the head. "Grandfather, sit over there." Arn spoke, his gaze on Montgomery filled with complicated emotions. Montgomery nodded and strode over to sit beside Portia, ignoring the rest of the Freddy family elders. In his previous life, after his cultivation was stripped, the Freddy family immediately changed their attitude towards him. Except for a few, none of them treated him and his father well. Though the Freddy family suffered due to their situation, Montgomery could hardly hold it against them. At this moment, Arn turned to Egbert with a smile. "Well, Cousin Egbert, now that Montgomery is here, what is it you wish to discuss?" Egbert nodded lightly, scanning the crowd before speaking slowly. "Gentlemen, I am here regarding my daughter's marriage." Hearing this, the Freddy family elders smiled, thinking highly of the Braun family. Montgomery was already crippled, yet they still wanted to go ahead with the marriage. The Freddy family had just begun to wane in power, and tensions between the two families hadn't escalated yet, so no one knew the true intentions of the Braun family except Montgomery and Portia. Montgomery, having been reborn, naturally understood, while Portia had studied with Harlow at Sodium City's Mage Academy and knew enough about her. They both suspected the Braun family might have come with ill intentions. "Haha, Cousin Egbert, Montgomery will be 18 this year. It's indeed time for the engagement." Arn smiled again. "Cousin, how about announcing the engagement on my 80th birthday next month? That would make it a double celebration." Egbert's face twisted awkwardly as he replied. "Uncle Arn, I did not come here to discuss the engagement." With that, Arnie's smile faded, his elderly eyes narrowing. If Egbert had come concerning the marriage, but not for an engagement, then it could only mean one thing, breaking off the engagement. The expressions of the Freddy family elders darkened instantly. An elderly man on the left spoke in a stern voice. "Egbert, what do you mean?" This man was Alvaro, Montgomery's uncle. Unfazed by the hostile glares, Egbert laughed. "What do you think? Do you really believe a cripple matches our Braun family's jewel?" His words were crystal clear. The Freddy family members immediately flew into a rage. Next to Alvaro, a burly Chevy spoke angrily. "Egbert, your family proposed this marriage first. Now you want to back out. Isn't that too much?" The burly man was Vonnie, Montgomery's second uncle, known for his short temper compared to Alvaro. The rest of the Freddy family members looked furious. Jonathan then, the Braun family begged endlessly for this match, and only then did the Freddy family agree. But now, less than 2 months after Montgomery was crippled, they sought to break the engagement. It was far too much. On the Star Moon continent, being spurned in marriage was an extremely shameful matter. Especially for a second-rate family rejecting a first-rate family. If this news got out, the Freddy family would surely become a laughingstock in East Forest City. Portia glanced sideways at Montgomery, curious about his reaction. To her surprise, Montgomery's face remained utterly calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Facing Vonnie's accusations, Egbert was unfazed and replied pompously, "Vonnie, as parents, we naturally hope for the best future for our children. My daughter has already entered the advanced magic class in Sodium City and is now a mid-level mage." At this point, he paused slightly, his gaze shifting to Montgomery, before continuing. "But young Geo Montgomery of the nobility is already a cripple, not suitable for my daughter at all. As her father, I can't just push her into a fire pit, can I?" "Egbert, you bastard." Upon hearing these words, Vonnie's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, and he stood up from his seat abruptly, looking ready to attack. Egbert remained fearless, retorting disdainfully, "There's no need for you to get so worked up, Brother Vonnie. I'm just stating the facts. You damned fool, do you really think our Freddy family can be insulted like this?" Vonnie could no longer hold back, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly about to strike. Just then, a commanding shout echoed throughout the hall. "Enough." Chapter 3, A Divorce Paper. The one speaking was Connor, whose face was dark as water at this moment. He first glanced at Vonnie's and then cast a cold look towards Ewan. "Chief Ewan, breaking off the engagement concerns the honor of our Freddy family. You must think it through." His tone was low, carrying an obvious hint of threat. Ewan naturally caught this, but didn't care. He said lightly, "Chief Arvin Connor, don't get angry. This breakup is also for the good of your Freddy family." Hearing these shameless words, the members of the Freddy family became even angrier. But with the patriarch on the main seat not speaking, they did not dare to interject. "Oh, tell us more." Connor's aged eyes slightly narrowed. "To be honest, my daughter has been favored by the eldest son of the Fernando family. The two have come together. Not long ago, she sent back news that she plans to return with the young master of the Fernando family after some time to handle the marriage." Ewan talked eloquently, his spine unconsciously straightening while he spoke. Sure enough, after hearing this, the faces of the Freddy family members changed slightly. The Fernando family, a top-tier noble in Sodium City, had power far surpassing the Freddy family. Not now, but even before, the Freddy family would not have dared to offend them easily. "Hee, everyone, we can privately end the engagement now, rather than having the eldest son of the Fernando family come up personally later." Ewan laughed and added, "I believe you wouldn't want to offend the Fernando family because of this." Seeing the silence from the Freddy family, a smirk appeared on Ewan's lips, flashing with disdain. The elder Connor took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and coldly laughed. "Hee, so you've lashed onto the high branch of the Fernando family. No wonder you have the audacity to cancel the engagement. Ewan, I must have been blind to help your Braun family wholeheartedly." Ewan's expression remained unchanged, smiling gently towards Connor. "Hee, Chief Connor, let's not talk about the past. Give me a straightforward answer. Will you break the engagement or not?" Connor's face turned incredibly gloomy, his heart struggling to make a decision. If he breaks it off, the Freddy family would surely become a laughingstock in Eastland City. If he doesn't, he'll offend the Fernando family. The Freddy family was already in turmoil. One misstep could mean total ruin. The other Freddy family members thought the same way, their expressions dark and ugly. Portia clenched her fists tightly, swearing inwardly to become stronger. If the family were powerful, how could they suffer such humiliation? She turned to look at Gerard, finding him still calm, acting like nothing was wrong. She couldn't help feeling upset. The family endured such humiliation for him, yet he showed no reaction. Just as Portia sighed in disappointment, Gerard slowly stood up from his seat, walking toward the center of the hall. His sudden action immediately drew everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, Gerard slowly began to speak. "The engagement can be broken off, but not by you. It's my Freddy family who breaks it." This statement shocked everyone present, staring incredulously at the slender figure in the middle of the room. Gerard paid no mind to what others thought, quickly walking to the main seat, grabbing the paper and pen next to Connor, and writing swiftly. After about 10 seconds, he put down the pen, picked up the paper, walked to Ewan, and said calmly, "This is the divorce paper. I, Gerard, hereby divorce your daughter Harlow. From today onwards, the Braun family and my Freddy family have no further ties." He flicked his finger, sending the divorce paper flying towards Ewan. It wasn't until this moment that everyone snapped out of their shock. Ewan subconsciously caught the flying paper. Seeing the glaring word divorce, he instantly flew into a rage, standing up abruptly and glaring furiously at Gerard. "Waste! Who are you? What right do you have to divorce my daughter?" Gerard's gaze was indifferent, his demeanor calm throughout. A mere broken engagement could not affect his mindset. Indeed, a divine dragon among the heavens wouldn't care for the rabble's noise below. He raised his eyes to the enraged Ewan and spoke calmly. "Who are you? What right do you have to swagger into my Freddy family? The divorce paper is here, now leave." His words were sharp, showing no courtesy whatsoever. Everyone present was astonished, finding it hard to believe that Gerard, this supposed waste, had such courage. Ewan's forehead veins bulged with anger, enraged that a waste dared speak to him like this. Such a grave insult. How could he bear it? His eyes suddenly shifted to Connor on the main seat, his voice icy. "Chief Connor, it seems your grandson doesn't understand what manners are. Speaking so arrogantly, he's likely to get beaten up outside." This statement carried an obvious hint of threat. Connor's eyes turned cold as he snorted. "Humph, who my grandson is, isn't something you can meddle in as an outsider." He emphasized the words outsider heavily. The implication was clear. From now on, the Freddy family and the Braun family had nothing to do with each other. Ewan's face turned livid. Then he sneered. Ah, so Chief Connor also thinks this way? Connor lowered his eyes with a mocking tone. Exactly. Back then you begged persistently for this engagement. I never favored your daughter. It's good to end it now. Fine, fine, very fine. Furiously, Ewan repeated 3 times fine before sneering. Well, Connor, I hope you won't regret this. Anthony, let's go. Calling out to the young man, Ewan walked out with a sullen expression. As he passed by Gerard, he paused slightly, saying coldly, Boy, someday, you'll pay for your arrogant words today. Gerard's eyes showed contempt. Well, I'll wait for that day to come. Ewan snorted and strode out. When Anthony, who followed behind, passed Gerard, he also stopped, glaring. Waste. You wait, for daring to humiliate my sister. I won't let you off. Gerard gave a disdainful smile, not bothering to reply. Just a mere rich brat. If he truly seeks trouble, one slap will do. After the Ewans left, Gerard also planned to leave. However, just as he started moving, a shout came from behind. Stop, where are you going? Gerard turned around calmly. Grandpa, is there anything else? Connor's face darkened, reprimanding. What? Don't tell me you think it ends here. What else? Gerard shrugged, showing no concern. Seeing Gerard's attitude, Connor became even angrier. But before he could speak, an elder beside him interrupted first. With glaring eyes, he glared at Gerard and scolded. Do you know how much danger your impulsiveness has brought to the family? Are you planning to give an explanation for this matter? Other elders also nodded in agreement, criticizing Gerard. Though they felt refreshed by Gerard's actions earlier. Yet this act completely ruined any relationship with the Braun family. Normally, the Freddy family wouldn't fear the petty Braun family. But now things were different. The Freddy family was already in dire straits, and the Braun family had allied with the Fernando family, ignoring whether the Fernando family would intervene or not. Even if only the Braun family teamed up with other families in Eastland City, the Freddy family couldn't bear it. Well, what kind of explanation does Arvin Huey expect? Gerard narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered this old man disliked them father and son and often advocated expelling them from the family. Huey ignored Gerard and looked towards Connor seated above. Chief, Gerard's insolence has caused trouble for our family. I suggest expelling him to set an example. And by doing so, we sever ties with him. Presumably, the Braun family won't hold a grudge over this. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Impatient Vaughnis wanted to speak, but was held back by Alvaro. A flash of cold light crossed Gerard's eyes. Sure enough, this old thing hadn't changed. Connor's expression darkened, gently saying, Arvin Huey is being too harsh. Although Gerard acted impulsively, he can't be blamed entirely. Blame should fall on Ewan for his excessive actions. Huey frowned, about to speak, but was interrupted by Connor. That's enough. Let's put this aside. Afterward, Connor glared at Gerard. Stay home and reflect on your mistakes. If you cause any more trouble, I'll break your dog legs. Chapter 4, Fury of the Devil Heart. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news that the Braun family went to the Freddy family to withdraw their betrothal spread rapidly throughout Eastwood City. When people learned that Montgomery, who was considered a good-for-nothing, had boldly ended his engagement with Harlow and slapped Jonathan in public, they were all stunned. After the initial shock came endless ridicule and cold laughter. To everyone, this was merely a sign of Montgomery's incompetence driving him into madness. Such actions would not earn him respect, but would only make him seem foolish. The Braun family was now allied with the Fernando family. Doing this was tantamount to offending the Fernandos. A consequence that the current Freddy family could not bear. Humph, that old man Arn is still as senile as ever, allowing a nobody to cause chaos. Inside the mayor's residence, a Chevy sneered. He was named Freddy, the city mayor of Eastwood City. For the situation of the Freddy family now, he knew it better than anyone else. In Freddy's view, what Montgomery did would only accelerate the downfall of the Freddy family. While those big shots in Eastwood City smirked and watched, the city's rich young men turned their attention to Montgomery, preparing to teach him a lesson. Harlow was not only a gem of the Braun family, but also one of the 3 beauties of Eastwood City. Within Eastwood City, there were many young men who admired her, including some pampered sons. Among them, several revered Harlow as their goddess. Now, their goddess had been dismissed by a useless man. How could these spoiled brats not be furious? Jonathan at the Braun family, Ade returned home angrily and smashed everything in the room. It took a long while for him to calm down. Then his gaze turned chillingly cold. Humph, Arn, if you force my hand, don't blame me for not showing old kindness. Unaware of the gossip, Montgomery had already returned to his dwelling. Montgomery lived in the most remote part of the Freddy family estate. Before his eyes stood 2 dilapidated cottages. The left one was Montgomery's, and the right one belonged to his father, Seymour. Pushing open the rickety wooden door on the right, a nasty smell hit him instantly. Montgomery frowned slightly before stepping inside. The room's layout was exceptionally simple, a wooden plank bed, an old table, and 2 rotting wooden stools. Apart from these, there was nothing else. On the wooden plank bed, an unkempt Chevy snored loudly. Even before approaching, Montgomery caught a pungent smell of alcohol. Glancing sideways, he indeed saw 2 wine jars under the bedhead. Seeing his father after thousands of years made Montgomery feel a lump in his throat, nearly bringing him to tears. In his past life, Though Seymour indulged in alcohol, he often taught Montgomery magic, even pleading with the family to send him to the Mage Academy. Yet because of that, when Montgomery was stripped of his magical ability, Seymour became like this. Montgomery believed that if he hadn't begged so desperately back then, the Freddy family might not have sent him to the Mage Academy, avoiding all the subsequent events. Suppressing the urge to cry, Montgomery covered Seymour properly with the blanket, then silently left the room. Seymour had suffered a severe blow, hence he was like this. There was no point saying anything else now. He just needed to regain his strength. Montgomery firmly believed that once Seymour saw him restore his powers, he would rally again. Leaving the cottage, Montgomery retraced his morning route, heading outside the castle walls. Though Arn ordered him to stay put, Montgomery would never comply. He had to practice and gain power. Only with sufficient strength could he take revenge. Leaving Eastwood City, he found a secluded low peak outside and sat cross-legged, ready to cultivate. He already had plans for cultivation. The Fury of the Devil Heart, a cultivation technique practiced by the devil men of the abyssal plane, specifically honing the body. Cultivating this technique could grant one a physical form as powerful as that of a devil man. The abyssal plane was an uppermost plane equal in rank to the heavenly realm, and the devil men's bodies were said to be the strongest in the abyssal plane, their power beyond question. In his previous life, Montgomery's innate meridians were damaged, so he could only practice magic, later becoming proficient in both magic and martial arts. Unlike ordinary cultivation techniques, Fury of the Devil Heart had no specific route for energy circulation, making it suitable for those with damaged meridians. Energy was absorbed directly into the body to hone the flesh, simple yet brutal. However, there was a drawback. Without guidance through meridians, cultivation was excruciating, requiring immense willpower. Actually, Fury of the Devil Heart was originally a devil man's technique, unsuitable for other races. Devil men were naturally physically strong, and the harsh environment of the abyssal plane meant the pain of cultivating Fury of the Devil Heart was insignificant to them. But it was a different story for other races, especially the physically weak human race. Montgomery had once been the supreme god, and after all he had endured, there was no way he would be afraid of a little pain. He closed his eyes and focused, beginning his cultivation. Streams of do-cheat, duki, from the heavens and earth gathered toward him, seeping into his body through his pores, starting to flush through his flesh and blood. The next moment, excruciating pain spread throughout his body, but Montgomery did not even frown. The best method to cultivate the Fury of the Devil Heart was to consume various fiery attribute herbs or absorb some violent energy from the heavens and earth, using them to temper the body. But current conditions did not allow for that, so Montgomery could only use duki to begin with. Montgomery continued cultivating for half a day until midday when he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Huff. Exhaling a turbid breath, Montgomery sensed his own body, nodding slightly after a moment. No wonder this was the physical refinement technique of the devil people. Just one morning, he successfully advanced from an ordinary person to a rank 1 warrior. Below the divine beings, cultivators were divided into mages and warriors. Mages mainly cultivated their spiritual power, using it to draw upon elemental forces of the world to cast powerful magic. The stronger the spiritual power, the more formidable the magic they could cast. Mages were ranked from level 1 to 9, with the highest being Saint Realm mages. Saint Realm mages were already at the pinnacle in the Star Moon continent, as it was generally very difficult for divine beings to be born in the material plane. Magic was ranked from levels 1 to 9, above which was the Saint Realm magic. Forget Saint Realm magic. Even a level 9 magic, once cast, could instantly destroy an entire city. Warriors cultivated their physical bodies, absorbing duki, from the world to strengthen their bodies. The warrior rankings mirrored those of the mages, also ranging from level 1 to 9, and then the Saint Realm warriors. Powerful combat techniques could also obliterate everything. Although Montgomery was only a beginner warrior, his cultivation method was incomparably superior to the trashy methods found on the Star Moon continent. With his previous life's combat experience and numerous skills, few below rank 4 warriors could match him. In his past life, Montgomery cultivated both martial arts and magic, and he planned the same for this life. Yonatan then, when he was expelled from the academy, not only was his cultivation stripped, but his spiritual power was also severely damaged. To cultivate magic, he must first find a way to heal his spiritual power. After stretching lazily and standing up, he said, "It's time to earn some money." He headed toward the transecting mountains west of Donglin City. The transecting mountains stretched over tens of thousands of miles north to south and spanned several thousand miles east to west. As the foremost mountain range of the Flame Empire, it separated the far east region from the central region. Rich in resources, these mountains were home to countless magical beasts. Every day, countless people entered the transecting mountains. Because it was close to the transecting mountains, Donglin City was quite renowned within the West Mountain province. Many major powers within the province regularly came here to purchase herbs and other valuable materials. Before him lay a majestic expanse of emerald green mountains, like a dragon's spine spanning across the land. Even from afar, Montgomery felt a primeval aura enveloping him. He prepared to enter the transecting mountains to hunt magical beasts and exchange them for gold coins to buy herbs. His spiritual power needed herbs to be restored, and cultivating the Fury of the Devil Heart similarly required medicinal herbs. Avoiding crowded paths, Montgomery chose a secluded route into the mountains. Inside the mountains, ancient trees reached for the sky, strange rocks jutted out everywhere, thick fog billowed, and venomous insects and wild animals abounded. But none of these posed a threat to Montgomery. His movements were agile, resembling a nimble monkey leaping between the ancient trees and boulders, moving with astonishing speed. In a short while, he had ventured several kilometers deep into the mountains. However, to Montgomery's disappointment, along the way, he only encountered a single low-level intelligent magical beast. The rest were just wild animals. Like humans, wild animals could also absorb duki to cultivate. Once wild animals gained intelligence, they became magical beasts. The higher their cultivation, the higher their intelligence grew. Generally speaking, third-tier magical beasts, after forming magical crystals, possessed intelligence equivalent to that of humans. The first-tier magical beast Montgomery killed earlier had no magical crystal. Aside from its fur being worth some money, it wasn't much different from a wild animal. Stripping the fur, Montgomery continued on his journey. After advancing another few hundred meters, he still hadn't met any formidable magical beasts. Jedediating atop a large bluestone, Montgomery frowned slightly. He had ventured nearly 10 kilometers into the mountains. At this point, first-tier magical beasts should not be scarce, let alone second-tier ones. Yet he hardly encountered any first-tier magical beasts. Something's off, there's a problem. Just as Montgomery was contemplating, rustling sounds emerged from the front thicket, accompanied by a wave of danger. Without hesitation, Montgomery pushed off the ground and quickly moved sideways. A loud bang echoed as the large bluestone where he stood shattered. Fixing his gaze, Montgomery saw a blue-furred lion standing atop the shattered stones. The blue lion was about 2 zhang in length, with an ice-blue horn on its head and a terrifying aura of cold radiating from its body. Frost Lion Beast. Montgomery looked at the ice-blue lion not far away with surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rare magical beast in the outer region of the transecting mountains. The Frost Lion Beast was an ice attribute magical beast. Ice attribute belonged to the category of exotic energies. Very few people could master exotic energies. Therefore, whether it was mages, warriors, or magical beasts, those with ice attributes were very rare. Moreover, the Frost Lion Beast was one of the more powerful races among magical beasts. They should never appear in the outer regions of the magical beast mountains. After carefully sensing, Montgomery discovered that the Frost Lion Beast before him was at the 3rd tier. No wonder there are no other magical beasts around here. It turns out this creature is causing trouble. The corners of Montgomery's mouth curled slightly as he suddenly understood everything. With his current strength, hunting a 3rd-tier magical beast wouldn't be a big problem. Roar. Montgomery lifted his head and saw the Frost Lion Beast staring at him, its eyes narrowing slightly. Looks like this beast has the same idea as me. In the next moment, man and beast moved simultaneously, charging fiercely toward each other. The Frost Lion Beast extended its sharp claws, reaching for Montgomery's face, seemingly trying to tear this human who dared to provoke it into pieces and devour him. Montgomery remained calm, the duki, inside his body surging wildly and converging into his fists through his arms. In the next instant, his fists emitted a red glow, with crimson runes flashing across his skin. Boom. Claws met fist, exploding with a deafening boom, shockwaves sweeping outward and making the surrounding trees rustle loudly. They parted immediately after contact, each flying backward. Montgomery flew back over 10 meters before stabilizing his posture, while the Frost Lion Beast fared worse, flying nearly 50 meters before crashing into an ancient tree with a loud thud, snapping it in half. This beast is quite strong. Montgomery shook his fists, then pushed off with his feet, his figure instantly darting forward like a bolt of lightning. He intended to finish the battle in one swift move. Chapter 5: An Encounter in the Mountains. Seeing Montgomery charge over, the Cold Lion Beast quickly got up from the ground. However, it did not rush forward again but turned and fled instead. From that previous clash, it already knew it was no match for Montgomery. Staying behind would only mean certain death. Abominable beast, don't you dare escape. Montgomery sped up his pursuit and soon caught up to it. Just as before, he condensed all his combat chi into his fists, continuously striking at the Cold Lion Beast. In the next moment, Sanh's constantly echoed through the mountain forest. The Cold Lion Beast fought back desperately, but unfortunately, its speed was inferior to Montgomery's, and every attack of it missed. Montgomery's attacks, however, landed precisely on its body, striking vital areas each time. As a joke, Montgomery was once in Supreme God. How could a 3rd-stage magic beast compare with him in terms of battle experience? Seeing Montgomery's attacks becoming increasingly fierce, the Cold Lion Beast became even more frenzied. It roared, and the icy blue horn on its head emitted a luminous glow. In the next moment, the icy blue horn detached from the Cold Lion Beast's skull and shot toward Montgomery with a whistle. Montgomery had been prepared for this, taking several strange steps, his figure moving like a phantom to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Having lost its target, the icy blue horn plowed forward wildly, countless towering ancient trees falling and splintering, instantly turning into ice shards. Taking advantage of this opening, Montgomery struck swiftly, his iron fist aimed straight for the Cold Lion Beast's head. A look of terror appeared on the Cold Lion Beast's face as it retreated rapidly. Once again displaying those bizarre steps, Montgomery soon caught up. Crack. The fist, carrying formidable combat chi, smashed down, creating a bloody hole right through the cold lion beast's skull, blood spattering and staining Montgomery's clothes red. The cold lion beast staggered for a few steps before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Montgomery wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he had managed to finish off the cold lion beast in one swift action, it had taken a significant toll on him. After all, he was only a level 1 warrior, with too little combat chi in his body, insufficient to sustain prolonged battles. Montgomery did not immediately collect the spoils, but sat cross-legged first, silently circulating demon heart fury to absorb combat chi from the surroundings, replenishing his depleted sea of chi. After a moment, he stood up and walked toward the fallen cold lion beast. Stop! At this moment, a gentle rebuke came from afar. Montgomery halted and turned his head, seeing two figures rapidly approaching from the distant jungle. An alluring beauty and a young maiden. The beauty wore a red long dress, with a voluptuous and charming figure, her age appearing to be around 30, her long wavy red hair cascading over her shoulders, and she looked extremely beautiful. More notably, she exuded an air of nobility that was hard to hide. The maiden was about 16 years old, dressed in purple, with golden hair flowing over her shoulders, looking pure and enchanting, radiating an aura of delicacy. From their appearances and demeanor, it was evident that the beauty and the maiden were of distinguished backgrounds. It was the maiden who had spoken earlier. After just a glance, Montgomery withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the corpse of the cold lion beast. Crack! He cracked open the cold lion beast's skull and retrieved the magic crystal inside. Damn you, stop that! The maiden reprimanded, speeding up and arriving before Montgomery in an instant. Without a word, she swung her fist at Montgomery. Montgomery furrowed his brows slightly and easily dodged by sidestepping. Seeing Montgomery still dared to dodge, the maiden grew even angrier and raised her fist to strike again. However, a rebuking voice sounded. Emma, stop! It was the middle-aged beauty speaking. Aunt, Maiden Emma stopped her hand, but continued to glare at Montgomery with displeasure on her face. Hold your tongue. The beauty lightly scolded, then turned to Montgomery with a smile. Friend, Emma has a hasty temper. Forgive her rudeness. Montgomery waved his hand dismissively, scrutinizing the red-clad beauty before him, his brows faintly creasing. Noticing Montgomery staring at her, the beauty merely frowned, her eyes flashing with a hint of displeasure. Damn you, what are you looking at? Do you believe this young lady will gouge out your dog eyes? The maiden couldn't hold back and glared fiercely at Montgomery, issuing a threat. Montgomery was slightly surprised. This maiden certainly had quite the temper. Emma, silence. How many times have I told you to watch your words when we're outside? Millie scolded the maiden, then looked at Montgomery politely and asked, Friend, was it you who killed that cold lion beast? Montgomery nodded slightly without denying it. Millie's eyes narrowed. Though she had suspected as much, she was still startled internally. This youth looked no older than 17 or 18, yet he could kill a third-stage magic beast. And it was a highly aggressive ice attribute magic beast at that. Humph, stop boasting here. With that puny build of yours, you can kill a third-stage magic beast? Maiden Emma wore a doubtful expression, refusing to believe Montgomery's claim. Believe it or not. Montgomery laughed, too lazy to explain as he turned to prepare to carry the cold lion beast's corpse away. Millie glared at Emma, who was about to speak again, then politely addressed Montgomery. Young friend, this cold lion beast is of great use to me. Could you part with it? I am willing to purchase it at market price. Aunt, this cold lion beast clearly belongs to us. Emma instantly lost her calm, but her words were cut short by Millie's glare. Montgomery turned his head in surprise. He could sense that the beauty before him was very powerful. It was indeed surprising that she would be so polite to him. It seemed there were still courteous people in the world. Considering your polite attitude, let me kindly warn you, the fire toxin in your body has accumulated too much, and using cold energy to suppress it is no longer suitable. Otherwise, it will backfire and worsen your condition. Montgomery said indifferently, yet his words made Millie's face change in shock. You? Her beautiful eyes widened, her expression one of shock. Not only did this youth immediately recognize the fire toxin in her body, but he also saw through her method of suppression with cold energy over the years. Don't look like that. I'm not lying. If you continue to use cold energy to suppress the fire toxin, you won't live beyond half a year. Emma's bright eyes flashed angrily. Bastard, how dare you curse my aunt? Asking for a beating. She was about to act, but was stopped by Millie. Aunt, but he. Emma seemed boo-foo, unconvinced. Millie sighed and confessed. This young friend is right. I have indeed been poisoned by fire toxins and have been suppressing them with cold energy all these years. What? Emma was greatly alarmed, not expecting Montgomery's words to be true. Aunt, then what will happen to you? The girl's eyes reddened, unable to continue speaking. Yes, the fire toxin in my body is getting worse, and I don't have much time left. Millie smiled frankly, not showing any concern, then looked at Montgomery again. Young friend, since you can see through my condition, do you have a way to cure it? Although she asked this, she didn't hold out much hope. Though the youth before her was mysterious, he was too young for Millie to believe he could treat her fire toxin. Over the years, Millie had sought many renowned doctors, none of whom had been able to help with her condition. Just as she thought this, Montgomery nodded. There is. Chapter 6 The Purple Gold Card. The beautiful woman was first taken aback, then immediately reacted, her moist eyes revealing delight. Are you really sure about this, young friend? Montgomery nodded calmly. Of course. A minor fire poison can be resolved with just a wave of my hand. When he said these words, his brows revealed an overwhelming confidence. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world he could not accomplish. Millie's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly from the moment she saw Montgomery. She sensed that this youth before her was no ordinary individual. Whether it was his strength or the aura he exuded, everything indicated he was far from average. But hearing such bold words from Montgomery still made Millie frown lightly. Her internal fire poison was caused by swallowing a high-level magic crystal during an adventure years ago. Over the years, she had tried every possible method but failed to cure it. Millie had even spent great resources to invite a grand mage of the light attribute. Yet the most he could do was alleviate some symptoms without a complete cure. Humph, you're just bragging. You're not even fully grown, and you dare to spout such nonsense here. It's only because Anne is kind-hearted. Otherwise, anyone else would have shown you no courtesy. Selah, standing nearby, gave him a cold stare, clearly disbelieving what Montgomery said. Selah, do not be disrespectful to our young friend. Millie gently reprimanded her. Though she was somewhat doubtful, she did not want to offend Montgomery over such trivial matters. After all, this young man had single-handedly killed a third-tier ice lion beast, which was no simple feat. Young friend, may I ask for the method to expel this fire poison? Millie asked politely. Though skeptical, she decided to inquire out of consideration. What if he spoke the truth? To miss such an opportunity would be regrettable. Montgomery thought well of Millie. Since they met, he didn't mind offering assistance. Do you have paper and pen? Millie nodded and quickly retrieved them from her storage ring, passing them to Montgomery. Montgomery took them and began writing swiftly. A few minutes later, he returned the items. Follow this prescription and take the medicine for half a month, and the fire poison should be cleared. Millie accepted the paper and glanced at it, her eyes narrowing immediately. On the white sheet were listed various herbs and dosages, some of which she had never heard of. Though not a potion master, Millie could tell this was a highly valuable recipe. Thank you, young friend. She thanked Montgomery, then asked another question. You say basically cured. Is there any additional treatment? Can I see the cultivation technique you practice? Instead of answering, Montgomery counterasked. Before Millie could speak, Selah couldn't hold back, glaring fiercely at Montgomery. How do we know your concoction will work? And now you want something in advance? Trying to get Ant's cultivation technique? How outrageous. Selah prepared to attack. One couldn't blame her anger. For mages and warriors, their cultivation techniques and combat skills were of utmost importance and could not be easily revealed. In the girl's view, Montgomery's request was indeed too much. Selah. Millie shot a glance at the brandy, revealing dissatisfaction. But he. Though hesitant, Selah stopped under Millie's stern gaze. Pardon my niece, she has quite a temper. Millie smiled apologetically at Montgomery, then pulled out a dark red scroll from her storage ring. To you, young friend. Although Millie was also somewhat suspicious of Montgomery's intentions, to completely rid herself of the fire poison, she chose to trust the youth. Montgomery took the scroll, glanced over it, and confirmed his suspicion. May I borrow the pen again? Taking the pen from Millie, Montgomery made modifications on the scroll before returning both to her. The reason your fire poison worsens is due to an incomplete cultivation technique. I've perfected it. Follow the new path, and within a month, the fire poison will be completely eliminated. Millie received the scroll in disbelief and examined it carefully. Playing tricks. The purple-robed girl beside her glared coldly at Montgomery, full of suspicion. Others might not know, but she knew very well that Millie practiced a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Such a technique was worth a fortune in the Star Moon Empire and shouldn't be incomplete. She didn't notice the increasingly serious expression on Millie's face. Moments later, Millie suddenly closed the scroll and bowed deeply to Montgomery. Sir, your kindness shall never be forgotten. Her voice was incomparably respectful, even changing the way she addressed Montgomery. This sudden scene left the purple-clothed girl beside her momentarily stunned. It's a small matter, no need for such formality. Montgomery waved his hand, showing no concern, his expression as calm as ever. No, sir, this may be just a minor task for you, but it is an immense favor to me. Millie spoke emotionally and then respectfully bowed 3 times to Montgomery before rising and retrieving a fund card from her storage ring. Sir, this is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Seeing the sincerity on her face, Montgomery did not refuse, accepting the card casually. He was in dire need of money, and using the payment to buy medicinal herbs was perfect. On the side, Selah was dumbstruck once again, wondering what had gotten into her aunt, who was treating a young man with such respect, giving him a purple gold card from the Far East Chamber of Commerce. The Far East Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber in the Far East region, had branches in almost every city. A purple gold card was the highest grade card offered by the Far East Chamber of Commerce. It symbolized not only status, but also power and wealth. With a purple gold card, one could purchase anything from the Far East Chamber of Commerce at a 50% discount. Furthermore, it allowed one to mobilize half the resources of any branch of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, though only 3 times in total. It could be said that in the entire Far East region, those who possessed a purple gold card from the Far East Chamber of Commerce would number less than 10. Montgomery, however, didn't think much of it, and simply pocketed the purple gold card. For starters, he didn't know what a purple gold card represented. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. To him, who had once been a supreme god, let alone a mere purple gold card from a chamber of commerce. Even if all the wealth of the Star Moon continent were laid out before him, Montgomery wouldn't spare it a second glance. Seeing Montgomery accept the card, Millie felt slightly elated. In this way, she felt she had forged some kind of connection with Montgomery. Well, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Montgomery said to the two, turned around, and intended to lift the ice lion beast and leave. Seeing this, Millie immediately stepped forward and said, "Where are you staying, sir? If you don't mind, perhaps we can travel together?" As Montgomery bent down to lift the dead beast, she quickly took out a storage ring and handed it over. "Sir, please use this." Montgomery turned and looked at the beautiful woman without refusal, taking the ring and putting it on, storing the dead beast inside. "I still have things to handle. Farewell, and we shall meet again if fate allows." Montgomery declined Millie's offer to travel together and left. Watching Montgomery walk away, Selah was somewhat angry. "Aunt, how can he be so rude?" "Hush, show no disrespect to sir." Millie reprimanded her, not upset at Montgomery's departure. Selah looked aggrieved, but couldn't help feeling curious. "Aunt, what exactly did he write on the scroll that made you give him the purple gold card?" Millie didn't answer directly but asked instead, "Selah, do you know what cultivation technique I practice?" Selah nodded. "Of course, Aunt practices the Flame Spirit Record, which grandfather obtained at great cost, making it a heaven-grade cultivation technique." At this point, Selah was slightly irritated. "But that guy actually said it was incomplete. It's too much." Millie interrupted. "Indeed, it is incomplete." Selah's eyes widened in shock. "How could that be? That's a heaven-grade cultivation technique." "Why not? Who said heaven-grade cultivation techniques cannot be incomplete?" Millie gave a self-deprecating smile. "If it weren't for today, I wouldn't have believed that the heaven-grade cultivation technique I practiced could be incomplete." Selah still found it hard to believe. "Aunt, how can you be so sure?" Meeting the girl's questioning gaze, Millie smiled lightly and explained, Indeed, I'm sure. Because after Sir's improvements, the Flame Spirit Record has become a Saint-grade cultivation technique." Upon hearing this, Selah's complexion changed completely. Saint grade? How is that possible?" No wonder she reacted so strongly. A Saint-grade cultivation technique was among the top-tier techniques in the continent, existing only in the imperial family and a few ancient families. And now Millie was telling her that a young man had casually modified a heaven-grade technique and turned it into a Saint-grade one. This sounded like a fairy tale. Soon, Millie put away the scroll Selah handed over and laughed. "Do you believe now?" Selah numbly nodded, still looking shocked, her beautiful eyes gazing in the direction Montgomery had departed, murmuring, "Who is he? How could he have such abilities?" At this moment, she finally understood why Millie was so respectful and even gave away the purple gold card. Regardless of Montgomery's inherent value, the worth of a Saint-grade cultivation technique far exceeded that of the purple gold card. Sir is by no means an ordinary person. I believe that one day, Sir will surely stir up boundless fun in the continent, and forming a good connection with him today is the greatest joy of this trip. Speaking of this, she slapped her forehead in frustration and said regretfully, "I was too excited just now and forgot to ask for Sir's name." Chapter 7 Slander. Montgomery roamed through the Hungduan Mountains, hunted a few low-ranking magical beasts, and then returned to Donglin City. As he entered the city with the flow of people, Montgomery noticed there were more people around compared to usual days. It seemed something significant had just occurred recently. While walking, he pricked up his ears and indeed caught some information. "I can't believe the administrator actually came to our Donglin City." Upon hearing this news, Montgomery was somewhat surprised. The administrator is the head of the province, the most powerful person, truly a big figure. For such a person to come to a place like Donglin City, it was surprising to Montgomery. Of course, it was only a bit surprising. Montgomery did not pay too much attention. What this person was doing here had nothing to do with him. Montgomery headed towards the far eastern chamber of commerce in the southern district, intending to sell the magic crystals on him and buy some medicinal herbs. On the way, he heard many people discussing the arrival of the administrator. In addition to that, he also overheard discussions about himself. Mostly they were mocking him. Words like waste and overestimating oneself were countless. Montgomery didn't care. The ignorant clamor of a bunch of ants wasn't even worth getting angry over. Soon after, he arrived at a 3-story pavilion covering a vast area. Above the main gate of the pavilion, for bold characters, Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce, were written elegantly. Montgomery followed the crowd inside. Behind the main gate was a spacious hall. At this moment, people were bustling about within the hall. As the largest chamber of commerce in Donglin City, the Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce saw countless people coming for trading every day. Just as Montgomery entered, someone recognized him. "Isn't this the waste from the Freddy family? Why is he here? I heard he divorced the Gem of Braun family." It's really funny. A waste actually divorced the Gem of Braun family. I wonder where he gets the nerve. Hearing the mocking voices in his ears, Montgomery's expression remained unchanged as he strode toward the counter. Behind the counter, a group of clerks were busy. Montgomery called out, but no one responded. He frowned slightly and called again. "What are you yelling for?" "We're here." A clerk turned around and coldly scanned Montgomery with an extremely bad attitude. The Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce was powerful, with its influence spread across the entire Far East region. The clerks here often had a strong sense of superiority, and looking down on people was quite common. Montgomery's name was well known throughout Donglin City, and these clerks knew it too. Just a waste, they certainly wouldn't respect him. Montgomery's frown deepened, and his expression darkened. The clerk sneered and walked forward, asking impatiently, "So what do you want?" Montgomery's frown gradually relaxed. He didn't want to argue with a disdainful clerk. "Selling things." Montgomery spoke calmly, taking out the magic crystals and magical beast corpses from his body and placing them on the counter. Initially, the clerk didn't take it seriously, but upon seeing what Montgomery took out, he was startled. 3 magic crystals, and a pile of magical beast corpses. Though the clerk was arrogant and rude, his discernment was not lacking. He immediately saw that this pile of goods was valuable, worth several thousand gold coins. Several thousand gold coins was already a considerable sum. An ordinary resident of Donglan City would spend only a dozen or so gold coins a year. People nearby looked over, eyes filled with surprise, and began whispering. Isn't this guy supposed to be a waste? Where did he get all these good things? Could he have stolen them? Montgomery didn't care about the whispers around him. He spoke calmly to the clerk. Count it, and see how much it's worth. The clerk snapped back to reality, hearing the murmurs around him, and became wary. Where did you get these things? Montgomery's expression darkened slightly. Isn't that none of your business? Montgomery's attitude greatly displeased the clerk. How dare a waste be so insolent? Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. Montgomery, I finally found you, thief. Everyone turned their heads to see a young man in fine clothes leading a group of Megans heading towards the counter. The youth was in his early 20s, dressed in aristocratic attire, with short golden hair and an arrogant look between his brows. Seeing this person arrive, everyone's expressions changed, and they moved aside, making way for the youth. His name was Rodney, the son of the Andy family, one of the 3 major noble families, and a notorious playboy in Donglan City. Relying on the support of the Andy family, he often bullied others and was infamous in Donglan City. While they feared him in their hearts, they also had looks of anticipation on their faces. Rodney was one of Harlow's many suitors. Not long ago, after the news of Montgomery divorcing Harlow spread, Rodney had once boasted that he would find trouble with Montgomery. He didn't expect the two to meet so soon. Montgomery's eyes slightly narrowed, a hint of coldness flashing in their depths. In his previous life, due to the engagement with Harlow, the young man in front of him had targeted him quite a bit. The Andy family behind him was even worse, collaborating with the Aryan family to consume the declining Freddy family, forcing Arn to his death. Montgomery reined in his thoughts, a trace of chill flashing in his eyes. Before he could seek out the other party, they came looking for him first. How dare they not know their own limits? Rodney led his Megans quickly to the counter and said to the clerk, These things all belong to my Andy family. They were stolen by this thief, Montgomery. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, the loss would have been significant. The clerk didn't doubt it at all, nodding humbly. Young Geo Rodney. I was also suspecting the origin of these items and was preparing to verify. Since you're here, let's return them to their rightful owner. Rodney nodded, admiration flashing in his eyes, feeling that this clerk was excellent. Seeing the two acting in perfect unison, Montgomery smiled, though the smile was rather cold. He didn't interrupt either, wanting to see what kind of trick they would play. Young Geo Rodney, since the items are found, please take them back. The clerk packed up the items on the counter and handed them to Rodney. Rodney took them and put them into his storage ring. Montgomery didn't stop him. His belongings weren't so easy to take. Han-san, you stole our family's property. How should we settle this account? Rodney sneered as he looked at Montgomery. He had been sending people to track Montgomery down, and upon learning that he had come to the Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce, immediately rushed over. Upon entering, he heard everyone whispering among themselves. So, Rodney seized the opportunity, thinking of this plan. He was worrying about finding a proper reason to deal with Montgomery, and now this was just perfect. Not only could he gain some wealth for free, but he could also use this chance to teach Montgomery a lesson. Even if things escalated, no one would believe these items belonged to Montgomery. A waste like him, where could he get such valuable items from? This was obviously suspicious. A hint of amusement flashed in Montgomery's eyes. How do you want to settle this? Chapter 8. A room full of shock. Rodney was taken aback. Montgomery's reaction was unexpected. Given Montgomery's usual temper, he should have flown into a rage long ago. Without giving it much thought, Rodney assumed Montgomery was afraid. He said with a playful look, Considering the good relationship between our two families, I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel down, kowtow to me and apologize, and this matter will be considered resolved. Otherwise, I will surely go to your Freddy family to demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, everyone around had strange expressions on their faces. Such an excessive demand was actually called not making things difficult. Montgomery's expression darkened as he said coldly, Fine, I'll give you a chance to. Kneel down, kowtow and apologize, then slap yourself 30 times. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With these words, the atmosphere in the scene instantly became silent, but soon bursts of mocking laughter erupted. Haha, did I hear that right? A waste is actually daring to brag. Truly ridiculous. The first waste of East Forest City dares to threaten young Geo Rodney. Vance, maybe he still thinks he's the genius he once was. Countless jeers echoed in Montgomery's ears, but he paid no attention. Rodney stood there in shock for quite some time before coming back to his senses, and then showed a mocking smile. Vance, waste, I'm really curious. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? After saying that, he waved at the Megans behind him. Go, loosen up this waste. Let him know that speaking wrongly comes with a price. One of the Megans stepped forward, approaching Montgomery. Seeing this, the surrounding people all looked smug. Everyone thought Montgomery was finished. The Megan rushed towards Montgomery and swung a punch. Wind whistled wherever the glow of the fist passed. If hit, Montgomery would either die or be crippled. Montgomery's eyes turned cold. The other party had truly enraged him by using such a heavy hand. Seeing that Montgomery dared to resist, the Megan sneered and suddenly accelerated his punch. But this powerful punch was easily caught by Montgomery. At this scene, everyone was astonished. Before the crowd could react, Montgomery quickly acted. After catching the Megan's fist, he moved up smoothly, grabbed the other's wrist, and snapped it with force. Snap! The Megan's wrist broke on the spot, bones piercing through flesh and blood, and the sharp scream echoed loudly in the ears of the audience. But Montgomery didn't stop there. With the other hand, he punched fiercely. The Megan's chest caved in immediately, his body flying like a broken sack. Boom! A distant counter was shattered into pieces, and the Megan spat out a mouthful of blood after being thrown. After struggling on the ground for a few moments, he finally couldn't get up. The scream startled everyone, and they all looked at the slim figure in the center with disbelief. The young man wore purple clothes, looking composed, exuding an indescribable aura. Isn't he a waste? How could he? Did he defeat a third-level warrior? Could it be that he? Everyone whispered to each other, and their gazes changed. Ignoring his shock, Rodney rushed forward hastily. Alexei, are you okay? Alexei was one of the only few third-level warriors among his Megans. To be disabled in one move by Montgomery, Rodney felt a sense of unreality. GOI? Attendant Alexei spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Rodney's face turned violently angry. Why are you all just standing there? Kill that waste for me. The Megans immediately spread out, surrounding Montgomery in the middle. Go! Led by one of the Megans, the rest followed. In an instant, killing intent soared, various martial auras surged. The onlookers all retreated for fear of getting involved. These Megans were all elites of the Andy family, veterans of many battles, never holding back when fighting. Facing the siege, Montgomery remained unperturbed. He stepped forward, caught a punch coming towards him, and threw the person away with force. Meanwhile, he slightly turned aside to avoid an attack from the side, then pushed the attacker with his palm, causing them to spit blood and fly backward. Facing a group assault, Montgomery was unruffled, handling it effortlessly and casually. Those he touched either suffered bone fractures or spewed blood and flew away. None had a good end. In no time, over 10 Megans were lying on the ground, screaming incessantly. Taking in the scene, everything appeared chaotic. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. Is this still the waste? Montgomery stepped in front of the dazed Rodney, looking down at him. You wanted to kill me? Rodney's face alternated between green and white, eyes still dazed and shocked. He really did not expect his Megans to not be able to hold off a waste. Confronted by Montgomery's cold, emotionless gaze, a hint of fear rose in his heart, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. But Rodney was used to being arrogant. Thinking of the family behind him, he put on a bold front and said, Montgomery, I admit I misjudged you, but do you dare to touch me? Don't forget, you're just a waste of the Freddy family now, lowly and insignificant, while I am the legitimate son of the Andy family. At this point, he regained confidence and coldly added, if you dare to harm a single hair on my body, the Andy family will never let you off. Rodney dared to be so arrogant because his father was the patriarch of the Andy family and loved him dearly as an only son. Few in the entire East Forest City dared to offend him. Looking at Rodney's arrogant face, Montgomery smiled, then struck out like lightning, grabbing the former by the neck and lifting him up as if he were a chicken. Montgomery looked up and smiled at the now cyan-faced Rodney, asking, guess what? Do you think I dare to kill you? Rodney looked at Montgomery with terror, feeling the hand around his neck tighten more and more. His fear reached its peak. At this moment, Montgomery's smile seemed like the grin of a devil to him. Not answering is ignoring me. So, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Montgomery's voice was teasing, and the grip tightened further. Rodney was nearly scared out of his wits, and shook his head frantically. Shaking your head means you still think I don't dare? Montgomery's grip tightened even more. Rodney's breathing grew increasingly difficult, his fear reaching its zenith, and a warm stream gushed between his legs. It dripped onto the floor, spreading a foul smell. The onlookers watching this scene were all stunned. The proud eldest son of the Andy family, the well-known rogue of East Forest City, had actually been scared to urinate by Montgomery, who was known as a waste. It sounded like a fanciful tale. Truly useless. Montgomery lost interest in playing and released his hand. Rodney immediately slumped to the ground. He panted heavily, as if given a new life. Shouldn't you return the items to me now? This time, Rodney was genuinely afraid and did not hesitate, taking out the items and handing them back to Montgomery. Montgomery glanced at them but did not take them, saying indifferently, I remember there were 10 magic crystals. Why are there only 3 now? Chapter 9, President Nelson. You? Rodney suddenly looked up, meeting a pair of eyes full of mockery. You are blackmailing me. A third-grade magic crystal was worth hundreds of gold coins, so 7 of them would be thousands of gold coins. Even as the eldest son of the Andy family, thousands of gold coins was not a small amount. The onlookers exchanged glances. They did not expect Montgomery to pull such a move. But at this moment, everyone had already realized what was happening. Those items should indeed belong to Montgomery, and Rodney had been trying to slander him. Now being blackmailed seemed quite normal. What? Don't want to give. Montgomery's tone grew heavier. Rodney's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with indecision. At this moment, a stern voice echoed through the area. Who is causing trouble in my Far East Chamber of Commerce? People looked for the source of the voice and saw a brown-haired Chevy coming down from the second floor. The Chevy was dressed in fine clothing, exuding an authoritative presence. President Nelson. Upon recognizing the newcomer, everyone present was startled. The Chevy was named Nelson, the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce in Donglin City. It turned out that when the fight broke out earlier, a clerk immediately went to inform the manager. Because both sides were noble offspring, the manager felt unable to control the situation and directly informed the president. Rodney's face lit up with joy and rushed toward Nelson. Uncle Nelson, you must stand up for me. The Andy family and the Far East Chamber of Commerce had some cooperation. Rodney knew Nelson, and his father had dined with him before. They could be considered acquainted. Nelson frowned slightly. What exactly happened? It's that waste of space Montgomery. He not only stole the property of the Andy family, but also caused trouble here. Rodney pointed at Montgomery and said fiercely, Uncle Nelson, this waste of space dared to make a scene here, showing no respect for the Far East Chamber of Commerce or you. You must teach him a lesson to know his place. Nelson furrowed his brow even deeper and turned to look at the clerk. Is that true? Thinking of Montgomery's attitude earlier, the clerk flashed a deep resentment and quickly nodded. President, it's this boy. He tried to sell stolen goods and was caught red-handed by young Geo Rodney. Not only did he not repent, but he also started fighting. Seeing these two twist the facts, no one stepped forward. Stepping forward would offend Rodney, and since they were not related to Montgomery, none of them would be foolish enough to do so. Nelson's expression darkened, and he looked at Montgomery coldly. Boy, you dare to cause trouble in my Far East Chamber of Commerce. Have you thought about the consequences? All eyes turned to Montgomery, curious to see if he would still act arrogantly in front of someone like Nelson. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, looking straight at Nelson, and said calmly, President Nelson, I advise you to investigate the matter clearly first. Pausing for a moment, he smiled faintly. Of course, you can take action directly, just don't regret it afterward. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was shocked. A nobody from Donlin City dared to speak to the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce like this. Was he mad? Even the head of the Freddy family wouldn't dare to do this. A trace of joy flashed in Rodney's eyes, laughing inwardly. Well, this waste of space is really overconfident. Let's see how you get out of this mess. Nelson narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the thin-clad youth before him. He could sense an extraordinary demeanor around the youth, especially those calm and profound eyes, resembling a deep, unfathomable pool. Even he found it hard to read him. What surprised him more was the strong confidence and calmness emanating from those calm, profound eyes. It seemed nothing could shake the youth's inner peace. This kind of calmness and confidence Nelson had seen before, but those were all truly great figures. Could this young man also be one of them? Thinking of this, Nelson shook his head inwardly. After all, the youth was merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he be compared to those great figures? Humph, regardless of who is right or wrong, daring to fight in my Far East Chamber of Commerce is a provocation. Today, you must give me an explanation. Nelson snorted coldly, walking towards Montgomery with his hands behind his back, exuding a strong aura that pressed against Montgomery, preparing to overwhelm him with his presence. But what surprised Nelson was that facing his oppressive aura, the youth before him remained unperturbed. His face was calm as if nothing was happening. Nelson intensified his aura, pressing harder, but the youth still remained unfazed. A hint of ridicule flashed in Montgomery's eyes. An ordinary person actually wanted to overwhelm him with mere presence. How laughable. President Nelson, stop playing these petty tricks. If you want to take action, just do it. Montgomery's eyes were filled with mockery, and there was not a trace of fear in his tone. All the people present were dumbfounded, at a loss for words. They felt that Montgomery was incredibly daring, actually standing up to a big shot like Nelson. Nelson narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling increasingly that Montgomery was not simple. He was far from what had been rumored as a waste. To prevent any mistakes, he put aside the idea of taking action and looked at the clerk again. Speak, what exactly happened? Tell me everything that occurred. Under Nelson's intense gaze, the clerk felt a daze and a wave of fear rose in his heart. He no longer dared to hide anything and recounted everything truthfully. After hearing the whole story, Nelson's expression had long turned grim. What a damn liar. You dare to lie to me. He slapped the clerk hard across the face, his eyes filled with darkness. Then he looked at Rodney coldly and said, This is your private feud. It has nothing to do with my Far East Chamber of Commerce. Please leave and settle it elsewhere. Nelson, uncle. Rodney started to speak, but was interrupted by Nelson. Aren't my words clear enough? Rodney actually wanted to use him as a tool, so Nelson naturally had no good face for him. A mere pampered son dared to manipulate him. If not for the sake of the Andy family, he would have turned against him on the spot. A flash of gloom passed through Rodney's eyes as he prepared to leave. Where are you going? Montgomery blocked his path. Montgomery, what do you want? Rodney's face changed slightly, inevitably thinking of earlier events, which instantly filled him with fear. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, his voice indifferent. Give me back my things. Rodney did not hesitate, quickly retrieving 10 magic crystals and the monster beast corpses, handing them over to Montgomery. However, Montgomery didn't take them. Instead, his eyes showed amusement. Young Geo Rodney, aren't you forgetting something? I remember it was 20 magic crystals. Rodney froze, then gritted his teeth. Montgomery, don't push it too far. The onlookers were stunned, never expecting Montgomery to be so ruthless. Montgomery smiled sweetly. There's worse if you want to see it. Shall we? Rodney trembled, still not daring to confront Montgomery head-on. With visible pain, he produced another 10 magic crystals. Montgomery, you'll regret this. This isn't over. Rodney left the items and stormed out of the Far East Chamber of Commerce with a sullen face. Montgomery made no attempt to stop him. He wasn't ready to make a move yet. Montgomery also wanted the other party to experience true despair, just like in his previous life. To achieve this, he needed more time. Chapter 10, Consul. After Rodney left, the Megans who had been beaten to the ground by Montgomery staggered up and followed out. The onlookers also lost interest in watching and left one after another. Montgomery ignored everyone and walked towards Nelson. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly. Anything else? Montgomery nodded. I'm here to sell something. Nelson glanced at what Montgomery held in his hand and said to the overseer standing beside, calculate the amount for him and settle that dog's wages, then kick him out. The shop assistant's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. The overseer was an elderly man with white hair who immediately nodded in agreement. Nelson took one last look at Montgomery before turning away. Sir, please follow me. The elderly overseer made a gesture inviting Montgomery to proceed. Sir, here is a total of 15,000 gold coins. Please check it. The old man worked efficiently and quickly calculated the items, handing over a pile of gold coins to Montgomery. However, Montgomery did not reach out to take them, but said calmly, put it away. I still need to buy some things. Let's settle all accounts later. Then he listed a string of herbal medicine names. The old man became increasingly alarmed as Montgomery named herbs that were all valuable, some of which even their guild did not have. He was very surprised. How could this young man know so many kinds of herbs? Sir, please wait a moment. The elder left after saying this and returned shortly. Sir, most of the herbs you want are in this storage ring. However, there are a few we don't have. Holding a storage ring, he continued, these herbs would cost a total of 25,000 gold coins. After deducting the previous 15,000, you still owe 10,000. How will you pay? Just use my card. After saying this, Montgomery took out the purple golden card given by Millie. He did not know how much money was in the card, but guessed there should be more than 10,000 gold coins. But when the old man saw the purple golden card, his eyes widened. Sir, where did you get this card? Due to astonishment, he stuttered and unconsciously used honorifics. The old man's reaction made Montgomery somewhat surprised. He looked at the card in his hand, deep in thought. A friend gave it to me. The old man calmed down and respectfully said, Sir, please follow me. They came to a hall outside on the 3rd floor. Sir, please wait a moment. The old man said, then walked into a nearby room. Entering, he found President Nelson busy inside. Noticing the commotion, Nelson looked up with a frown. What is it? The elder hurriedly approached and whispered a few words to him. What? Purple golden card. Nelson suddenly stood up and rushed out. Seeing the purple golden card in Montgomery's hand, his pupils contracted sharply. Could I take a look at the card you're holding? Montgomery handed it over. Nelson examined the card carefully, and then his eyes revealed intense shock. It's really a purple golden card. It's really a purple golden card. He exclaimed inwardly, completely astonished. The purple golden card was the highest specification card issued by the Far East Guild. As a branch president, Nelson had only seen it in illustrations, and this was the first time he saw a real one. After a long while, he put the card back to Montgomery with respect. Noble guest, our guild has special VIP services. If you do not mind, you can stay for dinner. He wanted to get close to Montgomery and find out about the origin of the purple golden card. He was also grateful that he handled the situation steadily earlier. Otherwise, he might have created a huge problem. No need, just tell me the total amount. I have other matters to attend to. Montgomery waved his hand to decline Nelson's invitation. Very well, noble guest. Nelson nodded, looking at the elder beside him. The elder immediately informed the powerful members of the herbs Montgomery bought. After hearing what Montgomery bought, a hint of surprise flashed across Nelson's eyes. He accepted the storage ring from the elder and respectfully handed it to Montgomery. Noble guest, purchases using the purple golden card in our guild receive a 50% discount. After the calculation, we should give you 2,500 gold coins. Here they are, please check. Thank you, President Nelson. Montgomery accepted the storage ring without checking it, thanked Nelson, and turned to leave. President, how could that boy have the guild's purple golden card? The elder looked at Montgomery's retreating figure, filled with puzzlement. I don't know. Nelson shook his head, his eyes filled with seriousness. He realized he could no longer see through Montgomery clearly. Did you ask where he got the card? He said a friend gave it to him. The elder replied truthfully. A friend gave it to him. Nelson's gaze sharpened. An existence that could casually give away a purple golden card must possess an identity and status that was overwhelmingly formidable. Could it be? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his eyes widening abruptly. Recalling Montgomery's recent actions, Nelson grew increasingly certain. Well, looks like things in Donglin City are about to change. The corner of Nelson's mouth curved into a slight smile, revealing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Remember, do not spread the news of today's events. Nelson instructed the elder, then added, also, prepare a valuable gift for me. I will attend a birthday celebration in a few days. Yes, President. The elder bowed respectfully. After leaving the Far East Guild, Montgomery headed straight home. He did not overthink the attitude of Nelson and others. Even if the purple golden card was highly valuable, it meant little to him. Meanwhile, news of what happened at the Far East Guild spread throughout Donglin City. Upon learning that Montgomery had taken down Rodney and his entourage single-handedly, all major forces were astonished. Braun family. Upon receiving the news, Anthony immediately found his father. In the elegantly decorated hall, Anthony looked at Ade. Father, have you heard the news? Ade nodded. I've heard it, but we're not sure if it's true yet. Father, it must be a miscommunication. How could someone like Montgomery have such ability? Anthony's eyes showed disdain. We'll know if it's a miscommunication by asking the Andy family. Ade said, let's go visit the Andy family later. I have some matters to discuss with them anyway. At the mayor's mansion, in the luxurious hall, Millie sat at the head of the table. On her left side sat young Lady Emma, and on her right, the city lord Freddie. Millie picked up a freshly drawn portrait and asked Freddie, Freddie, do you know this person? Freddie focused his gaze on the drawing, which depicted a young man, Montgomery. Whether in the past or present, Montgomery was a well-known figure in Donglin City, and Freddie naturally knew him. So, You do recognize him. Millie put down the portrait, a flash of joy crossing her eyes. Freddie quickly stood up, respectfully replying, "Yes, Madam Chancellor, I do know this person. Tell me about him." Millie showed interest. Uncertain about Millie's attitude, Freddie dared not speak rashly. "He is Montgomery Freddie, a third-generation noble from the Freddie family in Donglan City. He used to be the top genius of Donglan City." Chapter 11 Former Lover. Former. A hint of confusion flashed across Millie's eyes. "Milady, it happened like this." Freddie did not dare to conceal anything and recounted the details concerning Montgomery. "It's him." Millie's gaze sharpened. Not long ago, Montgomery's scandal in West Keith City had been widely discussed. The prodigy student of the Magic Academy attempted to rape a female classmate and was caught stealing forbidden magic. Being such a major incident, Millie naturally heard about it too. However, with her status, she naturally wouldn't pay much attention to an expelled student. Therefore, she only heard about the matter without seeing Montgomery, nor knowing that he was the protagonist of that event. "Do you know this Montgomery, milady?" Freddie looked up at Millie, asking cautiously. "You may leave now." Millie waved her hand, but did not answer the question. Not daring to ask further, Freddie stood up and respectfully left. "Aunt, I don't believe Mr. Sue would do such things." Layla's tone was filled with doubt. She could not believe Montgomery would do such a thing. Given her beauty, Montgomery didn't even look at her multiple times, enough to say he kept his distance from women. How could such a person commit the act of attempting to rape a female classmate? As for learning forbidden magic, it was even more ridiculous. He casually improved a heaven-rank cultivation method into a saint rank 1. Would someone like him be interested in learning forbidden magic? Though powerful, forbidden magic couldn't compare with a saint rank cultivation method. That's obvious. Millie nodded. If I'm not mistaken, someone must be secretly framing Mr. Sue. Who would dare frame Mr. Sue like this? Layla was surprised. Don't they fear retaliation from him? We need to investigate when I return to find out. Millie said solemnly. Layla, go to the far eastern chamber of commerce in the city to buy medicinal materials needed to treat my fire toxicity. Buy some gifts as well. In a few days, we will visit Mr. Sue. Yes, Aunt. Inside the luxurious hall of the Andy family, Patriarch Dino's expression was grim, with murderous intent rising in his eyes. The damned Freddie family, the damned Montgomery, daring to hurt my son. Wait. Dino, will make you pay. At this moment, a servant walked in. Patriarch Zen from the Braun family wants to discuss something with you. Dino collected his thoughts, and his expression quickly returned to calmness. Let him in. The servant left and soon returned with Zen and his son. Serve tea. Dino welcomed Zen and his son to sit down and instructed the servants to serve tea. Zen brother, what brings you here today? Dino asked Zen. Zen got straight to the point. Dino brother, I heard your son was injured by Montgomery, that good for nothing. Is it true? Dino's face fell. So, brother Zen, are you here to mock my son? Upon hearing this, Zen knew the matter was true and hurriedly explained. Brother Dino, you misunderstood. I came to discuss matters and coincidentally inquire about your son's condition. Dino snorted coldly and asked directly, what is it? In the past, he wouldn't bother with Zen. The Braun family was just a second-rate noble in Eastland City, far inferior to the three top families. But things were different now. With Zen's daughter tied to the Fernando family, the Braun family rose accordingly. Brother Dino, I am here to propose a joint effort against the Freddie family. Interested? A flash of surprise appeared in Dino's eyes. He glanced at Zen mockingly. I remember your Braun family received plenty of favors from Old Man Arn. Is this how you repay kindness? Zen remained unperturbed and said coldly, that was all in the past. Montgomery, that good-for-nothing, dared to divorce my daughter. I'll make him kneel and beg me. Brother Dino, give me a word, will you cooperate? Dino chuckled, a sneer flickering in his eyes. Speak, how do you plan to cooperate? Montgomery paid no heed to the city news and returned to his own side room. He first went inside to check on his father Aloysius. Finding the latter drunkenly sprawled on the table, he did not disturb him. Then, Montgomery fetched an earthenware pot, started decocting medicine to heal his damaged spiritual power. Yonatan then, those people from the Magic Academy not only ruined his cultivation but also severely damaged his spiritual power, preventing him from cultivating magic again in the future. Adam, Xander, just you wait. One day, I, Montgomery, will strip you of everything myself. Montgomery's gaze turned icy cold and gradually softened. And Nia, in this lifetime, I won't let anyone take you away again. Adam, a third-generation member of the Hamlin family, was actually Montgomery's cousin. Montgomery learned about what happened to his father from Adam. According to Adam, they had used the same method to get Aloysius expelled from the Imperial Capital Magic Academy back then. Xander, the eldest son of the Brinton family in West Keith City, was Adam's lackey. The two conspired to frame him, leading to his expulsion from the academy and the destruction of his cultivation base. Nia, a mentor at the West Keith City Magic Academy, had been Montgomery's teacher and lover. When Montgomery was framed, no one believed him except for Nia. After he was crippled, it was also Nia who arranged for him to be sent back to Eastland City. If not for that incident, the two would surely have ended up together. But after Montgomery was crippled, Nia was placed under house arrest by her family, forbidden to contact him again. The last time Montgomery heard news of Nia was when he learned she was to be married to his enemy, Xander. At that time, Montgomery felt an overwhelming despair. Because he loved her deeply, even after thousands of years, Montgomery still could not forget that gentle and refined girl. Nia, wait for me. I will come for you soon. A trace of longing flashed in Montgomery's eyes before he gathered his thoughts. Inside the Freddie family's council hall, Arn sat at the head of the table, looking towards Alvaro and Vani, who were seated below. Have you heard the news? Both nodded. Alvaro spoke first. We've heard it, but we're not sure if it's true yet. Father, Montgomery is already crippled. How can he possibly injure a group of Megans? I think the Andy family is just picking a fight on purpose, Vani said coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. You're too quick to judge, brother. Alvaro interjected. The rumor is spreading wildly through the city. It doesn't seem like a fabrication. Father, what do you think? Vani didn't argue with his elder brother and turned to Arn. After some thought, Arn replied. Alvaro, send someone to investigate the details. Vani, go to Montgomery and ask him what happened. Both nodded. Vani asked further. Father, if this is true, how will you handle Montgomery? Arnie's brow furrowed slightly, then he waved his hand. Let's see what we find out first. Chapter 12 Revitalization. Cough, cough. The moment Gaston arrived at the side room where Montgomery was staying, he was met with a pungent medicinal smell that made him wrinkle his nose. Inside the room, Montgomery, who had been boiling herbs, sensed someone's arrival and turned to exit the house. Second uncle, he called out, guessing the reason for his uncle's visit. What are you up to again? Why does it smell so strongly of medicine? Gaston asked sternly. My body is too weak. I wanted to improve it. Montgomery casually fabricated an excuse. Gaston glanced at Montgomery's frail frame and nodded slightly. I heard you fought Tom's ruffian retainer. Is this true? Something like that happened, I suppose. Montgomery maintained a relaxed demeanor and casual tone. Gaston, however, was startled and exclaimed, Don't talk nonsense. Weren't you crippled? How could you possibly do such a thing? A high master guided me not long ago, and now I can practice again. Montgomery replied casually, but to Gaston, it sounded like thunder crashing in his ears. He stared at Montgomery blankly for several seconds before finally reacting, his eyes widening dramatically. You mean you can practice again? Second uncle, there's no need to get so excited. Montgomery said helplessly. Don't talk nonsense. How could I not be agitated about something like this? Gaston asked, eyes still wide with disbelief. Tell me, what exactly happened? A couple of days ago, I encountered a great master who gave me some guidance and a pill that cured my damaged meridians. Montgomery casually told a lie. He knew that sooner or later others would find out about his ability to practice again, so there wasn't much point in hiding it. Well done, kid. You've kept such big news from us. When did this happen? Gaston clapped Montgomery on the shoulder, his face beaming with joy. Montgomery felt a warmth in his heart. He could see that Gaston genuinely rejoiced for him. Gaston was straightforward by nature and always wore his emotions on his sleeve. Even though he had scolded Montgomery after his disability, he had always shown concern when it mattered. Unlike others who were opportunistic, Gaston showed genuine care. It happened not long ago. Montgomery smiled. No wonder you were so confident those past few days. So, what level have you reached? Why can't I sense your energy? Just broke through to level 1 warrior. Maybe it's because the cultivation method I'm using is somewhat unique. Montgomery explained. The Heart of Fury technique differed from ordinary cultivation methods. It used Du Qi, martial qi, to temper the physical body and bones, enhancing one's vital energy directly without forming an internal vortex, which was why Gaston couldn't sense his cultivation level. Not bad, not bad. Although warriors aren't as powerful as mages, at least you're not a cripple anymore and can contribute to the family. Those opportunists will have nothing to say then. Gaston patted Montgomery on the shoulder, his voice filled with relief and pride. In the continent, mages were far fewer than warriors. Becoming a mage required much more stringent conditions, strong mental power and a high affinity with an elemental force, while becoming a warrior only required undamaged meridians and a suitable cultivation method. Warriors were common, but mages were rare treasures in many major forces. A single area attack spell from a mage could match the combined efforts of dozens of warriors. Among the young generation of the Freddy family, including Montgomery, only 7 or 8 possessed magical talent. The most talented were Gaston's daughter Portia and Montgomery's cousin Jesse, son of Alvaro. Come, let's tell the old man this good news. Gaston pulled Montgomery away, but at that moment, Seymour staggered out of the house, clearly drunk. Seeing Seymour's disheveled appearance, Gaston frowned deeply and stepped forward, saying sternly, Third brother, how long are you going to wallow like this? Do you plan to be a useless person all your life? Seymour looked up at Gaston, said nothing, and walked towards the kitchen. Stop right there. Gaston blocked his path and said solemnly, I know you've been hit hard, but everything has passed. Dwelling on it won't change anything. Now that Montgomery's meridians are repaired and he can practice again, as a father, don't you think you should stop being so cowardly? Seymour froze, standing still for a moment before suddenly looking at Montgomery sharply. Xiaoming, is what your second uncle said true? Have your meridians really been repaired? Montgomery stepped forward and said solemnly, Yes, father, I am now a level 1 warrior. He repeated the same explanation he had given earlier. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. Seymour's body trembled with excitement. Soon after, Gaston left with Seymour. After being consoled by the two of them, Seymour regained his confidence and planned to pull himself together to help the family with some matters. Montgomery did not follow them. Instead, he went inside, drank the decocted medicinal liquid, and began cultivating. What are you doing here? Arn looked at the disheveled Seymour with a deeply furrowed brow, a complex expression flashing through his eyes. Among his 3 sons, he favored Seymour the most and had placed the greatest trust in him, but also felt the deepest disappointment. Not only was Seymour incapacitated, but he also gave up on himself, treating himself as nothing more than a cripple. How could Arn, as a father, not feel pain. Father, I was wrong before. From now on, I am willing to follow your arrangements. Seymour bowed to Arn. Arnie's eyes slightly widened, his face full of surprise. Father, it happened like this. Gaston recounted the entire story. Arnie's expression turned one of realization. Although he was inwardly happy, he kept it off his face and calmly said, since you're willing to reform, I'll have your eldest brother arrange some tasks for you later. Just then, Alvaro walked in from outside. Father, I investigated. Alvaro stopped mid-sentence when he saw Seymour and frowned, displeased. Eldest brother, who allowed you to come here? The family had strict orders prohibiting unauthorized people from entering the core area of the castle. Eldest brother, it was me who brought third brother here. Gaston's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke gravely. Alvaro was about to speak, but was interrupted by Arn. All right, Alvaro, tell us what you found out. Alvaro had no choice but to swallow his words and look at Arn. Father, my investigation confirmed that the rumors are true. Montgomery indeed fought against a retainer of the Andy family. Arn nodded. I see. Seeing the reactions of those present, Alvaro became somewhat suspicious. Father, aren't you surprised? That boy Montgomery is just a waste. How could he do something like that? Chapter 13, The Elven Sacred Scripture. Eldest brother, it happened like this. Vani informed Alvaro about what happened to Montgomery. Alvaro's gaze turned intense after hearing it. His expression remained unpredictable and did not reflect the joy that Vani had shown. He then raised a doubt. Even so, something isn't right. How could a level 1 warrior defeat a group of bodyguards? Arn and Vani just realized this point and exchanged puzzled looks. Why bother with all that? Anyway, this is good news. It proves that Kid Montgomery has astonishing talent. Even if he follows the path of warriors, he would be better than average warriors. Vani loudly said without lingering on this topic. Eldest brother, father has already promised something to the third brother. Is there anything in the family suitable for him? Alvaro frowned and instinctively glanced at Arn. Arn spoke up. Big brother, now that the third one has picked himself up again, you should assign him some work. Alvaro's frown deepened. He cast an unimpressed glance at Seymour, who was poorly groomed, and put on a troubled appearance as he said, Father, currently, there are no vacancies within the family. I'll look into it further and inform third brother when an opening arises. Arnie's brow slightly furrowed before relaxing again, looking towards Seymour. Seymour, then you will have to wait a bit longer. Seymour nodded. All right, father. Alvaro then looked at Arn. Father, what about the Andy family? Dino has always been the type to hold grudges. His son suffered a significant loss this time. He surely won't let it go easily. Arn frowned deeply, and after a moment, he said, what's done is done. Talking more won't change anything. We can only deal with it as it comes. On the other side, after taking the prepared medicine, Montgomery finally repaired his damaged spiritual energy. Deep into the night, Montgomery left the castle and went to a nearby hill, preparing to cultivate his spiritual power. The Freddy family is not only one of the 3 top noble families in Eastland City, but its patriarch Arn is also a baron of the Star Moon Empire, possessing his own private domain. Though not large, it's still far superior to those second-rate nobles. Within the week in the Freddy family's castle, there lies a small hill. Montgomery climbed one of these hills, facing the moonlight, and sat cross-legged. Regarding cultivating spiritual power, he had long had plans in mind. The Elven Sacred Scripture, an elven race cultivation technique. The elves are a powerful race from the divine realm of life. Contrary to the demon race, the elves have weaker physical bodies but incomparably strong spiritual power. The Elven Sacred Scripture is the supreme sacred scripture of the elves, a very powerful cultivation technique never passed down outside their race. If asked why Montgomery possessed it, the reason is simple, because he had a special relationship with the Elven Empress. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Montgomery began to practice the Elven Sacred Scripture. Montgomery, at the age of 17, reached intermediate peak level, level 4 mage, and possesses dual attributes of wind and thunder, making him a true prodigy. Mages, levels 1 and 2 are considered beginners, levels 3 and 4 intermediates, and levels 5 and 6 advanced. Precisely for this reason, after showing his prowess in Shili City, he attracted hostility from the Rock family. With Montgomery's talent, he would definitely enroll in the Imperial Mage Academy. That incident from years ago was considered scandalous and shameful by the Rock family. Over the decade, people gradually forgot about it. Should Montgomery appear in the capital, people would inevitably remember it again. Naturally, the Rock family did not wish for such a scenario, and thus decided to eliminate Montgomery while he was still young. A night passed swiftly. Montgomery opened his eyes and stood up, stretching lazily. After a night of cultivation, he successfully broke through to the peak of level 1 mage. Unlike physical strength, his innate spiritual power was exceptionally strong. Furthermore, having once reached level 4, paired with the Elven Sacred Scripture, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Montgomery performed several hand seals and softly chanted, Earth Spike. In the next moment, the ground beneath him stirred, sprouting several spikes a meter tall and as thick as an adult arm, similar to bamboo shoots. Earth Spike, a level 1 spell, lacks offensive power, only causing minor injuries to commoners. Below level 3, spells generally have limited offensive and destructive power, being less effective compared to warriors' attacks. Only spells above level 3 can be called powerful. Windblade. Several half-meter-long wind blades condensed out of thin air, flying towards the distance. Amidst the roaring sound, a giant rock weighing thousands of pounds was sliced into pieces. Windblade is a level 3 spell, significantly stronger than Earth Spike. Although Montgomery was only at the peak of level 1, his spiritual power was extraordinarily strong. not falling short of some level 3 mages, allowing him to perform level 3 spells. Thousand Thunder Needles, Fireball Spell, Shield of Light. Montgomery cast 7 spells of entirely different attributes in one breath. Anyone witnessing this scene would certainly be shocked speechless. A full element constitution, a super genius like this has never appeared in the history of the Star Moon continent. In his previous life, Montgomery had a full element constitution, but initially, only wind and thunder attributes awakened. Later on, he discovered that his soul was congenitally defective and was only repaired after achieving godhood. For the next period of time, Montgomery stayed at home to cultivate intensely. While he was cultivating, the Braun family first approached the Andy family, then the Aryan family. The 3 families joined forces, planning to challenge the Freddy family during Arnie's 80th birthday celebration in 1 month. At the city lord's residence, Freddy reported the situation to Millie as soon as he found out. "Madam, should we intervene?" "No rush, we'll see when the time comes." Millie waved her hand. Since taking the prescription Montgomery prepared, she now looked radiant and healthier than ever before. Millie turned to the girl beside her. "Constance, how is the preparation coming along?" Constance replied, "Auntie, it's all ready." After nearly half a month of intense cultivation, Montgomery's cultivation soared. He returned to level 3 mage, while also successfully breaking through to level 2 warrior. One day, Montgomery planned to go to the hill to practice again, but he encountered Rosanna just as he stepped out the door. The girl was dressed in an ice blue long dress, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was fair like jade, with a soft glow, akin to a budding snow lotus, making one hesitant to desecrate her beauty. "Rosanna, why are you here?" Montgomery was somewhat curious. "Am I not welcome?" Rosanna frowned. "Of course welcome, absolutely welcome." Montgomery quickly waved his hands. The coldness on Rosanna's face eased slightly as she asked, "Father mentioned you can cultivate now?" Montgomery nodded without denying it. A hint of relief flashed across Rosanna's eyes as she advised, "That's good. Cultivate diligently from now on. Don't give up on yourself like before. Although warriors are not as powerful as mages, with effort, you can look forward to a bright future." "Yes, Rosanna." Montgomery nodded, feeling warmth in his heart. In the entire Freddy family, there were only a few people who truly cared for him, and the girl in front of him was one of them. Big brother Jesse and the others have returned. Grandpa asked me to call you for dinner. Soon after, the two arrived outside the Freddy family dining hall. As they stepped into the dining hall, they heard a sarcastic voice. "Oh, look who's here, our family's prodigy." Chapter 14, Everyone has his bottom line. In the luxuriously decorated hall, more than 10 young people were gathered together. A group of servants were bustling around. The higher-ups like Arn had not yet arrived. The one who spoke was a blonde teenager about Montgomery's age, dressed in a meticulously tailored aristocratic attire, with a rather slender figure. He looked at Montgomery mockingly. The others also turned their gazes over, and, upon seeing Montgomery, showed expressions of mockery and derision in their eyes. Who didn't know that Montgomery was now the notorious waste in East Forest City? Such remarks were clearly made on purpose. Alicia frowned and turned her head to warn Montgomery in a low voice, "Don't pay attention to them." She feared that Montgomery might still be as impulsive as before. If things got out of hand, Montgomery would most likely be the one suffering the consequences. The boy who spoke was named Angus, a grandson of an elder from the Freddy family. His status was incomparable to Montgomery's current standing. However, Alicia was obviously overthinking it. Montgomery did not even look at the person speaking. To him, the other party was merely a little brat, not even worth making him angry. Montgomery casually glanced at the nearby group of young people, his gaze lingering for a moment on a blonde youth among them. This youth was called Jesse, the son of the leader Alvaro, who had always been at odds with Montgomery ever since childhood. Because, back then, Montgomery always overshadowed him in every way. After just one glance, Montgomery withdrew his gaze and followed Alicia to sit down beside her. The group of young people had initially looked expectantly, but they did not expect Montgomery to ignore them completely. Even Jesse frowned slightly, finding Montgomery's behavior vastly different from what he remembered. Feeling publicly ignored, Angus's face darkened instantly. However, this place was the banquet hall, and he dared not cause a scene. But then his eyes flickered, and he had an idea, saying with a cold laugh, "Huh, some stray who knows where he came from. Praising him once, and he takes it seriously? Really thinks he's still that genius." His words were quite vicious, clearly intending to provoke Montgomery into making the first move. Years ago, when Aloysius returned alone with Montgomery, some people suspected that Montgomery was picked up by Aloysius. Privately, many insulted Montgomery as a bastard without a mother. Of course, it was only behind closed doors. After all, Montgomery was still grandfather Arnie's grandson, and no one was foolish enough to say such things openly. The young disciples present didn't realize the gravity of the situation, instead wearing looks of anticipation. Only Jesse and Alicia changed expressions. The former simply furrowed his brows slightly. The latter's face, however, turned somewhat grim. Turning her head toward Montgomery, she wanted to say something, but saw Montgomery suddenly stand up from his seat. "Montgomery, you." Her words were cut off by Montgomery. "Big sister Alicia, everyone has an untouchable bottom line." Turning, Montgomery walked towards Angus with a terrifyingly stern expression. Parents were Montgomery's bottom line. Whoever dared to speak disrespectfully would have to pay the price. Though Montgomery had never met his mother, he had heard some stories from his father. Jonathan then, if not for his mother risking her life to protect them, he and his father might have already been killed by the Rock family. Just for this reason alone, Montgomery genuinely respected his unseen mother from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Montgomery walking toward him, Angus felt not fear but excitement. Having just returned, he was unaware of what had happened a few days earlier, still thinking Montgomery was nothing but a waste. He was a level 2 mage and the personal grandson of an elder. How could he be afraid of a waste? The young disciples all wore expectant looks, none of them trying to stop anything. Previously, Montgomery had been too outstanding, overshadowing everyone else so much that they couldn't breathe. They had long harbored jealousy toward him. Upon hearing that Montgomery had been incapacitated, all of them reveled in his misfortune, with no one showing any sympathy. Montgomery approached Angus and spoke coldly. "Kneel down and apologize to my mother." Angus's eyes widened, thinking he must have heard wrong. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This waste is acting high and mighty, really thinking he's still that genius." The others couldn't help but laugh, their eyes filled with ridicule. Montgomery had no patience to argue with a child and commanded sharply, "Kneel." His voice sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Montgomery moved swiftly, delivering 2 swift kicks to Angus's knees. Angus had no time to react and immediately fell to his knees with a thud. "Kowtow." Montgomery's voice was cold as he grabbed Angus's head and pressed it toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud kowtows later, Montgomery finally stopped. Looking at Angus again, his forehead was already broken, blood flowing profusely. Everything happened too fast and unexpectedly. Only now did everyone realize what had happened, looking at Montgomery with disbelief. Even Jesse, who had remained calm all along, changed his expression, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Montgomery. Everything had happened too quickly for anyone to react. As the party involved, Angus's head was now buzzing. The intense pain from his forehead finally snapped him out of it. "Waste, how dare you?" Realizing what had happened, Angus flew into a rage and quickly charged at Montgomery. Anger clouded his judgment, leaving him unaware of his earlier defeat or whether he could match Montgomery. Montgomery didn't hesitate. He grabbed the fist that came at him and twisted with force. A snap echoed in the hall as Angus's arm was immediately dislocated. "Oh!" Angus's face turned deathly pale, screaming in agony. The severe pain brought him back to his senses. Feeling the immense strength from his arm, he looked at Montgomery in horror. "You! How can you?" His voice conveyed confusion and bewilderment. Although Angus was a level 2 mage, he had also trained his body, making him much stronger than the average person. Yet, he wasn't a match for this waste, Montgomery. Something was definitely wrong. Others were equally puzzled. Montgomery was supposed to be disabled, yet he easily defeated Angus. This was highly unusual. Not far away, Alicia's lips parted slightly. She already knew Montgomery was a level 1 warrior, but this scene still surprised her. Montgomery let go and gave Angus, whose face was pale, a cold glance. "If you weren't from the Freddy family, I would kill you today." His words carried a chilling threat. Angus felt icy cold all over. He instinctively stepped back a few steps, lowering his head and not daring to meet Montgomery's cold gaze. Montgomery turned away but was stopped by a shout. "Hold it!" Montgomery turned around and saw Jesse staring at him with a gloomy expression. "Is there something? This is a family banquet. You assaulted a fellow clan member here. Did you even think about the family rules?" Jesse said coldly, his tone condescending like an elder scolding a junior. "What were you doing when it started?" Leaving these words behind, Montgomery turned and walked away, unwilling to deal with Jesse. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. They couldn't believe Montgomery dared to defy Jesse so openly, glancing at Jesse nervously. Sure enough, Jesse's face darkened as if a storm was brewing. "Stop right there," he bellowed. Seeing Montgomery didn't halt, he pushed through the crowd, intending to teach Montgomery a lesson. But at that moment, a stern voice came from outside the hall. "What are you doing? Stop it right now." Chapter 15. 2 pieces of good news. Everyone turned to look as Arn led a group of senior family members into the room. Jesse immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to act rashly anymore. "What are you doing? Bickering among yourselves?" Arn spoke gravely, his gaze landing on Jesse. "Grandpa, Before Jesse could explain, he was interrupted by another voice. "Grandson, my dear grandson, what happened to you?" An elder quickly approached Angus with a look of concern on his face. This elder was none other than Huey, who had advocated for Montgomery's expulsion from the family last time. "Grandpa, it was Montgomery. He beat me up like this after I just said one word to him." Angus put on an aggrieved look and pretended to be pitiful. Huey flew into a rage at these words, turning sharply to glare at Montgomery. "Good for nothing. How dare you lay a hand on my grandson? I won't let this go today." Then he immediately looked at Arn. "Patriarch, tell us, how should we deal with this matter?" Arn frowned and asked Montgomery, "Is this true?" Montgomery nodded without denying it. Arnie's expression darkened. Seeing this, Portia stepped forward immediately. "Grandpa, Angus started it." The young girl swiftly recounted the events. After hearing the whole story, Arnie's expression turned even darker, giving Huey a cold glance. "Humph, so this is the fine grandson you have raised." Arn let out a cold snort and strode away. Huey had to suppress his anger, having no outlet for his fury. "Arvin, Huey, keep your grandson under control. If he dares to speak recklessly again, don't blame me for being unyielding." Vonnie also shot Huey a cold look before striding into the hall. As he passed by Montgomery, he nodded slightly, showing a trace of approval in his eyes. Alvaro glanced at Huey briefly and followed Vonnie inside. Passing by Jesse, Alvaro saw that he was still glaring darkly at Montgomery, so he furrowed his brows slightly and chided softly. "Sit down properly." Jesse hesitated for a moment before finding a seat. "Grandpa." Angus looked disgruntled, but was cut off by Huey. "Shut up, you useless thing." Though somewhat regretful that Angus wasn't more capable, he still called someone to treat Angus's injuries. Thus ended the commotion between the younger generation in a hasty manner. All the young people turned their eyes to Montgomery, filled with curiosity. They were still somewhat bewildered. Montgomery was clearly incapacitated. How could he defeat Angus so easily? Moreover, why did Patriarch dismiss the matter so lightly? It was too unusual. What surprised them even more was that Montgomery's father, Seymour, had come too. Seymour was clearly unpopular within the family. It seemed something had happened during the month they were away. Under Arnie's chairmanship, the family banquet began. After everyone took their seats, Arnie stood up and announced loudly, "I've called you all back today because I have 2 pieces of good news to share." Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this gathering supposed to celebrate Patriarch's birthday? What other good news could there be? Jesse's lips curved slightly, knowing what was going on along with a few others. Beside Arnie, Alvaro also wore a smile, indicating the good news was related to their father and son. Meeting everyone's curious gazes, Arnie slowly began. "The first piece of good news is that my grandson Jesse has successfully entered the advanced magic class and become a disciple of Dean Camden at the This City Mage Academy." At these words, the hall fell silent for a moment before bursting into a cacophony of exclamations and praises. Heavens, brother Jesse actually made it into the advanced magic class and became a disciple of Dean Camden. That's amazing. The younger generation all looked at Jesse with awe, admiration, and reverence. "Brother Jesse, you're so impressive," a young girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Feeling admired by everyone, Jesse's lips curled, a look of pride flashing in his eyes. Donlin City is located at the intersection of 2 counties. To its east lie 2 county towns, This City and Sodiing City. Those from Donlin City who wanted to attend the Mage Academy generally had 2 choices, Sodiing City or This City. Most of the Freddy family's younger members studied at the Sodiing City Mage Academy, except for Jesse who studied at the This City Mage Academy. Compared to Sodiing City, This City's entrance examination was much harder. Initially, only 2 people from the Freddy family successfully passed the exam. One of them was Jesse. The other person was, naturally, Montgomery. However, Montgomery only stayed at This City Mage Academy for half a year before getting accepted into the provincial capital, Shilly City Mage Academy. Although Jesse's achievement paled in comparison to Montgomery's past accomplishments, it was still very impressive in Donlin City. Entering the advanced magic class means successfully advancing to a level 4 mage. Jesse is 25 years old this year. At his age, reaching the rank of level 4 mage is already quite impressive in a small place like Donlin City. After all, Patriarch Arndt is only at the peak of level 5 mages. Moreover, he has become a disciple under the dean. The dean of This City Mage Academy is a grand mage of level 7. In the entire Far East region, he can be considered a true powerhouse. Not far away, Portia was also somewhat surprised. She turned her head to look at Montgomery and saw him frowning. She hurriedly comforted him softly. "Montgomery, don't lose heart. As long as you work hard, you can reach the peak again in the future." "I know, Sister Portia." Montgomery snapped back to his senses and, seeing Portia's worried face, couldn't help but smile inwardly but still nodded at her. Come on, how could he possibly be upset by something like this? The reason Montgomery frowned just now was for other reasons. Jesse entering the advanced magic class and becoming a disciple of the dean was something Montgomery, who had been reborn, naturally knew about. But what puzzled him was that the timing of this event did not match up with his past life. Montgomery remembered that in his previous life, this event occurred 2 months later. But now it was 2 months earlier. Could it be due to the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? Montgomery was suspicious. On the other side, Vonnie looked at Alvaro and congratulated him. "Congratulations, elder brother." The elders also spoke one after another to offer their congratulations. Alvaro responded to each of them, smiling so wide that his mouth wouldn't close. He secretly glanced at Seymour beside Vonnie, who was silently looking down, a shadow of triumph and relief flashing in his eyes. There was a time when the brilliance of Montgomery and his father overshadowed their family. But not anymore. Both father and son were subsequently disabled and could no longer be compared to them. As for the news that Montgomery's meridians were healed, Alvaro didn't take it seriously at all. A mere warrior, how could he compare to a mage? Seeing everyone's joyful expressions, Arn nodded approvingly, then pressed his hands down, signaling for silence, and continued. "The second piece of good news is that my grandson Montgomery's meridians have been healed by a master, and he can practice again." At these words, the hall fell silent once more, and all eyes turned towards Montgomery. Chapter 16, The Sheen River Manor. In the hall, almost everyone looked at Montgomery, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. A shadow of gloom flashed in Jesse's eyes, but he soon recovered his composure. Alvaro had already told him about this matter. How could a mere warrior compare to him, who was already a level 4 mage? After glancing a few more times, the others withdrew their gazes, not taking it too seriously. Like Alvaro, they thought it was just a warrior. They did not think much of it. Warriors held no high status anywhere unless they became high-level warriors of level 5 or above. But that was too difficult. Among the upper echelons of the entire Freddy family, there were only 2 level 5 warriors. Originally, you've become a warrior. No wonder you've turned arrogant again. At Jesse's table, Angus's eyes flashed with shadows of darkness. He finally understood why he had lost earlier. A low-level mage did not have an advantage when fighting a warrior, because low-level mages needed time to cast spells, while warriors could attack directly. Only after reaching level 5 could one instantly cast spells, which would prevent being at a disadvantage when facing nimble warriors. Next, it was mealtime. After the banquet, Montgomery and his father Aloysius returned to their residence. They no longer lived in the side house, but in a separate courtyard. Seeing his father's distressed expression, Montgomery consoled him. Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. Aloysius's body shook, patting Montgomery on the shoulder. Yes, father trusts you. He then returned to his room. Brandishing Aloysius's retreating figure, Montgomery whispered, Father, just wait a little longer. It won't be long before you can practice again. Montgomery had secretly examined Aloysius's internal ailments several days ago. He found that not only had his spiritual power been severely damaged, but also most of his meridians inside the body were destroyed. With Montgomery's skills, treating his injuries was not difficult. However, many medicinal herbs required for treatment were not available in Eastland City. Even the Far East Chamber of Commerce would need to procure them from elsewhere. But that wasn't something that could be done immediately. Montgomery could only wait for now. In the evening, Montgomery stretched and prepared to go for dinner. But when he opened the door, he saw a Brandy standing outside. Big Sister Rosanna, is there something? Montgomery looked puzzled. This was the second time Rosanna had come to see him today. Can I visit if there's nothing? Rosanna's beautiful eyes flashed, her voice tinged with coquettishness, very different from her usual cold demeanor. Combined with her stunningly beautiful expression, she looked somewhat adorable. Of course not. Montgomery hurriedly shook his head, smiling. I'm glad Big Sister Rosanna can come. Flatterer. Rosanna rolled her eyes, then said, Come with me. Where are we going? The Sheen River Manor. In the Lord's residence, in a courtyard, Layla looked coldly at the blonde youth before her. Dunked. How many times have I told you not to pester me? Layla, don't be so heartless. I came all the way from Sill City. The young man named Dunked looked earnestly. Layla, I truly like you. Give me a chance. Sorry, I don't like you. Layla rejected him mercilessly, saying coldly, I will say this one last time. Don't bother me anymore, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Seeing the girl give no leeway, Dunked became a bit angry. Layla, don't be too ruthless. This isn't good for anyone. Hearing these slightly threatening words, Layla's gaze turned icy. She stepped forward swiftly and slapped Dunked in the face, saying coldly, What are you? How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I'm afraid of your Camden family? If it weren't for Aunt's sake, I would have been impolite to you long ago. Geo. Two Megans nearby, seeing their master hit. Their expressions changed drastically, but they dared not approach to help. Beside the two Megans stood two young men. Seeing this scene, the two young men stared wide-eyed. In this small Eastland city, someone actually dared to hit Dunked. Dunked was stunned by the slap, covering his cheek and looking at the girl with disbelief, rage burning in his eyes. From childhood, he had always been the one hitting others. He had never been hit by anyone. What? You want to hit back? Try it if you dare. Layla sneered, then turned around and walked away without giving him a second glance. Dunked clenched his fists tightly, anger raging in his heart, wanting to lash out. But ultimately, reason suppressed his anger. If he dared to lay a hand on her, not only would he be ruined, but his family behind him would also be finished. Dunked cast a final glance at the girl's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with gloom, then turned and left the Lord's residence with his Megans. Layla entered the room and complained to Millie, who was meditating at the head seat. Aunt, that guy is really annoying. I wish I could just kill him with one sword. Millie opened her eyes and smiled. The Camden family has been quite supportive of me in recent years. Do me a favor and tolerate him. After all, you will be returning to the capital soon, and you won't see him anymore. By the way, ask Freddie to keep an eye on him so that he doesn't misbehave here. Yes, Aunt. Layla agreed and exited the room. The Sheen River Manor was a famous entertainment venue in Eastland City, as well as a place where people spent large amounts of money. Everything inside was extremely expensive, specifically designed for the nobility. As long as you had enough gold coins, you could enjoy an emperor-like treatment here. Covering several dozen acres, the Sheen River Manor was located by the Sheen River on the eastern side of Eastland City, from which it got its name. Its buildings were luxurious, not inferior to the Lord's residence of Eastland City, and even surpassed it in some aspects. Several carriages stopped at the entrance of the Sheen River Manor, and a group of young people got out. Leading them was Jesse. With the Freddie family experiencing double happiness, Arn was in high spirits and generously allocated nearly 1 million gold coins for Jesse to take the young generation of the Freddie family to relax at the Sheen River Manor. Montgomery followed the group, walking toward the manor. He originally didn't want to come, but was dragged along by Rosanna. First, they went to the restaurant inside the manor, planning to have a good meal before engaging in other activities. In an elegant private dining room, over a dozen young people sat around the table. Various exquisite dishes filled the table. Even a single dish cost hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Additionally, there was red wine priced at more than 10,000 gold coins per bottle. A Brandy picked up the red wine and started serving everyone. She first filled Jesse's glass and then moved on to the others. When she reached Montgomery, the bottle was empty. The girl glanced at the empty bottle and feigned regret. Oops, Montgomery, I'm sorry, it's just finished when it comes to you. She then looked at Jesse, probing. Big brother Jesse, should we order another bottle? Jesse frowned slightly and shook his head. No, Latour red wine is too expensive. One bottle costs over 100,000 gold coins. Grandfather only allowed us to buy 2 bottles. Upon hearing this, the girl turned to Montgomery, pretending to be apologetic. Montgomery, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it would run out right at your turn. Montgomery lifted his head and saw that although the girl looked apologetic on the surface, her eyes revealed mockery and ridicule. Chapter 17, Amethyst Love. It was clear that the girl in front of him had done it on purpose. The others naturally saw this too, but did not say a word, all wearing an expression as if they were watching a play. Only Portia's face showed displeasure. She glared fiercely at the girl and pushed her glass towards Montgomery. Montgomery, drink mine. The girl's face changed slightly, wanting to say something, but seeing Portia's cold expression, she wisely kept quiet. No need, Sister Portia. Montgomery pushed the wine glass back and glanced at the girl. He remembered that she seemed to be called Kathy, apparently Angus's younger sister. Thinking of the latter's identity, Montgomery could not help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, she was just a kid, resorting only to these petty tricks. But since she wanted to play, he would humor her. Montgomery called for the waiter waiting outside the private room. Sir, may I ask what you need? What is the most expensive wine here? Asked Montgomery. The waiter froze for a moment before showing a professional smile. Sir, our most expensive red wine is called Amethyst Love. How many bottles do you want? Montgomery nodded lightly without asking the price, saying directly, Bring 3 bottles. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Jesse was the first to react. He abruptly stood up from his seat, staring at Montgomery. Montgomery, are you out of your mind? Do you know how much 1 bottle of Amethyst Love costs? The others also looked at Montgomery, as if he were crazy. Although they had not tasted Amethyst Love, they had heard of it. Rumor had it that 1 bottle cost nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. For Montgomery to dare order 3 bottles at once, wasn't this madness? Montgomery glanced at Jesse and said calmly, Relax, I won't need you to pay. You? Jesse hesitated for a moment, then sneered. Fine, I'd like to see how you will deal with this. Montgomery ignored him, turning his head to look at the waiter and frowned. Hurry up, why are you still standing there? The waiter replied with an, oh, and quickly left the room. Montgomery, what are you doing? Portia, filled with worry, gently rebuked. Amethyst Love costs nearly 1,000,000 gold coins per bottle. Are you insane? Montgomery gave the girl a reassuring look, signaling her not to worry. Seeing Montgomery's confident demeanor, Portia didn't know what to say for a moment. On the other side, after the waiter left, he did not immediately fetch the wine but reported the news to the restaurant manager. You say what? The guest in room 8 ordered 3 bottles of Amethyst Love. The restaurant manager was a brown-haired Chevy, nearly 2 meters tall, with a dark and fierce face, seeming difficult to approach. After hearing this news, the Chevy was also greatly surprised. He checked the information and learned about the background of Montgomery and company. So they are from the Freddy family. Huh. Really a bunch of prodigals, ordering 3 bottles of Amethyst Love at once. He muttered softly, with a mocking flash in his eyes. Sir, should we still send them the wine? The waiter asked cautiously. She told the manager because she was afraid Montgomery and company couldn't afford it. If so, she would inevitably be implicated later. The Chevy nodded, send it. Although the Freddy family has declined, they can still afford a few bottles of wine. The door to the private room opened, and the waiter came in carrying 3 bottles of Amethyst Love. Sir, here's your wine. Enjoy it slowly. She placed the Amethyst Love on the table and respectfully retreated. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. On the table, the 3 bottles of Amethyst Love stood quietly. The bottles were made of crystal glass, through which one could clearly see the deep purple liquid inside. Unlike other red wines, it was very clear, giving a sparkling appearance. It truly resembled amethyst. That's where its name comes from. Gulp. Everyone secretly swallowed their saliva, staring straight at the 3 bottles of Amethyst Love. A red wine of such quality was hard to come by even for people of their status. Spending nearly 1,000,000 gold coins for 1 bottle of wine, the Freddy family's wealth hadn't reached that level yet. Not to mention others. Even Jesse was somewhat entranced. Confronted with such a renowned wine, it would be false to say he wasn't tempted. Even Portia, who was usually indifferent, felt a twinge of excitement. In the end, she was still a girl under 20, unable to remain entirely unfeeling. Only Montgomery remained calm throughout. Being a supreme god, what hadn't he seen? Forget about merely 3 bottles of wine. Even if divine nectar were placed before him, he wouldn't bat an eye. Here, Sister Portia, let me fill your glass. Montgomery picked up one of the bottles, intending to pour some for Portia, but was stopped by her. Montgomery, return it. We can't afford it. Montgomery smiled, but didn't explain. He was about to open the cork when a voice stopped him. Montgomery, stop right there. It was Jesse, looking at him with sharp eyes. Montgomery paused and said coolly, I paid for this wine myself. Do you have to interfere? Pay yourself. Jesse sneered. If you have the capability, then pay first. Don't pretend to be generous now and let the family foot the bill later. He knew very well that the family would definitely cover the cost. The reason was simple. If they didn't, the Freddy family would be ridiculed by others. Unable to pay for a couple of bottles of wine and still claim to be the first noble family in Donglin City. At first, he had wanted to watch Montgomery's show, but after careful consideration, he thought that Montgomery's actions were likely aimed at getting back at the family. To prevent the loss of family property, he must stop Montgomery. With Jesse's reminder, everyone else realized this point as well and glared angrily at Montgomery. Montgomery, I never expected that you're not only useless but also so selfish. Montgomery, return the wine quickly. Don't cause a financial loss to the family because of your personal desire. Everyone berated Montgomery harshly, standing on a high moral ground. Portia frowned slightly and then looked at Montgomery softly. Montgomery, return it. Montgomery smiled at her and then looked at the crowd with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Without speaking, he slowly took out 3 scarlet golden cards from his storage ring. On the scarlet golden cards, various strange runes were engraved, with a star radiating brilliantly in the center, looking incredibly divine. Upon seeing the scarlet golden cards, everyone was shocked. Scarlet golden star card. How is this possible? Jesse's eyes widened as he stared intently at the 3 scarlet golden cards. No wonder their reactions were so strong. To facilitate large transactions, the Starfire Empire had issued super-large denomination gold cards, ranging from gold, platinum, scarlet gold to purple gold. A gold star card was worth 10,000 gold coins, platinum 10 times more, scarlet gold 100 times more, and purple gold 1,000 times more. The 3 scarlet golden star cards in Montgomery's hand equaled 3 million gold coins. Montgomery placed the 3 scarlet golden star cards down, opened the bottle amidst everyone's shocked expressions. This time, no one spoke again. Portia, don't daydream. Give it a taste. Montgomery poured half a glass for the girl. Portia snapped out of her daze, looking at Montgomery with complex emotions. She found herself increasingly unable to see through Montgomery. Don't stand there, try the taste. The girl hesitated no longer, raised her glass, and lightly sipped. Instantly, she felt a rich, mellow aroma filling her mouth. Montgomery also took a sip, but upon tasting the wine, he slightly frowned. To him, this amethyst love tasted mediocre. Compared to the wines he had in his previous life, this one was far inferior. Coming back to reality, the rest of them, Jesse especially, asked through gritted teeth, Montgomery, where did you get so much money? Montgomery glanced at him and said calmly, you seem to be overstepping. You? Jesse fumed, but finally huffed, stopping his words. After the shock, the others gazed longingly at the 3 bottles of amethyst love on the table. They too wanted to taste it, but couldn't bring themselves to ask Montgomery. They secretly despised Montgomery, having questioned him earlier. Asking now would mean submitting to Montgomery. They couldn't lower themselves like that. Seeing their longing gazes, Montgomery remarked indifferently, if you want a drink, pour yourself some. But no one moved. A few, including Jesse, still showed anger in their eyes. To them, Montgomery's posture resembled charity. However, some of the younger ones wore desperate looks, truly wanting to know what purple gold love tasted like. Montgomery ignored the crowd and smiled at Kathy. Why are you standing there? Pour some wine. Under Montgomery's half-smiling gaze, Kathy felt utterly embarrassed, stood up awkwardly, and laughed dryly. Well, you eat first. I'll be right back from the restroom. She hurriedly left the private room. The meal continued, but the initial enthusiasm was gone after Montgomery's performance. The delicious feast now tasted like wax. Where is Kathy? Angus frowned slightly. A young girl beside him stood up and offered. Brother Angus, I'll check. The girl left the room and returned shortly after with panic-stricken eyes. Oh, Sister Kathy was bullied. Chapter 18 Conflict. What exactly happened? Explain clearly. Angus dashed forward in one swift move, his face dark as he sternly questioned the young girl. The girl was somewhat afraid but quickly recounted what had happened. Earlier, after coming out of the restroom and looking around, she found Kathy being teased by a young man. Enraged, Kathy had slapped the young man hard. This angered the young man who then retaliated with 2 slaps back at Kathy. After hearing this, Angus became uncontrollably angry and roared. Where is it? Take me there quickly. Let's go check it out too. Jesse led everyone out of the private room. Montgomery, let's go check it out as well. Portia and Montgomery got up and walked towards the exit of the private room. Montgomery narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, he did not recall such an incident happening. In his past life, after Arnie's birthday party, Jesse had also taken the younger generation to celebrate at the Seine River Manor, where no accidents occurred in between. Although Montgomery hadn't gone along in his previous life, he had heard about it. It seems some things have really changed, Montgomery muttered to himself. Seeing a group of people leave the private room aggressively, the servant standing outside the door turned pale and quickly left the area. The group left the private room, passed through a corridor, and came to a corner. At the corner, 2 young men were fighting. One of them was Angus. Beside them, Kathy covered her cheeks, her eyes red and tears welling up inside them. Montgomery frowned slightly. He saw 2 fresh red handprints on both cheeks of the girl. Initially, Angus and the young man only attacked each other using fists and feet, but eventually started using magic. With the use of magic, Angus began to be at a disadvantage, clearly not a match for the young man. Seeing this, Jesse immediately rushed over to help. With the addition of the level 4 mage, the young man was quickly knocked down. Oomph, bastard, for bullying my sister. Angus kicked the young man fiercely twice, still not satisfied. He kicked him 2 more times. Scumbag, you dare hit me? You're dead. The young man, holding his head, stared at Angus with hatred in his eyes. Oomph, you even dare to threaten me? I'll kick you to death. Angus kicked the young man fiercely 2 more times and said coldly, Dog spawn, didn't you look at your almanac before going out today? Anyone you can provoke? If we were outside, Grandpa would definitely finish you off. The young man cried out in pain while cradling his head. Bastard, if you have the guts, leave your name. Angus showed disdain. Grandson, you want to seek revenge? Listen carefully, Grandpa doesn't change names or alter his actions. I'm Angus Freddy. He kicked the young man a few more times, then said to Kathy, Little sister, let's go. Subsequently, the group left the area and returned to the private room. Montgomery, walking at the back, glanced at the young man lying on the ground, frowning slightly. He felt like he had seen the person somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Just as Montgomery and the others left, a brown-haired Chevy appeared from the other side of the corner. Behind him followed a servant. Upon seeing the young man lying on the ground moaning, the Chevy's face changed dramatically. Sir, are you all right? He rushed forward, his face full of alarm as he gently helped the young man up, asking carefully about the situation. Humph, bastards dared to hit me. Wait and see. The young man gave a cold snort, pushing the Chevy away, and then quickly walked off in a direction with a dark expression. Seeing this, the Chevy hurriedly followed. Not long after, The young man pushed open the door and entered an extravagantly luxurious private room. Inside the room, a group of people were drinking and enjoying themselves. Next to each person was a fair-skinned, beautiful servant girl attending to them. Seeing the young man enter with a bruised face, a few people in the room instantly changed their expressions. The blond young man seated at the head of the table asked in a low voice, "Eveready, what happened?" The young man was none other than Dunk, who had recently failed in pursuing Layla at the mayor's residence. The beaten young man was Eveready, one of the two young men who had accompanied him. Earlier outside, I encountered a girl. Eveready didn't hide anything and quickly recounted the events. "You've got to be kidding me. Eveready, you actually got beaten in such a small place? This will be a laughingstock if it gets out." Next to Dunk, another blond young man mocked. His name was Charles, the other young man who had accompanied Dunk. Beside Dunk, two other young men sat, Rodney and Ross, known rascals in Donglin City. The two had recently met Dunk and others while strolling in the city. After a conversation, they learned about the identities of the group. They immediately tried to ingratiate themselves, flattering heavily, and gained Dunk's approval. Seizing the opportunity, they brought the group to the Seine River Manor to treat them lavishly and build closer relationships. At that moment, the two were extremely shocked. In this Donglin City, there are actually people who dare to offend the few of us right here. They must be tired of living. Bang! Dunk slapped his hand on the table and flew into a rage. "Daring to touch my brother, looking for death." Across from him, a blonde Chevy hurriedly stood up and said, "My lord, calm down. Leave this matter to me." The Chevy was named Antonio, the owner of this Seine River Manor. Dunk nodded without saying another word. Antonio heaved a slight sigh of relief. Dunk was of noble status, and he couldn't afford to offend him. "Gio Eveready, do you know who those ruffians are?" Eveready nodded and said with hatred, "I do. That kid said his name is Angus Freddy." Just then, the brown-haired Chevy walked in. Actually, he had been there for some time but did not dare to enter at will and thus waited outside. "Boss, it's a brat from the Freddy family." He stepped forward and quickly recounted what the servant had reported and his own speculations. Upon hearing this, Antonio's face darkened, and he coldly said, "I wondered who was so arrogant as to cause trouble on my turf. Turns out it's a brat from the Freddy family. Josh, go bring those kids over here for me." "Yes, boss." The Chevy named Josh immediately left upon hearing this. Eveready looked at Antonio. "What's the deal with that Freddy family? Are they powerful?" Antonio did not hide anything and quickly explained the situation of the Freddy family. Eveready instantly flew into a rage when he heard this. "Damn, I thought they were something. Just a viscount from a small county. How dare they act tough with me? Wait until I'm done with that little punk." Dunk and Charles were also furious. They were of such high status, yet they had been hit by the offspring of a petty noble from a small county. If this got out, it would be an utter disgrace. Rodney and Ross exchanged glances and saw excitement in each other's eyes, especially the former, who was practically jumping with excitement. After being humiliated by Montgomery that day, he had been thinking of how to take revenge, but he was warned by his father Brennan. Brennan told him to bear with it for a while and wait until Arnie's birthday party to settle scores. Although Rodney was very unwilling, he didn't dare to defy Brennan. Ever since then, Rodney has been extremely unhappy, wishing nothing more than to tear Montgomery apart. He never expected that the other party would come on their own today. Hee, let's see how you get out of this one. Rodney laughed coldly in his heart. Their three families originally planned to confront the Freddy family at Arnie's birthday party, but now it seemed unnecessary. Offending these few nobles in front of them was far more terrifying than offending the others. The two of them could already foresee the outcome for the Freddy family. Chapter 19 Antonio. "Kathy, what exactly happened just now?" Inside the private room, Jesse asked the young girl. Up to now, they still didn't understand what had occurred. Kathy wiped her reddened eyes and tearfully recounted the events. Apparently, the girl was in a bad mood earlier and left the restaurant area, wandering around outside for a while. When she returned, she encountered the same young man who had approached her before. He immediately started flirting with her and got physically inappropriate with her. Already upset, Kathy slapped him across the face. However, this enraged the youth, who retaliated without hesitation by striking her twice. At the end of her recount, Kathy sobbed. From childhood until now, she had never endured such humiliation. That scoundrel got off easy. Angus gritted his teeth, fury rekindling in his eyes. "Big brother Jesse, if we fight here, won't it anger the boss behind the Seine River Manor?" Beside Jesse, a young boy showed a trace of concern on his face. Upon hearing this, everyone else's bodies tensed up. The owner of the Seine River Manor, Antonio, had suddenly appeared in Eastwood City several decades ago and built this luxurious manor by the Seine River. When it first opened, a few second-rate nobles from Eastwood City had attempted to take advantage, hoping to profit from the new place. But within a night, these second-rate nobles' top members were killed, allegedly by Antonio himself. News spread, causing an uproar in Eastwood City. What shocked people even more was that the mayor's office took no action at all regarding such a major incident. People speculated widely that Antonio had significant influence, so much so that even the mayor's office dared not touch him. Since then, few dared to cause trouble in the Seine River Manor. Jesse furrowed his brow. He naturally knew the consequences of causing a scene at the Seine River Manor. But under those circumstances, he couldn't simply watch his kin be bullied. "Don't worry. We are after all members of the Freddy family, and besides, we didn't start anything first. I'm sure Mr. Antonio wouldn't make things difficult over such trivial matters." After Jesse's reassurance, the others' worries gradually faded, and Angus added, Yeah, we're still Freddy family members. Why would Mr. Antonio create trouble over some mongrel?" Everyone nodded, agreeing with their reasoning. After all, The Freddy family was one of the 3 top-tier noble families in Eastwood City, with considerable power. Antonio was a businessman and would definitely not make things difficult over such petty issues. They continued eating, chatting lively during the meal. As before, nobody paid attention to Montgomery. Of course, nobody targeted Montgomery either, fearing another embarrassing confrontation. Montgomery didn't bother with them either. At this moment, he was pondering something else. Because just now, he finally recalled where he had seen that young man before. At the Sheely City Mage Academy. Montgomery remembered that the youth seemed to be a follower of a notorious rich kid at the academy. He couldn't recall the name of the rich kid, but remembered that he had significant clout, comparable to his enemy Xander. Once, Montgomery witnessed a conflict between the two, yet the other party emerged unscathed. This indicated that the youth's family was at least as powerful as Xander. Otherwise, with Xander's vengeful nature, he wouldn't have let it slide. It seemed clear that the youth was from Sheely City and held a respectable position. Montgomery was puzzled why a notorious rich kid from Sheely City would come to a small place like Eastwood City. But then he figured it out. Perhaps his arrival was related to the administrator in some way. Speaking of which, Montgomery found it strange too. In his previous life, the administrator had never visited Eastwood City. It seemed his rebirth was already altering future events. While Montgomery was lost in thought, the door was violently pushed open and the burly Josh strode in. Everyone frowned, looking at the intruder with displeasure. Josh scanned the room, half smiling, and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Josh, in charge of this restaurant. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, instinctively turning to Jesse. Though Jesse had guessed, he pretended to be confused and asked, Mr. Josh, is there something wrong? Josh nodded. Of course there is. You caused a disturbance and hit someone here. Do you think it will just be let go? Humph, who asked that scoundrel to harass my sister? If he hadn't died, it would be cheap for him, Angus coldly remarked, showing no fear despite Josh revealing his identity. TSK, a fool asking for death. Josh sneered inwardly, calmly saying, Go tell our boss yourself. Do you want me to invite you, or will you leave on your own? Everyone's expressions slightly changed as they sensed something amiss from Josh's tone and couldn't help but look at Jesse. The latter frowned deeply, first giving everyone a reassuring look before standing up and saying, Sir, there was indeed a reason for what happened earlier. Shall I go with you to explain everything clearly to Mr. Antonio? Josh's expression suddenly turned stern. Wasn't I clear enough? Our boss wants to see all of you. Seeing the lack of respect, Jesse's face also darkened slightly. Don't shout. We'll come with you, he said in a low voice, no longer showing any respect toward Josh. As the top figure of the Freddy family's younger generation, who had just advanced to a 4th-level mage, Jesse also had his own pride. Quite a temper. Hope you can still act like this later. Josh sneered coldly, and then led the way forward. Let's go. Jesse stood up and led everyone out of the private room. Montgomery and Portia followed behind. Before leaving, Montgomery put away 2 unopened bottles of purple crystal love into his storage ring. Although he didn't value them much, it would be nice to take them back for Seymour to try. Following behind Josh, they soon arrived at the private room where Hudson and others were located. Please, our boss is inside. Josh opened the door to the private room and gestured for everyone to enter. The private room was spacious, nearly 100 square meters, luxuriously decorated in an elegant style, far superior to the one Montgomery and the others were in. The group entered without feeling crowded at all. Boss, they've arrived. Josh respectfully reported to Antonio. The latter nodded, his gaze turning to Montgomery and the others. The rest of the people in the private room also looked over. Tom's eyes searched through the crowd, and when he saw Montgomery at the back, they filled with joy. At first, he was worried that Montgomery wouldn't show up, but now he could finally get revenge for what happened that day. Antonio withdrew his gaze, stood up, and said to Eveready, Sir, they are here for you to deal with as you please. Upon seeing this, Jesse and the others' expressions changed, their hearts sinking. Antonio's attitude clearly indicated Eveready's extraordinary status. Just as Jesse and the others were stunned, Eveready stood up and coldly looked at Angus. Dog bastard, I told you, you'd regret it. Despite trembling legs, Angus still managed to say bravely, Don't you dare do anything reckless. We're from the Freddy family. If you touch me, my grandfather won't let it go. Chapter 20 I'll play with you. When they heard Angus's words, the people in the private room couldn't help but laugh. The smiles made Angus and the others feel a chill down their spines. Why you're laughing at what? Kathy asked somewhat nervously. No one answered her. They just kept laughing uncontrollably. It took quite a while before they stopped. Eveready looked at Kathy with a mocking smile. Oh my, it's the Freddy family. How frightening. The mocking expression and teasing words didn't go unnoticed by the likes of Jesse. Jesse's eyes turned cold as he said sternly, Sir, you've gone too far. Don't think my Freddy family is afraid of you. Quite the temper. Eveready's face showed a hint of surprise. Then his expression turned icy cold as he ordered Antonio, who was standing beside him. Take care of this boy for me. Antonio nodded but did not act himself. Instead, he signaled to Josh with a look. Understanding, Josh immediately charged toward Jesse. Jesse's face changed drastically as he hastily recited spells, preparing to resist with magic. But it was already too late. Josh was a level 4 warrior and an experienced veteran. Was someone like Jesse, a novice magician who had just entered level 4, able to resist under such a swift attack? Without 3 moves, Josh knocked Jesse to the ground. Big brother Jesse. The expressions of Angus and others changed greatly, fear appearing in their eyes. With even the strongest of them, Jesse, taken down easily, they wouldn't stand a chance against these people. But Angus still bluffed. If you touch big brother Jesse, the Freddy family won't let this go easily. Antonio was speechless. Even at this point, this young man in front of him didn't realize the situation. He glanced at Angus with pity. Boy, let me tell you, not only your Freddy family, but even the mayor's residents would not dare to be disrespectful in front of these gentlemen. What? Angus and the others felt their bodies weaken, nearly collapsing on the spot. Even the mayor's residents dared not provoke these people. Who could they possibly be? In the back of the crowd, Montgomery watched their reactions and felt a bit disappointed in his heart. But then he thought again and became understanding. They were only teenagers around 17 or 18 years old, usually sheltered by their families, without seeing much of the world. Their current reaction was indeed normal. Montgomery held back his thoughts and didn't rush to help Jesse. It wasn't that he was petty or vengeful. Montgomery believed that Jesse and his friends were too arrogant, especially Jesse. After advancing to a level 4 magician and joining the dean's disciples, he became so proud that he almost lost all sense of direction. Getting taught a lesson now would temper his arrogance and benefit his future growth. Montgomery remained calm, but Portia couldn't stay calm anymore. Seeing the girl about to act, Montgomery grabbed her arm and shook his head, whispering, "Sister Portia, rushing over won't help." "But we can't just watch, can we?" Portia was anxious. Though she didn't like Jesse much either, he was from the Freddy family. Brandishing him being beaten right in front of her eyes was something Portia couldn't bring herself to do. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Montgomery whispered to comfort her, giving her a reassuring look. Portia had no choice but to endure temporarily. Just as Josh was about to attack Jesse again, Angus knelt down with a thud and begged, "Please stop, let big brother Jesse go. It was all my fault. I'm willing to apologize to this gentleman." "Brother." Kathy's slender body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Montgomery was slightly surprised, not expecting Angus to have such courage. Josh paused and looked at Eveready for orders. Eveready didn't speak, but looked at Angus with a mocking gaze. "How do you plan to apologize?" Angus thought the other party might spare them, feeling happy for a moment, but unsure how to reply. Indeed, given the distinguished status of the other party, how could he possibly apologize? Seeing Angus's dilemma, Eveready stepped forward and said with a half smile, "Well, I have an idea." Saying this, he shifted his gaze to the charming Kathy. Angus's expression darkened. "Sure enough," Eveready then spoke. "It's simple for me to forgive you. Have your sister and the girls behind her stay and accompany me and my friends for a few days. Isn't that a fair deal?" Upon hearing this, Kathy and the other girls' faces changed dramatically, panic appearing in their eyes. Eveready's eyes roamed across the girls, revealing lewdness. Seeing the frightened and helpless looks on the girls' faces, Eveready grew more excited. What he wanted was this feeling of playing with others as if they were puppets. Angus's face flickered with conflicting emotions. The request was really too much for him to agree to. "Enough, you bastard. If you want to kill, just do it. Why humiliate us like this?" Portia couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed out of the crowd and angrily rebuked Eveready, her beautiful eyes cold with a desire to rush forward and cut him down with one sword. At the sight of Portia, the eyes of the few people in the private room instantly lit up. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This small family actually has such a beauty. What good fortune I have." Eveready's gaze roamed freely over Portia, liking what he saw more and more. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, her golden hair draped over her shoulders, her face exquisitely beautiful, and her well-developed figure wrapped in a blue long dress. More importantly, she exuded an icy, haughty air like a snow lotus, making anyone who saw her feel an urge to conquer her. Initially standing at the back of the crowd, Portia had not been noticed by those in the private room. "Beauty, what's your name?" Eveready leered as he spoke, reaching out to touch Portia's smooth, jade-like cheek. "Take your dirty hands away." The young lady frowned and slapped his hand away. "Hee, still a little firecracker, this young master likes it." Not only was Eveready not angry, but he laughed even harder and turned to instruct Josh. "Keep the girls here. Break the boys' legs first and throw them out. Wait for me to finish playing before dealing with them." "Yes, sir," Josh replied, and then moved towards Angus and the others. The latter group's faces paled, fear evident in their eyes. "Stop." Portia's expression changed as well, ready to stop them, but Eveready blocked her. "Little beauty, you'd better take care of yourself first." Eveready sneered as he approached Portia, but in the next moment, his body was struck heavily, flying backward with a scream. It was Montgomery who attacked. He slowly stepped in front of Portia, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone present. "I'll play with you next." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, all eyes fixed on that slender figure in the center. Chapter 21. Who are you? "Montgomery, you." Portia covered her red lips, never expecting Montgomery to step forward at such a moment. More surprisingly, she hadn't even noticed Montgomery's move earlier. Not just her, no one in the room had sensed it. It wasn't until Eveready flew backward that everyone reacted. Weigermont's face suddenly turned dark. "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Montgomery rubbed his knuckles and said with a faint smile, "I know, just beating a dog. You are insolent." Weigermont was furious, but Montgomery ignored him and turned to smile at the girl. "Sister Portia, take them away first. I'll handle things here." Portia came back to her senses and shook her head. "Montgomery, if we leave together." Montgomery felt a bit helpless and said, "Sister Portia, I'll hold them off. Leave here and go inform grandfather." But before Portia could continue, Montgomery interrupted her. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. Trust me." For some reason, after meeting Montgomery's confident gaze, Portia actually believed him. Thinking of how Montgomery single-handedly beat up a group of Megans not long ago, the girl gritted her teeth. Montgomery, be careful. With that, she quickly turned around to help Jesse up from the ground, signaling everyone to hurry away. Stop them, Weigerman shouted. Josh dashed towards the door of the private room, but was intercepted by Montgomery mid-step. Looking for death. Josh's eyes turned cold as he swung his fist straight at Montgomery's face. His punch, wrapped in fighting spirit, whistled through the air with terrifying force. Montgomery didn't dodge, raising his own fist to meet it. Seeing this, Rodney and Ross sneered inwardly, thinking Montgomery was finished. There was a crack, and Josh's handbone shattered as he was hurled away by a violent force. He slammed into the nearby wall with a thud, creating a human-shaped hole in the wooden wall. Everyone was shocked. All present stared at Montgomery in disbelief, especially those who knew Montgomery's background, like Rodney and others, their mouths hanging open in shock. It was simply unbelievable. The well-known wastrel from Donglin City had defeated an experienced 4th-rank warrior with one punch. This was too incredible. Jesse and the others were only concerned with escaping and didn't dare look back. Otherwise, they would have been greatly startled by the scene. Only Portia, walking last, glanced back out of concern. She saw Josh flying backward and was shocked into opening her mouth wide. But she didn't linger and quickly followed the others away. Montgomery walked forward, closed the private room door, and turned to grin at everyone. All right, now we can have some fun. Weiron's face darkened, standing up and saying coldly, Boy, you've done well. If I don't show you who's boss today, I won't be called Weiron. Hearing this, Rodney and Ross laughed. Montgomery's strength did indeed exceed their expectations. But so what? Facing the person before them, even the best warrior in Donglin City, Mayor Freddy, would have to kneel, let alone a mere 4th-rank warrior. Just as Weiron was about to order someone to kill Montgomery, Charles suddenly said beside him, Big brother Weiron, don't you think this kid looks like someone? Weiron turned his head. Like who? Charles said, that boy who was expelled from the Mage Academy recently. You mean the rapist? Weiron's gaze narrowed slightly, recalling the recent incident. Not long ago, Montgomery's case was widely discussed in Shilly City. Naturally, Weiron had heard of it. But since he spent most of his time eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, rarely showing up at the academy, he hadn't seen Montgomery or even known his name. Yes, that's him. Charles nodded. He'd felt Montgomery seemed familiar and finally recognized him after a closer inspection. What puzzled him was why Montgomery, who had supposedly been crippled, was still so powerful. Weiron didn't care about that and coldly stared at Montgomery. Boy, since you've stayed in Shilly City, you should have heard of this young master's reputation, right? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Montgomery pulled over a chair, sat down leisurely, and said calmly, not fearing the whooshing, intangible, aura radiating from Wyan. Of course I've heard. The prodigal son of the Camden family, right? Once stole a family magic scroll just to win a beauty's favor, ending up being dragged back home by your grandfather and having your legs broken. As he said this, Montgomery grinned at the already livid Weiron. You're so famous. How could I not have heard of you? Damn brat, you're looking for death. Weiron raged, roaring at Malden. Break this scum's legs. I want to personally deal with him. Yes, sir. Stewart stood up and approached Grayson with a smile. Young Geo Montgomery, you are truly surprising. Not long after your magic cultivation was destroyed, you've become a warrior. Your talent and character are admirable. At the end of his words, he even clapped, admiration evident in his eyes. But his expression suddenly turned cold. But young Geo Montgomery, you lack good judgment, offending people you shouldn't have. No matter how talented you are, it's useless now. Even facing Stewart, a well-known expert in Donglin City, Montgomery remained calm, chuckling as he replied. You should think carefully. Do you really want to be enemies with me over a few wastrels? I might be more troublesome than them. Huh? Stewart laughed, mockery heavy in his eyes. The others also laughed, their expression strange. Rodney couldn't help but sneer. Montgomery, you must still be asleep. You, a waste, dare to compare yourself to young Geo Weiron. Haha, he has the powerful Freddy family backing him, so he's fearless, huh? Ross chimed in as well, emphasizing the word Freddy, the mockery clear. Montgomery turned to look at the two who were laughing, his face suddenly turning serious. He abruptly spoke, be quiet. His voice thundered like lightning, exploding inside the private room. Everyone felt a deafening boom in their ears, followed by dizziness. Ross and Rodney, who were directly in the line of fire, fainted on the spot. Upon closer inspection, fresh red blood trickled from their 7 orifices. A few seconds later, everyone came back to their senses, their gazes filled with horror as they looked at Montgomery. The young man sat calmly on the chair, as if nothing had happened. Behind Weiron, 2 guards quickly stepped forward, pulling them behind themselves, looking at Montgomery with wariness. With their strength, they had suffered a brief mental shock just now. Stewart's eyes darted back and forth, scrutinizing Montgomery before speaking in a deep voice. You? Who are you really? The previous mental attack was almost on par with a full-force attack from a 5th-rank mage. This boy was only 17 or 18. How could he possibly unleash such an attack? Coupled with Montgomery's extraordinary demeanor, Stewart suddenly suspected that the person in front of him wasn't some teenager but a centuries-old monster. Not only did Stewart suspect this, Weiron and the others felt the same way. Montgomery's current demeanor and strength were vastly different from what was rumored about him. Chapter 22 Stop right there. Outside the Sheen River Manor, Portia and the others managed to escape successfully. This time, we owe it all to Montgomery. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. A young man whispered with lingering fear in his eyes. The rest also nodded in agreement. A girl voiced her concern. I wonder how Brother Montgomery is doing now. Worry clouded her eyes as she suddenly found Montgomery less detestable. While some were worried about Montgomery, not everyone shared this sentiment. Humph, this whole mess started because of him. If he hadn't bullied my sister like that, none of this would have happened, Angus sneered, without a trace of gratitude but instead with evident resentment. To him, it was all Montgomery's fault. Angus, how can you say such things? Clearly, Brother Montgomery saved us. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're even saying this here. The girl who spoke earlier glared angrily at Angus. Humph, what our brother says is right. This entire matter is Montgomery's fault, Kathy chimed in, harboring obvious resentment. She didn't once think that if she hadn't provoked Montgomery first, he wouldn't have retaliated. How can you be like this? The girl's face flushed with anger as she stared furiously at the two. Portia frowned, about to speak, when Jesse bellowed. Enough. All of you shut your mouths. Both parties immediately silenced, though they continued to glare at each other in dissatisfaction. Get in the carriage. Jesse spoke tersely, quickly boarding the carriage, with the rest following swiftly behind. The group spurred their horses and galloped toward the Freddy family compound. Outside the manor, a black-clad figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby building. He glanced in the direction Portia and the others had left before vanishing in an instant. Inside the private room, Montgomery smiled faintly and asked Egan, Do you know who I am? Egan paused, then composed himself and laughed. Young Geo Montgomery, I admit I misjudged you. However, offending Lord Wyrmondarun, you must pay the price today. Montgomery wasn't bothered at all, replying with a smile. That depends on whether or not you have what it takes. Young Geo Montgomery, rest assured, I will make you satisfied. Egan was still smiling one moment, but struck out abruptly the next. Like lightning, he flashed before Montgomery, his fist enveloped Indochid, striking with such force that the air roared. Earthwall. Montgomery uttered 2 words, as if pronouncing a heavenly judgment. Dense earth elements converged, forming a brown-yellow earthen wall before him. Egan's fist hit the wall, producing a deafening boom. Crack, crack. The wall instantly showed cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Thunderbolt. Montgomery commanded again, his hand reaching out into the air. A bolt of golden lightning split the roof and struck Egan directly. The speed was too quick for him to react. Gale Blade. Without giving Egan a chance to recover, Montgomery struck again. A green wind blade coalesced in the air between his fingers and shot towards Egan. Just recovering from the lightning strike, Egan heard the roaring wind and saw the blade approaching, his face turning pale as he hurriedly summoned his Uchid to shield himself. Clang, clang, clang. The green wind blade sliced against his defensive aura, creating sounds like metal clashing. All this seemed long in recounting, but occurred within mere seconds. Montgomery's rapid attacks left several onlookers nearby speechless. Instant magic, and with 3 attributes, wind, lightning, and earth. How is this possible? 2 guards in front of Wyrmondarun gaped in shock, stunned by Montgomery's skills. Wyrmondarun and her were similarly dumbfounded, never having seen anything like it. Dual attribute mages were already considered geniuses, let alone someone with 3 attributes. A genius of this caliber could hardly be found in the entire Western Mountain Province. Moreover, instant magic at such a young age. This was no longer just genius territory, but pure monstrosity. For the first time, Wyrmondarun felt a sense of foreboding. He suddenly realized he might have messed with someone formidable. Egan shared this feeling. 3 attribute magical talent, capable of instant casting at such a young age. Even with his toes, Egan could foresee that Montgomery's future was boundless. Yet he had offended such a person. If Montgomery grew up, he'd be doomed. Thinking of this, Egan's heart filled with murderous intent. His body trembled as massive Duchid erupted, dispersing the remaining gale force around him. Looking closely, Egan now appeared rather disheveled. His golden hair was in disarray, his face blackened, and his clothes were torn. There were cuts on his neck, cheeks, and other vulnerable parts of his body from the wind blades, with blood trickling down. The sight was somewhat terrifying. Although it looked shocking, they were only superficial injuries. After all, Egan was a level 5 warrior. He could not be easily defeated by a few spells. Young Geo Montgomery, you certainly have your ways. Egan gritted his teeth as he looked at Montgomery. I must admit, I've been short-sighted before. Never did I think there was a hidden dragon within our Donglan city. Haha. Too kind. Montgomery smiled faintly, completely unperturbed. Montgomery's calm demeanor made Egan even more alarmed. It was one thing to have great talent, but to also possess such composure. This kind of person would inevitably become a superpower ruling a region as long as they didn't die. This boy must not be left alive. Egan's heart filled with even more murderous intent. He turned to look at the 2 guards in front of Wyrmondarun and spoke respectfully. Gentlemen, I alone fear I cannot handle him. We may need to join forces. The 2 guards thought exactly what Egan did and immediately nodded without hesitation. Agreed. The 2 stepped forward, forming an encircling position with Egan, surrounding Montgomery in the middle. Facing the 3-on-1 attack, Montgomery remained calm, even stretching lazily as he said indifferently. The warm-up is over. It's time to get serious. Hearing this, their expressions changed. Those moves earlier were just for warming up? Humph, this boy is probably bluffing. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't take him down. One guard spoke coldly and was about to make a move. But at that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly burst open, and several figures rushed in swiftly. Leading them was Millie. Everyone stop right there. Millie's sharp cry spread a formidable aura throughout the room. Everyone inside, except Montgomery, trembled. Governor. Governor Duran. The two guards turned around and almost collapsed when they saw who had arrived. Egan's body shook violently, fear evident in his eyes. He never thought he would draw her here as well. Wiring Duran and Hare's faces also changed dramatically, hurriedly stepping forward to greet her. Met Governor Duran. Chapter 23, Deliver a Message for Me. The visitors totaled 3 people, precisely Millie, Emma, and Mayor Freddy. At this moment, Millie wore a frosty expression, her eyes glaring unfavorably at Hudson and Dante. The two trembled slightly, hearts filled with immense fear. They could clearly sense that the woman before them was angry. As noble heirs of Shili City, both deeply understood the prowess of the woman in front of them. Without further ado, just by being a woman who could become the governor of West Mountain Province, it showed how extraordinary her methods and abilities were. Hudson managed to force out a thin smile. Aunt Millie, why are you here? If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have flown off? Millie let out a cold snort, her icy gaze sweeping over the two men. Hudson was speechless, looking bewildered, wondering what exactly he had done. I'll deal with you later. Millie gave another cold snort, then swiftly walked toward Montgomery. What followed left everyone present dumbstruck. There they saw Millie bowing respectfully to Montgomery, speaking in an apologetic tone. I apologize, sir. I didn't mean to alarm you. Hudson and others were stunned. They couldn't believe that Millie would be so courteous. Just who was this young man? Montgomery appeared surprised, not expecting that the person he encountered by chance in the transverse range would be the governor of West Mountain Province. Get up. This matter has nothing to do with you. Montgomery maintained his composure, waving his hand at Millie. His expression remained calm, showing no change due to Millie's identity or demeanor. However, Millie did not rise immediately, saying again apologetically, Sir, West Mountain Province is under my jurisdiction. Since you've been alarmed in my jurisdiction, I also bear responsibility. Please allow me to accept your punishment. Montgomery looked at the elegant woman in front of him, surprise flashing through his eyes once more. During their last meeting, he found Millie's character to be exceptional, someone fit for great deeds. Now it seemed she indeed was such a person. Montgomery naturally understood Millie's intentions, but chose not to expose them, responding with a faint smile. Please rise. This matter truly has nothing to do with you. Besides, how could I be unreasonable? Sir, you are magnanimous. Millie straightened up, first flattering him, then coldly scanning Hudson and company. Sir, how would you like these fellows to be dealt with? You just need to tell me. There's no need for you to lift a finger. Hearing this, Hudson and his group trembled, almost wetting their pants from fear. Freddy, who followed behind Emma, felt an intense shock within his heart. When Millie inquired about Montgomery earlier, he had some guesses, but he never imagined that Millie would show such reverence to Montgomery. Seeing Montgomery not responding, Millie turned her gaze to Hudson, saying coldly, Hudson, what punishment should you receive for offending the sir? Hudson shuddered, forcing himself to say, Aunt Millie. Interrupting him mid-sentence, Millie snapped, Call me governor. Hudson shivered again, cautiously saying, Gee, governor, I didn't know he was your friend, please forgive me. Millie raised an eyebrow, replying coldly, So, if he's not my friend, you can bully him see. Hudson's face changed, shaking his head hastily. No, not at all. Seeing Millie's expression turn even colder, he hurriedly added, Governor, it's all my fault this time. I'm willing to make amends and apologize. Though Hudson was spoiled, he wasn't foolish. He knew he had made a big mistake. Given Millie's attitude toward Montgomery, if he continued to argue irrationally, it would only infuriate her further. Although the Camden family was powerful, compared to Millie's influence, they still fell short. More importantly, he was merely a pampered member of the Camden family. If he really crossed paths with Millie today, his family likely wouldn't risk becoming her enemy for the sake of a spoiled heir. Dante quickly added, Governor, I'm also willing to make amends and apologize. Malden rushed forward as well, saying, Sir, I am also willing to make amends and apologize. Seeing their cooperative attitude, and considering that Hudson's grandfather was an old acquaintance, Millie decided not to press further, turning her gaze toward Montgomery instead. Sir, what do you think? Montgomery instantly grasped Millie's intention but didn't get angry. With the respect she showed him, he felt obliged to give her this courtesy. Turning his head to Hudson, he said indifferently, I may spare you, but you must deliver a message for me. Hudson was delighted and vowed earnestly, Senior, just say it. Not one sentence, even 100 won't be a problem. Smiling, Montgomery nodded and said, When you return to Shili City, go tell Xander to clean his neck and wait. It won't be long before someone comes for his head. Hudson looked up at Montgomery in shock, staring blankly, as if confirming whether these words were true. Montgomery's brows furrowed slightly. What? Can't you do it? Hudson shook his head hurriedly and promised, Senior, rest assured, I will surely deliver the message. Montgomery nodded, then turned to Malden with a hint of amusement in his eyes. As for you. He drew out the words without continuing. Senior, spare me. Earlier, this lowly one was blind and offended Senior. I am willing to make any compensation. Malden's body trembled as he hastily begged for mercy, deeply regretting what he had done. Had he known, he would never have provoked Montgomery. Montgomery nodded. If so, then take this manor as compensation. Malden's body shuddered again, his face turning pale instantly. This manor was the legacy he had built up over half a lifetime, and now he was asked to give it up willingly. How could he be content? Moreover, the manor did not entirely belong to him. What unwilling? Montgomery's tone became slightly heavier. Malden trembled in fear, nodding frantically. Senior, I agree. Saying these words tore at his heart. Though it pained him beyond breathing, compared to his life, Malden had no choice but to endure the loss. As for his background, he didn't even think about mentioning it. Joking. Even the governor revered Montgomery so much. If he revealed his background, wasn't that asking for death? Senior, here is the deed. Malden took out a scroll, intending to hand it over to Montgomery. No need. You will still manage this matter. I'll stay behind the scenes. Hearing this, Malden was delighted, quickly bowing and saying, "Thank you, Senior." He thought he would return to his old days of risking his life, but unexpectedly, he not only avoided that, but also attached himself to Montgomery. Get up. Montgomery nodded, stepped forward in front of Malden, and said indifferently, "Remember, you know about this matter. Don't reveal it." "Senior, I will keep silent," Malden guaranteed, patting his chest. Montgomery nodded and turned to Millie. "Thank you for your kindness today. If there's anything unsolvable in the future, you may find me." Although Montgomery could handle things himself even if she didn't come, doing so would cause more trouble. Moreover, he was not the type to be unreasonable. Millie was delighted upon hearing this. "Thank you, sir." She had rushed over precisely to build a relationship with Montgomery. Now with Montgomery's words, she was already quite satisfied. Seeing Montgomery about to leave, Millie hurriedly said, "Sir, wait, let me see you off." "There's no need." Montgomery waved his hand and then left the private room. Brandishing him leave, Hudson and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 24, an explanation. Aunt Millie, who is that person exactly? Cedric looked at Millie curiously. Millie gave him a faint glance, her voice slightly cold. "If it's none of your business, don't ask. Remember, be low-key in the future. Although the Camden family has some influence in the West Mountain province, there are many people you can't afford to provoke in the Empire." Yes, Aunt Millie. I will take your advice and stay low-key when I return home." Cedric nodded repeatedly, not daring to contradict at all. Everyone disperse. Millie waved her hand at everyone present, adding as a warning, "By the way, I hope you all keep this secret. If anyone dares to spread tonight's events, don't blame me for being unforgiving." Earlier, Montgomery had instructed Egan not to expose his identity, so Millie inferred that Montgomery was probably someone who preferred to keep a low profile, disliking disturbance from others. Otherwise, with such capabilities, he wouldn't remain unknown. Everyone quickly nodded. In fact, even without Millie saying it, they had already thought of this point. Subsequently, Millie left the manor with Emma and Freddie. Montgomery left the manor and walked straight toward his home. Before he had gone far, he encountered Seymour, Vonnie, and Portia rushing over anxiously. The three were Seymour, Vonnie, and Portia. As for the others, they did not come because they felt the situation was unpredictable and dangerous, not wanting to put themselves at risk for Montgomery. Seeing Montgomery safe and sound, the three instantly felt relieved. "Xiaoming, are you all right?" Seymour stepped forward, his face full of concern. Montgomery shook his head and smiled. "Father, how could anything happen to me?" Vonnie also approached, looking suspicious. "Kid, what exactly happened? Didn't Portia say you got into big trouble?" Portia also asked, stepping closer. "Yes, what happened? Big trouble? Just a bunch of rabble-rousers. I took care of them easily." Montgomery said nonchalantly. "Don't boast. That Egan from Sheen River Manor is a 5th-level warrior whom I know. With your puny body, you probably couldn't withstand one punch from him." Vonnie glared with his tiger-like eyes. "Now tell us, what really happened?" "Yeah, Montgomery, tell us, what really happened?" Portia's face was full of curiosity. Although she saw Montgomery hit Ackman away, she still didn't believe that Montgomery could get out of that situation unharmed just by himself. Not mentioning those several wealthy and influential young masters, even facing Egan alone would have been impossible for him. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Montgomery felt somewhat helpless. Since the truth wasn't working, then he could only lie. "All right, I'll tell you, it actually went like this." After Montgomery's embellished story, they finally believed him. He claimed that after Portia and the others left, a Johnny Bun just happened to pass by outside the room, heard the commotion, and intervened to rescue him. He also punished that influential young master from Sheely City, whose family elder knew the Ajani. Because that young master came from Sheely City, and his family elders were acquainted with the Ajani. The Ajani couldn't tolerate his bullying the weak, and thus taught him a lesson. Upon hearing this, the three couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They never expected that their family members would accidentally provoke a noble from Sheely City this time. Fortunately, they met the Ajani. Otherwise, the Freddy family would have been in serious trouble. "Brat, you're really lucky to coincidentally run into the Ajani, or our Freddy family would have been doomed." Vonnie's face showed admiration, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Portia's beautiful eyes focused on Montgomery, feeling something wasn't right. Was it really that coincidental? They just left, and the Ajani came? "Montgomery, don't ever do such reckless things again. We won't always be this lucky." Seymour patted Montgomery's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. "I understand, father." Montgomery nodded, feeling somewhat speechless inside. He didn't expect that making up a story would actually make them believe him. Now that everything is fine, we should go back and reassure father. He must be worried sick. Earlier, Arn wanted to come, but was stopped by Alvaro and other elders. For this, Arn raged inwardly, but he couldn't defy the senior leaders of the family, so he had to suppress his anger. Soon after, the four returned home. Upon learning the details, Arn and the other seniors were also extremely fearful. Immediately, someone criticized Montgomery sharply, blaming him for all the subsequent issues stemming from his provocation of Kathy. And the one who stood up first was none other than Kathy's grandfather Huey. Following his words, other elders joined in, all criticizing Montgomery. Even though they now knew Montgomery could cultivate, Many in the family still disliked him. Of course, they didn't dislike the Montgomery father and son without reason. There was a cause. The Montgomery father and son were once prodigies of the family, consuming countless resources. However, both ended up being crippled by others. After spending so many resources to only end up with two useless individuals, it was impossible for the family not to be upset. Shut up, Arn bellowed with fury, his terrifying aura sweeping over everyone, causing them to immediately fall silent. You bunch of cowards only know how to quarrel within the family. Don't you feel ashamed? All of you, get out. Arnie's face was stern as he swept his cold gaze over the crowd. No one dared to meet Arnie's eyes except Huey, who remained unperturbed and said firmly, Clan leader, I haven't spoken any falsehoods. If not for Montgomery bullying Kathy, none of these subsequent events would have happened. And where did Montgomery get all that money from? Shouldn't he give us an explanation? As soon as this matter was mentioned, everyone became alert again. Another elder chimed in. Yes. Where did Montgomery get so much money? Could it be that clan leader gave it to him secretly? Or did Montgomery steal it from the clan? All the elders turned their suspicious gazes toward Arn. It wasn't unreasonable for them to be suspicious. Arn had been unusually partial to the Montgomery father and son for a long time. Now that Montgomery could cultivate again, it was very possible that Arn was giving him money privately. Confronted by the questioning crowd, Arnie's temples throbbed with anger, and his face turned extremely dark. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Clan leader, if Montgomery can provide a reasonable explanation, we will immediately step down. Huey remained firm, determined to oppose Arn. Anyone with clear eyes could see that he was seeking retribution for his own grandchildren, but no one called him out on it. Instead, they echoed his demands for an explanation. Arn was so enraged that he couldn't form a complete sentence. What do you think you're doing? Do you want a rebel? Vani flew into a rage, his tiger-like eyes scanning the crowd coldly, ready to attack at the slightest provocation. Arvin Vani, don't misunderstand. We just want a reasonable explanation. Huey bowed slightly, his voice neither too humble nor too aggressive. I think you're asking for a beating. Vani was livid, lifting his fist to strike, but Alvaro stopped him in time. Vani, stop. Brother, let go of me. Vani snarled, glaring angrily. These people are too outrageous. If not for Montgomery staying behind, those young ones wouldn't have returned safely. Not only do they not show gratitude, but they're even turning things around here. Chapter 25. You have a good son. Alvaro's eyes flickered as he said coolly, Montgomery should give an explanation. Arvin, brother, you. Vani looked at Alvaro in disbelief, disappointment flashing across his face for the first time. Alvaro turned away, avoiding eye contact. Seeing that things could not be salvaged, Montgomery stepped forward and said indifferently, What kind of explanation do you want? For some reason, upon meeting Montgomery's calm, unperturbed gaze, everyone involuntarily shivered inside. They had a mistaken feeling that the pressure Montgomery exuded was even greater than Arnie's. Huey steadied himself and said calmly, Tell us the origin of that money. Montgomery's eyes narrowed slightly, then his expression suddenly turned cold. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you anything? His words echoed loudly in everyone's ears. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone stared at the figure in the middle of the room in disbelief. Did Montgomery dare speak to Arvin Huey like this? Was he mad? After a few seconds of shock, Huey snapped out of it, his face instantly darkening. Montgomery, what did you say? Montgomery didn't even look at him, turning away to present his back. Grandfather, I drank this wine. It tastes fine. You can try it too. In front of everyone, Montgomery took out a bottle of purple crystal romance and handed it to Arn. Then he turned again, took out another bottle, and gave it to Aloysius. Father, here is another one for you and Uncle too. Finally, Montgomery turned to look at all the elders and said lightly, I still have cultivation to do, so I won't keep you company. With that, he turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind a proud figure. Such behavior from Montgomery showed utter disregard for all the elders. The elders were furious but understood well enough and shouted out their anger. Insolence, pure insolence. Huey's face darkened further, unable to contain his rage any longer. In one swift motion, he lunged at Montgomery's back, shouting, Wretch, you show no respect. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Huey, stop! Arn shouted loudly, but it was too late. In a moment, Montgomery suddenly spun around and threw a straight punch. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking came from the collision. Montgomery, Aloysius, Portia, and others were greatly alarmed, but what happened next left everyone wide-eyed. Originally seething with anger, Huey suddenly showed signs of pain, staggering backward. This? Everyone gaped, hardly believing their eyes. Huey had been driven back by Montgomery. How was this possible? Huey was a 5th-grade warrior. Although not top tier, he was far beyond what Montgomery could defeat. Fortunately, the younger members of the family had returned to their rooms due to the shock. Otherwise, they would have been stunned by this scene. In consideration of our kinship, we'll let it pass this time. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Montgomery cast a cold glance at Huey and then turned away without another look. No one dared to stop him this time. Huey was among the stronger ones among the elders. If even he wasn't a match, the others stood no chance. If they were also driven back by Montgomery, the loss of face would be enormous. It took several seconds for people to come back to their senses. Arn laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Heaven favors our Freddy family. Though he didn't know why Montgomery was so powerful, it was undeniably good news. This kid has really kept his depth hidden. Vani sighed, patting Aloysius on the shoulder with a smile. Third brother, you have a good son. Aloysius's eyes became moist as he watched Montgomery's retreating figure. At the moment Montgomery was crippled, he had felt utterly hopeless. If not for Montgomery, Aloysius might have chosen to take his own life. He never thought Montgomery would rise again. No need to cry, this is a good thing. Let's go celebrate. Vonnie chuckled, glancing at the purple crystal romance in Aloysius's hand with longing. Aloysius nodded happily and looked at Portia. Girl, do you want to join us? Portia shook her head. No thanks, Uncle 3. Seeing them about to leave, Arn called out, wait for me. He quickly followed them out of the hall. Throughout the whole incident, the three of them paid no attention to anyone else in the hall. The elders' faces darkened immeasurably, and Alvaro's expression was equally grim. Brandishing the three figures walk away, Alvaro clenched his fists, frustration flashing in his eyes before he too left the hall. Huey, what happened? You were actually driven back by that wretch. One of the elders asked angrily, his tone laced with reproach. The other elders didn't speak, but their eyes all showed dissatisfaction. A respectable 5th-grade warrior was actually driven back by a waste of flesh and blood. It was simply too shameful. Huey did not reply. Unconsciously, he recalled the moment when he faced Montgomery's punch earlier, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Only he knew how powerful Montgomery's punch was. Taking a deep breath, Huey left the hall with a grim face, not saying another word throughout the entire process. Seeing this, the rest of the elders also left one after another. Portia was the last to leave, her eyes slightly curved, revealing a smile on her fair face. Nothing much happened that night. The next day, when Jesse and the others heard that Montgomery had returned unharmed, they were all astonished. After learning the reason, they were amazed again, marveling at Montgomery's good luck. As for the incident where Montgomery fought Huey, it didn't spread. Such a shameful matter, the elders naturally wouldn't talk about it. Arn and the others also considered Montgomery's safety and kept it quiet. When you stand out among the trees, the wind will surely blow against you. Montgomery being so formidable would inevitably arouse jealousy from other families. Inside a luxuriously decorated bedroom of the Andy family, Tom lay on the bed with his eyes closed, and beside him, an elderly man with white hair was treating him. Behind the old man stood a middle-aged couple, both anxiously looking at the young man. Gio, Saul, what's wrong with my son? Dino couldn't help but ask. Saul was the only 5th-grade alchemist in Eastwood City, not only a light attribute mage himself, but also extremely knowledgeable about various herbs. Saul got up and shook his head at the couple. Your son has suffered severe mental trauma, and I am powerless to help. Upon hearing this, their faces turned deathly pale. Gio, is there really no other way? Dino asked unwillingly. There is. Yerk nodded. However, your son's mental injury is very serious, requiring a 7th grade or higher light mage to cure it. Dino felt hope rising, only to fall into despair once again. 7th grade archmages, especially those of the light attribute, were rare even in the entire West Mountain province. Where could he find such a person? And even if found, how could someone of that stature be persuaded to treat his son? Clan leader Dino, I must take my leave now. Clan leader Davidson has also invited me. After speaking, Yerk left the Andy family. Dino slumped onto a chair, his eyes losing their focus. Tom was his only son, now reduced to this state. The pain in his heart was unimaginable. Along with the pain came anger. Not long ago, Stuart sent Tom back, telling him that the latter had offended someone who shouldn't be provoked. Stuart, bastard, just wait. Dino gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. He didn't believe Stuart's lies. After his son visited the Weston River Manor and ended up like this, Dino firmly believed it had something to do with Stuart. Chapter 26 Good news. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Arnie's birthday banquet was approaching. The Freddy family was decorating with lanterns and making final preparations for the celebration. In the spacious hall of the Braun family, clan leader Ewan looked at the two middle-aged men opposite him and said with a smile, Gentlemen, I have everything ready. How about your side? Dino spoke up. I've already arranged with the Mercenary Guild. It won't be long before the Freddy family can no longer stand firm in West City Grantet. I have also discussed with President Nelson of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. They will no longer buy medicinal herbs from the Freddy family, thus cutting off half of their channels. The blonde Chevy next to Dino also spoke up. His name is Davidson, the patriarch of the Aryan family. Ewan nodded and smiled. Hee, I wonder how long that old Arn can hold on with this situation. The Freddy family mainly deals in the medicinal herb business. In Eastland City, they almost monopolize 80% of the medicinal herb trade. Previously, the Freddy family was the most powerful among the three major nobles. But 3 months ago, the city lord's residence suddenly forcibly reclaimed all the shop usage rights in the South District owned by the Freddy family. The Freddy family's medicinal herb sales channels are mainly divided into two parts, retail and wholesale. Retail is scattered sales in shops in both districts, while wholesale provides supplies to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. With all the pharmacies in the South District shutting down, income sources were lost by nearly 1/3. Financial difficulties led to various issues cropping up for the Freddy family, resulting in a steady decline over the past few months. If this continues, the Freddy family will eventually go bankrupt. Precisely because of this, Ewan decided to break the engagement with the Freddy family. Now, with the three major families taking action together, the Freddy family will lose the remaining sales channels. Under such circumstances, it won't take long for the Freddy family to become completely insolvent. Gentlemen, as agreed, after the Freddy family falls, I want 20% of the medicinal herb business in Eastland City, and the rest belongs to you. Ewan told them. He didn't contribute much this time, but getting 20% was enough. If it weren't for his alliance with the Fernando family, he wouldn't get even a percent. The two nodded, and Dino said, "All right, brother Ewan, we'll leave first." After the two left, Ewan stood up from his seat, gazing outside with a cold look in his eyes. "Arn, Montgomery, I will make you understand the consequences of offending me, Ewan." On the other side, after leaving the Braun family, Dino and Davidson headed toward the Sheen River Manor together. They intended to confront Stuart for an explanation. Shortly afterward, they arrived at the Sheen River Manor and met Stuart. "Stuart, my son encountered trouble here. You must give us an explanation," Dino said sternly. Davidson also added, "Yes, we need an answer." Stuart glanced at the two of them indifferently and said, "I told you, this matter has nothing to do with our Sheen River Manor. It's because your sons offended someone they shouldn't have." The two did not believe him, and Dino retorted coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. We know very well who is too powerful to offend in Eastland City." Stuart curled his lips, a hint of ridicule flashing in his eyes. That's not necessarily true." The two still didn't believe it, and Dino said coldly, "Stop playing games here. Tell us who it is." Stuart shook his head. "Sorry, I cannot disclose the name of that great person, but you will know soon. Go back and don't come here again." Brandishing Stuart walk away. Although the two felt reluctant, they had to leave temporarily. Tomorrow, they would launch an attack against the Freddy family. They didn't know if the Freddy family would act rashly. If they confronted Stuart now, it wouldn't be wise. At the city lord's residence, Millie finished her closed meditation. She now had a rosy complexion, with all the fire poison inside her body cleared out. Her cultivation had advanced further, reaching the peak of 8th level warrior, just one step away from 9th level. She called Layla in and said, "Layla, help me deliver the gift to Sir tomorrow. I have something urgent to attend to." Layla was stunned and asked in surprise, "Aunt, what's so urgent?" Millie's expression turned serious. "I received word that members of the Dark Church appeared in Soding City." "The Dark Church?" Layla showed astonishment, then said, "Aunt, I want to go with you." "No, it's too dangerous." Millie rejected her outright, then called Freddy. "Greetings, my lords." Freddy entered and bowed respectfully to both. Millie nodded and asked, "Have those three young masters left?" Freddy nodded. "In response to your lordship, the three young masters left Eastland City 3 days ago." Millie nodded and then said in a solemn tone, "Freddy, I will leave Eastland City soon. I hope you remember my words. Do not target the Freddy family any longer. If Brendan contacts you, tell him it's my order." "Yes, my lord." Freddy hurriedly nodded. On that day, after Millie heard the message Montgomery had Almond bring, she guessed that Montgomery had a feud with the Brendan family. Afterward, she learned from Freddy that it was indeed true. Not long ago, the Brendan family pressured Freddy all the way from afar to target the Freddy family. The sudden reclaim of shops in the South District by the city lord's residence was because of this reason. "All right, you may go." Millie waved her hand. After Freddy left the room, she turned to Layla and said, "Tomorrow, don't expose your identity to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for Mr. Sue." "Understood, Aunt." Layla nodded obediently. At the Freddy family, Jesse found his father Alvaro. "Father, I have good news to tell you." Alvaro was curious. "What good news?" Jesse excitedly said, "I just received word that Gio will also attend grandfather's birthday banquet tomorrow." Alvaro was stunned upon hearing this, almost disbelieving. Jesse's master was a great mage of the 7th level. If he were to attend Arnie's birthday banquet, it would certainly bring great honor to the Freddy family. Alvaro was extremely excited. "Let's go tell father this good news so everyone can know our son is the best in the Freddy family." Soon, the news that the 7th level great mage would attend Arnie's birthday banquet spread throughout the Freddy family. Everyone was incredibly shocked and abnormally excited. The clan elders praised Alvaro for having an excellent son. Younger members of the family looked up to Jesse with admiration and envy, seeing him as an idol. Montgomery also heard the news but paid no attention to it. Not to mention a mere great mage. Even if a Saint Realm mage came, he wouldn't spare a second glance. The news quickly spread throughout Eastland City. Upon learning this, the three major families were equally shocked. Ewan immediately sought out the other two patriarchs. "Gentlemen, this might be difficult now. A great mage is not someone we can afford to offend." Ewan spoke gravely, his voice unusually heavy. He knew all too well what a great mage represented. Even the Fernando family might not dare to offend one. Dino also had a serious expression. "If the news is true, we should give up on this opportunity." When he said this, he clearly felt reluctant, but there was no way around it. He dared not offend a great mage. Among the three, only Davidson seemed relaxed, as if it wasn't a big deal at all. The other two were puzzled. Ewan asked, "Davidson, you don't seem worried at all." Chapter 27, The Birthday Feast begins. Facing the two curious gazes, Niall wore a slight smile. "Heh, it's just a level 7 mage. What is there to worry about?" Startled by his words, the two men looked at him with disbelief. Dino teased, "Heh, young brother Niall, you sure have some big talk." Though teasing, his tone carried a hint of mockery. Niall was not upset. Instead, he changed the subject. "By the way, do you know why the mayor's mansion suddenly took back Freddy family shops in the South District?" Not quite understanding, they still shook their heads to show their ignorance. Zen's expression changed as he asked curiously, "Do you know?" "Of course," Niall nodded. "To be honest, Freddy did this because someone higher up told him to." Higher up? Hearing this, the two men were stunned, more puzzled than ever. "Let me tell you the truth. The Freddy family offended one of the major families of Sil City. Someone approached me not long ago and asked me to suppress the Freddy family." No longer mincing words, Niall spoke the truth. "So I speculate that the mayor's mansion must also have been contacted by someone from that major family. It was the first time they heard about this superstition." Dino asked dubiously. Strange, how could the Freddy family offend a major family in Sill City? But just after speaking, he figured out the reason. Not only him, but Zen also realized. The two immediately turned to Niall for confirmation. The latter nodded. That's right, it's all because of Montgomery. That boy caused trouble with someone he shouldn't in Sill City, which is why he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Mage Academy. That rascal indeed. They nodded. Zen felt relieved, thankful that he promptly went to break off the engagement, or he might have been implicated. Something came to Dino's mind, and he said in puzzlement. That doesn't make sense. If it's truly a major family from Sill City, they could crush the Freddy family with one finger. Why would they go through so much trouble to find you? Niall rolled his eyes. What do you know? They want the Freddy family to gradually decline, making them experience various forms of despair. Sometimes living can be more painful than death. They nodded in agreement. When the time comes, we can wield the power of Buellington family under the pretext of a tiger's hide. I don't believe that Great Mage would risk offending the Buellington family for just the Freddy family. Confidently, Niall continued. Moreover, I am 80% sure that Freddy will likely take action tomorrow. Even if that Great Mage is present, the Freddy family will absolutely not get through this crisis. Nodding again, Zen whispered. In that case, I'm reassured. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he waited for the next day. Freddy family had no idea about the secret plots of the three families. At this moment, the family was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In a room, Montgomery slowly opened his eyes, a glint of clarity appearing within. After half a month of rigorous cultivation, his strength had improved, though not breaking through. Otherwise, with his talent and the experience of rebirth, he would have already advanced to level 4 mage. Montgomery knew well that if he wanted to walk further on the path of cultivation, he must lay a solid foundation step by step. If the early stage foundation was not properly laid, the journey ahead would become increasingly difficult. In his past life, Montgomery sought revenge and cultivated at an especially fast pace in the early stages, which left behind roots of trouble, preventing him from breaking through to the final Divine King realm. Even more disheartening was when he finally became powerful and returned to the Star Moon continent. His old enemies were long gone. Jedediating up, Montgomery clenched his fists. Though currently just a level 3 mage and level 2 warrior, when unleashing full force, few below level 6 could match him. Leaving the castle by pushing open the door. Soon, he arrived at Far East Chamber of Commerce. Just arriving at the entrance, a steward came forward to welcome him, seemingly waiting for his arrival. Sir, please. The steward made a gesture inviting Montgomery inside, with utmost respect. Following the steward, Montgomery ascended to a hall on the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered the hall, President Nelson greeted him warmly. Sir, you've arrived. Montgomery nodded. Is everything ready? Nelson nodded, taking out a storage ring and handing it to Montgomery. Receiving it, Montgomery sent his mental energy into the ring to inspect its contents, only to frown. Why are some items missing? Nelson showed his difficulty. Sir, those 3 herbs are truly too hard to find. I contacted all branches in surrounding cities, yet none were found. I have reported the matter to Sill City, but no response has come yet. Montgomery gently nodded. Thank you, President Nelson. You're too kind, sir. It's my duty. Nelson hastily waved his hand, and then continued. By the way, sir, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Recently, Patriarch Eli of the Aryan family came to me and negotiated that our Far East Chamber of Commerce should no longer purchase medicinal herbs from your Freddy family in the future. Montgomery turned his head to look at him. Did you agree? Nelson nodded solemnly. Sir, to avoid alarming the snake, I agreed on the surface. Unexpectedly, I learned a major secret. Oh, tell me about it. Montgomery said with interest. Nelson took a deep breath and said gravely. According to Patriarch Eli, he decided to target you because of a powerful family from Sill City. They approached him and asked him to find ways to ruin the Freddy family. Upon hearing this, Montgomery narrowed his eyes, emitting a cold, killing intent. He knew very well which family it was from Sill City. Nelson's body trembled as he was startled by the sudden killing intent. He looked at Montgomery in shock, finding it hard to believe that a teenager around 17 or 18 could emit such pure and terrifying killing intent. Montgomery soon regained his composure and said indifferently, I know about this. You do this tomorrow. The next day, Montgomery walked out of his room. At this moment, the entire castle was filled with festive cheer. Servants were busy bustling about. Montgomery left his residence and headed towards the central hall of the castle. Arnie's birthday feast was being held there. When Montgomery entered the central hall, the venue for the feast had already been set up. Servants were moving back and forth, guests arrived continuously, and the atmosphere was lively. Montgomery's gaze swept around, searching for Seymour. Seymour had been helping out here for the past few days, so he arrived earlier than Montgomery. Soon, he found Seymour in the crowd. However, upon seeing his location, Montgomery couldn't help but frown. Seymour was seated next to the servants. Montgomery approached and asked sternly, Father, why are you sitting here? After all, Seymour was Arnie's son, and to be seated with servants didn't make sense. Seymour pulled over a stool nearby and smiled. Sit down and talk. Montgomery sat down, trying to keep his tone calm. Father, please explain. Chapter 28 Gift of a Clock. Eldest brother and the elders said it's too crowded at the main table, and there's no place for me. A hint of despondency flashed in Aloysius's eyes. These past few days, he had been trying his best to change, but there were still very few people within the family who favored him. Prejudice was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard one tried, they could never shift it. This time, Montgomery was genuinely angry. Did these people really think that they could bully his father? Were they soft, like clay waiting to be molded? However, Montgomery did not rush over to confront Alvaro and the group of elders immediately. After all, today was Arnie's birthday banquet, with so many guests present. If he were to get into an argument with the elders now, it would only invite ridicule from others. Father, rest assured, I will stand up for you, Montgomery said earnestly to Aloysius. Aloysius was startled and hurriedly said, Montgomery, today is your grandfather's birthday. Don't do anything rash. Montgomery nodded. Rest assured, Father, I know what I'm doing. At this moment, Rosanna walked over from nearby. Uncle Aloysius, Grandfather sent me to tell you that he feels troubled as well. He doesn't want you to feel upset, the young girl said softly to Aloysius. Aloysius nodded. I understand. Arn wanted Aloysius to sit at the main table, but the group of elders refused outright, saying that a cripple had no right to be there. Even Alvaro thought so. There was nothing Arn could do about it. After all, he couldn't start a fight with the elders just for this reason. Seeing that Rosanna also sat down, Montgomery asked curiously, Sister Rosanna, aren't you going to sit at the main table? Most of the core family members sat at the main table, while Montgomery's table was surrounded by servants and some hired workers. Even the collateral line descendants had better seats. One could say that sitting here with Montgomery was humiliating for Aloysius. For this reason, Montgomery felt somewhat enraged. I don't want to go there. The flattery at that table makes me want to vomit, Rosanna sneered, her eyes showing dissatisfaction. Since the news spread that Geo Jesse would attend the banquet, the young members of the family had become obsessed with Jesse. Toadying incidents occurred frequently. Montgomery's lips curled slightly. In his previous life, he had always admired the girl before him. Cold and haughty, frank and unpretentious. The guests noticed that Montgomery and Aloysius were sitting with the servants, and soon whispers and mockery began to rise. Regarding this, Aloysius remained expressionless and did not speak a word. He had long grown accustomed to such treatment. Montgomery didn't care at all, not even getting angry. The clamor of these ants wasn't worth making him angry. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. The Freddy family, being one of the 3 top noble families in Eastland City, indeed had extensive connections, with endless streams of visitors coming to wish for a happy birthday. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the entrance. Look, it's Aryan and the Andy family. What? Even the Braun family is here? The guests exclaimed, but upon seeing the Braun family, their eyes all showed astonishment. Everyone in Eastland City knew about what happened recently. Due to the annulment of the engagement, the 2 families had completely turned against each other, becoming enemies. None of them expected that the Braun family would actually come to celebrate an enemy's birthday. Yet, some astute individuals, seeing the 3 families arriving together, suddenly formed some suspicions. They were probably not here with good intentions. In the most prestigious seat at the hall, the heads of the Freddy family frowned deeply. They needed no guesswork to know that the arrival of these 3 families meant trouble. Needless to say, the Braun family was here with hostility, and the relationships between the other 2 families and the Freddy family were not friendly either. Especially the Andy family. Montgomery had beaten Tom's men a short while ago. Their presence at the banquet clearly didn't bear good intentions. But as guests, they could only welcome them with a smile. Alvaro, go receive them, Arn instructed Alvaro. Alvaro nodded and quickly went forward. This way, please. After Alvaro greeted them, he invited the 3 guests to the main table. Though he knew that their intentions might not be benign, given their distinguished statuses, formalities had to be maintained. Brother Alvaro, wishing the old man a long life and abundant blessings, Eli laughed, taking out a jade box from his storage ring. This is a gift we bought jointly from our 3 families. Please accept it. He opened the jade box, revealing its contents. Those around had been paying close attention, and when they saw what was inside, they were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Alvaro's gaze tightened, his forehead veins bulging as his face darkened. Inside the jade box lay a pure gold, ancient clock, its hands ticking away audibly. To everyone else, the ticking sounded like a thunderclap. The fact that the 3 families had gifted an ancient clock left no room for misunderstanding. If at first, everyone was merely suspicious, but now they were 100% sure that the 3 families absolutely had come with ill intentions. To give someone a clock during their birthday banquet is equivalent to cursing them to an early death. It was an outright provocation. At the main table, Arn and other high-ranking members of the Freddy family had dark and ugly expressions, their eyes locked on Bach and his 2 companions. These bastards are looking for a fight. Let me kick them out. Hodgson's voice was low as he prepared to rise, but Arn held him back. Don't rush. I want to see what their true purpose is. Arn, wise from years of experience, saw that the 3 families had united. Their motives were likely not simple. Besides bringing the clock, there would surely be other moves. Hodgson could only sit down reluctantly. Not far from the main table, Jesse and the younger generation were also enraged. These damn bastards have gone too far. I wish I could go over and finish them off. Angus gritted his teeth, staring intently at the distant figures. The rest of the young generation also looked grim, with Jesse's face dark as water, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. 3 great families, you'll pay for this someday. Rosanna clenched her teeth, her face cold and frightening. Aloysius's expression was also unappealing, his eyes showing anger and helplessness. All these changes didn't escape Montgomery's notice. Then he turned his gaze to Bach and his 2 companions, noticing their smug faces. A cold smile formed in Montgomery's heart. Vance, let you be arrogant for a while longer. Seeing Alvaro's expression waver between light and dark, Bach chuckled. Alvaro, this is a specially crafted valuable gift from our 3 families. Surely you won't refuse it. Alvaro's face was exceedingly dark, his voice low. Your gifts are too valuable for the Freddy family to accept. You might as well keep it for yourselves. With that, he turned and walked away, not even bothering to maintain appearances. The three men weren't upset by this. Eli smiled slyly as he put the jade box away and said to the others, "Let's find a place to sit for now. The real show will start later." They casually found a spot to sit. The crowd shifted their attention back, and the atmosphere once again seemed lively, with guests still pouring into the Freddy family estate. But the new arrivals could clearly sense something strange in the air. It felt like a storm was about to break, creating an inexplicable oppression. Chapter 29. What's it to you? Suddenly, a servant came before Jesse and said, "Young Geo, the person you've been waiting for has arrived." Hearing this, Jesse was delighted and immediately rushed out of the hall. Moments later, he returned with an elderly man with white hair and a young lady in tow. The old man wore a custom-made magic robe, had a gaunt face, stood tall and upright, and exuded an extraordinary aura. The girl was about 20 years old and possessed a similarly impressive demeanor. Their arrival instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Seeing Jesse's respectful attitude and the distinguished air surrounding the old man and the girl, everyone instantly guessed their identity. Arn and others quickly moved forward to welcome them. Ewan and his two companions had slightly serious expressions, while Dino whispered, as expected of a great mage, "Their bearing is truly remarkable." The other two nodded silently, their eyes showing a trace of seriousness. A level 7 great mage was considered a powerhouse even across the entire West Mountain province. They couldn't afford not to be solemn. "Mr. Ichabod, welcome." Arn greeted warmly, and then asked Jesse, "Jesse, who is this lady?" Jesse hurriedly introduced them. "Grandfather, this is senior sister Vanessa." Arn nodded and warmly invited them both. "Miss Vanessa, Mr. Ichabod, please follow me." In response to Arnie's warmth, Ichabod nodded with a smile, but the young girl Vanessa held her head high and didn't utter a single word, appearing extremely proud. As one of Ichabod's top disciples and born into nobility, Vanessa didn't even bother looking at the likes of Freddy's small family. If it weren't for needing to accompany her teacher, she wouldn't have come here at all. They escorted Ichabod to the main table. As they passed by Montgomery, Ichabod paused slightly and sneered at him. "Little boy, I heard you've been crippled?" Everyone's gaze sharpened, turning to look over. Arn and others were momentarily taken aback, wondering why a level 7 great mage like Ichabod would confront Montgomery. Montgomery had once studied in Zai City, where he was sought after by Ichabod due to his outstanding talent. However, Montgomery refused to become his disciple, which Ichabod had never forgotten. This visit to Eastland City was half motivated by the desire to mock Montgomery, and the other half by paying respects to the governor. Attending Arnie's birthday banquet was merely an added convenience. Vanessa, the young girl, stared at Montgomery from her height and said condescendingly, "So, you're the one who once refused to be teacher's disciple?" The room burst into uproar, and everyone's faces twisted with ridicule. Arn and others looked at Montgomery in shock, hearing this news for the first time. Indeed, back then, Montgomery had always been too proud to consider this a big deal, so he never mentioned it to Arn and the others. The distance between Eastland City and Zai City meant that news hadn't reached here, thus no one knew about it in Eastland City. Only Jesse knew, but jealous of Montgomery, he never told anyone. All present looked at Montgomery with derision, curious about his reaction. Once arrogant, now reduced to nothing. Facing the mocking gazes, Montgomery's expression remained unchanged as he calmly met the old man's and the girl's gazes. "Whether I am crippled or not, what's it to you, a mere outsider?" This remark caused another uproar. People couldn't believe their ears that Montgomery dared speak to a great mage like this. "Montgomery, you're being impertinent." Alvaro immediately snapped, glaring coldly at Montgomery. "Apologize to Mr. Ichabod right now." Montgomery lowered his head slightly, ignoring them. "You?" Faced with such disrespect from Montgomery, Alvaro turned pale with anger. "Rebel, how dare you show no respect? I'll break your legs." Just as Alvaro was about to act, a voice called from outside the hall. "What's upset brother Alvaro so much?" Everyone turned to see an elderly man slowly walking into the hall. President Nelson. All were surprised that even the president of Far East Guild had come. Nearby, Ewan and his companions looked slightly pleased. Upon seeing Nelson, Alvaro and others showed signs of surprise. In previous years, during Arnie's birthday celebrations, the Freddy family had invited Nelson, but he never came. This year's appearance was indeed peculiar. Alvaro suppressed his anger and welcomed Nelson, saying, "President Nelson, it's just a minor issue, don't mind it. Please, come in." Passing by Montgomery, Nelson nodded slightly. To avoid revealing himself, he did not sit next to Montgomery. On the other side, Arn forced a smile as he looked at Ichabod. "Mr. Ichabod, Montgomery doesn't know any better. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't take it to heart." "Ah, quite the temper for a cripple." Ichabod sneered, but didn't press further as he walked towards the main table. "You should know your place." Vanessa cast a cold glance at Montgomery. If not for the setting, she would have acted immediately. Hearing the girl's words, Arn felt bitter but could say nothing. Jesse and the other elders cursed Montgomery inwardly 180 times. No talent, but with plenty of attitude. Ichabod reached the main table and took the seat of honor reserved for Arn. Seeing this, Arnie's expression turned sour. On a normal day, it wouldn't matter, but today was his birthday banquet. How could someone else sit in the seat of honor? At that moment, Arnie's impression of Ichabod vanished entirely. He had already guessed that Ichabod's visit wasn't for attending the banquet, but specifically to mock Montgomery. Despite feeling very displeased, considering Ichabod's status, Arn suppressed his anger. Not far away, seeing this scene, Montgomery's brows furrowed slightly, but after noticing Jesse's fawning face, he kept silent. Afterward, seeing no more guests arriving, Alvaro announced the official start of the banquet. Servants brought out trays of delicious dishes, and the atmosphere began to warm up. Mr. Ichabod, Miss Vanessa, please, do not hesitate to eat. During the meal, Arn warmly invited the two to partake in the food. Vanessa picked up a piece of pastry with her silver fork, took a bite, and instantly frowned, spitting out the pastry while complaining. Is this supposed to be edible? The taste is terrible. Arn and others' faces froze, unsure of what to say. Vanessa. Ichabod gave the girl a stern look, but there was no blame in his eyes. Gio, it really tastes awful. If these were served at my house, even dogs wouldn't eat them. The girl complained with a furrowed brow, completely disregarding everyone's feelings. This time, even Jessie felt embarrassed. Her behavior was too disrespectful. Just as everyone was about to eat, upon hearing her words, they awkwardly put down their utensils. If something was fit only for dogs, eating it would mean they were worse than dogs. Chapter 30, Provocation. The arrogance of the young girl greatly displeased everyone present. But with a great mage standing behind her, the crowd could only suppress their discontent. Compared to the others, the people of the Freddy family felt even more aggrieved. Their meticulously prepared food had been dismissed as unworthy for dogs, a blatant slap in the face. Arn and his two companions exchanged glances and saw smiles in each other's eyes. They had originally worried about confronting a great mage. But now, seeing the girl's attitude, they realized they had overestimated the situation. The relationship between this great mage and the Freddy family was clearly not as good as they had imagined. Should anything happen, it was unlikely that he would intervene. Montgomery's expression darkened as he prepared to stand up and teach the girl a lesson, but someone spoke up first. Where did you come from, you little brat? Do you know what politeness is? Everyone turned to see who had spoken and found it was Nelson, leaving them surprised. He actually stood up at this moment. Miriam's pretty face turned cold as she cast a chilly glance at Nelson. Old man, are you looking for death? Nelson raised his gaze slightly and said calmly, I am Nelson Paxton, president of the East Forest City branch of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you try something? Humph, do you think I dare not? Miriam was furious and ready to rise, but she was stopped by Ichabod. Stop it, Miriam. Teacher. Miriam looked at Ichabod in puzzlement, but seeing the sternness on his face, she instantly understood. She gave an unwilling glance at Nelson before sitting down obediently. Ichabod gazed deeply at Nelson, his eyes flashing with surprise. Arn frowned, glanced at the nearby Nelson, and showed signs of surprise and confusion. Montgomery sat back down, putting away his intention to take action. The birthday banquet continued, but after the incident with the girl, no one felt like eating anymore. At this moment, more people arrived at the door. Everyone looked toward the entrance hall and saw 3 people striding in confidently. When they recognized the newcomers, everyone's expressions changed. 2 men and 1 woman came in. The girl leading the way was unfamiliar to everyone, but the 2 people following were highly recognizable. Freddy, the city lord, the only level 6 expert in East Forest City. Stuart, the boss of Siren River Manor, whose status and position were also high. Alvaro and others stood up in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. Compared to Nelson, the arrival of these 2 caused greater bewilderment, especially City Lord Freddy. Not long ago, Freddy forcefully reclaimed the shop usage rights of the Freddy family in the South District. At that time, the Freddy family was very angry, but the power of the City Lord's residence was too great, so they could only bear it. The relationship between the 2 families wasn't just strained, it was far from good. None of them could figure out why Freddy would attend this birthday banquet. Was he also here for trouble like Ewan and the others? Old friend Arn, congratulating you on your happiness as vast as the sea and longevity as lofty as the mountain. Freddy loudly wished Arn upon entering the hall. Stuart also chimed in from beside. Arn snapped out of his daze and immediately got up to welcome them. No need for formalities, please come in. Brother Arn, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Freddy took out a jade box and handed it to Arn. After hesitating briefly, Arn accepted it without opening it. Arn was afraid that if another scene happened, today's party might not go on. Chief Arvin Arn, this is my small gift, please accept it. Stuart also handed a jade box to Arn. After accepting it, Arn stored it in his ring and smiled. Thank you for your generosity. Please come in. Grandpa Arn, wait, I have a gift for you too. Layla opened her mouth, took out a jade box, and handed it to Arn. Compared to the previous 2 jade boxes, Layla's box looked much more valuable. This time, Arn didn't accept it right away and asked Layla curiously, Miss, who are you? He searched his memory several times and was very sure that he didn't recognize the girl. When Layla and Millie first arrived in East Forest City, they were taken away by Freddy and his guards, and only the guards at the city gate and some commoners had seen them. Afterward, the 2 lived in the city lord's residence, so the nobles of East Forest City had never met them. Therefore, neither Arn nor anyone else present knew the identity of the girl. Mr. Arn, don't worry, I'm Mr. Montgomery's friend. Please accept it. The girl forcibly pushed the jade box into Arnie's hands, and then walked toward Montgomery. Seeing this, Stuart and Freddy immediately followed. Upon seeing the 3 heading towards Montgomery's table, Arn became even more puzzled. Judging by Freddy's attitude, the girl's identity was clearly significant. When did Montgomery make such powerful friends? Knowing it wasn't the right time to ask questions, Arn suppressed his many doubts and returned to his seat. Sir. Layla smiled and greeted Montgomery, then said, Sir, my aunt had some urgent matters and left East Forest City, unable to attend the birthday banquet. She asked me to apologize to you. No problem, Montgomery waved his hand and gestured for them to be seated. Please sit here. The three sat opposite Montgomery. This scene left everyone present speechless. City Lord Freddy, steward of Siren River Manor, and the mysterious girl actually sat at the same table as Montgomery, the so-called waste. It was simply absurd. At this moment, all eyes were on Montgomery. Seeing this, Jesse clenched his fists tightly. Today was supposed to be his moment in the spotlight, but it was once again stolen by Montgomery. Alvaro and the other elders felt complicated emotions. They found themselves increasingly unable to fathom Montgomery. Portia and Aloysius also looked at the young man with confusion, but knew this wasn't the time to ask. Not far away, Ewan and his group looked somewhat displeased. Dino turned to Davidson and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say that Freddy was also suppressing the Freddy family? What's going on?" Davidson frowned, shaking his head. "I don't know. Perhaps Freddy has the same intentions as we do." Ewan whispered, "When do we start?" Davidson glanced around and whispered, "It seems the time is right. Now." "Okay." The other two nodded. Davidson immediately stood up from his seat, looking at Arn and smiling. "Clan leader Arn, besides wishing you longevity, we have actually come here today to discuss something with you." Hearing this, everyone suddenly became attentive, knowing that the real drama was about to begin. Arnie's expression darkened slightly as he replied calmly, "What matter?" Davidson spoke in a measured tone. "We've heard that your Freddy family is facing financial difficulties and has been running a deficit for a month. Out of neighborly concern, we are willing to help you share your burdens." Arn had already guessed their intentions and responded solemnly, "This is an internal matter of the Freddy family, and there's no need for outsiders like clan leader Davidson to worry about it." "Clan leader Arn, that's not quite right." Davidson shook his head. "As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as helpful as a close neighbor. You're our old neighbor, and if you're in trouble, we naturally should offer assistance." "Brother Davidson is right," Dino chimed in. "We should help out. We've heard that the nobles are facing a financial crisis and can no longer handle the medicinal business in East Forest City. We're willing to take over and help manage it." Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood the trio's intentions. Arn and the elders' faces instantly turned grim, anger flaring in their eyes. Chapter 31. Exploiting the situation. Whether we can continue to operate is an internal matter of our clan. It's none of your business. Dylan's gaze was icy, wishing he could slap these people across the face. "Hee, Brother Dylan, what you say is not right." Ade smiled and said, "We are neighbors. It's only right that we should help each other." Seeing Ade's smug expression, Dylan's face turned an ashen gray with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ade, my Freddy family really must have been blind in the past to have helped a disloyal beast like you." Upon hearing this, the crowd around Ade began to look at him differently, disdain evident in some eyes. Everyone in Eastland City knew the relationship between the Braun family and the Freddy family. To be honest, without the Freddy family's help in the past, the Braun family would have declined long ago. As for why the Freddy family spared no effort in helping the Braun family, it was because the previous patriarch of the Braun family was good friends with Arn, and they had once ventured into the Transect mountain range together, even saving Arnie's life. It was because of this friendship that Arn agreed to the marriage alliance between the two families. Ade's current ungrateful behavior was despised by all, but everyone only dared to think it in their hearts, not daring to speak out since Ade had now aligned with the Fernando family. Facing the scornful gazes and Dylan's sharp words, Ade was indifferent and sneered coldly. "Hee, Dylan, don't bring up old matters. Let me tell you, no matter what you say today, you will have to give up the medicinal business in Eastland City." Dylan glared coldly. "What if I refuse?" "Humph, that isn't up to you." Ade sneered repeatedly. "I'll tell you frankly, we have already discussed with the Mercenary Guild and President Nelson. In the future, you Freddy family's herbs won't be allowed to be sold." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in shock, with Arn and others' expressions changing dramatically. If this were true, things would become even more difficult for the Freddy family in the future. All eyes involuntarily turned to Nelson. Nelson was drinking on his own, neither denying nor acknowledging the statement. Such an attitude made the answer self-evident. If this hadn't happened, Nelson wouldn't have remained silent. Arn and others' faces kept shifting, filled with disbelief and unease. At Montgomery's table, Portia clenched her fists tightly and ground her teeth together. Seymour was furious but felt powerless. What could he do, being nothing but a cripple? All he could do was watch his family be humiliated. "Sir," Emma looked at Montgomery instinctively. Montgomery understood the girl's meaning and shook his head. "No rush. Let's see what happens. Patriarch Arn, if you willingly step aside, in consideration of past relationships, we won't make things difficult for you in other aspects. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Ade smiled slyly, full of smugness in his tone. The crowd shivered inwardly. The three families acting together left the Freddy family with no match. There seemed to be only one way out before them. Arn and others realized this as well, their expressions incredibly grim. At the main table, Jesse turned to Ichabod pleadingly. "Teacher, please help us." Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in Arn and others, who all turned to Ichabod with hopeful eyes. Ichabod glanced at everyone and said calmly, "I'm not saying I can't help you, but there must be conditions." Jesse's face lit up and he hurriedly replied, "Gio, whatever you ask, as long as we can do it, we won't refuse." Ichabod nodded, his expressionless face stating, "I want half of your family's assets." Arn and others froze, looking at Ichabod in disbelief. They never expected such an outrageous demand. Handing over half of their assets would leave the Freddy family existing in name only, bound to decline completely within a short time. "Teacher." Jesse stared at Ichabod in disbelief, never imagining his teacher could be so heartless. Don't look at me like that. If you weren't my disciple, even offering your entire Freddy family's wealth wouldn't move me. Ichabod spoke indifferently, as if the Freddy family was getting a great deal. Arn, Dylan, and others' expressions shifted uncertainly. Had it not been for Ichabod's power, they would have already cursed him out. Half of the Freddy family's wealth was undoubtedly an astronomical sum, easily enough to hire a powerful mage. Yet here, they were being told it was a favor done for them. The surrounding crowd showed signs of shock, feeling that Ichabod was being too ruthless. Not far away, Montgomery's gaze turned cold. His refusal of Ichabod earlier was precisely because he found Ichabod's character too poor. This confirmed his suspicions. Sensing Montgomery's changed expression, Emma asked, "Sir, shall I teach that old man a lesson?" Portia and Seymour slightly glanced sideways, curious about the identity of the girl in front of them. Montgomery shook his head gently. "No rush, it's not the right time yet." "Father." Alvaro and Vaughnie looked at Arn, waiting for him to make a decision. Although the price was high, Ichabod was the only one who could save the Freddy family at present. Arn gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while before finally nodding with difficulty. Whatever happened, they must first resolve the immediate crisis. Money lost could be earned back. If today did not shock the three families, the Freddy family would struggle to survive in the future. "Rest assured, leave it to me." Ichabod nodded, stood up, and looked at Ade and the others coldly. "The Freddy family will be under my protection from now on. You have 3 heartbeats to leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, an invisible mental storm swept through the hall. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their heads, and some servants even fainted on the spot. A great mage of level 7. How terrifying. Ade and the other two's expressions changed slightly, but they had anticipated this scene and quickly steadied their nerves. Davidson bowed to Ichabod and said, "Senior, I'm afraid that won't do." Ichabod's face darkened. "Young man, don't challenge my patience." Davidson straightened his robe and said calmly, "Senior, to be honest, there is a reason why we are dealing with the Freddy family." Ichabod showed interest. "Oh, what reason? Tell me." Everyone else also looked curious, hearing such secrets for the first time. However, Davidson did not speak out loud. He passed through the crowd, came to Ichabod, and discreetly handed over a token. Ichabod took it and glanced down. The token was palm-sized, completely white, one side carved with a uniquely shaped bird-type magical beast, the other side engraved with 3 ancient words, Brenton. Seeing these 3 words, Ichabod's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously looked up at Davidson, his gaze becoming fierce. "Young man, you're playing with me." Chapter 32, Montgomery takes action. Under Ichabod's piercing gaze, Eli felt an overwhelming pressure. Gathering his composure, he said solemnly, "Senior, do you think I would dare to misuse the name of that family?" Ichabod fell into deep thought before tossing the token back to Eli. Eli put away the token and continued looking at Ichabod. The latter took a deep breath and said to Arn and the others, "Sorry, but there's nothing I can do." Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. All were curious about what Eli had shown Ichabod for him to change his stance so quickly. As for Arn and the rest, their faces turned ashen. "Gio." Jesse looked at Ichabod almost pleadingly, but the latter remained resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Well then, Chief Arn, your response." Eli looked at Arn, triumph evident in his eyes. Arn and the other elders remained silent, despair visible in their expressions. Egbert and Dino wore smug looks on their faces, especially Egbert, who could hardly contain his laughter. Once the Freddy family lost its medicinal herb business, it wouldn't take long for them to decline. Then they would be at his mercy. Thinking of this, he felt an immense satisfaction. Just as the atmosphere grew eerie, a calm voice abruptly sounded. "Are you done with your performance? If so, it's my turn now." Everyone turned to see a youth in purple robes stepping toward the center of the hall. Montgomery. People exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Montgomery intended to do. Ignoring the crowd, Montgomery cast a level glance at Egbert and the 2 others. "To dare come and wreak havoc in my Freddy family, have you 3 considered the consequences?" Though spoken softly, the words thundered in everyone's ears. At that moment, all present gaped, disbelief evident in their eyes as they looked at the slim figure. The notorious good-for-nothing from East Forest City actually dared to speak to 3 clan chiefs like that. Isn't he courting death? Egbert and the other 2 froze for a moment before reacting. Dino sneered. "So, tell us, what consequences are you talking about?" The other 2 wore similar mocking expressions. Unmoved, Montgomery said calmly, "Since you want to target my Freddy family's herbal business, I don't ask for much. Just hand over your respective businesses." Instantly, there was an uproar. People looked at Montgomery in disbelief, convinced he must be mad. Haha. Egbert and the 2 others couldn't help but laugh, loudly and arrogantly. Others chuckled secretly, thinking Montgomery was overestimating himself. Haha, this kid isn't just useless, he might also be brainless. Ichabod sneered, wondering if he had been foolish enough to consider taking such a fool as a disciple. Alvaro and the other elders looked extremely uncomfortable, wanting to refute, but finding no ground. Arn and Vaughnie, however, showed a rare glimpse of hope. Recalling Montgomery's recent changes, they felt he might not be bluffing. Without interrupting, Montgomery waited until they finished laughing, then said calmly, "Done laughing? Now we should talk business." They froze. Egbert sneered. "Kid, you haven't woken up yet, have you? You're still thinking of messing with our businesses. Better focus on your own problems first." Haha, those petty troubles you caused aren't worth mentioning. Montgomery showed disdain, not taking the 3 seriously at all. Enraged, Eli immediately looked at Nelson and said, "President Nelson, please end your cooperation with the Freddy family right now to teach this little brat a lesson. Nelson raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chief Eli, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Hearing this, Eli froze. Egbert and Dino were likewise stunned. Except for Emma, Freddy, and Antonio, everyone else was in shock. After a few seconds, Eli came to his senses and looked at Nelson incredulously. President Nelson, what do you mean? We clearly agreed. Nelson's expression was stern. Don't spout nonsense, Chief Eli. My cooperation with the Freddy family has always been pleasant. Why would it suddenly end? He then turned to Arn with a smile. Brother Arn, right? Arn snapped out of his shock and nodded immediately. Yes, we've always cooperated pleasantly. We hope President Nelson will continue to take care of us. Of course. Nelson nodded with a smile. Eli stood frozen, his face flickering between emotions, completely caught off guard. Egbert and Dino wore equally dark expressions, even suspecting if Eli and Nelson were putting on a show. But upon further reflection, this possibility was dismissed. Just as the three were in a state of shock and doubt, Nelson spoke again. You three families have bullied the weak, breaking your promises and betraying trust. The Far East Chamber of Commerce is ashamed to associate with people like you. I, Nelson, hereby announce that from this day forward, the Far East Chamber of Commerce will sever all business relations with you. A murmur swept through the room. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Nelson in disbelief, hardly daring to believe their ears. As for Egbert and the others, they were momentarily stunned into silence. After a long pause, the three finally came back to their senses. Dino forced a laugh as he looked at Nelson. President Nelson, you are joking, right? Nelson's face turned stern as he coldly replied. I, Nelson, have always stood by my word. Who's joking around with you? Upon receiving confirmation, Dino staggered, almost losing his balance. The Andy family mainly dealt in mining business. Mining resources differed from herbs. The consumption in East Forest City was minimal, with most needing to be sold to other regions. Therefore, about 80% of the Andy family's minerals were sold to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. This arrangement was the most efficient way. Now that the Far East Chamber of Commerce had stopped purchasing, they would need to sell on their own. However, with the Andy family's capabilities, they could not possibly sell their minerals to other regions. In other words, if the Far East Chamber of Commerce no longer bought minerals, the Andy family would decline soon, perhaps even go bankrupt. Egbert also wore a grim expression. The Braun family heavily relied on the Far East Chamber of Commerce as well. Among the three, only Eli remained relatively calm. The Aryan family specialized in weapons, which did not depend as heavily on the Far East Chamber of Commerce. President Nelson, aren't you afraid of causing public outrage by cutting off cooperation without considering the facts? Egbert's forehead veins bulged as he glared angrily at Nelson. Nelson's face suddenly turned cold. Are you threatening me? Egbert trembled, realizing he had misspoken, and hurriedly shook his head. No, President Nelson, please don't misunderstand. Humph, don't think that by clinging to the Fernando family, everyone will fear you. Nelson snorted coldly and ignored Egbert and the others. The three faces were filled with discomfort, knowing that today's plan had failed. Staying any longer would only invite ridicule, so they turned to leave. But Montgomery blocked their way. You few, do you really think our Freddy family is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please? Chapter 33 Departure in Disarray. Montgomery, what do you intend to do? Are you really going to oppose our three families? Egbert's face was grim as he glared at Montgomery coldly. Montgomery showed no concern and said indifferently, What? Are you afraid? The trio was stunned. Jerry spoke coldly. Boy, don't be too cocky. You think just because Nelson supports you, we can't do anything? Let me tell you, even if we don't take action, someone else will. After saying this, he glanced at Freddy, adding casually, Isn't that right, City Lord? All eyes turned to Freddy. People couldn't help but recall the recent incident where the City Lord's office reclaimed shops in the South District. Freddy's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stood up, stating, Jerry, stop making groundless accusations. This City Lord maintains good relations with the Freddy family and has never had such intentions. Triple denial. This. Everybody froze, and Jerry stood there dumbfounded, regaining his composure only seconds later. He sneered. Haha, City Lord, let's not beat around the bush. Don't think I don't know the Belden family approached you to pressure the Freddy family. Silence enveloped the room, followed by a chorus of exclamations. What? The Belden family? Which Belden family? Could it be the one from Wesley City? Rubbish. Is there another Belden family in our Shishan province? How is that possible? Such an entity would deliberately target a small family like ours in Donglin City. People murmured in disbelief. How would a large family from faraway Wesley City deliberately come after a minor family like Freddy? But some quick-witted individuals soon understood and instinctively looked at Montgomery. Could it be? Among those present, none were more shocked than the Freddy family. They had always wondered why the City Lord's office suddenly targeted them, and now they finally understood. Arn and the senior elders weren't stupid either. They quickly thought of Montgomery. However, they knew now wasn't the time for questioning and had to suppress their numerous doubts. Amidst everyone's astonishment, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Nonsense, this City Lord knows nothing about it. Freddy immediately looked at Arn with a smile on his face. Brother Arn, please don't misunderstand. The reclaiming of the shops was solely for quality inspections, which are now complete, and they've been returned. Everyone was taken aback by his words. To the discerning eye, his explanation sounded utterly baseless. What astonished everyone further was how courteous the dignified City Lord of Donglin City was to Arn. After his initial shock, Arn quickly regained composure and hurriedly had his Megans bring over the gift box Freddy had just delivered. Opening the box, they found a stack of deeds inside. Arn eagerly picked one up, confirming it was indeed the deed for a shop in the South District. What's this? Arn and the senior elders instantly froze, seeing clearly the word transfer written on the deed. All eyes lifted, gazing bewilderedly at Freddy. Freddy smiled gently. Brother Arn, these shops are birthday gifts from me. I hope you won't disdain them. Everyone was speechless. Freddy's actions went beyond courtesy, it was outright sycophancy. It was unbelievable for all to witness the head of the city bowing down to a small family. As for Jerry and his two companions, they stood there in a daze. What they saw had already surpassed their comprehension. Thank you, City Lord. Suppressing his excitement, Arn gave a polite bow to Freddy. Haha, Brother Arn, you're too kind. Freddy waved his hand, smiling. Brother Arn, I didn't make things clear earlier. I hope you understand. Our cooperation should continue in the future. Arn nodded repeatedly, his gaze inadvertently falling on Montgomery's calm face. By now, even if he were slow, he would have realized the key reason behind this. Freddy's extreme politeness must be related to Montgomery. Others thought the same. After all, it was too obvious. Earlier, Freddy had gone straight to Montgomery upon entering. Saying it had nothing to do with Montgomery, no one would believe it. Montgomery looked at Egbert and his group, speaking coolly. Gentlemen, don't just stand there. Speak up. How do we settle the score for disrupting my grandfather's birthday celebration? This time, the trio dared not take Montgomery's words lightly. Jerry gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want? Every eye in the room was focused on Montgomery, waiting to see what he would do. Montgomery calmly said, First, tell me who came up with the idea of sending a bell. It was him. Jerry and Dino pointed at Egbert simultaneously, whose face kept changing. Montgomery's gaze suddenly sharpened. Very well, leaving is also simple. Hand over your family's business and cripple him. Upon hearing this, the trio's faces changed drastically. Egbert gritted his teeth and said, Montgomery, don't go too far. Dino and Jerry added, Montgomery, are you not going to leave us any way out? Montgomery coldly replied, A way out? Did any of you think about leaving a way out when you were forcing my Freddy family? Their faces shifted again and again. Dino coldly stated, Montgomery, you'd better let us leave. Once a real fight breaks out, your Freddy family might suffer heavy casualties. This statement carried an obvious threat. Montgomery remained unperturbed. Feel free to try. Freddy also chimed in. Yes, feel free to try. The trio's faces changed dramatically as they looked at Freddy in disbelief, unable to understand why he stood so firmly on Montgomery's side. After hesitating for half a moment, Jerry and Dino bit their lips and said, Impossible. We will never agree to these conditions. Montgomery nodded calmly, as if he had anticipated this scene all along. He said indifferently, If you don't agree, that's fine too, but I hope you won't regret it in the future. Dino and Jerry's expressions flickered but quickly calmed down. Although Montgomery acted mysteriously, even Freddy and Nelson strongly supported him. However, if they could safely leave today, they could report this matter to the Belden family, and then there would be no fear in dealing with one Montgomery. Just by observing the two men's changing expressions, Montgomery knew what they were thinking. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, a mocking glint in his eyes. Before long, he would make them experience despair. Disable him, and you can go, Montgomery spoke coolly. Dino and Jerry sighed in relief, and then looked at Egbert. The former apologized. Brother Egbert, I'm sorry. Without waiting for Egbert's reaction, they suddenly attacked, shattering the chi vortex inside him. Egbert had only recently become a 5th-level warrior and was no match for the two. With his chi vortex shattered, his cultivation was instantly crippled. Thud. Egbert, now stripped of his cultivation, collapsed like a deflated balloon. Dino and Jerry didn't care and swiftly left the Freddy family premises. Egbert struggled to stand up, staggering towards the hall's exit. Passing by Montgomery, he shot him a venomous look. Montgomery, you wait. If I don't take revenge, I swear I'll cease being human. I'll be waiting. Montgomery remained indifferent. From beginning to end, he hadn't taken the former seriously. Had it not been for the bloodshed taboo during the birthday celebration, he could have killed him with a single slap. After Egbert and the others left, everyone snapped back to reality, their gazes instinctively falling on Montgomery, filled with surprise and curiosity. Before attending the birthday banquet, none of them had ever imagined it would end like this. Chapter 34. The banquet ends. Brennaching the disheveled Ade and his two companions depart. Alvaro and the rest of the clan elders couldn't help but smile. The gloom that had accumulated in their hearts from seeing the gift of a bell vanish instantly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. As the elders showed excitement on their faces, Montgomery walked over to them with a cold expression. The elders' eyes narrowed slightly, a bad premonition settling in their hearts. Montgomery came to a stop at the main table, nodding slightly at Arn before looking at Jesse and calmly saying, You really have found yourself a great teacher, haven't you? Attending someone else's birthday banquet, yet sitting at the place of honor as if it were your own. Jesse's face turned beet red from embarrassment, wanting to retort but unable to find a reasonable excuse. Miriam's expression grew chilly. She stood up and confronted Montgomery, looking down at him and declaring, Young man, do you know who my teacher is? To sit in the place of honor is giving you all face. Don't be insolent. Montgomery glanced at the girl before suddenly striking her with a slap. A sharp crack echoed as a bright red handprint appeared on the girl's cheek. You dare hit me. Miriam clutched her burning cheek, staring at Montgomery in disbelief. The others present also gaped, finding Montgomery's audacity astonishing. Montgomery maintained an indifferent expression. To be slapped by this seat is an honor. With a giggle, Emma laughed at his words, gazing at Montgomery admiringly, thinking how worthy he truly was. In the silent hall, this laughter seemed very out of place, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing it was Emma, they felt reassured. Someone who could command such respect from Freddie and Antonio must be no ordinary person. Under these circumstances, only she would dare laugh. Cur, I will kill you. Miriam spat once she regained her senses, her face contorted with rage. Chanting incantations, she prepared to unleash magic to slay Montgomery. But Montgomery moved faster, striking her with another palm, which sent her sprawling to the ground, cutting off her incantation. He did not hold back. This slap broke both her arms. Montgomery looked down at her, his voice emotionless. I don't usually hit women, unless I can't help it. Again, Emma burst into giggles. While the statement wasn't particularly funny, delivered with utmost seriousness by Montgomery, it seemed humorous. Others dared not laugh. Having seen Ichabod rise from his seat, his face darkened with fury. Fool, daring to lay a hand on my disciple. Have you thought about the consequences? Before Montgomery could respond, Freddie rushed forward and stood protectively in front of him, his tone grave. Dean Ichabod, you cannot touch this person. Ichabod remained unmoved, his tone cold. Freddie, are you going against me too? Facing a 7th-rank Grand Mage, Freddie felt considerable pressure, but recalling Montgomery's background, he steeled himself and insisted. Dean Ichabod, you really cannot touch Montgomery. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned. They could not understand why Freddie defended Montgomery so fiercely. Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Ichabod roared, his gaze icy toward Freddie. It was evident that if Freddie didn't step aside, he would indeed strike. The old coot, stop being arrogant. Freddie is an imperial official, try moving him if you dare. A clear voice rang out amid the tension. Everyone turned to see Emma striding toward Ichabod. Ichabod eyed the girl coldly. Little girl, quite a mouth you have. Just a petty city lord, who will dare do anything to me. Actually, what he said was rather presumptuous. Normally, few dared assault an imperial official. Such actions could lead to severe repercussions ranging from mere conflict to an act of treason against the empire. Ichabod's bravado stemmed from knowing Freddie lacked backing. He believed he could smooth things over with minimal effort. Huh, is that so? Emma's previous laughter abruptly turned to a chilling demeanor. Then try. At that moment, an intangible aura radiated from her, startling everyone except Montgomery, who watched with varying degrees of shock and uncertainty. Ichabod's expression flickered with unease. Who exactly are you? Emma's gaze remained cold. You aren't worthy of knowing my identity. Think carefully. Take your people and leave, or else you'll regret it. As she spoke, a terrifying mental force swept through the area. A 6th-rank mage. All eyes widened, expressions filled with shock. The girl in front of him was barely in her 20s, yet she was already a 6th-rank mage, on par with Freddie. This time, Ichabod's expression completely changed. As the dean of the Magic Academy, he knew all too well what a 20-something 6th-rank mage represented. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly be backed by an extremely powerful force. An ordinary power would never be able to cultivate such a genius. Suddenly recalling the news that the Ajani had recently come to East Forest City, Ichabod's body trembled as he made a guess. After calming down, he cupped his hands toward Emma. Young friend, this old man will take his leave. Miriam, let's go. Miriam also realized the severity of the situation and could only leave with Ichabod, though unwillingly. Everyone stared, hardly believing their eyes. A renowned 7th-rank great mage was actually scared off like this. They looked at the girl with even greater curiosity, wondering about her identity. Sir, I took it upon myself to let that old man go. Are you angry? Emma turned to Montgomery, giving a mischievous smile. Thank you. Montgomery nodded with a smile. Although he wasn't afraid of Ichabod either, he would have had to use some real trump cards. If possible, Montgomery still didn't want to expose too much too early. But letting Ichabod act arrogantly, he simply couldn't bear it. Subsequently, under Arnie's arrangements, Montgomery, Emma, and Freddie all sat at the main table. Even Seymour and Portia were called over by Vonnie. This time, the elders did not dare say anything. The birthday banquet continued. During the event, Arn and others tried to probe the relationship between Montgomery and the others. However, they all pretended to be deaf, leaving Arn disappointed. Soon the banquet ended, and guests left one after another. Montgomery stood up to see Emma and the others off from the castle. Sir, I'm leaving for Westlight City tomorrow. When you come to Westlight City, make sure to find me, Emma said. Montgomery nodded. Sure. After seeing them off, Montgomery returned to the hall. Vonnie immediately came forward, patting Montgomery on the shoulder with a smile. Good boy. I didn't realize you've made so many important connections. Montgomery smiled without speaking. Arnie's elderly eyes sparkled with joy, feeling delighted within. Seymour and Portia also watched Montgomery with smiles. The young generation looked at Montgomery with admiration. Montgomery's earlier performance seemed utterly cool in their eyes. Just as everyone was pleased, an out-of-place voice suddenly broke through. Montgomery, what about the Brinton family? Don't you think you should give us an explanation? It was Alvaro who spoke. The other clan elders chimed in. Yes, what about the Brinton family? Explain it to all of us. They pressed on, determined not to let Montgomery off without an answer. The rest of the clan members also looked at Montgomery. None of them were fools. The Brinton family wouldn't target them for no reason. Connecting the dots, they guessed it must be related to Montgomery. In the entire Freddie family, only Montgomery and Seymour had been to Westlight City. Arn sighed and asked, Montgomery, tell us what happened in Westlight City back then. Arn always suspected that Montgomery's deactivation had hidden circumstances. He knew his grandson's character well enough to be certain he couldn't have done such things. Yonatan then. Arn had repeatedly asked Montgomery what had happened, but Montgomery remained silent. Facing his grandfather's question, Montgomery did not answer immediately, but instead looked at Seymour. After hesitating slightly, Seymour nodded. With his father's approval, Montgomery faced everyone and recounted the whole story. Upon hearing it, everyone was greatly shocked. They never expected the matter to be so complicated. How despicable! The Locke family is too excessive. My brother is like this, and they still wouldn't let it go. Vonnie gritted his teeth in anger at the Locke family's actions. Arnie's face darkened, unable to believe his own grandchildren had faced such injustice. Portia and other young women had moist eyes, moved by Seymour and Heather's love story. Some felt furious at the Locke family's overbearing behavior, but others thought Seymour deserved it, blaming him for getting involved with the Locke family's daughter. Alvaro spoke first. Father, for the safety of the clan, I think we should expel the third brother. Otherwise, the Brinton family will never let us go. Hearing these words, Vonnie immediately flared up in anger. Arvin brother, how could you say such a thing? Alvaro remained silent with a cold face and did not respond. At this moment, the clan elders also spoke one after another. Clan chief, we agree with Alvaro. For the safety of our family, Seymour and his son should be expelled from the clan. You. Vonnie pointed at them with trembling fingers, too angry to utter a complete sentence. The younger generation exchanged glances, looking at the furious Vonnie, then at the cold-faced Alvaro and the elders, unsure of which side was right. A trace of anger flashed in Arnie's eyes, and he said coldly, Seymour is my son, and Montgomery is my grandson. This is true now and will always be true. Do not mention this matter again. Saying this, Arn turned and left without paying attention to anyone else. Alvaro and the elders looked extremely displeased, but with Arn already gone, what could they do? They couldn't chase after him and force him to expel Montgomery. Alvaro felt very aggrieved and turned to look at Montgomery and Seymour. Third brother, if you don't want the clan to suffer a catastrophic disaster, you should leave the clan on your own. The other elders echoed. Yes, Seymour, the trouble was caused by you and your son. Why should we bear it for you? Be responsible for your actions and don't drag down the clan. They were both angry and afraid. The Hamlin family was one of the most powerful families in the empire. If the Hamlin family was determined to target them, the Freddy family would surely decline. In their minds, only by expelling Seymour and his son and cutting ties with them might they gain a sliver of hope for survival. Faced with this pressure, Seymour looked very grim, clenching and unclenching his fists repeatedly, showing his inner turmoil. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Montgomery stepped forward and stared coldly at Alvaro and the elders. Uncle and all the elders, rest assured, I will shoulder the pressure from the Hamlin and Brinton families and won't involve any of you. Hearing this, the elders sneered derisively. How are you going to shoulder it? With your meager strength, you can't even stand up to the Brinton family, let alone the Hamlin family. Montgomery ignored the mockery of the elders and calmly said, That's none of your concern. Just know that as long as I, Montgomery, am here, nothing will happen to the Freddy family. Before the elders could respond, he continued, If you can't resolve something in the future, come to me directly. If you continue to secretly or openly target my father like before, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Without waiting for their reaction, he turned to Seymour. Father, let's go. Seymour nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He suddenly felt that his son had truly grown up. Seeing the two leave without turning back, Alvaro and the elders flew into a rage. Mutiny, mutiny. Roars resounded throughout the hall, causing the younger generation to quickly slip away. Vonnie gave them a cold glance full of disdain and turned to Portia. Daughter, let's go. Don't mind these cowards who only show their strength within the nest. Hearing this, the elders grew even angrier. But with everyone leaving the hall, there was no one left for them to vent their anger on. So they eventually took out their frustrations on the servants before leaving with grim faces. The incident at the birthday banquet spread rapidly throughout East Forest City. Upon learning the news, everyone was shocked to find out that the Freddy family had close ties with the mayor's residence and the Far East Chamber of Commerce. While they were astonished, they also mocked the three major families. This time, the three families truly ended up losing more than they gained, especially the Braun family. Their patriarch, Zinner, gained nothing and was even stripped of his abilities, offending the Far East Chamber of Commerce and losing their cooperation. It seemed inevitable that the Braun family would soon decline. At the luxuriously decorated hall of the Braun family, Zinner angrily smashed everything inside. Father, Anthony stood cautiously by the side. When he heard the news earlier, he almost couldn't believe his ears. His father was actually stripped of his powers. After a long while, Zinner gradually calmed down and said to Anthony, Anthony, you and the butler will go to Sodden City tomorrow and tell Harlow what happened here. Chapter 35 Breakthrough. In the luxurious hall of the Arianal family, Dino and Davidson sat face to face. The former spoke in a solemn voice. Brother Davidson, has the Brinton family replied? Nelson, that old man, has already determined to cooperate with our two families. If we don't find a solution, the decline of our families is inevitable. Davidson secretly curled his lip. Even without relying on the Far East Chamber of Commerce, their Arianal family wouldn't be in too much trouble, nowhere near as serious as the other party said. Of course, he wouldn't say these words aloud. I have sent someone to Silly City. It will probably take a few more days. Davidson calmly said, We can't afford to offend the Far East Chamber of Commerce. For now, we should try to seize some of the herbal business in Donglin City to minimize losses. And when the Brinton family sends people over, we'll overthrow the Freddy family at once. Dino nodded. How shall we proceed? Davidson pondered for a moment and said, South City District is out of reach. We can only start from West City District. Let's go to West City District later and meet with the old guy at the Mercenary Guild. At the Freddy family, after the birthday banquet ended a few days ago, Montgomery had been practicing diligently at home, making progress in his cultivation. Regarding what happened that day, Arn and Aloysius had also asked about it. But Montgomery did not tell the truth. Being reborn is such an earth-shattering thing. If it were known by ill-intentioned people, it would certainly cause unnecessary troubles. It wasn't that Montgomery didn't trust Aloysius and others. It was better for fewer people to know about this. This day, Montgomery walked out of his room, planning to go out of the city to buy some herbs. He had been stuck at the second-level warrior rank for quite some time, and it was high time to purchase some herbs for breakthrough. Just as Montgomery stepped out of the door, he encountered Aloysius. Aloysius looked different from usual today, not only wearing long-discarded noble attire, but also carefully grooming his hair. Father, what are you up to? Montgomery asked curiously. The family has assigned me to manage the market in West City District. Excitement was evident in Aloysius's eyes, clearly showing how happy he was. Since being stripped of his powers, the family members had always disdained him, considering him a useless person. Now, the family finally acknowledged him again and even entrusted him with managing the family's business. I can't talk to you now. The elders are still waiting for me. Brandishing Aloysius' leave, Montgomery frowned slightly. To his knowledge, West City District was a gathering place for mercenaries, where public security had always been chaotic. Assigning Aloysius, who had no cultivation, to manage the market in West City District seemed like putting him in an impossible situation. It seems those old fellows didn't take my previous words seriously. Montgomery's gaze turned cold. If that's the case, then I'm not to blame. Leaving the castle, Montgomery soon entered the Far East Chamber of Commerce. In the luxurious reception hall, Montgomery looked at Nelson and asked, President Nelson, do you have any news about those herbs? Nelson shook his head. Not yet. I will notify you as soon as I get any updates. Montgomery nodded and then took out a prescription, handing it to Nelson. Do you have all these herbs? Nelson glanced at it, his eyes flashing with surprise. All the herbs listed on the prescription were known for their intense properties. Although curious about Montgomery's purpose for acquiring these herbs, Nelson didn't ask further. Please wait here while I check in the warehouse. Nelson got up and left the hall, returning after a long while. Sir, all the herbs you need are here. Montgomery accepted the storage ring he handed over, probing it with his mental power, and nodded in satisfaction. President Nelson, could you please find me a quiet place? What does Sir plan to do? Nelson was curious. Montgomery plainly replied, cultivate. In a secluded courtyard, Montgomery sat cross-legged and took out all the herbs from the storage ring. He released his mental power, causing all the herbs to float in the air, then cast fire magic. Fiery flames enveloped all the herbs, beginning to refine them. Soon, all the herbs were melted by the scorching flames into various colored liquid blobs. Montgomery withdrew the flames and sucked in deeply. One by one, the floating liquid blobs were swallowed by him. The scalding liquid flowed down his throat, entering his abdomen, then spreading through his meridians. Instantly, Montgomery's skin turned red, sweat beads oozing through his pores. In no time, his entire body was drenched in hot sweat. The fierce liquid acted like magma, flowing wildly inside him, causing intense pain from all parts of his body. But despite this, Montgomery remained silent, not even furrowing his brow. Montgomery activated devil heart rages, refining the raging, molten-like liquid within his body. Under the influence of the cultivation method, the liquid followed specific routes, repeatedly flushing through his body, gradually improving his internal organs, flesh, and bones. After an unknown period of time, Montgomery suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath, causing the surrounding combat chi to surge towards him instantly. The vast amount of combat chi entered Montgomery's body, but was like mud flowing into the sea, not causing any ripples. Montgomery continued to inhale through his nose, with the surrounding combat chi constantly pouring into his body. At this moment, Montgomery was like a bottomless pit, never getting full no matter how much was poured in. Soon, combat chi from all directions converged on the courtyard, eventually forming a huge cyclone that caused considerable disturbance. This massive commotion was quickly noticed by the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Nelson jumped onto the roof and gazed at the nearly 100-meter-high cyclone in the distance. That direction? He looked shocked before quickly rushing towards the courtyard, dispersing everyone who wanted to investigate. Such a big commotion not only caught the attention of the chamber members, but also startled the nearby residents. People looked at the 100-meter-high cyclone, their faces showing shock. At the castle, Freddy gazed at the distant cyclone, his face filled with surprise. Such a big commotion. Could it be that someone has broken through to level 5 warrior? Several nobles top echelons also noticed it, their faces extremely shocked. Far East Chamber of Commerce lives up to its name. It's impressive to cultivate another level 5 warrior. At the Freddy family, the elders were shaken, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. After about half an hour, the combat chi cyclone slowly dissipated. Nelson walked towards the courtyard. Montgomery stood up from the ground, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling full of power throughout his body. With the help of those medicinal liquids and combat chi, he successfully broke through to level 3 warrior, significantly enhancing his strength. Combined with various means and trump cards, plus thousands of years of battle experience. Below level 6, direct slaughters would occur. Even if facing a level 6 warrior using his past life's trump card, he could still kill them. Congratulations on your breakthrough, sir. Nelson entered the courtyard and bowed to Montgomery. Chapter 36 Cooperation. Montgomery glanced at the surroundings, now in ruins, and apologized. Sorry for damaging your courtyard. Sir, you're too kind. Nelson waved his hand, his gaze fixated on Montgomery, still unable to gauge his cultivation level. Curiosity got the better of him, so he asked, Sir, did you just break through to become a level 5 warrior? Montgomery shook his head. Level 3. Level 3. Nelson's face showed shock, feeling that Montgomery was joking. That terrifying surge, could it be caused by breaking through to level 3? What a joke. But seeing Montgomery's calm expression, not resembling someone who was joking, Nelson confirmed it was true. Gulp. His throat moved, disbelief evident in his eyes. The talent of this young man before him was beyond what he could imagine. At this moment, Nelson became even more determined. This young man could only be befriended, not offended. President Nelson, can we find another place? I need to discuss something with you, Montgomery suddenly said. Nelson snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Sir, please follow me. Moments later, the two arrived in a lavishly decorated room. After sitting down, Montgomery went straight to the point. President Nelson, I want to propose a partnership. Are you interested? Nelson's eyes lit up. Please continue, sir. Without beating around the bush, Montgomery directly said, I wish to partner with your guild to open an armory. An armory? Nelson paused, then reacted. Are you planning to deal with the Aryan family? Donglin City's 3 top-tier nobles were the Freddy family operating the medicinal trade, the Andy family in mining business, and the Aryan family in weapons trade. Donglin City bordered the Transect mountain range, where countless mercenaries entered daily to explore its dangers. The Transect mountain range was perilous, and entering it required 2 essential things. One was healing potions, and the other was reliable weapons. Low-level warriors had limited mana, mostly relying on their physical prowess. However, physical prowess wasn't very effective against thick-skinned monsters. Therefore, they needed a powerful weapon as backup. The Aryan family monopolized Donglin City's weapon trade, which placed them among the top 3 noble families. Montgomery intended to take over Donglin City's weapon market, ensuring the Aryan family lost business until they eventually went bankrupt. He wanted the 3 noble families to feel despair gradually. The Andy family was almost dealt with. Once Far East Guild cut ties, its mines would cease operations, leading to bankruptcy. As for the Braun family, Montgomery never took them seriously. A mere second-tier noble family, especially after its current patriarch Ade was crippled, wouldn't last long even without Montgomery's intervention. He currently only needed to deal with the Aryan family. Montgomery nodded. Are you interested, President Nelson? Nelson frowned slightly. Sir, the weapons trade in Donglin City is basically monopolized by the Aryan family. It won't be easy for us to break in. Montgomery responded coolly. Simple. As long as our weapons are better than theirs, people will buy them. Nelson laughed bitterly. Sir, the Aryan family has a level 5 weaponsmith who creates high-quality weapons. It will be challenging to surpass them. Haha, a mere level 5 weaponsmith trash. Montgomery sneered and asked, Does your guild have a weaponsmith? Nelson nodded. Yes. Moments later, Nelson brought an elderly man into the room. The old man wasn't tall, about 1.60 meters, with a beard, wearing a coarse short shirt, and muscles rippling all over his body, giving off a robust impression. Sir, this is Crawford, our highest-ranking weaponsmith. He's only 1 step away from reaching level 5. Old Crawford glanced at Montgomery impatiently, saying, So it's you who wanted to see me? What do you need? Your humble servant has a lot to do and no time to waste here. Crawford, don't be disrespectful to Sir. Nelson reprimanded him and then apologized to Montgomery. Sir, please don't be angry. Crawford is just like this. Even seeing Nelson's respectful attitude toward Montgomery, Crawford didn't care much, still showing impatience in his brows. Weaponsmiths, alchemists, and artificers, these 3 professions were highly sought after on the continent. Because each of these professions played a significant role, far greater than ordinary people. For instance, the Aryan family wouldn't have its current status and strength without that level 5 weaponsmith. Similarly, the Freddy family wouldn't monopolize Donglin City's medicinal trade without having a level 5 alchemist in residence. Due to their rarity and significant role, people in these 3 professions are generally very arrogant, and some have rather peculiar temperaments. The little old man before him was clearly one of those with a peculiar temperament. Montgomery glanced at the arrogant little old man and sneered. At your age, you're merely a level 4 artificer. I wonder what you're so proud of. Upon hearing this, Nelson's expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, Crawford erupted in fury. Boy, what did you say? Montgomery remained unperturbed. Not only are your skills lacking, but your hearing is bad too. Damn brat, you're asking for it. Crawford, furious beyond measure, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to attack, but was quickly restrained by the swift Nelson. Crawford, stop. What do you think you're doing? President, let me go. Today I must teach this boy a lesson. Crawford struggled furiously, trying to break free from Nelson's grip. Nelson sighed in helplessness, somewhat blaming Montgomery inwardly. Why bring this up out of nowhere? While others might not know, Nelson was well aware that the little old man had always been full of pride. How could he tolerate such remarks? If it were anyone else, Nelson could handle it. But Crawford held a special status even Nelson couldn't easily manage. In this situation, Nelson found himself in a difficult position. Fortunately, Montgomery spoke up at this moment. President Nelson, let him go. Surprised, Nelson hesitated but still released Crawford as instructed. Crawford glared at Montgomery angrily. Boy, don't think this means I'll let you off. Montgomery ignored him, retrieving a black-covered book from his storage ring and tossing it to Crawford. Without thinking, Crawford caught the book and flipped it open, immediately captivated by its contents. He forgot everything else and began reading intently. As he read on, his facial expressions changed constantly, shocked at times, astonished at others, and then enlightened. This left Nelson utterly puzzled. He was curious about what kind of book Montgomery had given Crawford that could attract him so much. After a long time, Crawford closed the book, hugging it as if it were a treasure, and looked at Montgomery. "Sir? Mister, may I ask what this book is?" Montgomery nodded. "I wrote it." Though Crawford had suspected it, he was still surprised to hear Montgomery confirm it. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to Montgomery. "Sir, your talent is immense. My previous actions were rash. Please forgive me." Chapter 37, West District. "No problem." Montgomery waved his hand and said calmly. "Are you confident you can advance to a 5th-rank artificer?" Crawford closed his book and replied confidently. "With this manual from Sir, it will take me at most a week to become a 5th-rank artificer." Nelson's eyes widened in disbelief. Montgomery nodded and looked at Nelson, saying, "President Nelson, with a 5th-rank artificer by our side, do you have the confidence to defeat the Aryan family?" Nelson took a deep breath and said confidently, "You can rest assured, as long as Crawford can break through to the 5th-rank artificer, I'm confident that within 3 months, we can capture all weapon markets in Eastland City." "Good, I'll be waiting." Montgomery nodded, and then got up to bid farewell to both of them. After Montgomery left, Nelson looked at the manual in Crawford's hands curiously and asked, "What is written on this? How can it give you such confidence?" Crawford did not conceal anything but answered truthfully. "It contains knowledge about artificing, very comprehensive and profound. It is truly a treasure of artificing." He held the manual close to him like a precious thing and asked curiously, "Nelson, who exactly is that young man? To be able to write such a masterpiece, he is certainly no ordinary person." Nelson glanced in the direction Montgomery had left and said, "Didn't I tell you some time ago? I met a distinguished guest who holds a purple gold card." Crawford was stunned and exclaimed, "Is it him?" Nelson nodded. "Yes, it is him." Crawford took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Holding a purple gold card and being proficient in artificing, this young man is definitely not simple." Nelson's face became serious. The more he interacted with Montgomery, the harder it became for him to understand Montgomery. Crawford's eyes flickered and he turned to Nelson seriously. "Nelson, I dare say this young man is definitely not an ordinary person. If we can befriend him, you might even be able to enter the mainstream, or even the core of the guild." Perhaps. A hint of longing appeared in Nelson's eyes. After leaving the Far East Guild, Montgomery headed straight to the West District, planning to visit his father Seymour. The West District is the most chaotic area in Eastland City. This is where mercenaries gather. Most mercenaries are fearless adventurers who live on the edge. When gathered together, bloodshed and conflicts are inevitable. In short, there are casualties in the West District every day. Even the city guard rarely comes here. Because coming here serves no purpose, some mercenaries would dare kill even the city guards when they go mad. Of course, it doesn't mean these mercenaries are fearless. They act so boldly mainly due to another important reason. Behind every mercenary lies a super protector, the Mercenaries Guild. The Mercenaries Guild is a superpower spread across every corner of the continent. Almost every city has a branch of the guild. More than 95% of the continent's mercenaries have joined the Mercenaries Guild, at least nominally. According to the regulations of the Mercenaries Guild, any mercenary who joins the guild must be punished by the Mercenaries Guild if they commit crimes locally. No one else has the right to punish them. Otherwise, it would be seen as provoking the Mercenaries Guild. Generally speaking, if something really happens, the Mercenaries Guild will often favor the mercenaries. Unless it's a big issue, it will often end up unresolved. Precisely because of this, mercenaries act without restraint, unafraid even of the city guards. Entering the West District, Montgomery witnessed many bloody conflicts along the way. There were scenes of mercenaries brawling with each other and bullying civilians. He paid no special attention but went to the market of their family in the West District according to his memory. The herbal business in Eastland City is mainly concentrated in the South District and the West District. Most shops in the South District are luxuriously decorated, attracting mostly wealthy people. The West District is composed of individual markets, frequented mostly by poor civilians. These two areas are like specialized stores and street stalls. The Freddy family has 3 markets in the West District, under a general manager, who is none other than Seymour. Montgomery first went to 2 of the markets, but didn't see Seymour, so he headed towards the last market. Just as he reached outside the market, Montgomery frowned. A crowd gathered outside the market, with loud arguments heard from the center. This is daylight robbery. Do you think my Freddy family is easy to bully? Waste. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to use force. You'd better get lost." Recognizing the voice in front, Montgomery realized it belonged to his father, Seymour. His expression darkened, and he pushed through the crowd. Feeling someone pushing, the crowd immediately showed dissatisfaction, but when they saw Montgomery's stern expression, they swallowed their words and dared not provoke him. Most of the onlookers were civilians who tend to be easily intimidated. Seeing Montgomery dressed in fine clothes with a sullen expression, the crowd quickly moved aside. Walking inside, Montgomery finally saw his father Seymour arguing with a burly man. The man was 8 feet tall, with muscles bulging all over his body. A vicious scar ran from his left eye to his chin on his left cheek, looking quite terrifying. Just by his appearance, one could tell he was definitely a cutthroat mercenary. At this moment, this mercenary was holding a magic crystal, seemingly ready to leave, but was blocked by Seymour. Sir, please put down the magic crystal. You useless piece of junk, do you really think I don't dare to touch you? The big man's face turned cold as he swung a punch at Seymour. Seymour had no cultivation at all. If that punch landed, he would certainly be severely injured. Just as everyone thought Seymour was doomed, a young man dashed forward and grabbed the big man's arm from the side. The big man suddenly turned back and roared angrily. Kid, are you asking for death? Montgomery remained silent, then suddenly increased the pressure on his hand. With a crack, the bones in the big man's arm were crushed instantly. The big man showed signs of agony. His previously arrogant face now twisted together, and large drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But Montgomery did not stop there, kicking rapidly at the back of the big man's knees twice. With 2 more cracks, the big man's knee joints shattered, and his legs bent, making him kneel down directly. Montgomery delivered the final kick straight to the energy vortex in the man's lower abdomen, disabling his cultivation. All this happened in just a couple of seconds. By the time the big man was screaming and kneeling on the ground, the onlookers finally reacted, staring at Montgomery in shock. An 18-year-old boy actually subdued a powerful mercenary in just 2 or 3 moves. How could that not be astonishing? Seymour also regained his composure, curiously asking, Montgomery, how did you come here? I came to take a look. Montgomery finished and then asked, Father, why are you alone? Didn't the family assign guards to you? For Seymour, who had no cultivation, being without guards in a place like the West District was extremely dangerous. Seymour's face showed some unease, and after a long pause, he said, Arvin brother assigned 2 people, but they didn't want to stay by my side? Chapter 38, Mercenary Guild. A glint of coldness flashed across Montgomery's eyes. He glanced down at the burly man who was wailing in agony, and looked at Aloysius, asking, What's wrong with this guy? Aloysius glanced at the burly man, his expression darkening slightly as he said, This guy actually wanted to buy a 4th-grade magic crystal with 1,000 gold coins. He's here to cause trouble. Montgomery's gaze flickered as he looked down on the screaming burly man from above and asked coldly, Speak, who sent you? The burly man endured the excruciating pain, glaring at Montgomery with hatred in his eyes. You little brat, how dare you lay hands on me? The Mercenary Guild won't let you off. Montgomery's face turned grim, and with one step, he crushed the burly man's chest bone. Speak, who sent you? His voice was low and deep, a formidable spiritual force sweeping toward the burly man. The burly man trembled, his eyes becoming vacant, and subconsciously answered, Young Geo Darrell. Montgomery turned to look at Aloysius. Father, have you heard of this person? Aloysius's expression changed slightly, nodding solemnly. Yes, Darrell is the youngest son of Mayor John of the Mercenary Guild. In recent days, mercenaries have frequently caused disturbances in the market. It seems that all of them were arranged by the Mercenary Guild. Montgomery nodded. It was clear that the Mercenary Guild had made its move, intending to drive the Freddy family out of West District. He knew that Alvaro and the elders absolutely had ulterior motives. Given the current situation in West District, not to mention Father Aloysius, whose cultivation had been crippled, even sending a 5th-grade warrior might not be enough to maintain order. Alvaro and the elders clearly didn't have good intentions toward Aloysius. Of course, Montgomery also saw through another layer of meaning. Besides targeting Aloysius, the elders seemed to be trying to force him into action. At this point, only Montgomery could resolve the situation in West District. The elders knew this but couldn't bring themselves to ask for Montgomery's help, so they resorted to this helpless measure. Montgomery reined in his thoughts, deciding to settle accounts with the elders when he had time. The current task was still to solve the problem in West District first. Father, go back first. I'll handle things here. Montgomery told Aloysius. Aloysius was somewhat worried. Montgomery, shall we inform the family? The Mercenary Guild isn't easy to deal with. Montgomery shook his head and consoled. Don't worry, everything will be fine. To notify the family, those cunning elders would stand up to the Mercenary Guild? He was overthinking it. Although Aloysius was still somewhat concerned, he knew Montgomery's character well. Once Montgomery decided something, nothing could change his mind. Just be careful, Aloysius cautioned. Montgomery nodded. Don't worry, Father. I know what I'm doing. Go back first. After finishing, he carried the burly man away. The crowd watching around showed surprise, wondering if Montgomery really intended to pick a fight with the Mercenary Guild. Thinking of this, they followed along, eager to see the spectacle. Watching Montgomery leave, Aloysius felt uneasy. No way. I need to go back and inform Father. He turned and left hurriedly. On the other side, Montgomery soon arrived at the Mercenary Guild. Isn't that Sean? Why has he been beaten up like this? The mercenaries guarding the door noticed the burly man being carried by Montgomery, their faces instantly darkening. Sean was one of Darrell's Megans. Releasing him up this badly was a clear provocation against the Mercenary Guild. A burly mercenary stepped forward, sternly saying, Boy, do you know the consequences of harming our Mercenary Guild members? Shut up. Montgomery scolded softly, tossing the burly man aside. With a loud thud, the mercenary was knocked down before he could react. Seeing this, the other mercenaries at the door rushed forward in anger, surrounding Montgomery. Boy, coming to make trouble at the Mercenary Guild? Seeking death. A bulky giant sneered and swung his fist toward Montgomery. Montgomery remained calm, countering with a punch that shattered the attacker's fist. The terrifying force sent the mercenary flying backward. Before the other mercenaries could react, Montgomery acted swiftly. Anyone he touched ended up with broken bones. In less than a moment, more than 10 mercenaries at the door were lying on the ground. The civilians around watched in stunned silence. They had never seen anyone dare to cause trouble at the mercenary guild and beat the usually arrogant mercenaries in such a miserable state. Montgomery ignored the crowd and strode into the mercenary guild. The inner mercenaries sensed the commotion at the entrance and now were rushing towards it. Seeing Montgomery, these mercenaries immediately attacked without a word. Montgomery showed no mercy, returning every blow. Soon, he had knocked down all the attacking mercenaries. With unstoppable momentum, he charged straight into the core of the mercenary guild. "Tell me, where's Daryl?" He grabbed a mercenary by the collar and asked coldly. The mercenary trembled all over, fear evident in his eyes. Earlier, he had witnessed Montgomery taking down all the mercenaries in the first-floor hall single-handedly. There were hundreds of mercenaries there, including over 10 who were at the 4th level. None of them could match this teenager. It was clear how terrifying this youth was, not daring to hide anything. The mercenary stuttered. On the 3rd floor. With a flick of his wrist, Montgomery threw the mercenary, sending him flying into the wall with a thud, knocking him out instantly. Montgomery turned and walked towards the 3rd floor. At the same time, in a luxurious room on the 3rd floor of the mercenary guild, a blonde, burly young man was having a meal. The dining table made of purple cloudwood was filled with all kinds of delicious food. 2 maidservants stood on either side of the table, ready to serve their master. Beside the young man sat 2 graceful blonde beauties, attending to him during the meal. The young man was none other than Daryl. Behind Daryl stood an old man in black, emitting a chilling aura that sent shivers down anyone's spine. Just as the atmosphere was pleasant, the door was suddenly slammed open, and an old man in blue rushed in, stumbling. "Geo Daryl, it's bad, very bad." Daryl's face darkened immediately. The 2 women beside him trembled, fear flashing in their eyes. "What's wrong? Making such a fuss?" A frigid voice echoed in the room. The old man in blue stiffened, glancing subconsciously at the dishes on the table, his face turning deathly pale. He knew Daryl hated being interrupted the most. "Sure enough," Daryl said. "Iggy, cut off his hands for me." The old man's face turned even paler, and he hurriedly said, "Geo, someone has attacked from below. The mercenaries on the 1st floor can't hold them back. That person is already coming up here." Hearing this, Daryl's pupils contracted sharply as he stood up abruptly from his seat. How dare anyone cause trouble in the mercenary guild, seeking death? I want to see who dares to be so bold. He walked towards the door, saying coldly, "Let's go and see which fool dares to do this." At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. "No need to come down. I'm already here." Chapter 39, Lesson. After Seymour rushed back to the Freddy family, he immediately found Arn and quickly recounted the situation. Arnie's expression turned anxious as he promptly instructed Seymour, "You go find Lord Mayor Freddy. Bergen and I will head over first." As for the others, he did not call them, because Arn knew that even if he did, they might not come. On the 3rd floor of the mercenary guild, a few people inside looked up to see a youth in purple robes slowly walking in from outside the door. "Brat, do you think your life is too long? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" Daryl's tone was icy cold as he directly instructed the old man in black, "Iggy, go and break this brat's 4 limbs first." The old man in black nodded and rushed toward Montgomery. His figure seemed like a wraith, instantly arriving before Montgomery with a fist engulfed in mighty aura aimed straight at Montgomery's abdomen. He was ready to cripple Montgomery first and then torture him slowly. But Montgomery's reaction surprised the elder. Despite his incredible speed, he was still blocked by the youth in front of him. Moreover, the elder felt a tremendous force from the punch travel through his arm into his body, forcing him to step back several steps. Not giving the elder any time to react, Montgomery darted forward in one swift motion, forming a fist imprint. Covered in aura, he unleashed a punch. The air roared as if hit by a hammer. The punch struck straight at the elder's chest. Crack! The elder's chest caved in on the spot, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Montgomery, unrelenting, rushed forward and threw another punch at the elder's face. Another crack. The elder's nose was shattered, sending fresh blood splattering. Just as Montgomery was about to attack again, the elder's body flickered and suddenly disappeared in a shadow. But Montgomery didn't show any surprise. He turned around and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the elder reappeared, his expression contorted in pain, and he flew backward. A heavy thud sounded as the elder's body crashed through the wall, flying out of the room. This happened too fast. Only now did the people inside the room react. They glanced at the big hole in the wall, and then at the undamaged Montgomery, all drawing sharp breaths. The elder in black was a level 5 warrior, just barely entering that level, but he was truly a level 5 warrior. Yet, in front of this young man, he had no means to fight back. In just a few strikes, he was sent flying out. Daryl swiftly suppressed his shock, eyes fixed on Grayson, and coldly asked, "Who are you?" Montgomery looked over and said coldly, "Tell me, who told you to cause chaos at the Freddy family Grantet?" "Freddy?" Daryl was taken aback, then scrutinized Montgomery carefully. A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be? You are that trash, Montgomery?" Although Montgomery was known throughout Eastwood City, Daryl, always arrogant, never paid much attention to a waste, making this the first time he met Montgomery and thus did not recognize him. Montgomery's face grew cold. "You talk too much." He opened his mouth, spitting out a wind blade that cut through the air, severing a lock of Daryl's hair and slicing a bloody mark across his cheek. "I'll ask you once more. Who told you to cause chaos at the Freddy family Grantet? Think carefully before answering, otherwise, I don't mind adding another soul to my count." Daryl touched his cheek, feeling the warm blood. His pupils constricted, followed by an instant rage. From childhood to now, When had he ever faced such humiliation? You scum, you're courting death. Daryl roared, glaring at Montgomery with venomous eyes. Scum, I swear, from now on, our mercenary guild will have eternal enmity with you. Montgomery's expression remained indifferent as he flicked another wind blade from his finger. Moving swiftly, with a swoosh, it severed Daryl's arm. Oh! Daryl screamed in agony as blood gushed from his severed limb, his face turning pale as paper. Young Geo. The elder and several servants' faces changed drastically. Although extremely worried, they did not dare to approach for aid. Montgomery stepped forward indifferently, saying, I told you. You speak too much. Answer me, who sent you? Daryl pressed his wound with one hand, staring hatefully at Montgomery. Scum, you're finished. Your entire Freddy family is finished. Let me tell you, when my father returns, I'll make sure he leads men to wipe out your Freddy family. Daryl shrieked loudly, filled with venomous resentment, continuing to threaten Montgomery. Blinded by anger, he didn't care about anything else. Montgomery remained calm, firing another wind blade with his finger. Swoosh, Daryl's other arm was also severed. Ay! Daryl's cries were heart-wrenching, venomously shouting, Scum, kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will never let you off. Faced with continuous provocation, Montgomery lost patience, his gaze turning cold. Since you wish for death so much, I will grant it. His words were chilling, filled with real killing intent. Shocked by this killing intent, Daryl immediately calmed down a little. His shouting was partly because he had never been so humiliated from childhood and could not accept it, and partly because he thought Montgomery did not dare to kill him. After all, once he was dead, the Mercenary Guild and the Freddy family would be mortal enemies forever. Although the Freddy family and the Eastwood City Mercenary Guild were evenly matched in strength, the latter had an extremely strong background. If anyone dared to attack it, they would certainly provoke a joint crackdown by the mercenary guilds of surrounding cities. If the matter became serious, even the General Mercenary Guild might intervene. But at this moment, Daryl felt real killing intent from Montgomery. He had no doubt that the other side would really kill him. Cursing Montgomery as crazy in his heart, Daryl quickly said, It was the Aryan family and Andy family. They gave me some benefits, telling me to drive your Freddy family out of West District. Montgomery paused, eyes narrowing slightly. He had anticipated this answer. Today, I'll let you off. If you dare to send mercenaries to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, Montgomery turned around and left the room. Daryl let out a breath of relief, glaring hatefully at Montgomery's departing back. Little bastard, wait and see. I swear I will not rest until my revenge is taken. Seeing that the others were still standing there stupidly, he roared angrily. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call people to treat me downstairs. The movement made his wounds hurt more, making Daryl wince in pain. Yes, young Geo, I'll do it right away. The old man in blue came to his senses and immediately rushed out of the room. Montgomery left the room and walked straight downstairs. On the way, he met the elder in black who he previously fought. At this moment, the other party was limping upstairs. Seeing Montgomery, he froze. However, Montgomery ignored him, brushing past him and heading downstairs. The elder looked back, fear flashing in his eyes. After the previous fight, the elder deeply felt how terrifying Montgomery was. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. The elder estimated that even the president here might not be a match. Strange, wasn't it rumored that the kid was a waste? How can he be so powerful? Muttering in his mind, the elder limped towards the third floor. Chapter 40 Freddy's Reminder. Montgomery went downstairs and left the Mercenary Guild straight away. He hadn't gone far when Arn and Vonnie caught up with him. Upon seeing the two men, Montgomery was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Seymour must have informed them. Are you all right, Montgomery? After they approached, they scrutinized Montgomery up and down, their eyes filled with worry. Montgomery shook his head and smiled. What could possibly happen to me? You didn't go to the Mercenary Guild? The two were surprised. Montgomery smiled, saying lightly, I did. I just gave that young man Daryl a slight lesson. They were stunned upon hearing this. Vonnie said sullenly, You're boasting again, aren't you? If you had really hit Daryl, would the people of the Mercenary Guild let you leave so easily? Montgomery laughed, but made no explanation. Seeing this, they both had an idea, guessing that Montgomery might have been frightened by the power of the Mercenary Guild and retreated. The Mercenary Guild was the strongest force in East Forest City after the mayor's office. President Jeremiah was already at the peak of level 5 warriors, just one step away from breaking through to level 6. Under his command were 7 or 8 level 5 warriors. Coincidentally, most of the senior members of the Mercenary Guild were out on business today. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Montgomery to infiltrate. Vonnie slapped Montgomery on the shoulder and said irritably, Brat, can you not give us a hard time every day? How could you possibly challenge the Mercenary Guild alone? Arn also came forward and said sternly, Montgomery, you must not act rashly from now on. Any issues need to be discussed with the family. Montgomery nodded without objection. It's good nothing happened. Let's go. The two took Montgomery away from West District, heading back to Freddy family. On the way, they encountered Seymour and Freddy who had just arrived. After learning that Montgomery was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, upon learning the truth, Freddy began to question it. While others might not know, Freddy was well aware that Montgomery could remain calm even in front of Millie. He would never be intimidated by a mere mercenary guild. Brother Arn, since friend Montgomery is unharmed, I shall take my leave first. Freddy said as he looked at Arn. Arn smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Mayor. Freddy waved his hands. Don't mention it. After exchanging a few polite words, Freddy took his leave. He didn't return to the mayor's office, but went to the mercenary guild. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the mercenary guild, Freddy sensed that something was amiss. The usually bustling mercenary guild was eerily quiet today. Unknown to Freddy, the mercenaries had all been felled by Montgomery and considered it humiliating, so they chased away everyone loitering outside and even those coming to post missions. Freddy looked at the two guards standing at the entrance and calmly said, "Please inform President Jeremiah that I, the mayor, would like to see him." Recognizing Freddy, the two dared not neglect. One of them replied honestly, "Mayor, President isn't here. Please come another day." Freddy frowned and asked again, "Are any other elders here?" The guard still shook his head. "No. Only young Geo Daryl and Enforcer Iggy are present." Freddy furrowed his brows deeper, unable to understand what big event could mobilize all senior members of the mercenary guild. "Then bring me to see Daryl." "Is that?" The guard hesitated. Freddy's expression turned severe. "What's the problem?" "Dare not." The guard shook his head hurriedly and whispered, "Mayor, please wait a moment while I report this." Freddy nodded slightly. The guard quickly entered the guild and rushed to the third floor where Daryl was located. At that moment, two alchemists were trying to reattach Daryl's broken arm. Seeing someone burst in, Daryl's face darkened abruptly. Just as he was about to explode, the guard reported, "Young Geo, Mayor has come to see you." Daryl was taken aback. "Freddy, why did he come?" After some thought, he instructed, "Ask him to come up." The guard turned around and swiftly returned to the entrance, bowing respectfully. "Mayor, please come in." Following the guard into the hall, Freddy couldn't help being surprised at the scene before him. Inside the spacious hall, a group of mercenaries displayed expressions of pain, several alchemists treating their injuries. Freddy glanced once and saw that each mercenary bore different wounds. Turning to look at the guiding guard, he asked curiously, "What's going on here?" Without concealing, the guard roughly described the events, finally gritting his teeth. "That kid was too arrogant. When President returns, he will not spare him." Freddy's pupils narrowed slightly. Though he had anticipated it, hearing it firsthand still startled him. Accompanied by the guard, he ascended to the room where Daryl resided. When Freddy saw the injuries on Daryl and Iggy, his pupils suddenly constricted. He had Menchang Jiasho barely accepted everything that happened earlier. But what was before him now truly exceeded his expectations. It was one thing that Montgomery dared to cause such a commotion at the mercenary guild, but it was another thing altogether that he actually injured Iggy. Freddy was very clear that Iggy was a genuine level 5 warrior. Yet, the latter was no match for an 18-year-old youth. At this moment, Freddy seemed to understand why Millie regarded Montgomery so highly. Daryl glanced at Freddy and instructed the Megan beside him, "Prepare a seat for the mayor." After Freddy sat down, Daryl asked, "May I know the purpose of your visit, Mayor?" Freddy did not answer directly, but countered with a question. "Nephew Daryl, how did you sustain these injuries?" Daryl's expression turned gloomy in an instant. He coldly replied, "I was bitten by a mad dog. When father returns, I will definitely have him catch that mad dog and kill it slowly." Seeing Daryl's attitude, Freddy knew this matter would not be resolved easily. He stopped pretending not to know and advised sincerely, "Nephew Daryl, let me advise you, it's best not to touch Montgomery." Daryl's eyes narrowed sharply as he asked coldly, "Are you shielding that scum?" Freddy stood up from his seat and said calmly, "I'm not shielding him. To be honest, Montgomery has a significant background. I only came here to warn you not to act rashly so as not to bring disaster upon yourself." Daryl was disdainful at this. He snorted, "Humph, don't try to scare me with empty threats. That scum is nothing more than a waste from the Freddy family. Even if he does have some background, our mercenary guild doesn't fear anything." Seeing this, Freddy knew further words were futile. He said mildly, "I've said all I needed to say. It's up to you whether you listen or not." With that, he turned and left. Brennanching Freddy's retreating back, Daryl's face was sullen. "Humph, so that's why that kid was so arrogant. He has someone backing him. But offending the mercenary guild, even Freddy can't protect you." As for Freddy's warning about Montgomery's impressive background, Daryl simply didn't believe it. He might not know Montgomery and the Freddy family inside out, but he had a general understanding. If Montgomery really had a powerful background, the Freddy family wouldn't be stuck in such a small town like East Forest City and still bullied by the Aryan family and Andy family. Although Daryl had heard about the events at the birthday banquet, he hadn't taken it seriously. He thought it was merely the Freddy family trying to get close to the mayor's office and the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 41, An Angry Eli. Following Daryl's warning, the matter of Montgomery assaulting the mercenary guild did not spread in Donglin City. Therefore, the senior members of the Freddy family were unaware of this incident. Otherwise, with their temperament, they would have been enraged if they knew that Montgomery had caused such a commotion. In the following days, no more mercenaries disrupted the Freddy family's market district. This left Aloysius, who was stationed in the Western District, somewhat puzzled. But this was ultimately a good thing, so although he was puzzled, he didn't dwell on it too much. A few more days passed, and Faxon, Portia, and other younger family members planned to leave the family and return to the academy. Before she left, Portia sought out Montgomery to say goodbye. "Montgomery, don't act rashly in the future. Don't make Grandpa and Uncle Sam worried." The young girl earnestly advised him. "I know, Sister Portia." Montgomery nodded lightly and took out a scroll from his storage ring, handing it to her. "Sister Portia, I remember next month is your birthday. Here's a gift for you." "What is this?" Curiosity painted her face as she accepted the scroll and began to open it. The next moment, her expression grew solemn, and after a brief pause, she looked up at Montgomery with astonishment. "Montgomery, how can you?" Her words were cut off by Montgomery. "Sister Portia, don't ask. There are some things I can't tell you yet, but you will know when the time is right. Remember, destroy it immediately after cultivation, and never let outsiders know. Portia nodded seriously, gripping the scroll tightly with both hands. She fully understood how precious the scroll in her hand was. Leaking it could invite fatal trouble. The birthday gift Montgomery gave her was a mental cultivation technique called the Ice Spirit Record. Although it was not comparable to the Elf Holy Scripture, it was still an extremely powerful technique, far superior to anything on the Star Moon continent. Portia carefully stored away the scroll, somewhat puzzled. Montgomery, I am water attribute. Can I also practice the Ice Spirit Record? Montgomery nodded. Of course you can, Sister Portia. As long as you practice diligently, you might awaken ice attributes someday. Portia was astonished. Really? Ice attributes were considered exotic, much stronger than common attributes, and rarely awakened. Only true prodigies usually manage to achieve this. Definitely, Montgomery affirmed with a nod. Thank you, Montgomery. Portia gave Montgomery a mischievous smile. Be good at home. I'm leaving now. Montgomery nodded. He rarely saw such a lively and radiant smile on her face. It was evident how happy she truly was. After seeing the young girl off, Montgomery left the castle and headed for the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Upon meeting Nelson, he learned that Crawford had successfully broken through to become a 5th-level alchemist. The two promptly discussed opening an armory. 3 days later, the first armory opened in Donglin City. With the substantial financial backing of the Far East Chamber of Commerce and Crawford, a 5th-level alchemist, everything progressed swiftly. The first armory was set up in the Western District, where many mercenaries gathered. Yonatan by the reputation of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, it quickly caught people's attention. Initially, people only came in out of curiosity. Later, they found that this new armory not only offered weapons of superior quality, but also reasonable prices, far cheaper than those of the Aryan family. Once the news spread, it caused a sensation in the Western District. Countless mercenaries rushed to the armory, all hoping to find suitable weapons. On the opening day, business was extraordinarily prosperous. Seeing this, Nelson was delighted and quickly planned to open several more. Such a significant impact soon drew the attention of the Aryan family. When Eli learned that the Far East Chamber of Commerce had opened an armory, he was genuinely shocked and hurried to inspect the site. Upon realizing that the weapons from the Far East Chamber of Commerce were superior and cheaper than his own family's, Eli's face darkened. He knew that if the Far East Chamber of Commerce was determined to snatch the market, the Aryan family stood no chance. Eli rushed to the Far East Chamber of Commerce to meet Nelson, but was turned away. Damn, Eli cursed inwardly, taking the weapon to his own alchemist for inspection. Even the alchemist admitted defeat. Patriarch, my skills indeed fall short compared to theirs. It would be difficult to surpass them. You need to think of ways from other angles. Eli's expression was grim. The Far East Chamber of Commerce was aggressive, and he struggled to think of a solution. Even if he lowered the price of weapons now, it would likely be futile. Eli was certain that any move he made would prompt the Far East Chamber of Commerce to lower their prices as well. In terms of financial resources, he couldn't compete with the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Just as he was perplexed, a servant led Dino into the room. Eli, I've heard about the armory business. That old Nelson is truly ruthless, blatantly stealing your business like that, showing no respect for you at all. Dino wore a look of righteous indignation, seemingly very angry, but in reality, it was all an act. A few days ago, he had been anxiously worried, but Eli appeared completely relaxed, not in the least bit concerned. Now, the situation of the Aryan family was similar to that of the Andy family. Let's see if he is anxious now. Eli could see through Dino's pretense, but didn't have the mood to argue. He said coldly, I will never let that old Nelson off. Dino nodded. Yes, that old guy is wicked, and mustn't be spared. Eli, speaking of which, why did the Far East Chamber of Commerce suddenly open an armory? Could this possibly be the doing of that young beast Montgomery? After the last incident, they no longer dared to underestimate Montgomery. Judging by Nelson's attitude toward Montgomery, this matter might indeed be related to him. Otherwise, why would the Far East Chamber of Commerce choose this moment to open an armory, clearly supporting the Freddy family? This matter is likely related to that little beast. Eli nodded and said coldly, since that little beast is seeking death, we'll give him what he wants. Dino's eyes lit up, asking, what do you plan to do? Eli's voice turned icy. Since that little beast doesn't know when to stop, there's no need for him to remain alive. Dino was startled and replied solemnly, Eli, that little beast has a close relationship with Freddy. It might be difficult to take action here in Donglin City. If discovered, things could get complicated. Eli sneered coldly. Who said we would act ourselves? Huh. Dino looked puzzled. Fine professionals. Eli sneered again, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. At the Mercenary Guild, Jeremiah returned with the other senior members. Upon seeing Daryl's injuries, Jeremiah immediately flew into a rage. Tell me who did this. Chapter 42 The Mercenary Guild's Revenge. Father, you're finally back. Nevanon's eyes welled up, almost breaking into tears. Seeing his son's aggrieved face, Jeremiah grew even angrier and glared at Iggy, roaring. Iggy, what did you eat for? To let my son suffer such a severe injury. Iggy trembled and hurriedly explained. Guildmaster, that man was too strong. I wasn't a match for him at all. Worthless. Jeremiah cursed angrily, then coldly said, Speak. What exactly happened? Iggy didn't dare to hide anything and quickly recounted the events of that day. What a fine Freddy family. What a fine Montgomery. Daring to bully my mercenary guild. They are simply courting death. Jeremiah was furious, turning to look at a burly man with a dark face beside him. Amin, immediately take men to the Freddy family and make them send that little brat here voluntarily. Otherwise, there's no need for the Freddy family to exist. Yes, Guildmaster. The dark-faced Amin answered and immediately left. Shortly after, Amin brought 2 others to the gate of the Freddy family's castle. His fierce gaze swept over the guards outside the castle as he coldly said, "Go in and tell that old thing Arn that Amin from the mercenary guild is here." The guard did not hesitate and immediately turned to enter the castle. He returned shortly after, along with Vani. Seeing the 3 people at the door, Vani's gaze hardened slightly as he said indifferently, "Amin, why have you come here?" Amin did not mince words, saying directly, "Vani, our guild master said to have your Freddy family deliver that little wretch Montgomery to the mercenary guild. Otherwise, there's no need for your Freddy family to exist." Vani's expression changed, asking gravely, "What do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" Amin sneered. "You ask that little wretch Montgomery what he did, and you'll know what I mean." Having said that, he turned to leave. Not walking far, he turned back and added, "By the way, our guild master also said if you don't deliver him within 3 days, it will be unnecessary to do so." Brandishing the trio leave, Vani's expression was heavy as he murmured softly, "What on earth did that rascal Montgomery do?" He couldn't help but recall the incident of that day, becoming even more solemn. Vani turned and entered the castle, coming to the conference hall. Inside, Arn was holding a family meeting with the elders. "Vani, why did someone from the mercenary guild come?" Arn looked at Vani curiously. Vani glanced at the elders, hesitating for a moment, unsure whether to speak out in public. Alvaro noticed his hesitation and said sternly, "Second brother, we are all high-ranking members of the family here. Is there anything worth hiding?" Vani had no choice but to recount the events truthfully. After hearing Vani's account, Alvaro and the other elders all had their expressions change. An elder gritted his teeth. That disobedient son Montgomery again. He must have done something. Otherwise, the mercenary guild wouldn't just come without reason. Alvaro looked at Aloysius, his voice low. "Third brother, where's Montgomery? Have him come over to ask what exactly happened." Given the current situation, Aloysius could not refuse, and only nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll go right now." Aloysius went to Montgomery's residence and found him meditating in his room. Seeing Aloysius walk into the house with a serious look, Montgomery was curious. "Father, what's wrong?" Aloysius did not hide anything, explaining the situation quickly before asking, "Montgomery, tell me the truth. What happened at the mercenary guild that day?" Montgomery no longer concealed and roughly recounted the events. "What? You cut off both of Nevenon's arms?" Aloysius was greatly shocked upon hearing this and then anxiously asked, "Montgomery, how could you be so impulsive? Is the mercenary guild something easily provoked?" "It's all right, father, let's go." Montgomery remained calm, rising and walking toward the door. Moments later, the two arrived at the conference hall. Everyone looked over, and Arn asked, "Montgomery, someone from the mercenary guild just came looking specifically for you. Do you know what this is about?" "I know." Montgomery nodded and truthfully recounted the entire event without hiding anything. After hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Alvaro exclaimed in shock, "You said what? You actually fought at the mercenary guild and severed both of Nevenon's arms?" All the elders stared at Montgomery in shock, finding it hard to accept this fact for a moment. Seconds later, an elder shouted angrily, "Montgomery, you rebel son, you want to die? Don't drag the family down with you. Can we afford to provoke the mercenary guild? I see you father and son are just like bad luck charms. First offending the Rock family, now the mercenary guild. Are you determined to bring about the destruction of the Freddy family?" The elders condemned Grayson verbally with raging anger in their eyes. Beneath that rage, there was also a hint of fear. They clearly knew that the mercenary guild could not be provoked, not by small families like theirs, who could never afford to offend them. Otherwise, it would bring ruin to the entire family. But now, Montgomery had not only offended them but did so in an utterly unforgivable manner. This time, even Arn felt disappointed. He had thought Montgomery had matured, but didn't expect him to still act so impulsively. There was nothing wrong with Montgomery confronting the mercenary guild, but it shouldn't have been done in such an extreme way. Now, there was no room for reconciliation left. After the initial anger subsided, the elders turned their gazes towards Arn. Huey spoke first. "Head of the family, I suggest we immediately expel Montgomery from the clan. Only this can resolve the crisis facing our family." His words were quickly agreed upon by the other elders. They all demanded that Montgomery be expelled from the family. Some even requested that Aloysius be expelled as well. In their view, only such measures could save the family. Facing the demands of the elders, Arn fell silent, at a loss for words. Montgomery had indeed caused too much trouble this time, and he didn't know how to defend him. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Montgomery stepped forward and said calmly, "Have you said enough? If so, let me speak a few words." Everyone immediately looked at him, and Huey snorted coldly. "Humph, after causing such a huge disaster, do you still want to quibble?" Ignoring this, Montgomery addressed everyone present. "Don't worry, I will take full responsibility for my actions. I will handle this matter myself and will not involve the family." One of the elders sneered sarcastically. "Handle it yourself? What do you have to solve this with, your fists?" Montgomery nodded. "Exactly, with my fists." The elder was speechless for a moment, then snapped angrily after a while. "Montgomery, who do you think you are? Do you know the power of the mercenary guild? Not even the city lord's residence dares to attack them on a whim. Don't think that just because you have the support of Freddy and the Far East Chamber of Commerce, you can do whatever you want." Chapter 43 The Wager. "Montgomery, stop being so presumptuous. The mercenary guild isn't the three families. Even the city lord's residence and the Far East Chamber of Commerce wouldn't dare offend it. Alvaro also coldly spoke up with disdain in his eyes, finding Montgomery to be utterly ignorant of the realities. Seeing the patriarch and the other elders sneer, Montgomery remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "You don't believe me, do you? How about this? Let's make a wager." Huey asked curiously, "What kind of wager?" Montgomery responded, "If I can resolve the issue with the mercenary guild, you will apologize to my father in front of the entire family." Upon hearing this, the elders' faces changed drastically as Huey coldly said, "Are you joking? We did nothing wrong. Why should we apologize to Aloysius?" Montgomery's expression turned cold abruptly. "Did nothing wrong? You all knew my father has no cultivation, yet you made him manage the West District Grantat. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for him?" The elders were immediately speechless, unsure how to counterargue. They indeed had this intention, and now that Montgomery revealed it in public, they felt somewhat embarrassed. Montgomery's gaze was cold as he sternly asked, "I ask you, do you dare?" After exchanging glances and silently nodding among themselves, Huey replied, "All right, but what if we win?" Montgomery had anticipated this response and casually answered, "If you win, I'll voluntarily leave the Freddy family without causing any trouble for you." Hearing this, the elders smiled as Huey immediately said, "Deal, then." Afterward, he looked at Arn. "Head of the family, you saw that." This was Montgomery's own words. Arn sighed. At this point, saying anything else would be too late. He glanced at Montgomery, wanting to speak, but ultimately just sighed quietly. Montgomery gave a slight nod and an assuring look toward Arn, then told everyone, "Tomorrow will reveal everything." With that, he turned and walked out of the room. Vonnie and Aloysius immediately followed after him. "Montgomery, how could you be so impulsive? What are we going to do now?" Vonnie's face was full of worry and his voice tinged with reproach. Aloysius stood by, silent and guilt-ridden. In retrospect, this incident was due to him. If not for taking over the West District Grantat, Montgomery wouldn't have gone there and the subsequent events wouldn't have occurred. "Uncle, father, both of you go back home. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Montgomery smiled confidently at the two and then left the castle directly. Unconvinced, they prepared to follow, but were stopped by the elders. "Vonnie, stop getting involved in this mess, or else the mercenary guild might really bear a grudge against our Freddy family," Alvaro sternly advised, and then turned to Aloysius. "As for the third brother, if you want to go, go ahead. Anyway, as a cripple, you don't represent us." Aloysius's face fell, feeling profoundly helpless. Just being a cripple, what could he do but drag everyone down? Despite this, Aloysius remained deeply concerned. After some thought, he decided to visit the city lord's residence. No matter what, he couldn't let Montgomery risk his life. Inside the luxurious hall on the third floor of the Mercenary Guild, Amin looked at Howard and said, "President, on my way back, I heard some rumors. It said that the Freddy family has close ties with the city lord's residence and the Far East Chamber of Commerce, apparently having some secret agreement. If the rumor is true, the Freddy family has the backing of the city lord's residence and the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Would they still send Montgomery here?" Howard sneered. No matter who they're relying on, harming my son means they must pay the price." Daryl, the youngest son of Howard, was always adored by him. Not willing to hit him himself, someone else chopped off his arms. Such vengeance, Howard would definitely pursue. Just as they were talking, a mercenary rushed in, exclaiming, "President, that boy came." Howard asked intently, "How many people came?" The mercenary truthfully answered, "Just him alone." "One." Everyone inside the room looked puzzled. They had expected several members of the Freddy family to show up, but only that young man came alone. Looks like the Freddy family has given up on that kid." A slender Chevy chuckled, amusement visible in his eyes. Howard paused momentarily, then laughed. "Seems like that old man knows better than to challenge fate." The reason he didn't lead people to attack the Freddy family was because he was well aware of their strength. An outright assault would likely result in strong resistance from them, leaving both sides heavily damaged even if the revenge was taken. This outcome was something Howard wanted to avoid. In order to minimize losses, he only sent word for Montgomery to come alone. He would first deal with Montgomery and avenge his son. As for the Freddy family, there would be plenty of opportunities to settle with them later. "Go bring that boy up," Howard instructed the mercenary. The mercenary turned and left, returning shortly after with Montgomery. In an instant, all eyes in the room fell on Montgomery. Daryl sneered. "Boy, I told you that you'd pay for what you did that day." Montgomery didn't respond, scanning the room. 9 fifth-level warriors, 3 of whom had reached peak 5th level. Such a concentration of experts was unmatched in East Forest City outside of the city lord's residence. At this moment, Howard also looked at Montgomery, asking coldly, "You are Montgomery?" Facing the sharp gazes of everyone in the room, Montgomery showed no change in expression as he met Howard's gaze. "I heard you were looking for me." Quite courageous," Howard said, slightly surprised by Montgomery's calm demeanor. A glint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. But thinking of Daryl's injuries, his expression suddenly turned cold. "Brat, daring to cause trouble at my mercenary guild and injure my son. Quite brave of you." Montgomery kept his expression indifferent. "Thank you." Howard froze, then flew into a rage. "Amin, break this brat's 4 limbs first. Let him know the consequences." The black-faced hulking man immediately stepped forward, snarling at Montgomery. "Boy, don't be scared. This grandpa has very professional skills, guaranteed to make you feel extreme pain. Enough chatter." Montgomery spoke indifferently, striking first with a chilling fist beam heading straight for the former's face. courting death. Seeing Montgomery take the initiative, Amin's expression abruptly turned cold, and he swung his sandbag-sized fists toward him. The fist beams tore through the air, rushing at each other. With a boom, their fists collided, making the air reverberate with thunderous sound, sweeping out currents that made their clothes flap. The previously arrogant black-faced Hulk, feeling the terrifying force from the punch, his expression changed drastically. Before he could react, his body was thrown backward. With a thud, he crashed into the wall, creating a large hole. This scene happened so quickly that it wasn't until the black-faced Hulk hit the ground spitting blood that everyone else realized what had happened, staring at Montgomery with shocked eyes. Chapter 44 Physical Testing. Inside the room, the Mercenary Guild's high-ranking officials stared in shock. Amin was a seasoned 5th-level warrior, not a newly promoted one like Iggy, with rich combat experience. Yet, he was no match for Montgomery. After the initial shock, Howard's face darkened, and he sneered. Well, old man underestimated you. No wonder you dared to make a scene at our guild. You do have some talent. Montgomery shook his hand and replied calmly. Did you call me here just to say these meaningless words? Howard froze again, his face turning cold with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You little bastard, since you want to die, I'll oblige you. He waved at the few people behind him. All of you attack together. Don't hold back, just keep him alive. Yes, President. 3 senior members of the Mercenary Guild stepped forward, surrounding Montgomery. They were all veteran 5th-level warriors, stronger than or equal to Amin. Taking the previous lesson to heart, they decided not to engage Montgomery in close combat, immediately forming seals and using fighting techniques. Roar! A roar echoed through the area as a golden lion head appeared behind one of them, roaring fiercely at Montgomery, generating terrifying gusts of wind. Furious Geo Punch. This mercenary shouted and launched a straight punch forward, the golden lion behind him also lunging at Montgomery. Terrifying energy swept through, making the air rumble. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 also attacked, unleashing their strongest techniques against Montgomery. The 3 powerful energy waves collided, distorting the air around them. Facing the 3 strong attacks, Montgomery remained unmoved. He assumed a stance, crossing his fingers of both hands over his head before bringing them down sharply, while uttering under his breath. Earthshaker Hammer. Boom. The void boomed as if torn apart by the strike. A seismic wave of terror radiated outward. The attacks were instantly shattered, and the attackers themselves trembled, seemingly hit by an unbelievable blow, flying backward like broken sacks. 3 loud thuds resounded as they crashed through the walls and flew out of the room. This sight stunned everyone inside. After about half a minute, the shockwaves slowly dissipated. All eyes turned to the figure standing proudly in the middle of the room, and they couldn't help but swallow nervously. Who are you? Howard's expression finally lost its composure, his eyes filled with shock and suspicion as he looked at Montgomery. To seriously injure 3 5th-level warriors in one blow was something even he could not achieve. Only a 6th-level warrior could do such a thing. How terrifying would it be if the youth before him, barely 18 years old, had already become a 6th-level warrior? Even Howard, as the president of the Mercenary Guild, felt fear. People like this, one should either not offend them at all, or if offended, try every means to eliminate them, or they would certainly become future threats. Montgomery remained unperturbed, coldly opening his mouth. My name is Montgomery, the one who will kill you. Howard's pupils constricted, then he pressed down his emotions, looking at Montgomery coldly. Boy, I admit you're strong. Perhaps even I am no match for you, but so what? I am the East Forest City Mercenary Guild president appointed by the General Assembly. If you dare to harm me, not only will you be doomed, but the Freddy family behind you will also be finished. At this point, he sneered. Haha. Boy, not that I look down on you, but do you dare try? Montgomery didn't waste words, stepping forward, his figure swift as a phantom, instantly reaching Howard, and slapped out a hand. Smack. Montgomery's speed was too fast. Howard didn't have time to react, and received a solid slap on the face. I'm moved, what can you do now? Montgomery looked down at the astonished Howard, his tone light and casual. This demeanor clearly showed that he didn't take the Mercenary Guild behind Howard seriously. A pin drop could be heard in the room. Daryl and others stared at Montgomery with shocked expressions. They never expected him to actually make a move. After a couple of seconds, Howard came back to his senses from his shock, then flew into a rage. You little brat, you're finished, and so is the Freddy family. I swear I will tear you to pieces. Being slapped by a young man, Howard had never suffered such humiliation. Everyone, attack together, kill this brat. Howard roared angrily, taking the lead in attacking Montgomery. Apart from Daryl, the other mercenaries in the room also joined in. In an instant, aura surged within the room, terrifying fluctuations spreading in all directions, causing cracks to appear in the walls. The battle between 5 or 6 5th-level warriors created extremely frightening disturbances. If it weren't for the special materials used in the Mercenary Guild's building, this place would have been collapsed by the battle long ago. With Howard included, a total of 5 5th-level warriors surrounded Montgomery. Among them, Howard and an elder were at the peak of 5th level. Such formidable combat power was enough to contend with a 6th-level warrior. But even facing the encirclement of these 5, Montgomery still handled himself calmly, using only his physical strength without casting any magic. Don't hold back, use your strongest fighting techniques. Seeing that the 5 of them couldn't take down Montgomery, Howard was furious, shouting at the others while rapidly forming seals to prepare his technique. Mountain Splitting Punch. Aura surged wildly, a heavy force covering Howard's fists. His fists were like meteors, powerfully and dominantly striking toward Montgomery. The air deformed under pressure, the floor cracking, revealing the might of this strike. Meanwhile, the others also unleashed their techniques. Instantly, the scene inside the room became overwhelmingly fearsome. Daryl quickly retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield. At his level, getting accidentally involved would surely result in death. Daryl's eyes tightly followed the battle, eager to see if Montgomery could withstand this attack. Facing the attacks of the five, Montgomery did not dodge, his face remaining calm, not even frowning once. This time, he didn't counterattack, just standing there silently. Seeing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Howard's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Several terrifying strikes hit him almost simultaneously, producing deep rumbles. Montgomery's body trembled, stumbling back a few steps, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the five's pupils contracted, Howard exclaiming in surprise. How is it possible? He withstood our combined attack. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the pain throughout his body, Montgomery muttered. My current physical strength still struggles against the attacks of 5th-level warriors. Chapter 45 Physical Testing. Chapter 45 The Treasure Land. Upon hearing Montgomery's words, Reggie and the others gaped, at a loss for what to say. They had spent all this time just testing his physical strength, and he had been standing there letting them attack him. The crucial point was that even with their full force attacks, they had only inflicted slight injuries on him. Is he even human? This thought inevitably sprang up in the minds of the few people present, revealing an involuntary flicker of fear in their eyes. Montgomery's strength exceeded their comprehension. President, should we still attack? One person looked towards Reggie, with deep trepidation in his voice. Myerkin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Attack together. I don't believe he can really take it. The group attacked again, combining their efforts against Montgomery, launching an even more terrifying assault than before. But this time, Montgomery did not stand there taking the hits. Instead, he chose to retaliate. He once again used the heaven-shaking hammer, causing the five people to spit blood and fly backwards. The heaven-shaking hammer was a set of combat techniques that Montgomery created when he was still a Holy Domain warrior in his previous life. The combat technique was named Three Gods Annihilation Forms, and the heaven-shaking hammer was only the first form, which was extremely powerful. In his previous life, while in the Holy Domain realm, Montgomery had used these three forms to exterminate deities. Looking at the five severely injured people lying on the ground, Abdurrahman's legs trembled, and he was so frightened that he fell limp to the ground. He could not have dreamed of this outcome. With a cold expression, Montgomery took a step toward Myerkin. Speak your last words. Fear filled Myerkin's eyes, and he finally began to show some fear. Montgomery, don't do anything foolish. If you harm me, the Mercenary Guild will never let this go. Even though you are very powerful, you are not a match for the entire Mercenary Guild. If you leave now, our enmity can be forgiven. Montgomery looked down at Myerkin, a hint of ridicule flashing in his eyes. Why do you think I would fear the Mercenary Guild? Myerkin was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he forced a smile. Montgomery, don't joke. You know how strong the Mercenary Guild is, right? Let alone you. Even the Star Moon Empire might not be its match. Ignoring this, Montgomery said coolly. So this is your last word? Are you done speaking? If you are, then I shall proceed. Staring into Montgomery's indifferent gaze, Myerkin shivered, fear surfacing in his eyes. He felt that the young man before him truly dared to kill him. Myerkin's mind raced, searching for a way to survive. Threats obviously wouldn't work, so he had to try another approach. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he hastily said, Montgomery, if you let me go, I will tell you a secret. Montgomery became interested and replied indifferently. Oh, what kind of secret? Tell me. Myerkin didn't immediately reveal the secret, but asked, You must promise not to kill me first. Montgomery lowered his eyelids slightly and said casually, Do you think you have the qualification to negotiate with me? Myerkin's face changed as he clenched his teeth and said, Not long ago, I discovered a treasure land in the Transverse Mountain Range. If you let me go, I'll take you there. Grayson showed curiosity. What kind of treasure land? It's an ice lake, in the center of which is a small island. In the middle of the island is a 100-meter-high active volcano, surrounded by various precious medicinal herbs. Myerkin didn't hide anything, telling the truth. Recently, a group of high-level members from the Mercenary Guild went to that place. They originally planned to climb the island to pick medicinal herbs, but failed due to some reasons. Ice and fire dual pole. Montgomery showed surprise. According to Myerkin's description, he understood where it was. The ice and fire dual pole was an extremely rare natural landscape. It was formed when two completely opposite elements coexisted in the same place, gradually evolving into a treasure land over time. Such places often grew many precious treasures. Seeing Montgomery lost in thought, Myerkin felt a bit relieved. From Montgomery's previous words, he deduced that Montgomery likely knew about such a place. This gave him some hope of survival. As long as he survived today, he would immediately send someone to the Sodden City Mercenary Guild for help. How about it? Can this information save my life? Seeing Montgomery silent for a long time, Myerkin anxiously asked. Montgomery glanced at him and nodded slightly. It can. Myerkin breathed a huge sigh of relief and staggered up, bowing to Montgomery. Thank you. Montgomery waved his hand and said, If you want to live, there are two conditions. 1. Lead me to the ice and fire dual pole in 3 days. 2. Tomorrow bring your foolish son to apologize to the Freddy family and provide compensation. Relieved upon hearing this, Myerkin immediately responded, "Okay, no problem." Although the second condition was embarrassing, compared to his life, it wasn't much of an issue. Montgomery swept his eyes over the few people present and said coolly, "Remember, don't let your mercenaries disrupt the market again, and no more tricks. I can't guarantee to be this lenient every time." Without waiting for their response, he turned around and left. Brandishing Montgomery's disappearing figure, Reggie's expression instantly darkened. Abdurrahman stepped forward and asked cautiously, "Father, are we really going to let that guy walk away?" Reggie shot him a glare, his face black with anger. "Are you stupid? Not letting him go means leaving him here to continue beating me up?" Abdurrahman immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. "What are you standing there for? Get a healer over here now." Seeing Abdurrahman still dazed, Reggie became even angrier. It wasn't until just now, after Montgomery's words, that he truly wondered if he had indeed fathered a foolish son. On the other side, Montgomery walked straight out of the mercenary guild, heading back to the castle. He hadn't gone far when he encountered Seymour and Freddie rushing towards him. "Montgomery, are you alright?" Seymour approached, looking worried. Montgomery shook his head. "Father, as you can see, I'm fine. What could have happened?" Freddie inspected Montgomery from top to bottom, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Not long ago, Seymour had found him, telling him that Montgomery had gone to the mercenary guild alone. Upon hearing this, Freddie was greatly alarmed. Millie and Leilana had specifically instructed that nothing should happen to Montgomery. If anything did, it would be on his head. Freddie knew Reggie's character well. If Montgomery had really gone to the mercenary guild, the outcome wouldn't have been good. He rushed over in a hurry, fearing something might have gone wrong. But now, seeing Montgomery unharmed, Freddie couldn't help but doubt whether Montgomery had really gone to the mercenary guild at all. If he had, it was unlikely he'd be unscathed. He didn't press further, only smiling at Seymour. "Brother Seymour, since young friend Sue is fine, I'll take my leave now." Seymour hurriedly thanked him. "Lord Mayor, many thanks to you." Freddie waved his hand. "Brother Seymour, too kind. Since everything is fine, I'll be off now." Seymour understood Freddie's busy schedule and did not try to keep him, thanking him once again. Chapter 46. Has he truly arrived? Montgomery, let's hurry back and inform father of what happened. We shouldn't let him worry. Seymour and Montgomery quickly headed back to the Freddie family's castle. On the other side, Freddie did not return home, but instead went to the mercenary guild. Upon seeing Freddie, someone immediately went upstairs to report to Howard. "Guild Geo, the Lord Mayor has come and wishes to see you." Howard was stunned, unable to understand why Freddie would come at this time. In his memory, the mercenary guild and the city hall were not particularly close. At this moment, Daryl came up and gave a brief summary of what had happened recently. After hearing this, Howard was greatly surprised, growing increasingly wary of Montgomery. Not only did he have close ties with the city hall and the Far East Chamber of Commerce, but he also possessed such formidable combat power. However one looked at it, this person was no ordinary individual. "Father, I guess Freddie has probably come to plead on Montgomery's behalf," Daryl speculated. "Plead?" Upon hearing these words, Howard could only smile bitterly. They had almost been completely wiped out, and now the other party came to plead for Montgomery. This matter was really fucking ridiculous when said out loud. Howard waved at the mercenary who reported the news. "Go bring him up here." The mercenary turned and left, returning moments later with Freddie. Seeing the injuries on several people, Freddie was very surprised, subconsciously thinking of Montgomery. Could it be? He felt uncertain, barely believing that guess. If all this was indeed done by Montgomery, then it was terrifying. A single person taking on the entire mercenary guild. Even he might not be able to achieve this. "Lord Mayor, may I ask why you've come to see me?" Howard asked as he looked at Freddie. Freddie regained his composure, not answering immediately, but inquiring. "May I ask what happened here?" Howard did not hide the truth, chuckling ruefully. "I don't mind telling you, Lord Mayor. My entire mercenary guild was no match for a young man." Though he had guessed, Freddie was still shocked upon confirmation. Truly done by Montgomery? His eyes showed astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Howard nodded, pretending to be curious. "Does Lord Mayor know anything about that boy? I've never seen such a talented young man before." Freddie took a deep breath, shaking his head. "Sorry, I can't divulge any information. Excuse me." Saying this, he turned around and left without further ado. Brandishing Freddie depart, Howard's face darkened again. From Freddie's attitude, it was clear that Montgomery was more complicated than appeared on the surface. Could there be a powerful figure behind that boy? He muttered to himself, increasingly believing this possibility. For Montgomery to possess such terrifying strength at a young age, it was impossible without guidance from a great teacher. At least, Howard didn't believe otherwise. Freddie's attitude further confirmed this suspicion. If there wasn't a powerful figure behind Montgomery, why would Freddie, a dignified city lord, act like this? Humph, no matter who backs you, offending my mercenary guild will not end well. Howard thought coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He simply couldn't believe that anyone backing Montgomery could be stronger than the entire mercenary guild. Thinking of this, he looked at the black-faced strongman and instructed, "Amin, go to Siding City tomorrow and inform President Beryl." Montgomery and Seymour returned to the castle and met with the elders. Montgomery spoke calmly. "The matter is resolved. The mercenary guild won't cause trouble anymore." Hearing this, the elders' expressions were full of doubt. Montgomery solved everything within less than an hour? Was the mercenary guild so easily appeased? But if the issue wasn't resolved, how could Montgomery have returned safely from the mercenary guild? The whole situation seemed peculiar. Alvaro asked in disbelief. "Montgomery, what exactly happened? Can you tell us more details?" Montgomery glanced at Alvaro and then the elders, saying indifferently, "You don't need to know the details. Anyway, shouldn't you apologize to father now?" The elders' faces slightly changed. Huey chuckled coldly. "Well, Montgomery, how do we know you're telling the truth? If you want us to apologize, provide proof that we can believe." Huey glanced around, adding casually, "It's simple. Have Mercenary Guild Geo Howard come before us and promise not to bother the Freddy family. Then we'll believe you." The elders' eyes lit up at this suggestion. To be honest, upon seeing Montgomery return safely, they truly had a bad feeling. But now that Huey had said this, they were no longer afraid at all. In the eyes of the elders, even if Montgomery's methods were powerful, he absolutely couldn't achieve this. Compared to the expressions of the elders, Vonnie and Seymour looked somewhat uneasy. The short-tempered Vonnie was about to speak when he heard Montgomery say first, "All right, I agree." The elders were stunned, never expecting Montgomery to actually agree. And he agreed so readily. As they were stunned, Montgomery continued, "Tomorrow, Howard will personally come to apologize. At that time, you can apologize to my father in front of him." Montgomery finished speaking, turned around, and left, leaving everyone present exchanging puzzled looks. After a while, an elder finally spoke up. "This kid must be crazy, saying Howard will come to apologize in person? If such a thing could happen, I'd cut off my head and give it to him as a knightfu." Note: knightfu seems out of place here, likely a mistranslation or typo in the original text. The other elders also sneered when they heard this. Arn sighed softly. He found that he couldn't see through Montgomery at all. At the same time, he felt that Montgomery was too arrogant and confident, which caused some worry. Such a personality would easily lead to losses if venturing out into the world. The next day, to verify the truth of what Montgomery said, all the elders waited at the castle. They wanted to see if Howard would indeed come to apologize. If he didn't come, they would have enough reason to expel Montgomery and Seymour from the family. Vonnie and Seymour did not leave either. They wanted to see if a miracle would happen. Even Arn looked forward to it, thinking it impossible, but hoping Montgomery might be right. If Howard really came to apologize in person, then their Freddy family would have much more prestige in Eastland City. Amidst everyone's anticipation, a servant rushed in breathlessly. "Your Honors, there's a distinguished guest." Everyone was startled, and Vonnie couldn't wait to ask, "What distinguished guest?" "The president of the Mercenary Guild, Lord Howard." Chapter 47 Apology. Ar really came. Everyone's expressions were shocked, barely believing it. Immediately, the group rushed toward the castle entrance. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw Howard and Daryl being led in by servants from outside. Swallowing hard, everyone was filled with shock. "It really is Howard?" Arn stepped forward, smiling. "Lord President, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Glancing at Arn, then looking at the youth behind the crowd, Howard gritted his teeth and bent over in a bow to Arn. "Clan leader Arn, my actions were inappropriate earlier. I should not have let anyone provoke or threaten your family. I've come today to offer my apologies." As he spoke, he held out a storage ring with both hands, presenting it respectfully to Arn. "This is a small compensation, please accept it, Clan leader Arn." Seeing this scene, the elders were stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. The surrounding servants and slaves were even more astonished, completely dumbfounded. This elder before them was the president of the Mercenary Guild, one of the few powerful figures in Eastwood City. And now, he was apologizing to Arn in public. This was simply too unbelievable. Arn suppressed his shock and stammered, "No need for that." Howard's expression changed slightly. With Montgomery still watching from afar, he did not dare retract his offer. He pleaded, "Clan leader Arn, please accept it." Seeing Howard's determined tone, Arn hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the storage ring. Subconsciously probing the ring with his mental power, when he saw its contents, his eyes flashed with surprise. The ring contained not only numerous treasures, but also nearly 10 million gold coins, equivalent to the Freddy family's annual income. Arn hadn't expected Howard's compensation to be so generous. Howard feared Montgomery would nitpick, truly bleeding him dry. He reasoned that once reinforcements from the Zolding City Mercenary Guild arrived, he could reclaim the compensation and even profit from the Freddy family. There was no need to be petty now. If he angered Montgomery, things could get messy. Arn put away the storage ring and said to Howard, "Lord President, please come in for a chat." Howard shook his head. "Clan leader Arn, there's no need for formalities. I have some matters to handle at the guild, so I'll take my leave." After saying this, he sneakily glanced at Montgomery, seeing no reaction, prepared to turn and leave. But just as he turned, a voice abruptly sounded. "Wait." Hearing this familiar voice, Howard and Daryl shuddered, turning back with difficulty. The former asked politely, "Geo Montgomery, do you have any other instructions?" Seeing Howard's cautious attitude, everyone was even more shocked, and also very curious. What had Montgomery done to make Howard so cautious and afraid? "Don't worry, I just want you two to be witnesses." Montgomery swept a glance over the two men, then looked at the elders and said calmly, "Can you apologize now?" Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions changed, suddenly remembering the matter. They had been too shocked earlier to remember the apology. Noticing the elders' indecisive expressions, Montgomery's voice deepened. "What? Are you planning to renege?" The elders' expressions fluctuated, instinctively turning to Alvaro. Alvaro took a breath, looking at Montgomery solemnly. "Montgomery, we're all family. There's no need to be so serious." Montgomery gave his uncle a cold glance, then said icily, "Uncle, do you think you have the right to say that? If I had lost, would you still say that?" Publicly rebuked by Montgomery, Alvaro's face turned extremely ugly. He looked to Arn and Vonnie's, but they turned their heads away. Alvaro's expression became even uglier, but at that moment, he didn't know what to say. He waved his sleeve, preparing to leave, but was stopped by Montgomery. Uncle, where are you going? You haven't apologized yet. Alvaro turned around, surprised, suppressing his anger. Montgomery, what do you mean? I didn't bet with you. Montgomery looked surprised. Oh, really? I thought Uncle was aligned with the elders. Now I see you're separate. Alvaro's expression changed. He naturally heard the provocation in those words. If Montgomery had said this at another time, he wouldn't have taken it seriously. But precisely now, if he left the elders hanging today, the relationship between the two parties might become complicated afterward. Instinctively, he looked at the elders and indeed saw them staring intently at him. Montgomery, you're ruthless. Alvaro gritted his teeth and quickly walked up to Aloysius, forcing out a few words with difficulty. Little brother, big brother was wrong in the past, always targeting you. Please don't hold it against me. Aloysius was stunned. Alvaro had actually apologized to him. Actually, when they were young, the two of them had a good relationship. But ever since Aloysius displayed powerful talent and received focused cultivation from the family, their relationship gradually grew distant, until finally, they became as strangers. Aloysius quickly came back to his senses, a smile appearing on his face. Eldest brother, past events are all over, don't worry about it. Alvaro's expression was complicated. He opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed lightly, then turned around and left. Montgomery looked at the group of clan elders. What are you waiting for? It's your turn. The clan elders exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth, and together went up to apologize to Aloysius. Seeing this scene, the surrounding servants were all astonished. Proud Alvaro and the clan elders actually publicly apologized to a cripple. After the shock, they all looked at that proud figure standing in the field. The servants knew that the reason why the clan elders conceded was all because of the former. The gazes of all the servants looking at Montgomery became respectful, no longer daring to have any contemptuous thoughts as before. This world is so realistic. Only the strong can gain others' respect. Aloysius didn't make too much fuss and helped the clan elders up one by one. The eyes of the clan elders were complicated, then they slunk away from here. Montgomery nodded satisfactorily, then looked at Howard and said indifferently, "You can leave now. Remember, I will come find you in 2 days." Howard nodded, then left with Daryl quickly. "Good boy, how did you manage to do it?" Vaughnis walked forward, patting Montgomery on the shoulder, curiosity evident in his voice. Arn and Aloysius also came over, with similar curiosity in their eyes. Facing the three people's gazes, Montgomery smiled and said, "Grandfather, father, and uncle, I'm sorry, I can't tell you yet. When the time is right, you will know." The three people nodded upon hearing this and didn't ask further. After these few incidents, they had significantly changed their impression of Montgomery. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but he also had a strong sense of purpose, changing completely from what he used to be. Arn thought for a moment and warned, "Montgomery, since you say so, we won't ask more. But grandfather has to warn you. The mercenary guild is very powerful, you must be careful." Montgomery nodded. "Rest assured, grandfather, I know my limits." Chapter 48 Ambushed. The next day, Montgomery went to the Far East Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the armory situation. He learned that the Far East Chamber had already seized nearly half of the market. In another month, it would dominate all of Donlin City's arms market. Montgomery nodded in satisfaction and said to Nelson, "I will probably leave Donlin City for some time tomorrow. Keep an eye on the movements of the two families. Be cautious, they may act rashly out of desperation." Nelson nodded, curious. "Where are you going, sir? How long will you be gone?" Montgomery did not hide it. "To the Transverse Mountain Range, at least half a month, at most a month." The next day, after telling Seymour, Montgomery left the castle. Shortly after, he arrived at the Mercenary Guild. Knowing well of Montgomery's formidable reputation, no one in the Mercenary Guild dared to stop him. They quickly led him to meet Howard. Howard was already prepared, just waiting for Montgomery's arrival. Montgomery glanced over the group. 5 people, all 5th-level warriors. "Just guiding the way. Do you really need so many?" Howard smiled awkwardly. "That treasure site is near the inner region of the Transverse Mountain Range. There are plenty of magical beasts around. It's better to be cautious." Montgomery nodded, saying nothing more. Then, the group left the Mercenary Guild. Brandishing the group leave, Daryl's eyes showed a glint of coldness. "What a pity I can't kill that boy with my own hands," he muttered quietly, his eyes flashing with resentment. As Montgomery's group left Donlin City and headed towards the Transverse Mountain Range, Eli and Dino received news. They met up quickly. Dino, bewildered, said, "Brother Eli, that little beast Montgomery actually got involved with Howard? And they entered the Transverse Mountain Range together? Could it be he has deep ties with the Mercenary Guild too?" By the end of his words, his voice trembled slightly. First, the mayor's mansion and the Far East Chamber of Commerce, now the Mercenary Guild as well. Montgomery's mystery made him somewhat fearful. Eli shook his head. He had been busy with the armory recently, and the Mercenary Guild had sealed the information. He still didn't know what happened at the Mercenary Guild. Why bother with them? We've paid, and believe me, the Demon Spirit Society won't miss such a good opportunity. Eli sneered, his eyes cold. Dino nodded but still worried. "Brother Eli, if that little beast dies like this, won't the Brindleton family have something to say?" Eli shook his head. "Relax, the Brindleton family never intended to spare that little beast. We're just taking action earlier." After entering the Transverse Mountain Range, Montgomery's group hurried on their way. Except for Montgomery, the others were all 5th-level warriors, moving very swiftly. In just 3 days, they crossed half of the outer region of the Transverse Mountain Range. Another 3 days, and they would reach the inner region. Sir, let's rest here tonight. Howard pleaded with Montgomery. For 3 days, they had traveled non-stop and encountered several attacks by magical beasts. Even 5th-level warriors were feeling the strain. Montgomery glanced at the exhausted faces and nodded. All right, let's rest for the night before continuing. Howard led the other 4 to cut down trees and built a wooden hut on the spot. Night fell, and a bonfire was lit outside the wooden hut. The group sat around the fire, roasting a magical beast over the flames. Sizzling sounds filled the air, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted out. Sir, here. Howard sliced off a golden brown leg and handed it to Montgomery. Just as Montgomery was about to take it, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his body instantly sprang away. Dozens of sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground where he had been sitting. Each spike was 10 feet long, its tip gleaming menacingly. The bonfire was pushed aside by the earth spikes, sending sparks flying. Howard and the others' faces turned pale as they hastily stood up and retreated. However, their speed couldn't match Montgomery's. One person closest to Montgomery was impaled in the thigh, blood gushing out. Howard's face showed shock. As he retreated, he swiftly punched out. A burst of aura broke through the air, causing a whooshing sound. The earth spike shattered immediately, giving that person a chance to retreat. Still, he was seriously injured. One of his thighs was almost severed, blood spurting out like a fountain, a horrifying sight. The Tanjiao Sheng Zai Fian de Ye Mu Sha Ao Thi Dong, Go Wai, Tur. Ji Ren Toi Kai Ho, Mo King Xing Su Dahra. Dan Di, Ka Shir, Jing, Lao. Ming Jiao Dan Di de Dahan Jiao Bu Zai Di Man Yi Dong. Xing So, Chao Jia So Song de Nanzu Chong Chiu, Jun Bei, Ji Ying Dui Fong. Dan Jiu Jai Zhi Yi Mo Tsumu de Huagong Ping Kong John Fong. Sun Jian Balguo Ju Shou Shang de Nanzu. The scream echoed sharply under the dark night sky. After the group retreated, Howard quickly shouted, Dondi, go help D. The burly man named Dondi kicked off the ground and rushed towards the injured man to assist him. But at that moment, a blinding flash of fire bloomed out of nowhere, instantly enveloping the injured man. The scream was even more piercing. The man, already severely injured, now faced a flame attack, and his life hung by a thread. The burly man who had rushed to help him abruptly stopped, quickly forming a layer of do-cheap, martial aura around his body, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, afraid he might also be ambushed. Seeing the man about to be burned alive, a massive water ball descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames on him. But by now, the man was barely breathing. If not treated promptly, he would surely not last long. This series of events left Howard and the others stunned. Instinctively, they looked at Montgomery standing on a tree branch, their eyes filled with shock. They never imagined that he was also a mage. Montgomery ignored them, his gaze fixed on a certain direction as he said coldly, "Stop hiding and come out." Haha, pretty sharp, huh? You actually found us. A chilling laugh echoed as 2 figures flew out from ahead. It was a man and a woman, both wearing masks and identical white robes. The robes were embroidered with intricate magical patterns, and there was a special triangular symbol on the left chest. Seeing their attire, Howard and the others' pupils constricted. Demon Spirit Society, White Stevied Assassins. One of them spoke in a trembling voice, fear visible in his eyes. The Demon Spirit Society was a notorious assassin organization on the continent, composed entirely of mages, with its influence spread across the empire. Its power was formidable. Assassins within the organization were divided into 6 ranks: White Stevie, Keith Stevie, Crimson Stevie, Yellow Stevie, Green Stevie, and Purple Stevie. These corresponded to the 6 levels from 5th level mages to Sacred Domain mages. The 2 before them wore white robes, meaning they were 2 5th level mages. While shocked, they were also puzzled. Why would members of the Demon Spirit Society appear here? The 2 Demon Spirit Society assassins glanced at Howard and the others and said coldly, "Our target is this boy. If you don't want to die, scram." Howard cast a glance at the barely breathing D, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. But given the opportunity for someone else to eliminate Montgomery, he was more than willing. He signaled the others accordingly. Immediately, they supported the injured D and rapidly retreated, showing no intention of helping. Montgomery did not mind. Looking at the 2 assassins indifferently, he said coolly, "Tell me, who hired you?" Chapter 49, Execution. The quiet words echoed under the pitch-black night sky. The 2 assassins were stunned for a moment, and then the man sneered. "Humph, no need for a dead man to know too much, right?" Montgomery raised his eyes and looked at the 2, countering, "Are you really that confident you can kill me?" The Cavan scoffed. "Kid, I don't like your tone at all. Die." He began chanting a magic incantation, and a brownish-yellow magic disc appeared above his head. Earth's restraint. With the man's loud cry, the ground writhed as 2 thick mud vines shot out of the air, instantly binding Montgomery. "Die, kid." The man grinned wickedly and stretched out his palm, squeezing with all 5 fingers. The mud vines wrapped around Montgomery constricted instantly, exerting terrifying pressure, but Montgomery remained unperturbed. Not far away, Jeremiah and the others saw this scene, their eyes narrowing slightly. "President, why didn't the kid dodge just now?" "Don't know." Jeremiah shook his head, looking somewhat serious. After several interactions, he found it impossible to fathom Montgomery's thoughts. Just like in this instance, Montgomery could have easily dodged but allowed himself to be entwined by the mud vines. Seeing Montgomery's still calm expression, the man's gaze tightened. He coldly said, "Kid, you've got some guts. I don't believe you won't scream." He flicked his fingers, summoning more mud vines that shot through the air and bound Montgomery's limbs. The constriction of the mud vines caused Montgomery's bones to creak and crack, yet Montgomery remained composed, not even frowning. Such a formidable physical body. The man murmured softly, shock flashing across his eyes. Despite using a level 5 magic spell to its fullest, he failed to crush Montgomery's body. Branson, there's something odd about this guy. The employer mentioned his cultivation is unknown. We should be careful, the fake Haven beside him warned. The man nodded slightly, glancing back at Montgomery, only to meet Montgomery's gaze directly. Montgomery smiled faintly at him and said, your level 5 spell wasn't bad. It made my body feel a bit of pain. Indeed, Montgomery hadn't resisted just now because he was testing his physical strength. Through these 2 tests, Montgomery gauged the limits of his physical strength. Below level 6, whether magician or warrior, they could only inflict minor injuries on him. Upon hearing Montgomery's words, Jeremiah and the others weren't particularly surprised, having witnessed this before. But the 2 assassins were dumbfounded. It turned out he didn't resist merely to test his body. Shocked, the Cavan flew into a rage. Montgomery's action was undoubtedly a great insult to him. Kid, I swear you won't die easily. His voice grew icy, and he quickly chanted the magic incantation again. Earth Serpent Technique. The ground writhed as 2 huge mud serpents emerged from the earth, lunging at Montgomery. Montgomery shook off the mud vines restraining him and punched forcefully. The heads of the earth serpents shattered instantly, but more earth serpents roared from below, biting towards him. The man sneered. Kid, let's see how many you can withstand. Montgomery's gaze was calm. His lips moved rapidly as he recited a string of magical incantations. A water blue magic disc appeared above his head, dense water element particles gathering in the air. In the next moment, 9 massive water columns poured down from the water blue magic disc, drenching the ground within 100 meters. The ferocious earth serpents collapsed into pools of mud upon encountering the water columns. What a terrifying magic. What exactly is this kid's strength? The 2 assassins were greatly alarmed. Montgomery's previous magic was immensely powerful, surpassing many level 5 spells. Only the most elite level 5 spells could compare. As they were astonished, blinding light suddenly appeared before them. They stared intently, their faces changing drastically. Before them, a house-sized fireball whistled toward them. Feeling intense heat, they hastily retreated, not daring to confront the fireball directly. The fireball roared as it smashed into the distance, setting the jungle ablaze, illuminating everything with piercing light. Brenner and fire dual attribute. Not far away, Jeremiah and the others watched Montgomery in shock, their expressions astounded. Avoiding the fireball attack, the 2 assassins had barely breathed a sigh of relief when they heard a whistling sound. Before they could react, their bodies were entangled by several water dragons as thick as arms. Their faces changed abruptly. The fake Haven quickly recited the spell, enveloping herself in a glaring flame, evaporating the water dragon. After freeing herself, she quickly retaliated, several flame strikes flying out to sever the water dragons entangling the man, who took the chance to break free and swiftly cast spells to fend off the reformed water dragons. Thunder come. Before they could catch their breath, a detached voice echoed. Boom. The deafening thunderclap sounded by their ears, golden lightning illuminating the night sky. 2 lightning bolts as thick as bowls descended from the heavens, striking down upon their heads. Their bodies trembled violently, masks shattering, smoke escaping from their mouths as they plummeted downward. With 2 splashes, they fell into the muddy ground. Montgomery landed nearby and approached the 2 dying assassins. Mages were not fighters, their physical bodies were frail. That attack had already inflicted significant injuries on both of them. Not far away, Jeremiah and his group, who had witnessed everything, were already dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they had just seen. Montgomery had instantly cast 4 completely different elemental spells. Such a prodigy was hard to imagine. Even more terrifying, Montgomery was also an extremely powerful warrior. Being proficient in both magic and combat, and reaching such a horrifying level, left Jeremiah and his group unable to fathom how high Montgomery could rise if he continued to grow stronger. Montgomery came close to the 2 killers, looking down at them with a superior gaze. Tell me, who hired you to kill me? The 2 killers struggled to lift their heads, shock evident in their eyes. They never imagined that their target would be this terrifying. Against him, they were completely outmatched. Had they known this, they wouldn't have taken the job no matter what. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the male killer weakly spoke. I can tell you who the employer is, but you must promise to spare us. Though they were assassins, it didn't mean they weren't afraid of death. Montgomery's voice was cold. Do you think you have the right to make demands of me? The 2 killers gasped for breath. The female killer coldly said, then forget about getting the information. Montgomery remained expressionless, his voice icy. If you don't want to say, then there's no need to. With those words, 2 wind blades descended, severing their necks. Their pupils widened, completely unprepared for Montgomery's immediate lethal action. Montgomery squatted down, placing his palm over the male killer's head, and after a moment stood up with eyes as cold as ice. Jorge, Aaron, I had intended to let you live a bit longer, but now it seems unnecessary. Chapter 56th Rank Magic Beast. Montgomery flicked his finger, summoning a fireball that incinerated the 2 assassins' bodies into ashes. Then he turned to look at Fernando and the others with their dazed expressions, saying indifferently, seen enough? Their bodies trembled, immediately snapping out of their shock. Fernando took a deep breath and approached Montgomery with the group. See, sir. Fernando spoke cautiously, not daring to meet Montgomery's eyes. After what had just happened, he truly feared Montgomery from the bottom of his heart. Let's continue on our way. Montgomery left this remark, then turned and walked forward. Fernando's face changed slightly as he hesitated. Sir, aren't we resting? Montgomery turned back and said calmly. I saw you run quite fast just now. I believe it should be fine to travel all night. Fernando's expression froze, opening his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare say anything. He hurriedly went forward and gave the injured Bolivar medicinal pills for healing. A level 5 warrior's vitality was not comparable to an ordinary person's. It wasn't long before he could move again. Then, the group continued on their journey towards Ice and Fire Bipole. 3 days later, the group successfully arrived at Ice and Fire Bipole. Montgomery raised his gaze, looking at the vast blue lake ahead. In the middle of the lake stood a small island. On the island stood a towering volcano, emitting dense smoke from its crater. The scorching heat surged along with the thick smoke into the sky, distorting the space in the air. Although they were only a few thousand meters away from the volcano, none of them felt any heat, because the cold mist emanating from the lake blocked all the heat. Montgomery focused his gaze and discovered that various colored precious herbs grew on the island ahead. Even from afar, they could smell the fragrance of the herbs wafting towards them. Indeed, Ice and Fire Bipole. Joy flashed in Montgomery's eyes. Most of the precious herbs here were ice-fire attributes, and their potency was extremely intense and extreme. With these herbs before him, he would be able to break through to a level 4 warrior. Advancing even further was also not impossible. Seeing Montgomery stepping towards the lake, Fernando hurriedly warned. Sir, there is a very powerful fish-type magic beast in the lake. Once within the lake's range, it will attack us. Montgomery turned around in surprise. Are you being so kind? Fernando managed an awkward smile and remained silent. Originally, he didn't intend to warn. If caught off guard, Montgomery might have perished under the magic beast's attack. But after witnessing Montgomery effortlessly kill the 2 assassins, Fernando promptly abandoned that idea. Given Montgomery's strength, those magic beasts likely couldn't do much to him. If he hadn't warned and something happened to Montgomery, they would be in great trouble. Montgomery could guess what Fernando was thinking, nor did he have time to argue. He stepped towards the lake, walking on water as if on solid ground. Just as Montgomery walked a little over 3 meters, the surface of the water suddenly became turbulent. In the next moment, the water split open, and a strange fish, entirely icy blue and about 10 feet long, burst forth from the water, lunging towards Montgomery with sharp teeth bared. The blue strange fish had 2 deep blue horns on its head and rows of razor-sharp teeth, looking exceptionally ferocious. Fernando and the others on the shore tensed up. They remembered vividly how vicious the blue strange fish was. When they first entered the lake, they were attacked by these fish. It took combined efforts to barely fend them off. From this, one could tell how terrifying the fish were. Facing the approaching strange fish, Montgomery remained unfazed, sinking his energy into his lower abdomen and punching forward. The air exploded as the fist struck the lower jaw of the strange fish. Blood and flesh splattered, scales fell off the blue fish, and the creature was knocked flying back. Montgomery withdrew his punch and continued forward. Seeing this, Fernando and the others were dumbfounded. Jonathan then, they barely managed to repel the fish with combined efforts. Montgomery had achieved the same result with just 1 punch. Despite seeing Montgomery take action several times already, they were still astonished. President, what kind of monster is he? Beside Fernando, a mercenary exclaimed in shock, eyes wide with disbelief staring at the figure in the lake. Fernando shook his head. He had only known Montgomery for a few days and had no knowledge. Splash. At this moment, the water broke open again, and 5 blue strange fish leaped out simultaneously, pouncing fiercely toward Montgomery. These fish were larger than before, almost reaching 5 meters. A pack of beasts seeking death. Montgomery's inner fighting spirit boiled, concentrating all his strength into his fists. With a step on the water, his figure darted like a streak of light. The light refracted, pausing briefly before each fish. Bang, 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 bang. 5 muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Next, the 5 strange fish, as if struck by a heavy blow, flew backward and plunged back into the lake, sending several meter-high waves splashing up. Phew. Seeing this scene, Fernando and the others drew sharp breaths. The combat strength Montgomery displayed was simply too powerful. Montgomery landed and continued walking toward the island. Every strange fish that attacked him along the way was sent flying by a single punch. When Montgomery was only 100 meters away from the island, the entire lake began to boil. A terrifying aura swept out from the bottom of the lake. Splash. Brenner rose up dozens of meters high as a massive creature emerged from the depths. It was a strange fish, but several times larger than the previous ones. Just the part of its head that was above water was as big as a house. Not only was it gigantic, but its scales were even bluer, like the purest ice crystals. A terrifying aura radiated from the strange fish. 6th-rank magic beast. On the shore, Fernando and the others trembled in their legs, sitting on the ground with wide eyes staring at the huge creature in the center of the lake. Montgomery stopped and sized up the giant creature ahead. Human, leave this place. It's not somewhere you should come. The huge strange fish opened its mouth, speaking human words. Montgomery withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, considering your cultivation isn't easy, if you move now, I will spare your life. The strange fish paused for a moment, then flicked its tail submerged in water, leaping entirely out of the water, revealing its full appearance. The strange fish was about 10 zhong, 10 Chinese units, long, covered in armor-like scales, emitting a chilling light as if cast from blue divine metal, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. Splash! The strange fish re-entered the water, splashing up snow-white waves dozens of meters high. After circling underwater, it raised its head again, its enormous mouth opening and closing, emitting a low sound. Human, since you don't know when to die, then die. With that, it swept its massive tail toward Montgomery. This time, Montgomery did not resist directly. He stepped on the water and leaped over 100 meters into the air, dodging the attack. Montgomery looked down at the huge strange fish below, his voice cold. Since you won't let me pass, then you've left me no choice. He got into a fighting stance, ready to attack. On the shore, Fernando and the others were stunned at the scene. President, he can actually walk on air? Chapter 51. Young Geo Archibald. Jeremiah's mouth gaped open. He didn't know what to say. Walking on air was something only Holy Land warriors could achieve. Yet the youth before him managed it as well. The shock in his heart couldn't be described with words. Hovering midair, Montgomery stood suspended. He was able to walk on air merely by utilizing an extremely formidable divine skill. But even so, he could only maintain this state for a brief period. Montgomery positioned himself, hands clasped together, as surges of raging combat chi within him converged towards both palms. Beneath him, the giant strange fish seemed to sense danger and roared with its mouth open, spewing out a cluster of ice-blue cold breath. Once the chill was unleashed, the lake water below instantly froze, with countless ice crystals appearing in the air. The terrifying cold swept towards the elevated Montgomery. Montgomery stepped down forcefully with his feet, elevating his figure once again, dodging the attack of the cold breath. Seeing this, the giant strange fish opened its mouth again. However, this time it wasn't cold breath that came out, but rather icicles like blades. Countless whistling sounds erupted as the icicles tore through space, charging at the skyward Montgomery. A trace of tension appeared involuntarily on Jeremiah and the others' faces. They could tell these icicles were exceptionally horrifying, and since Montgomery was airborne with no way to find support, avoiding them would be incredibly difficult. But to their surprise, Montgomery didn't dodge this time. Instead, his clasped hands suddenly loosened, followed by a palm strike aimed downwards. Star extinguishing palm. A low, resonant voice echoed from above. Violent combat chi swept through, a transparent palm print struck forward. As the palm imprint descended, it grew rapidly against the storm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a titanic palm supporting the sky. Before those icicles touched the palm print, they shattered into heaps of ice shards under tremendous pressure. Witnessing this, the strange fish, with a look of panic, swung its colossal tail, preparing to dive underwater to escape. However, the giant palm moved with incredible speed and wide coverage. The strange fish had no chance to evade. A loud roar. The strange fish was smacked by the titanic palm, causing the water surface to explode, with snow-white waves rising hundreds of meters high. A vacuum area, 100 meters in diameter, appeared on the lake's surface, preventing surrounding lake water from coming close. From above, one could even see the uneven lake bottom. Moments later, the vacuum area slowly dissipated, and the lake water poured back in, returning to its original state. Montgomery fell from the sky, hovering above the water, his body swaying slightly. At his current strength, performing the star extinguishing palm was still somewhat taxing. The star extinguishing palm is the second move of the god extinguishing 3 styles. During his peak in his previous life, executing this move could destroy a material plane. On the lakeshore, Jeremiah and the rest were already dumbstruck. Their perceptions were refreshed yet again by Montgomery's terrifying power. President, that monster fish, did it die? An adventurer asked in a dry voice. Jeremiah stuttered. Should be dead. Russell. Just then, calm lake water rippled again, with a series of bubbles surfacing. Soon after, a massive creature floated up. Looking closely, the object that surfaced was indeed the giant strange fish from before. Except now, its body was bloodied and torn, most of its scales stripped off, obviously dead beyond any doubt. It's really dead. Although expected, upon seeing the dead strange fish, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. A 6th-stage magical beast, actually killed with one palm by Montgomery. How terrifying must his strength be? In the center of the lake, Montgomery jumped onto the carcass of the strange fish and extracted a basin-sized blue magic crystal from the mangled flesh. Then, he sat cross-legged on a relatively intact part of the fish and began to refine the energy inside the magic crystal, using it to recover from his injuries. Seeing Montgomery absorb the magic crystal energy directly, they were astonished once more. Time ticked by. Jeremiah and the others didn't dare to disturb him in the slightest. After the strange fish king was killed, the remaining strange fish in the lake no longer dared to ambush. After about half an hour, Montgomery finally opened his eyes. At this moment, his aura was full, restored to its peak condition. Moreover, his strength had improved, almost ready to break through to the rank of a level 4 warrior. Montgomery stored the corpse of the strange fish king into his storage ring and then walked toward the island ahead. This time, there was no obstruction. In no time, Montgomery successfully landed on the small island. Looking at the treasures and medicinal herbs scattered around, Montgomery genuinely smiled. Sweeping his gaze around, his eyes suddenly narrowed, pleasantly surprised. That's the Odd Soul Herb. Odd Soul Herb, an extremely precious herb that greatly aids in soul repair. One of the few main herbs missing to cure Seymour's chronic ailment was the Odd Soul Herb. Montgomery quickly approached and carefully picked the purple Odd Soul Herb. placing it into a jade box, and finally into his storage ring. Then, he started picking other herbs. On the lakeshore, Jeremiah and his companions watched with envy as the small island was full of precious herbs. Each one was worth a fortune. If they were to pick them all and sell them, they would definitely make a huge profit. Just as they were getting increasingly tempted, a voice suddenly came from afar. Looking in the direction of the sound, their expressions instantly changed. They recognized the newcomers, led by none other than Amin. Initially, Jeremiah had sent him to Sodden City to fetch reinforcements. Knowing that Montgomery was coming here, Jeremiah instructed Amin to bring the rescuers straight to this location. This way, they could eliminate Montgomery here and also take the opportunity to harvest the herbs on the island. The group arrived at the lakeshore in no time. Jeremiah and his companions immediately went forward to greet them. President, Amin greeted. Jeremiah nodded and turned to look at a blonde, burly man among the arrivals, respectfully saying, "Greetings, President Beryl." The blonde man Beryl was the president of the Sodden City Mercenary Guild. Beryl nodded and pointed to a haughty young man beside him. "Jeremiah, let me introduce you to young Geo Archibald from the Mercenary Guild of Silachang." Jeremiah was startled and hurriedly paid respects. "Sir Archibald, I pay my respects." The others behind him quickly followed suit. Young Geo Archibald gave them a cursory glance and then looked away without a response. His gaze swept over the distant island, spotting the various herbs and Montgomery, who was harvesting them. Indeed, a treasure land. Archibald nodded approvingly and then narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who is that boy?" Without waiting for Jeremiah to reply, Amin spoke up first. "Sir Archibald, that boy is named Montgomery. He came to our mercenary guild causing disturbances, injuring many members, and insulting our guild." Hearing this, Jeremiah and his companions' faces changed drastically, but before they could speak, Archibald coldly ordered, "Beryl, go and capture that boy. For daring to look down on our mercenary guild, I will personally deal with him." Chapter 52 The Power of a Palm. "Sir, you can't." Hearing Archibald's words, Howard immediately became anxious. But before he could finish speaking, Archibald interrupted with a loud rebuke. "Shut up. Who do you think you are to give orders to me?" Howard's expression fluctuated, and he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Seeing Archibald's arrogant attitude, he was sure that if he spoke again, it would provoke the young master's anger. Beryl glanced at an elderly man beside him and ordered, "Chad, go bring that boy over here." The elder nodded and swiftly rushed towards the island. He moved quickly and soon reached the island. Montgomery stopped picking herbs and stood up to look at the elder. In fact, when Archibald and the others arrived, he had noticed them right away. "Boy, follow me. Young Geo Archibald wants to see you." The elder spoke in a commanding tone, giving Montgomery no chance to refuse. Montgomery glanced at the few people in the distance, but did not speak. He stepped toward the lakeshore. Arv and Chad followed him immediately. They moved fast and soon arrived at the lakeshore. Upon seeing Montgomery's face, Archibald was momentarily stunned, then sneered. "So this is who's been so audacious as to disregard our mercenary guild. It's you, Montgomery, the rapist." As a son of a high-ranking official in the Sheely City Mercenary Guild and a student at the Sheely City Magic Academy, Archibald knew about Montgomery's affair and had even witnessed it when Montgomery was incapacitated. Hearing this, Howard and the others were taken aback, never expecting Archibald to know Montgomery. However, Montgomery did not recognize Archibald and said indifferently, "Did you call me just to say these trivial things?" The smile on Archibald's face vanished, and his expression grew dark. Seeing this, Beryl immediately shouted, "Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this to young Geo Archibald? Get down on your knees." An overwhelming pressure surged from him, pressing down on Montgomery. To Beryl's surprise, Montgomery stood firm as a rock, completely unaffected. Beryl's eyes narrowed slightly, and he laughed coldly. "You've got some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. Chad, break this brat's legs. I don't want to see him standing." Chad nodded and immediately approached Montgomery. Seeing this, Howard and the others turned pale, thinking it was truly over. "Boy, will you kneel on your own, or should I help you?" Chad looked at Montgomery mockingly, expecting to see fear on his face, but found Montgomery exceptionally calm. Before he could react, Montgomery spoke. "If you kneel and apologize now, this seat won't hold it against you for your disrespect and will spare your life." Upon hearing these words, everyone except Howard and his group stared in shock. After the initial shock, they all burst into laughter. Beryl sneered. "This boy has quite a sense of humor. At this point, he still doesn't understand the reality." Chad wiped away his smirk and taunted, "Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you won't kneel on your own, I'll help you." He swung a kick at Montgomery's knee. Montgomery slightly sidestepped, easily dodging, then struck before Chad could react. A straight punch hit Chad squarely in the chest, causing his chest to collapse, and he flew back like a broken kite. Seeing this, Beryl and the others from the Solden City Mercenary Guild were instantly enraged. "You little brat, how dare you fight back? You're asking for death." Beside Beryl, a lanky man scowled, and his fist, enveloped in surging combat aura, shot directly at Montgomery's face. The air exploded, and everyone felt their ears ringing. Montgomery neither dodged nor avoided, returning the punch head-on. With a loud bang, the two fists collided, producing a sound like muffled thunder. Just when everyone thought Montgomery would be severely injured, they saw the lanky man's face turn pale, and he stumbled backward several steps. How could this be? He actually forced back Warden Nevin. Behind Beryl, a group of people from the Solden City Mercenary Guild gaped in disbelief. Nevin, a 6th-level warrior, had been pushed back by a teenager. This was simply unbelievable. How old was this youth? At most, 18 years old, Yet he could force back a 6th level warrior. Even within the entire Western Mountain Province, there might be no one capable of such a feat. Only Howard and a few others remained relatively calm. Forcing back a 6th level warrior was nothing compared to what this person had done earlier. He had killed a 6th stage magic beast with one palm strike. That magic beast was clearly more powerful than Nevin. The most shocked of all was Archibald. In his memory, Montgomery had clearly been incapacitated. But the Montgomery before them was not only not incapacitated, but also able to enjoy a 6th level warrior. Such an event was something even the unincapacitated Montgomery from back then could not achieve. Beryl glanced at Nevin, who had just steadied himself, cursed softly at his incompetence, and then coldly looked at Montgomery. Boy, you dare to attack my people. Have you thought about the consequences? Montgomery did not bother to respond and directly launched an attack. Seeing this, Beryl's eyes grew cold, courting death. He did not intercept Montgomery's attack, but instead jumped several yards away by pushing off the ground with his feet. Beryl did this to keep a distance, so as not to accidentally harm Archibald. Montgomery could see through this, yet he did not care and pursued him into the air. His punches moved like dragons, heading straight for Beryl. Beryl showed no weakness and swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, right at Montgomery. In the next moment, the two fought fiercely, punch after punch, making the fight go back and forth. That boy can actually match the president blow for blow. Amazing. Nevin and others watched in surprise, amazed by the combat power Montgomery displayed. Beryl, who was fighting, was equally astonished. He had reached the level of 6th level warrior several years ago and was a seasoned veteran of such rank with rich combat experience. Now he couldn't take down a mere young man. After dozens more rounds, Beryl pulled back from Montgomery and said coldly, "Boy, it should end now." Then he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Meteor fist." His fist struck out rapidly and continuously. Dozens of huge fist prints, each as large as wash basins, were blasted out all at once, heading straight for Montgomery. Each fist imprint carried terrifying force, resembling dazzling meteors. It's the president's signature move, Earth-class fighting technique Meteor Fist. This boy is done for. Everyone nodded silently, believing the battle was over. No matter how powerful Montgomery was, he couldn't possibly withstand this attack. Montgomery slightly lowered his eyes and said softly, "It's time to end this." After saying that, he shot out a palm, releasing a transparent palm print which expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal giant palm. The giant palm easily shattered dozens of fist imprints like breaking brittle branches and leaves, then slapped hard on Beryl, whose expression changed drastically. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out from Beryl, and his body made cracking sounds before flying backward like a broken kite. Boom, boom, boom. He smashed through several gigantic trees as thick as water vats, and then crashed into a mountain peak with a loud bang. Chapter 53. Ice and Fire Sacred Lotus. Beryl, the president of Sodding City's mercenary guild, was a 6th level warrior. But at this moment, he had been severely injured by Montgomery with just one palm strike. This scene left everyone present stunned. It took several seconds for everyone to come back to their senses, and they all looked at Montgomery with shock on their faces, completely unable to believe it. The one who accomplished all this was merely an 18-year-old youth. Montgomery retracted his palm and turned around, calmly looking at Archibald. "You seem very arrogant." Archibald's throat slightly constricted as he was also stunned by Montgomery's strength. But he quickly regained his composure and said indifferently, "Montgomery, I admit you are very strong. At your age to possess such power, I fear there wouldn't be a second person in the entire Shishan province." At this point, his tone paused briefly, then he sneered, "But so what? My father is the vice president of the Shili City Mercenary Guild. If you dare touch me, not only will you be doomed, but the Freddy family behind you will also be ruined." The corners of Montgomery's mouth curled up, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He raised his gaze and scanned the surroundings, then said coolly, "This place is desolate and uninhabited. I need only kill all of you, and the news won't get out." Upon hearing this, everyone present changed expression, especially people like Tate. They understood Montgomery better than others. He might really do it. A flash of panic crossed Archibald's mind, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Montgomery, I advise you not to do anything foolish. Once certain actions are taken, they can never be undone." At this point, his tone softened. "Considering we were once classmates, if you leave now, I can overlook what happened earlier." These words could be considered a sign of yielding, but Montgomery didn't buy it, saying indifferently, "Sorry, it's too late to yield now." Having said that, he took a step forward, directly heading towards Archibald. The latter's expression changed drastically. He stood up and retreated rapidly while quickly casting magic, shouting, "Stop him." Everyone had already been terrified by Montgomery's demonstrated strength and dared not move forward, retreating instead. Seeing this, Archibald was furious, but he had no time to complain and cast several giant fireballs before turning to flee quickly. Montgomery bent his finger and fired several larger water balls, extinguishing the flames. Archibald was merely a 5th-level mage. How could he be a match for Montgomery? In an instant, Montgomery caught up with Archibald and punched him, causing Archibald to spew blood and fly backward. With a loud thud, Archibald smashed through a towering ancient tree, his body sinking into the soil, covered in blood, appearing extremely disheveled. Seeing Montgomery closing in on him, Archibald's expression completely changed. He cried out in terror, "Montgomery, you cannot kill me, otherwise both you and your family will be destroyed." Unmoved, Montgomery remained expressionless and uttered 2 words coldly. "Annoying." His voice boomed like thunder, deafening Archibald and causing dizziness. Without delivering the killing blow, Montgomery turned around and beckoned to Tate. Come here. Tate hesitated for a moment, then obediently stepped forward, cautiously speaking. Lord. Montgomery nodded slightly. Kill him. Tate froze, immediate fear showing in his eyes. Montgomery's action undoubtedly put him in a life-threatening situation. Lord this. Before he could finish, Montgomery interrupted. Either kill him, or I'll kill you. Tate's face was filled with uncertainty. After some hesitation, he suddenly turned his head to look at the pale-faced Archibald. Sensing the murderous intent in Tate's eyes, Archibald became frightened and bluffed. If you dare touch me, my father will never forgive you. Tate clenched his teeth and roared. Sir Archibald, I'm sorry. He struck Archibald on the head with a punch. Already gravely injured, Archibald couldn't dodge, and his head burst open like a rotten melon. Blood and brains splattered over Tate. Give me the storage ring. Tate bent down to pull off the storage ring from Archibald's finger and respectfully handed it to Montgomery. Montgomery received it and stored it away, then turned to look at the rest. The mercenaries who came with Beryl had already fled into the distance. But Montgomery wasn't going to let them go. He ordered Tate again. Handle those 5th-level warriors, I'll take care of the rest. Having said that, he flashed past and chased after a few of them. Tate's expression was unbearably grim, but now he had no reason to hesitate. He signaled a few others to immediately give chase. Seeing Amin standing there dumbfounded, he immediately scolded. If you don't want to die, follow me. Amin pulled himself together, not daring to hesitate any longer, and followed the others in pursuit. Soon after, Montgomery and Tate returned one after another. Montgomery looked at the few, calmly asking, how did it go? Tate's expression was somewhat grim, his voice trembling. Lord, one escaped. Worthless. Montgomery coolly uttered 2 words. Go and bring that old man over. Tate did not dare hesitate and immediately moved forward to drag the heavily injured Beryl in front of Montgomery. Beryl was barely clinging to life, looking at Montgomery with a desolate gaze. He had never imagined he would die at the hands of a mere boy. Ignoring the other's gaze, Montgomery glanced at Tate and said indifferently, It's up to you now. With that, he walked toward the island in the middle of the lake again. Brandishing Montgomery's retreating figure, Tate's expression flickered before he turned to look at Beryl, saying in a low voice, President Beryl, I'm sorry. I have no choice. Beryl gave a bitter laugh. Haha, it's all right, Tate. I'll be waiting for you down there. Tate's face darkened, and with a palm strike, he ended Beryl's life. After returning to the island, Montgomery continued picking the medicinal herbs growing there. During this time, he discovered dozens of precious herbs, all reaching level 6. Among them were a few that were just what Dag needed for his cure. Montgomery picked them carefully and stored them with great caution, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. With these herbs, Dag could be cured. Next, Montgomery ventured deeper into the center of the island. Is that? Suddenly, Montgomery's gaze sharpened. Several dozen meters ahead, there was a deep pool. In the emerald green water, a lotus floated silently. At the center of several lotus leaves, a double-headed lotus swayed gently in the wind. The double-headed lotus before his eyes was different from ordinary ones. One lotus blossom was entirely ice blue, as if carved from 10,000 years of cold ice, radiating waves of cold air. The other lotus blossom was entirely fiery red, giving off an eerie feeling, emitting scorching heat. One flower, 2 completely opposite attributes, yet they were perfectly combined. It was truly a marvel of nature. Ice and fire sacred lotus. Montgomery murmured softly, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected to find a sacred-grade treasure herb growing here. The only regret was that the ice and fire sacred lotus before him had yet to mature, still in its bud stage. Montgomery approached, carefully observing for a while, estimating that the holy lotus would bloom and produce lotus seeds in about a month. That would be the best time to harvest it. Chapter 54, Audacity. Donglin City, 2 luxurious carriages stopped outside the Cart family castle. The curtain of the carriage at the back was lifted, and a young couple along with an elderly man with white hair stepped down. The woman was around 20 years old, wearing a long white dress. Her appearance and demeanor were both outstanding. The man had an extraordinary aura as well, a hint of defiance in his brows. The old man's eyes were sharp, wearing a black robe, radiating a chilling presence. Anthony jumped down from the front carriage and quickly came over, saying to the 2, Sister, brother-in-law, please come this way. He led them into the castle. Just then, Jethro emerged from within the castle. Upon seeing the young woman again, Jethro's nose tingled with emotion, and he immediately approached. Harlow, my dear daughter, you're finally back. His voice trembled with excitement, looking joyfully at the brandy. Father, I've already heard about it. Rest assured, I will definitely seek justice for you. A cold light flashed in Harlow's beautiful eyes. She pointed to the youth beside her and introduced, Father, this is Germain. Pleased to meet you, uncle. Germain greeted Jethro with a smile. Jethro laughed heartily. No need for formalities, nephew Germain. Please come inside quickly. They all promptly entered the Cart family castle. The news of Harlow's return to Donglin City spread quickly. At the Freddy family, Arn convened a group of elders upon hearing the news. As expected, you've heard the news. Attacker suffered such humiliation last time in our Freddy family. He certainly won't let this go easily. Do any of you have a plan? The elders' faces turned grim at this. Huey, with a somber face, said, Isn't Gerard the one who caused all this trouble? Let him deal with it. This statement received immediate agreement from the other elders. They still harbored resentment over the previous incident. Now they were all pointing the blame at Gerard. Arnie's expression darkened as he looked toward Alvaro on his left. Alvaro lowered his eyes, remaining silent. Arnie's expression grew even darker. Even at this critical moment, these people were still scheming against each other. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Seymour spoke up. The Fernando family is one of the 4 major nobles in Sodiang City, extremely powerful, and rumored to be connected to the Fernando family in Chile City. If they really seek revenge on us, we might not be able to withstand it. Perhaps we should ask Mayor Freddy for help. Everett, he help us this time. The elders looked up at Seymour. Huey sneered. You know about the connection between the Sodiang City Fernando family and the Chile City Fernando family, yet you think Freddy would risk everything for our insignificant Freddy family? Though the other elders did not speak, their eyes betrayed their mockery. Seymour ignored the elders and said to Arn, Father, I'll go to the mayor's residence to sound him out. If Freddy refuses to help, we'll consider other options. Arn nodded. Go quickly. Seymour agreed and left immediately. Not long after, Seymour met with Freddy at the mayor's residence. Your Excellency, when the Fernando family comes for us, we hope for your support. Seymour bowed to Freddy, his words filled with plea. Freddy nodded. Brother Aloysius, rest assured. Donlin City is under my jurisdiction. If the Fernando family dares to act recklessly here, I will not stand idly by. Aloysius's face lit up with relief. With those words, I feel reassured. Afterward, Seymour returned and informed Arn and the elders. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Freddy to actually intervene. They couldn't help but wonder what relationship existed between Freddy and Gerard. The former had done too much for the Freddy family. Meanwhile, Dino and Davidson also received the news. They met quickly. Hee, Brother Davidson, it seems even without our interference, the Freddy family might not survive. The Fernando family is not someone to provoke lightly. Dino sneered. Davidson echoed with a smirk. That's perfect. If the Freddy family collapses, we can seize control of the medicinal business in Donglin City, solving the urgent needs of our 2 families. Dino nodded. You're right. I'll make arrangements immediately. Once we get the news, we'll act to avoid being beaten by others. Since Harlow's return, everyone's attention in Donglin City has been on the Freddy and Cart families. The events of the birthday banquet have already spread throughout Donglin City. Everyone wanted to see what the Cart family would do. As people watched, on the second day, the Cart family made a move. The eldest daughter of the Cart family personally issued a statement, demanding that the Freddy family fade out singing to Shoei, have all senior members go to the Cart family to apologize to Jethro in person, and give up 80% of the family's business as compensation. Subsequently, the eldest son of the Fernando family also spoke up. He boasted that if the Freddy family did not comply with Harlow's demands, he would lead people to destroy the Freddy family. This statement caused a stir throughout Donglin City. The Cart family's actions left no room for retreat for the Freddy family. Inside the Freddy family castle, Arn and the elders were extremely angry. The ungrateful bastards of the Cart family, they don't remember any past kindness. They are leaving us no way out at all. An elder spoke up, his eyes burning with anger. Yonatan then. Without the help of the Freddy family, the Cart family would have already fallen into decline. Now, with one stroke of luck, they showed no gratitude at all. It's all my fault for being blind back then, helping such an ingrate. Arn sighed, regret filling his eyes. Vani said gravely, Father, these bastards have gone too far. Let's fight them. Alvaro sneered. Second brother, according to reports, the Fernando family has brought a level 6 magician this time. All of us combined are no match for them. What do you plan to fight with? Vani's expression froze. Then he coldly replied, It's better than sitting here waiting to die. I'd rather die than apologize to that dog Jethro. At this moment, Huey spoke up. What about Gerard? Why haven't we seen him lately? He caused such a big problem, but now when it's crucial, he's nowhere to be found. Hearing this, the other elders all looked at Seymour. Seymour did not hide anything and told the truth. Gerard entered the Hungduan Mountains a few days ago. He should return after some time. The elders' faces turned grave upon hearing this. Huey snorted. Disappearing when it's critical. I think he's doing this intentionally. Chapter 55, Do Not Regret. Alright, enough. Montgomery is not that kind of person. Arn spoke solemnly, cutting off Huey's incessant chatter, then looked at Aloysius. Aloysius, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the mayor's mansion again. Without hesitation, Aloysius left the family and headed for the mayor's mansion. Soon after, he successfully met with Freddy. Rest assured, Brother Aloysius. I've heard about the incident. The Fernando family is arrogant. I, as the mayor, will handle this matter. To be honest, Freddy was truly somewhat angry. No matter what, the Freddy family held a title and their fief was in Donglin City. The Fernando family had acted in Donglin City without even informing him. This could only mean one thing. They completely disregarded him as the mayor. Come on, let's go now. The two left the mayor's mansion and led a squad of city guards to the Braun family residence. They soon arrived outside the Braun family castle. Freddy stepped forward and said sternly, Go in and announce that the mayor wishes to see Chief Ewan. The guard outside the castle did not hesitate, but immediately went in to announce it. Moments later, he returned. Your Excellency, the chief said only you and he may enter. As he spoke, he pointed at Aloysius. Lead the way. Freddy led Aloysius into the castle, following the guard. Moments later, the three arrived in a luxurious reception hall. In the bright, luxurious hall, Ewan sat at the head. Beside him sat Harlow and Germain. Facing them were Shier and the old man in black. Seeing Freddy enter, Ewan said to a nearby servant, Provide a seat for His Excellency the Mayor. The servant immediately brought a chair and escorted Freddy to his seat. As for Aloysius, he was simply ignored. Aloysius stood awkwardly behind Freddy. Freddy's expression darkened as he looked at Ewan. Is this how Chief Yuan treats guests? Yuan glanced at Aloysius, then looked back at Freddy with a mocking smile. It seems unnecessary for an outsider like your excellency to teach me how to handle my affairs, right? Freddy's expression grew darker, a shadow of gloom flashing in his eyes. Previously, Yuan had always been respectful towards him. Now, having just aligned himself with a powerful faction, he had become so arrogant. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his anger, Freddy looked at Yuan and got straight to the point. Yuan, to be frank, your Braun family used to have good relations with the Freddy family. It was some misunderstandings that brought you to this situation. I am willing to mediate between your families. What do you think? Yuan sneered. Why didn't your excellency step in when that waste of space, Montgomery, humiliated me? Freddy was momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter. After a moment, he said solemnly, does this mean you're set on making things difficult for the Freddy family? Yuan gave a cold laugh, not bothering to reply. Freddy felt his heart sink. His tone grew heavier. Yuan, don't push things too far. The Freddy family holds a title. If you dare act rashly, when I file a complaint, you won't be able to escape the consequences. Yuan's expression changed slightly, but before he could speak, Jermaine beside Harlow interrupted. Don't bluff here. I've already checked. Freddy family's patriarch is merely a viscount, and even bought the title. Even if something happens, no one up top will care. Freddy's expression darkened as he retorted with a cold smile. That's not certain. Jermaine, unwilling to argue, said coldly. Freddy, isn't it? I advise you not to meddle in this affair, or you might burn yourself. His words carried undisguised threats. Freddy's face shifted repeatedly. He was very aware of the Fernando family's background. He knew they were a branch of the Fernando family from Chile City. If they escalated matters, his position as mayor would likely be at risk. Ordinarily, Freddy would never involve himself in such troublesome affairs. But now, there was no choice. While the Fernando family wasn't easy to provoke, the people backing Montgomery were even more formidable. Offending the Fernando family might cost him his position, but offending Montgomery would definitely cost him his position and possibly his life. Taking a deep breath, suppressing all emotions, Freddy looked at Jermaine and said, I also advise you, the Freddy family is not to be trifled with. It's best for you to stop while you can. If this really blows up, even your Fernando family might not be able to cover for you. Jermaine laughed upon hearing this. His laughter filled with unhidden mockery. Harlow laughed beside him, her beautiful eyes flashing with deep ridicule. Yuan and others similarly sneered. After a moment, Jermaine finally Sung Xiao, reined in his laughter, and said coldly, Freddy, let me make it clear one last time. You'd better not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you can kiss your position as mayor goodbye. Seeing that the situation had escalated to open conflict, Freddy also dispensed with all pretenses, responding coldly. I will say this here and now. If you dare to harm the Freddy family, you must first get past me. Humph. Refusing the kind offer for peace and choosing punishment instead. Jermaine sneered, clearly losing patience. He turned to the elderly man in black and said, Uncle Kyler, please teach this guy a lesson. Yes, young master. The elderly man in black nodded slightly, then stood up and looked at Freddy, immediately attacking without further ado. Several wind blades appeared out of thin air, heading straight for Freddy. Freddy didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly summoned his martial aura to defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. Freddy's fists continuously struck out, shattering the wind blades into fragments. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, an enormous green wind blade, nearly 10 feet long, was already closing in on him. The piercing wind hit his face, causing sharp pain. With a serious expression, Freddy hurriedly gathered his martial aura throughout his body and unleashed his signature martial skill. Golden Battle Fist. A loud shout echoed as the fist, glowing with a golden light, collided with the huge wind blade. The force sent gusts radiating outward in all directions, fluttering everyone's clothes. Boom. The green wind blade exploded into a small storm. Powerful winds tore through the area, shredding Freddy's clothes and leaving numerous small wounds on his skin, from which blood trickled, staining his clothing red. Mayor Duran Seymour, who had been watching nearby, showed visible concern on his face. After a while, the storm gradually dissipated, and everyone focused their gaze. At this moment, Freddy's clothes were torn, covered in blood, and he looked utterly disheveled. The elderly man in black stopped his attack and said coldly, Consider this a lesson. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Freddy was, after all, the mayor of Donlin City and an imperial official, so the elderly man dared only to teach him a lesson, not kill him outright. Mayor Duran, are you alright? Seymour rushed over to Freddy, full of worry. No worries. Freddy shook his head, and then glanced at Yuan and the others, saying coldly, Well done. I hope you don't come to regret your actions today. He didn't try to fight back, knowing he wasn't a match for the elderly man. Someone who can make me regret doesn't exist in this Donlin City. Jermaine sneered. Freddy's face was cold, and he said nothing more. Seeing them about to leave, Harlow suddenly spoke up, Hold it. Chapter 56 Compromise. Freddy and Seymour turned their heads to look at the blonde girl walking towards them. What do you want now? Freddy said in a deep voice. Harlow ignored him and came straight to Seymour. Before the two could react, she lashed out with an open-handed slap. With a sharp crack, Seymour stumbled from the blow, a bright red handprint appearing on his face. Although Harlow was a young girl, she was a level 4 mage who had also trained her physical strength regularly. Her power was much greater than that of ordinary people. That slap was certainly not something Seymour could endure. Seymour's mouth was full of blood, spitting out several broken teeth, his fists clenched tightly as he stared fiercely at the girl before him. Compared to physical injury, the psychological harm was obviously much greater. Freddy reacted, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. But the old man in black was watching closely nearby, so besides feeling angry, there was nothing else he could do. Harlow's gaze was cold as she looked down on them and said, "This is just interest. If your Freddy family does not do as I say in 3 days, there will be no need for you to exist." After saying this, she didn't care about Seymour's ashen face, turning around indifferently. "Show them out." Freddy pulled Seymour away, glancing at everyone in the hall before leaving. "You will pay the price for everything you've done today." Egbert and others only sneered coldly, not minding at all. After leaving the castle, Freddy looked at Seymour apologetically. "Sorry, Brother Seymour, I couldn't help." Seymour shook his head gratefully. "It's fine. Mayor has already done enough." Freddy sighed, saying, "Now, perhaps only Montgomery can resolve this matter." Speaking of this, he looked puzzled. "Why haven't I seen Montgomery recently?" Seymour did not hide anything, answering truthfully. "Montgomery entered the Hungduan Mountains not long ago. It might take him a few more days to return." Thinking about this, Seymour's eyes flashed with confusion. "Mayor, why do you think Montgomery coming back can solve this?" Freddy was stunned, immediately realizing that Seymour and others probably didn't know how formidable Montgomery was. He did not point it out directly but changed the subject. "Brother Seymour, I suggest you compromise first to buy some time. Once Montgomery returns, everything can be resolved." In Freddy's mind, not only did Montgomery have a close relationship with Millie, but his strength was unfathomable even to him. If he returned, he would surely solve this crisis. Hearing this, Seymour became even more confused, not understanding why Freddy trusted Montgomery so much. "Brother Seymour, then I shall take my leave." Freddy bid farewell. Seymour nodded and returned to the family castle after Freddy left. Seeing the handprint on Seymour's face, Arn and others' expressions changed. Vaughnies immediately asked, "Third brother, what happened?" Seymour did not hide anything and recounted the events honestly. Everyone hearing this became furious. Vaughnies roared angrily. "Absolutely unacceptable. A mere youth dared to strike you so ruthlessly without any sentiment." The rest were also visibly angry. Though they disliked Seymour, he was still part of the Freddy family. Harlow's actions clearly showed utter disrespect for the Freddy family. Arn took a deep breath and said gravely, "All right, calm down. Let's think about how to get through this crisis. The other side doesn't even care about the city hall. They may indeed dare to act against us." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, their eyes showing resignation. Their enemy was too powerful, and they couldn't possibly stand up to them. Thinking about this, the elders grew even angrier at Montgomery. Had it not been for his impulsiveness, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Suddenly, Alvaro spoke up somberly. "Father, should we seek help from the clan?" Upon hearing this, the elders perked up, all looking expectantly at Arn. Meeting their hopeful gazes, Arnie's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow, his voice bitter. "Our lineage has fallen so low that we are no longer acknowledged by the clan. Let's forget about that idea." Everyone sighed upon hearing this. Though they had anticipated it, disappointment still lingered. At this moment, Seymour suddenly said, "Right, father. When we parted, Freddy told me that if Montgomery returns, he can resolve this." Everyone was taken aback, then the elders all laughed. Their laughter carried undisguised ridicule. Huey sneered. "Ha, he can resolve it? With what?" Everett he repeat his impulsive behavior, thoroughly offending the Fernando family, and dragging our Freddy family into endless trouble again. "Exactly, it would be a miracle if he doesn't cause more trouble. The idea of him helping is laughable." Another elder spoke, his eyes filled with disdain. "Speaking of which, the reason why things have come to this point is all because of that boy Montgomery. Now that there's trouble, he has run away in advance. A person like him doesn't deserve to be a member of the Freddy family. In my opinion, we should expel him from the family outright." The elders would not have mentioned Montgomery otherwise, but once he was brought up, the elders immediately became highly agitated. Firstly, this incident was indeed closely related to Montgomery. Secondly, the elders were still upset about what happened last time. Seeing how agitated everyone was getting, Arnie's face turned grave, and he rebuked them. "Enough, all of you shut up." His stern gaze swept over the elders, disappointment flashing in his eyes. At such a critical moment, these people were still thinking about internal strife. How could such a group revitalize the family? Arnie's expression turned contemplative as he recalled Montgomery's recent actions. His eyes flickered, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Perhaps Freddy was right. Once Montgomery returns, he can resolve this matter. With this thought, he took a deep breath, made up his mind, and said to everyone, "Since there's no other way, we will agree to the Braun family's demands for now, just to buy some time until Montgomery returns." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed, and Alvaro immediately protested. "Father, no. What if Montgomery can't solve it when he comes back? What will we do then?" The other elders chimed in one after another, all disagreeing. They didn't believe at all that Montgomery could solve everything. "I agree with father," Vaughnies said, supporting Arnie's decision. Seymour also spoke up in support of Arn. "You're completely crazy, trusting a mere kid. No matter what you say, I strongly disagree with this." Alvaro looked grim and firmly opposed it. The rest of the elders echoed Alvaro's stance. Seeing the argument growing more intense, Arn sternly ordered, "All right, all of you be quiet." Once everyone quieted down, he directed his gaze at Alvaro and the elders, his face cold as he asked, "So, tell me, apart from this plan, do any of you have other solutions?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The Braun family had only given them 3 days. If they couldn't find a solution within 3 days, the Braun family would certainly retaliate. The situation would become even worse then. Seeing that no one responded, Arn calmly said, "My point is, we hand over the family business temporarily to buy a few days. Once Montgomery returns, we can think of other ways. If even he cannot solve it, we will have no choice but to leave Eastland City." Chapter 57. Kneel and apologize. Ultimately, Alvaro and the other clan elders gave in, because apart from the method Arn mentioned, they couldn't think of a better solution. Afterward, Arn instructed Aloysius and several elders to remain with the family. He then took Alvaro, Vani, and a few other senior members to the Braun family's residence to apologize in person. The major forces in East Forest City had been closely monitoring this matter. When Arn and his party headed for the Braun family's castle, the major factions received the news immediately and headed toward the Braun family as well, ready to see the spectacle unfold. Upon seeing Arn and his group arrive, the guards at the gate immediately entered the castle to report the news to Ewan. Ewan abruptly stood up from his seat, revealing sheer joy in his eyes. This moment had finally arrived. "Father, should I go with you?" Harlow asked from beside him. Ewan shook his head. "No need. Just stay here. I'll handle it." With that said, he hurriedly rushed out of the castle. "Father, wait for me." Seeing this, Marty immediately followed after him. By the time they reached outside the castle, Arn and his group were already waiting there. Ewan looked at Arn and the others with a smirk, taunting them. Well, isn't this clan leader Arn? What brings you here today?" Seeing Ewan's arrogant and domineering demeanor, Arn and the others clenched their teeth in anger. But the situation left them no choice but to endure it. Arn stepped forward, trying to maintain a calm tone. "Clan leader Ewan, we are willing to agree to your conditions. We only ask that you let our Freddy family off the hook." As soon as these words came out, those surrounding them burst into an uproar. Such harsh conditions, yet Arn actually agreed. But considering who was backing the Braun family, everyone understood. Indeed, what else could they do? If they angered the Fernando family, not only would the family business be at risk, but even their lives might be in danger. In the crowd, Dino and Davidson had somewhat dark expressions. They had planned to fish in troubled waters amid the conflict between the two families. But they didn't expect Arn to give in so easily. As a result, they gained nothing. Ewan was also somewhat surprised by Arnie's quick agreement. He hadn't expected Arn to not put up any resistance at all. It wasn't like the Arn he knew. But thinking about the Fernando family behind the scenes, he instantly understood. Stepping closer to Arn, he whispered, Arn, I told you you'd regret it. Now do you believe me?" Arnie's fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, barely suppressing the rage bubbling within him. Behind him, Vani and the others felt similarly, their hearts burning with anger. Had it not been for reason holding them back, they would have exploded long ago. Seeming to sense Arnie's suppressed fury, Ewan's smile became even more smug as he mocked. Aren't you angry? Don't you want to hit me? Here I am right in front of you. Come on, I promise I won't fight back." His face was filled with unrestrained provocation, eyes full of mockery. The onlookers saw this and inwardly despised Ewan's triumphant attitude. In the crowd, Nelson and Stewart both wore cold smiles. They knew Montgomery's strength and background. The Fernando family was nothing before him. The higher Ewan jumped now, the harder he would fall later. Seeing that Arn wasn't reacting, Ewan found it boring and scanned the few people in front of him, asking, "Where is that little bastard Montgomery? Why isn't he here?" Arn took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and responded as calmly as possible. "Clan leader Ewan, Montgomery entered the Transection Mountain some days ago. We've sent people to look for him, but haven't heard back yet." Ewan nodded lightly, knowing that Montgomery had indeed entered the Transection Mountains. "Since that little brat Montgomery isn't here, you can apologize on his behalf first. When he returns, send him over," he continued, looking at Arn with a mocking gaze. Arnie's expression darkened slightly as he looked up at Ewan, his voice trembling. "How does clan leader Ewan wish us to apologize?" Ewan's gaze was mocking as he replied casually, "Of course, you must kneel and apologize. That way, it shows sincerity on your part, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Alvaro trembled with rage, and Vani couldn't help but roar, "Ewan, don't push too far. Leave some room for future encounters." Ewan disdainfully glanced at the bulging veins on Vani's forehead and replied coolly, "I'm not forcing you. You can refuse if you like." Vani gnashed his teeth, turning to Arn. "Father, let's go. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight them." "Yes, clan leader, if worst comes to worst, we'll fight them." The elders echoed, feeling that Ewan's demand was too much. For them to kneel publicly, it was simply a grave humiliation. Seeing this scene, Ewan's heart sank slightly. If the Freddy family really resisted to the death, he would be able to suppress them, but at a certain cost. This was an outcome he did not wish to see. Thinking of this, he sneered and bellowed. "So what if you resist? With your current strength, how can you resist?" Alvaro and the others immediately fell silent. Indeed, how could they resist? Seeing this, Ewan seized the opportunity and pretended to show a hint of sympathy on his face. "Considering our past relationship, you don't have to kneel, but Arn must." Upon hearing this, the elders were even more silent. All their eyes turned to Arn. "You people." Seeing the gazes of the elders, Vani instantly became furious. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the elders, wanting to shout at them but didn't know what to say. Even Alvaro's expression showed disappointment this time, but he did not speak, knowing that it would be useless. Arn did not turn back. Thinking of Montgomery, Rosanna, the other clan members, and the younger generation of the Freddy family, he gritted his teeth and knelt down. "Father." Vani's eyes were bloodshot with anger almost bursting through his head, ready to fight Ewan to the death, but was stopped by Alvaro, who acted quickly. "Do you want father's kneeling to be in vain?" Alvaro reprimanded in a low voice. Although he was also angry, he still retained a thread of reason. Witnessing this scene, everyone watching around sighed deeply. Arn, the leader of the Freddy family, a respectable 5th-level mage, actually knelt to apologize to Ewan, this ungrateful little man. Truly, life was unfair. In the crowd, Nelson and Antonio revealed a trace of admiration in their eyes. Arn had done so much for his family, it was worthy of respect. From afar on the city wall, Freddy stood with his hands behind his back, witnessing this scene. His gaze turned icy cold, muttering, "Braun family, Fernando family, you are finished." He did not intervene because he knew it would be futile. Ewan clan leader, I beg your pardon on behalf of my grandson. I hope you can consider our past relationship and give the Freddy family a chance to live. Looking at the kneeling Arn before him, Ewan laughed inwardly, feeling immensely gratified. The resentment built up in his heart since the day of the banquet was swept away instantly. He laughed heartily. Since clan leader Arn has pleaded with me like this, I can't be too stingy. Considering our past, I will give you another half-month. As long as you bring Montgomery to me within half a month, I will let you off. Chapter 58 Return. In the Hungduan Mountains, Montgomery continued to pick medicinal herbs on the small island. He was completely unaware of what had happened in Donglin City. After almost finishing harvesting all the herbs on the island, he finally stopped. Then he found a place, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating. Taking out several plants with wildly potent medicinal properties, he used fire to refine them, then swallowed the scalding medicinal liquid. Following that, he rapidly circulated the fury of Devil Heart to refine the ingested herbs. Time passed unmeasured, and a terrifying aura began to spread from the island. Jeremiah and the others waiting on the shore looked with astonished faces. When they saw the white pillar of fighting spirit light rising from the island, shock appeared in their eyes. Such fluctuations, could it be breaking through to 6th-level warrior? Jeremiah murmured softly, his face shaken. This aura was truly too terrifying. Jeremiah felt as insignificant as a worm in its presence. On the island, Montgomery abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp light flowing within them, his gaze extremely piercing. He stood up and stretched his body, feeling an abundant power surging inside. He had a feeling that if he attacked with all his might, he could burst a 6th-level warrior with one punch. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his emotions, he took out several valuable medicines beneficial to mental strength. This time Montgomery did not directly swallow these herbs. Instead, he refined them into pills before consuming them. Soon after, a massive mental energy spread out, distorting the surrounding space subtly. Compared to advancing to 4th-level warrior, reaching 4th-level mage was easier. After all, he had once been at this level. Subsequently, Montgomery took out a pile of herbs and prepared the medicine to heal Seymour's injuries. After completing everything, he went to the front of the deep pool and set up a concealment array around it, hiding the entire waterhole. The holy icefire lotus still needed some time to mature, and he couldn't stay here indefinitely. Setting up the array prevented the nearby magical beasts from sensing it. In the past, no magical beast dared to step here due to the strange fish king guarding it. But now that he had killed the strange fish king, it was uncertain. Having done everything, Montgomery left the island and came before Jeremiah and the others, saying coolly, "Let's go." Jeremiah took out a storage ring and handed it to Montgomery. "Sir, this contains the carcasses of the strange fish you killed." During Montgomery's cultivation days, the group had fished out the dead strange fish Montgomery had initially killed. Montgomery glanced at the storage ring and said indifferently, "Keep them." He no longer cared about such trivial benefits. "Thank you, sir." Jeremiah and the others were delighted. These strange fish were all peak 5th-level magical beasts, and selling them would fetch a substantial sum, especially for their mercenary guild. Following this, the group followed behind Montgomery, leaving the place and returning to Donglin City. 5 days later, the group finally reached Donglin City. Looking at the outline of the city ahead, Montgomery showed a trace of joy. The medicine was ready. Seymour's injuries could be healed. Jeremiah and the others showed complex expressions. They had never imagined that entering the Hungduan Mountains would lead to so many events. Before entering the mountains, Jeremiah thought of seeking revenge on Montgomery. But now, he no longer dared have such thoughts. Because of Barrel's incident, he was already thoroughly tied to Montgomery. Even without this event, he wouldn't dare seek retribution anymore. Montgomery's displayed talent and strength were simply too terrifying. Jeremiah was sure that Montgomery was not someone who would remain unnoticed, and in the future, he would definitely make a name for himself in the Empire or even on the continent. Not only did Jeremiah lose any thoughts of revenge, but he even considered attaching himself to Montgomery. If he could cling tightly to Montgomery now, perhaps his status would rise accordingly in the future. The group entered Donglin City. "Sir, we'll return first," Jeremiah said to Montgomery. Montgomery nodded and warned, "Don't tell anyone about that place, or I won't be responsible." Jeremiah hurriedly nodded and watched Montgomery walk away before turning to leave. Montgomery rushed straight to the Freddy family estate. On the way, he felt that people in the city were looking at him oddly. Although he was puzzled, he didn't pay much attention, speeding towards the family castle. He moved quickly and soon arrived outside the castle. When the guards at the gate saw Montgomery, they all froze. A few even rubbed their eyes and looked again, instantly overjoyed when they confirmed it was really Montgomery. "It's young Gio Montgomery. Young Gio Montgomery has returned." Seeing the guards' joyful faces, Montgomery was surprised. When had he become so popular within the family? Unbeknownst to him, due to the events from the previous times, the younger generations and some servants and guards within the family had completely changed their impressions of him. Especially after making Jeremiah come to apologize in person, everyone admired him even more. Therefore, not long ago, after that incident, Everyone believed that as long as Montgomery returned, he could resolve everything. Thus, upon seeing Montgomery return, all the guards became incredibly excited. A guard rushed to Montgomery, tears of joy welling up. "Young Geo Montgomery, you're finally back." Montgomery keenly sensed something amiss from the guard's tone. Coupled with the strange looks people in the city had given him on the way here, a bad premonition arose in his heart. He immediately asked, "Has something happened to the family?" The guard didn't hide anything, quickly recounting the series of events that had transpired recently. Upon hearing it all, Montgomery's face darkened like a stormy sky. He regretted not having taken Ade's life back then. "It seems I was too merciful." A cold glint flashed across his eyes before he dashed into the castle. Along the way, every servant and guard who saw Montgomery expressed sheer joy. Recently, the entire Freddy family had been under immense pressure. Not only had they given up 80% of their business, but Chief Arn had publicly knelt down to apologize to Ade. Such humiliation had never been endured by the Freddy family before. Not only did the higher-ups feel humiliated, but the servants and guards also felt deeply disgraced. Montgomery soon met Arn and the others. "Grandfather, I'm sorry for coming back late." He looked at the elderly man with guilt. Arnie's eyes were moist as he patted Montgomery's shoulder, smiling. "It's good that you're back. Freddy said you could resolve this trouble. Is it true?" Hope gleamed in his eyes as he stared intently at Montgomery. If Montgomery also said there was no solution, then the Freddy family truly had no hope. Montgomery nodded emphatically, yes. Bergen, hearing this, was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Good lad, I knew you had a plan. Tell me, how do you intend to solve this crisis?" At this, Seymour and the other elders all turned to Montgomery. Meeting everyone's expectant gazes, Montgomery's eyes turned icy, filled with an intimidating killing intent. "We will go straight to their door and let them know the consequences of offending our Freddy family." Chapter 59, Charging In. The crowd, who had harbored hopes, instantly wore expressions of disappointment upon hearing these words. Huey couldn't help but sneer. "Montgomery, do you know what you're saying? Charge in. Do you know what power they possess?" The other clan elders did not speak, but their faces were also full of ridicule. Arn and others looked extremely disappointed. "Montgomery, don't act rashly. The Fernando family has brought a 6th-level mage this time. He is extremely powerful. Even Mayor Freddy can't match him." Seymour spoke up, warning Montgomery not to act recklessly. Montgomery turned his head. It was obvious that something was wrong with Seymour's voice. He said sternly, "Father, what's wrong with your voice?" Seymour shook his head. Nothing. He didn't dare tell the truth, fearing that Montgomery would really lose control and rush into the Braun family for revenge. At this moment, an elder nearby spoke. "It was done by your former fiancée. She mentioned collecting some interest in advance." Seymour frowned, glancing at Montgomery subconsciously, but he found Montgomery's expression calm, without the slightest change. Seymour prepared to say something, but Montgomery cut in. "Father, grandfather, leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry." Having said that, Montgomery turned and walked away. "Montgomery." Seymour showed concern and wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Alvaro. "Younger brother, since Montgomery says he can handle it, as seniors, we should trust him." Alvaro knew very well that only if Montgomery went to the Braun family and allowed them to vent their anger, would there be any chance of them sparing everyone else. "Eldest brother, you." Seymour was furious, wanting to get past Alvaro to catch up, but Alvaro blocked him again. "Younger brother, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but what can you do even if you chase after him?" Alvaro looked down at Seymour, his voice carrying a tinge of ridicule. Hearing this, Seymour's face fell. Indeed, what could he, a cripple, do even if he caught up? He seemed incapable of anything except being a burden. "Older brother, must you speak so harshly?" Vonnie wore an unhappy look. Alvaro said coldly, "I'm just stating the facts." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Arn promptly intervened. "All right, it's such a critical time, yet you are still fighting among yourselves." He got up and came close to the others, his eyes showing a hint of determination. "Let's go. If all else fails, we'll fight those bastards." The elders' expressions changed upon hearing this. Huey quickly interjected, "Patriarch, don't. The Braun family's main target is Montgomery. Now that Montgomery has gone, as long as they vent their anger on him, they might let us off. We absolutely cannot provoke them again. Otherwise, the situation will become irretrievable." With these words, the other elders chimed in one after another, advising Arn to think twice and not act impulsively. "Yes, father, you cannot disregard the entire family just for Montgomery," Alvaro added, putting pressure on Arn, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place. Listening to the incessant chatter of the elders, Vonnie looked displeased, turning to look at Seymour. "Younger brother, let's go. Don't waste time with these cowardly fellows." Vonnie pulled Seymour out of the hall, ignoring the sour-faced crowd. On the other side, Montgomery headed straight for the Braun family after leaving. At the same time, inside the Braun family's castle, Sher was excitedly reporting to Zen. "Father, my informants just reported that Montgomery has returned." Zen's face lit up, and he chuckled coldly. "Finally, we can get our revenge on that little brat." Beside him, Germain was interested. "I heard this boy used to be the pride of the province. I'd like to see what's so special about him." Beside Germain, Harlow remarked disdainfully, "That was only in the past. Now, that boy is nothing more than a useless wretch." As they talked, a servant rushed into the hall breathlessly. "Patriarch, miss, something bad has happened." Everyone's faces turned grim. Zen immediately scolded. "What's happening? Don't you see we have guests here?" The servant, sweating nervously, hurriedly said, "Patriarch, they stormed in." Sure frowned and shouted. Who stormed in? Be clear. Before the servant could answer, a cold voice sounded from outside the hall. I. Turning toward the sound, everyone saw a young man in purple robes slowly walking towards the hall. Montgomery. Recognizing the visitor, the few people in the hall were taken aback. Sure's expression immediately turned cold, and he demanded, Montgomery, how dare you barge into the Braun family uninvited? What crime does that deserve? Enough noise. In an instant, Montgomery appeared before Sure, slapping him across the face with a huge palm. Smack. A crisp sound rang out as Sure flew backward, crashing into the wall with a thud, blood streaming from his forehead. Caught off guard, the few people in the hall were momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, they finally reacted. Zen flew into a rage, pointing at Montgomery and roaring furiously. Little wretch, you dare defy me. Montgomery turned his head, looking calmly at the enraged Zen, and spoke coldly. Don't be in such a hurry. This is only the beginning. After today, your Braun family will be completely erased from Donglin City. TCH, what a big mouth. A mocking voice sounded, and Montgomery turned to see a blonde youth looking at him with ridicule. Montgomery's expression remained calm as he said indifferently. So you're that so-called lord from the Fernando family. Germain's face instantly darkened, and he said coldly. Brat, I had intended to let you live a bit longer, but now it seems there's no need. Without waiting for instructions, the old man in black slowly stepped forward, advancing toward Montgomery. Boy, rest assured, I won't let you die too easily. The old man's gaze was cold and venomous like a snake. Montgomery didn't waste any words. He immediately attacked, punching straight at the old man. Overconfident. The old man sneered, but before he could finish speaking, Montgomery was already upon him. Snap. A punch directly aimed at his face shattered the old man's nasal bone on the spot. His body flew backward, smashing through a distant wall and leaving a gaping hole. Now a 4th-level warrior, Montgomery possessed immense strength. His punch wasn't something even a 6th-level mage or a 6th-level warrior with a tough physique could withstand. This scene left the few people in the hall in shock. Zen and the others stared at Montgomery in disbelief. Arg, little wretch, I'll kill you. The old man in black climbed up from the ground, his face covered in blood, glaring at Montgomery with malice. Vacuum blade. With a loud cry, a huge green magical disc appeared behind him. The disc spun rapidly, shooting out several wind element-infused green swords towards Montgomery. Earth flow wall. Montgomery stomped on the ground, too lazy to even chant the spell. The earth elements in front of him boiled up, forming a brown mud wall that rose from the ground and blocked all the attacks. Chapter 60 The Downfall of the Braun Family. The mud wall deflected all the green miniature swords. This scene left everyone present dumbstruck, especially Germain and Harlow, who were well aware that the vacuum sword was an extremely powerful 6th-level magic spell. But Montgomery had blocked it so effortlessly. Just as everyone was in shock, a bolt of lightning flashed. A lightning bolt, sharp as a sword, pierced through the earth wall, rushing straight towards the elderly man in black several yards away. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. With a sickening sound, the lightning pierced the old man's heart, blood splattering, staining his clothes red. The old man's eyes widened. The magic disc behind him dissipated. He struggled to lower his head, only to see fresh blood gushing out from his heart. In the end, the old man managed to glance at the purple-clothed youth not far away, then fell backward stiffly. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open. Clearly, he died unrepentant. Uncle Jalen. Germain's face changed drastically as he rushed towards the elder's body. Montgomery retracted the lightning that resembled a sword, his gaze calm and unperturbed. With his current strength, killing a 6th-level mage was like slaughtering a dog. With a wave of his hand, Montgomery removed the earth wall, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Ewan. At this moment, Ewan's face was already pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified to the extreme. Ewan never dreamed that Montgomery not only wasn't weak, but also possessed such power. A 6th-level mage, in front of him, was nothing more than a clay pigeon. If he had known this earlier, he would rather die than have ended the engagement with the Freddy family. How old was Montgomery? 17 or 18, yet he could slay a 6th-level mage. Such a monstrous prodigy, even in the entire Shishan province, would be hard to find a few. You, don't come any closer. Seeing Montgomery approaching, Ewan shouted hoarsely, involuntarily retreating backward. Harlow flashed forward, blocking Ewan, her cold gaze fixed on Montgomery. Montgomery, you've already caused a great disaster. If you know what's good for you, surrender now and come back with me to confess your crimes to the Fernando family. Otherwise, both you and the Freddy family will be finished. Although Montgomery showed impressive strength, Harlow still felt confident. Germain was a direct descendant of the Fernando family, and his sister was exceptionally talented, having been admitted to the Silicon City Mage Academy a year ago and being groomed by the Fernando family. No matter how strong Montgomery might be, how could he contend with a massive entity like the Fernando family? Montgomery looked down at the defiant girl before him, speaking coldly. Why do you think I'd fear the Fernando family? Harlow's expression froze for a moment before she sneered. Montgomery, you dare to say this because you don't know what the Fernando family is. To be honest, the Fernando family is one of the great families in Silicon City, with many experts and influential figures throughout the entire Shishan province. You are merely an ant before them. Don't think that having some strength means you can do whatever you want. So, these are your last words? Montgomery spoke coldly, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. Harlow's face froze. She had expected fear and panic from Montgomery, but found him calm throughout. At this moment, Germain stood up, his gaze icy cold, looking at Montgomery. Little bastard, daring to kill someone from the Fernando family, you're dead. I swear, I will make you and your family pay. Montgomery's response was just two simple words. Annoying. Accompanied by these words was a bolt of lightning. Ah! A scream of agony echoed as Germain hadn't reacted in time. His arm was severed by the lightning. Then came the other arm, followed by both legs. In the blink of an eye, Germain was reduced to a torso. The agonizing cries reverberated throughout the hall. Harlow and Ewan came back to their senses, both faces white with terror, unable to believe what they saw in Montgomery. To them, Montgomery must have gone mad. Montgomery ignored Germain's screams, walking toward Harlow and Ewan. This time, Harlow finally lost her composure, her face pale as she backed away, trying to sound brave. Montgomery, you shouldn't do this. There's still time to turn back. Montgomery looked down at her coldly and said quietly, I didn't plan on killing you, but you chose to insult my father, so don't blame me. Harlow felt a bone-chilling intent overwhelm her. Her face turned deathly pale as she tried to beg for mercy but felt a cool sensation on her neck. Then her consciousness began to fade. Before dying, she managed a difficult glance at Montgomery, regret flashing in her eyes. Without paying attention to the decapitated corpse, Montgomery turned his gaze to Ewan, whose face was already drained of color, and said calmly, Now it's your turn. Ewan trembled uncontrollably, a yellow liquid dripping from his pants onto the floor, emitting a foul smell. In this life-or-death moment, he had wet himself in terror. Montgomery, spare. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed. Blood splattered as Ewan's head separated from his body. Following that, Montgomery slew the mutilated Germain and the critically injured Harlow, along with the core members of the Braun family. As for the ordinary clan members and guards, he did not lay a finger on them. Though ruthless, Montgomery was not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. Having dealt with everything, he left the Braun family's premises. Just as he exited the castle of the Braun family, he encountered Vonnie and Seymour who had rushed over. Seeing Montgomery emerge unscathed, the two were puzzled. Vonnie suspiciously asked, Montgomery, what happened? Did that bastard Ewan let you go? Montgomery smiled but didn't explain. He simply said, Father, Uncle, everything is settled. Let's go. The two became even more perplexed but, seeing Montgomery already leaving, they suppressed their doubts and hurried after him. Not far into their journey, they met Freddie and Nelson, who had also come rushing over. They had heard that Montgomery had returned and gone alone to the Braun family, prompting them to arrive as quickly as possible. The former was worried about Montgomery's safety, while the latter wanted to ask if he needed any help. Upon seeing Montgomery unharmed, both were taken aback. Freddie curiously asked, Montgomery, what's going on here? Montgomery nodded slightly at Freddie and said, Mayor, I've taken care of things at the Braun family. The rest is up to you. Freddie looked puzzled, unsure what Montgomery meant. Initially, he thought Montgomery would have some way to contact Millie and Emma, solving the crisis by contacting them. But he hadn't expected Montgomery to head straight for the Braun family upon returning. And now, claiming the trouble was resolved? Montgomery didn't elaborate, saying only, You'll understand when you visit the Braun family later. With that, he nodded to Nelson and turned to leave. Seymour and Vonnie hastily bid farewell to the two and followed after Montgomery. Nelson and Freddie exchanged glances, then hurried toward the Braun family. When they entered the castle and saw what had transpired inside, both were stunned, shock evident in their eyes. Especially upon seeing the corpse of the black-clothed elder, Freddie was rendered speechless. The man who wasn't even his match now lay decapitated. There was no doubt who had killed him. Chapter 61, The Shocked Crowd. Is the matter resolved? The elder clan members looked at Montgomery with doubt clearly written on their faces. They didn't believe it. Arn spoke in a grave tone. Montgomery, what exactly happened? Montgomery did not hold back and briefly explained the course of events. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. Arnie's voice trembled. Montgomery, you're really telling the truth? Before Montgomery could reply, Huey jeered. Clan head, don't listen to this boy's nonsense. The Fernando family even brought a level 6 mage this time, someone even Freddie couldn't defeat. How could this boy be any match? Others nodded upon hearing this. It wasn't that they didn't trust Montgomery, his story was simply too far-fetched. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Faced with this, Montgomery didn't bother explaining further but only said to Arn, Grandfather, everything is truly settled. News will soon spread. Just wait for it at home. Then he turned to Seymour. Father, come with me. I need to talk to you. Seymour nodded and followed Montgomery out of the hall. Seeing the two leave, the elder clan members exchanged glances. Soon after, news spread through East Forest City like wildfire. The Braun family senior members had been slain, and the family disbanded on the spot. Upon learning of this, every noble family in East Forest City shivered in fear. Inside Freddie family castle, when Arn and the elder clan members heard this news, their expressions first froze in shock before revealing awe. Are really solved? One elder muttered under his breath, disbelief coloring his voice. Just as everyone was speechless with amazement, a servant announced that Mayor Freddie had arrived. Everyone snapped out of their daze immediately. Arn hurriedly ordered, Quick, please him in quickly. Moments later, the servant led Freddie into the hall. Freddie bowed towards Arn upon entering and congratulated him. Congratulations, Brother Arn. Arnie's expression was complicated as he asked, Mayor, can you tell me more about the specifics? Freddie was taken aback. With such a major event, how could Brother Arn still be unaware? Arn shook his head. I know, but it's just too unbelievable. I want to hear the details again. Hearing this, Freddy didn't hold back and recounted what he had seen at the Braun family in detail. Freddy's account largely matched what Montgomery had said, and it sounded even more credible. This time, no one doubted it, and all eyes revealed awe. Alvaro asked in a trembling voice, He really killed that level 6 mage? Everyone in the hall looked at Freddy expectantly. Freddy nodded. As thunderstruck murmurs echoed in the minds of everyone, Freddy dropped another bomb. From the traces of battle, it seems like it was an instant kill. Even as he said this, Freddy himself was stunned. To instantly kill a level 6 mage. Either it was a level 7 mage, or it was a super genius who had the power equivalent to a level 7 mage while still at level 6. Freddy guessed Montgomery belonged to the latter category. Now he understood why Millie placed so much importance on Montgomery. A young level 6 mage who could instantly kill others of the same level. Such a person's potential was terrifying. If allowed to grow, this person might stand at the top of the continent someday. Thinking of this, he glanced at Freddy's family with a touch of envy. Freddy never imagined that tiny East Forest city hid such a sleeping dragon. Brother Arn, I've already dispatched people to take over all of the Braun family's businesses and assets. You just need to send someone over for the transfer. Arn snapped out of his shock and hurriedly bowed to Freddy. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Freddy rushed forward to help Arn up, looking flustered. Brother Arn, please don't do this. I can't bear your respect. Seeing Arnie's bewildered face, Freddy continued. Besides, it's all minor assistance. Not worth mentioning. Please don't put it to heart. I only hope that if you prosper in the future, don't forget this little brother. Arn paused, then laughed loudly. Of course not. Freddy showed a pleased smile, then bid farewell. After seeing Freddy off, Arn could no longer suppress his joy and burst into laughter, laughing until tears rolled down his cheeks. Living half a lifetime, this was the first time he felt so excited. Bergen was equally thrilled. Compared to the exhilarated pair, Alvaro and the Elder Clan members wore complex expressions. They had never imagined that Montgomery, whom they had always looked down upon as a waste, actually possessed such power. To instantly kill a level 6 mage. This meant that Montgomery's strength was likely already at level 6. An 18-year-old youth whose strength had surpassed their own. Even if the elders disliked Montgomery, they knew at this moment that he had astonishing potential and was the hope for the rise of the Freddy family. Alvaro clenched his fists tightly, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Previously, Seymour had always been above him. Later on, Montgomery consistently overshadowed his son. Their father-son duo had never been able to surpass Montgomery and his father. When both were later incapacitated, he secretly rejoiced, because the towering mountain over them had finally disappeared. But now, that mountain had returned, and it was heavier than ever before. Before, it was just 2 peaks. Now it was an entire mountain range, pressing down on him so heavily he could barely breathe. But then his clenched fists slowly loosened, a look of resignation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this wasn't all bad. With Montgomery's potential, even if not becoming a saint-rank powerhouse, reaching levels 8 or 9 was still quite possible. If that were to happen, not only would their Freddy family be able to return to the main family, but gaining some say within the powerful main family was also not out of the question. The Aryan family. Dino and Davidson sat opposite each other, both with solemn expressions. After a long silence, Dino spoke first. Brother Davidson, have you heard the news? Davidson nodded, his voice dry. Yes. Dino took a deep breath and said gravely. I interrogated a guard from the Braun family. According to him, all this was done by Montgomery. His voice trembled slightly by the end. If all this was true, then their 2 families might be in danger. Davidson's expression was incredibly grave, and he remained silent. After hearing the news, he had also immediately sent people to investigate and found out that everything pointed to Montgomery being responsible. At the time, he hardly dared to believe it. That worthless person they saw could actually destroy the Braun family alone and slay the Fernando family's level 6 mage. Chapter 62. Gavin. Seeing Luis remain silent, Dino became anxious. Luis, say something. If this matter was truly done by that little wretch, Montgomery, then our 2 families will be in dire straits. Why are you panicking? Luis rebuked and calmly said. Actually, this might not be such a bad thing. Good thing. Dino's eyes widened in confusion. Luis continued. By doing this, Montgomery has thoroughly offended the Fernando family. I'm sure you're aware of the Fernando family's background. They will definitely send people to seek revenge. That little wretch has already offended the Berdin family. Now he's offended the Fernando family too. Once experts from these 2 powerful families arrive, that wretch will be doomed. Dino suddenly understood but still had some concerns. But what if that wretch comes after us before then? Luis shook his head confidently. Don't worry, that's impossible. Before Dino could ask further, Luis added. Our conflict with the Freddy family is limited to the birthday banquet incident, unlike the Braun family, who have completely severed ties with us. That little wretch wouldn't rush to come after us. This can be seen from how he opened an armory to retaliate against us. Luis was right about this. Originally, Montgomery didn't plan to act against the 2 powerful families so soon, but that was before encountering the assassins. Now, Montgomery harbors murderous intent towards the 2 powerful families. The only reason he hasn't acted yet is because he's currently helping Aloysius heal and has no time to deal with them. Inside the elegant and luxurious room in the Freddy family castle, Aloysius was refining the medicinal energy in his body, restoring his damaged meridians and spirit power. Beside him, Montgomery silently guarded him without speaking. Unknown time passed, when Aloysius, sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, a bright light flashing in them. He clenched his fist, feeling immense strength within him. I am really healed. He stood up from the bed, excitement radiating from his face. It had been over 10 years since he felt this joyful. Seeing his excited father, Montgomery smiled sincerely. He took out a scroll and handed it over. Father, this is a cultivation method for enhancing spirit power. You should practice it as soon as possible. Aloysius suspiciously accepted the scroll, opening it to reveal large eyes as he looked at Montgomery in disbelief. Montgomery, what is this? Montgomery hesitated, feigning difficulty, but Aloysius quickly said, Montgomery, if you can't explain, never mind. After a long pause, Montgomery seemed to make up his mind and told the truth. Father, I won't hide it from you. Not long ago, I met a master who not only cured my injuries, but also taught me many things. This cultivation method is precisely what my Geo gave me. Aloysius was amazed, then excitedly replied, Montgomery, to meet such a great person is indeed your fortune. You must follow your Geo diligently. His eyes flashed with a cold gleam. When you achieve success in your cultivation, we'll go to the imperial capital together to bring back your mother. Previously, Aloysius had no confidence in this matter. But after seeing the cultivation method given by Montgomery, hope reignited in Aloysius's heart. Aloysius had been to the imperial capital and had seen the world. He knew very well how powerful the cultivation method recorded in the scroll was. He believed that as long as he practiced this method, in just a few years, he would regain his former strength. Once, Aloysius was a peak level 7 great mage. Though not as exceptional as Montgomery, he was still a rare talent. If it weren't for being poisoned by the Hamlin family, he might have already broken through to level 8 and led the Freddy family to glory. Father, rest assured I will. Montgomery nodded seriously, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He left afterward, leaving Aloysius to practice in the room. Over the next 3 days, Montgomery stayed home, quietly cultivating and consolidating his strength. Meanwhile, news of Aloysius's recovery spread throughout the family. Arn was immensely relieved. His once promising son had finally fully recovered. Alvaro and the other elders had complex expressions. They knew that the rise of Montgomery and his father was now unstoppable. Early on the 3rd day, Montgomery left the castle and went straight to the Far East Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the armory situation. He learned that the armory had already captured 80% of Donglin City's market share and would soon dominate the entire market. Montgomery nodded and bid farewell to Nelson, preparing to head to the 2 powerful families to deal with Dino and Luis. Since they dared to hire assassins to kill him, there was no need to keep them alive. However, on the way, he encountered an acquaintance. Looking at the towering man before him, Montgomery said coolly, Is there something? The towering man was none other than Josh, the restaurant manager who had a conflict with Montgomery at the Siang River Manor. My lord, the manor lord has encountered some trouble and asked me to invite you over. Josh first bowed to Montgomery, then said anxiously. Montgomery looked surprised and said coolly, What's going on? Josh didn't hide it and quickly explained the situation. After listening, Montgomery's face turned slightly gloomy. It turned out that the Siang River wasn't owned by Malden alone. There was a bigger boss behind it. It belonged to a certain influential family from Siding City. Malden had to pay a large amount of money monthly to the owner. Since the Siang River Manor now belonged to Montgomery, Malden hadn't paid for the last 2 months. Needless to say, the owner immediately came to inquire about it. Anyone who dares to touch my people must pay the price. Let's go, take me there. Montgomery spoke indifferently, and Josh hurriedly led the way. At the same time, in a luxurious room at the Siang River Manor, a blonde youth looked down on Malden and said calmly, Malden, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering old ties. Behind the blonde youth stood a Chevy in red robes, exuding a wild aura and giving off an extremely powerful pressure. Malden knew the capabilities of this young man, so he dared not hide anything, but he also did not want to betray or defame Montgomery. He replied tactfully, Young Geo Gavin, here's the situation. He roughly explained what happened. In short, the Siang River Manor now belonged to someone else, and its wealth was no longer under his control, hence the inability to continue paying. Upon hearing this, Gavin's face darkened suddenly, and he said coldly, Explain clearly, exactly what happened. Who dares to lay hands on my Eric family's property? Malden glanced subtly at the door, secretly worried that Montgomery wasn't here yet. He took a deep breath and said, Young Geo Gavin, it is Montgomery. Gavin then asked, Who is Montgomery? Where is he now? Malden hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Geo Gavin, Montgomery is very powerful and has extraordinary background. It's best not to provoke him. Gavin laughed instantly. Haha, a mere Donglin City. Is there anyone here that can challenge me? Lead the way. I want to see if this Montgomery has 3 heads and 6 arms to make you, Malden, so afraid. Chapter 63, The Bredinton Family Sends Someone. Just as Gavin finished speaking, the main door was suddenly broken open from the outside. 2 figures walked in. It was Josh and Montgomery. You want to see me? Montgomery lifted his eyes to look at Gavin. When he clearly saw his face, a trace of surprise flashed across his gaze. He had seen this person before, precisely, in his previous life. Montgomery remembered that in his past life, this person had come to the Freddy family and had even accompanied Portia. Indeed, in his past life, the man Portia married was this very guy. Gavin was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, his eyes narrowing slightly. You are Montgomery? Montgomery nodded indifferently. Yes, it's me. What do you need? A cold light flashed in Gavin's eyes, and his tone was teasing. Do you know the price of meddling with my Coling family's business? Montgomery remained calm and replied coolly. You called me here just to say this? Haha, quite arrogant. Gavin's eyes grew colder. I hope you can still be this arrogant later. Finishing his sentence, he turned to the red-robed Chevy beside him and politely said, Arvin, could you please teach this kid a lesson? I'll take care of it. The red-robed Chevy gave a slight nod, then stepped towards Montgomery, saying calmly, Kid, kneel down now, kowtow and apologize. I might consider letting you off easy. Enough chatter. With a stern cry, Montgomery unleashed a vast spiritual power, causing the red-robed Chevy to stagger, feeling dizzy. Taking one step, Montgomery instantly reached the man and threw a punch. Crack! The Chevy's chest caved in, and he spat blood as he flew backward. He smashed into a wall nearby, leaving a large hole. All this happened so swiftly it took only a breath or two. For a moment, no one in the room reacted. It took a few seconds for them to realize what had happened. Arvin. Gavin's expression changed drastically as he looked at Montgomery in horror. The red-robed Chevy was a level 6 mage, yet he had been completely powerless against this young man. How terrifying must the other side's strength be? Was it peak level 6, or even level 7? Thinking of this, chills ran down Gavin's spine. Montgomery strode up to Gavin, looking down at the trembling man, and said in a condescending tone, You were pretty arrogant? Gavin trembled more violently, feeling suffocated by Montgomery's presence. This youth was truly too terrifying. No, not at all. Gavin struggled to speak, his voice trembling, all arrogance gone. Unlike the Martin family, the Coling family had no powerful background, and their strongest elder was merely peak level 6. Based on Montgomery's display of strength, their elder might not be able to match him. How could Gavin dare to act recklessly? If Montgomery decided to finish him off, there would be no recourse. Montgomery withdrew his gaze and said coolly, Cian River Manor is now my property. Don't even think about it again, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Gavin nodded hastily. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will never come here again. Montgomery lightly nodded, then added, There's one more thing. Don't think about Portia anymore. Gavin paused, cautiously asking, Sir, you and Miss Portia? My sister. Montgomery spoke casually, waving his hand. That's all. You can leave now. Gavin stared in shock. He had come to Eastwood City with two goals. One was to inquire about the Cian River Manor situation with the Antonios, and the second was to propose to the Freddy family. He and Portia attended the Sodiing City Mage Academy together and were in the same class. Long ago, Gavin had fallen in love with Portia. He vowed to marry her someday. But he never expected Portia to have such a formidable younger brother. Seeing Gavin's hesitant expression, Grayson's voice deepened. What? Do you want to stay for dinner? Gavin shivered, giving a smile uglier than crying, then hurriedly got up and left with the heavily injured red-robed man, not daring to linger any longer. This scene left Josh and Antonio dumbfounded. The young master of a major family in Sodiing City was scared away just like that. But thinking about Montgomery's recent actions, they understood. Compared to the Martin family, Gavin was nothing. Antonio quickly came forward, grateful. Thank you, sir, for your help. Montgomery nodded. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. Hearing this, Antonio was overjoyed. Seeing Montgomery about to leave, he hurriedly said, Sir, the manor has recently received some high-quality magic beasts. Why not stay for dinner before leaving? Actually, Montgomery was somewhat hungry. He didn't refuse, nodding, lead the way. On the other side, Gavin, together with the injured red-robed Chevy, swiftly headed to the Far East Chamber of Commerce after leaving the manor to purchase some healing medicines. On the way, Gavin inquired about Montgomery's situation from some people. When they came, the two had rushed straight to Cian River Manor and hadn't heard about recent events in Eastwood City. After asking around, they were astonished to learn of Montgomery's recent actions. Gavin took a sharp intake of breath, his eyes revealing relief. Fortunately, he hadn't provoked him to death. Otherwise, his body would likely be cold by now. Montgomery dared to kill the eldest son of the Martin family, so how could he fear Gavin? Though both were from major families in Sodiing City, the Martin family far surpassed the Coling family in terms of background and strength. Haha, though that kid is powerful, the Martin family isn't easy to provoke either. This should be interesting. After the initial shock, a hint of amusement appeared in Gavin's eyes. He didn't plan to leave immediately and intended to stay and watch the show. Meanwhile, the Aryan family welcomed an incredibly distinguished guest. In the luxurious hall, Eli and Walter sat at lower seats, while above them sat a Chevy in brocade attire. Sir, this is what happened. That little wretch Montgomery has recently become extremely powerful. Not only has he won over the favor of the mayor's office and the Far East Chamber of Commerce, but he also killed a level 6 mage of the Martin family not long ago. Eli began, recounting all of Montgomery's recent actions to the Chevy above. The latter nodded slightly, a trace of surprise and curiosity flashing across his eyes. No wonder that boy dared to send a message to young Gio. It seems his cultivation has recovered. The Chevy murmured to himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. This Chevy was none other than a member of the Bradenton family from Shilly City. Not long ago, Hudson returned and delivered Montgomery's message to Xander. But Xander had utterly disregarded it, not taking it seriously. In his view, Montgomery was already a cripple, unworthy of attention. It wasn't until later, when Eli sent someone to the Bradenton family requesting support, that Xander started to take this matter seriously. He promptly dispatched this Chevy to investigate the situation in Eastwood City. If Montgomery had truly regained his cultivation, then he would be disabled again, and the Freddy family annihilated along with him. Chapter 64, 7th Level Mage. After the Chevy's initial surprise, a sneer curled the corner of his mouth. Montgomery, oh Montgomery. Since you've recovered your cultivation, you should have hidden away to practice in silence. You actually dare to show yourself. Young Geo won't give you another chance this time. The Chevy stood up and said indifferently, lead the way. Let me meet Montgomery and see just how much skill he's gained to become so arrogant. Joy flashed in Mage's, Isaiah, and Dino's eyes as they hurriedly got up to lead the way. The three left the castle and headed straight for the Freddy family's castle. However, they hadn't gone far when someone blocked their path. Seeing the purple-clad figure ahead, the Chevy's lips drew back into a savage smile. Hee hee, Montgomery, it's been a long time. Montgomery's gaze was cold, and with icy indifference, he uttered, Sullivan. Naturally, Montgomery recognized the man before him. He was both Berkeley henchman and bodyguard. It was this very man who had captured Montgomery during the incident where he was falsely accused, breaking both his legs and handing him over to the college administration. Sullivan grinned. Boy, I must say I admire you somewhat. After what happened, you still managed to pull through. You're a real man. And his words were not false. Yonatan then, Montgomery was disgraced publicly in front of all the faculty and students of the Mage Academy. It can be said that he suffered immense physical and psychological trauma. An average person wouldn't have merely failed to recover their cultivation. They might not even have had the courage to continue living. At the time, if not for Claudia's careful care and comfort, Montgomery probably would have committed suicide. Because of this, even after several millennia, Montgomery couldn't forget that gentle and kind-hearted girl. Montgomery took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within him, then turned to look at the Chevy, a chilling smile on his face. Sullivan, you shouldn't have shown up in East Forest City. Startled, Sullivan asked curiously, Oh, why is that? Montgomery bared his teeth, revealing a cruel smile. Because you're going to die, very miserably. Isaiah and Dino were shocked. They really hadn't expected Montgomery to dare speak to this high-ranking official like that. Montgomery, you dare? How dare you speak to Lord Sullivan like that? Dino shouted, glaring coldly at Montgomery. Isaiah quickly added, Montgomery, if you know what's good for you, kneel down now and apologize to Lord Sullivan. Otherwise, today will be your end. To them, Montgomery was doomed that day. They took this opportunity to curry favor with the Chevy. If they could thus establish ties with the Brighton family, their future would surely be bright. Ignoring the two men's shouts, Montgomery looked at Sullivan with cold eyes, his voice piercingly cold. Sullivan, today, I'll make you experience what despair truly feels like. Hee hee. Sullivan scoffed, looking at Montgomery with disdain. You? With what? Montgomery remained silent, stepping forward and striking directly. Lightning flashed from his hand. A sharp blade of lightning pierced the air, rushing towards the Chevy. Showing disdain, the man waved his arm, summoning an earthen wall before him, effortlessly blocking the lightning attack. You two step back. Dino and Isaiah didn't hesitate, quickly retreating. Sullivan leapt onto the earthen wall, looking down at Montgomery from above with a sinister grin. Hee hee, Montgomery, if I could cripple you back then, I can do it again today. As he spoke, he stomped fiercely on the earthen wall. Instantly, a yellowish-brown magic disc appeared beneath his feet. The disc emitted a blinding light, then quivered gently. The stone-paved ground began to twist and writhe. In the next moment, countless sharp, gleaming earth spikes shot out of the ground from all directions, speeding towards Montgomery. Swish, swish, swish. So many, so fast, Montgomery didn't have time to dodge. Internal martial arts energy surged within him, bursting out through his pores, quickly forming a hard armor around his body. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp earth spikes hit the armor, producing a series of clear sounds. The battle quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people, who stopped to watch. That's Montgomery? He's actually that strong. Upon recognizing one of the figures as Montgomery, someone exclaimed in shock. Most people in East Forest City had heard about what happened at the Braun family a few days ago. Rumors spread on the day of the incident that everything was Montgomery's doing. But at that time, most people didn't believe it. After all, in the eyes of East Forest City residents, Montgomery was a well-known nobody. Suddenly, not only did he recover his cultivation, but also became incredibly powerful. It wasn't surprising that not only the general public, even the Freddy family initially doubted it. Who is that other person? After their surprise, people shifted their gaze back to Sullivan, curiosity in their eyes. To actually be able to block this move, you do have some skill. A flash of surprise flickered across Sullivan's eyes before he let out a loud cry. Mountain's Wrath. Above his head, a huge magic disc lit up. The disc soared into the sky, with countless magical runes flowing on it. In the next moment, a black, giant mountain dropped from the magic disc, pressing down towards Montgomery. A terrifying gravitational force fell, and Montgomery felt his body tremble. The bluestone ground beneath his feet kept cracking, forming massive fissures. Montgomery took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. A 7th-level mage was not comparable to a 6th-level one at all. Between the two, there was a dividing line. Though seemingly only one level apart, their strength was vastly different. A 7th-level mage's most distinctive feature was that they could preliminarily control the laws of essence. Laws were a very powerful rule force in the world, a power above elements. Sullivan in front of him controlled a hint of gravitational law. Even though it was just a hint, it was extremely formidable. Only Montgomery could withstand this gravity, while others would likely be crushed into a puddle of flesh. What is this magic? It's too terrifying. When they saw the massive mountain falling, the surrounding people were greatly shocked. Living in a small place like East Forest City, they were seeing such powerful magic for the first time. Truly worthy of being an adult from the Brighton family. Indeed impressive. Not far away, Isaiah and Dino exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of many experts in East Forest City. At the City Lord's residence, Freddy's face showed surprise. This fluctuation, it's a 7th level magic. Who is it? He left the City Lord's residence and quickly rushed towards the center of the battlefield. At the Freddy family, Arn and others also sensed the terrifying magical fluctuations and looked stunned. Arn led Vonnie and Aloysius swiftly away from the castle, heading to where the battle originated. Wanting to see who was fighting? Chapter 65, Terrifying Talent. Seeing Montgomery remain as still as a pine tree under the pressure of the mountain, Max's eyes flashed with solemnity. His expression turned grim, and he let out a cold snort. Humph, young brat, let's see how long you can hold on. His hands quickly formed seals, accelerating the descent of the mountain. An even more terrifying gravitational force descended, causing Montgomery's bones to crackle, yet his expression remained unchanged. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the descending mountain. Star-extinguishing palm. His hands rapidly formed seals before he unleashed a palm strike towards the mountain above. The white palm print swelled against the wind, instantly transforming into a sky-reaching giant palm. With a thunderous boom, the mountain was shattered by the giant palm. All onlookers were shocked by this scene. This scene was just witnessed by the arriving Freddy. What a terrifying combat technique. His face revealed surprise as he looked at the figure in the arena with awe. Not only the others, even Max, a 7th level mage, showed a hint of shock in his eyes. But soon after, a shadow crossed his eyes. An intense killing intent rose in his heart. Max felt a hint of threat from Montgomery for the first time. He had a feeling that if he didn't eliminate this boy today, it would definitely bring disaster to the Belden family in the future. Montgomery, you surprise me, Max said, his voice icy. If I let you continue to grow, I might not be your match either, but unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. Montgomery shook his head, his voice cold. No, you're wrong. You are not my match now. Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence can sometimes lead to one's own doom. Max sneered, then quickly formed seals with his hands while reciting magic incantations swiftly. A huge magic disc appeared beneath his feet, and violent earth elements converged from all directions. Wrath of the Earth. As the words fell, 2 enormous mountains rose up on both sides of Montgomery and squeezed towards him. Bang! A deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears as the 2 mountains collided. It happened so fast that no one present had time to react. This scene was witnessed by Arn and his group, who had just arrived. They clearly saw a familiar purple-robed figure standing between the 2 mountains. Montgomery. The 3 of them went pale, staring dumbly at the 2 mountains. Freddy's face also changed dramatically, his fists clenched tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If Montgomery really died here, he would be in big trouble. Dino and Grant wore relieved expressions. Once Montgomery was dead, the heavy stone in their hearts quietly lifted. Earlier, when they saw Montgomery unleash such a terrifying combat technique, they had been extremely tense. If Max couldn't handle him, they were truly finished. Montgomery, with you alone, you're not qualified enough to fight the Belden family. Max curled his lips, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. In the distance, Freddy's face changed. Only then did he realize that the man was from the Belden family. Arn and his companions wore ugly expressions, clenching their fists so hard they creaked, their eyes filled with grief. Max waved his hand and removed the 2 mountains. Everyone stared intently but saw nothing, looking bewildered. Logically, there should have been some traces left behind even if he had been crushed. Max's face changed slightly, as if realizing something, and hurriedly looked around. Looking for me? A cold voice echoed behind him. Max was startled and quickly cast a spell, forming a layer of yellow armor over his body. But Montgomery was faster. Thunderlight flashed, piercing through the armor straight for his heart. Sensing imminent danger, Max fell sideways. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling intense pain in his right chest. Without checking himself, he rolled away and quickly put some distance between himself and Montgomery. Montgomery did not press his advantage. He did not want to kill the other so easily. Max steadied himself and looked down to see a bloody gash on his right chest, blood flowing profusely. He looked up at Montgomery with a mix of anger and shock. How did you? Confusion and incomprehension clouded his eyes. He couldn't understand how Montgomery escaped in such a situation. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Everything had happened too quickly. Until this moment, they hadn't fully grasped what had transpired. They couldn't understand how Montgomery escaped or how he ended up behind Max. Seeing Montgomery unharmed, Freddy and Arn and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Montgomery glanced at Max and mocked. Have you never heard of the Earth escape technique? Max's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, Earth escape technique? How is that possible? His astonishment stemmed not only from the fact that the Earth escape technique was an extremely advanced magic spell, but also because Max distinctly remembered Montgomery possessing only wind and thunder dual attributes. Now, he had somehow mastered Earth escape magic. 3-element magic. How could this be? He simply couldn't believe it was true. Montgomery being able to engage him in battle was already shocking enough. After all, Montgomery had been personally crippled by him just half a year ago. In other words, it took Montgomery only half a year to rise again and elevate his strength to match Max's level. This kind of talent couldn't be described merely as terrifying. It should be called horrifying. Horrifying to the point of making Max feel palpitations and dread. Montgomery didn't give Max much time to think. Lightning flashed as he vanished abruptly from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Max. The latter's expression drastically changed as he hurriedly cast spells for defense. However, due to his injury, his speed slowed slightly, causing his resistance to come too late. The burst of fist light exploded through the air, blasting through the mud wall that hadn't fully formed, then struck Max's cheek with a loud thud. Crack! His nose broke, blood gushing out. The terrifying force sent Max flying backward. The onlookers quickly scattered. With a bang, Max crashed into a shop beside the street. A massive hole was blasted through the sturdy brick walls. Everyone gulped, feeling that this young man before them was incredibly formidable. Montgomery strode toward the shop. Before he even approached, several enormous earth spikes shot out from within. Montgomery remained unperturbed, his hand glowing with lightning as a thunder sword appeared. His arm moved swiftly, slicing the incoming earth spikes into pieces. Then he swung his sword, which extended rapidly, splitting the shop in front of him in two. A miserable cry echoed as a figure shot out from the collapsing shop. Everyone focused their gaze and found it was indeed Max. But upon seeing his condition, everyone drew in a sharp breath. They saw that Max now had only one arm, the other having vanished, with fresh blood gushing from the wound. Chapter 66. The Shocked Clanarvans. Just a moment ago, the level 7 Great Mage was still basking in glory, but now he looked utterly miserable. One of his arms had been severed, his clothes were drenched in blood, and his face was pale from excessive blood loss. His appearance was extremely wretched. In the distance, Freddy swallowed hard. At this moment, he finally witnessed Montgomery's power. A level 7 mage was no match for him at all. It was simply terrifying. On the other side, Arn and the others were shocked, yet their faces were filled with wild joy. They had never imagined that Montgomery could be so powerful in their wildest dreams. They regretted worrying about one thing after another earlier on. Compared to the delighted few, Dino and Davidson had completely opposite feelings. At this moment, their legs were already cramping up. If there weren't so many people around, they would have probably fainted out of fear. Montgomery stepped toward Max. The scene fell silent, and the sound of tap-tap-tap footsteps became extremely grating. Looking at Montgomery approaching him, Max's heart trembled uncontrollably, and his body instinctively moved backward. He was finally afraid. Montgomery, I am a member of the Blinkton family. If you touch me, the Blinkton family will not let you or your family go unpunished. He shouted at Montgomery with an air of bravado masking his inner weakness. Haha, it seems you've slightly tasted the flavor of despair. A faint smile curled on Montgomery's lips as he spoke playfully, but his steps did not pause. Max's expression flickered, and then he turned to flee. He knew that if he didn't run now, he would truly lose his chance. But how could Montgomery give him a chance? With a powerful push from his feet, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Within a blink of an eye, he caught up to Max. The latter turned to look back, shouting fiercely, Montgomery, are you really willing to make enemies with the Blinkton family for life? His reply was a piercing bolt of lightning. Pooh! Another arm of Max was severed. Montgomery leaped into the air and came down from above, landing a heavy foot on Max's chest as the latter staggered. With a bang, Max hit the ground, his chest caved in, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood while his vitality rapidly diminished. Montgomery looked down at him from a high vantage point and said, I told you, you would suffer greatly. Do you believe me now? Blood continuously oozed from the corners of Max's mouth. He tried to speak, but his lips only quivered without producing any sound. There were two crackling sounds. Montgomery stomped on the kneecaps of the former. Thus, Max was utterly crippled. Finally, Montgomery squatted down, suddenly staring down at Max. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. Having said that, he pressed his palm onto the former's forehead, crippling his spiritual energy. With both limbs and spiritual energy disabled, Max was completely incapacitated. Despair flashed across his eyes, and he glared bitterly at Montgomery, managing to say with difficulty, So, Montgomery, you will not have a good end. Ignoring him, Montgomery stood up and beckoned Freddy over. The latter flew over quickly, looking at Montgomery with complicated emotions. In the future, let him beg for a living in the city. Remember, don't let him die. Hearing this, Freddy couldn't help trembling, feeling a chill in his heart. The youth before him was too ruthless. The crowd watching around also felt shock and fear, casting wary looks at Montgomery. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. This youth must never be provoked. Rest assured, leave this matter to me. Freddy nodded in agreement. Though Max was a Blinkton family member, such actions might bring trouble to himself, but making friends with Montgomery was worth it. Freddy firmly believed that Montgomery was no ordinary person and would surely rise to greatness in the future. Thank you. Montgomery gave a slight nod to Freddy and walked towards Dino and Davidson, who were already on the ground. Montgomery, spare us. We were wrong in the past. We are willing to compensate and apologize. Yes, we agree to apologize and compensate. Whatever conditions you asked for, just don't kill us. The two quickly crawled up and knelt down, banging their heads on the ground in plea for mercy. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help sighing. The two once renowned household names in Eastland City were now kneeling before a youth. More incredibly, this youth was once a well-known failure in Eastland City. Montgomery looked down at the two with indifference and coldly said, I hadn't intended to kill you originally, but since you sought death yourselves, don't blame me. The two froze, then instantly thought of the assassins. Montgomery, it's our fault. Please spare. Before their pleading could finish, their heads separated from their necks. Montgomery flicked his finger to cast a flame, burning the corpses to ashes. Having finished everything, he turned and walked toward Arn and the others. The onlookers quickly moved aside, fearing they might accidentally anger this fearsome deity. Seeing the approaching youth, Arn and the others opened their mouths to speak, but didn't know how to start. What they witnessed left them profoundly shaken. so much so that they were at a loss for words. Grandpa, don't just stand here. Hurry home and arrange for someone to take over the businesses and properties of the two major families. Montgomery smiled as he reminded them. Yes, yes, yes. Arn seemed to snap out of a daze. Then they quickly left the scene and returned to the castle. As they watched the group leave, the onlookers dispersed with complex expressions on their faces. They knew that from now on, the power structure of Eastland City would be completely rewritten. Freddy glanced at the retreating figures, feeling incredibly conflicted. Just then, a weak voice sounded. Freddy, if you can escort me back to Silly City, the Blinkton family will never forget your kindness. Freddy looked down and saw Max gazing up at him with hope in his eyes. Ha. Freddy laughed, then softly said, Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Max's eyes filled with utter despair, but he still asked, why? Don't you trust me? I swear, if you can get me back, the Blinkton family will reward you heavily. I do not distrust you. Freddy shook his head and said indifferently. Compared to Montgomery, your Blinkton family is nothing. What did you say? Max's eyes bulged out, took several sharp breaths, and then fainted. Freddy shook his head, called some people over, and had them take Max away. On the other side, after Arn and the others returned to the castle, they swiftly gathered a group of clan elders and arranged for people to take over the businesses of the two major families. When they learned that Montgomery had defeated a level 7 great mage and killed the patriarchs of the two major families, the clan elders were stunned speechless. After the shock wore off, there was boundless elation. At this moment, any lingering doubts about Montgomery vanished from their hearts. They knew that as long as Montgomery was around, the Freddy family would surely rise. Chapter 67: The Mysterious Keith-Robed Man. In the following days, the Freddy family swiftly acted and took over all industries of the two major families. No one dared to stop this development. On that day, most people in Donglan City witnessed the battle and personally experienced Montgomery's strength. Nobody dared to provoke him. Since then, the Freddy family became the #1 family in Donglan City, far surpassing even the city lord's mansion. Subsequently, every topic in Donglan City revolved around Montgomery. People's attitudes shifted from initial disdain to shock, curiosity, and envy. However, Montgomery paid no attention to any of this. After those events, he had been diligently cultivating at home. Montgomery planned to leave Donglan City after harvesting the Ice Fire Sacred Lotus. As time passed, news finally reached Soldan City. When the Fernando family learned about it, they were furious. Inside an opulent hall, many high-ranking members of the Fernando family gathered together. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with white hair. He was the current patriarch of the Fernando family, a peak 6th-level mage. The old man looked up at the assembled officials below and asked solemnly, I believe you've all heard the news. What do you think about this matter? A Chevy standing on his left immediately spoke with red eyes. Father, that Freddy family is inviting death. I will lead men there right now and subdue that little pest, Montgomery. This Chevy was Germain's father. His eyes were bloodshot, yearning to rush to Donglan City and tear Montgomery limb from limb. No, according to reports, Montgomery has formidable power. Not even a 7th-level great mage could defeat him. We should not act rashly but conduct an investigation first before taking any actions, said another elder. Upon saying this, most agreed with him. The Chevy glared at the elder, huffing coldly. Humph. How can the elders trust such rumors? How could that little brat have beaten a 7th-level great mage at his age? His words also garnered agreement from some people. They believed the rumors were mistaken. Montgomery was just a young boy. How could he defeat a 7th-level great mage? Humph. Until we investigate further, it's better to be cautious. Remember, Ed died by that boy's hand. Even if the rumor is exaggerated, this fact alone proves that the kid isn't easy to deal with. The elder snorted, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The Chevy sneered. If the clan elders are afraid, I'll take the men and go. Seeing the argument escalating, the white-haired elder above intervened promptly. That's enough. Terry, Jim is right. Before investigating thoroughly, we shouldn't make hasty moves. Still, the Chevy was reluctant. Father, even if the rumor is true, we still have our clan backing us up. Why should we fear one young whelp? The elder's face darkened. Terry, don't underestimate the difficulty of involving our clan members. Seeing the Chevy still wanting to speak, the elder waved his hand. That's enough, let's not argue. Following that, the white-haired elder issued orders. On one side, people would be dispatched to Donglan City for investigation. On the other side, others would travel to Shili City to report the incident to the clan. After returning home, the middle-aged Terry smashed everything in his room out of anger. Noticing this, a servant cautiously approached and said, My lord, young Master Germain once mentioned that several youngsters of the Freddy family study at the Mage Academy in Soldan City. Terry's expression changed slightly, revealing a cruel look in his eyes. If so, then we'll start with those little pests. The Freddy family knew nothing about all this. As time passed, it was finally the day when the Ice Fire Sacred Lotus matured. Grayson finished cultivation and informed his family before entering the Hungduan Mountains again. Regarding whether the Fernando family would seek revenge, Montgomery wasn't worried. Recently, he gave Arn some pills. With the help of these pills, Arn successfully broke through and was now a 6th-level mage. Moreover, he distributed the pills among the senior clansmen. Among them, Alvaro and Hodgkin broke through successfully, as did another senior. Now, the Freddy family boasted 4 6th-level experts. Even if the Fernando family came knocking, they wouldn't be able to do anything. As for the distant Shili City, it was too far away for them to arrive anytime soon. Montgomery moved quickly, reaching the dual poles of ice and fire within 3 days. He walked over water waves and arrived at the small island. Looking around, he saw numerous medicinal herbs growing once more. Indeed, this is a treasure land, Montgomery remarked softly and walked towards the pond. Arriving at the pond, he waved his hand, dispelling the formation. The mist dissipated, revealing a clear water pond within. On the clear pond water, there grew a twin lotus plant. At this moment, two lotus flowers with completely opposite colors had already bloomed. Through the petals, one could see the ice fire lotus seeds inside. A refreshing floral fragrance filled the air. Montgomery gently sniffed, a look of intoxication appearing on his face. He squatted down, preparing to pick the lotus flowers. But at that very moment, Montgomery suddenly sensed a fatal danger approaching from behind. He reacted swiftly, a brownish-yellow magic disc glowing under his feet, and in an instant, he dove into the earth. The ground about 100 meters away began to undulate as Montgomery emerged from underground, looking toward the direction of the pond. There stood a figure in black robes. The figure wore a long black robe, with a wide hood completely covering the head, making it impossible to see its face. Grayson's expression was cold. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Chapter 68, 5th Rank Warrior. The figure in the black robe looked up at Montgomery and let out a hoarse voice. "Boy, you dare to touch the property of the Dark Church? You've got some nerve." Montgomery paused for a moment, then replied coldly. "So this is your reason for attacking me?" The black-robed figure froze, then sneered. "Haha, such arrogance. Let's see what you're made of." With that, dazzling magic light lit up beneath his feet. "Undead skeleton, come forth." A dark magic disc appeared, trembling slightly as a huge skeleton emerged from it. Its bony claws tore through the air, charging toward Grayson. 7th Rank High Mage. Montgomery's gaze sharpened. Based on the black-robed figure's spellcasting, he gauged his strength. This black-robed figure was a 7th Rank High Mage at the peak of his power, far stronger than Hermes. Montgomery steadied himself, using his mental power to summon the elements of heaven and earth while incanting softly. Earth Shield. A brown magic disc appeared, gathering dense earth elements into a massive yellow-brown shield. Crack. The bone claws struck the shield, the terrifying force causing it to crack like a spider web. It only held for a few seconds before shattering with a sharp sound. Montgomery leaped back, dodging the incoming bone claws. As he leapt, golden light erupted behind him, forming another large golden magic disc. Hand of Thunder. Terrifying lightning elements gathered, and a golden hand shimmering with lightning reached out from the disc, smiting down toward the skeleton and the black-robed figure below. With a boom, the skeleton was instantly shattered by the thunder. The black-robed figure barely managed to escape at the last second. In the distance, dark mist swirled, slowly reforming the black-robed figure. Earth and lightning dual attribute. "Boy, who are you?" The black-robed figure looked up at Montgomery, his voice tinged with shock. Montgomery descended from the sky, his expression indifferent. "Your killer." The black-robed figure's face under the hood turned exceedingly dark, and he said coldly, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. You'll soon learn what happens when you offend the Dark Church. Undead army, emerge." With that, he swiftly formed seals and began chanting magical incantations. Dazzling light flashed, and a giant magic array covered almost the entire island. Dark elements condensed, sending a chilling aura throughout the world. Moments later, dozens of skeletons emerged from the disc. Each undead skeleton was enveloped in thick death energy. Once the black death energy spread, the surrounding plants withered rapidly. Then, the undead skeletons roared and charged at Montgomery. The attack was terrifying. Facing such an overwhelming assault, Montgomery remained unperturbed. He chanted a magical incantation softly, and behind him, a large white magic disc appeared. Pure light elements converged from all directions. Judgment of light. His low chant echoed through the heavens and earth. Light elements gathered and coalesced into a massive sword of light. The giant sword sliced through the air, distorting the void, as if it couldn't withstand its power. As the sword fell, the intense and terrifying power of light swept outward. The undead skeletons, upon contact with the light, melted away like snow meeting the sun. Piercing screams echoed across the land. Light magic? A triple attribute mage? The black-robed figure's voice was full of shock, disbelief evident on his face as he stared at Montgomery, but his pupils constricted, because Montgomery had already vanished. The black-robed figure hastily looked around, trying to find Montgomery. "Looking for me?" An icy, emotionless voice sounded behind the black-robed figure. He abruptly turned around, only to be met with blinding lightning and Montgomery's cold face. A thick bolt of lightning pierced through the black-robed figure's body. The black robe was immediately torn apart by the lightning, revealing the true face of the black-robed figure. He was a Chevy with blonde hair, gaunt features, prominent cheekbones, and triangular eyes. Overall, he gave off a sinister vibe. The blonde Chevy looked down at the lightning piercing his chest, blood gushing out. "Boy, the Dark Church won't let you off." The blonde Chevy screamed shrilly, spewing a mouthful of blood mist. The blood mist condensed into a strange magic rune in midair, then shot into Montgomery's body. Montgomery's face hardened, and the lightning in his hands exploded, engulfing the blonde Chevy's body in endless thunder. When the lightning dissipated, the blonde Chevy was a charred corpse. With a wave of Montgomery's hand, the charred corpse crumbled into dust. Far away, the giant sword of light had already slain all the undead skeletons. Montgomery scanned his body with his mental power and found an additional magic rune embedded in the flesh of his chest. The rune had fused into the flesh, and after several attempts, Montgomery discovered that he could not extract it with his current strength. The rune was similar to a mark that would trigger when encountering someone who knew this magic. Dark Church. Montgomery murmured softly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. As far as he knew, in the Star Moon Empire, few people practiced dark magic. Because dark magic was considered evil, the Empire had been cracking down on it, so few people dared to practice it. Yonatan then, Montgomery was falsely accused of secretly learning forbidden magic. This so-called forbidden magic was indeed a type of dark magic. It seems this dark church is not simple. Montgomery murmured softly, a hint of interest showing in his eyes. Then he walked toward the pond. He used special techniques to pick the Ice Fire Sacred Lotus, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began refining it. The Ice Fire Sacred Lotus belonged to dual ice and fire attribute treasure medicine, with exceptionally violent energy inside, perfect for cultivating demon heart wrath. Montgomery first plucked the red lotus and swallowed it. Violent fire energy surged within his body, constantly flushing through Montgomery's meridians. Veins bulged on his forehead, and large sweat drops formed on his skin. The energy contained in the sacred medicine was incomparable to other treasure medicines. The pain caused by it was unbearable even for someone with Montgomery's resolve. Though in excruciating pain, he did not utter a single sound. Enduring the agony, he swiftly circulated demon heart wrath to refine the violent medicinal energy within his body. After an unknown period, Montgomery suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a terrifying aura. The lake water outside the small island instantly rose into towering waves several feet high. In the distance, trees violently trembled as if caught in a gale. Montgomery stood up, sensing the power within him, nodding satisfactorily. True to its name, a sacred medicine. Half of it allowed me to break through. He sighed lightly, then put the remaining red lotus into a jade box. He had just advanced from a 4th-rank warrior to a 5th-rank warrior, and his foundation was still unstable, making further advancement unwise at the moment. Soon, Montgomery raised his gaze toward a certain direction. Chilly City, here I come. Chapter 69 Christina. With Montgomery's current strength, he could already go to Wesley City to seek revenge on his former enemies. However, he did not leave immediately, but continued to delve deeper into the core of the Hungduan mountain range. He planned to find some magic beasts to fight to thoroughly stabilize his cultivation. At the same time, the Freddy family welcomed a distinguished guest. It was a silver-haired old woman, wearing an expensive robe, her entire aura restrained, clearly indicating she was a powerful expert. Behind her followed a brandy. The brandy was none other than Portia. At this moment, Portia's delicate little face was gloomy, as if she had encountered some grievance. Lord Christina, please come inside. Arn led a group of clan elders, warmly inviting the old woman, his eyes filled with incomprehensible excitement. But in the face of everyone's enthusiasm, the old woman did not even spare them a glance, her attitude extremely arrogant. A crowd escorted the old woman into the castle's reception room, with Arn personally serving precious tea. He had to respect her, for the old woman before him held an astonishingly high status. She was one of the elders from the main branch of the Freddy family. The Eastland City Freddy family was actually a branch of the Central Province Freddy family from the Far East region. According to Arnie's knowledge, their ancestor had committed grave errors long ago, leading to their expulsion from the family and migration to Eastland City, where they branched out and passed down generation by generation, thus forming the present-day Freddy family. But this secret was known only to Arn and other core upper-level members. Younger generations like Montgomery did not know about it. In the past, the Freddy family ancestors had tried countless times to return to the main branch. However, all attempts ended in failure. Not only because of the ancestral mistakes, but also because the Freddy family was too weak to gain the attention of the main branch. But Arn never imagined that an elder from the main branch would suddenly visit Eastland City today. The group of elders were also incredibly curious, unsure of Christina's purpose. Seemingly noticing everyone's confusion, Christina, seated at the head of the table, spoke lightly. I have come here to inform you of something. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Arn hurriedly said, Please enlighten us, my lord. Christina did not look at Arn, but instead her aged eyes glanced at the brandy below. Everyone's gaze involuntarily followed hers, and looked at Portia, their curiosity growing. Whose daughter is this girl? Suddenly, Christina asked. Bergen stepped forward immediately, respectfully replying, My lord, Portia is our servant girl. Christina nodded. You have raised a fine daughter. Bergen looked bewildered, unable to understand the meaning behind her words. Others were also puzzled. Then Christina spoke again. This girl has good potential. I intend to take her back to the main branch for cultivation. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their gazes unconsciously turning towards Portia. All present had watched Portia grow up and naturally knew about her potential. The girl indeed had decent talent, but it was absolutely not enough to gain recognition from the main branch. It should be noted that even when Montgomery awakened dual-element magic, he didn't receive acknowledgement from the main branch. Bergen rushed to Portia and quietly asked, Portia, what is going on? Portia hesitated slightly, then whispered, Father, I recently awakened ice element magic. Upon hearing this, Bergen felt a boom in his head, standing dumbfounded. Arn and the other clan elders were equally shocked. Ice element belonged to the anomalous elements, exceptionally powerful. Traditional magic elements included 7 types: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, as well as light and darkness. Apart from these 7 natural elements, there were also anomalous elements, such as ice, gold, wood, etc. Any anomalous element was extraordinarily powerful. For instance, awakening the gold element would grant the ability to wield extremely strong offensive power. Wood element could aid in healing injuries, its ability surpassing even the curing power of light mages. Similarly, the power of ice was exceedingly formidable. Therefore, everyone found it unbelievable. Portia had originally awakened water element, and now ice element, making her a dual-element prodigy. Her talent indeed surpassed that of the young Montgomery. No wonder Christina took notice. After the shock wore off, Bergen's face showed wild joy. If Portia entered the main branch, her future would undoubtedly be bright. Second brother, congratulations, Portia is destined for greatness. Seymour congratulated sincerely, truly happy for him. Alvaro also offered congratulations, though his tone had a hint of envy. Other elders came forward to congratulate him as well. Bergen, when you become prosperous, don't forget us. Some elders preemptively appealed for favor. Seeing the praises and flattery from the clan elders, Portia did not feel happy. Instead, she felt a bit nauseous. When Montgomery displayed his powerful talent initially, this group of elders had reacted similarly. However, after Montgomery was crippled, they all changed their attitudes. At this moment, Christina spoke again. As compensation for taking this girl away, I can grant you one request. Hearing this, Arn was delighted and, after pondering for a while, said, My lord, can we return to the main branch? Christina shook her head. Your strength is too weak. It's impossible to gain recognition from the main branch. Choose another request. Arn couldn't help but show disappointment. After thinking, he continued, My lord, could you take Montgomery into the main branch as well? He wanted a better future for Montgomery. Although Montgomery's strength and talent were both very strong, he had offended the Fernando family and the Brinton family. Arn was also afraid that Montgomery would be persecuted again. If he could follow Christina back to the main branch, no one would dare to touch him. Christina directly shook her head, indifferent. The main branch isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. Upon hearing this, Arnie's expression turned awkward, but he still explained, My lord, Montgomery has very good talent. He quickly recounted recent events. But unexpectedly, Christina didn't believe him at all and rebuked, Do not spout nonsense here. It wasn't hard to blame her disbelief. What Arn described was simply too incredible. A superlative talent with 3 elemental magic abilities, defeating a 7th level high mage at around 18 years old. Such a prodigy wasn't just unheard of in Eastland City. It might be hard to find one in the entire Far East region. My lord, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me. Arn tried to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Christina. Enough, stop talking about this matter. Choose another request. Arn had no choice but to shut up. After thinking, he proposed another request. My lord, we recently offended the Fernando family. We hope you can help us resolve this issue. Christina shook her head. This matter doesn't need any resolution anymore. The Fernando family will not dare to trouble you again. Arn looked puzzled upon hearing this. Christina didn't hide anything and revealed the reason. It turned out that a short while ago, Christina passed through Sodiang City and just happened to sense Portia awakening an anomalous element. Upon investigating, she learned that Portia was from the Freddy family and decided to bring her back to the main branch. Coincidentally, at that time, members of the Fernando family found Portia and others, planning to take revenge. Christina dealt with the intruders and warned the Fernando family. After knowing Christina's identity, the Fernando family naturally dared not act rashly. Everyone understood what had happened after hearing this. Chapter 70 Return. Christina glanced at the elders below and said indifferently, Let's do this. I will bestow upon you an inferior tier earth martial arts scroll. No more requests. As she spoke, the elderly woman took out a scroll and tossed it to Arn. Arn caught it, opened the scroll for a brief look, and found that it was indeed an earth tier martial art, and what's more, it was for enhancing mental power. Upon hearing this, all the elders gathered around, one by one examining the martial art. Earth tier martial arts were extremely rare. The highest level martial art within their Freddy family was merely an intermediate mystic tier 1, far inferior to the present earth tier martial art. With this inferior tier earth martial art scroll, the future of the Freddy family looked promising. Of all present, only Aloysius and Portia did not pay too much attention. The martial arts Montgomery had given them were far superior to the earth tier martial arts before them. Thank you, my lord. All the elders hurriedly paid respect and gratitude to the elderly woman. Arn opened his mouth, intending to ask the elderly woman to help with resolving the Birdington family issue. But under the current circumstances, he could only give up. And Arn also couldn't gauge whether the elderly woman would risk offending the Birdington family for their sake. The latter was unlike the Fernando family. They were far stronger in strength. Just as everyone was overjoyed, young Portia suddenly spoke up. I don't want to join the main clan. These words instantly dampened the warm atmosphere. The elders gazed incredulously at Portia. To refuse such a rare opportunity? Others would beg for recognition from the main clan. Vani's face turned stern, quietly admonishing, Girl, don't speak nonsense. Your talent can only fully manifest if you join the main clan. Don't be absurd. The young girl bit her lips stubbornly. I know, but I don't want to leave you. She wanted to tell her father that with Montgomery's martial arts, she didn't need to join the main clan at all. But she knew she shouldn't say so, keeping it bottled up inside. Vani's expression darkened even more, but before he could speak, the other elders began reprimanding her one after another. Portia, going to the main clan is something others dream about. Don't disappoint Lord Christina's kindness. Yes, such a precious opportunity cannot be taken lightly. Reprimanded repeatedly by the elders, Portia felt increasingly wronged and shouted through gritted teeth. You go if you like, but I'm not going. The young girl clearly saw that the elders' hopes for her to go were just for the Earth tier martial arts scroll. The elders were taken aback by Portia's shout. Then one elder berated. Vani, look at your daughter. She dares to shout at us like this. It's outrageous. Vani's face fell, though deep down he also felt some reluctance. But he knew there was no room for disagreement. Putting aside Portia's future, even Christina wouldn't agree. Christina had traveled a great distance with Portia and wouldn't let a simple refusal change her mind. Glancing sideways, Vani indeed saw Christina's slightly gloomy face. He took a deep breath and earnestly advised, Portia, don't act on a whim. Only by joining the main clan can you become strong. You have awakened such potent talents. Don't waste yourself here in tiny Eastland City. Arn also came forward to persuade. Child, your father is right. You should not bury your potential here. Seeing both her father and grandfather urging her, Portia clenched her silver teeth, realizing resistance was futile. Thinking of Montgomery, a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. I'll go, but I want to see Montgomery first before leaving. Vani and Arn froze, puzzled by Portia's request. They didn't immediately respond, turning their gaze towards Christina. She nodded slightly, asking, Where is Montgomery now? He has recently entered the Transverse Mountain Range, my lord. Arn replied truthfully. How long will he be gone? Arn shook his head, indicating he did not know. Christina pondered for a moment and said, I will wait here for 3 days at most. If Montgomery does not return by then, I will take the girl with me. Vani and Arn nodded, then looked at Portia. Biting her lip tightly, Portia hesitated for several seconds and finally nodded gently. 3 days passed in a flash, yet Montgomery did not return. Portia could only follow Christina in departure. Before leaving, she glanced at the Freddy family castle. She didn't know how long it would take to return. Seeing Portia's reluctant eyes, Vani's eyes reddened slightly. Deep down, he knew that it was uncertain when they would meet again after this departure. Somewhere in the Transverse Mountain Range, a fierce tiger enveloped in crimson flames descended from the sky, shattering a rock. Immediately following was a figure who leaped down and stomped the tiger's head until it exploded. Jedediahing on the dead tiger, dressed in a purple robe with a fair and handsome face, his black hair draped over his shoulders, giving off an extraordinary, elegant aura. This figure was none other than Montgomery. Lying beneath his feet was a rank 7 magic beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. At his current strength, hunting a rank 7 magic beast was effortless. Over these few days, he had hunted over a dozen rank 7 magic beasts and 2 rank 8 ones. His cultivation had also stabilized completely. It's time to return. Montgomery stored the Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse into his storage ring and then set off toward Eastland City. 4 days later, Montgomery arrived at Eastland City. Entering the castle, he walked through numerous corridors and returned to his small courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Aloysius and Vani sitting opposite each other, several wine jars on the table between them. Montgomery was taken aback. As far as he knew, Vani rarely drank. What was going on today? Not only was he drinking, but he was thoroughly drunk. Seeing Montgomery come back, Aloysius's eyes flashed with joy. Montgomery, you're back. Montgomery nodded and approached, asking, Father, what happened to Uncle Vani? Aloysius didn't hide it and recounted the recent events. During the days since Portia was taken away, Vani's mood hadn't been good. He constantly missed his daughter, sometimes even dreaming of her while sleeping. He feared that his daughter wouldn't be treated well or would be bullied in the main clan. Therefore, these past few days, Vani often came over to drink with Aloysius. After hearing this, Montgomery's face darkened, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He didn't say anything but made a decision in his heart. He would definitely visit the main clan someday and bring Portia back. In this world, no one could force his loved ones. Montgomery left the 2 men quietly without disturbing them further. 2 days later, Montgomery found Arn and Aloysius, telling them about his intention to leave. Both were startled. Aloysius worriedly said, Montgomery, the Birdington family is powerful, don't act rashly. Arn also added, Yes, Montgomery, with your talent, you will surpass the Birdington family sooner or later. There's no need to rush for revenge. Montgomery noticed their concern but did not explain further. He took out a golden yellow magic crystal from his storage ring. The 2 men's gazes were drawn to it, followed by widened eyes. Is this an 8th rank magic beast crystal? Chapter 1 End of Rising Wind in Eastland, next volume Peak of West Mountain. Chapter 71 What are you? Montgomery, could this really be you? Arn and Aloysius looked at Montgomery with disbelief on their faces. Yes, it is from the hunt in the Hungduan Mountains this time. Montgomery nodded and briefly recounted his experience in the Hungduan Mountains. Aloysius and Arn listened with shocked expressions. How old was this young man? He had already been able to hunt an 8th-stage magic beast. In this scene, the 2 men could only think of 4 words. Terrifying beyond measure. After being stunned, Arn burst into laughter. Montgomery, having a grandson like you in my lifetime is truly a blessing I've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. He seemed to recall something and said excitedly, With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you attract the attention of our clan. By then, perhaps our entire family can benefit from you and return to the clan. A look of disdain crossed Montgomery's face as he proudly declared, Grandpa, what's a mere clan? With me around, the Freddy family of Eastland City will eventually be renowned throughout the continent. While speaking these words, a powerful confidence radiated from the young man, with brilliance shining in his eyes. Arn stood frozen in place for a moment before coming back to his senses. Looking at the confident young man, he smiled wryly and said, It's Grandpa who lacks vision. With your talent, surpassing the clan is only a matter of time. Why should we need their recognition? Beside them, Aloysius remained silent with a smile, excitement showing on his face. To have such a son made him very proud. Montgomery nodded, took out a scroll, and handed it to Arn. Grandpa, this is for you. What's this? Arn looked puzzled, took the scroll, opened it, and then his pupils constricted. After a long while, Arn finally turned his gaze away from the scroll and looked at Montgomery incredulously. Grandpa, this was given to me by my master, asking me to pass it on to you. Montgomery told a lie and then warned. Grandpa, this martial technique is of great importance. You must not let it spread outside. Arn nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I know better. He carefully put the scroll away and asked, Montgomery, where is your master? Could you introduce us to him? He was genuinely curious about what kind of divine being Montgomery had met as a master. Not only did this master cure Montgomery's injuries, but also increased Montgomery's strength so dramatically in such a short time. It was simply unbelievable. Montgomery shook his head. My master hides like a dragon seen only in glimpses. I don't even know where he is. It might be impossible for me to introduce you, Grandpa. Arn couldn't help looking disappointed upon hearing this, but he knew that such matters shouldn't be forced. Then he warned again. Montgomery, although your power has grown strong, be extra cautious when you go to Shilly City. The Brindleton family has ancient lineage and won't be easy to deal with. Montgomery nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what I'm doing. The three continued chatting for some time afterward. The next day, Montgomery bid farewell to everyone and left the castle. He first went to the Far East Chamber of Commerce to say goodbye to Nelson, instructing him to hand over the weapon shop to the Freddy family for joint management by both parties. Then he went to the Siren River Manor and spoke to Antonio, telling him to seek help from the Freddy family if the Collin family caused any more trouble. Now the Freddy family had several level 6 powerhouses and no longer feared the Collin family. Next, he went to the mayor's mansion to see Aquila. Aquila now looked filthy, with disheveled hair, resembling nothing less than a real beggar. Seeing Montgomery arrive, Aquila roared angrily. Montgomery, may you die miserably. The Brindleton family will not let you off. Montgomery's gaze was cold. Sadly, you won't live to see it. With that, a flash of lightning cut through Aquila's neck. Freddy watched in terror, feeling even more fearful of Montgomery. Freddy, thank you for your help these days. Here's a small gift. Montgomery took out 3 7th-stage magic crystals and tossed them over, then turned to leave. Freddy looked at the magic crystals in his hand, then at the departing purple-clothed figure, shock flashing in his eyes. 7th-stage magic crystals, each worth tens of millions of gold coins, were given away like that, 3 at once. He felt lucky he hadn't chosen wrong. With these 3 crystals, it wouldn't take long before he broke through to the 7th stage. After leaving the mayor's mansion, Montgomery went to the guild hall, intending to tell Hans that if the Shilly City Guild Hall came looking for him, they should contact him directly and not trouble others. Montgomery did this mainly because he feared that people from the Shilly City Guild Hall would come looking for trouble during his absence, affecting Arn and the rest. Just as Montgomery entered the guild hall, he sensed something was amiss. Inside the hall, more than a dozen mercenaries lay on the ground, bloodied and clearly severely injured. After inquiring further, Montgomery's expression couldn't help but tighten. Speak of the devil. He was just worrying about the Shilly City Guild Hall finding him when they had already come to his door. Perfect timing. Montgomery muttered to himself and strode upstairs. At the same moment, inside a hall on the 3rd floor, Hans and other high-level members stood respectfully before a robust Chevy. The Chevy had a cold expression, his sharp gaze fixed on Hans. Tell me, where is young Master Archibald? Hans's body trembled as he dared not hide anything. Yes, sir, young Master Archibald. He has already. The robust Chevy's eyes narrowed, asking in a low voice. Already what? Hans's voice quivered. He has already died. What did you say? The robust Chevy abruptly stood up from his seat, flashed over to Hans, and grabbed his neck with a large hand. Explain, what happened exactly? Hans's face turned red, gasping for air while emitting choked sounds. The robust Chevy released his hand and roared, Speak. Hans did not dare hesitate, recounting the events swiftly. After hearing this, veins popped out on the forehead of the robust Chevy as he roared angrily. Where's that trash named Montgomery? Take me to him immediately. I will tear him apart alive. Just as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open suddenly. No need to look for me. I am here. The robust Chevy snapped his head up, his piercing eyes locked onto Montgomery. You little bastard, it was you who killed young Master Archibald. Montgomery nodded. It was me. Veins throbbed on the forehead of the Chevy, his fury beyond control. Archibald's background was astonishing. He had died in such a minor place. Upon returning, he would surely face severe punishment. You little scum, I'll kill you. In an instant, the robust Chevy rushed towards Montgomery, fast as lightning. Hans and the others saw nothing but a blur. Montgomery reached out, easily grabbing the robust Chevy's fist, then tightened his grip. A snap was heard. The robust Chevy's hand bones shattered instantly. He screamed in agony, trying to pull back his fist but found it immovable. Montgomery let go, punching forward. The fist light exploded, caving in the man's chest. The robust Chevy spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale rapidly. Montgomery looked down at him, his gaze cold. Who do you think you are, daring to shout in front of me? Chapter 72, Sodium City. The burly Chevy clutched his shattered hand bones, barely holding back the pain as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Montgomery. You, who exactly are you? Montgomery's expression was indifferent. You're not qualified to know my identity. The burly Chevy's face froze for a moment before turning furious. Boy, it doesn't matter who you are. You will never end well for offending our mercenary guild. Montgomery's gaze was cold and distant, as if his voice came from the heavens, carrying an ethereal tone. Your petty mercenary guild is nothing but an ant. I have never taken it seriously. Gulping sounds were heard from Hans and others' throats. Although they had already known Montgomery to be arrogant, these words still surpassed their comprehension. He's really too overbearing. The burly Chevy stood dumbfounded where he was, taking a few seconds to come back to his senses. Then his face showed mockery. Boy, you truly don't know how insignificant you are. Even the Emperor of the Starfire Empire dares not speak such arrogant words. Do you think you amount to anything? Who do you think you are to make such bold statements here? Montgomery's expression remained calm, his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. What is the Emperor of the Starfire Empire compared to me? Is he worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Upon hearing this, those present were stunned speechless. What did they just hear? This young man dared to disrespect His Majesty the Emperor. If such words were spread, it would be enough for decapitation. You're mad, completely mad. The burly Chevy was almost breaking down. The arrogance of this boy before him was beyond his understanding. Living most of his life, he had never seen anyone so arrogant and presumptuous. In the past, the most arrogant people he'd seen were the pampered children of Shili City. But even they were insignificant compared to this youth. They weren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Montgomery took a step forward and spoke coldly. Any last words? The burly Chevy's face changed with shock as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Boy, don't get too cocky. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His body swelled with fighting energy, forming a golden lion behind him, which released violent energy that swept across the area. Hans and others stepped back hastily, unable to withstand this pressure. Crack! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls around them. Rage of the Mad Lion. The golden lion roared and charged at Montgomery. The air split apart as the almost tangible golden lion moved like lightning towards Montgomery. As it passed, the air boomed. Foolish. Montgomery's eyes turned cold, and he clenched his fist, enveloped by immense fighting energy. The punch broke through the air, instantly shattering the charging golden lion. The remaining force blasted the burly Chevy backward, making him spew out dark red blood. With a bang, the burly Chevy slammed into the wall, leaving a large hole shaped like a skull. Montgomery retracted his fist, placed his hands behind his back, and walked towards the Chevy, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The man struggled to rise from the ruins, fear visible in his eyes. This youth was truly terrifying. He couldn't put up any resistance against him. Montgomery prepared for his final blow. At this moment, the Chevy, desperate, weakly yelled, Spare my life, and I'll tell you a secret. Montgomery paused, intrigued. What kind of secret? Tell me more. The burly Chevy, not daring to hide anything, quickly said. According to rumors, members of the Dark Church obtained a precious treasure in the Death Fog Sea recently. During the transport back to the church headquarters, one of them stole the treasure and fled. It is suspected that this person has recently appeared around Sodiing City. Montgomery squinted slightly, asking, Tell me about this Dark Church. The burly Chevy was momentarily stunned, showing confusion in his eyes. Such a being didn't know the Dark Church? Despite his immense doubts, he didn't dare ask further and truthfully replied, I only know that the Dark Church is an evil and mysterious organization, extremely powerful, not weaker than top-notch forces like the Star Moon Empire and the Mercenary Guild. Other details I am unaware of. Montgomery nodded lightly and asked again, How long ago did this happen? About a month ago. Montgomery nodded once more and continued, This secret is acceptable. I'll spare your life today. Don't return to Donglin City. Go back and tell whoever is behind you that Adamir was killed by me. In time, I will personally visit Shili City. If he wants revenge, let him find me then. The burly Chevy breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly nodding without any objections. Get lost. Montgomery spoke indifferently, and the burly Chevy struggled to get up, limping out of the room. Montgomery did not stay longer. After giving some instructions to Hans and the others, he also left. Leaving the Mercenary Guild, he directly departed from Donglin City. A few days later, Montgomery arrived at Sodiing City. Sodiing City is on the inevitable route from Donglin City to Shili City. Since Montgomery already knew this, he planned to drop by along the way. He wasn't particularly interested in the so-called treasure. He mainly wanted to learn more about this dark church. The black-robed man from last time used dark necromancy magic. As far as Montgomery knew, this type of magic was relatively rare and seldom seen in the material plane. Thinking back to the divine envoy who had taken him away from the Star Moon continent in his previous life, Montgomery suspected that the origins of this dark church were not simple. He decided to investigate it as well. Compared to Donglin City, Sodiing City was much more prosperous. The city bustled with activity, its streets lined with shops. Montgomery entered the city and headed straight for the Fernando family, intending to eliminate them. The Fernandos dared to attack Portia, which was an outright challenge to Montgomery's bottom line. Although Portia was ultimately saved by Audrey without harm, Montgomery still didn't plan to let them off easily. He couldn't guarantee that after he left, they wouldn't cause trouble for others. Besides Portia, the Freddy family had several younger members studying at the Sodiing City Magic Academy. At the same time, the Fernando family welcomed a distinguished guest. It was an elderly man in his 50s, sporting a goatee, sharp-eyed and energetic. This old man was from the Fernando family in Shili City, who rushed to Sodiing City immediately after receiving the news. The situation has been reported to me. That insignificant Freddy family dares to provoke our Fernando family. They must pay the price. The old man's voice was cold, filled with killing intent. The senior members of the Fernando family trembled slightly. The patriarch Monty cautiously said, "My lord, but it seems the Freddy family here is a branch of the Central Province Freddy family. Might we anger them if we act?" The old man shook his head and said, "Rest assured, such a minor branch will not be of concern to the Freddy family. Our purpose is only to find the murderer and demand compensation. I believe the Freddy family won't oppose us over such trivial matters." Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. At that moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. "No need to look further. I'm here." Chapter 73, Not Adhering to Martial Virtue. Everyone looked towards the sound, only to see a purple-clothed Chownan standing outside the door. Monty's expression darkened as he wondered. "Who are you?" Montgomery stepped into the hall and said coolly, "Weren't you all looking for me?" Everyone was stunned, then they snapped back. Terry gritted his teeth. "You're Montgomery." Montgomery nodded slightly. "Speak up. Why were you looking for me?" A sinister smile appeared on Terry's face. "Brat, heaven has left an open road, but you choose to break into hell. Since you've walked right into our trap, I will take your life today." Montgomery remained calm, glancing at the enraged Terry with disdain. "Just you?" Seeing Montgomery's look of contempt, Terry exploded with rage. "Brat, you're courting death." He dashed towards Montgomery like lightning. "Get lost." Montgomery barked. A terrifying aura swept over, sending Terry flying backward from the force. Witnessing this scene, whether it was the half-century-old elder or the crowd of the Fernando family, all faces showed astonishment. Terry is a 6th-grade warrior, yet he was sent flying by just a shout from Montgomery. What kind of strength does that indicate? 7th grade? After the shock wore off, 2 people quickly went forward to support Terry. One asked anxiously, "Brother, are you alright?" Terry shook his head. "I'm fine, just my chi and blood have surged." Looking at Montgomery warily, the anger in Terry's heart dissipated as he gradually calmed down. Terry knew this young man before him wasn't someone he could handle. At this time, the elderly man walked to the front of the crowd, appraising Montgomery from top to bottom. "You're the one who killed members of the Fernando family?" "Yes. Do you have a problem with that?" Montgomery's voice was indifferent, and his expression remained serene throughout. The elder was taken aback for a moment, then replied coldly, "Boy, do you know what it means to provoke the Fernando family?" Montgomery shook his head. "Sorry, not interested." The elder laughed coldly. "Is that so? Then let me show you. As anyone who provokes the Fernando family must pay with blood." As he spoke, a terrifying spiritual power emanated. Those around felt dizzy, their bodies staggering. Some of the weaker individuals collapsed directly onto the ground, unable to resist the terrifying spiritual force. However, facing this spiritual power assault, Montgomery didn't even frown. The old man showed a hint of surprise. "Indeed, you have some skills. No wonder you're so arrogant. Boy, you certainly have talent. If you had grown smoothly, your future would be great. But alas, meeting me today marks the end of your growth." Too much talking. Lightning flashed suddenly. A streak of lightning pierced through the air and stabbed through the elder's chest. The speed was too fast, leaving the elder completely unprepared. The elder widened his eyes. "You." In response came a cold, mocking reply. "You live to such an old age, yet you're merely a 7th-grade magician. What superiority do you claim?" Montgomery clenched his hand, causing the lightning to explode instantly, creating a bloody hole in the elder's chest. "Pooh." The elder spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering backward. A 7th-grade magician isn't like a 7th-grade warrior, their physical strength being much weaker. This blow left the elder badly injured. The crowd from the Fernando family gaped, their eyes filled with disbelief. They thought the elder would unleash his full might and kill this arrogant youth on the spot. But before he even made a move, he was incapacitated. Damn, what was going on? The elder clutched the wound on his chest, glaring angrily at Montgomery. "Boy, you don't adhere to martial virtue, and attacked me unexpectedly." Montgomery was speechless. What was this old fool thinking? Adhering to martial virtue? Really thought this was a stage fight? Montgomery said indifferently, "Stop blabbering. If you have any last words, hurry up. I have no patience to waste time here." Feeling the murderous intent in Montgomery's eyes, the elder panicked and hurriedly pleaded, "Let me recover from my injuries, then we can have a fair fight." Montgomery was about to refuse when he heard the elder continue. "Boy, refusing means you dare not, and winning under these circumstances won't bring you glory." Hearing this, not only Montgomery, but also the crowd from the Fernando family felt speechless. Unexpectedly, Montgomery actually agreed this time. "Since you insist, this seat agrees to a fair fight." He recited a spell silently, producing a magic disc emitting soft white light in front of him. Light healing. The snow-white magic disc spun rapidly, shooting out a beam of white light which enveloped the elder's body. In the next moment, the wound on the elder's chest healed swiftly. It took only a short while for the elder's injuries to heal completely. Seeing this scene, everyone present wore an expression of surprise. Just like dark magic, light attribute mages are also extremely rare, because light magic not only possesses a powerful healing ability, but also has formidable offensive power. Compared to other types of magic, light magic undoubtedly holds significant advantages. During battles, light mages can use spells to recover from injuries. This is something other mages cannot achieve. Generally speaking, light mages are almost invincible unless they face an overwhelmingly stronger opponent. No one truly expected that the youth before them was actually a rare light mage. Montgomery retracted his spell and looked at the elder, saying, "All right, come." Although the elder's injuries were healed, he now felt more uncertain. It wasn't that he was cowardly. Montgomery had simply displayed too much power. At such a young age, to possess such strength and control both light and thunder power, it was terrifying, causing him genuine fear. Taking a deep breath, the elder took up a stance and said gravely, "Boy, be careful, I'm attacking." Montgomery remained calm, beckoning the elder with a finger, "Come." The elder recited a magical incantation, then shouted, "Earth." The moment the word left his mouth, an earth-yellow magic disc appeared beneath him. With a spin, the elder's body vanished into the ground. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded for a few seconds. It took them a moment to realize that the elder had chosen to flee without fighting. A flicker of surprise crossed Montgomery's eyes as well, finding the elder's maneuver laughable yet bewildering. In the next instant, an earth-yellow disc glowed beneath Montgomery's feet. His body merged into the ground. Everyone in the hall focused their gaze, one person exclaiming in shock, He knows earth teleportation too." Just as everyone was amazed, there was sudden activity outside the hall. They followed the sound to see the earth outside suddenly glowing earth yellow, from which two figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was Montgomery and the elder. At this moment, the elder was being held by Montgomery with one hand, just like a small chick. Chapter 74 The Beast Tamer. "Spare my life. Young hero, spare my life." The elder pleaded for mercy, his eyes filled with terror. He never expected that Montgomery would actually know earth magic. Montgomery casually threw the elder to the ground, looking down at him from above, and said coolly, "Give me a reason to spare you." The elder's eyes darted around rapidly, thinking of ways to save his life. After a few seconds, he said anxiously, "Young hero, if you can be lenient, this old man is willing to follow you loyally and serve you faithfully." Hearing this, the people from the Fernando family were speechless. They had never imagined that an elder from their clan would be such a coward. Montgomery glanced at the elder and said coolly, "Do you think I need an old fool around me?" The elder's face changed abruptly as he quickly replied, "Sir, though I am old, I have much knowledge and can handle many tasks. Just give me an order, and even facing blades and fire will be nothing." Montgomery looked at him playfully. "Who can't talk big? Unless you can show me now." The elder forced a smile. "Sir, you jest. There are no blades or fires here." Montgomery muttered incantations, and a fiery red magic disc appeared in front of him. As the disc spun, roaring flames rose up. "Now they're here, come on, show me." The elder's smile froze, and he tried to laugh it off. "Sir, I was just joking." By the end of his words, the elder was almost crying. Montgomery's eyes sparkled with mockery, but I took it seriously. Now what? The elder wished he could slap himself. If not for his big mouth, how would this situation arise? Just as the elder hesitated, a calm voice suddenly interrupted. "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Either jump into the flames, or meet your maker." The elder lifted his head and met Montgomery's mocking and playful gaze. 1. The elder trembled. Before he could react, the roaring flames rushed toward him. Another voice echoed simultaneously. 3. The elder was instantly enveloped in blazing flames. His face turned pale as he screamed desperately, You dishonor martial virtues." A smirk tugged at the corner of Montgomery's lips as he watched the elder scream and thrash. The elder rolled on the ground, knowing that without a solution, death was inevitable today. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He hurriedly shouted, "Sir, please spare me. Sir, please spare me. I have a secret to tell you." Grayson looked surprised. "Another secret?" He raised his hand to dispel the flames. The elder was blackened and singed, his hair clumped together, smelling burnt and utterly disheveled. He struggled to stand, looking fearfully at Montgomery. Montgomery asked, "What's the secret?" The elder took a breath and said, "Actually, apart from seeking revenge, this humble one has another purpose." Montgomery remained silent, listening intently. "The family heard that a traitor from the Dark Church fled to Solden City with a treasure, so they sent me to investigate." Montgomery's face showed a hint of surprise, while he pondered silently. First the mercenary guild, now the Fernando family. Both came for the same treasure, suggesting it must be something significant. "Do you know anything about the treasure?" The elder shook his head. "All I know is that it was obtained by the Dark Church from the Death Fog Sea, but its nature remains unknown to me." Montgomery lowered his head, deep in thought. He knew about the Death Fog Sea located in the extreme east of the Far East region, always shrouded in dense mist and home to powerful sea beasts, making it a perilous place. Seeing Montgomery silent, the elder felt nervous and added hastily, "Sir, although I don't know the exact details of the treasure, I do have some clues about the traitors." Montgomery lifted his gaze and said coolly, "Tell me." The elder did not hesitate and continued, "According to information I received, the Dark Church traitor seems to have been injured by dark magic. I speculate that he might seek light attribute elixirs to heal. I accidentally discovered that there is an extremely high-quality light attribute medicinal herb in the rugged mountains near Solden City, leading me to believe the traitor may appear there." Montgomery nodded and asked, "How many people know about this?" He suspected that in Donlin City, the stout Chevy hadn't told him everything. Montgomery didn't think anyone dared hide information from him. The elder answered truthfully, "It should only be me who knows." Montgomery's expression darkened slightly. "You're toying with me." "I dare not." The elder hurriedly shook his head and explained, "To be frank with you, my lord, I am actually a beast tamer. The main purpose of my coming to Solden City is not for the Dark Church, but for a certain magic beast in the rugged mountains." Grayson's gaze was sharp, observing the changes in the elder's expression all along, confirming that he was not lying. The elder indeed was not lying. Those who had set their sights on the Dark Church this time were all extremely powerful forces. such as the Mercenary Guild, the official authority of Shishan Province, and the top families in Shili City. The Fernando family was merely a second-rate family in Shili City and did not have the qualifications to meddle in such affairs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just sent a mediocre 7th-level mage. You are a beast tamer? Montgomery was somewhat surprised, not expecting the elder to also be a beast tamer. Beast tamers, like alchemists and weaponsmiths, are also special professions. Their main occupation is taming magic beasts and making them serve them. However, magic beasts have inherently fierce temperaments, making them extremely difficult to tame. Generally, it takes decades of in-depth research to become a qualified beast tamer. Montgomery was surprised because he had once studied beast taming himself. He remembered that in his previous life, he had tamed countless powerful divine beasts. Even the supreme divine beast, Divine Dragon, from the highest plane had been tamed by him. The elder nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Montgomery lightly nodded. I can spare your life, but you must guide me. How could the elder dare to refuse? He nodded vigorously. Montgomery hummed softly, and then looked at the people from the Fernando family. They trembled and hastily begged Montgomery for mercy. Lord, spare our lives. Lord, spare our lives. Montgomery's gaze held amusement, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Give me a reason to spare you? The faces of the Fernando family members were filled with fear, thoughts racing, but finding no appropriate reason. Clan leader Monty gritted his teeth, quickly stepping forward and kneeling before Montgomery, pleading. Lord, it was Terry who did it. We did not know at first. Please forgive us. Terry, standing not far away, shuddered, his face instantly pale, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 75, Former Acquaintance. Montgomery glanced at Terry, who lay limp on the ground, a cold look appearing in his eyes as lightning flashed in his hand. A streak of golden lightning pierced through space, boring through Terry's machine with a soft sound. Terry's eyes widened. Then he fell forward to the ground. Seeing this, the crowd from the Fernando family turned even paler, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Montgomery retracted his gaze and looked at Monty coldly, saying, I can spare you all if you meet one condition. Monty snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, Please instruct, sir. Montgomery's expression remained indifferent. The Freddy family has several members studying at the Zoding City Magic Academy. Their safety from now on is your responsibility. If anything happens to them, you know the consequences. Monty's body shook, and he quickly assured, Rest assured, sir. I will do my best to protect these young masters. Montgomery nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to the elder, saying coolly, Let's go. Brandishing the two disappear, Monty collapsed to the ground in relief. After leaving the Fernando family, Montgomery asked the elder, What's your name? Your Excellency, I am called Baoshan Fernando, the old man replied respectfully. Montgomery frowned. What an awful name. Don't use that anymore. Call yourself Johnny. The old man was taken aback, not understanding why his name would displease this noble before him. Though somewhat displeased, he did not dare voice it, and instead showed a delighted expression. Everything will be as you wish, sir. From now on, I shall be known as Johnny. Montgomery nodded lightly. Lead the way. They immediately left the city of Zoding and entered the Transverse Mountain Range. 2 days later, they arrived at their destination. Johnny pointed to the mountain ahead. Sir, once we cross this mountain, we'll be there. Montgomery nodded, then suddenly frowned, looking in a particular direction. There, several winged celestial horses flew by swiftly. Each celestial horse bore a powerful figure on its back. Winged horses, those are people from the Phillip family, said Johnny, startled when he saw the flying horses overhead. Montgomery squinted his eyes. He naturally heard of the Phillip family, one of the 4 great nobles of Silas City, whose power rivaled the Blinkton family. Noticing their presence, the figures in the distance immediately rode over. The winged horses were fast, and reached them within less than a minute. There were 3 winged horses in total. 2 of them carried 2 men. One was tall and sturdy, dressed in black armor with black hair draped over his shoulders, exuding martial prowess. The other wore a white magic robe with snow-white hair spilling over his shoulders, fair-skinned and refined. On the last winged horse sat an outstanding and stunning Brandy. The girl, around 20 years old, had a well-defined oval face with porcelain-like skin radiating an alluring luster. Upon seeing the 3, Johnny was surprised. The Keith and White demons, the Phillip family actually sent them. Montgomery looked up at the Brandy in the sky with a look of surprise. He knew this girl. Chana, one of the 4 beauties of Silas City Magic Academy, and the eldest daughter of the Phillip family. She was famous for both her talent and beauty. Having studied at Silas City Magic Academy in the past, Montgomery was well aware of the reputation of this genius girl. Similarly, Chana in the sky recognized Montgomery. At Silas City Magic Academy, Montgomery's notoriety matched hers. Rape attempt of a classmate, stealing forbidden magic. Historically, such scandals had never before disgraced Silas City Magic Academy. Montgomery was the first. One could say his name was etched into the pillar of shame. Chana, being a top student, naturally paid close attention to the Academy's affairs. Thus, she was fully aware of what had transpired with Montgomery. Montgomery, why are you here? Chana looked down at Montgomery disdainfully, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Feeling the girl's disgust, Montgomery did not get angry, but merely smiled and walked forward. How insolent, daring to be disrespectful to Miss. The muscular man in black armor roared, ready to attack Montgomery. Johnny rushed to explain, Please don't be angry, my lords. He's just bad with words, not intentionally disrespectful. The black-haired muscular man snorted, but did not stop until Chana intervened. Hold it. She waved her hand and cast a glance at Montgomery, who had already walked far, saying coolly, "He's just a useless person. Don't take him seriously." The muscular man finally backed off, casting a cold glance at Montgomery. "Humph, boy, consider yourself lucky. If you dare to be disrespectful to Miss again in the future, I will take your life." At this moment, Montgomery suddenly turned his head and said calmly, "You're also very lucky." The muscular man was taken aback, not quite understanding what Montgomery meant. He was about to speak up, but was stopped by Chana's look. Johnny heaved a silent sigh of relief. Just then, the white-haired refined man spoke. "Baoshan, for the sake of Leisha, the old man, let me give you a warning. A terribly fierce battle might occur here soon. You'd better leave quickly." Johnny kept bowing. "Thank you, sir, for your reminder. I will be careful." Hearing that Johnny had no intention of leaving, the white-haired man snorted coldly and said nothing more. Then the three rode away, hiding in a dense forest nearby. Johnny wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried to catch up with Montgomery, a hint of relief on his face. Montgomery glanced sideways at the old man and asked coolly, "You seem very scared?" Johnny smiled bitterly. "Sir, can I not be scared? They are the Keith and White demons after all." Montgomery showed interest. "Are they very powerful?" Johnny nodded. "Those two are the most formidable 7th-level powerhouses of the Phillip family. Together, they could match an 8th-level powerhouse without any disadvantage." Montgomery hummed indifferently and asked casually, "Do you think I'm not a match for them?" Johnny's expression froze, unsure how to respond. In his view, Montgomery was indeed very powerful, but he was too young. To have reached 7th-level strength at such a young age was already extraordinary. But if Montgomery could defeat the Keith and White demons, he didn't believe it. Although he felt this way, he dared not say it, fearing he might anger Montgomery. Seeing the old man's expression, Montgomery knew the answer, smiled without getting angry, and then changed the subject. "Didn't you say only you knew this place?" Chapter 76, Gathering of Various Parties. Johnny's expression froze, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Sir, well. He mumbled for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. Let it not happen again. Montgomery left the sentence behind and strode forward. Climbing over the peak ahead, the view became more open. At a glance, there was a mountain hollow ahead. At the other end of the hollow was a steep cliff. The top of the cliff emitted dazzling light. Fixing his gaze, Montgomery saw a plant similar to a sunflower growing there. Unlike ordinary sunflowers, its petals were white, emitting brilliant light, like a small sun. From a distance, Montgomery could already feel the dense and pure elements of light. Indeed, it is a valuable medicinal plant of no low grade. Montgomery muttered to himself. According to his perception, the grade of this precious herb should be close to 8. "Sir, should we find a place to hide?" Johnny asked Montgomery while looking at him. Montgomery retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. He knew very well that if they didn't hide, the traitor from the Dark Church might not show up. Shortly after, the two found a spot and hid behind a rock. Chana and her 3 companions, who had been hiding in the dark far away, witnessed Montgomery's actions. The burly man sneered coldly. "Humph, reckless fools, daring to get involved with such strength." Not long after, more people arrived. They looked up to see several flying magical beasts quickly approaching from the sky. Several figures stood on them. Seeing the familiar attire worn by the newcomers, Montgomery's eyes suddenly turned icy. Beside him, Johnny suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He instinctively looked at Montgomery and found his gaze as cold as a blade, which frightened him. Could Sir have an enmity with the Brenton family? Johnny couldn't help but wonder as his gaze shifted to the figures in the distant sky. The newcomers were indeed members of the Brenton family. They swept their eyes over the white flower on the cliff and revealed a greedy look. But they did not act rashly and quickly found a place to hide. Afterward, 3 more major forces arrived. They were the other 2 noble families among the 4 great nobles and the Wesley City Mercenary Guild. Montgomery saw the sturdy Chevy from Donglin City. His complexion was now rosy, his entire aura filled, clearly indicating that his injuries had healed. The 3 major forces arrived almost simultaneously, exchanging glances before quickly finding places to hide. Montgomery frowned slightly. With so many people here, would the traitor still be foolish enough to come and seek death? Meanwhile, dozens of miles away from the mountain hollow, in a secluded cave, a beautiful woman draped in a black robe with a charming demeanor suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp gleam flashing across her gaze. Facing her, a blonde-haired man said gravely, "Really going? This is clearly a trap set by the church. If you go, your chances of survival are slim." The beauty nodded solemnly. "I've been cursed by the Great Guardian. Only the power of the sunflower can unlock it. If I don't go, I will die anyway. Why wait to die here when we can take a chance? Moreover, haven't you spread the word already? Now, all major forces in Shishan province have gathered here. When the time comes, we can take advantage of the chaos, and there might be a chance." The blonde man sighed in resignation. "All right, let me accompany you." The beauty shook her head. "You stay hidden. You might surprise them when the time comes." The blonde man nodded upon hearing this, not arguing. The beauty then left the cave and headed toward the mountain hollow. Behind a massive boulder, Montgomery suddenly moved and whispered, "They're here." Johnny was startled. "What's coming?" Just as he finished speaking, a black-clothed figure darted out from the dense jungle. All the forces looked over together. It was a figure entirely wrapped in a black robe, leaping swiftly through the woods, aiming straight for the white sunflower across the hollow. "It's someone from the Dark Church." The faces of the members of various forces changed, and they immediately rushed toward the black-robed figure. Seemingly having anticipated this, the black-robed figure was not flustered. A black magic disc lit up beneath its feet, its speed drastically increasing, darting forward with a swoosh. The gazes of the members of the major forces narrowed, accelerating to catch up. But the black-robed figure, under the effect of the magic, sped up several times faster. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. Seeing the black-robed figure about to reach the white sunflower, Johnny became anxious. "Sir, shouldn't we act?" Montgomery shook his head, calmly saying, "No rush, let's wait and see them play first." Johnny merely responded with an, "Oh," without further comment. As the black-robed figure approached the sunflower, those chasing became visibly anxious. At this moment, however, an enormous black magic disc suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of dark elements. "Dark Cage." A deep voice echoed across the sky. The disc spun, and hundreds of dark vines emerged, completely surrounding the black-robed figure. The vines twisted and writhed, forming a massive cage that immobilized the black-robed figure. The pursuers were taken aback at this sight. "It's dark magic. Someone from the Dark Church has indeed come. Attack. We can't let them take the person away." Several people quickly launched attacks against the dark cage. Instantly, terrifying strikes surged towards the dark cage. "You are overestimating yourselves." A cold voice reverberated through the air as the magic disc spun, and another black-robed figure appeared out of nowhere. "Dark Shield." The black-robed figure pointed, gathering terrifying dark elements swiftly to form a huge dark shield covered with intricate magic patterns. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks struck the shield, producing deafening explosions. The black shield only trembled slightly, and then became still. The pupils of the attackers constricted, and one exclaimed, "Such formidable magic. Could it be an 8th rank mage?" Jedediating on a dark vine, the black-robed figure looked at them coldly. "Leave immediately, or don't blame me for unleashing my full power." This threat was accompanied by a vast wave of mental energy. Their expressions changed, their eyes showing concern. Indeed, an 8th rank mage. In the distant jungle, Chana's beautiful eyes narrowed as she whispered to the white-haired man beside her, "Dalton, go help Eveready." The white-haired man hesitated. "Miss, your safety." Interrupting him, Chana said, "Go. I can take care of myself." After a brief pause, Dalton leaped out of the jungle and rushed toward the mountain hollow. At the same time, several others from major forces also quickly rushed over. Apart from 3 members each from the mercenary guild and the Phillip family, the other 3 noble families sent only 2 each. Now, 10 strong warriors surrounded the black-robed figure. Only the burly Chevy from the mercenary guild and Chana stayed back. Their strength was too weak to offer much help. All 10 were peak 7th rank warriors, just one step away from reaching 8th rank. In Xishan province, they were top-notch experts. Chapter 77, Annihilation. Facing the encirclement by 10 individuals, the black-robed man did not show a hint of panic. He coldly said, "Since you are courting death, don't blame this enforcer." The 10 people faced this as if they were confronting a great foe, their eyes showing seriousness. None of them was angered by the black-robed man's words. They knew well that the other party had every reason to be confident. An 8th rank powerhouse, virtually at the pinnacle of Xishan province's pyramid. Even Xishan province's governor was only at this realm. Like the 4 top-tier nobles of Wesley City, each clan merely had 2 or 3 8th rank powerhouses, all ancient figures who rarely made moves unless there was something particularly important. This time, due to the uncertain information, several forces did not send out 8th rank powerhouses. Not only was the person in front an 8th rank powerhouse, but also a dark mage. Among the 7 systems of magic, dark magic is notoriously the most bizarre and hard to handle. In general, apart from lightning and light mages, it would be difficult for mages of other elements to defeat the opponent. White-haired man Eveready looked at everyone, his tone solemn. "Everyone, we must work together if we want any chance of victory." Several people nodded, no one objected. The black-robed man took off his hood, revealing a sinister face. He sneered, "Since you're courting death, don't blame this enforcer." He recited the incantation, and a massive magic disc appeared before him. The disc rotated, dozens of dark vines drilled out, stabbing towards the few people. They resembled numerous sharp spears. Daring not to be careless, the few quickly used techniques to resist. Next moment, violent aura burst through the void, with various colored magic lights illuminating the sky. Inside the dark prison, the black-robed woman silently observed this scene. Her pretty face under the hood showed a hint of strange smile. Everything unfolding before her was more or less as she predicted. Behind a rock, Stefan watched the battle in the distance, feeling heart palpitations. Though they were all 7th rank mages, he feared he couldn't withstand even a few rounds against these people. His gaze involuntarily turned to Montgomery, only to find his calm expression, not even frowning. "See, sir, shall we leave here first?" he carefully suggested. Montgomery glanced over, smiling. "Why? Isn't this interesting?" Johnny was stunned, thinking Montgomery was 80% crazy. Such a terrifying battle, if inadvertently affected, it was a dead end. And yet, it was interesting. Although he was extremely anxious, without Montgomery speaking up, he didn't dare leave on his own. Not far away, Chana's beautiful face also wore gravity. She couldn't be sure who would win this battle, making her somewhat nervous. "Undead curse." The sinister-looking man shouted loudly. Bright magical light flashed beneath his feet. Next moment, a huge black skeleton appeared behind him. The black skeleton opened its mouth wide, spitting out a cold cloud of black mist. The mist spread in all directions, sweeping toward the few people. Feeling the cold black mist sweep towards them, the white-haired man's face changed greatly, loudly warning, "Quickly retreat. These black mists carry curse powers." None dared to be negligent, retreating rapidly, avoiding the mist attack. One person wasn't quick enough, his arm getting tainted by the mist. The flesh decayed rapidly, leaving only stark white bones. This man was resolute, decisively cutting off his arm. Then his entire body erupted with fierce aura, performing a body technique skill, quickly distancing himself from the mist. But the black mist always clung close behind, never stopping. The white-haired man's gaze grew grave, knowing this wouldn't do. Turning to look at the sturdy black-haired man and others. "I will deal with this curse, but afterward, I won't be able to fight. The rest is up to you." The few nodded. Without hesitation, the white-haired man rapidly recited an incantation. A snow-white magic circle appeared beneath his feet, dense light elements gathered from all around. Purification of light. A dazzling sun appeared within the magic circle, emitting brilliant light power. Bright white, radiant light illuminated all directions, driving away the sweeping black mist. "Humph, my undead curse isn't so easily purified." The sinister-looking man snorted, contempt evident in his eyes. While the undead spat out black mist, which continued spreading, surrounding the blazing sun of light from all sides. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the other few acted immediately. The burly black-haired man promptly spoke. "We can't let him continue releasing the cursed mist. We must stop him." Finished speaking, he rushed out, swiftly circling behind the sinister man, hands forming seals quickly, inner aura raging wildly. Blade of Gale. From his mouth shot out dozens of green wind blades. As the wind blades flew out, they met the wind and expanded, transforming into several zhang long, rushing towards the giant undead skeleton and the sinister-looking man. At the same time, the others also swiftly moved around to behind and beside the sinister-looking man, launching their strongest attacks. The sinister-looking man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly recited the magic incantation. In the next moment, several black shields appeared, blocking the attacks of these people. Just as the sinister-looking man was about to counterattack, the ground below suddenly twisted. Then, earth-yellow magic light shone, and dozens of sharp stone spears stabbed toward him. Almost at the same moment, magical light shone above, and a black mountain pressed down. All this happened too fast and too abruptly, leaving the black-robed man completely unprepared. Not just him, even the robust men were stunned. Because the attacker was not any of them. Far away, Chana's face showed surprise, and she murmured, "There's actually someone else hiding in the dark?" Boom, boom, boom. The mountain pressed down, instantly destroying the undead skeleton. The sinister-looking man felt paralyzed by a terrifying gravity. Puff, puff. In an instant, the dozens of stone spears from below pierced through his body. Blood splattered, staining the black robe red. After struggling a few times, the sinister-looking man closed his eyes in Bugan resignation. With his death, the shattered undead skeleton and curse black mist rapidly dissipated. The distant vine prison also quickly collapsed. The black-robed woman inside it changed her expression and swiftly tried to leave the battlefield, preparing to escape. But right then, a terrifying gravity fell upon her, making her unable to move. The white-haired man withdrew the light magic, his body swaying slightly, appearing extremely weak. "Dalton, are you alright?" The black-haired robust man quickly came forward, asking with concern. The white-haired man shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit drained." The others were similarly exhausted, but they had no mood to recover at that moment. Instead, they cautiously scanned their surroundings, eager to know who had acted earlier. At this moment, a soft laughter echoed in everyone's ears. "Hee, are you looking for me?" Chapter 78. I want the person. Any objections? Everyone turned to look where a patch of ground was writhing. Then, a burly Chevy with brown hair emerged from underground. Bliss. Upon recognizing the man's face, the factions were taken aback. They knew the newcomer, Bliss Bridton, the younger brother of the current Bridton family patriarch and a renowned powerhouse in Selleck City. They did not expect that for this mission, the Bridton family would send an 8th-level powerhouse. The two Bridton family powerhouses quickly aligned themselves behind Bliss. In the distance, Chana also gaped, clearly astonished. Bliss's gaze swept over the scene as he said coolly, "She's mine now." Anyone object? The crowd had sour expressions but dared not voice their objections. They were all too aware of Bliss's strength. He wasn't only an 8th-level mage, but also a peak 7th-level warrior, extremely powerful. Forget them being in weakened states. Even at their peaks, they would find it difficult to defeat him. Seeing no opposition, Bliss smiled and strode towards the immobilized figure in black. Up close, he reached out and pulled off the hood covering the figure's head, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. "Hee, a beauty." Bliss chuckled, licked his lips, and his eyes gleamed wickedly. "Little beauty, I heard you fled with a supreme treasure. Is this true?" He sized up the woman with a smile. The woman remained cold-faced and icily replied, "None of your business." "Hee, quite a character." Bliss chuckled again. Then his expression abruptly turned frigid as he grinned nastily. "Little beauty, I advise you confess or suffer." The woman didn't respond, her eyes void of fear. Humph, forcing oneself to refuse kindness and asking for punishment instead. Bliss scoffed. Just as he planned to teach the beauty a lesson, a hurried voice rang out from afar. "My lord, what are you planning?" Everyone turned to see a purple-clothed youth walking towards them, followed by an elderly man who looked panic-stricken. In the distant forest, upon seeing this, Chana's eyes widened. What is he planning? On another side, the Chevy from the Adventurers Guild also noticed Montgomery. "So it's this boy? He actually came here," he exclaimed softly, eyes wide with disbelief. But immediately, he smiled. Finally, he could take revenge for what happened earlier. The Chevy dashed out of the woods and approached the two powerhouses from the guild, swiftly informing them of Montgomery's identity. Their expressions darkened on hearing this. One of them glared coldly at Montgomery and shouted, "Boy, did you kill young Geo Archibald? And dare injure our guild members arrogantly?" At these words, everyone present wore looks of shock as they stared oddly at Montgomery. Almost everyone knew who Archibald was. His father was the Wayne president of the Adventurers Guild and a famous 8th-level powerhouse. Even in Selleck City, brimming with nobility, few dared cross Archibald. Yet this young man not only crossed him, but killed him too. If his father found out, Chana's jaw dropped in disbelief. Ernie's face was also one of shock, looking at Montgomery in bewilderment. He hadn't expected this young man to have committed such audacious acts. Surprise flickered across Bliss's eyes as well. He recognized Montgomery instantly. After all, Montgomery was the person the Locke family wanted to deal with, which involved the Brittons as well. Most people in the Britton family knew about Montgomery. Looking at the man who spoke, Montgomery said indifferently, "It was me." Problem. The guild powerhouse was taken aback before sneering, "I've heard you're arrogant. You surpass expectations. Originally, we intended to confront you after dealing with matters here. Who knew you'd come to us? Well, today I'll let you know the consequences of crossing our guild." Montgomery glanced at the speaker and interrupted, "Shut up. I'm busy now." Without waiting for a response, Montgomery raised his eyes to Bliss and declared assertively, "The woman I want." Any objections? These words stunned everyone present, including the guild's powerhouse. A Chevy standing behind him gaped, unable to believe his ears. He thought the Montgomery from that day was already quite arrogant, but now it seemed that the opponent had held back even then. Ernie stood there like a fool, staring blankly at Montgomery, unable to believe his ears. Chana in the distance also gaped, her eyes filled with disbelief. The young girl stared blankly at the distant purple-clothed figure as if she was seeing him for the first time. Bliss snapped out of his daze after a few seconds, and a smile appeared on his face. However, that smile was cold, chilling to the bone. "Montgomery, it seems we shouldn't have let you live back then. Xander was too soft-hearted. If it were me, you wouldn't have had the chance to stand here spouting nonsense." At the mention of Xander, Montgomery's eyes turned icy cold, his tone frigid. "So, I should thank you?" Bliss laughed mockingly. "If you want to, why not?" Montgomery lowered his gaze slightly, saying indifferently, "Laugh all you want. After today, you'll never have the chance again." Bliss's smile faded, his eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness flashing across them. He waved at the person beside him and ordered, "Go break that boy's limbs. I want him to wish he were dead." "Yes, sir." One of the blonde, fat middle-aged men stepped forward, looking at Montgomery with a sinister grin. "Boy, don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle, ensuring you feel what it's like to wish you were dead." The Adventurers Guild members, seeing this, abandoned their plans to intervene, adopting an expression of amusement. The burly Chevy frowned slightly, feeling that the Britton family member might not be a match for Montgomery. But remembering Bliss, his slight worry instantly dissipated. How arrogant he is. I wonder how Mentor Monty ever saw anything in this boy. Chana shook her head inwardly, her impression of Montgomery worsening. "Boy, if you kneel and apologize now, I might go easier on you later." The blonde, fat Chevy looked at Montgomery mockingly, hoping to see fear on his face. "You talk too much." His response was a cold statement. The air cracked as a fist enlarged in the fat Chevy's vision. Snap! Before he could react, his nose was broken by the punch, the terrifying force sending him flying backward. Chapter 79. Like a god. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. The one who made the move was indeed a solid level 7 warrior. Yet, he was sent flying by a single punch from the youth before them. Even with carelessness accounted for, it shouldn't have ended like this. Bliss's face turned somewhat gloomy as he coldly glared at the man. The man's body trembled, hastily getting up from the ground, his eyes filled with venomous hatred towards Montgomery. "Little brat, I will make you." Before he could finish speaking, a large foot came stomping down from midair and flattened his face, deforming it entirely. "You talk too much." A cold voice echoed across the scene. In Montgomery's hand appeared a green wind blade, slashing down towards the corpulent Chevy below. Splurt! Blood splattered everywhere as the fleshy Chevy lost an arm on the spot. Montgomery was too fast. There had been no time to react. "Oh!" The sharp screams pierced through the ears, beads of cold sweat appearing on the fat Chevy's forehead, agony twisting his face. He wanted to resist, to struggle, but found the foot pressing down upon his face weighed thousands of genes, immobilizing him completely. Hearing the constant groans coming from below, Montgomery's eyes grew icy, coldly uttering two words, "Noisy." Suddenly exerting force, he crushed the fat Chevy's head into nothingness. Reds and whites splattered everywhere. Montgomery's foot enveloped in dough-cheat did not don any filth. After completing everything, he turned to look at everyone else. At that moment, everyone had their mouths wide open, shock plastered on their faces, stunned on the spot. From afar within the jungle, Chana's beautiful eyes were wide open, almost unable to believe what she saw. That Montgomery, who had been expelled and stripped of his cultivation, had so easily killed a level 7 warrior. This sounded like a tale too fantastical to be true. Had she not witnessed it herself, she wouldn't have believed it either. What has happened to him? Chana murmured in her heart, suddenly feeling a hint of curiosity towards the youth ahead. Dazed for several seconds, those present finally regained their senses. Next, all began to gaze at the purple-clothed figure, disbelief written on every face. Nathan swallowed hard, feeling secretly relieved. Thankfully, Thankfully, he hadn't provoked this demon god before him. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough for this opponent. The 3 from the mercenary guild similarly felt fortunate. Good thing they hadn't made a move earlier, otherwise, it might have been them lying dead now. They had all seen that corpulent Chevy's strength, which wasn't much weaker than theirs. He was a peak level 7 warrior. But such a formidable fighter showed no power of resistance against the youth before them. One could say he was killed instantly. From afar, a flash of brightness passed through the golden-haired beauty's eyes who was frozen in place. She originally thought only a mere rookie had come, yet never expected him to possess such power. If both could wear each other out, she'd still have a chance. Bliss cast a glance at the corpse of the blonde and corpulent Chevy, veins popping on his forehead, his eyes as cold as daggers, evidently infuriated to the core. He fiercely looked at Montgomery, his voice sounding like it came from the 9th level of hell, sending chills down the spines of those present. Brat, do you know the consequences of killing someone from the Brenton family? Montgomery shook his head, his tone indifferent. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Before long, I'll personally pay your Brenton family a visit to settle old scores. Bliss froze, then sneered. Too bad you won't get that chance. As he spoke, a soil yellow magic light flashed beneath his feet. Several 100-meter-long earthen spikes burst out abruptly, attacking Montgomery. Though the speed of the earth spikes was fast, Montgomery moved faster. He vanished from his spot before they emerged. Humph, dreaming if you think you can run. Bliss snorted coldly, his eyes darting towards the side-diagonal direction, roaring. Charlesel Quagmire. Mountain's Wrath. Magic lights illuminated the entire scene as the ground writhed, swiftly transforming into a menacing yellow swamp. Simultaneously, a huge mountain crashed down from above. Space warped as terrifying gravity descended, causing Montgomery's body to shudder, then fall into the swamp below. Seeing this chain of attacks, those present became solemn. Truly fitting for a level 8 high mage, his strength far surpassed theirs. A hint of worry crept onto Nathan's face. If something happened to Montgomery, would Bliss go after him? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Montgomery fell into the yellow quagmire. Immediately thereafter, the mountain collapsed downwards, crushing the bog along with the surrounding ground. A deep pit several dozen meters deep appeared. Is it over? Seeing no movement for half a day, the surrounding people couldn't help but suspect Montgomery had perished. In the distance, amidst the jungle, Chana's expression turned somewhat complicated, and she felt a touch of regret inexplicably. Based on Montgomery's combat strength displayed earlier, his power was at least at level 7. To achieve such strength at such a young age, his terrifying talent was already self-evident. It was truly a pity for such a genius to die this way. A trace of regret also surfaced in the hearts of Nathan and the others. The beautiful woman in the black robe showed despair again in her eyes. She thought Montgomery had some real skills, but never expected him to be killed so easily. Bliss sneered. Humph, little brat, you're not even qualified to compete with my Brenton family. His words were unbelievably arrogant, as if Montgomery was beneath mention in his eyes. But right then, there came a sudden crack from the mountain, causing it to split apart. Crack, crack. Then, more cracks appeared, like a spider web. Finally, with a loud boom, it exploded into pieces, forming a cloud of dust. A purple-clothed figure shot up from the debris, none other than Montgomery. He stood high in the sky, his purple robes fluttering, thick black hair draped over his shoulders, his calm and deep eyes looking down at everyone below. His proud stance and indifferent demeanor made him resemble an ancient god descending from the heavens. Both Chana in the distance and the present crowd gazed upwards at that figure, mouths agape and eyes filled with shock. Despite enduring such intense attacks, he remained completely unharmed. Simply terrifying. Today, I shall take a bit of interest first. One day, I will surely crush your Brenton family and personally behead Xander Dog. His cold voice reached every ear, snapping them out of their shock. Bliss's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Little brat, you must die today. He rapidly chanted magical incantations, and blinding magical light lit up beneath him. Up in the sky, Montgomery paid no attention. He positioned himself, clasped his hands above his head, and gathered his dough cheat systematically toward his palms. The next moment, a black energy ring enveloped his hands. Subsequently, the black energy ring slowly shrank, finally becoming basketball-sized. At the moment it formed, an intimidating aura spread, making everyone present feel a chill. Bliss also sensed this daunting power, his expression turning solemn as he sped up his incantation. Moments later, he stopped chanting and coldly uttered, Hand of Earth Demon. Chapter 80, Execution. The earth-brown magical radiance illuminated the entire area as two huge, dark brown palms emerged from the magic disc, reaching towards Montgomery, who was high in the sky. Magic patterns flowed over the palms, exuding a terrifying aura, as if they were demon hands. Earth demon hands. It's actually Earth demon hands. Those around, upon witnessing this scene, were all greatly shocked, their eyes wide with awe. Earth demon hands is a top-tier spell of the Bleddington family, reaching an 8th level pinnacle. Once, an ancestor of the Bleddington family had used this magic to destroy an entire city, its power being unimaginably horrifying. This kid is doomed. Almost everyone at that moment thought Montgomery was finished. Johnny's legs went weak. He let out a mournful cry in his heart and instinctively retreated. In the distance, Chana's mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of tension. Two giant palms larger than mountains headed toward Montgomery. As they passed, the air roared, seemingly unable to withstand the terror of this strike. Facing the oncoming terrifying force, Montgomery remained calm, his gaze looking down. Then suddenly, both his hands smashed downward. Heaven-shaking hammer. A black energy circle transformed into formidable boxing light, forcefully striking downward, instantly colliding with the dark brown giant, hand moving upward. A deafening boom resonated across the area like a comet colliding with Earth. Two different energies clashed explosively, causing a shocking wave of air. The air surged like a tsunami, pushing everyone around, causing surrounding trees to snap and distant peaks to collapse with soil rolling about, creating a terrifying scene. All present widened their eyes, trying to see who won. But the intense air surge obscured everyone's view, making it impossible to clearly see inside. After some time, the air slowly dispersed. Everyone immediately focused. When they saw the scene within, they gasped in shock. There, a purple-clothed figure stood proudly. Opposite him, Bliss had blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Clearly, during the previous confrontation, Montgomery held the upper hand. That was why everyone was so astonished. If Bliss had won, they wouldn't be as stunned. After all, as an 8th level mage, it would be too normal for him to win against a youth. But the result was Montgomery gaining the upper hand. How old was the former? 17 or 18 years. A teenager 17 or 18 years old and an 8th level mage facing off, yet the former took the upper hand. This only meant that Montgomery's strength was stronger, and significantly so. Such talent, not only in Shishan province, but even throughout the entire Far East region, would be hard to find another. Far away, Chana's mouth gaped open, disbelief in her eyes. She stared dumbfounded at the purple-clothed figure in the distance, her gaze growing more complicated. Montgomery, what has happened to you recently? The young girl felt an intense curiosity arise, but no one was destined to tell her the answer. The beautiful woman in black robe's eyes sparkled again, seeing a glimmer of hope. Montgomery walked towards Bliss, whose face had turned pale, his voice cold. Any last words? Bliss's expression abruptly turned fierce. Little bastard, I admit I misjudged you. Do you think this means you've won me? He laughed wildly, and then quickly bit his fingertip, using blood to draw an intricate magic rune in midair. The magic rune emitted a bloody light. As it trembled slightly, a terrifying suction force spread out, absorbing Bliss's blood vitality. In an instant, Bliss changed from a robust man into a thin, weakened figure. Earth Demon Giant, come forth. An earth-brown magic disc almost covering the entire valley appeared beneath him, followed by a chilling aura spreading out. Every eye focused, watching as a dark brown giant slowly emerged from the magic disc. Its body composed of dark brown rocks covered in magic runes, emitting an intimidating aura. While the crowd felt the chill, they also sensed a mountain-like pressure. Like Johnny and the burly middle-aged men of the mercenary guild, they couldn't withstand the gravity, being pressed to the ground. Other top 7th level experts didn't fare much better, trembling on their legs, as if they might collapse any second. Even Chana, outside the valley, felt a powerful pressure. It's actually the Earth Demon Giant. Has Bliss gone mad? Chana murmured softly, her eyes showing unparalleled shock as she stared at the towering giant 100 jong tall. As the eldest daughter of the Haroun family, Chana was naturally aware of some of the Bleddington family's powerful mages. Earth Demon Giant is an evolved version of Earth Demon Hands. It was obtained by an ancestor of the Bleddington family from a certain relic. According to legend, a complete Earth Demon Giant is a 9th level spell. But even a fragmentary 9th level magic cannot be compared with 8th level magic. For a level 8 magician like Bliss, he must pay a certain price to cast this spell. Chana's eyes twinkled and her gaze instinctively turned to the purple-clothed figure. Because of the distance, she could not see what expression Montgomery had at that moment. Ha ha ha, boy die. The emaciated Bliss laughed madly, manipulating the stone giant to attack Montgomery. A mountain-like fist fiercely struck down, the air thundering. As the huge fist hit, a massive deep pit instantly appeared on the ground. Those around saw this scene and were all shocked. Such a terrifying attack would dare not be recklessly taken even by an 8th level warrior. Combined with the pressure of gravity, it was impossible to dodge. Everyone's gaze focused on the smoky, deep pit. They thought Montgomery was definitely done for this time. Bliss also thought so. Ha ha ha. You brat, it's too early for you to contend with me. He laughed out loud, his gaunt face showing a wild smile. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his back, and his smile suddenly froze. He looked down painfully. He saw a lightning blade piercing through from the heart position. The surrounding clothes already dyed red with fresh blood. He struggled to turn his head, and suddenly saw a young and cold face. You, how can you? Before he finished speaking, he felt a severe pain in his heart again. Then his consciousness completely blurred, and he fell to the ground. This sudden event was also something everyone did not expect. They all looked at the purple-clothed figure with incredulous expressions. Until now, they didn't understand what happened. But there were some quick-witted ones who quickly figured it out. Like Dalton, the white-haired man of the Haroun family. He muttered, "It's Earth escape technique." Everetti, the black-haired man beside him, looked puzzled. What Earth escape technique? He realized right after asking, and looked at Montgomery with surprise. Is that kid? Is he also an Earth elemental magician? Others also gradually realized, and showed looks of shock. Montgomery had never used magic before, so they thought Montgomery was just a warrior. They did not expect that he was also a magician. Far away, Chana's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Unlike others, she was not shocked because Montgomery was a magician, but because Montgomery knew Earth elemental magic. As far as she knew, Montgomery had dual attributes of wind and lightning. Now he could even use Earth elemental magic. He actually knows 3 types of magic. How can this be? Chana muttered softly, unable to believe that this was true. While dual element magicians are not rare, Trine-element magicians are quite few. These people are often referred to as geniuses. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed throughout the valley, snapping everyone out of their astonishment. Everyone followed the sound and saw the dark brown giant roaring furiously, its eyes glowing red. Why hasn't it disappeared? What's going on? People were perplexed and confused. Generally, when the caster dies, the spell they cast collapses. From afar, the black-robed beautiful woman, who had regained her ability to move, stared at the berserk dark brown giant in shock. Seemingly realizing something, her eyes revealed unmasked shock. Could this be? Her words were drowned out by another thunderous roar as the dark brown giant charged towards Montgomery. Montgomery's expression remained cold, showing no fear. Calling summoning magic, huh? That's interesting. Chapter 81. The Saint Extinguishing Finger. Facing the towering giant rushing toward him, Montgomery's face remained calm and composed. He formed seals with both hands, channeling the Do Chi within his body. In the next moment, a torrent of energy surged and converged behind him. Then a finger slowly took shape, as thick as a mountain peak, radiating an intimidating aura. Saint Extinguishing Finger. A deep voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their ears trembling, all looking up at the sky-piercing giant finger with awestruck eyes. Heavens, what terrifying martial technique is this? Eveready, the black-haired man, his voice quivering, stared blankly at the sky-piercing giant finger. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Montgomery's words back then. Indeed, his luck was good. Fortunately, he had been stopped by Chana, or he might have already been slapped to death by the young man in front of him. In the distance, Chana opened her red lips wide, gazing blankly at the sky-piercing giant finger, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. The shock that Montgomery gave her was indeed too much. Montgomery paid no attention to everyone's expressions. With a wave of his hand, the sky-piercing giant finger above his head instantly fell down toward the oncoming dark-skinned giant. The void thundered as if an ancient demonic mountain were pressing down. The dark-skinned giant seemed to sense the danger and let out a heaven-shaking roar, waves of air blasting outward. He swung both fists forward to meet it. Boom, boom, boom. When the two collided, it was like a comet striking Earth, producing a series of deafening explosions. The surrounding crowd felt their eardrums pierced, involuntarily retreating backward for fear of being affected. Bang, bang, bang. The sky-piercing giant finger, carrying an irresistible force, crushed the dark-skinned giant's fists into powder. Roar! The dark-skinned giant roared in anger, but it was to no avail. His arms shattered inch by inch, then his entire body disintegrated, turning into a pile of debris. Even so, the sky-piercing giant finger continued its descent with undiminished might. The ground immediately cracked, forming a large and deep pit. Dust rose and obscured everyone's view. After a long while, the dust gradually settled, and everyone focused to see that the purple-clad figure still stood proudly in the middle of the scene. And the brownish-black giant was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the gigantic, deep pit spanning several hundred meters, everyone drew in a sharp breath. They had never witnessed such a terrifying martial technique before. What shocked them even more was that such a martial technique was executed by a refined-looking young man. Montgomery shook off the dust from his robes, glanced around, and noticed that the remaining member of the Brighton family had fled. His expression turned cold as he released a vast spiritual energy, then flew off in pursuit. Not long after, he returned. Although his hands were empty, everyone knew that the Brighton family member who fled was likely dead. Montgomery's gaze swept over everyone present, ultimately settling on the few people from the mercenary guild, saying indifferently, "Do you want to seek revenge against me?" The three bodies trembled, almost fainting from fright. One of them hurriedly shook his head. "We dare not, we dare not. Sir, previously our group were blind and impertinent to offend you. Please do not be offended." The two behind him also pleaded hastily. The three bent their bodies, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. It wasn't cowardice. The youth in front of them was truly a fearsome demon. He would really kill without hesitation. There was no fear of retaliation from the mercenary guild behind them. Montgomery mocked. "Weren't you quite arrogant earlier?" Their bodies trembled again. The leader wailed miserably. "Sir, it was my lack of judgment earlier to offend you. Please spare us." Montgomery put aside his intention to toy with them and said coldly, "You may avoid death, but you cannot escape punishment. Sever one arm, and you may live." Upon hearing this, the three turned deathly pale. But after hesitating, they made up their minds. Severing an arm was better than dying. The leader gritted his teeth and slashed off his arm. Blood spurted, and an arm was severed. His face turned pale, but he bit down hard, not making a sound. Seeing this, the other two dared not hesitate either, and swiftly cut off their own arms. Witnessing this scene, the rest of the people shuddered in fear. They resolved firmly not to provoke the youth in front of them. In the distance, Chana covered her red lips, equally shocked by Montgomery's decisive and ruthless actions. Within just a few months, the youth in front of her had changed so drastically. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. "I will personally visit Shilly City soon. If you want to take revenge, you can come find me," Montgomery said, then withdrew his gaze to look at the distant cliff, only to find the treasure herb had vanished. Turning his head, he saw the black-robed beauty was also gone. Everyone turned their heads and noticed this scene, their expressions instantly changing. It turned out that during the intense battle earlier, the black-robed beauty had taken the opportunity to pick the treasure herb and escape. Johnny stepped forward cautiously and asked, "Sir, that person has probably escaped far away. The corner of Montgomery's mouth curved upward slightly as he said calmly, "Don't worry, she won't get away. You can return now," Montgomery told Johnny, then leaped away from there. Only after Montgomery's figure disappeared did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chana rode her winged horse from afar, landing in front of Dalton and Eveready. She asked with concern on her face, "Are you all right?" Both men shook their heads, indicating they were fine. The white-haired man, Dalton asked, "Miss, how much do you know about that young man?" If it were before, Chana would have definitely said very well. Because in her past impression, Montgomery was just a failure expelled from the Mage Academy. But upon hearing this question now, she fell silent. Because Chana realized she didn't understand Montgomery at all. Inside the same cave, the blonde beauty returned sometime without anyone noticing. Facing her sat a blonde Chevy. The Chevy said, "This time was too dangerous. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of that purple-clothed youth, you might not have escaped." The beauty nodded, still feeling shaken. "Indeed, I don't know who that youth is, but he's terrifying." She then shook her head, clearing all thoughts, and said to the Chevy, "Guard me while I dispel the curse." The Chevy frowned slightly. "How about we leave here first? What if that person catches up?" The beauty shook her head. "No, I can barely suppress the curse inside me anymore. Besides, this place has a hidden magic array. He shouldn't be able to find us." Hearing this, the Chevy said no more. The beauty immediately took out the light attribute treasure herb and used a special method to refine it to drive out the curse within her. After an unknown period, the beauty opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. The Chevy asked, "Is the curse gone?" The beauty nodded and replied, "Let's go. It's time to leave this place." They left the cave immediately. However, just outside, they saw a purple-clad figure already waiting there. Both felt like they faced a formidable enemy. The beauty asked in shock, When did you appear?" Montgomery said indifferently, "For quite some time." The beauty paused, subconsciously asking, "Then why? Wasn't I waiting for you to dispel the curse?" Montgomery's voice remained calm. Seeing the two seemed to be planning to flee, he added, "I advise you not to run. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Both bodies trembled and froze on the spot. The beauty stammered, What do you intend to do?" "Hand over that great treasure, and I'll let you go." Montgomery spoke coldly, his gaze firmly locked on them. The two exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation and doubt in each other's eyes. "I'm not very patient. Don't make things difficult for yourselves," Montgomery said again, a hint of coldness in his calm voice. After hesitating for a while, they finally gritted their teeth and seemed to make a decision. They immediately bowed to Montgomery, and the beauty said, "Sir, we can give you that item, but we have one request." Montgomery glanced at them. They felt as if hit hard, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Just as they were extremely nervous, an indifferent voice sounded, "Speak." Their faces relaxed slightly, and the beauty hurriedly said, "Sir, we wish to follow you." Chapter 82 The Fragmented Map. A trace of surprise flickered across Montgomery's face. He sized up the Danica with his gaze and said coolly, "Reason?" Not daring to hide anything, the Danica responded sincerely. Her reason was straightforward. She felt that Montgomery was a heaven-defying genius, and staying by his side would be an excellent choice. Naturally, there was another reason. The Danica had been pursued by the Dark Church, and therefore needed to find a powerful patron. She believed Montgomery was just such an outstanding option. After hearing this, Montgomery nodded lightly. Very well. Both were delighted upon hearing this response. The Danica immediately spoke up. "My lord, we have stored the treasure in a secure location. Please follow us." Next, the three of them departed from the place and ventured deep into the transverse mountain range. About a day later, they arrived before a natural cave. Entering the cave, they twisted and turned through its corridors. Approximately half an hour later, they reached the deepest part of the cave. There, they found a man-made room. Embedded in the ceiling of the room was a luminous pearl. Its gentle glow illuminated the entire chamber. In the center of the room stood a rectangular stone pedestal. On the pedestal lay a bronze treasure chest. The Danica stepped forward, took out a key, and unlocked the chest. Montgomery's eyes swept over it, only to see a magic staff about 1 meter long resting inside. At the top of the staff was a crescent shape, but one corner was missing. At the bottom end of the staff was a slanted cut, smooth and even, as if severed by some sharp blade. The moment Montgomery saw the staff, his pupils constricted. For in the broken staff, he sensed a familiar aura. This aura is. It seemed he recalled something, startling him. The Danica picked up the staff and respectfully handed it over to Montgomery. Upon taking it in his hand, Montgomery's powerful mental energy spread out, closely examining the staff. As soon as his consciousness touched the staff, his pupils sharply constricted, and his mental power trembled violently beyond control. Montgomery appeared dazed for a moment, seeing as if a half-painting floated down from the sky. The painting was ancient, primarily yellow-brown, depicting a vast world within it, emitting an ethereal and grand presence. After some time, Montgomery finally recovered from his trance. He focused his mental energy inward, finding that in the depths of his soul, there lay half a faded painting. Seeing this fragmentary painting, Montgomery's pupils rapidly contracted. He knew this fragmentary painting all too well. In his previous life, he was betrayed by 2 close friends precisely because of this fragmented painting. He had assumed that after his death, the fragmented painting would have been obtained by his 2 friends. Unimaginably, the fragmented painting had come back with him during his rebirth. Wait, could my rebirth be due to this painting? Suddenly, Montgomery had an idea. Perhaps his rebirth wasn't a coincidence or an act of divine pity, but rather because of the half-painting. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, since the painting had come back with him, he couldn't believe there wasn't a connection. Montgomery attempted to extract the half-painting from his soul, but found it deeply imprinted, unable to be removed with his current mental strength. After several failed attempts, Grayson decided to try again in the future. Due to it being imprinted so deeply in his soul, he hadn't noticed its presence earlier. If not for today's encounter where the familiar aura from the staff attracted him, he might never have known until much later. Seeing Montgomery standing there lost in thought after obtaining the staff, the Danica and the Chevy felt confused. She couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are you all right?" Shaking off his daze, Montgomery shook his head to indicate he was fine. Then he began closely examining the staff in his hands. His mental energy penetrated the surface of the staff, entering its interior. Montgomery discovered that many powerful magical arrays were carved inside the staff. Although these arrays were incomplete, he could still tell that when intact, they must have been extremely powerful, unlikely to originate from the material plane. Ultimately, Montgomery confirmed that the array in his hand had once been a formidable divine artifact. Why does the Star Moon continent have divine artifacts? Montgomery muttered to himself. Deities cannot descend to the material plane. Logically, divine artifacts should not exist on the material plane. Montgomery couldn't help thinking about how countless divine envoys descended upon the Star Moon continent in his past life. Those envoys went through great lengths to arrive in the material plane. They must have had very important matters at hand. Thinking of this, Montgomery looked back at the staff in his hand. Considering the similar aura shared with the fragmented painting, his eyes narrowed. Realizing something crucial, his pupils rapidly contracting. If Montgomery's guess was correct, the other half of the fragmented painting might very well be in the Star Moon continent. The purpose of those divine envoys descending might have been to search for the other half of the painting. This would explain why the staff had an aura similar to that of the fragmented painting. Looks like I should pay a visit to the Death Fog Sea when I have the time. Montgomery made up his mind and put away the broken staff. Although the staff was damaged, it was once a divine artifact, and its current grade could still rival that of a Saint-grade magic tool. Next, the three left the cave. On the way, Montgomery inquired about the Dark Church from the two. However, Montgomery was disappointed to find that they were only ordinary members of the church and knew little. All they knew was that the Dark Church was a powerful and mysterious organization with influence spread across the continent. Besides committing murders and thefts, they also enjoyed collecting rarities and treasures. The staff was obtained by the two when they entered the Death Fog Sea. Recognizing the staff's extraordinary nature, they defected from the Dark Church. As a result, they were pursued by an enforcer. Although they escaped midway, they were cursed. In order to remove the curse, all the previous events unfolded. Montgomery nodded and looked at the two, saying, "I don't like taking advantages. Since I've taken the staff you fought for, let me compensate you with something else." The two waved their hands, indicating it wasn't necessary, while inwardly dismissing the idea that Montgomery could offer them anything truly valuable. "I see your mental energy is weak, and your vital energy is floating. You must be using average cultivation techniques. Let me give you 2 scrolls of cultivation methods." Montgomery took out 2 scrolls and handed them over. The two thanked him and cautiously accepted them, then opened them casually to look. Immediately, they were deeply attracted. After a long while, they closed the scrolls with shock on their faces and bowed deeply to Montgomery. "Thank you, my lord." Montgomery nodded lightly and warned, "Since you two have chosen to follow me, you must be loyal. I detest traitors. If I discover any disloyalty, don't blame me for being heartless." The two shuddered and hurriedly agreed. Montgomery nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I am heading to Wesley City next. You two return to East Lynn City and protect the Freddy family secretly. If there's any emergency, notify me immediately." The two accepted the orders and left. Montgomery continued on his way to Wesley City. Chapter 83, Reactions from All Parties. Shili City, the capital of Shishan Province, is the most prosperous and bustling place in the province. As Montgomery was on his way to Shili City, all the major families and the mercenary guild had already hurried back to Shili City ahead of him. After returning, they reported the news to their superiors without delay. In the spacious and luxurious hall of the Haroun family, numerous high-ranking members of the Haroun family were seated. At this moment, they were all looking at the 3 people standing below. The person on the left asked the young girl among the 3, "Chana, are you sure you're not joking?" Chana looked at the speaker and said solemnly, "Uncle, what I said is true, without a single word of falsehood." Eveready and Dalton also quickly confirmed that what Chana said was true. After confirming again, everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Someone whispered in shock, 17 or 18 years old, yet able to slay an 8th-level magician with wind, thunder, and earth attributes, while also cultivating as a warrior. There actually exists such a genius in the world. It's simply unbelievable. Everyone's eyes were filled with amazement and disbelief. At this time, the white-haired elder at the head of the table raised his hand to stop the astonished discussions, then looked at Chana and said, "Chana, if it is truly as you say, that young man named Montgomery is an unparalleled genius who appears once in 100 years. Such a person would be immensely beneficial for our family if we could attract him." Chana's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Grandfather, your meaning is?" The elder nodded gently. "Didn't you say that boy once attended the Magic Academy of Shili City? You can consider yourselves classmates. Perhaps you can become closer to him and try to win him over. Maybe he could be persuaded to serve our Haroun family." Upon hearing this, the rest of the people all nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good idea. Chana showed a hint of hesitation in her eyes, doubting whether this plan would really work. In the mercenary guild, After the three middle-aged men returned, they also immediately reported the news to their superiors. In a large room, a tall, blond man smashed the table in front of him with a punch, his sharp gaze staring at the three men. You mean to say Archibald is dead? The three were terrified, not daring to breathe heavily, let alone make eye contact with the blond man in front of them. The blond man was none other than the vice president of the Shealy City Mercenary Guild, and also Archibald's father. All right, Herschel, calm down. A richly dressed elderly man nearby waved his hand, signaling him to calm down for now. This elder was named Easton, the president of the Shealy City Mercenary Guild. Easton looked at the three subordinates and said calmly, "What you say is true. That young man named Montgomery really killed Bliss all by himself." The three nodded repeatedly, indicating that every word was true. Easton's expression turned grave, muttering, "A 17 or 18-year-old 8th-level powerhouse. Who would have thought such an extraordinary prodigy would appear in Shishan province?" D'Antoni angrily spoke up. "President, regardless of how talented that boy is, he dared to kill my son. I must make him pay the price." Easton glanced at him and said calmly, "That boy killed Bliss all by himself. Do you think you can take revenge?" D'Antoni fell silent, and after a while, he retorted Bufu Dak. "We can join forces with other major powers, and see if that boy can stand against all the major forces of Shishan province?" Easton sneered. "Humph, why would other major forces ally with you? What if they choose to court that boy instead? How will you deal with it then?" D'Antoni instinctively shook his head. "Impossible." Easton shook his head, sighing. "You are still too naive. Those old foxes are far more cunning than you. Faced with such a prodigy, their first choice would definitely be to court rather than offend. Unless there is irreconcilable hatred like the Brennan family, otherwise they won't risk offending such a genius." D'Antoni pondered over these words and found them reasonable. He couldn't help but look at Easton uncertainly. "President, could it be you also want to court that boy?" Easton shook his head. "If that boy hadn't provoked us first, I might have considered it. But now it's impossible. Since that boy doesn't take our mercenary guild seriously, we must teach him a lesson." His words carried a hint of ruthlessness. Herschel's eyes lit up, asking, "What does the president plan to do?" Easton smiled faintly, saying casually, "No rush. We don't know his exact strength yet. Let others probe first." Herschel was taken aback, then immediately understood. "President, you mean the Brenton family?" Easton nodded with a smile. "That boy obviously has a deep-seated grudge against the Brenton family. Let's sit back and watch them fight it out. We'll see who the final winner is before we make any move." Herschel nodded upon hearing this, finding this plan to be very good, temporarily suppressing his hatred. At the same time, the atmosphere within the Brenton family was tense. The heads of the Brenton family had already been informed about the return of the major forces. However, what puzzled them was that their people sent out had yet to return. After all, they had dispatched an 8th-level powerhouse. If the other major forces were fine, then they should have been even less likely to encounter problems. But after such a long time, since the few individuals hadn't returned, the higher-ups in the Brenton family couldn't help but worry. In a luxurious hall, a robust elder in fine clothing looked at someone who had just entered the room and asked, "Well, have you found out anything about Bliss?" Upon hearing this, everyone else also turned their gazes toward him. Under the scrutiny of these higher-ups, he appeared nervous, took a deep breath, and cautiously said, "Report to the elders. I just came from the Haroun family. According to the information obtained there, Lord Bliss, the elderly man in charge suddenly stood up from his seat and asked in a grave voice, "What happened to them?" His body trembled as he felt an overwhelming aura coming at him. He forced himself to overcome the fear and said, "Lord Bliss, they have, unfortunately, perished." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was so shocked that they stood up from their seats. A handsome young blonde man rushed forward, grabbing the collar of that person, his voice icy cold. "What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" That person turned pale but still bravely responded, "Young Geo, everything I said is true. You can go ask the Haroun family if you don't believe me." The youth's eyes flashed with anger, and he raised his fist to strike. At this moment, the elder at the head of the table shouted, "Xander, stop." Reluctantly, the young man let go and turned to look at the elder, speaking in a low voice. "Grandfather, I don't believe it. Those guys were all fine. How could Uncle Bliss possibly have something happen to him?" The elder ignored him and continued looking at the messenger. "Did the Haroun family tell you who killed Bliss?" That person did not dare to hide the truth and replied honestly. "They played hard to get, didn't clearly say, only mentioned that we would know the killer's identity soon." Chapter 84. Monica, I'm Yonatan. Damn it, what is that old bastard Dougie holding back? The elderly man in splendid attire had a dark expression. He then scanned the crowd and ordered, "Everyone disperse. It seems this old man will have to make the trip personally." Everyone nodded and left the hall one by one. After Xander left the hall, he called over a retainer and asked, "Has there been any word from Olaf?" The retainer respectfully replied, "Young Geo, we haven't received any news yet. Judging by the time, Lord Olaf should be on his way back." Xander nodded slightly, a shadow of gloom flashing across his eyes. Not long ago, Demon of the Camden family found him and delivered a message. It said that there was a young man named Montgomery in Donglin City who would come to take his head soon. Naturally, Xander dismissed this claim as nonsensical. Forget about the fact that Montgomery was now a cripple. Even if he hadn't been crippled, Xander wouldn't have paid him any mind. Yonatan then, if it weren't for his wish to curry favor with Adam, he wouldn't have bothered going after such a minor figure like Montgomery. However, not long after, the Aryan family sent someone to request support. This raised Xander's guard, leading him to dispatch Olaf to Donglin City immediately. aiming to thoroughly investigate Montgomery. The reason why they hadn't killed Montgomery back then was because Adam had given specific instructions that Montgomery must endure torture before dying. Therefore, the Bredinton family reached into Donglin City to bankrupt the Freddy family, forcing Montgomery onto the streets. But now, it seems something went wrong in the process. Xander nodded. Indeed. He then shook off his thoughts and instructed the retainer. Make arrangements. I'm going to the Adeline family. The retainer respectfully nodded and turned to leave. A smile lingered at the corner of Xander's mouth as he murmured, Haha, Montgomery, you're not even qualified to challenge me. He not only wanted Montgomery dead, but also planned to take away Montgomery's former lover. Monica Adeline, the eldest daughter of the Adeline family, was one of the 4 great beauties of the Westlight City Magic Academy and an object of admiration for countless talented youths. The Adeline family was a second-tier family in Westlight City. When Xander expressed his intention to marry Monica, the Adeline family readily agreed. After all, opportunities to connect with the Bredinton family were rare. In the heart of Westlight City stood an imposing cluster of castles. This place was the official residence of the governor of West Mountain Province. An elderly man in elaborate clothing passed through multiple layers of security and entered an ancient and solemn hall. At the top of the hall, a beautiful woman in red was engrossed in administrative work. Hearing someone enter, she glanced up and upon seeing the elder, lowered her head again to continue working. What is it? The elder approached and spoke respectfully. Governor Joycey, I have something to report. Speak. The elder quickly narrated the events that occurred in Solden City in detail. Afterward, he speculated. My lady, if my guess is correct, this young man named Montgomery should be the same person you once knew in Donglin City. The elder was none other than Nevanon, the patriarch of the Camden family. He was aware of what happened in Donglin City back then. Upon learning of the recent incidents in Solden City, he immediately suspected that these 2 individuals were the same person. Now he understood why Joycey would know someone from a small family in Donglin City. Truly, such a person wouldn't associate with just anyone. Thus, he came here immediately to report the news to Joycey. Upon hearing this, Joycey felt both delighted and shocked. Delighted that Montgomery was finally coming to Westlight City. Shocked that within such a short time, Montgomery had become so powerful. This was simply unbelievable. I understand, you may go. Joycey nodded. After Nevanon left, she quickly summoned someone and gave them orders. They were to wait at the city gates and report immediately if they received any news about Montgomery. After several days of travel, Montgomery finally arrived at Westlight City. Jedediating on a hillside, he gazed out at the mighty city ahead. A cold gleam flashed in Montgomery's eyes as he whispered, Westlight City, Montgomery has returned. Then, a gentle look crossed his face. Monica, I can finally see you again. He leaped down the hill and strode toward the city. Once inside, Montgomery headed straight for the Magic Academy. Soon, he arrived at a quiet street lined with ginkgo trees. It was deep autumn, and golden leaves covered the street in a thick layer, making it appear incredibly picturesque. Montgomery waited in front of a ginkgo tree. This street was Monica's inevitable path home. Montgomery, dressed in purple, hands clasped behind his back, gazed toward the Magic Academy ahead. During this time, some mentors and students from the Magic Academy also passed by. Upon seeing Montgomery standing there motionless like a snow pine, they would curiously glance at him a few times. Without knowing how long it had been, Montgomery suddenly turned and looked into the distance. At the end of the street in his line of sight, a brandy was walking towards this side, stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves. The girl was about 20 years old, wearing a white long dress with slightly curly golden hair draped over her shoulders. Her round face had skin as smooth and fair as sheep-fat jade. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Her large bright eyes, upturned nose, and small rosy lips made her look especially charming. Everything about her appeared perfect. If one had to find something amiss, it would be that she wasn't very tall, about 1.6 meters. But this was actually just right for her. Because this beauty was not the kind who was alluringly sexy, but rather a delicately cute petite type. Like a little neighbor girl, she evoked an impulse to cherish and protect her upon first glance. The girl was none other than Monica Adeline, whom Montgomery had missed so much. In the instant he saw Monica, a previously unseen smile spread across Montgomery's face. He stepped forward and walked toward Monica. Not far away, Monica, who had been walking with her head down, seemed to sense something and lifted her head to look. Upon seeing the purple-robed young man coming her way, she froze where she stood. Her large bright eyes widened slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. There was a time when that young man left a deep impression on her heart. Both of them knew what they felt for each other. Had those things not happened afterward, there was a great chance they would have ended up together. But life is unpredictable. Monica thought that she would probably never see that unforgettable young man again. She had once thought about going to Donglin City to visit Montgomery, but her family strongly opposed it. Although she was angry, she was powerless. As a mere woman, she couldn't defy her family. Montgomery clearly saw that the girl's eyes reddened. He quickened his steps and soon came before Monica. Without any hesitation, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly with gentle force and softly speaking. Monica, I'm back. From Montgomery's voice, Monica sensed a profound yearning. She didn't interrupt, but returned his embrace, tears welling up in her eyes. She had dreamed of this moment countless times, never expecting it to come true. Now, she felt both happy and moved. That he could return to this place, braving all dangers just to see her, touched her deeply. To Monica, Montgomery was still a cripple, yet he traveled all the way to Westlight City. It really wasn't easy. On the street lined with golden ginkgo leaves, a young couple embraced closely. Golden leaves still drifted down sporadically from the sky, and the setting sun's afterglow bathed their faces, creating a scene of pure beauty. But at this moment, someone appeared and shattered the beautiful moment. Kid, who the hell are you? Daring to lay your hands on the girl that Geoxander likes? Do you want to die? While they were embracing, a scolding voice suddenly sounded from a distance. Montgomery lifted his head abruptly and followed the sound. A few burly men, who looked like bodyguards, were hurrying towards them. Monica's expression changed, and she urgently said, "No good. These are people from the Bredinton family. Montgomery, quickly go, I'll hold them off." Montgomery pulled the anxious girl behind him, blocking her with his broad back, and firmly said, "Monica, let me handle this. From now on, I will protect you." Chapter 85, A Stunned Xander. Looking at the boy's upright figure, Zoe suddenly felt a sense of unprecedented security. While she was lost in her thoughts, several retainers had already rushed over. "Boy, you've got some nerve, daring to lay your hands on a woman who caught Geoxander eye." The one in the lead sneered and coldly instructed his companions. "You few, go give this boy a lesson he'll never forget." Seeing these people charging towards Montgomery, Zoe snapped out of her daze. But before she could speak, Montgomery moved. His fists pounded like hammers, quickly forcing the assailants to spit blood and fly backward. "This?" Zoe's rosy lips parted wide open, disbelief flickering in her bright eyes. Facing them, the leading retainer wore an equally astonished expression. After a few seconds, he finally regained his composure and looked at Montgomery with both shock and anger. "Boy, how dare you lay a hand on us? Do you know who we are?" Montgomery remained cold. "Just dogs kept by the Bredinton family. You insolent fool, how dare you insult us?" Upon hearing this, the leader's face turned red with rage. He clenched his fists, releasing violent fighting spirit from his fists. He lunged forward with a sudden step, his fist tearing through the air straight for Montgomery's chest. "Foolish." Montgomery's eyes hardened as he swiftly retaliated with a punch. Crack! The bones in the retainer's hand shattered instantly, his clothes tore apart, and his entire arm twisted grotesquely as he flew back like a rag doll. With a thud, he slammed into a ginkgo tree, causing it to shake violently, showering countless golden leaves. Spitting out a mouthful of blood after hitting the ground, the retainer's face turned ghastly pale. Montgomery approached him from above, looking down on him. The retainer's eyes were filled with terror as he stammered. What do you want to do? I tell you, don't you dare. Otherwise, the Bredinton family won't let you off." Montgomery replied indifferently. "Tell Xander that I, Montgomery, have returned. Soon, I will come to take his head." Ignoring the retainer's reaction, Montgomery turned and walked toward Zoe. "Let's go, Zoe." The young girl closed her slightly open mouth, staring at Montgomery hesitantly. Montgomery took her warm little hand and said, "Let's go. We can talk along the way." She nodded, and they left together hand in hand. Several passers-by who witnessed this scene were visibly stunned. Daring to assault someone from the Bredinton family, it was audacious beyond belief. The few retainers struggled to their feet, glaring bitterly at the two departing figures before limping away. Elsewhere, after leaving Zoe, Montgomery leisurely wandered the city, enjoying time with her. During this time, Montgomery used the same excuse to deceive Zoe. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her the truth, but reincarnation was a significant matter. He didn't wish anyone to know. Besides, it was too unbelievable, and even if he did tell her, she might not believe it. So there was no point in making unnecessary trouble. Night soon fell, and Montgomery escorted Zoe to the outskirts of the Adeline family castle. Just as they were about to say goodbye, a carriage drew near. Drawn by 4 blood-red steeds, each with a single horn on its forehead, they appeared quite imposing. These were 4th-tier magical creatures, unicorns, known for their gentle temperament, often tamed as mounts or to pull carriages. A full-grown unicorn could be worth around 1,000,000 gold coins. To see 4 unicorns pulling a carriage at once indicated the arrival of someone extraordinary. The carriage stopped outside the Adeline family castle. The curtain was lifted, and a well-dressed lady stepped down. Around 28 years old, the lady was dressed fashionably, with flawless skin, making her a rare beauty. What made her more remarkable was the unmasked elegance surrounding her. Upon seeing the lady, Zoe's expression changed. "Oh no, it's my eldest sister." Turning to Montgomery, she said anxiously, "Montgomery, you must leave now. My elder sister is harsh and speaks very rudely." Montgomery shook his head, smiling nonchalantly. "No problem. Since we've met, let's greet her first." As the lady descended from the carriage, she also noticed Montgomery and Zoe nearby. Spotting Zoe with an unfamiliar man, she frowned deeply and approached them quickly. The retainer driving the carriage followed closely behind. Approaching the two, the lady demanded haughtily, "Zoe, who is this?" Before Zoe could respond, Montgomery stepped forward and introduced himself. "Charles Lowe, my name is Montgomery, and I'm Zoe's lover." The lady's beautiful eyes widened, then her face flushed with anger as she glared at Montgomery. "You insolent boy, don't talk nonsense here. My sister Zoe is betrothed. If you dare to tarnish my sister's reputation again, don't blame me for being unforgiving." Montgomery was not angry. He said calmly, "Rest assured, the marriage contract between your family and the Bredinton family will be cancelled soon." Hearing this, the lady was directly infuriated to laughter, looking at Montgomery with disdain. "Haha, I think you're insane. The marriage contract between my Adeline family and the Bredinton family isn't something an outsider can cancel." Montgomery chuckled, offering no explanation, but spoke calmly. "Whether or not it can be cancelled, you will know before long." After saying this, he ignored the woman and bid farewell to Zoe, turning to leave. Looking at Montgomery's retreating back, a hint of disdain flashed in the lady's eyes. She then turned her head to look at Zoe, warning her. Zoe, I think that person is a madman. You must not associate with him again. Zoe did not speak. She just kept her gaze fixed on the direction Montgomery had left, a trace of longing flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, the lady became even more furious and pulled Zoe into the castle. After parting ways, the lady felt uneasy and sought out her father, who was also the patriarch of the Adeline family, Sean. She reported the matter to him. Sean was also surprised when he heard about it. At such a crucial moment, nothing could go wrong. If the Brinton family was displeased because of this, it would be disastrous. Sean immediately ordered that Zoe be kept under watch and not allowed to go out freely. On the other side, several retainers returned to the Brinton family and immediately found Xander to report the situation. When Xander heard that Montgomery had appeared in Shilly City, he was greatly surprised. Especially upon hearing that Montgomery had easily injured several retainers, his surprise grew even more. After a long while, Xander reined in his shock and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Montgomery, do you think that just because you're not trash anymore, you can contend with me? Since you dare to come and confront me without thinking, this time I'll make you feel what true despair is. He did not immediately send someone to avenge himself against Montgomery, but instead instructed his subordinates to prepare things, intending to go to the Adeline family right away to inform them that the engagement ceremony would be advanced. He wanted Montgomery to watch helplessly as he took away the woman he loved, and then use his means to slowly kill the former. Strange, what's Olaf up to? A flicker of confusion flashed across Brenton's eyes, and he felt somewhat displeased. Once that scoundrel comes back, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. He never thought for a moment that Olaf was already dead. After all, in Xander's view, the most powerful in Donglin City was a 6th-level mage, and no one could be Olaf's match. Let alone the idea that Olaf had been killed by Montgomery, it had never crossed his mind. Chapter 86. Each generation has its own talents. After leaving the Lin family, Montgomery headed straight for the Far East Chamber of Commerce in Shilly City. He needed to purchase some medicinal herbs to break through to the 5th-level mage. Upon arriving at the Far East Chamber of Commerce and showing his purple gold card, he immediately received a warm welcome. The president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce in Shilly City personally greeted him, became acquainted with Montgomery, and then called for a young and beautiful Megan to attend to Montgomery's needs. Sir, may I ask what you require? Inside an opulent living room, the beautiful Megan politely asked Montgomery. Montgomery took out a scroll and handed it to the Megan. Prepare 2 sets of the herbs listed here. The Megan accepted the scroll and respectfully replied, Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. Once the Megan left, Montgomery began to meditate with closed eyes. Soon after, the door was pushed open, and the Megan walked back in. Sir, these are the herbs you requested. Montgomery opened his eyes and took the storage ring from the Megan, probing it with his mental energy. After checking, he slightly frowned. Before he could inquire, the Megan explained ahead of him. Sir, I am very sorry, but we currently lack one of the ingredients. Montgomery nodded, his expression turning slightly serious. The missing ingredient happened to be a main herb without which he couldn't refine the pill to boost his mental power to the 5th level. Although Montgomery could still break through without the pill, it would undoubtedly take much longer. He had come to Shilly City not only to deal with the Blinkton family, but also the Mage Academy. The latter was as large and influential as the Mercenary Guild, with branches spread across every corner of the empire. For safety, Montgomery planned to elevate his mental power to the 5th level. Noticing Montgomery's expression, the Megan cautiously asked, Sir, do you urgently need this particular herb? Montgomery nodded in surprise. How did you know where it can be found? The Megan hesitated, then nodded. I once heard that the Blinkton family seemed to have picked a phantasm flower in the Transverse Mountain Range years ago. Montgomery's eyes narrowed, flashing with surprise. He hadn't expected that the herb he wanted was precisely in the hands of his enemy. He nodded to the Megan. Thank you for informing me. You're welcome, sir. After asking if Montgomery needed anything else and receiving a negative response, the Megan bowed respectfully and exited the room. Montgomery narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating a solution. If the phantasm flower belonged to someone else, he might acquire it with some effort. But given it was in the hands of the Blinkton family, things would be much more complicated. Given the enmity between him and the Blinkton family, they would rather destroy the flower than give it to him. After some deliberation, Montgomery finally came up with a plan. He summoned the Megan again, instructing her to bring paper and pen, and wrote down numerous names of herbs. I need all these herbs. The Megan quickly left with the list of herbs and returned shortly after. Fortunately, all the herbs were gathered this time, with nothing missing. After accepting the storage ring, Montgomery ordered the Megan to prepare a quiet room for him. Entering the room, Montgomery began refining the pills. Buzhou ho, yi gu qinren xin pida, yao shang, zu fangjian noi chanchu. Yi zhi deng ho zai fangjian wat de shuchong, wen dao zhigu yao shang. Dunshi, xiao zhi wei zhang. Guangshi wen zhe zhigu yao shang. Ta bang neng dan ding. Zhishi yizhong pinzhu ji galda dan yao. Yinwei gongshi xiuja kongqi zhong miman de yao shang. Shuchong, bans ganjue tinoi, doqi, yi zhen feiteng. Jing yozhong yin, yao tu po de ganjue. Siran ta beng jiu chiu suji, zhan shi de dan feng. Zai guo buzhou bang hoi tu po wuji. Danjure yijiu, nungo soning, liman, dan yao de nitan. Shuchong, yo yurla yisha. Xingsu li kai zhili. Zhang xiaoshi bing bao, gei le sang hui huizhang. Shi li cheng yendong sang hui huizhang, shi yi ming ke manrong, yu ya de zhongnan nanzu. Shi yi ko, jing fa ki jan, Sun Chan Yijian Yur Bai Chang Pao, Honshen Sangsha, Toja Yigu, Yu Ya Chi Zhu. Nanzu Lai Dao Fangjian White. Goran Wen Dao Yigu, Qinren Xin Fi de No Yao Shang. Zhongnian Nanzu Tong Kong Wei Suo, Yi Ta de Jianshid. Pingjie Yao Shang Shi Kuyi Da Gai Pandan Chu, Danyao Pingji Dup. Zhenan Dao Shi, Ba Fin Banyao. Zhu Zai Ta Ne Xin Shui Jing Bi Shi, Fangwen Da Kai. Yi Ming Zi Yi Saonian, Du Nei Zo Le Chulat. Zhongnian Nanzu Li Ji Ying Le Sangqir, Kerchi Wen Dao. Shanshang, Ganwen Shan Chan, Kershi, Zai Li Min Lan Yao. Montgomery nodded slightly. The Chevy's gaze grew sharper, becoming even more curious about the identity of the youth before him. Not only did he present a purple gold card, but he was also an alchemist of remarkably high caliber. The Chevy hesitated, then carefully asked, "May I see the pill you have refined?" "Sure." Montgomery nodded and took out a jade bottle, pouring out a purple-red pill the size of a longan fruit into his palm. The Chevy stared at the purple-red pill for a long time, but failed to recognize it. Montgomery introduced it on his own. It's called Purple Blood Pill. It has an 80% chance of helping a level 7 warrior break through to level 8. Upon hearing this, the Chevy's mind buzzed, and he stood there dumbfounded. An 80% chance of helping a level 7 warrior break through to level 8. He couldn't be clearer about what that meant. Level 8 warriors were the mightiest presence in Shili City. If such a pill formula could be controlled, wouldn't it mean mass-producing level 8 warriors? What stunned him even more was that the youth before him could actually refine such powerful pills. This was simply unbelievable. Seeming to notice the thoughts of the Chevy, Montgomery said calmly, "This kind of pill can only be refined by an 8th-level alchemist, and the success rate is extremely low." Montgomery was speaking the truth. He could refine it because, 1. His mental power was comparable to a 7th-level alchemist, and 2. He had refined it countless times in his previous life, being extremely proficient, hardly making mistakes. Others refining it would not be the same. Hearing this, disappointment showed on the Chevy's face. 8th-level alchemists were rarer than 8th-level mages. But the Chevy quickly composed himself and asked again, "Sir, may I ask how you plan to handle this pill?" Without hesitation, Montgomery replied, "Of course, sell it." The Chevy's face lit up with joy. "Sir, then could we possibly entrust the sale to our chamber? Pills of this level should be sold at an auction to maximize their value." Montgomery nodded. "That's exactly what I intend, but I have a condition. Please go on, sir. I want to trade it for something else." Montgomery explained his intention. He had refined the purple blood pill precisely to trade for the phantasm flower in the Blinkton family's possession. The Chevy nodded and asked, "May I know what you need in exchange?" Without delay, Montgomery listed several valuable herbs. To be safe, he listed several types of precious herbs equivalent in value to the phantasm flower. The Chevy nodded. "Rest assured, sir, I will take care of it." Montgomery acknowledged with a nod, handed over the pill to the Chevy, gave some instructions, and then left the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Brandishing Montgomery walk away, the Chevy murmured softly, "Indeed, each generation has its own talents. It seems that Shili City will not remain peaceful." Chapter 87, The Linen Family's Warning. When Montgomery left the Far East Chamber of Commerce, it was already noon of the next day. It had taken him a whole night to refine the purple blood pill. The main reason was that his current level was too low. If he were a holy domain mage now, a mere purple blood pill would be easily refined with just a wave of his hand. Leaving the Far East Chamber of Commerce, Montgomery planned to stroll around the city and then find a place to stay while waiting for the auction. But before he walked far, several men who looked like retainers, full of bluster and menace, stopped him. Montgomery's expression turned slightly serious. "What's the matter?" There were 4 people in front of him. One of them, seemingly the leader, said arrogantly, "Boy, come with us. Someone wants to see you." Montgomery nodded. "All right." His immediate agreement actually made the opposite side momentarily speechless. They assumed Montgomery was afraid, and immediately led the way ahead. Was Montgomery afraid? Of course not. He agreed so readily because he guessed their identity. The clothes they wore were very similar to those worn by the guards outside the Linen family castle yesterday. From this, Montgomery deduced that these few must be from the Linen family. As for why they wanted to meet him, he figured it out almost instantly. Soon after, Montgomery followed the retainers into an exquisitely decorated tea house. Walking up to the 3rd floor, they went down a corridor and arrived at a private room. "Boy, go on inside." The lead retainer pointed to the room, indicating Montgomery should enter. Without hesitation, Montgomery pushed open the door and walked in. At the sound, a man and a woman inside looked over immediately. Just as they looked over, Montgomery also cast his gaze towards them. Among the 2 people, he recognized the woman. She was the beautiful lady he met yesterday, Zoe's elder sister. The Chevy beside her, although unknown to Montgomery, looked somewhat familiar to both the woman and Zoe, leading Montgomery to draw a conclusion. The 2 people in the room sized up Montgomery for a moment. Then the Chevy, Sean, spoke indifferently. "So you're Montgomery?" Montgomery gave a slight nod. "That's me." While speaking, he pulled out a chair and sat down nonchalantly. Such behavior slightly displeased the 2 opposite him, a look of disdain flashing across their eyes. They thought Montgomery was extremely impolite. "Humph, indeed just a hick from some remote place who doesn't know manners," Sean muttered inwardly. Suppressing his feelings, he continued coldly, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Sean, the patriarch of the Linen family and Zoe's father." Montgomery feigned surprise. "Oh, so you're Uncle Sean. It's a pleasure to meet you." Though he spoke like that, his tone remained calm. This further irritated the 2 opposite him. In their view, upon hearing about the Linen family, Montgomery should have shown signs of apprehension and respect. Although the Linen family was only a second-tier family in Shili City, it was still far superior to any minor clan from backwater regions. Montgomery's calm reaction greatly displeased the two. Sean took another deep breath, his voice even colder. I won't beat around the bush. I'm warning you to keep your distance from Zoe. The precious daughter of our Linen family is not someone like you, a bumpkin from some rural place, can covet. It turns out that not long ago, Xander visited the Linen family and informed Sean that the engagement ceremony would be held earlier than scheduled. Upon receiving this news, the entire Linen family was overjoyed. However, during their celebration, Xander mentioned something that made their faces change dramatically. He warned the Linen family to keep an eye on Zoe and not let her associate with unsavory people. Recalling last night's incident, Sean asked detailed questions and found out about Montgomery. Upon learning that Montgomery was recently expelled from the Mage Academy as a failure, Sean grew even angrier. Sean had a general understanding of what had transpired between Zoe and Montgomery, but he believed Montgomery was already finished and far away in Donglin City, so there was no need to worry. Yet, what Sean never expected was for Montgomery to reappear in Shili City and involve himself with Zoe again. Therefore, once Xander left, Sean immediately dispatched his retainers to search for Montgomery throughout the city. After locating Montgomery, the retainers brought him here without delay. Thus, this scene unfolded. Lifting his eyes to look at the Chevy across from him, Montgomery spoke coolly. Zoe and I truly love each other, and no one can stop us from being together. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately laughed derisively. Hee true love? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Do you think a waste like you deserves her? Montgomery's gaze turned cold. If she weren't Zoe's elder sister, he would make her regret her loose tongue. Seemingly sensing his hostile gaze, the woman laughed again. What? Does your look mean you want to hit me? With that, her voice slightly paused, and then she sneered. Well, not to look down on you, but a useless thing like you can't touch a hair on my body even if I stand right here. Xander had not told the Linen family that Montgomery had recovered. Therefore, in Sean's and the woman's eyes, Montgomery was still nothing but trash. Being provoked like this, even if Montgomery had the best temper, he couldn't tolerate it. Noisy. He gave the woman a sharp rebuke, and an overwhelming wave of mental energy crashed over. Instantly her face turned pale, and then she lost consciousness as she fell on the table. Marcia. Sean's expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly with anger all over his face as he looked at Montgomery. Boy, you dare to lay a hand on her? He was both surprised and angry. He was shocked by Montgomery's formidable mental power and furious because Montgomery dared to act in front of him. Montgomery remained indifferent. Uncle, if you called me here for this, let me make it clear. No one can stop me from being with Zoe. Sean flared up in fury. Boy, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? A flash of ridicule appeared in Montgomery's eyes as he calmly replied. Uncle, are you sure you have the ability? Sean naturally noticed the ridicule in Montgomery's eyes and instantly became even more enraged. With a thought, an overwhelming and pure mental force swept toward Montgomery. Montgomery didn't care and countered with his own mental power. The two powerful mental forces collided, forming an invisible storm. All the porcelain in the room turned into powder immediately. After only a few seconds, Sean was forced back, stepping backward. How? How can you be so strong? He lifted his head and looked at Montgomery in shock. Montgomery did not answer but said coolly, You don't need to know. Uncle, if there is nothing else, I will leave now. Saying this, he turned and left. Seeing this, Sean paused before speaking again. Montgomery, if it were not for the alliance with the Brinton family, I might consider it. With your talent, you indeed would be a match for my daughter. But unfortunately, Zoe is already engaged to Xander of the Brinton family. To be honest, what you call talent is nothing compared to a major family like the Brintons. Montgomery stopped and turned to say, Is that so? Then I will also tell you, the invincible Brinton family is equally nothing to me. Annihilating them is just a matter of turning my hand over. Ignoring Sean's reaction, he turned and left. Sean stood dumbfounded for some time before reacting. Then he opened his mouth with a dark face. Arrogant fool. On the other side, shortly after leaving, Montgomery was once again intercepted by two strangers. Montgomery looked at the two and asked coolly, What's up? The two did not get angry because of Montgomery's attitude. One of them came forward respectfully and said, Sir, Governor Millie wants to meet you. Montgomery showed a trace of surprise. He had only been in Shili City for less than 2 days, yet Millie already knew about his whereabouts. As expected of the governor of the West Mountain Province, truly omnipotent. Lead the way. He did not refuse. Millie seemed to be decent enough, so meeting him should be fine. Soon, the two led Montgomery to a luxurious mansion outside the city. The extravagance of the mansion far surpassed the Sheen River Manor in Donglin City, both in luxury and size. There was a world of difference. The three entered the manor, walked through it for a while, and entered a lavish private room. Chapter 88, Mother's Friend. In the private room, a beautiful woman in red and a brandy were seated. They were none other than Millie and Emma, whom Montgomery had not seen for a long time. Upon seeing Montgomery enter, both of them immediately stood up to greet him. Sir, it's been a while. Millie greeted with a full smile, inviting Montgomery to sit down with a gesture. Montgomery nodded slightly at the two and sat down on the chair pulled out by the former. Following Millie's call, the waiters outside quickly started serving dishes. Before long, the table was filled with delicious food. Sir, please. Millie made an inviting gesture toward Montgomery. Montgomery nodded, without any formality, picked up his knife and fork, and started eating heartily. Sir, I can hardly believe that in such a short time, You have undergone such significant changes. Millie looked at Montgomery with amazement. She found that she could no longer read Montgomery at all now. He was like a 1,000-year-old icy pond, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Montgomery nodded lightly. It's fine. My strength has improved somewhat, but it's not worth mentioning. After hearing this, neither of them knew what to say. Being able to defeat an 8th-level mage is not something insignificant, especially when Montgomery was only 18 years old. After calming herself down, Millie hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sir, may I know what your relationship with the Hamlin family is?" After returning, Millie had investigated and learned that Montgomery was the disgraced student expelled from the Magic Academy. At first, when she heard this news, she was also very surprised. How could someone like Montgomery do such things? Later, after thorough investigation, Millie found out that Montgomery had been wronged. She also learned that the Brington family had shadows of the Hamlin family behind them. What puzzled her was why the prestigious Hamlin family would target Montgomery, who was far away in the Far East region. That's why she asked this question. To this, Montgomery did not feel surprised, and he did not hide it either. My mother is the eldest daughter of the Hamlin family. Hearing this, Millie and Emma were stunned. This answer greatly exceeded their expectations. A few seconds later, Millie reacted first and exclaimed in astonishment, "Could Sir be talking about Sister Heather?" This time, it was Montgomery's turn to be stunned. He looked up in surprise. "You know my mother?" Getting confirmation, Millie was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and joy. She said with tears in her eyes, "I never thought that you were Sister Heather's child. This is truly destined." Emma beside her also opened her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes showing disbelief. The young girl had also heard about the past events. The eldest daughter of the Hamlin family rebelled against her family for love, which caused quite a stir throughout the capital. Although she had never met the woman named Heather, the young girl admired her deeply. As a scion of a powerful family, Emma knew well that marriage was not something one could decide for oneself. Heather daring to challenge the strict and cold family rules for love earned Emma's sincere admiration. Montgomery's expression flickered, trying to suppress his trembling voice as he asked, "Can you tell me about my mother?" In his previous life on Earth, Montgomery lost his mother early and had never felt maternal love. Transferred to another world, upon learning that he had a mother here, Montgomery felt excited and happy. Even though he had never met this mother or felt any affection towards her, Montgomery still yearned to save her and swore to do so. Millie wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. "Of course, I can." Montgomery did not interrupt and listened quietly. "Your mother was a renowned pride of heaven in the capital, whether in beauty or talent. She was outstanding among the younger generation. I met your mother at the Imperial Magic Academy. We became good sisters gradually due to our compatible personalities. She was older than me, always took care of me, and was a very nice person who was very popular in the academy." At this point, her tone began to lower. "Later, because I fell in love with a youth from a remote area, I was put under house arrest by my family for 3 years. Although I tried to resist, it was futile. After I came out, I learned about Sister Heather's story." At this point, she revealed a look of admiration. "I wasn't as brave as Sister Heather. I didn't dare to resist my family, and gave up on love. Later, due to a troubled mind, I did not want to stay in the capital, so I came to the Shishan province. I didn't expect to meet Sister Heather's child here." At this point, she looked up at Montgomery and spoke in a pleading tone. "Sir, these years Sister Heather has been confined in seclusion and suffered greatly. You must save her." Montgomery took a deep breath, suppressed his surging emotions, and replied solemnly, "Of course." A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he silently vowed to himself, "Mother, wait for me. Soon, your son will come to save you." Millie smiled broadly. "If Sister Heather knew she had such an excellent son as you, I'm sure she would be very happy." Montgomery nodded lightly, but said nothing. Millie collected herself and continued, "Sir, I know you've come this time to seek revenge on the Brington family. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know." Montgomery nodded, lifting his head to say, "Since you were close sisters with my mother, call me Montgomery from now on. No need for formalities." Millie was taken aback. Then a smile appeared in her eyes, and she nodded repeatedly. All right, from now on, I'll call you Montgomery." She could clearly feel that their relationship had drawn much closer after this conversation. Afterward, the three of them continued with their meal. After having their fill, Montgomery offered to take his leave. Millie had thought about arranging accommodations for Montgomery, but he declined. He needed to return to the Far East Trade Association to await the auction. In the following days, 2 major events spread throughout Sheely City one after another. The first was the decision by the Brington and Adeline families to arrange a marriage alliance, with the engagement ceremony set for 3 days later. The second was the announcement by the Far East Trade Association of an upcoming auction, which promised to stir excitement across the entire city. Coincidentally, the auction was also scheduled for 3 days later. At the Brington family residence, Xander vented his fury by smashing the teacup before him into pieces, cursing aloud. "The damned Far East Trade Association, why choose this moment for an auction? Isn't this deliberate sabotage?" For the engagement ceremony, the Brington family had put in great efforts, publicizing it extensively to make a strong impression on everyone in Sheely City. But now, the sudden announcement of the Far East Trade Association's auction threatened to overshadow it. By the third day, how many people would still attend their engagement ceremony? After unleashing his frustration, Xander consulted with the senior members of the family. They ultimately decided to move the engagement ceremony forward to avoid clashing with the auction. But what Xander never expected was that as soon as they released the news, word came from the Far East Trade Association that the auction would also be moved up and held 2 days later. Upon hearing this, the entire Brington family was furious. It was clear to anyone that the Far East Trade Association was deliberately causing trouble. Though enraged, they had no recourse. The Far East Trade Association was powerful, with influence spanning the entire Far East region, far beyond what the Brington family could challenge. Ultimately, after deliberation among the top brass of the Brington family, they decided to postpone the engagement ceremony. What brought them some relief was that the Far East Trade Association did not change its schedule again this time. Chapter 89, Scum. After the Bridgerton family postponed the engagement ceremony, the Far East Chamber of Commerce once again rescheduled the auction back to its original time. This further convinced the Bridgerton family that the Far East Chamber of Commerce was deliberately targeting them. Although they were furious, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only hold their grievances inside. 3 days later, the auction proceeded as scheduled at the largest auction house in the center of Silly City. The Far East Chamber of Commerce owned 5 auction houses in Silly City: East, South, West, North, and Central. The central auction house in Silly City occupied the largest area and was built luxuriously. Early in the morning, countless people rushed to the auction house, almost all of whom were noble families from Silly City. For the past 2 days, the Far East Chamber of Commerce had been promoting this auction vigorously and hinted at some important items for those top-tier nobles. It was because of the successful promotion that such a huge sensation was caused. Montgomery also prepared early and set out for the central auction house in Silly City. By the time he arrived at the entrance, it was already bustling with people. He followed the crowd to the entrance. At the entrance, strict guards were stationed. Anyone entering had to present an invitation. The standard of this auction was extremely high. Only those with real status and identity in Silly City could enter. Before this, the Far East Chamber of Commerce had sent invitations to these individuals ahead of time. Montgomery came to the guard post and handed over a purple gold invitation. A graceful man from the Far East Chamber of Commerce had prepared this in advance. Upon seeing the purple gold invitation, the guards immediately stiffened. One of them bowed respectfully. "Noble sir, please come this way." Witnessing this scene, the surrounding people couldn't help but be surprised, curious about Montgomery's identity. Earlier, even when members of the Camden family entered, they didn't receive such respectful treatment. This indicated that Montgomery's status was more noble than the Camden family's. Amidst everyone's astonished and curious gazes, Montgomery followed the guard into the auction house. After walking for a while, they arrived at a spacious and luxurious hall. The hall was already filled with people. People gathered in groups, chatting happily, creating a lively atmosphere. After escorting Montgomery into the hall, the guard quietly left. Montgomery surveyed the hall around him. The hall was vast and luxurious, covering several 10,000 square meters. In the center of the hall was a circular platform. Around the platform were rows of seats, some of which were already occupied. Suddenly, Montgomery's eyes narrowed as he saw a familiar figure. He stepped forward, weaving through the crowd. He soon reached behind the figure and smiled. "Nia." Hearing his voice, the figure turned sharply and, upon recognizing Montgomery, her round and delicate face lit up with delight. "Montgomery!" Nia exclaimed excitedly, her bright eyes radiating joy. If not for the crowd, she might have rushed into Montgomery's arms. But soon, the young girl's mood turned somber. Montgomery asked immediately, "What's wrong? Is there something troubling you?" Nia lifted her head, her moist eyes looking at Montgomery, whispering, "In a few days, I will have to get engaged to Xander." Montgomery's eyes slightly narrowed. Then he smiled and placed his hand on the young girl's head, speaking solemnly. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't get engaged to someone like Xander." Nia looked up and, seeing Montgomery's confident expression, felt suddenly reassured. She nodded. "Yes, I believe you." Suddenly, a harsh voice called out from the side. "Boy, take your dirty hands away." Montgomery retracted his hand and turned to see a teenager, not much older than himself, storming towards them aggressively. Nia's face changed, instinctively stepping in front of Montgomery. The youth stormed up, angrily demanding, "Sister, who is this boy?" Before Nia could speak, Montgomery answered first. "My name is Montgomery, and you can call me brother-in-law." The youth froze for a moment, then responded coldly. "So you're Montgomery, the scum expelled from the Mage Academy. A scum like you wants to pursue my sister? It's like a horse unaware of its long face. Get lost, or don't blame me if I'm not polite." The youth's voice was loud, instantly drawing attention from nearby people. Those close by looked over, showing surprise and curiosity. Seeing this, Nia's face changed as she shouted, "Izar, shut up. Don't talk nonsense." Izar's face darkened abruptly, gritting his teeth. "Sister, you actually shout at me for an outsider. I will tell father." As he spoke, he quickly left the area, seemingly to get help. Seeing this, Nia hurriedly said to Montgomery, "Montgomery, you should leave here first. Otherwise, when father arrives, he might make things difficult for you." Nia was unaware of what had happened a few days ago. Montgomery smiled and shook his head. "It's no problem. Since I'm here, it's not an issue to meet Uncle Sean." Hearing Montgomery say so, Nia couldn't argue further. Before long, Izar returned with Sean and a few others. Apart from Izar and Sean, there was also a man and a woman. The woman was none other than Nia's elder sister, Marcia, who was currently holding the arm of a blonde young man. Montgomery guessed that the young man must be her lover or something similar. Soon they approached, and upon seeing Montgomery, Sean's expression hardened, turning grim. Today, attending the auction, he had brought his children along, originally intending to give them some exposure. But he never expected that Montgomery would also be here. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have brought Nia under any circumstances. With the engagement ceremony just around the corner, He didn't want any trouble at this time. Sean walked up with a stern face and said coldly, Montgomery, I made it very clear to you a few days ago. My daughter is already betrothed. Please stay away from her. Montgomery's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, Uncle Sean, I also made it very clear. No one can stop me from being with Nia. You? Sean flared up in anger, clenching his fists. If it weren't for the occasion, he would have liked to teach Montgomery a profound lesson right then and there. Marcia looked at Montgomery disdainfully, mocking him. Montgomery, don't you have any shame? My sister is about to be engaged, yet you're still Ju Chambusheo. What exactly are you thinking? Besides, how can someone like you, a disgrace, qualify to pursue my sister? Not only do you have corrupt morals, but you lack background and power. Tell me, in which aspect can you compare to Geoxander? How dare you persist in Jo-chan, my sister? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. It's shameful that you even dared to show up here. Get lost. Chapter 90, Arrogant Atticus. Marcia's scolding soon attracted the attention of those around her. People turned their heads, immediately recognizing Sean and the others, their faces revealing an expression of anticipation for a show. Feeling the unusual gazes of everyone, Monica's face became extremely ugly, with a look of weiqia and anger in her eyes. Montgomery was someone she cared about. Being humiliated like this made the young girl very sad. And it was her sister who did this to him, making it impossible for her to vent her anger. At this moment, Montgomery turned to look at the young girl, giving her a reassuring glance. Then he turned to look at Marcia, his gaze suddenly becoming cold. He said indifferently, It seems the lesson I gave you that day wasn't enough. Marcia's face changed slightly, recalling what had happened that day. That day, she was knocked unconscious by Montgomery's mental power and had a headache for several days afterward. The blonde youth beside Marcia noticed her unusual state and immediately frowned, looking at Montgomery coldly from a superior position and saying, Boy, be mindful of your place. You're just a hick from the countryside, yet you dare speak to my lover like this? The youth's tone was condescending, his head held high, never once giving Montgomery a proper glance. Montgomery looked up and replied indifferently, Who are you? Hearing this, the youth's gaze turned cold, but then he laughed arrogantly and said, Hick, if I told you who I am, you'd probably die of shock. Montgomery responded calmly, Don't worry, it won't come to that. The youth sneered, Humph, listen up. My name is Atticus. My father is the commander of Zillalai City Guard, someone you can never offend in your entire life. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to Marcia right now, or you won't be leaving here today. Upon hearing Atticus's identity, the surrounding people began discussing it. The position of the commander of Zillalai City Guard was already quite high-ranking, with a status comparable to the leaders of top-tier second-rate nobility families in Zillalai City. His son could be considered one of the elite sons of Zillalai City. After a while of discussion, the crowd looked at Montgomery with pity-filled eyes. This plain-dressed young man didn't seem like he had any background. Now offending both the Linen family and Atticus would likely mean his downfall. Hearing the whispers around him, Atticus's face became even more arrogant as he looked down at Montgomery, expecting to see fear in his eyes, but finding only calmness. This infuriated him. Boy, apologize now, or I'll kill you right here. Atticus glared at Montgomery, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Sean felt slightly disappointed. Apart from his background, Atticus was far inferior to Montgomery in every other aspect. He whispered a reminder, Nephew, don't cause trouble here. Atticus realized they were at an auction hosted by the Far East Chamber of Commerce, not a place where he could act recklessly. But swallowing this humiliation was out of the question. An idea flashed through Atticus's mind, and he beckoned a nearby Megan. When the Megan came closer, Atticus pointed at Montgomery and said, How does your Far East Chamber of Commerce allow riffraff like this to enter? The Megan was taken aback and asked softly, Sir, what do you mean? Atticus rolled his eyes and retorted, You're pretty stupid. I suspect this boy snuck in, understand? The Megan hesitated again, cautiously saying, This is impossible. The guards at the entrance are rigorously trained and wouldn't let anyone sneak in. Atticus scoffed, Nothing is impossible. Do you know who this boy is? The Megan subconsciously asked, Who is he? By now, Sean understood Atticus's plan and nodded inwardly, thinking this kid still had some sense. Atticus smiled smugly at Montgomery and then addressed the crowd loudly. He's called Montgomery, the disgrace who was recently expelled from the Magic Academy. This statement caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Montgomery with surprised and disdainful expressions. Most people present had heard about the recent incident. After all, it was unprecedented for such an event to occur at the long-established Zillalai City Magic Academy, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Monica clenched her fists tightly, her face pale with anger. She knew Montgomery well. He must have been framed. Even if she clarified things now, no one present would believe her. Montgomery narrowed his eyes slightly, truly angered. Atticus turned to the Megan and asked, Do you think a disgrace like him deserves to be here? After hearing Montgomery's identity, the Megan also became somewhat doubtful. He immediately turned his head to look at Montgomery, but, to be on the safe side, he still wore a respectful face with a professional smile. Sir, could you please show us your invitation? Montgomery glanced at the Megan and said coldly, Why should I have to show my invitation just because of an idiot's doubt? The Megan's smile froze on his face. Montgomery's arrogance exceeded his expectations. Beside him, Atticus's face turned ashen with anger. Pointing at Montgomery, he roared, Bastard, who are you calling an idiot? Montgomery turned to look at him and said indifferently, It seems not only are you an idiot, but your intelligence is questionable too. You. Atticus's finger trembled uncontrollably, too angry to form a complete sentence. I advise you to take your hand away. I hate being pointed at. Hearing this, Atticus could no longer suppress his fury and punched straight toward Montgomery, defiant to the death. In response, Montgomery only spat out 4 words coldly. He reached out and grabbed the fist coming at him, squeezing hard. Instantly, he crushed the other's hand bones and threw Atticus away with force. A sharp scream echoed as Atticus hit the ground face first, pain making his face pale and cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Marcia rushed forward anxiously, glaring furiously at Montgomery. Montgomery, you dared to strike. You're finished. You're done for. The surrounding crowd was also shocked and dumbfounded, not expecting Montgomery to dare act so violently in such a place, especially against someone of surprising status. The Megan suddenly came back to his senses, his face showing indignation. He immediately called nearby Megans to summon the guards. Before long, a group of guards surrounded Montgomery tightly. Subdue this boy. The Megan ordered the guards loudly. Seeing this scene, the crowd sneered inwardly, secretly cursing Montgomery for his lack of sense. Daring to fight here, truly defying death. Facing the swarm of attacking guards, Montgomery calmly tossed out a purple golden invitation. Upon seeing the purple golden invitation, all the guards immediately halted. The Megan subconsciously caught the flying invitation. After a few seconds of close inspection, his pupils constricted. Chapter 91, Meeting Xander. The Megan's hand holding the invitation trembled slightly. His eyes filled with shock as he looked at Montgomery, stammering, "Why you? Who exactly are you?" Those around them also had their expressions change drastically when they saw the purple gold invitation, revealing looks of astonishment. Most people present had only received silver invitations. Even gold invitations were extremely rare, let alone a purple gold one. Sean's eyes widened, staring straight at the purple gold invitation. As the patriarch of the Adeline family, he had only received a silver invitation. But this young man before him had received a purple gold invitation. What was his background? At this moment, Sean was deeply troubled, uncertain if his choices had been right. Just as everyone was stunned, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "You're not qualified to know my identity." The Megan shivered, sensing and whooshing pressure, and quickly nodded, continuously agreeing. Then, cautiously approaching, he returned the invitation to Montgomery. "Sir, this humble servant failed to recognize your greatness earlier and offended you. I hope sir can forgive me." He bowed deeply, displaying extreme humility. Montgomery casually took the invitation and waved his hand, not deigning to hold a grudge against a mere Megan. "Thank you for your understanding, sir." The Megan heaved a sigh of relief, bowing several times to Montgomery before scurrying off with the guards. Seeing this scene, Marcia's expression became complex while Shay's pale face showed great resentment, glaring at Montgomery. "Little bastard, wait for me, I won't let you off." Montgomery glanced at Shay with obvious disdain, as if looking at a clown. This look further enraged the already furious Shay. Seeing him trembling with anger, Marcia hurriedly comforted him. After some time, Shay finally calmed down from his intense fury. Montgomery retracted his gaze and turned to the girl beside him. "Isabella, let's go. I don't want to see this fool anymore." These words again infuriated Shay to no end. Isabella obediently nodded. As they were about to leave, Izar looked anxiously at his father Sean. If Isabella left with Montgomery in public, it would surely cause a stir. If the Brington family found out, it could negatively impact the upcoming engagement. Sean's expression was unreadable. He knew Montgomery's strength and temper. What could words do now? Would the other party listen obediently? Just as he was torn, a cold voice sounded from behind. "Montgomery, stop right there." Everyone turned to see a blonde youth walking over with a stern expression. "It's the Brington family's Xander." Someone recognized him and whispered in surprise, followed by expressions of anticipation for the ensuing drama. Most people in Saley City knew about Xander's engagement to the second miss of the Adeline family. But now, her engagement partner was being held by another man. Anyone witnessing this wouldn't just stand by quietly, especially not someone as domineering as Xander. Montgomery and Isabella turned their heads and instantly saw Xander with a dark expression. The girl's complexion changed slightly, tightening her grip on Montgomery's hand. Compared to the nervous Isabella, Montgomery remained relatively calm, but his gaze was icy toward the blonde youth. Though it had been millennia since they last met, he still felt intense hatred arise. Xander naturally sensed Montgomery's hostility but laughed coldly. "Well, Montgomery, you've certainly surprised me. After such a blow, you're still standing tall. Looks like your life is tougher than a cockroach." Montgomery responded coldly. "Rest assured, more surprises are coming." Xander bared his white teeth in a sinister smile. "Really? I'm looking forward to it. Hope you'll entertain me this time and not slink away like a beaten dog as before." Montgomery's voice turned colder. "Trust me, you'll be satisfied." "Good, I'll be waiting." Xander smiled sinisterly, then turned to Sean, his tone colder. "Uncle Sean, it seems you didn't take my previous warning seriously?" Sean shuddered, his face turning pale. He knew what Xander was referring to. Not long ago, Xander had personally warned him not to let Isabella associate with unsavory characters. Now, this had happened. Isn't this openly embarrassing him? Sean didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately stepped forward, growling at Isabella. "Let go now. You are betrothed. It's inappropriate for you to be holding hands with an unknown man in public." It was the first time since childhood that Isabella had been treated this way by Sean. She felt wronged instantly, her eyes turning red as she almost cried. Montgomery gently squeezed the girl's hand before letting go, softly saying, "Go back first. In a few days, I will personally come to the Adeline family to pick you up." Isabella stopped the tears from spilling out of her eyes and nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll wait for you. Then she walked back behind Sean, and the Adeline family members followed Xander away from there. Just before leaving, Xander didn't forget to extend an invitation to Montgomery. Oh right, Montgomery. In a few days is my engagement ceremony with Isabella. Don't forget to come. Montgomery nodded expressionlessly. Don't worry, I will be there, and I'll prepare a grand gift for you. Really? That has me looking forward already. Xander laughed, then left with the Adeline family members. Brandishing their retreating backs, Montgomery's eyes flashed with intense coldness, muttering to himself, I hope you can still laugh then. Immediately after, he also turned and left. The onlookers who saw this couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. They had expected fireworks when these two met, but the encounter ended calmly. The reason they didn't fight was because, apart from the inappropriate setting, each had their own calculations. Xander wanted to let Montgomery live for now, so he could watch as he took away his beloved woman. Once Montgomery was utterly desperate, he would kill him. Montgomery also had a similar thought. He didn't want Xander to die too easily. He wanted to kill him when he was at the peak of his life. Clearly, the engagement ceremony was an excellent choice. Montgomery weaved through the crowd and found a seat under the circular platform. He had just sat down when a clear and pleasant female voice came from beside him. Montgomery, long time no see. Chapter 92 Reunion with Chana. Montgomery looked up and immediately saw a familiar beautiful face. It was none other than Chana, whom he had met back in the Transverse Mountain Range. The young girl's smooth golden hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her fair skin was delicate and lustrous, resembling the finest mutton fat jade. She wore a purple long dress, standing there gracefully with an undeniable air of nobility. Beside Chana stood a young couple. Both were dressed extravagantly, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Montgomery gave Chana a slight nod, then continued to meditate with closed eyes, not paying too much attention. Chana bit her lip lightly, a hint of disappointment showing in her eyes. But she knew Montgomery's strength, so this arrogance was quite natural. However, Montgomery's attitude instantly enraged the young couple beside Chana. The young lady glanced at Montgomery from head to toe, noticing his simple attire which did not resemble that of a noble heir. She looked at him disdainfully. She turned to Chana, mocking sarcastically. Chana, who is this person? He seems very arrogant, doesn't he? Chana was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, his name is Montgomery. He used to study at the Mage Academy and can be considered my classmate. The woman didn't seem surprised, but the man suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock. Could he be the degenerate Montgomery who was expelled from the Mage Academy? The woman's eyes narrowed and immediately turned her gaze to Chana, waiting for her response. Under the intense stare of both, Chana didn't know how to respond. Not being good at speaking, she didn't know how to quickly change the topic. Knowing Chana's character well, they understood her reaction immediately. The young lady immediately turned to look at Montgomery and mocked. Oh, I see. So it's you, the degenerate. The young man also chimed in. I wonder what qualifications a degenerate like you has to act so high and mighty here. Chana's expression changed slightly as she urgently told them, stop talking. She knew Montgomery's strength. If he got angry, things could get ugly for them. They paid no heed, and the young lady continued. Chana, what are you afraid of? He's just a degenerate. What difference does a few words make? The young man added. Exactly, I wonder how such a degenerate ended up in this high-class auction. Did he sneak in? Montgomery originally didn't want to bother with these two ants, but as they kept escalating, they even prepared to have the Megans investigate how Montgomery entered. Montgomery's face darkened. He stood up and shouted at them, get lost. The two froze for a moment, then erupted into anger. The young man pointed at Montgomery and cursed. You degenerate trash, how dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Montgomery's gaze turned colder. I hate being pointed at. With that, he acted swiftly. There was a snap, and the young man's finger broke on the spot. Oh! The young man let out a shrill scream, cold sweat beads forming on his forehead. The moment Montgomery stood up, Chana knew things might not end well, but she didn't expect him to act so decisively. The young man wasn't an ordinary figure. He was the son of a high official in the Shishan province. In terms of influence, he was almost as powerful as the heads of the four major families. Chana's expression changed, knowing things had gotten complicated. The young man's companion, the young lady, stared angrily at Montgomery and exclaimed, You actually dared to attack. Montgomery ignored her completely, continuing to sit down and close his eyes to meditate. This only made the young lady and the young man even angrier. Little scum, may you die a miserable death, the young man screamed through the pain in his finger. The commotion soon attracted a crowd around them. Seeing things about to escalate, Chana hurriedly came to the young man's side and whispered, Monty, listen to me. You'd better not provoke Montgomery. Monty, now in a fit of rage, retorted, Chana, don't talk. No matter what, I won't let this scum off. The young lady said indignantly. Chana, what do you mean? Are you siding with this degenerate? Who is your friend, us or him? Chana felt somewhat upset at their attitude towards her sincere warning. I tried to warn you, but since you won't listen, it's on you if you regret it later. They dismissed her warning entirely. The young lady promptly called over in Megan and exaggerated the incident, demanding that Montgomery be punished and ejected. Ironically, the Megan they called was the same one from before. The Megan, upon seeing Montgomery again, immediately showed fear and hurriedly approached to greet him respectfully. Your Excellency. Montgomery slightly raised his eyes and said indifferently, Is there something? The Megan quickly shook his head. Nothing. I apologize for disturbing you, Your Excellency. I will leave right away. Ignoring the astonished looks from those around him, the Megan turned and left swiftly. The young lady and youth snapped out of their daze, looking at Montgomery with disbelief. Chana also looked at him with surprise. Though she had long known that Montgomery was powerful, what she saw still exceeded her expectations. The Far East Chamber of Commerce was no small organization, yet its people were so courteous to Montgomery. Could it be that besides his terrifying strength, Montgomery also had a formidable background? After being stunned, the youth coldly said, "Boy, no matter who you are, don't expect to leave here unscathed today." Montgomery ignored him completely, continuing to meditate with closed eyes. Seeing this, both the youth and young lady became furious. At that moment, a commotion came from behind Montgomery. Chana and the others turned to see a coldly beautiful woman in a red dress leading a group toward them. The youth's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over to the newcomers. Approaching a Chevy with an imposing demeanor, he complained pitifully, "Father, you're finally here." Noticing the youth's pained expression and twisted finger, the Chevy's face darkened. "Monty, what happened?" Monty quickly replied, "Father, that bastard over there did this." Following his pointed finger, the Chevy saw a lone, proud figure. "Daring to harm my son, whoever you are, you will pay the price." He spoke coldly, then turned to the red-dressed beauty beside him. "Johnny, please excuse me while I handle some personal matters." The red-dressed beauty nodded lightly. "Go ahead." Her gaze fell on the figure before her, a trace of suspicion flashing in her eyes. The back view seemed strangely familiar. Without delay, the Chevy led Monty toward Montgomery. Those nearby, witnessing this scene, felt pity, thinking Montgomery was doomed. Upon the arrival of the Chevy, most present recognized him. Kurt, the mayor of Shili City, an 8th-level magician, he was among the elite in both power and influence in Shili City. Chapter 93. The auction begins. "Boy, it was you who bullied my son." The Chevy led Monty to stand before Montgomery and spoke coldly. Montgomery turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two with indifference. "I'm not in a good mood today. You'd better not provoke me." As soon as these words were spoken, those around burst into an uproar. Wasn't Montgomery being too bold by speaking like this to Damien? Wasn't he just asking for death? Damien's face darkened, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a scolding voice came from behind him. "Damien, get back here." Damien turned around and saw Millie approaching him with a grim expression. He froze, puzzled. Not only was he confused, but everyone around them had similar bewildered looks. Millie quickly stepped up beside him and said sharply, "Jedediah down. I'll deal with you later." Damien's face changed, filled with confusion, but obediently took a few steps back, not daring to defy Millie. Then, under the perplexed gazes of the crowd, Millie approached Montgomery with a smile. "Montgomery, I didn't expect to see you at the auction." Montgomery offered a slight smile to Millie. "Just here to join the fun." Millie nodded and then asked, "What happened? Did young Monty upset you?" Hearing the conversation between the two, whether it was the Chevy and Monty, or Janet and the young girl, as well as the onlookers, they all stared in shock. They couldn't believe that the young man before them actually knew Millie and seemed to be on good terms with her. Montgomery gave Monty a cursory glance and said nonchalantly, "Just a minor conflict." Millie's expression suddenly turned severe as she turned to look coldly at Monty and his father. "Come here and apologize to Montgomery." Monty's body trembled, almost wetting himself, instinctively turning to look at Damien. Damien cursed inwardly but hurriedly shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go apologize to that gentleman right now." Monty shuddered again and quickly went before Montgomery, bowing deeply. "It was all my fault. Please don't take offense, sir." Montgomery glanced at Monty with a complicated expression and casually waved his hand, as if dismissing a fly. "For Aunt Millie's sake, I won't hold it against you today. Now scram." Monty clenched his teeth. Though burning with anger inside, he dared not show any resentment on his face, and even managed to smile. "Thank you for your magnanimity, sir." He respectfully repeated this, bending over in a show of utmost humility. He knew that if he displeased Millie, the consequences would be dire. Despite his father's high position and power, he was nothing to Millie. If Millie wanted to act against his father, it would only take a word. Everyone in Shili City's upper echelons knew that Millie wasn't just the governor of West Mountain Province, but had terrifying connections behind her. Millie glanced at Damien and advised coolly, "Damien, make sure to keep a better eye on your son so he doesn't try to upset people he shouldn't." Damien nodded repeatedly, not daring to say no. Millie gestured for the others to disperse. "All of you can go now, there's nothing more to see." No one dared disobey and dispersed. Millie sat down next to Montgomery. Madison approached Montgomery with lively steps and sat beside him. With a playful smile, the young girl spoke, "Big brother Montgomery, we meet again." Janet, watching this scene from a distance, had a complex expression, feeling increasingly curious about Montgomery. She knew that their relationship would only drift further apart after what happened earlier. Sighing inwardly, the young girl turned and left. After this small interlude, after a while, the auction finally began. Everyone found their seats, preparing for the bidding that was to come. A beautiful blonde woman appeared on the round stage at the front. She delivered an opening speech and then officially declared the start of the auction. A waiter carrying a tray walked onto the stage. The blonde pulled back the red cloth covering the tray, revealing a crimson gemstone emitting a deep red glow. The crowd's attention sharpened instantly, recognizing it as a magic crystal. On stage, the blonde enthusiastically introduced, "This is the magic crystal from a peak 7th rank blood main magma lion. Starting bid is 10 million gold, with each subsequent bid not less than 500,000. 11 million. 12 million. The crowd immediately began bidding. Those bidding were smaller families and minor powers. None of the top-tier forces participated in this round. Their goal was clear, the final item. Beside Montgomery, Madison whispered in surprise. This first auction item is already a peak 7th rank magic crystal. I wonder what the finale will be. Millie also looked curious and whispered, I heard it's a powerful elixir, but I don't know which one exactly. Montgomery spoke at the right moment. It's an elixir that can help a 7th rank warrior advance to an 8th rank warrior. Hearing this, Millie, Madison, and a few others nearby looked at Montgomery, their eyes flashing with surprise. Millie asked in amazement, Montgomery, how do you know? Madison also gazed at Montgomery curiously. Montgomery didn't hide anything and said softly, because I was the one who refined it. Millie and Madison widened their beautiful eyes, looking incredulous. But considering Montgomery's capabilities, they felt relieved. It seemed like there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Behind them, Monty and the young girl secretly sneered, clearly not believing Montgomery's boast. Damien and the other officials who came with Millie also frowned inwardly, equally disbelieving of what Montgomery said. An 8th rank breakthrough for a 7th rank warrior? That would be an incredibly powerful elixir. Even assuming such a transcendent elixir existed in the world. Even if it did, how could some young whelp refine it? There was no one around them within 10 feet, so no one else heard their conversation. Otherwise, it would have sparked another wave of ridicule. Millie gathered her thoughts and said to Montgomery, Montgomery, if you have any precious elixirs in the future, just sell them directly to me. Why make things so complicated? Montgomery nodded lightly without explaining the reasons behind it. As time passed, the auction gradually approached its conclusion. After a while, the blonde lady on the stage announced, Everyone, the next item up for auction is the final piece of this event. The crowd immediately perked up, turning their gazes to the stage. On the round platform, the blonde took a tray from a servant, then lifted the red cloth, revealing an exquisite jade vial inside. She picked up the vial, opened the stopper, and tipped out a purple-red pill. Instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. The blonde held the pill and introduced it. This is called the purple blood pill. Its main function is to assist a 7th rank warrior in breaking through to the 8th rank. With this pill, there's an 80% chance of success. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 94 Exchange. In the auction hall, it was completely silent. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the exquisite jade bottle in the hands of the blonde lady on the platform. The atmosphere remained silent for a few seconds before bursting into exclamations and discussions. A pill that could let a 7th level warrior break through to 8th level with 80% probability. They had never heard of such an extraordinary medicine before. It was important to note that 8th level powerhouses were already the pinnacle existence in the Xishan province. Even in top-tier forces like the 4 great noble families, there would not be more than a handful of 8th level powerhouses. Thus, one could imagine how precious and rare 8th level powerhouses were. At this moment, the representatives from those top forces immediately showed excitement on their faces. As long as they could bid for the medicine in front of them, their family strength would significantly increase. But some people still had doubts. From the direction where the Brinton family was seated, Xander stood up and loudly said, You say that this purple blood pill can help a 7th level warrior ascend to 8th level. Is there any factual basis for this? What if we buy it, and it doesn't work as you say? This statement immediately gained the support of many others. The blonde woman on stage seemed to have anticipated this and immediately waved her hand backward. A burly, robust man quickly walked over. Pointing at the robust man, the blonde woman said, He is called Beryl. I believe most of you here know him. The crowd below silently nodded, already guessing some things and revealing anticipation in their eyes. Beryl was a renowned peak 7th level warrior of the Far East Merchant Association, and most people present had heard of him. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the blonde woman handed over the purple-red pill to Beryl, then looked at everyone and said, Next, let everyone witness the true power of the purple blood pill. Upon receiving the pill, Beryl immediately consumed it, then sat cross-legged to start refining the medicinal force within his body. Those downstairs watched the platform intently, waiting for the result. Beside Montgomery, Emma also stared closely at the platform. Although she firmly believed in Montgomery's words, under these circumstances, she couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. Under the attention of all, Beryl's vital energy and Do-Chi began to rise gradually. As time passed, the ascending speed became faster and faster. Later on, a vast wave of vital energy burst out from his crown chakra, and an intense surge of Do-Chi was unleashed from his body. Finally, with a pop, as if some barrier had been broken through, both the Do-Chi and vital energy surged to their peaks. Everyone present felt a wave of pressure wash over them, instantly tightening their gaze. Some couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This aura really broke through? Some people even stood up involuntarily, looking at the stage with astonishment. It really broke through. Emma whispered softly, though she had anticipated it. She was still shocked by what she saw. Not just her, even Millie beside her felt incredulous. If they could master such a pill, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce 8th level warriors? She instinctively turned her head to look at Montgomery and found the young boy calm-faced. It seemed like none of this was anything remarkable to him. Behind them, Damien and his group gazed dazedly at the figure in purple up ahead. Everything unfolded exactly as Montgomery had predicted. Could this extraordinary pill really have been refined by the young man in front of them? When this possibility occurred to them, they shuddered inwardly. Unclear about his relationship with Millie, yet capable of refining such a terrifying medicine, this young man was simply too frightening. Damien couldn't help but feel fortunate that his son hadn't had an irreparable conflict with the other party. On the platform, when Beryl felt himself breaking through, he also wore a look of wild joy. At first, the scholarly gentleman had approached him, telling him about the effects of the purple blood pill and asking him to try it. At that time, Beryl didn't believe it at all, but unexpectedly, he did break through now. Just as he was exhilarated, the blonde woman's gaze fell upon him. "Mr. Beryl, you may go down first." Beryl nodded and left the platform immediately. The blonde woman then looked at everyone present, holding up the jade bottle. There are still 5 purple blood pills inside, and the auction will begin next. Hearing this, the audience below instantly became excited. But right then, the blonde woman on the platform added, "Oh, there's one thing I need to mention. According to the client's request, the purple blood pill won't be auctioned with gold coins, but with items in exchange." Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed doused with cold water, becoming slightly more sober. Someone immediately asked, "What kind of item can be exchanged for the purple blood pill?" Without hiding anything, the blonde woman revealed the items Montgomery had requested. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately alarmed, because the items mentioned by the blonde woman were all priceless. But thinking about it again, everyone felt relieved. Given the miraculous effects of the purple blood pill, it was natural that the seller wouldn't accept something useless in exchange. On the side of the Brington family, Xander and others wore joyful expressions. Among the items mentioned by the blonde woman, one was precisely what they had. Xander and the other elders couldn't help but look at the elderly man beside them, waiting for his decision. The old man's name was Harmon, the patriarch of the Brington family. Whether or not to make the trade required his approval. After a brief hesitation, Harmon nodded. The Brington family had recently lost an 8th-level magician and now needed to bolster their strength more than ever. Such a good opportunity could not be missed. Seeing Harmon nod, Xander stood up immediately and loudly said, "Our Brington family has the illusionary godflower. How many purple blood pills can one illusionary godflower get us?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at them, envy flashing in their eyes. The blonde woman smiled graciously. "Well, according to the client's requirements, one illusionary godflower can exchange for 1 purple blood pill. Does young Geo Xander wish to make the exchange?" Xander frowned slightly, turning his head to look at Harmon. Seeing the latter nod, he then turned back to the blonde woman and nodded. "Trade." Harmon immediately took out a black jade box from his storage ring and handed it to Xander. Seeing this, the blonde woman on stage promptly dispatched a servant. The servant came to Xander, took the jade box, and quickly returned, handing it over to the blonde woman. She checked it carefully after opening, and then poured out a pill and gave it to the servant to pass over. Xander received the pill from the servant, a flash of joy crossing his eyes, before turning and passing it to Harmon. Harmon inspected it for a moment and then put it away cautiously. Seeing this, Sean and his group couldn't help but feel envious. With this pill, the Brington family would add another 8th-level powerhouse. If their Adeline family could produce an 8th-level powerhouse, they would instantly rise from a mid-tier family to the peak of the second-tier families. The blonde woman looked around at the crowd again and asked, "Anyone else willing to make the exchange?" After a few seconds of silence, a clear voice rang out. "We are willing to exchange." Everyone looked toward the source of the voice, discovering it was a brandy. Some immediately recognized her as Chana, the eldest daughter of the Phillip family. Chapter 95, 5th-level Mage. After the Haroun family exchanged for 1, 3 remained. The blonde woman held up the jade bottle and looked down at the crowd, asking, "Does anyone else want to exchange for a purple blood pill?" Everyone fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange, but they couldn't come up with the items mentioned. Seeing no one speak up, a smile crept onto the blonde woman's face as she continued. "In fact, the client had instructed in advance that if the required items are not available, we would still auction them normally." Upon hearing this, the top-tier forces present became excited once more. This way, they still had a chance. After letting the atmosphere heat up for a bit, the blonde woman calmly announced, "The starting bid for each purple blood pill is 100 million gold coins, with increments of no less than 1 million gold coins each time." As soon as she spoke, the scene erupted. 101 million. Someone immediately offered, adding 10 million right off the bat. 120 million. 130 million. Immediately after, others began bidding, all incrementing by 10 million each time. 150 million. Another voice rang out, jumping up by 20 million this time. 160 million. 170 million. The bidding continued without pause, with everyone fiercely competing over the purple blood pills. Beside Montgomery, Millie was also about to raise her paddle to bid, but Montgomery stopped her. "Aunt Millie, if you need any pills, just let me know. There's no need for you to bid." Millie smiled and nodded, then put down her paddle. As time went on, the competition grew even more intense. No one knew how long it took, but eventually, the various powers in the room decided the victors. The remaining 3 purple blood pills were finally acquired by the Mage Academy, the Mercenary Guild, and the Brington family respectively. The rest of the forces, though somewhat reluctant, had no choice. With the end of the auction, people started leaving one by one. Millie turned to Montgomery. "Montgomery, would you like to leave with me?" Montgomery shook his head. "I have some things to take care of. You all go ahead." Millie nodded and whispered, "Montgomery, I have a rough idea about your situation with the Brington family. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask me." Montgomery nodded gently. After Millie and the others left, he also stood up and walked toward the backstage area of the auction. The refined man had already arranged for someone to wait for him backstage. Following this person, Montgomery arrived at a room where the refined man was waiting. Seeing Montgomery enter, the refined man immediately stood up, greeted Montgomery, and handed him a storage ring. Sir, everything you asked for is inside. 1 illusion god flower, an 8th level magic crystal, and 50 billion gold coins. 37 billion comes from the sale of the 3 purple blood pills, while the remaining 13 billion is what our Far East chamber paid for the 4th purple blood pill. Montgomery accepted the storage ring, nodded slightly, and then said, "Thank you. Please arrange a medicinal refinement room for me." The refined man immediately agreed. "Of course, sir. Please follow me." Not long after, Montgomery followed him into a refinement room. "Do not let anyone disturb me unless I give instructions," Montgomery warned the refined man before stepping into the refining room. The refined man hesitated for a moment, but stayed outside the door instead of leaving. Closing the door, Montgomery sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, laid out the necessary ingredients, and summoned a flame in his hand, beginning the process of refining the pills. Time passed, and the inviting scent of medicine spread through the room. The refined man waiting outside felt curious, wondering what kind of pill Montgomery was now refining. This rich aroma seemed no weaker than that of the purple blood pill. Inside the room, Montgomery extinguished the flame and looked at the 3 dark brown pills floating before him. He reached out and took one, swallowing it on the spot. Immediately, a powerful wave of medicinal energy surged into his body, nurturing his mental power. As time went by, Montgomery's mental power grew stronger, yet he was still a bit short of breaking through to become a 5th level mage. Without hesitation, Montgomery took another pill. After assimilating the medicinal energy, his mental power increased significantly again, but he was still slightly short of reaching the 5th level. Taking a deep breath, Montgomery swallowed the last pill. If this failed too, these days would have been wasted effort. Soon, a terrifying surge of mental power erupted within the room. Outside the door, the refined man suddenly felt a sharp pain between his brows, his gaze tightening. Staring at the room, he muttered to himself in shock, "Such terrifying mental power, this is." A little later, the door opened, and Montgomery walked out. Looking at him, the refined man noticed that Montgomery now appeared even more inscrutable, like a deep, unfathomable cold pool, impossible to guess his thoughts. Montgomery nodded slightly at the refined man. "Thank you for your help these past few days, President Nolan. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to find me." Refined man Nolan waved his hands repeatedly. "Sir, it's my honor. It's all part of my duty." He meant what he said. As the holder of the most prestigious purple gold card, Montgomery was the most honored guest of the Silly. I believe this should be corrected to Solace Chamber, and what he did these past days were all within his responsibility. Montgomery nodded gently, and then bid farewell. "Sir, let me see you out." Nolan planned to escort Montgomery, but was politely refused. After leaving the auction, Montgomery found that it was already night, with few pedestrians left on the street. He strode towards his residence, preparing to wait for the engagement ceremony. By then, he would make Xander understand what despair truly felt like. But before he had walked far, Montgomery was stopped by a group of armored warriors. Montgomery scanned the few men in front of him indifferently and asked coolly, "What's up?" The leading warrior coldly replied, "Boy, come with us, someone wants to see you." Montgomery nodded. "Let's go." The warriors were taken aback. They didn't expect Montgomery to agree so readily, assuming he must be afraid. They immediately took Montgomery away from there. Was Montgomery scared? Of course not. His easy agreement was merely to see who wanted to deal with him. Soon, Montgomery followed the warriors to an imposing and solemn castle. Outside the castle stood dozens of armored warriors. Each one exuded formidable power. Upon sensing them, Montgomery found that all had reached the 4th rank. 4th rank warriors guarding the gate. This showed the extraordinary status of the owner. Following the men into the castle, Montgomery soon arrived in a luxurious hall. Upon entering the hall, he saw a familiar figure. None other than Kramer, whose hand bones Montgomery had crushed not long ago. Seeing Montgomery enter, Kramer stood up and sneered. "Well, little scum, I told you you'd regret it. Now do you believe me?" Montgomery sized up the arrogant Kramer and said indifferently, "Seems like I was still too merciful last time." Chapter 96, Who Gave You the Courage? "Brat, you still dare to be arrogant here?" Montgomery's attitude sent Shay into a total rage. His voice was chilling. "Brat, today I'll show you what happens when you offend me." Shay had not seen the encounter between Montgomery and Millie just a while ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly here. Montgomery's eyes were cold. "Is that so? Then let me see it." Montgomery's calm reaction thoroughly provoked Shay, who immediately ordered his people. "Attack him, break this kid's limbs first. I will torture him well." The guards beside him all attacked, rushing towards Montgomery. But they were no match for Montgomery at all. In a short time, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Hearing the cries of pain in his ears, Shay looked shocked. He had never imagined Montgomery possessed such strength. But soon he came back to himself, looking at Montgomery with a cold laugh. "Brat, you actually dare to openly attack my city guards. You're doomed. Nobody can save you." Montgomery's gaze turned cold as he rebuked, "Be quiet." In a flash, he was like a shadow beside Shay, scaring the latter half to death. But before he could react at all, Montgomery moved. A crunching sound was heard. Montgomery kicked and broke Shay's knees. The former fell to the ground with a thud, blood soaking through his clothes and dyeing the ground red. "Aya!" Piercing screams echoed as Shay's face suddenly went pale, sweat pouring down from his forehead. Montgomery looked down at him from a higher position, speaking calmly. "You're very arrogant?" The moment their eyes met, Shay felt an immense fear rise within him. because he sensed a murderous intent in Montgomery's indifferent gaze. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a fierce shout sounded from outside the hall. "I want to see who dares cause trouble here." Recognizing the familiar voice, a look of surprise appeared in Shay's eyes. With difficulty, he raised his head and saw a burly man in armor leading a group of people striding toward them. Montgomery also turned to look, locking eyes with the Chevy walking in. In an instant, he assessed the man's level. Peak 7th level warrior. The man moved quickly and arrived inside the hall in just a few breaths. Seeing Shay's miserable condition, the man's expression changed abruptly. He glared at Montgomery furiously, yelling, "You wretched brat! How dare you harm my son this way? You deserve death." With that, he took a step forward, a huge hand heading straight for Montgomery's throat. Montgomery's gaze turned cold, and he lightly struck out with his large hand, colliding with the man's palm. Two forces clashed violently. The man stumbled back several steps, feeling a severe pain in his arm. Sensing the trembling spasm in his palm, the man's complexion drastically changed, looking at Montgomery with shock. Those around them widened their eyes as well. Shay, who had initially hoped for rescue, now paled slightly. It was only then that he realized this youth seemed more formidable than he had imagined. Montgomery glanced at the Chevy indifferently. "Just a mere 7th level warrior. Who gave you the courage to fight me?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall gaped, unsure what to say. Such words were arrogant beyond their comprehension. After being stunned for a moment, the burly man recovered and sneered. "Oomph, boy, do you think having some power allows you to act arrogantly here? To do whatever you wish?" Montgomery retorted, "Isn't it?" This answer left the man speechless for several seconds before recovering, saying coldly, "Boy, good job. Today this commander will show you what it means to know your place." "Just you." Montgomery showed disdain and then moved like lightning, instantly reaching the man's side. His speed was so fast that the man couldn't react. Clutching his fist covered in terrifying fighting energy, he slammed it into the man's chest. Crack! A sharp cracking sound rang out. The man's chest caved in on the spot, thrown flying by the force until he smashed into a wall with a loud thud, leaving a huge hole. Everyone gulped, watching Montgomery in horror. The commander of the city guard, a peak 7th level warrior, had no resistance whatsoever against this young man. What kind of power did this person possess? 8th level? When this thought crossed their minds, everyone present was alarmed. An 8th level warrior at such a young age would be a terrifying thing. As for Shay, he was completely dazed with fear. At this moment, he was certain that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Cough, cough. The Chevy struggled out of the hole, looking at Montgomery in terror. Who exactly are you?" Montgomery's gaze was indifferent. "You're not worthy of knowing this seat's identity." He came to stand before the man, looking down at him with an air of imperial authority. "This seat asks you, do you yield?" The man felt immense pressure, his face fluctuating between light and dark as he gritted his teeth. "Boy, I admit you have some skill, but this is Westlight City. Do you think you can harm me and leave unscathed?" Montgomery's expression remained cold. "So, you still do not yield." Thunder flashed, and a golden thunder blade appeared in Montgomery's hand, emitting a dazzling light. The man's face turned pale as he cried out in alarm. "Boy, what do you intend to do?" Montgomery flicked his arm lightly, and with a soft slicing sound, one of the man's arms was severed. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed throughout the hall. Cold sweat, the size of beans, broke out on the man's forehead as he stared at Montgomery with horror and anger. You actually dare to?" His trembling voice was cut off by Montgomery's cold words. "This seat asks you again, do you yield?" As their eyes met, the man shivered involuntarily, the terror in his heart compelling him to nod instinctively. I yield. Montgomery put away the thunderblade and said indifferently, "In consideration of Aunt Millie, this seat will not kill you today. Behave yourself." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a solitary and proud figure. It wasn't until Montgomery disappeared from sight that the people present reacted. Several warriors rushed forward to support the man, one of them asking anxiously, "Commander, are you all right?" The man wiped the blood foam from his mouth and shouted furiously, "Do I look all right? Get someone to treat me immediately." The man's body trembled. Then he quickly left to fetch help. Another person spoke up. "Commander, that boy is simply too arrogant. I'll call for reinforcements right now. We can't let him go unpunished." The man waved his hand, his expression uncertain as he looked outside the hall, and said sternly, "You immediately go to the mayor's residence and ask Mayor Damien to come here. Tell him I have important matters to discuss." The person hesitated but did not hesitate, swiftly leaving for the mayor's residence. The Chevy endured the intense pain in his chest and severed arm and went to Shay, his voice icy. "Who is that boy? Does he have any background?" Shay, enduring the pain in his knees, shook his head. "No, he's just a country bumpkin from a small place." The man's expression darkened. "Are you sure?" Shay's body trembled, sensing something odd in his father's words but not daring to ask, nodding firmly. "Yes, his name is Montgomery, the disgrace expelled from the Mage Academy not long ago. Father, you should have heard about it." The Chevy nodded. Indeed, he had heard about it when it caused a stir in Westlight City. But he had only heard of it, never having seen Montgomery in person. Being busy with myriad tasks daily, he never paid attention to such gossip. Could I be overthinking this? The Chevy was filled with doubt. He clearly remembered the words Montgomery said as he left. Others might not know the name Millie, but as the commander of Westlight City Guards, he knew well enough. That was the name of the governor of West Mountain Province. The Chevy did not believe Montgomery mentioned the name coincidentally. Suppressing his agitation, he sat cross-legged, using his aura to stabilize his injuries, preparing to ask Damien once he arrived. Damien was the mayor of Westley City, and if Montgomery really had a connection to Millie, the former would likely know. The others quickly summoned a light attribute mage to heal Shay and the others. Not long after, Damien finally arrived. Seeing the mess before him, Damien was startled and hurriedly approached the Chevy, asking gravely, "Landon, what happened here?" Landon, the Chevy, ended his healing session and struggled to stand, directly asking, "Brother Damien, do you know a young man named Montgomery?" Damien's face changed upon hearing this. He exclaimed, "How do you know this name? Wait, could it be that you?" Chapter 97 Custom-Made Coffin. After listening to Damien recount the relationship between Montgomery and Millie, Cameron's entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Then, he abruptly turned his gaze toward Shay, who had just been healed, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light that suggested impending trouble for father and son alike. Shay's heart sank, sensing something ominous. Moments later, piercing cries of agony rang out through the hall once again, sounding much like a pig being slaughtered. The next day, Montgomery left his residence and began wandering around the city. Before long, he arrived at a shop that custom-made coffins. "Sir, please come in." A servant standing at the door immediately greeted him warmly, inviting Montgomery into the store with a gesture. Following the servant inside, Montgomery scanned the surroundings casually and noticed rows of black coffins placed not far away. "Sir, what kind of coffin would you like?" The servant rubbed his hands together and asked Montgomery politely. Montgomery withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently, "Golden coffin." "Golden coffin, good." The servant nodded instinctively but then felt something amiss. He looked at Montgomery with surprise and confirmed, "Sir, are you joking?" Several scattered customers within the shop also turned their heads, eyes flickering with surprise and curiosity. Montgomery glanced over and said calmly, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Seeing Montgomery's serious expression, the servant suddenly became solemn and quickly responded, "Sir, please wait a moment. I cannot make this decision. I need to report it to our boss." Montgomery nodded slightly. "Sir, please wait." The servant immediately left and soon returned with a disheveled old man with white hair. The old man looked at Montgomery and confirmed, "Sir, you're sure about the golden coffin?" Montgomery nodded and asked, "Can it be made in 2 days?" The old man appeared hesitant. "A golden coffin is harder to make than a wooden one. This might be somewhat difficult." Before he finished speaking, dazzling golden light flashed before his eyes, making him catch his breath. It turned out that Montgomery had taken out a large pile of gold coins and placed them on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the yellow coins were piled up into a small hill more than a meter high, glowing brilliantly. Montgomery spoke coolly. "This is the price for customization. The materials needed for making the coffin will be paid separately. So can it be done?" The old man gulped and then nodded vigorously. Montgomery took out a storage ring and threw it to the old man, then said, "Excellent. I'll come to pick up the coffin in 2 days." Brandishing Montgomery's departing figure, the old man murmured, "These young nobles really are rich and powerful." The servant beside him nodded in agreement. In their view, only a noble scion could possess such immense wealth as a young man. In the Brinton family, senior members gathered together. Clan leader Storm smiled at the group below and said, "I've called you all here today to share some good news. From now on, we have 2 more 8th-level powerhouses in the Brinton family." Hearing this, everyone showed signs of joy and immediately looked at the Chevy and woman standing beside Storm. Xander stepped forward and bowed to the two. "Congratulations, uncle and aunt, on breaking through to 8th level." Others also congratulated them enthusiastically. The couple responded one by one, their faces filled with unhidden joy. After a while, when the atmosphere calmed down, Storm looked at everyone again. "The engagement ceremony is in 2 days. Go prepare accordingly without any mistakes. Once the ceremony is completed, immediately send Lin family's girl to the capital and hand her over to young Geo Adam. No delays." Everyone nodded and left. Xander narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam appearing in them, muttering, "Montgomery, wait for your nightmare to come." At the end of his words, a savage smile flashed across his face, as if imagining something amusing. Over the next 2 days, the Brinton family aggressively promoted the engagement ceremony, making it known throughout Westley City. Many young women from smaller families looked on enviously. Joining a top-tier noble family was something they dreamed of yet seemed impossible under normal circumstances. Those few people aware of Montgomery's strength all sneered coldly, eagerly awaiting the upcoming spectacle. At the Geordie family, the patriarch Patton revealed an expectant look in his eyes. "Hee, Storm, I'm looking forward to your expression at that time." Recently, Janet told him that Montgomery still had a deep connection with Millie. Though it was now impossible to recruit Montgomery into his own family, it did not stop him from enjoying the show. At the Mercenary Guild, President Mac's eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. Such a good opportunity. That guy should make his move. I wonder if he can do anything to the Brinton family." In the most luxurious castle cluster at the heart of Westley City, within an extravagant hall, Constance looked at Millie. "Aunt Millie, given Brother Montgomery's temperament, he should act during the engagement ceremony in 2 days. It might cause a direct confrontation with the Brinton family. Should we prepare in advance?" Millie nodded. "Don't worry, I'll handle this matter." At the Lynn family, Sean looked at Marcia and asked, "Marcia, has that boy come to see Zoe recently?" Marcia shook her head, her eyes showing coldness. "Humph, if that boy dares to come, I'll have his legs broken." Clearly, she still harbored resentment from the recent incident. Sean nodded. "Have your people keep a close watch. We mustn't let that boy get near Zoe. The engagement ceremony is approaching soon. We can't afford any mistakes." Marcia nodded. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on Zoe. Inside a luxurious room, Zoe sat by the window, her gaze looking outside, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of worry and fear. Though Montgomery had solemnly promised her, the girl was still somewhat concerned. After all, the Brinton family was one of the top-tier nobles in Wesley City, possessing formidable power. Although Montgomery had shown remarkable combat ability, he seemed far inferior to the Brintons in plain sight. Time flowed like water, and 2 days passed quickly. On the third day, the Brinton family's castle was festively decorated, with guests arriving continuously at the gate. Xander, dressed in well-tailored noble attire, stood at the entrance, greeting guests who came to congratulate. The Haroun family has arrived. The Geordie family has arrived. The Mercenary Guild has arrived. The Mage Academy has arrived. Top forces of Wesley City arrived one after another. This alone demonstrated the prestige of the Brinton family in Wesley City. Everyone who came to watch wore looks of amazement, feeling that it was indeed worthy of the Brinton family. The engagement ceremony practically affected the entire Wesley City. Chapter 98. Are you satisfied with this gift? The Darrell family's high-ranking officials beamed, inviting representatives of various forces into the castle. Behind the grand castle gates was a vast lawn. On the green expanse of grass, tables and chairs were set up, laden with all kinds of delicious foods. Hundreds of servants bustled about. The Ajani is here. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed across the grounds. All eyes turned to see a red-haired beauty leading a brandy walk-in. Irwin, seeing this, immediately approached them with enthusiasm. Ajani Millie, please come in. Millie nodded slightly, smiling. Congratulations, congratulations. Irwin appeared both honored and flustered, yet his smile could not be concealed. He led Millie and Leilana to the place of honor on the lawn. Ajani Millie, I regret that I can't accompany you. His face showed apologetic lines. Millie waved her hand indifferently. No need. Go ahead with your duties. Irwin nodded and stepped back. As time passed, more guests arrived at the scene. Once most guests had gathered, an MC strode onto the stage at the front of the lawn and began his speech. After pleasantries, he announced the engagement between the Darrell family and the Adeline family. Then, the spokespersons of both families and today's protagonists, Berkeley and Zoe, walked up to the stage, ready to start the engagement ceremony. All eyes were on the stage. However, some looked toward the castle entrance, wondering why Montgomery wasn't there yet. On the stage, Zoe clutched her dress tightly, her eyes revealing anxiety and fear, glancing frequently outside. Berkeley noticed and sneered. Waiting for Montgomery? That coward probably doesn't dare to come. Even if he did, he wouldn't get past the gate. He'd just stand outside glaring. Zoe paled, clutching her dress even tighter. Seeing her expression, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Berkeley's eyes. Then, Irwin came forward, delivered a few formal words, and prepared to announce the engagement ceremony. But suddenly, fighting erupted at the castle gates. Several guards were sent flying backward, spitting blood as they crashed onto the lawn. Guests turned their attention there. A purple-robed youth calmly entered, dragging a massive golden coffin. This sight created a stunning visual impact. Everyone was stunned. Bringing a coffin to someone's engagement, there was no mistaking the meaning. Even those who already knew the situation, like Millie, were taken aback. Montgomery's actions clearly indicated he would never make peace with the Darrell family. At the Adeline family area, Marcia's eyes widened, her lips trembling. This boy is crazy, utterly crazy. Beside her, members of the Adeline family stared, hardly believing what they saw. At the Haroun family area, Janet's eyes widened. Though she expected Grayson to cause trouble, she never imagined it would be this way. Nearby, Django's eyes gleamed, muttering, impressive, challenging the Darrells to the death, truly courageous. At the Far East Chamber of Commerce, an elegant man's eyes widened in shock. At the Mercenary Guild, President Easton and Ewain President Ulysses smiled coldly, eyes filled with anticipation. Not far from them, a white-haired elder's expression darkened, staring intently at the approaching figure. It's actually Montgomery, the waste of space. Coldness flashed in his eyes. He was Angelo, Dean of the Silicon City Magic Academy. He had crippled Montgomery, believing him to be finished, but now, he reappeared. And in such a manner. Auntie, Brother Montgomery. Leilana whispered, worried. Such a provocation, the Darrell family would not let it slide. Millie shook her head slightly. Let's see how it unfolds. On the stage, Zoe covered her mouth, incredulously watching Montgomery. She couldn't believe he'd show up like this. Absolutely astonishing. Next to her, Berkeley's face was icy, his eyes cold as ancient ice. Montgomery dragged the massive gold coffin, felling the guards, and marched to the center of the lawn, placing the 1,000-pound coffin down. Then, he raised his eyes to look at Berkeley on the stage and said coolly, Berkeley, are you satisfied with this gift? Berkeley could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared in fury. Montgomery, you bastard, I will flay your skin, extract your tendons, and refine your divine soul into a puppet, never allowing you to rest in peace. The corner of Montgomery's mouth curled up. Haha, can you feel anger too? It's good that you're angry. Today, I, Montgomery, will make you truly understand what despair feels like. Berkeley's face contorted as he shouted at the guards around him. What are you all waiting for? Attack. Break this bastard's limbs first. I want him to suffer more than death. In the next moment, the guards surrounding the lawn surged forward, charging at Montgomery. Leilana, seeing this, showed concern and couldn't help but look at Millie. The latter shook her head slightly. Don't worry. These few won't be able to do anything to him. Zoe from the Adeline family also looked worried, her gaze fixed intently on the purple-clothed figure below the stage. Facing the rushing guards, Montgomery's eyes turned icy cold as he gave a soft command. Lightning come. Blinding lightning flashed suddenly, and the crowd of guards rushing forward was engulfed by the golden lightning falling from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. All the guards fell onto the lawn, their bodies charred and smoking, clearly suffering severe injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned like wooden chickens. Most of the guards who had acted earlier were level 6 warriors, with a few reaching peak level 6. A group of such strong people, if placed in a small place like Eastwood City, would be enough to sweep through the entire city. But now, they had been taken down by Montgomery in one move. Such prowess was definitely beyond a level 7 warrior. Only an 8th rank warrior could achieve this. Realizing this, everyone felt a shock deep within, and their gazes toward Montgomery became astonished. How old was this youth in front of them? At most 17 or 18 years old. An 8th rank mage at 17 or 18, what did that mean? Not just in West Mountain Province, but possibly throughout the entire Far East region, it might be hard to find someone like this. Angelo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a few months ago, he had crippled the youth standing before him. He never thought that after a few months, not only had the other recovered, but also gained such power. Even for Angelo, a man who had seen countless grand scenes, this fact was difficult to accept. On the high platform, Berkeley similarly stared with wide eyes. He knew Montgomery had recovered, but he never imagined the other would possess such strength. The rest of the Darrell family members also wore expressions of disbelief. At the Adeline family area, Leo grabbed Marcia's clothes, his eyes filled with shock as he stammered. Arvin's sister, that guy, So shocked was he that he couldn't even complete a sentence. On the platform, Sean was similarly overwhelmed with astonishment. Next to him, Zoe, after the initial shock, showed a hint of joy in her eyes as she gazed steadily at the purple-clothed figure in front. At this moment, she felt a sense of unprecedented safety. Chapter 99 Thunder's Fury. Erwin suppressed his emotions and coldly looked at Montgomery. Boy, for all these years, you're the first person who dares to provoke the Brinton family so boldly. Today, I will let you know that the dignity of the Brinton family is untouchable. Montgomery's eyes were indifferent. Cut the nonsense. Make your move. Erwin snorted coldly and gave a signal to the Brinton family's high-ranking members. A Chevian woman immediately approached Montgomery. The man sneered. Haha. Boy, daring to provoke the Brinton family. You have some guts. The woman did not speak, but her eyes were icy. These two had recently consumed the purple blood pill and just advanced to become level 8 warriors. Montgomery didn't bother with empty words. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed towards them, launching a lethal attack without holding back. His fists, wreathed in surging combat chi, burst through the air, slamming into their chests with two loud thuds. With two cracks, their chests caved in, blood spewed out of their mouths wildly as they flew back like kites with their strings cut. They slammed onto the distant grassland with two loud thuds, their faces quickly turning pale. This scene shocked everyone once again. Two level 8 warriors were defeated by Montgomery in one exchange. On the platform, Erwin's pupils suddenly constricted. Montgomery's strength exceeded his expectations. Although the two had just advanced to level 8, and their strength wasn't fully stable, they were still level 8 powerhouses. Yet, they were easily overwhelmed by Montgomery in an instant. Even Erwin would find it hard to achieve this. As for Berkeley on the side, he was already dumbfounded. He never imagined that after such a short time, Montgomery had become so powerful. Erwin took a deep breath and roared down from the stage. Attack together. Kill this little brat for me. Saying so, he led the charge, and the experts from the Brinton family quickly rose to join him, all charging at Montgomery. There were 5 level 8 powerhouses in total, 3 level 8 archmages, and 2 level 8 warriors. All 5 were well-known level 8 powerhouses in Silly City. Everyone hastily moved back. This battle between level 8s was no joke. Hammer of Thunder. Erwin bellowed as he rushed forward. Behind him, blinding golden light shone, and a huge magic disc appeared. With the disc spinning, the sound of thunder crackled, forming a massive hammer of lightning which smashed down upon Montgomery. At the same moment, the other 4 also unleashed formidable magic and martial techniques. The air resonated with booming sounds. Gusts of wind surged outward like tsunamis, fluttering everyone's clothes violently. Facing such fierce attacks, Montgomery remained unperturbed. He chanted spells swiftly, then a dazzling light lit up above his head. A magical disc nearly covering half the castle appeared, accompanied by resounding thunder. Seeing such a large magical disc, everyone present changed color. My God, what level of magic is this? Its power is so terrifying. Someone whispered in shock, eyes filled with awe looking at the gigantic magic disc in the sky. Fury of thunder. A low voice echoed around everyone. The giant magic disc spun rapidly, releasing thunderbolts thicker than water buckets, attacking Erwin and others indiscriminately. In an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning dismantled their attacks. Amidst the roaring sounds, the 5 were enveloped by golden lightning. The 3 frail magicians could hardly withstand such a terrifying attack, trying desperately to resist while retreating quickly to escape the lightning area. The 2 warriors pushed through the lightning, charging toward Montgomery. Montgomery gazed indifferently, stomping on the ground. Netherworld swamp. The ground writhed and transformed into a pitch-black swamp. Before the 2 could react, they were swallowed by the swamp. After trapping the 2, Montgomery acted quickly again. Blade of Gale Wind. A green magical disc appeared behind him, and countless green wind blades shot out toward the fleeing trio. Pacifying Demon Peak. He shouted again. A brownish-yellow magic glow emerged, creating a towering black mountain peak that fell towards the swamp below. With a boom, as the black mountain peak landed, the ground trembled slightly. The power was unimaginable. Those watching nearby were completely stunned. Montgomery's abilities seemed endless. Some had seen battles between level 8 mages before, but none compared to the current spectacle. Among the crowd, the mercenaries had varying expressions. Montgomery's power far surpassed their expectations. Looking at the situation now, the Brinton family might not be his match. Similarly, the few from the Magic Academy also had uneasy looks, especially the Dean Angelo, whose face was incredibly grim. It was he who had crippled Montgomery, and Angelo did not think that Montgomery would let him off. He guessed that after dealing with the Brinton family, Montgomery would come to settle accounts with him. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the few people beside him and whispered, "Follow my lead when the time comes." The few nodded, indicating their understanding. They were all elders of the Magic Academy and had realized the seriousness of the situation. Beside Millie, Emma's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Though she had long known Montgomery was powerful, what was happening now still exceeded her expectations. Marcia and Izar also had their mouths wide open, staring blankly at the scene. At this moment, both felt a chill down their spines. Not long ago, they actually provoked such a powerful existence. Beside them, Zoe's face was full of excitement, her eyes brimming with surprise. Just moments ago, the young girl had taken advantage of the chaos to return to the two of them. Somewhere in the crowd, Berkeley's eyes were wide as saucers. Montgomery's strength continuously refreshed his perception. At this moment, he felt immensely regretful. Had he known, no matter what, he would not have let Montgomery slip through his fingers. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Turning back to the battlefield, after thundering for several minutes, the lightning gradually dissipated. When the dust settled, everyone's pupils constricted upon seeing the scene. Erwin and a few others were huddled behind a dark brown shield, bloodied from head to toe. The shield was in tatters, filled with cracks and dents. Apart from Erwin, the other two were heavily injured. One had lost an arm, and the other had a massive bloody wound on his abdomen. Seeing this, everyone in the crowd sucked in a cold breath. 5 level 8 powerhouses attacked Montgomery together. Yet, they ended up in such a miserable state. Their gazes involuntarily shifted to the black magic mountain peak. Seeing it unmoved, they fell to shock, guessing the fate of the other two. Tap, tap, tap. Crisp footsteps pulled everyone out of their shock. Following the sound, they saw Montgomery walking towards Erwin and the others with a cold expression. Cough, cough. Erwin coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood before glaring hatefully at Montgomery. "You little brat, you've surprised me, but do you really think the Brinton family is just this strong?" Chapter 100 Ambush. Montgomery glanced at Gino with an indifferent expression and calmly said, "Use whatever tricks you have." Gino's voice was cold. "Since you want to see it, this old man will grant your wish." He swiftly formed hand seals and then bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood to draw a mysterious bloody magic rune in the air. The moment the magic rune was completed, Gino's face turned suddenly pale. Then he shouted, "Earth Demon, come forth." A yellowish-brown magical light appeared before everyone's eyes, followed by a powerful presence descending upon them. The magic disc spun, and a massive giant emerged from it. It stood over 100 feet tall, its yellowish-brown skin like rock, with blood-red eyes, a wide mouth full of fangs, evoking a terrifying presence. The surrounding people focused their gaze on this enormous figure. They felt that the giant did not appear as if conjured by mere magic, but seemed to possess true life. Especially the experts had this feeling even more strongly. Millie narrowed her eyes, a hint of strange light flickering within them. Montgomery looked up at the giant, slightly narrowing his eyes. With his sharp eyesight, he could immediately tell that this giant was not created by magic, but summoned from another plane through summoning magic. After sensing it briefly, he found that this yellowish-brown giant was almost reaching level 9. "Earth Demon, go and kill that boy," Gino bellowed, waving his hand, sending the yellowish-brown giant charging straight at Montgomery. Each step of the giant produced a thunderous sound, causing the ground to tremble like a minor earthquake. People quickly retreated, fearing being affected, while their gazes remained fixed on the battlefield. They wanted to see if Montgomery could handle such a monstrous creature. Facing the charging giant, Montgomery still wore a calm expression. He tilted his head slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then he pushed off the ground, soaring into the sky like a bullet. Soon he surpassed the height of the giant. The crowd looked puzzled, not understanding what Montgomery intended to do. Jedediating in midair, Montgomery looked down at the towering giant below. The giant was looking back at him, suddenly opening its mouth with a fearsome roar, causing a sound blast that made Montgomery's body shake. "Just a lowly insect, yet you dare to be arrogant before me?" Montgomery's eyes were cold and harsh. He rapidly formed hand seals and crossed them above his head. The Do Chi in his body surged wildly, converging on his palms. In the next instant, a massive figure appeared behind him. This figure was 1,000 feet tall, its features blurred and indistinct. It was mirroring Montgomery's actions. Seeing this towering phantom, everyone present changed expressions, because they sensed an overwhelming aura from it. The yellowish-brown giant also seemed to sense danger, abruptly opening its mouth, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. A yellow energy sphere condensed in its mouth and was shot toward Montgomery in the sky. Witnessing this, everyone present slightly changed color. Montgomery was standing in midair with no way to dodge or take cover. If struck by such a powerful attack, he would either die or suffer serious injuries. Philomena looked worried, her small face tense. Nearby, Millie and Constance also showed signs of anxiety. Xander and Gino, however, sneered, hoping Montgomery would be obliterated by this attack. As the yellow energy sphere was about to hit him, Montgomery brought down his hands with a forceful blow while shouting, "Heaven-shaking punch." At the same time, the 1,000-foot-tall phantom behind him mimicked his move. A gigantic fist, comparable to a mountain, fell like a plummeting meteorite, shaking the air with a roar. In the next moment, the two forces collided, producing a deafening boom, like a comet hitting the earth. The shockwave spread like a tsunami in all directions. The terrifying energy sphere couldn't last a second under the impact of the giant fist, shattering explosively, scattering wild energy particles everywhere. The momentum of the giant fist did not diminish as it continued to descend, smashing onto the giant's face. The giant's head exploded on impact, bursting like a rotten watermelon. Next came its body, crumbling and disintegrating into chunks of yellowish-brown rocks under the relentless punch. Boom. Finally, the giant fist struck the ground, instantly enveloping the area in smoke and dust. When the dust settled, everyone stared, drawing sharp breaths. On the ground, a massive crater appeared, with countless cracks radiating outward. Everyone felt that this strike had already surpassed the realm of 8th level and reached the 9th level. Realizing this, everyone was shocked, turning their gaze to the purple-clothed figure beside the crater. A teenager around 17 or 18 years old actually possessed combat power at the 9th level. This was simply terrifying. Up until this moment, no one had ever heard of such a thing. Not only hadn't they heard of it, but they hadn't even read about it in books. Montgomery's face was slightly pale, and his internal energy was somewhat unstable. The heaven-shaking hammer just now was truly a genuine heaven-shaking hammer. Previous ones were incomplete. Although its power was immense, using it with his current strength was still a bit too much for him. Montgomery took a deep breath, steadied his figure slightly, then looked at Gino and spoke calmly. Use whatever tricks you have. From the moment Montgomery killed the yellowish-brown giant with one strike, Gino knew it was over. Summoning the yellowish-brown giant was already his strongest move. Seeing that Gino remained silent, Montgomery walked towards them and said indifferently, "Since you have no more tricks, prepare to die." Upon hearing these words, the three people's faces changed drastically. Gino forced a smile. "Montgomery, we were just following orders back then. There's no real enmity between us. Why go all out to kill us?" Montgomery's gaze was cold. It's too late for regrets now. Realizing Montgomery had no intention of letting them go, Gino tried to bluff. "Montgomery, don't think that having some power means you can be arrogant. You'd better leave now, or when the Hamlin family finds out, you won't be able to escape." Montgomery's expression was icy, his voice cold. "Rest assured, it won't be long before those guys join you." Seeing Montgomery's resolve, Gino was thoroughly panicked. Just then, dazzling magic lights suddenly appeared. The ground beneath Montgomery started to twist, several earth pythons emerging to tightly wrap around him. At the same time, a massive stone seal appeared in the sky, releasing a terrifying gravitational force that restricted Montgomery's movements. Simultaneously, dozens of sharp light swords condensed out of thin air, shooting towards Montgomery from all directions. This sudden ambush caught everyone off guard. Montgomery. Philomena's face changed drastically, ready to rush forward but was held back by Azar. Millie and Constance also changed expressions, but it was too late to rescue him. Chapter 101. Dean Angelo, we meet again. 3 attacks appeared almost simultaneously, swift and precise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of light swords pierced through Montgomery's body. The onlookers' expressions changed slightly, thinking Montgomery was finished. Struck by such a terrifying attack, how could he still be alive? Montgomery. In the crowd, Monakai covered her red lips with both hands, her eyes instantly reddening as scalding hot tears streamed down from them. On the contrary, Xander wore an expression of utmost satisfaction, wishing he could laugh out loud to the sky. As all eyes turned to the attacker, everyone's gaze froze. It was none other than Angelo and others from the Mage Academy. At this moment, they were beaming with pride, as if they had just accomplished something monumental. Millie's face suddenly turned icy cold. Before she could vent her anger, an exclamation sounded from the arena. "Quick, look at that! What's happening?" All gazes followed the voice and immediately became fixed. They saw that the Montgomery, penetrated by dozens of light swords, began to disintegrate, emitting a series of cracking sounds. In an instant, he turned into a pile of soil fragments scattered across the ground. Seeing this, everyone finally understood. An Earth clone. When did this happen? Those present widened their eyes, feeling extremely incredulous. An Earth clone was an exceedingly profound magic. It could create a body identical to oneself using Earth elements, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and fake. Though the crowd wasn't surprised that Montgomery knew this magic. After all, his abilities were countless. It left everyone puzzled about when he had cast it. It must have been just now. Experts like Millie quickly realized this. Montgomery likely cast the Earth clone when he fell from the sky, during which dust obscured everyone's view. But a new question arose. Why did Montgomery cast the Earth clone? Did he foresee an ambush? As everyone was in bewilderment, a purple-clothed figure leaped out from the deep pit. Upon focusing, everyone confirmed it was indeed Montgomery. Montgomery. Seeing Montgomery safe and sound, Monakai burst into tears of joy. However, the faces of the Bradenton family members and Angelo et al. Turned incredibly grim. Montgomery glanced at Angelo and the others, saying calmly, "Dean Angelo, we meet again." Simple words, but with an intense chill. The reason Montgomery cast the Earth clone wasn't because he knew who would attack him. Instead, he wanted to use the clone to distract the crowd while he restored himself. Casting True Sky Hammer at his current strength was too strenuous, so he needed some recovery time. Although confident, Montgomery wasn't foolish. If another powerful creature attacked him while he was weak, it might place him at a disadvantage. Even though it likely wouldn't harm him much, Montgomery preferred playing it safe. Montgomery, I truly regret not killing you back then, Angelo said coldly, a trace of regret flashing through his eyes. He didn't engage in useless banter. Angelo knew the enmity between them was irreconcilable. Montgomery narrowed his eyes, mocking. Unfortunately, there are no pills for regrets in this world. Angelo cut straight to the chase, shouting towards Benson not far away. Benson, if we join forces, we might be able to take him down. During this time, Benson had taken healing potions and looked somewhat better. He nodded, coldly saying, you're right. Together, we might just slay this young demon. With those words, he made the first move, casting a dazzling magic light underfoot, causing a chilling aura to emerge. Everyone's gaze focused, realizing Benson intended to summon another giant. Montgomery's eyes turned cold. He wouldn't stand idly by, but just as he moved, Angelo and his group swiftly intercepted him. You're asking for death. Montgomery's face turned icy cold. His hands quickly formed seals while he rapidly chanted magical incantations. In the next moment, a golden magic disc appeared beneath him. Zap zap zap, the sound of lightning filled the air. A bolt of lightning condensed within the disc, forming a humanoid silhouette. Almost instantaneously, the silhouette solidified into the form of Montgomery. A lightning clone? Everyone was stunned by Montgomery's capabilities. Boom. Thunder roared as the lightning clone turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Angelo and the others. Montgomery's true form rapidly advanced toward Benson. Seeing this, the other two 8th-level mages of the Bradenton family rushed forward, planning to intercept Montgomery. They also knew that only by summoning another giant could they have a chance to win. Otherwise, Montgomery wouldn't be trying so hard to stop them. Actually, they didn't know that Montgomery was just finding it troublesome. The Do-Chi within Montgomery surged crazily, and his speed suddenly increased. He turned into a blur, passing through the interception of the two men, straight for Benson, who was several dozen feet away. Sensing danger approaching, Benson's face changed drastically, attempting to block, but Montgomery did not give him that chance. A fist with glowing light shattered the air, landing directly on Benson's chest. The terrifying punch force exploded on impact, instantly creating a bloody hole in his chest, with blood and internal organ fragments splattering everywhere. Benson wasn't an 8th-level warrior, and his physical body was too weak to withstand Montgomery's near full-strength attack. He struggled to look down, only to see a large, bloody hole in his chest, with blood gushing out. Finally, he strained his vision toward Montgomery, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. With a thud, Benson fell straight backward. Until death, his eyes were wide open, clearly unable to rest in peace. As he died, the massive magic disc slowly disappeared, along with the partially emerged giant. At this moment, almost all eyes turned to the fallen Benson. The patriarch of the Bradenton family, the renowned 8th-level powerhouse of West Mountain Province, was now dead. Father, grandfather, head of the clan. In that instant, everyone from the Bradenton family had their faces turn pale. The two 8th-level mages charged at Montgomery with blood-red faces. Ah, you little bastard, I'll kill you. Montgomery turned around, seeing the two furious men, and said coldly, do you feel the pain? Feeling the pain is right. Suppress the river and mountains. With a low cry, dazzling magical light appeared in the sky, revealing a huge black mark which then unleashed a terrifying gravitational force. The bodies of the two 8th-level mages trembled, then were pressed to the ground. Montgomery stepped forward, looking down at the two men. Do you have any last words? Chapter 102, Slaying Xander. The two men struggled to lift their heads, one of them roaring with effort, veins popping on his forehead like a dying beast. Little brat, don't be so smug. The Hamlin family will avenge us, and I'll be waiting for you below. Montgomery replied indifferently, you're wrong. It's not me who will join you down there, but those from the Hamlin family who will come down to accompany you. With that, he willed it. Gravity suddenly intensified, crushing the two into a bloody pulp. Then, with a wave of his hand, a massive dark seal flew towards Angelo and the others who were battling the lightning clone. Their faces paled at the sight, wanting to escape but held tightly by the lightning clone. The lightning clone Montgomery had just summoned was no ordinary clone. It was a powerful magic that allowed the clone to possess 80% of the original strength. Though formidable, it had a drawback. It couldn't exist for long. In an instant, the dark seal hovered above them. A terrifying gravitational force fell upon them, making their bodies freeze as if trapped in quicksand. Montgomery waved his hand again, retracting the lightning clone and walking towards Angelo and the others. He spoke coldly. Any last words? Angelo's mental energy surged frantically, trying to break free from the gravitational pressure. But no matter how hard he tried, he failed. Montgomery's voice was indifferent. Stop struggling. Resisting mountain calm is futile. Angelo's gaze changed. He looked at Montgomery and said in as calm a tone as he could muster, Montgomery, this old man is from the Mage Academy. You'd better calm down. You've already offended the Hamlin family, and if you offend the Mage Academy, there will be no place for you in the entire Starfire Empire. Montgomery remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. He said coolly, so, these are your last words? Angelo faltered, realizing that Montgomery was going to kill him today. Without further plea, he glared venomously and shouted, Little monster, if you dare harm this old man, The Mage Academy will never let you go. Not only will you perish, but your family behind you will also be destroyed. Annoying. Montgomery uttered the two words indifferently, and with a thought, gravity intensified abruptly. With squelching sounds, Angelo and the others were instantly crushed into a bloody mess by the overwhelming gravitational force. After dealing with everything, Montgomery waved his hand and retracted the dark seal. The onlookers watched in shock, their eyes fixed on the purple-clothed figure in the center. First, he killed the Brinton family's elite, and now, the experts from the Mage Academy. Whichever incident, once reported, would cause an uproar. Everyone wondered what this young man would not dare to do. Ignoring the gazes, Montgomery turned to Xander and said calmly, "Your turn." Xander was already pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Montgomery strode over and soon stood before Xander. Before Montgomery could speak, Xander dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Montgomery, please spare me. Everything was Adam's order. It has nothing to do with me. You are a magnanimous person. Forgive me, and whatever condition you set, I will agree to it." Seeing this scene, the crowd showed disdain. To think the proud young master of the Brinton family could behave so shamelessly, it was shocking. Some people had complex expressions. If they were in such a situation, how would they react? Many might say they would rather die standing than live kneeling. But when death comes, would they really stick to their principles? The Brinton family members present all had terrible looks on their faces. Xander's actions brought shame upon the entire Brinton family. Although it didn't matter much now, they still felt embarrassed, and some even harbored resentment. Hadn't it been for Xander's scheme against Montgomery, none of this would have happened? Montgomery looked down at the terrified Xander, shook his head lightly, and said coldly, "Do yourself in." Xander's face changed dramatically. Then he looked at Montgomery with a venomous gaze and screamed, "Montgomery, may you suffer. Young Geo Adam won't let you off. Since you refuse, then allow me to help you." Montgomery's expression was cold as he brought his palm down forcefully on Xander's forehead. There was a crunch. Xander's skull shattered instantly. His eyes bulged, staring at Montgomery like a vengeful ghost. Montgomery withdrew his hand, and Xander fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at Xander's lifeless body, Montgomery exhaled a breath. The frustration in his heart finally eased somewhat. Then he turned his head to look at the remaining members of the Brinton family and said indifferently, "There is a cause for every crime and debt. This one is not a killer. You all should take care of yourselves. Of course, if you wish to seek revenge on this one, feel free to come anytime. But let me make it clear, I never show mercy to my enemies." The remaining members of the Brinton family shook their heads vigorously. Seeking revenge? Are you kidding? They only wanted this deity of death to leave as soon as possible. Montgomery retracted his gaze and then looked toward a certain direction. Not long ago, he sensed a hint of killing intent from there. Although it was fleeting, he still caught it clearly. There, exactly, were mercenaries from the mercenary guild, including Easton and others. Seeing Montgomery looking over, they trembled instantly, with an ominous feeling in their hearts. Montgomery's eyes swept over them, quickly deducing their identities. He slowly walked to a few dozen feet away from them and said indifferently, "You are from the mercenary guild, right? This one just killed a man named Shane. If you want to take revenge, go ahead." Hearing this, Easton and the others changed expressions drastically, shaking their heads frantically. "The Great Lord jests. How dare we seek vengeance against you?" Easton wore a forced smile, immediately giving eye signals to Arian beside him after speaking. Arian also knew the severity of the situation. Despite his extreme dissatisfaction, he did not dare to show any discontent and hurriedly put on a smile, saying, "Great Lord, Shane has always been arrogant. It was his mistake to provoke you. He deserved what he got. There is no relation to you at all." Those around heard this, their expressions incredibly complex. Their son had been killed, and not only could they not seek revenge, but they also had to wear a smile here. Power is indeed truth. This sentence is undeniably correct. That's best. Of course, if you feel bufu, you can find me anytime. After leaving these words, Montgomery turned and walked towards Monty. Approaching Monty, he reached out and patted the girl's head, a smile appearing on his face. "Monty, let's go." "Yeah." The girl nodded heavily, her face beaming with unprecedented joy. Note, bufu is often used to express dissatisfaction or disagreement in Chinese. A more natural translation in this context might be, if you disagree, or if you feel otherwise. In order to strictly follow the provided instructions and maintain accuracy, I have kept it as bufu. If adjustments are allowed, consider translating it to if you feel otherwise. Chapter 103. Fame resounds in Wesley. Montgomery led the young girl out of the castle, walking slowly. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to obstruct them, nor did anyone dare to stand up and speak a word. Only after the two left did the scene erupt into a flurry of discussions. Everyone knew that from this day on, Montgomery's name would resound throughout the entire city of Wesley. No, the entire province of West Mountain. All of this seemed so unbelievable. A few months ago, this very person who had been expelled from the Magic Academy like a dog was chased out of Wesley City in disgrace. Now he had not only returned, but also brutally eliminated many high-ranking members of the Birdington family and those from the Magic Academy. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for anyone to imagine what an 18-year-old youth could achieve. After a wave of discussion, the guests at the scene began to leave one by one. Millie looked at Emma and smiled. "Let's go, we should leave too." Emma nodded, and the two followed the crowd out of the castle. Marcia approached her father Sean with a complicated expression. "Father Zoichi." Sean shook his head with a bitter smile. Let her be. At this point, how could he still say anything? Montgomery was a god of destruction, someone he did not dare to provoke. Of course, Sean's mood wasn't all bad. Though the marriage alliance with the Birdington family had fallen through, he saw new hope. Compared to the Birdington family, Montgomery clearly had greater potential. To have such combat prowess at such a young age, what about his future? Not to mention rank 9, even transcending to the sacred domain wasn't impossible. Marcia roughly guessed Sean's thoughts and said nothing more. Subsequently, the Adeline family also left the place. After everyone left, only members of the Birdington family remained on the scene. A 7th-level powerhouse stepped forward and said, "Stop standing there foolishly. Hurry and tidy up the scene." The members of the Birdington family came to their senses, as if waking from a dream, and immediately started cleaning up. Several core clan members came to this 7th-level powerhouse. A young man asked unwillingly, "Arvin, are we just going to let this go?" Upon hearing this, the 7th-level powerhouse looked at him bitterly. "Do you want to seek revenge on that boy?" The young man's head immediately lowered. Although the others were extremely unwilling in their hearts, they knew they could do nothing. They all hung their heads dejectedly. The 7th-level powerhouse took a deep breath. "We shouldn't be thinking about revenge now. We need to consider how to get through the difficulties ahead." Hearing this, everyone seemed to recall something, suddenly alarmed. Indeed, their situation in the coming days would be the most difficult. Over the years, the Birdington family had offended many people openly or secretly for the sake of development. With their sudden downfall, none of their old enemies would simply sit back and watch. After Montgomery took Zoe away, they wandered around Wesley City, enjoying their private time together. Both of them felt happy, especially Zoe, whose delicate face shone with joy. The marriage alliance between the Adeline family and the Birdington family had felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on him. Now this mountain was finally gone. The girl suddenly felt relieved, free from the oppressive feeling she once had. From then on, she could finally be with the one she loved. Just as the two enjoyed their time together, Wesley City was thrown into chaos over the events concerning the Birdington family. News quickly spread through the streets and alleys of Wesley City. In the mercenary guild, Eugene and Ulysses returned and immediately convened an emergency meeting. Eugene looked at Ulysses. "Arrange for our people not to provoke that boy or anyone from the Adeline family." Ulysses nodded, albeit with some reluctance in his eyes. Seeing this, Eugene sternly said, "Ulysses, I will report this matter to headquarters as soon as possible. Before we hear back from them, don't do anything rash." Ulysses nodded again. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Inside a luxurious hall at the Magic Academy, a blonde Chevy looked at the people below him and said solemnly, "I assume you have all heard the news." Everyone below nodded in unison. A brown-haired youth angrily spoke up. "Ewain Dean, that scoundrel acted so recklessly. We cannot let this go unpunished." "Haha, so you want to seek revenge?" Another person scoffed, looking disdainfully at the brown-haired youth. The latter's face changed, and he coldly rebuked. "Ross, what do you mean?" "Ross," the man called Ross, replied calmly. "I don't mean anything. If you want revenge, just go ahead. We won't stop you." The brown-haired youth's face turned dark and unpleasant, glaring at the man. At this moment, another person spoke up. "I agree with Instructor Ross. If you want revenge, go alone. Don't drag us into it." With two people leading the way, the rest also chimed in their agreement. These words made the brown-haired youth even angrier. Pointing at everyone, he stammered, "Why? You, when the bodies of our deans have not yet grown cold, you all show this kind of attitude. It's truly disheartening." The man called Ross spoke coldly. "Don't talk nonsense here. If it weren't for your false accusations against Montgomery back then, would we have so many troubles now? To fawn on the people of the Hamlin family, resulting in attracting such a powerful enemy for our academy, and you still have the nerve to shout here? Aren't you ashamed?" This immediately left the brown-haired youth speechless. How old was Montgomery? Just 17 or 18 years old, yet he could slay seasoned 8th-level powerhouses. Only the top-notch 8th-level powerhouses or 9th-level powerhouses could achieve such feats. In other words, Montgomery's strength was approaching the 9th level. The potential of such a genius was obvious to everyone present. If nothing unexpected happens, he could very well become a sacred domain powerhouse in the future. Sacred domain powerhouses were those who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. More crucially, this genius once belonged to Wesley City's Magic Academy. If fully nurtured, their Wesley City's Magic Academy would surely become renowned throughout the empire because of Montgomery. But as a result of some people's selfish interests, they not only lost this genius, but also made him turn into an adversary. Noticing the wrong atmosphere, the blonde man at the head of the table spoke appropriately. "All right, there's no point talking about these things now. I will report this matter truthfully to the headquarters, and how to deal with it is up to them. We shouldn't worry needlessly here." Everyone nodded upon hearing this, and said no more. In Wesley City, all major families were discussing Montgomery. Apart from discussing, the three first-rate families quickly sent out people to take over various enterprises under the Birdington family. Saying takeover might as well be called plunder. With the Birdington family's experts either dead or injured, they were no match for the three first-rate families. Facing the three families like ravenous wolves, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Inside the central castle complex, Millie said to Emma, "You go visit the Adeline family later and tell Montgomery that we are going back to the capital in a few days." Chapter 104, Delivering a Message. Montgomery led Monica on a stroll until dusk before returning to the Lynn family estate. The Lynn family showed unprecedented enthusiasm for Montgomery's arrival. Clan leader Sean personally came out to greet him. A group of clan elders accompanied him and provided the highest gukua of hospitality. Montgomery was unfazed by this treatment. Although he saw through the Lin family's attempts to ingratiate themselves, it did not bother him. Strength is the ultimate truth. He had understood this long ago. Upon seeing Montgomery again, Marcia and Izar both wore complicated expressions, especially Marcia, who had previously mocked Montgomery and compared him to Xander. Now, when she thought about it, it truly seemed ridiculous. Not to mention just Xander. Even the entire Blyton family would be nothing before Montgomery. Montgomery nodded slightly at the two, as if he didn't care about past grievances. This made Marcia feel even more embarrassed. Soon after, servants prepared a delicious meal, and Sean invited Montgomery to join him at the table. At the dinner table, Montgomery looked at Sean and said, "Uncle, I plan to take Monica back to East Lynn City in a few days." Without hesitation, Sean nodded and said, "All right, of course there's no problem." The other elders also nodded in agreement, none of them objecting. Seeing their reactions, Monica felt complex emotions within her. She knew that if Montgomery hadn't demonstrated his strength, these people would likely have acted differently. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Emma came to visit. The Lin family was aware of Emma's identity. Sean and the others dared not neglect her and immediately rose to warmly welcome her, inviting her to join them for dinner. Emma waved her hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary, then turned to Montgomery. "Brother Montgomery, my aunt and I will be returning to the capital in a few days. My aunt wants to meet you one last time before we leave." Montgomery nodded. "Tell Aunt Millie that I'll visit her tomorrow." Emma nodded and intended to leave, but was warmly retained by the Lin family. Eventually, unable to resist their insistence, she stayed for dinner before leaving. That night, Montgomery spent the night at the Lin family estate, but did not stay with Monica. Although Sean and the others were eager for it, Montgomery preferred to wait until their wedding night to consummate their relationship. After bringing Monica back to see Arn and the others, Montgomery would set out for the capital to rescue his mother. Once Heather was saved, Montgomery would give Monica a grand wedding. "Uncle, Monica and I are leaving now. We'll come back after some time," Montgomery said to Sean in the hall. Sean nodded, somewhat apprehensively. "Montgomery, you mustn't fail to return. Our Lin family may not be a prominent one, but we do care about our reputation. My daughter must be married with dignity and cannot elope." Monica blushed upon hearing this. She and Montgomery had only just reunited and hadn't reached the point of discussing marriage yet. Sean's straightforwardness made the young lady feel quite embarrassed. Montgomery nodded gently. "Rest assured, Uncle. I'll give Monica a grand wedding and will certainly uphold the honor of the Lin family." Sean nodded in relief. "I'm glad to hear that." He had expressed concern earlier because he feared Montgomery might take Monica and never return. If that happened, the Lin family would suffer great losses without gaining any benefits while losing a daughter. After bidding farewell to Sean and the others, the two left the Lin family estate. They passed through the bustling streets and arrived at the largest castle in central Silicon City. At the entrance, someone was already waiting. Upon seeing Montgomery and Monica arrive, they immediately welcomed them, leading the two into the castle. After some twists and turns, they reached an opulently decorated hall. "Please go in. Lady Millie is waiting inside," the person said. The two nodded and entered the hall. Inside, Millie was busy with official duties while Emma waited eagerly nearby. Seeing Montgomery arrive, Emma immediately came forward and sweetly called, "Brother Montgomery." Montgomery nodded slightly at the girl, then sat down with Monica on a nearby chair. Emma returned to her seat. Millie stopped her work and approached Montgomery and Monica, smiling. "Montgomery, let's go to the dining room to talk over dinner." Montgomery nodded. Soon, the group arrived at an opulent dining hall. The long red table was already laden with various delicacies, and several servants stood by, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Millie invited Montgomery and Monica to sit down, taking her own seat opposite them with Emma beside her. Curious, Montgomery asked, "Aunt Millie, I heard you're returning to the capital?" Millie nodded. "Yes, it will soon be my father's 100th birthday. I need to go back to celebrate his birthday." Montgomery nodded in understanding. He had been wondering about it. As generally speaking, the governor cannot leave their province unless there's something significant. "I asked you to come here not only because I wanted to see you, but also because I want to ask if you have any message for Sister Heather." Montgomery's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Can you see my mother?" Millie shook her head. "It's still unknown at this point, but I estimate that I can meet her. The Rockford family has only placed Sister Heather under house arrest, not allowing her to leave the Rockford family grounds, but they haven't forbidden visitors from seeing her. Sister Heather and I are friends, plus the Christian family's face. The people of the Rockford family shouldn't make things difficult for me." Montgomery took a deep breath and said, "If you can see my mother, please tell her that I will rescue her very soon and reunite her with father." Millie nodded. "Sure, no problem." Then, her expression became serious, and she warned, "Montgomery, be careful in the future. According to my investigations over the years, the Blyton family is not as simple as they appear on the surface. They might come back. And the Mage Academy and Mercenary Guild, these two major forces are no less powerful than the Starfire Empire. What you did yesterday has thoroughly offended these two major forces. They will definitely report this to headquarters, and when that happens, someone may come seeking revenge." Hearing this, Montgomery didn't seem to care much and said confidently, "Don't worry, Aunt Millie. If those guys don't come, so be it. But if they do, I guarantee they won't return." If anyone else had said this, Emma would likely have mocked them long ago. But since these words came from Montgomery, besides being surprised, the girl didn't have any other thoughts. She didn't doubt the truthfulness of his words at all, because Montgomery truly had the qualification and confidence to say such things. Millie smiled bitterly, feeling she was overthinking it. So far, Montgomery had never revealed his full strength to her. He was like a bottomless pool, making it impossible to gauge how deep he was. The battle yesterday might not have been the full extent of the young man's power. After finishing dinner, Montgomery bade farewell to Millie and Emma, then left West Lyrith City with Monica, heading back to Eastland City. Chapter 105, Clan Visitors. Montgomery took Valerie away from Shili City, heading back toward Donglan City. However, he did not hurry on the return trip like he had on the way there. Instead, he leisurely made his way back with a mindset akin to someone enjoying a scenic tour. Meanwhile, in Donglan City, the Freddy family welcomed a group of distinguished guests. Leading the group was an elderly man with graying hair. The elder wore meticulously tailored noble attire, stood upright, and had bright, spirited eyes. He exuded an air of exceptional elegance. Beside him stood two others around his age, a man and a woman. Among them was the old woman who had taken Rosanna away, Randy. Behind the trio followed a crowd of youthful men and women, each looking dignified and proud. Rosanna was among them. Clan leader Arn, along with several high-ranking members, personally greeted the visitors at the castle gates. Upon seeing the group, Arn and the others slightly opened their mouths, shock apparent on their faces. Not long ago, a servant had reported that visitors from the clan had arrived. Upon receiving this news, Arn immediately led a party to welcome them. But he hadn't anticipated such a large number of people would come. Arn took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Welcome, my lords, please come inside." The leading elder nodded slightly, and then led the group into the castle. In the opulent hall, Arn and Aloysius personally accompanied the guests. The long table was laden with various precious foods. However, the elder and his companions barely glanced at the offerings, and the young people even showed disdain. It was clear they were unimpressed by what the Freddy family had provided. In a corner, Rosanna sat with Vani. Vani whispered, "How are you doing, girl? Are you adapting well to life in the clan?" Rosanna pursed her lips and nodded lightly. "It's manageable." Seeing that Vani wanted to ask more, she quickly changed the subject. "Father, where is Montgomery?" She had been back for a while, but hadn't seen Montgomery. Without hiding anything, Vani truthfully replied, "That kid went to Shili City." Startled, Rosanna asked worriedly, "Shili City, could he be?" Vani nodded. "You guessed right. He went there to take revenge on those guys." Everyone in the Freddy family knew about the plot against Montgomery. They also knew he had gone to Shili City for retribution. Rosanna's expression turned serious as she complained, "Father, why didn't you stop him? Shili City is the center of West Mountain Province, full of formidable experts. It's too dangerous for Montgomery to go alone." Vani shook his head with a bitter smile. "Well, how can you persuade him, given his stubborn character?" Seeing the worry in her face, he tried to comfort her. "Don't worry too much. With Montgomery's current strength, he should be able to protect himself." He briefly mentioned Montgomery's recent feat of slaying a level 7 Grand Mage. However, no news from Shili City had reached Donglan City yet. The impressive actions Montgomery had taken in Shili City were still unknown to everyone here. What? He killed a level 7 Grand Mage from the Brighton family. Rosanna's red lips parted in surprise, shock evident in her eyes. Vani nodded proudly. "That kid is truly a pride of our Freddy family. To achieve such power at such a young age, he might stand out even among the geniuses in the clan." Just as he finished speaking, a sneer sounded nearby. "Humph, trash from a mere branch family actually dares to compare with our clan's prodigies." Both father and daughter looked over to see a blonde youth speaking. Although their conversation was low, it was still heard by a few nearby. The first part wasn't a big deal, but the last remark caused discontent among some clan youths. Seeing the blonde youth speak, Rosanna's face darkened. But due to his status, she suppressed her anger and decided to ignore him. Vani understood this too and quietly withdrew his gaze. However, the other side did not let it go. The blonde youth spoke again. "What? Judging by your expressions, you don't believe it. If so, call that trash named Montgomery over and watch me suppress him with one hand." His words immediately set off laughter among his companions, their mocking gazes undisguised. A young lady mockingly commented, "With Brother Jeffrey's strength, wouldn't even one finger be enough to crush him?" Others joined in, their remarks equally unkind. In their eyes, Montgomery wasn't worth mentioning alongside Jeffrey. It was like comparing an ant to a dragon. The taunts left a sour taste in the mouth of everyone in the Freddy family. Since the incident, the entire Freddy family had changed its attitude towards Montgomery. The elders now highly regarded Montgomery, seeing him as the hope for the family's rise. The younger generation admired Montgomery greatly, hoping that one day they could be as powerful as him. Hearing someone mock Montgomery like this, the group naturally disliked it very much. Noticing the wrong atmosphere, the elder leading the group shot a stern look at Jeffrey and company, lightly reprimanding. "Do not act rashly." Though it was a rebuke, there was no trace of blame in his voice. Jeffrey and company immediately shut their mouths, but the ridicule in their eyes did not disappear. Though very displeased, the Freddy family members also knew that the clan's power was formidable and should not be provoked, so they had to suppress their annoyance. At the head of the table, the gray-haired elder looked at Arn and asked, "How long will that young man named Montgomery take to return?" Though Rosanna and Vani's conversation had been low, the elder's strength allowed him to hear every word. While he thought they might have exaggerated, there was still a hint of curiosity in his heart. Arn smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I apologize, sir. I do not know when Montgomery will return." The elder nodded and then changed the subject, saying, "We have come to Donglan City to handle some matters, and also to visit you all." He paused slightly here, then said solemnly, "To be honest, I am quite disappointed." Arnie's expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, the elder continued, Your branch is the worst I have seen, with such weak strength, truly disgracing the Freddy family name. If it were not for Portia's sake, a branch as weak as yours would never be acknowledged by me. The elder's voice thundered in Arnie's mind, causing his face to turn pale. A moment later, Arn regained his composure, not daring to refute, and lowered his head to say, "As you say, sir." The elder nodded slightly, taking out a scroll from his storage ring, and said, "This is a high-quality Earth-grade cultivation method for physical body training. For Portia's sake, I bestow this upon you today. Take it and study it well. Strive to enhance the family's strength as soon as possible." Arn looked up and met the almost charitable gaze of the elder. That kind of look was like giving alms to a beggar. An inexplicable anger surged up in Arnie's heart, making him want to shout that it was embarrassing to even present an Earth-grade cultivation method. But he knew he couldn't say that. Otherwise, things would escalate. Vaughnie. Chapter 106. Encounter Johnny again. Arn restrained his anger and received the scroll with feigned humility, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, sir." The old man nodded slightly and continued. "Considering Portia's sake, you may send 3 people to enter the clan for cultivation. We will be entering the Transverse Mountain Range next. We should return in a few days, so you should select the people beforehand." Hearing this, Arn was taken aback, feeling somewhat suspicious. This time, the clan seemed unusually kind-hearted. Looking at their attitudes, they clearly didn't think much of Arnie's group. Yet now they were bestowing cultivation techniques and helping to cultivate prodigies. Everything about this situation seemed out of the ordinary. Although puzzled, Arn still nodded cooperatively, acknowledging that he understood. The old man nodded slightly again, then stood up and said, "Since that's settled, we shall take our leave." The rest of the clan members quickly rose to their feet as well, following the old man who intended to leave. Their eagerness to depart made it seem like they didn't want to stay here any longer. Portia hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to speak to the elder. "Clan Arvin, I would like to stay and spend some time with my family instead of going to the Transverse Mountain Range." The old man nodded gently. "Very well. It's not easy for you to come back once, so spend some quality time with your family. We'll come to fetch you in a few days." Thereafter, the elder led the group swiftly away from the Freddy family, exiting East Forest City, heading directly toward the Transverse Mountain Range. After the group left, Arn approached Portia and asked, "Girl, how have things been for you in the clan? Have you been bullied?" Portia shook her head. "No." Arn pressed further. "Really? Don't hide anything from Grandpa." Portia nodded, smiling faintly. "No, really, Grandpa, don't worry too much." Though she spoke reassuringly, the girl felt bitter inside. Just as Arn had guessed, the clan wouldn't give him such benefits for no reason. All of this was because of Portia. Yonatan then. After Portia went to the clan, she was greatly valued by the upper echelons due to her talent. Not only did she receive various resources, but she was also invited to many gatherings. During one gathering, a young master from a powerful family took a liking to Portia and proposed an alliance between the Freddy family and his own. Without hesitation, the clan agreed. That powerful family was not weaker than them. In fact, it might even be stronger. Such a good opportunity, those profit-driven clan leaders naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Portia, however, was naturally unwilling. But how could a weak woman resist? In the end, the girl had no choice but to agree, using it as leverage to gain some benefits for her family. Seeing that Portia wasn't lying, Arn dropped the topic and instead asked, "Girl, do you know why the clan is entering the Transverse Mountain Range?" Portia nodded and explained, "There's a report that a 9th-rank magic beast deep within the range is about to give birth to its offspring. They are going for that." Upon hearing this, Arn and his companions looked surprised. They thought that the Far Eastern region's major families were indeed bold enough to target a 9th-rank magic beast's offspring. In Sudan City, Montgomery was taking Valerie for a stroll around town before preparing to return to East Forest City. This was Valerie's first time leaving Shilly City. She showed great curiosity about the world outside of Shilly City. On the way, whenever they passed through a city, Montgomery would bring the girl inside to explore. As they left Sudan City and were about to return to East Forest City directly, they encountered an acquaintance on the road. Ahead in the forest, an elderly man with a goatee was walking briskly. Montgomery's figure flashed several times as he quickly blocked the elder's path. Startled, the latter's expression turned wary upon recognizing Montgomery, revealing surprise in his eyes. "Why, Your Excellency? Weren't you supposed to go to Shilly City? Why are you here?" The elder in front was none other than Johnny, who had guided Montgomery before. Montgomery replied indifferently, "I've already been there." "Already been there?" Johnny was taken aback. Could it have happened so fast? He assumed that Montgomery probably had a grudge against the Brenton family and had gone to Shilly City to seek revenge. It hadn't been more than half a month since Montgomery left initially. Johnny couldn't believe Montgomery had taken revenge so quickly. After all, they were top-tier nobles in Shilly City. Even if Montgomery was strong, it shouldn't have been this easy to resolve matters, right? Glancing at the direction Johnny was heading, Montgomery asked, "What are you doing here?" "This way leads toward the heart of the Transverse Mountain Range. Did you find something valuable over there?" Johnny was startled by these words, looking shocked at Montgomery. His gaze seemed to ask, "How did you know?" Montgomery was surprised as well, thinking he had guessed right. "What's really going on? Tell me about it." Johnny knew how powerful Montgomery was, so he didn't dare to conceal anything and told the truth immediately. "Your Excellency, to be honest, I got some insider information saying that a 9th-rank magic beast in the inner area of the Transverse Mountain Range is expected to give birth to its offspring soon. I was just thinking of checking it out." Actually, when he came to Sudan City at first, his main purpose was for this very thing. Charles Ping Sudan City's Fernando family was just an opportunity taken along the way. but he unexpectedly offended Montgomery and almost lost his life. Not long ago, after parting ways with Montgomery, Johnny had been investigating this matter continuously. Now he finally had some leads and was preparing to take a look. Unpredictably, he encountered Montgomery again. At this moment, Valerie also caught up. Hearing this, she could not help but be startled and pursued the question. Is what you say true? A 9th rank magic beast really is going to give birth? Johnny glanced at the girl and then said, not 100% certain, but there's an 80% chance it's true. Valerie nodded and continued to ask, do you know what kind of magic beast it is? Johnny replied, it's said to be a 4-winged flying dragon, but I can't be sure. Upon hearing this, Valerie's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, it's actually a 4-winged flying dragon. No wonder the girl was so excited. Firstly, flying magic beasts were already rare. Those related to the dragon race were even rarer. The dragon race was an incredibly powerful one. It was said that once pureblood dragons reached adulthood, they could naturally become deities without needing to break through any stages. On the continent, many people liked to tame flying magic beasts because they were far more useful than other magic beasts. Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Montgomery said, Valerie, let's go and take a look. Valerie hesitated slightly upon hearing this. Montgomery, maybe we should give it a miss. 9th rank magic beasts are too strong. It will surely be very dangerous. Montgomery smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, a mere 9th rank magic beast can't do anything to me. Seeing how serious he was, Valerie hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Beside them, Johnny was stunned speechless. But thinking of the power Montgomery had displayed back then, he felt this was quite normal. Then, he became elated inwardly. If Montgomery went with him, the safety factor would undoubtedly increase greatly. Thereupon, the three of them headed deeper into the transverse mountain range. On the way, Montgomery gave Johnny a sideways glance. You sure have some guts. With just 7th rank strength, you dare to think about a 9th rank magic beast's offspring. Johnny laughed awkwardly and explained, Your Excellency, you know I am a beast tamer. Facing such temptation, I simply couldn't resist and decided to take a chance. Chapter 107, Encounter. Led by Nathan, the three ventured deeper into the Hungduan Mountains. All the magic beasts that attacked them on the way were easily dealt with by Montgomery. 10 days later, the trio arrived at their destination. Nathan carefully examined a map before pointing at a 10,000-foot-tall majestic peak ahead and said, Lord, according to the information I obtained, the lair of the 4-winged flying dragon should be on that majestic peak. Montgomery nodded slightly. Let's go up and take a look. Nathan nodded, and they were just about to head toward the majestic peak. But at this moment, voices could be heard coming from the distant jungle. The three turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking out of the forest. There were about 10 of them. Apart from the 3 leading elders, the rest were younger members. They were none other than the people of the Freddy clan. The group also noticed Montgomery and his companions. Odd, there are actually others besides us. Jeffrey, one of the youths, said, surprise evident in his eyes. The leading elder probed with his spiritual power to gauge the strength of the three. He easily discerned the cultivation levels of Zoe and Nathan. However, he couldn't see through Montgomery's cultivation level. Yet, considering Montgomery's age, the elder didn't think much of his strength. With such strength, they dare to come here. Truly reckless. The elder sneered, ignoring Montgomery and the others as he led his group toward the majestic peak. With Nathan's sharp eye, he naturally realized that Jeffrey and his group were not to be provoked, so he glanced at Montgomery. The latter gave a slight nod. Let's go. The three leisurely followed behind the group. Noticing that they were being followed, a young girl turned her head and mocked. I advise you not to follow, or you might die without even knowing how. Montgomery remained unperturbed, not bothering to respond. Zoe, who didn't speak either, clenched her fists in anger. Montgomery turned to look at her and comforted. Zoe, there's no need to quarrel with trash. Though his voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Jeffrey and his group. A youth abruptly turned around, coldly saying, Aunt, what did you say? The others also glared coldly at Montgomery. Montgomery showed no emotion and didn't bother to reply. This only made the group more furious. One youth coldly demanded, Aunt, get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness, or else today will be worse than death for you. He strode toward Montgomery and the others. The 3 elders took no action to stop him. It was clear that Montgomery's words had irritated them as well. Just as the tension escalated, a mocking laugh came from the side. Impressive arrogance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people appear on a path from the side. There were roughly 10 of them. Leading them was a refined Chevy, flanked by 2 almost identical mature beauties. Behind the trio, more young people trailed along. The red-haired youth who spoke earlier was tall and imposing, dressed in a fiery red robe. Just from his appearance, one could tell he had a fiery temper. The leading elder of the Freddy clan narrowed his eyes. Jedediah, so you have come too. The refined man named Jedediah smiled lightly. Of course, Kendrick, the 4-winged flying dragon's offspring, is highly prized. My Munka family wouldn't miss this opportunity. Arvin Kendrick replied indifferently. Since you're here, let's compete fairly. Jedediah nodded smilingly. Certainly. The red-haired youth glanced at Jeffrey and his fellow young ones, mocking. Jeffrey, you all are still the same old bullies. Jeffrey's face darkened as he retorted coldly. Sam, don't lecture me. Sam dug his ear, his face filled with ridicule. Not lecturing, just can't stand seeing you bully the weak. Seeing the potential for an argument, both Jedediah and Kendrick called out to stop the two. There was still a 9th rank magic beast to deal with, and they couldn't afford to have internal conflict over trifles. Jeffrey cast a cold glance at Montgomery and the others. Aunt, I'll spare you this time. But if there's a next time, I won't be so lenient. Then, the two large families moved together toward the mountaintop. Brandishing the receding figures of the group, Montgomery's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing across them. Let's go, he said. The three continued toward the mountaintop. Soon, the three groups finally arrived at the peak. Atop the mountain, there was a massive boulder. The rock stood hundreds of meters high and, from afar, looked like an irregular stone pillar standing in front. At its top, there was a huge nest. Inside the nest, a giant red dragon lay sprawled. The dragon had 4 crimson flesh wings, with its massive tail exposed outside the nest. Its scales shone with a cold metallic luster, as if cast from red gold. Though they were quite far away, everyone still felt an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Indeed, it's the 4-winged flying dragon. Upon seeing the giant red dragon, the people from the Freddy clan and Munka family all showed excitement on their faces. Johnny, who followed behind the two, started breathing rapidly when he saw the red dragon. As a beast tamer, he especially loved powerful magic beasts. This was his first time seeing a 9th-rank magic beast, and moreover, a dragon type 1. It was impossible not to be excited. The red dragon atop the stone pillar also sensed the crowd below. Its half-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and its diamond-shaped pupils looked down at them. Humans, leave immediately, or else don't blame me for being impolite. A dignified voice resounded in everyone's ears. All the young members felt an intimidating dragon's might rush towards them, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Faced with this dragon's might, they could barely stand. The refined man and the elder quickly acted, blocking the dragon's might. Otherwise, the young members might have knelt on the spot. Kendrick's gaze was fixed on the dragon's nest above, deducing, fire attribute 4-winged flying dragons are the most fiery-tempered. It hasn't attacked us directly, indicating that the dragon egg is at a critical moment before hatching. It can't leave. The refined man, Jedediah, nodded and said, there should be more than one dragon egg. How about we join forces? Kendrick nodded, agreed. Finishing, he looked at the elderly woman and elder beside him. We will distract the 4-winged flying dragon. You seize the opportunity to snatch the dragon eggs. Good. They nodded seriously. On the other side, Jedediah said the same to the two beauties. Chapter 108. Indeed, Sir is a divine being. After making their decision, the two immediately rushed toward the dragon's nest ahead. The elder Garrett rapidly chanted magical incantations, and behind him appeared a massive golden magic disc. Lightning hissed as 2 thunder spears, each as thick as water barrels, pierced through the void, shooting towards the giant dragon above. At the same moment, the refined man also moved swiftly, a huge aquamarine magic disc emerging from behind him. Several water arrows shot out from the disc, aiming straight for the red dragon. Humans, you seek death. Their actions enraged the 4-winged dragon instantly. Its 4 wings beat powerfully, and its enormous body soared up from the dragon's nest. With an angry roar, it unleashed a terrifying sound wave that shattered both the lightning spears and water arrows. Then its 4 wings flapped quickly, and its body shot down like lightning at the people below. Thunder shield. The elder shouted loudly. Bright lightning gleamed before him, forming a golden thunder shield in midair. Boom. As soon as the thunder shield formed, the red dragon's claws collided with it, producing a deafening roar. Crack. The thunder shield held for just a moment before shattering into pieces. At this moment, a column of water fell from the sky, striking the dragon with great force. The impact sent the 4-winged dragon plummeting towards the ground. With a loud boom, its massive body hit the earth, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble slightly. The 4-winged dragon flapped its wings and swiftly flew high again, narrowly avoiding the incoming lightning spears. That terrifying attack had left it unharmed. From this, one could see how powerful the flesh of a 9th-rank magical beast truly was. Damned humans, die! The 4-winged dragon roared, spewing scorching flames at the two below. They retreated quickly. Being mere mages, they couldn't withstand such a fearsome attack without similar bodily defenses. From afar, those watching the battle were filled with awe. A junior exclaimed quietly, as expected of a 9th-rank magical beast. Indeed, its strength is formidable, capable of fighting 2 9th-rank grand mages without falling behind. Not far behind the crowd, Montgomery and his group of 3 were also observing the battle. Johnny watched with heart-pounding fear, his face pale white. Having witnessed the true terror of a 9th-rank magical beast firsthand, he realized just how brave he had been, daring to come here on a whim. If he hadn't met Montgomery, the 4-winged dragon could have easily burned him to ashes with a single breath of fire. Turning his head, Johnny saw Montgomery's calm expression, which seemed indifferent to the ongoing battle. Johnny felt uncertain, speculating about just how powerful Montgomery must be if he didn't even care about a 9th-level fight. Beside Montgomery, Valerie was equally mesmerized, seeing such a terrifying battle for the first time. As time passed, the battle grew more intense. Under the elder and refined man's deliberate efforts, the battlefield gradually shifted farther away. Although the 4-winged dragon sensed their intentions, it couldn't shake off their Jishin entanglement temporarily. Now's the chance. The 2 beautiful women from the Munka family and Tiana from the Freddy family seized the opportunity and quickly rushed toward the tall mountain rocks. They gathered their aura into their feet and swiftly climbed to the top of the mountain rock. The steep rocks became like flat ground under their feet. Seeing this, Johnny felt a stirring urge and instinctively looked at Montgomery. Montgomery shook his head lightly. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Johnny had to suppress his impatience. On the other side, Tiana and her three companions quickly reached the top of the mountain rocks and entered the dragon's nest. Upon closer inspection, they found 2 large dragon eggs inside. One of the eggs already had cracks running through it, gently trembling as if the baby dragon would hatch at any moment. The other egg remained intact, needing a bit more time before hatching. The sight of the 2 dragon eggs caused excitement unlike anything they had ever felt. Without delay, they moved forward, intending to pick up the dragon eggs and leave. But then, a furious roar echoed from the distant sky. They looked up to find another 4-winged dragon flying rapidly towards them. Their faces changed drastically. Without hesitation, they picked up both dragon eggs and fled the nest. They rushed down the mountain rocks, shouting simultaneously, "Leave here quickly." The young generation also realized the seriousness of the situation, turning and rushing down the mountain. "Sir, we must flee now," Johnny shouted anxiously. Montgomery, however, shook his head unhurriedly. "What's the rush? The real show is just beginning." As soon as he said this, a group rushed toward them. A young man from the Freddy family, perhaps recalling an earlier incident, flashed a cold look in Montgomery's direction as he passed by. He suddenly swung a punch at Montgomery, intending to knock him onto the mountain peak. Montgomery's face turned cold. He reached out and caught the other's fist, squeezing it until he crushed the bones in the youth's hand. The young man's face paled instantly, and he let out a shrill scream of agony. Christina's expression changed abruptly, and she turned around shouting, "Bastard, you're asking for death. Let go now." Montgomery ignored her completely, flicking his arm to throw Charlie towards the incoming 4-winged dragon. The enraged 4-winged dragon spat out a ball of scorching flame, instantly burning Charlie into nothingness. Seeing this, Christina and the rest of the Freddy family members were filled with anger. However, they knew this was not the time to attack Montgomery and could only suppress their rage as they rushed down the mountain. As the 4-winged dragon drew closer, Johnny became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "Sir, aren't we leaving yet?" Not just him. Even Valerie was extremely nervous, clutching onto the hem of Montgomery's robe tightly. Feeling the girl's tension, Montgomery reassured her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." While they were talking, the 4-winged dragon flew swiftly over, spitting a ball of scorching flame at the 3 before flying off without stopping. A brownish-yellow magical light shimmered, forming a massive rock shield above their heads, blocking the incoming flames. Once the flames dissipated, Montgomery casually dismissed the nearly shattered shield and said to the 2, "Let's go. Follow them and see what happens." The 2 blinked, instinctively looking at the calm-faced Montgomery. It seemed that he had foreseen all of this. Thinking about it now, the main target of the 4-winged dragon was those who stole the dragon eggs. It wouldn't persistently chase after them. At most, it would launch a random attack like just now. Johnny couldn't help but marvel. "Sir, you are truly a divine being." At this moment, his reverence for Montgomery grew even more. Montgomery not only possessed great strength, but also such meticulous thinking, which was simply terrifying. If it were anyone else, facing a frenzied 9th-rank magical beast, they would probably have fled in panic long ago, rather than calmly and steadily contemplating these matters. Chapter 109, The Dragon Egg. Montgomery led the 2 others, unhurriedly following behind. No matter how fierce the battle raged ahead, he remained steadfast and unmoved. The old man and the refined gentleman who were battling another 4-winged flying dragon had also been closely watching the dragon's nest, seeing their people take away the dragon egg and begin to fight while retreating. But the 4-winged flying dragon showed no intention of letting them go, chasing relentlessly from behind. At this sight, both men's faces turned grim, and then each unleashed a killing move, working together to force back the 4-winged flying dragon, before swiftly departing to pursue the other 4-winged flying dragon. Soon, both parties engaged in battle once more. Seizing this opportunity, the members of the 2 families quickly fled in 2 different directions. Seeing the dragon egg being taken away, the 4-winged flying dragon became completely enraged and immediately launched a frenzied attack on the 2 men. This 4-winged flying dragon was even more powerful than the other one. Already considerably worn out, the 2 men could hardly defend themselves. They were soon overwhelmed, but being 9th-level archmages, they wouldn't be easily killed even if they couldn't match the dragon. The 2 immediately split up and fled, each heading towards their respective families. The 4-winged flying dragon, seeing this, hesitated, seemingly unsure which direction to chase. After a moment of hesitation, it flapped its 4 wings and pursued the direction where the Freddy family had fled. Not long after, the other injured 4-winged flying dragon also arrived. It sniffed the air with its nose and then chased after the direction where the monk family had fled. The 3 who were following witnessed everything. Johnny couldn't help but look at Montgomery. "Sir, which way should we pursue?" Montgomery pointed towards the direction where the Freddy family had fled. The 3 continued to follow unhurriedly. On the other side, the 4-winged flying dragon quickly caught up with the Freddy family. Kendrick struck again, blocking it. Judy, so as not to involve the younger generation, took the dragon egg alone and fled in another direction. Another elder led the younglings towards the outskirts of the rugged mountain range. Kendrick, unable to contend with the 4-winged flying dragon, unleashed a final powerful spell to briefly intercept it before swiftly escaping. The 4-winged flying dragon spat out a ball of scorching flame, reducing dozens of incoming lightning spears to ashes, then sniffed the air and pursued the direction Judy had fled. Seeing this, Kendrick did not chase after to block it. His current exhaustion was severe. Even if he did catch up, it would do no good and might even cost him his life. "May you fare well, Judy." Muttering silently in his heart, Kendrick quickly left the area. By the time Montgomery and his companions arrived, both sides had already vanished. Sir, what? Johnny's expression wavered, uncertain which way to go. Previously, they had followed based on the fluctuations from the battle ahead. Now that there were no fluctuations left, how could they continue? Montgomery glanced around, then walked towards a certain direction. Johnny and Valerie immediately followed. He was heading precisely in the direction Judy had fled. To ask why Montgomery could distinguish this, it was because just a short while ago, when passing by Judy and the others, Montgomery had conveniently left a thread of spiritual imprint on the dragon egg. Seeing Montgomery still pursuing leisurely, Johnny couldn't help feeling anxious. Sir, shouldn't we speed up a bit? Montgomery shook his head lightly. No need to rush. Johnny's gaze sharpened, but he dared not say anything further. Before long, Montgomery led the two to a cave entrance. Valerie looked curiously. Montgomery, why are we here? Montgomery smiled. You'll know if you follow me. The group entered the cave, winding through until they reached an open area. It's the dragon egg. Valerie and Johnny's faces lit up with joy, their eyes fixed on the front. A few meters away was a flat stone platform. On the platform lay a massive dragon egg. Around the platform, a series of magical runes flickered faintly, forming a small barrier that enveloped the dragon egg. The small barrier completely concealed the dragon egg's aura. Just as the trio arrived, hundreds of kilometers away from the cave, two magic beasts were battling. One was the four-winged flying dragon. The other was a huge golden eagle. Both were equally matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Silly eagle, get lost, or else don't blame me for wiping out your lightning eagle clan. The entirely golden eagle sneered disdainfully and mocked. Fat dragon, stop boasting. Do you have the ability to wipe out my lightning eagle clan? Seeing the human getting further away, the four-winged flying dragon became furious and began attacking the lightning eagle recklessly. But the latter was equally strong, making it impossible to subdue it quickly. Furthermore, the lightning eagle's speed was incredibly fast, refusing to engage the four-winged flying dragon head-on. Instead, it used its speed advantage to tease the dragon continuously. This infuriated the four-winged flying dragon, causing it to jump and roar in anger, yet it was helpless. Not until the human's aura had completely vanished did the lightning eagle flap its wings and fly away into the distance, leaving behind a mocking voice. Fatty dragon, this is the price for meddling last time. Bye-bye. Before the words had even finished, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky. You stupid eagle, just you wait. I swear I will not be a dragon if I don't avenge this. The four-winged flying dragon roared with rage, spewing out raging flames from its mouth that warped the air. Suddenly, it twitched its nose and revealed a look of surprise in its eyes. It's the smell of the dragon egg. It flapped its wings and quickly flew off in a certain direction. Half an hour earlier, deep within the cave, Montgomery stepped forward as an overwhelming spiritual force swept out, shattering the barrier surrounding the dragon egg instantly. He reached out and picked up the dragon egg, and at that moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Montgomery looked down to see a crack on the surface of the dragon egg suddenly widen. Crack. Other cracks also widened, eventually forming a hole from which a small red head poked out. Its eyelids slowly opened, revealing two large ruby-like eyes that curiously examined Montgomery. Valerie and Johnny also approached, all of them curiously observing the little dragon whose head was halfway out of the egg. Crack. The remaining shell shattered completely, revealing the entire body of the baby dragon. The red baby dragon was about half a meter long, with chubby, fleshy body that looked very cute. Unlike the adult four-winged flying dragon, this little one only had a pair of wings. Wow, so cute. Valerie was immediately captivated by the baby dragon's endearing appearance. Montgomery handed the baby dragon to the young girl with a smile. Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you. Valerie took it carefully, cradling it protectively in her arms. Johnny, seeing this, envied her so much that his eyes were almost popping out. As a beast tamer, the most desired thing was the offspring of a powerful magic beast. The baby dragon curiously observed Valerie, gently nuzzling her, as if seeking affection. Valerie petted the little guy's head, her eyes squinting into crescents, looking very happy. Let's go. Montgomery led the two out of the cave. As soon as they emerged, they sensed a strong fluctuation coming from the distance. They looked up and saw a huge four-winged flying dragon rapidly approaching. Four-winged flying dragon. Johnny's face turned deathly pale, fear evident in his eyes. Chapter 110 The Hand of the Thunder God. The four-winged dragon flew at an astonishing speed, reaching them in just a few blinks. A pair of icy dragon eyes gazed down upon the three individuals below. Damn humans, hand over my child, and I will let you leave. Johnny's legs trembled in fear, while Valerie's face turned deathly pale. The little dragon in her arms rolled its big eyes around, first looking up at the four-winged dragon in the sky, then at the girl holding it, revealing a bewildered expression. You two step back. Montgomery spoke to the two of them, and then raised his gaze to look at the four-winged dragon above. He said coolly, defeat me, and you may take your child. The four-winged dragon's eyes suddenly turned icy cold as it angrily retorted, human, don't push your luck. Montgomery didn't bother with idle talk. He stomped his foot, and a massive magical disc appeared beneath him. Dozens of rock spears as thick as water buckets shot out from the disc, hurtling toward the four-winged dragon in the sky. Infuriated, the latter spat a burst of scorching flames. Valerie and Johnny quickly retreated into the cave behind them. The scorching flames collapsed the void, turning the massive stone spears to ruins. Diving down, the four-winged dragon lunged at Montgomery with its enormous mouth open. Montgomery swiftly moved sideways, evading the dragon's strike. Then, pushing off the ground with both feet, his figure darted upward like an arrow. The air exploded with the force of his punch, propelling him rapidly towards the four-winged dragon. His speed was so great that the four-winged dragon had no time to react. Covered in overwhelming strength, his punch struck heavily against the body of the four-winged dragon. The terrifying impact sent the dragon flying sideways. With a roar, it crashed into the forest ground, creating a massive crater instantly. But this damage did nothing significant to the four-winged dragon. Its wings flapped, and it rose from the crater. Shaking its head, the four-winged dragon looked at Montgomery with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Montgomery's previous punch had caused it actual pain. After all, the one standing before it was merely a slender youth. Though the four-winged dragon was a magical beast, it knew a fair bit about humans. For someone of such age to be able to hurt it was extraordinary. Montgomery wouldn't give it time to ponder, leaping again, forming a fist seal, and charging towards the four-winged dragon. Young human, daring to match physical prowess with this king, not bad for your courage. It flapped its wings, darting forward instantly, its massive head colliding with Montgomery's fist. The collision produced a muffled sound, like spring thunder exploding. Waves of energy surged outward like a tidal wave, making the surrounding trees rustle violently. They separated immediately after contact and clashed again, moving like two bolts of lightning. Inside the cave, Johnny watched in disbelief. Although he knew Montgomery was powerful, he never imagined he could match a ninth-tier magical beast. This was simply terrifying. Sometimes, Johnny even suspected that Montgomery wasn't really a slender youth, but an ancient monster who had lived for countless years. Valerie's beautiful eyes widened as well. She realized that since reuniting with Montgomery, she could no longer see through the once bashful young man. With a bang, the four-winged dragon sent Montgomery flying. Thud thud thud. Several trees were snapped, and Montgomery slid several dozen meters on the ground before regaining his balance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Indeed, a fifth-tier warrior facing off against a ninth-tier magical beast was too much of a stretch. The four-winged dragon gazed down at the slender youth and shouted loudly, "Boy, you are impressive. If you hand over my child now, I will not hold this against you and let you go." The corner of Montgomery's mouth curled up, and he laughed as he lifted his head. "Let's see if you can withstand my next attack." He took a deep breath and began reciting a rapid incantation. Next, a huge golden magic disc appeared overhead, nearly covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. On the disc, intricate runes danced continuously. The sound of thunder crackled. The hand of the thunder god. As he finished speaking, a colossal golden hand formed entirely of lightning emerged from the magic disc, descending towards the four-winged dragon below. The latter faced this threat seriously, its expression becoming grave. It hadn't expected Montgomery to unleash such a fearsome attack. Far away in the cave, Valerie and Johnny stared wide-eyed at the gigantic thunder hand descending from the sky. "Sir is truly a divine being," Johnny muttered softly, his reverence for Montgomery growing. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. Far away, the four-winged dragon looked up at the sky, roaring fiercely, with searing energy rapidly condensing above its head. In an instant, a fireball as large as a mountain condensed above its head. Its cheeks puffed up as it let out a powerful roar, and the fireball shot upward into the sky immediately. It resembled a dazzling sun, distorting and collapsing the void with its intense heat. Finally, with a thunderous boom, it collided with the colossal thunder hand descending from above. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, earth-shaking booms resounded. A massive mushroom cloud rose from nowhere, and scorching waves of energy spread out like a tsunami in all directions. All surrounding vegetation was instantly snapped. Inside the cave, Johnny quickly cast a rock shield in front of him, blocking the oncoming wave of heat outside the cave. After a long while, the commotion outside finally subsided. Johnny immediately removed the nearly shattered shield and looked outside. Before him, there appeared a huge deep crater in the woodland. The crater was shaped like 5 fingers, and inside lay a four-winged dragon with a scorched black body. Large patches of scales had fallen off its body, and many wounds were charred. Its breath was unstable, clearly injured badly. Not far from the crater stood a proud-looking purple-clothed youth. Seeing this, Johnny understood. Clearly, in the previous collision, Montgomery had the upper hand. Although he defeated the four-winged dragon, Montgomery did not feel any joy. Firstly, with his disposition, such a thing wasn't worth being happy about. Secondly, using that move had almost drained his spiritual energy. The Hand of the Thunder God was a divine skill he created after becoming a deity in his previous life. Incredibly powerful, but also extremely draining. Though he seemed fine at the moment, he was actually very weak. With his current strength, dealing with a 9th-tier magical beast was still somewhat of a stretch. He quickly took out several pills to restore his spiritual energy, feeling much better after absorbing the medicinal power. Montgomery stepped to the edge of the crater, looking down at the barely alive four-winged dragon. "Do you submit?" His authoritative voice echoed in the dragon's ears. It struggled to lift its head, gazing at Montgomery with weak eyes, and said, "Boy, your strength does indeed impress me, but I will never bow to your actions." Montgomery naturally knew what the dragon was referring to, yet he was not angry, calmly saying, "Your child being with me is a great fortune for it. Do not be ungrateful." Chapter 111, Rupert. Montgomery stood before the deep pit with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down on the four-winged flying dragon from a higher vantage point, as if he were an exalted sovereign far above all others, radiating an extraordinary aura. The four-winged flying dragon trembled with rage, its eyes glaring furiously at Montgomery, grinding its teeth in visible frustration, seemingly wishing it could bite Montgomery to death. In the distance, Johnny and Maddie had emerged from the cave. After hearing Montgomery's words, they both fell silent. His words indeed sounded quite arrogant. Noticing the reaction of the four-winged flying dragon, Montgomery smiled and said, "Well, it seems you don't believe me." The four-winged flying dragon looked at him with disdain and replied coldly, "Human boy, stop your nonsense. If it's my defeat, do what you will, be it to kill or maim." Montgomery did not respond, but quietly chanted magic incantations, and a gentle white light appeared. A massive snow-white magic disc materialized above the four-winged flying dragon, swirling with potent forces of light. The magic disc slowly rotated, showering a sacred force of light upon the dragon below, enveloping it. Under the healing light, the wounds on the four-winged flying dragon rapidly improved. Seeing this, Maddie and Johnny, standing nearby, were puzzled. They couldn't understand what Montgomery was planning to do. He had barely just injured the four-winged flying dragon, and now he was healing it. The four-winged flying dragon also felt perplexed, staring at Montgomery with bewildered eyes, and asked uncertainly, "Human boy, what are you doing?" Montgomery smiled and said, "I wish to take you as my mount. Everett, you follow me." Upon hearing this, the four-winged flying dragon instantly erupted in anger. "Human boy, don't insult me. Even if we dragons perish in battle, we will never serve another." Don't jump to conclusions too soon. Montgomery chuckled softly, then swiftly moved his hand through the air, forming complex characters that solidified mid-air. After about a quarter of an hour, Montgomery stopped, then waved his palm, gathering countless golden characters into a basin-sized orb of light. With a swift whoosh, it shot straight toward the four-winged flying dragon. Before it could react, the light ball entered its head. The four-winged flying dragon's eyes suddenly widened, revealing shock, amazement, disbelief, and various other expressions. After a long while, the four-winged flying dragon came out of its daze and stared straight at Montgomery. Who are you?" Montgomery did not answer, but simply smiled. "What do you say now? Are you willing?" The four-winged flying dragon hesitated for a moment, then rolled over, bowing its head toward Montgomery respectfully. "Rupert pays homage to my master." This scene stunned Valerie and Johnny, who watched from a distance. From being unbending one moment to directly calling someone master the next? Is it really that easy? What happened to the dragon's pride? They became even more curious what Montgomery had done to change the four-winged flying dragon's attitude so quickly. Seeing that Rupert's injuries were mostly healed, Montgomery dispelled the magic with a wave of his hand and asked with a smile, "Why this name?" Rupert immediately answered, "To my master. I have 15 siblings as my mother is very fertile, and I am the 13th. My father isn't well educated, so he named me this." Montgomery nodded, "Quite the big family. What about your other siblings?" Hearing this, Rupert's expression turned sorrowful. "They're all dead. Only I remain." Montgomery wasn't too surprised by this news. The world of magical beasts was even more brutal than the human world. Here, only the law of the jungle ruled, with no respect for any rules. "From now on, that little guy will follow me. Any objections?" Montgomery pointed to the red dragon in Maddie's hand. No, it's its fortune to follow the master." Rupert immediately shook his head. At that moment, a powerful presence came from the distant sky. All three people and two dragons looked up, seeing another four-winged flying dragon flying towards them at breakneck speed. Rupert's face lit up with joy. "It's Arnie." The four-winged flying dragon was incredibly fast, appearing close within moments. Seeing the red dragon held by Maddie, it flew into a rage. "The damned humans, give me back my child." As it spoke, the four-winged flying dragon lunged at Maddie but was blocked by Rupert. "Arnie, calm down, don't be impulsive. They are friends of the master." Hearing this, Arnie paused, its eyes unbelievably turning to Rupert. "Geo? Rupert, you actually took a human as a master? Have you lost your mind? Did you forget our Flame Dragon clan's enmity with humans?" "I haven't forgotten. But I agreed to follow the master precisely because I want revenge." Rupert roared loudly. Arnie looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry, let me explain." It took Rupert quite a while to explain everything clearly to Arnie. Hearing this, Arnie was very surprised. You're saying all of this is true?" Rupert didn't speak, but instead looked at Montgomery. Montgomery nodded and swiftly drew in the air with his fingers, causing familiar golden characters to appear again. Shortly after, the golden characters gathered together, forming a golden sphere. Montgomery flicked his finger, and the golden sphere shot into Arnie's massive head with a whoosh. Subsequently, Arnie displayed an expression almost identical to what Rupert had shown earlier. This made Valerie and Johnny even more curious. They were very eager to know what that golden sphere was. Rupert looked at Arnie. "What do you think now? Do you believe me?" Arnie nodded heavily, then looked at Montgomery apologetically. "Geo, Arnie did not know better just now. Please forgive me." Montgomery waved his hand and asked, "What was it about the enmity between your clan and humans that you mentioned earlier?" Arnie and Rupert exchanged glances, and the latter immediately explained. "Geo, it's like this. My Flame Dragon clan used to be the dominant force in the Hungduan Mountains, but a few years ago, a group of humans came. They were extremely powerful and hunted my Flame Dragon clan extensively. Now, only the two of us remain." Hearing this, Montgomery fell into deep thought. Do you know where those people came from? Rupert nodded, revealing a look of hatred in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. I have investigated outside. Those guys seem to come from a force called the Dark Church. Johnny was startled upon hearing this. The Dark Church. Montgomery turned to look at him. How do you know about them? Johnny dared not hide anything and answered truthfully. Sir, to be honest, I learned about the upcoming hatching of the 2 Dragon Lords' children from a friend. According to my friend, this news seems to originate from the Dark Church. Upon hearing this, both dragons were shocked. Rupert gritted his teeth. Those scoundrels again. However, Montgomery's eyes revealed contemplation. He sensed a hint of conspiracy from this matter, but he couldn't figure out the specifics yet. Chapter 112, Meeting Again. Rest assured, since you have followed me, I will take care of this matter. Once we encounter the Dark Church, I'll destroy them in passing. Although Montgomery's voice was calm, there was an air of dominance in his words. The 2 dragons immediately showed signs of joy and thanked Montgomery in unison. Thank you, Geo. Montgomery nodded and waved his hand. Go back for now. I'll come find you again in a few days. Just then, Arnie suddenly pleaded. Geo, please save my other child. Rupert remembered the other dragon egg when he heard this, his expression changing slightly. Arnie, did those guys get the other dragon egg? Arnie nodded bitterly. That human had formidable strength and kept Ju Chunjug. Note. Entangling seems repeated in Chinese text. Me until they eventually took the dragon egg away. Not long ago, Arnie had caught up with the gentlemanly man. However, the latter, using unknown means, suddenly returned to peak condition and tightly entangled Arnie. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rest of the Munka family quickly left the Transverse Mountains with the dragon egg. Rupert, upon hearing this, was enraged. These damned humans, if I ever meet them again, I'll tear them to pieces. Montgomery said, Don't worry, I'll bring the other dragon egg back. The 2 dragons looked delighted and thanked Montgomery in unison. Thank you, Geo. Montgomery nodded lightly and waved his hand. Go back and diligently cultivate the dragon nerve scripture. Try to break through to the Holy Domain realm as soon as possible. I'll come find you again in a few days. The 2 dragons nodded repeatedly, their eyes shining with barely concealed excitement. Earlier, Montgomery had given the 2 dragons a cultivation technique called the Dragon Nerve Scripture. The Dragon Nerve Scripture was a relatively common cultivation technique among the dragon race. When cultivated to perfection, it could grant divinity. For mixed blood dragons, it could purify the bloodline force within their bodies. Rupert and Arnie were both from an impure-blooded flame dragon lineage, with their highest achievement being the Holy Domain realm, making divinity impossible. Now, with the Dragon Nerve Scripture, not only could they become deities, but they could also purify their bloodlines, possibly evolving into pure-blooded flame dragons one day. With such a miraculous opportunity, how could the 2 dragons not be overjoyed? After bidding farewell to the 2 dragons, Montgomery and his companions set off with the red baby dragon towards the outskirts of the Transverse Mountains. Eastwood City, the Freddy family successfully escaped back. Inside the Freddy family castle at the moment, Arvin Fintan looked at the level 8 mage and the group of young ones, speaking solemnly. Leave here first. With the 4-winged flying dragon losing its dragon egg, it will surely be furious and might trigger a beast tide. Arn and others turned pale when they heard the words, beast tide. If a real beast tide occurred, all of Eastwood City would be destroyed. Arvin, what about you? The level 8 mage looked at Arvin Fintan. The elder replied sternly, I'll wait here a bit longer for Christina. If she hasn't appeared after 3 days, I'll leave. The level 8 mage nodded, understanding the elder's intention. If a beast tide came, he alone couldn't protect the young ones. Leaving now was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Arvin, be careful. The level 8 mage was ready to take the young ones away. Fintan looked at Arn. Have you selected the 3 slots? Arn nodded and pointed to the 3 people next to Portia, including Alvaro's son Jesse. When Alvaro learned that the clan had given 3 slots, he immediately called Jesse back. The level 8 mage said, Follow me. Portia hesitated for a moment, then asked Fintan, Arvin, can the Freddy family leave together? Upon hearing about the possible beast tide, Portia was extremely worried. Fintan's face darkened. Impossible. Your Freddy family has at least 100 people. How can we take everyone? Seeing the girl clenching her teeth, his tone softened quickly. At most, I can give 2 more slots. He meant to take Portia's parents. Portia's face fell, knowing further arguing was futile, so she turned to look at her father Vani. Portia had only a father. Her mother had died early in her childhood. Vani shook his head. Girl, give the slots to the younger generation. I'll stay behind and share the trials with the clan. Portia felt her nose sting, seeing her father's determined face. Knowing his character, she didn't say more and immediately looked at Arn. Arn took a deep breath and immediately chose 2 talented young men. Then, Portia and the others followed the level 8 mage, swiftly leaving Eastwood City. Fintan waited quietly in the city for Christina's return. Although he thought it was unlikely she was still alive, he planned to wait a few more days just in case. Most importantly, he was still preoccupied with that dragon egg. Having come all this way with nothing to show for it, naturally, he felt very reluctant. Meanwhile, Arn instructed the senior members to organize the family's assets, preparing to flee as soon as the beast tide arrived. One day later, Christina returned to Eastwood City. Upon seeing Christina return, Fintan's face showed surprise, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Noticing Christina's empty hands, his expression changed immediately, and he asked, Where's the dragon egg? Christina did not hide it, and quickly said, Arvin, I hid the dragon egg in a cave. Then, she rapidly explained the whole situation. At the time, to shake off Rupert's pursuit, Christina had no choice but to temporarily hide the dragon egg. Since Rupert could track by the scent of the dragon egg, if she didn't hide it, she would have been unable to escape him. Additionally, the dragon egg was about to hatch, making it a living entity that couldn't be stored in a storage ring. Thus, she could only hide it in a cave. If not for this plan, she wouldn't have had any chance of escaping. But even so, she almost became dragon food at the end. If not for the sudden attack of the lightning eagle, she would have already been dead. Finton's face lit up upon hearing this. He urged urgently, "Let's go. We should head there now, take the dragon egg, and leave immediately." After informing Arn, the two quickly left Eastwood City, heading toward the cave as fast as possible. Entering the Transverse Mountains, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Because the Transverse Mountains remained as usual, showing no signs of abnormality. It didn't seem like a beast tide was imminent at all. Finton looked confused. What's going on? Did those two beasts find the dragon egg? If one's offspring were taken, no matter what kind of magical beast it was, it wouldn't let it go easily. Especially not for the temperamental dragon race. In his view, there was an 80% chance that the two dragons would launch a beast tide out of anger to retaliate against humans. While they were puzzled, a sound suddenly came from the jungle ahead. The two immediately looked over and saw three figures, two men and a woman, slowly walking through the jungle. Among them, the Brandy held a red baby dragon in her arms. Seeing this scene, their pupils contracted, and then their eyes gleamed with joy. Chapter 113 Battle against a 9th rank mage. Not far away, Montgomery and his two companions wore looks of surprise. They hadn't expected to encounter these two again. Kendrick and Christina leaped forward, blocking Montgomery's path. Christina cast a cold gaze at Montgomery. "Brat, it seems that the heavens truly have eyes, allowing me to meet you again." Kendrick followed up coldly. "Hand over the four-winged flying dragon." Seeing the high and mighty attitudes of the two, Montgomery smiled. A smile that was somewhat cold. "What are you daring to shout in front of this lord?" His voice thundered, exploding in their ears out of nowhere. The two were stunned on the spot, taking several seconds to react. Then Christina said in a chilling voice, "Brat, what did you say?" Montgomery's gaze remained indifferent as he shouted, "Move aside immediately, or don't blame this lord for being impolite." Hearing this, Christina laughed in fury. "Brat, it seems you really don't know what it means to know your place. Very well, today I'll teach you how to behave." Montgomery's pupils turned cold, and his figure darted out like a bolt of lightning. With a slap, he struck Christina's cheek, sending her flying. Noisy, he stood with hands behind his back, not even glancing at the sprawled Christina, turning to look at Kendrick who had just recovered. "This lord advises you not to make a move. Otherwise, the consequences will be more than you can bear." How could Kendrick heed such advice? His voice was icy. "Brat, it looks like you're courting death." He rapidly recited a magic incantation, and a golden magic disc appeared behind him. Dozens of lightning spears pierced through the void, shooting towards Montgomery and his companions. Montgomery stomped the ground, and with the brilliance of an earth-yellow magic disc, a massive rock shield condensed, blocking all the incoming lightning spears. Kendrick's gaze sharpened, and he quickly continued the incantation. The magic disc behind him sped up, then 3 water bucket-thick lightning spears tore through the void, surging towards Montgomery with great momentum. Crack! The rock shield shattered instantly under the impact of the lightning spears. "Roam on." Montgomery gave a low command, and black light flashed before him. A heavy door engraved with various demonic figures rose from the ground, easily blocking the 3 lightning spears. Dark magic? Kendrick's face showed shock and awe. This young man not only possessed such strength, but also mastered both earth magic and dark magic simultaneously. It was indeed incredible. As an elder of the Freddy family, Kendrick had seen countless prodigies, but none of them compared to this youth standing before him. In the distance, Stefan and Zoe remained calm, showing no surprise. They had become numb by now. To them, whatever happened to Montgomery seemed normal. Such extraordinary events couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. At this moment, Christina, who had been slapped away, approached as well, looking at Montgomery with a puzzled gaze. "Who exactly are you?" Montgomery's expression remained as calm as ever, saying indifferently, "You are not qualified to know this lord's identity." Christina's face turned gloomy, but remembering the previous lesson, she didn't provoke further. Instead, she turned her gaze to Kendrick. "Arvin, you deal with this brat. I'll handle those two." Kendrick nodded and attacked again. Meanwhile, Christina dashed towards Zoe and the other. Foolishness. Montgomery's eyes turned icy, lightning flashing around his body. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. Reappearing in front of Christina, he delivered a palm filled with overwhelming fighting energy. With a loud crack, it slapped her unprepared face, sending her flying once again. Several bloody teeth traced arcs through the air, landing on the ground covered with fallen leaves. Kendrick's face twisted in rage. "Brat, you're courting death." Above his head, a massive magic disc appeared, buzzing with thunderous sounds. Next, a ferocious-looking thunder beast emerged, its golden eyes looking down at the purple-robed youth below. Thunder Beast. Kendrick roared furiously, and the monstrous thunder beast roared as its huge body slowly descended. "Brat, die!" Kendrick yelled, his eyes filled with ferocity. "Playing with lightning in front of this lord? You've got some nerve." Montgomery spoke indifferently, releasing a vast wave of spiritual energy, drawing in lightning elements from the surroundings. A gigantic golden disc appeared in the 9th heaven. So large was this disc that it nearly covered tens of thousands of meters around. Seeing this, Kendrick's expression froze. his mouth agape as he stared blankly at the sky. Nearby, Christina struggled to lift her head, her eyes filled with awe. Zoe and Stefan, standing nearby, wore equally shocked expressions. Though they had seen this display twice, they still felt awestruck. The massive magic disc spun, thunder rumbling loudly. Then a colossal thunderous hand descended toward the ground. The terrifying impact instantly shattered the thunder beast below, and all the scattered lightning was absorbed by the thunderous hand. As the thunderous hand grew larger in his sight, Kendrick's body hair stood on end, and he suddenly came to his senses, quickly retreating. But the thunderous hand was simply too large, and he couldn't retreat out of its coverage in time. Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, Kendrick hastily made hand signs while rapidly reciting the magic incantation. Thunder elements gathered from all directions, quickly forming into a thick and sturdy giant shield. The moment the shield formed, the thunderous hand struck down. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and a series of thunderous roars echoed. Air currents swept like hurricanes, uprooting the surrounding vegetation. Even Johnny and Zoe, who had retreated several hundred meters away, were swayed by the hurricane. Christina, who had been injured by Montgomery, was blown away along with countless plants. Only Montgomery remained completely still, standing there with his hands behind his back, without moving an inch. After a long time, the scene finally calmed down. The ground was scorched black, with a large 5-fingered deep pit clearly visible. At the edge of the pit, a scorched figure knelt on the ground. Montgomery walked toward it. When he got close, he found that the scorched figure still had a faint breath and hadn't died. However, its injuries were much more severe than Rupert's at the time. Of course, this was normal. Kendrick was a mage. His physical body couldn't compare to a 9th-rank warrior, let alone a magical beast. Moreover, being a lightning attribute mage, he had some resistance to lightning, which allowed him to barely survive this blow. Montgomery looked down at him indifferently and said, "Speak. How do you want to die?" The scorched figure spat out a mouthful of white gas, struggling to lift his head, and weakly said, "Ew. You can't kill me. I am a member of the Freddy family. If you kill me, the B Freddy family will never let you off." Chapter 114 Conditions. Montgomery's face showed surprise as he said coolly, "The Freddy family? Which Freddy family?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Kendrick's eyes as he weakly said, the Freddy family from the Central Province." Montgomery was slightly taken aback, not expecting this person to be a clan member. He had heard Arn mention before that the Freddy family was one of the major clans overseeing the Far East region's Central Province. He revealed a playful expression, "Just a mere Freddy family. Nothing for me to concern myself with. Don't try to threaten me with that." The light in Kendrick's eyes dimmed rapidly. He took a deep breath and continued, "You just don't know the Freddy family well. We are one of the top families across the entire Far East region. If you let me go, you'll establish goodwill with the Freddy family. If you kill me, you'll invite immense trouble." Montgomery narrowed his eyes and said playfully, "Letting you go is not impossible, but it must come with conditions." Kendrick saw another flicker of hope for survival and hastily asked, "What are your conditions?" "Whatever they are, I agree." Montgomery's tone grew more teasing. "Haha, don't make promises too easily." Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "The condition is simple. I want half of the Freddy family's assets." Upon hearing this, Kendrick's expression froze, then turned dark with fury as he stared at Montgomery. "Why, you're joking, right? Half the assets, how can that be possible?" "Haha, didn't you say you would agree to any conditions? Are you reneging already?" Montgomery wore a mocking smile before his demeanor returned to indifference. "I never force anyone into anything difficult. You can refuse. That is your choice." Kendrick's face flickered with hesitation and doubt. He could refuse, but at the cost of his life. "Right, I can temporarily agree, get away from here first, and see what happens next. I don't believe this guy dares to come to the Central Province." With this thought in mind, he immediately responded, I agree." Montgomery nodded, "Good. Go back and tell the head of the Freddy family to tally up half of the family's assets. I will come to collect them soon." Kendrick nodded without hesitation. Montgomery saw through Kendrick's intentions clearly, but was indifferent. No one could avoid his debt so easily. Montgomery had initially planned to visit the Central Province to see Portia. He might as well settle this debt along the way. Get lost. After saying these words, Montgomery turned and walked towards Zoe and the others. The three left slowly. Kendrick took out several healing pills and started recovering from his injuries. Soon, Audrey limped over from a distance. By the time she arrived, Kendrick had just finished healing himself. "Arvin clan member, what happened to those guys?" She looked puzzled and confused, clearly bewildered by Montgomery and company's departure. Based on Montgomery's earlier demeanor, they shouldn't have been allowed to leave unscathed. Kendrick stood up and gave a rough account of what transpired. Startled, Audrey exclaimed, "Arvin clan member, did you agree to his terms?" Kendrick chuckled and nodded. "Haha, I just verbally agreed. Whether he can take it or not depends on his capabilities." Although Montgomery displayed formidable strength, Kendrick still didn't think he could match the entire Freddy family. Moreover, the Freddy family had powerful backers. Audrey realized this and echoed the sentiment with a sneer. "Haha, indeed. If that brat dares to go to the Central Province, he'll surely never return." Kendrick sighed. "Alas, it's such a pity about that four-winged dragon hatchling. Having traveled so far, we gained nothing. It's all that damn guy's fault." Audrey's eyes flashed with anger. Then she looked at Kendrick and asked, "Arvin clan member, shall we still go to Donglan City?" Kendrick shook his head disdainfully. "No, there's nothing worth going to that garbage place for. If not for Portia's sake, I'd have obliterated those weaklings long ago. Their weakness is an embarrassment to our Freddy family." Audrey nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's truly hard to understand how someone like Portia, a genius, could come from such a weak branch. Alright, enough talk. Let's leave this place. Kendrick cut her off, and both quickly departed from there. Chapter 115, Return. Montgomery and his two companions left the transverse mountain range, heading straight for Donglin City. Seeing that Johnny was still following them, Montgomery said, "Thank you for guiding us. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me." Johnny's face changed slightly. The shrewd old man immediately sensed the implied meaning in Montgomery's words. Clearly, Montgomery did not want him to continue following. Johnny hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, "Sir, I don't have any special requests. I just want to be able to serve you loyally in the future." Montgomery glanced at him with surprise and said bluntly, "Your talent and qualifications are too poor. You're not qualified to follow me." Johnny's face turned pale as he pleaded again, "Sir, I am sincere. Please take me in." Montgomery did not respond further and walked forward briskly with Monica. Johnny hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. Although Montgomery hadn't agreed, he also hadn't driven him away. Before long, the three arrived at Donglin City. As soon as they entered the city, Montgomery noticed something unusual. There were fewer people on the streets compared to before, most looking fearful and anxious. The perceptive Johnny immediately stopped someone to inquire about the situation. A short while later, he came back to Montgomery and reported, "Sir, I have learned that rumors spread recently about a possible beast tide happening soon. Many people have already left Donglin City. Those remaining either lack the means to leave or wish to observe the situation further." Montgomery nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. He guessed that it was news spread by Kendrick and others. Indeed, if he hadn't subdued Rupert and Arnie, a beast tide would have been highly likely. After all, having their child taken, those two dragons, with their violent tempers, wouldn't sit idly by. Soon after, the three arrived outside the Freddy family castle. Upon seeing Montgomery, the guards outside the castle immediately looked excited and thrilled. One guard turned and rushed into the castle, shouting all the way, "Good news, incredible news. Young Geo Montgomery has returned. Young Geo Montgomery has returned." Hearing this, the members of the Freddy family hurried to the castle gate. Leading them were Arn Seymour and a few others. They soon reached the castle gate and met Montgomery and his two companions just as they walked in. "Grandfather, father, Uncle 1, Uncle 2. Montgomery smiled and greeted everyone. Arnie's face was filled with excitement. He stepped forward and examined Montgomery closely, saying emotionally, "Montgomery, you're finally back. How are you? Did you get hurt?" Montgomery replied confidently, "Grandfather, no one in this world can hurt me yet." Bonnie came up and slapped Montgomery on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "It's been a while. You haven't changed. You're still full of bravado." Montgomery smiled. "Uncle 2, I'm not bluffing. Everything I say is true." Seymour and the other elders also watched Montgomery with smiles. Suddenly, Alvaro noticed the red dragon in Monica's arms and his pupils constricted as he took large steps forward, exclaiming, Is this really?" His voice faltered due to sheer shock. Everyone else heard and looked over, their pupils also constricting when they saw the red dragon. Noticing everyone's expressions, Montgomery introduced it with a smile. "This is a baby four-winged dragon. On the way back, we made a stop at the Transverse Mountain Range and brought it back." Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. He had actually brought back a baby four-winged dragon. That was a Tier 9 magic beast, which meant Montgomery had taken its baby from a Tier 9 magic beast. It took a long time for everyone to recover. Vonnie exclaimed loudly, "Montgomery, how did you manage that? How could you possibly take a four-winged dragon's baby?" Everyone else looked over, equally baffled. Montgomery shrugged and explained, "Of course it didn't agree at first, but after I gave it a beating, it agreed." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned once more. They simply couldn't believe their ears. Montgomery had actually beaten a four-winged dragon. That meant Montgomery now had the strength to match a Tier 9 magic beast. Their Freddy family had produced a level 9 powerhouse. Such a thing was unimaginable to them before. The young ones nearby all looked at Montgomery with admiration. "Grandfather, it's just a small matter. There's no need to be so surprised. Let's go inside and chat." Montgomery's voice brought everyone out of their shock. Arn was speechless. Was this even considered a minor thing? Then he glanced at Monica and Johnny, asking curiously, "And who are these two?" Montgomery introduced them promptly. "Grandfather, this is Monica, my lover." Monica stepped forward, smiling broadly as she greeted Arn. Arn hurriedly smiled in response, making a very good impression of the girl before him. Polite, pretty, and with an air that couldn't be hidden, clearly indicating she was from a noble family. Then he turned his gaze to Johnny. Before Montgomery could introduce him, Johnny stepped forward and introduced himself. "Arvin, my name is Johnny, and I am the servant of this gentleman." Arn was startled by this. He could sense that this old man was even stronger than himself. He was now at the peak of level 6, while this elder was most likely at level 7. Such a powerful person was Montgomery's servant. But thinking about how Montgomery had beaten a Tier 9 magic beast, he found it less surprising. Afterward, they entered the inner castle. On the way, Montgomery asked what happened regarding the beast tide. Arn did not withhold information and told him everything. It was just as Montgomery had guessed. The news indeed came from Kendrick and others. Initially, Arn and others informed City Lord Freddy after learning the situation. To prevent any eventualities, the latter spread the news, ensuring people would have time to leave if the beast tide really came. "Grandfather, ask someone to inform Freddy that the beast tide will not happen," Montgomery said to Arn. The latter nodded and immediately ordered someone to head for the City Lord's residence. Afterwards, Montgomery asked about the clan members. Mentioning this matter, Arnie's expression turned unpleasant, obviously recalling some unhappy events. Now that Montgomery was so powerful, Arn didn't hide anything and explained the general situation. Upon hearing this, Montgomery's face darkened slightly, anger rising within him. Amir clan dared to act arrogantly in front of his elders. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have let Kendrick go. Well then, when we go to the Central Province next time, I'll settle accounts with them, he muttered to himself. Subsequently, Arn ordered a grand banquet to celebrate Montgomery's return and welcome Monica. At the banquet, many of the younger generation kept glancing at the red dragon. They had never seen a dragon before and were naturally very curious. Seeing this, Monica directly tossed the red dragon to the young crowd, allowing them to observe it up close. During the feast, Arn and Seymour asked Montgomery about the situation in Chili City. Montgomery didn't withhold information and recounted the general events that occurred there. Arn and the others were all astonished upon hearing it. But thinking about how Montgomery had defeated a Tier 9 magic beast, they felt relieved. Chapter 116, Vonnie's Request. After the banquet ended, Vonnie found Montgomery, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Montgomery asked, "Second uncle, is there something you want?" Vonnie hesitated for a moment and then pleaded, "Montgomery, I have a request of you." Montgomery nodded and said, "Second uncle, don't talk about requesting. If you have something, just say it." After a brief pause, Vonnie continued, "I want you to visit Portia at the clan and see how she's doing there." Montgomery's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "What happened? Is Sister Portia being bullied by the clan?" Vonnie shook his head. "I don't know the specifics, but I feel that the girl has something on her mind. I've asked her several times, but she always says everything is fine. I know her character best. She always bears everything herself and never tells her family." Thinking of this, Vonnie's eyes showed concern. "The girl lost her mother early, and I've been busy with family matters, not giving her enough care. I don't want her to suffer anymore. Can you go and check on her at the clan?" At first, Vonnie did not intend to tell Montgomery. Given the clan's powerful influence and Montgomery's impulsive personality, conflicts were likely to arise. But after learning of Montgomery's current strength, Vonnie believed even the clan couldn't do much to him. After some thought, he finally told Montgomery about it. "Second uncle, rest assured. I will set off for the Central Province tomorrow and will bring Sister Portia back safely." Montgomery smiled and promised. Vonnie looked up suddenly, took a deep breath, and said solemnly to Montgomery, "Thank you." How much Vonnie wished Portia could come back, but he felt it might be too demanding, so he didn't make the request. Unexpectedly, Montgomery had already understood his thoughts and offered it voluntarily. "Between us, what's there to thank?" Montgomery smiled, waved his hand, and then turned to leave. Brandishing the young man walk away, Vonnie felt both moved and comforted. With Montgomery around, how could the Freddy family not flourish? Yonatan at his courtyard, Montgomery found his father Seymour waiting for him. Montgomery asked, "Father, is there something?" Seymour took a deep breath and began, "Montgomery, having such an outstanding son like you is the luckiest thing in my life." Initially, Seymour had completely lost hope of rescuing Heather, but since his old illness was cured, hope rekindled within him. Yet, he still didn't hold too much hope. He knew all too well how powerful the Hamlin family was. As one of the top families in the Starfire Empire, they had Seigneur, Saint Realm, experts stationed within. The Saint Realm, a realm that left one feeling hopeless. In the entire empire, only a few had reached this realm. Most people struggled their whole lives and still couldn't break through. Seymour had confidence in his talent, but dared not be sure he could reach the Saint Realm himself. Even if he could, it would be a long time from now. Therefore, he hadn't held much hope of rescuing Heather. But now, he saw hope and possibility in Montgomery. Montgomery's growth speed was truly astonishing. Within half a year, he went from a disabled person to a level 9 strength. Such cultivation speed amazed even Seymour, who had seen the world. Montgomery was taken aback and asked curiously, "Father, why are you saying these things now?" Seymour shook his head without explaining and instead asked, "Montgomery, how long do you think it will take you to reach the Saint Realm?" After some thought, Montgomery replied, "No more than 3 years." Seymour was delighted. "Great. Once you break through to the Saint Realm, we'll rescue your mother." He was very excited. Montgomery reaching the Saint Realm so quickly exceeded his expectations. He didn't know that Montgomery was currently only at level 5. His statement of breaking through to the Saint Realm in 3 years was from level 5 to Saint Realm, not from level 9. If Seymour knew the truth, he would be even more astonished. "Father, rest assured, I will definitely save Mother," Montgomery solemnly promised. Seymour nodded with a smile. "Yes, Father believes in you. Go get some rest." Finishing, he turned and entered his room. Montgomery did not return to his own room, but left the courtyard instead. Soon, he arrived at the riverside outside the castle. Jedediating with folded hands, he gazed into the distance at the distant lights. "Come out." As the words fell, 2 figures swiftly appeared behind Montgomery. "Geo." The 2 respectfully bowed. They were none other than the 2 traitors from the Dark Church. These past few days, the 2 had been secretly protecting the Freddy family. Originally at peak level 7 strength, after cultivating the technique given by Montgomery, they had now broken through to level 8. The Freddy family members couldn't detect their presence at all. Even Johnny hadn't noticed them. When Montgomery arrived outside the castle not long ago, he had sensed their presence immediately. "These past few days have been tough for you." Montgomery spoke calmly, with a hint of care in his tone. The 2 trembled, looking both surprised and honored. They had heard clearly every word Montgomery said to Arn and the others earlier. Knowing that Montgomery had already reached level 9, their reverence for him grew. Hearing this statement from Montgomery, they felt truly honored, hastily bowing and saying together, "To serve Geo is our honor." Satisfaction flickered in Montgomery's eyes. He said calmly, "Have you received any news about the Dark Church recently?" The beautiful woman hesitated before answering. "Geo, we received some news not long ago. The Dark Church seems to be causing widespread killings lately, but we haven't yet figured out the purpose behind it." Montgomery nodded slightly. "I understand. Continue monitoring the situation." At this point, he turned around and looked at the two with a calm gaze. "By the way, I don't even know your names yet." "Geo, my name is Juan." "Geo, my name is Chloe." They stated their names one after another. Montgomery nodded. "Tomorrow I'm going to the Central Province. It may take some time before I return. You two continue to secretly protect the Freddy family." "Yes, Geo." The two respectfully accepted the order. "I will be breaking through soon. Don't let anyone disturb me," Montgomery said as he walked toward a distant hill. The two followed closely behind. Reaching the hill, Montgomery found a place to sit cross-legged. Then he took out the half-ice lotus, preparing to use it to break through to level 6 warrior. It had been some time since he broke through to level 5, and the continuous battles in recent days had stabilized his realm thoroughly. It was time to advance to level 6. This trip to the Central Province would likely lead to conflict with the clan. With his current strength, he still needed to break through further. Chapter 117 Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Montgomery swallowed the blue ice lotus that emitted a chilling cold. Instantly, a terrifying medicinal power coursed down his throat into his abdomen. Then it flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians to his entire body. Montgomery felt an icy, bone-chilling sensation throughout his body, causing him to shudder slightly. Montgomery took a deep breath and swiftly circulated the fury of Demon Heart to refine the overwhelming medicinal power permeating his body. This process was prolonged and painful, but Montgomery didn't even frown once. His expression remained calm. Around midnight, the elemental do-chi from all directions rapidly surged toward the hill. All of it entered Montgomery's body. Arn and Chloe, below the hill, looked up at the night sky, where the elemental do-chi surged like sea waves with shocked expressions. Truly worthy of being Geo, this breakthrough is simply terrifying. Chloe muttered softly, her eyes filled with awe. Under the night sky, the elemental do-chi surged like a tsunami, enveloping the entire hill. The violent elemental do-chi continuously poured into Montgomery's body, under the guidance of Demon Heart, constantly tempering Montgomery's flesh and bones. Such a large commotion quickly caught the attention of the Freddy family's high-ranking members. Arn led several senior members swiftly to the foot of the hill. Upon seeing the terrifying scene on top, they were all taken aback. Apart from them, Stefan and Cash also came along. Just as everyone was puzzled, Chloe and Juan quickly approached the group, and the former explained, "Geo is breaking through up there, please return." Arn looked puzzled. "Who are you?" Chloe explained, "We are young Master Montgomery's guards." Arn and others quickly understood. A clan elder exclaimed in surprise, "You mean all this was caused by Montgomery?" Chloe nodded. Upon confirmation, the group was astonished. This kid broke through again. It's unimaginable what his strength will be like after this breakthrough. Vaughnie muttered softly, eyes filled with awe. The others, upon hearing this, showed looks of anticipation and shock. This commotion not only caught the attention of the Freddy family, but also the major families of Donglan City. At the mayor's residence, Freddy gazed into the distance, murmuring, "True to form, that kid causes such a terrifying disturbance as soon as he returns." At Far East Chamber of Commerce, President Nelson immediately thought of Montgomery. At the Seine River Estate, Antonio looked in the direction of the anomaly with astonishment. That night, many people in Donglan City stayed awake all night. The anomaly lasted until dawn when it slowly dissipated, followed by a terrifying aura spreading from the hill. In front of this aura, everyone felt their bodies tremble, experiencing pressure like a mountain. Some of the weaker individuals couldn't even stand under this aura. Fortunately, this aura disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. On the hill, Montgomery slowly opened his half-closed eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. He then stood up and stretched lazily. Feeling the abundant power within him, Montgomery's eyes revealed satisfaction. With his current strength, he was invincible beneath the holy domain. He walked down the hill with hands behind his back, where a group of people awaited anxiously. "Congratulations, Geo, your strength has reached a new level." Chloe and Juan bowed to greet Montgomery. Montgomery nodded slightly, approaching Arn and the others, apologizing. "Sorry for disturbing your rest." Everyone shook their heads, and Aloysius couldn't wait to ask, "Montgomery, you've broken through again. What level of strength do you have now?" The others also looked curiously. Montgomery did not hide anything and said indifferently, "I made some progress. With my current strength, I am invincible beneath the holy domain." Phew. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes full of amazement. Arnie's voice trembled. "Thank heavens, our Freddy family has produced a dragon." The others also looked excited. Due to Montgomery's existence, their Freddy family instantly became one of the top families in the Far East region. Despite being looked at with awe and admiration, Montgomery remained unperturbed, without any hint of pride or arrogance. To him, this achievement was insignificant. Afterward, the group returned to the castle. An overjoyed Arn held another grand banquet to celebrate Montgomery's breakthrough. During the banquet, Freddy and Nelson also came to congratulate Montgomery. The Freddy family had become the #1 family in Donglan City. No one dared to provoke them anymore. After the banquet, Montgomery informed Arn that he was going to Central Province. Arn could guess somewhat and did not stop him, but gave Montgomery a few words of caution. Montgomery left Donlin City with Cash and Stefan, heading towards Central Province. As for why Montgomery decided to bring Johnny along, it was because he found the little old man quite resourceful and thought it would be useful to have him run errands. While Montgomery and his companions were heading towards the Central Province, in Wesley City, Millie and Emma were also preparing to return to the capital. At the same time, several black-robed figures appeared within the Blyton family compound. Judging by their familiar attire, they were undoubtedly members of the Dark Church. In a hidden chamber, the current patriarch of the Blyton family bent down to bow respectfully and pleaded, "We beg you, honorable ones, to take up our cause for the Blyton family." It turned out that the Blyton family had secretly maintained ties with the Dark Church all along. The lead black-robed figure said indifferently, "Rise first." The current patriarch of the Blytons was a blonde Chevy, whose face was haggard and expression weary. He had been deeply troubled by the numerous affairs concerning the future of the Blyton family. "Tell us everything that happened that day in detail." The Chevy did not dare to hide anything and quickly recounted the events of that day in detail. At such a young age, to possess such terrifying power, this boy is not ordinary. The black-robed figures were greatly alarmed and became curious about Montgomery. At this moment, another black-robed figure suddenly said, "Arvin, we received news from the transverse range recently. It seems the Beast Tide plan also failed because of that boy named Su Min. According to reports, he somehow managed to make those two beasts retreat peacefully without launching a Beast Tide in anger." The lead black-robed figure nodded and said solemnly, "It appears there are many secrets surrounding that boy. Inform the elders over there and have them send people to Donlin City for a thorough investigation." The black-robed figure beside him nodded in agreement. The lead black-robed figure then looked at the Chevy and said coolly, "That boy is very powerful. It's almost impossible for you to seek revenge on your own. I suggest you use someone else's hand." The Chevy was stunned for a moment before realizing. "You mean to inform the Hamlin family?" The lead black-robed figure nodded slightly. "Though that boy has some strength, compared to the behemoth that is the Hamlin family, he falls far short. As long as they send a powerful individual, that boy will surely die." Upon hearing this, the Chevy pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 118, Far East City. Montgomery and his two companions leisurely made their way to the Central Province. The Far East region comprised 5 major provinces: Xishan, Nanhuang, Donghai, Beiji, and the Central Province. The Central Province was located in the heart of the Far East region, possessing the most advantageous geographical location among the 5 provinces, and it was also the most powerful province. Many prestigious families from the Far East region were based in the Central Province. Far East City, the premier city of the Central Province, was also the most formidable city in the entire Far East region. The destination of Montgomery and his companions was none other than Far East City. The distance between Donlin City and Far East City was roughly tens of thousands of miles, with hundreds of large and small cities scattered along the way. Montgomery and Valerie traveled at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery without rushing towards Far East City. He always felt guilty towards the young girl, wishing to make amends for her sake in this lifetime. During their journey, they heard that various cities and villages had been attacked by unknown forces, resulting in heavy civilian casualties. Montgomery couldn't help but think of the Dark Church, curious about the purpose behind these attacks. It took them over a month before Montgomery and his two companions finally arrived at Far East City. During this time, Montgomery had thoroughly consolidated his strength. Gazing at the massive fortress ahead, Johnny couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly the premier city of the Far East region, its scale is far more imposing than Shili City. Valerie's round, cute face displayed awe. It was her first time witnessing such a grand city. Montgomery remained calm, with no change in expression. In his previous life, he had seen countless magnificent divine cities, so this one barely registered in his eyes. "Let's go." Montgomery led the way forward. The huge city gate bustled with people, and the 3 of them entered the city along with the crowd. Wide streets were filled with carts and carriages, while shops lined up on both sides, presenting a scene of bustling prosperity. Valerie's big eyes darted around, observing everything around her. The red dragon in her arms also poked its head out curiously, intrigued by the surroundings. Montgomery instructed Johnny, "Go investigate the general situation in this city and see which forces are present." As he spoke, he produced an ancient bronze mirror. "After you finish, use this to contact me." Montgomery handed the bronze mirror to Johnny and taught him how to use it. Johnny immediately went off to carry out his task. Meanwhile, Montgomery strolled through the city with Valerie, enjoying the lively atmosphere of Far East City. After a short while, they were intercepted by a Chevy with blonde hair. "Is there something you need?" Montgomery frowned at the Chevy. He was dressed opulently, with neatly groomed golden curls and a mustache, exuding an elegant demeanor. From his attire and bearing, it was clear that this man was someone of importance. "Sir, let me introduce myself. My name is Xavier, and I am the butler of the Tanglade family. I stopped you because I have a request." The refined man spoke politely and courteously throughout. Montgomery replied indifferently, "What is it?" The refined man looked at the red dragon in Valerie's arms and said with a warm smile, "To be honest, our young miss has taken a fancy to this magic beast. Might you be willing to part with it?" Grayson glanced briefly at the luxurious carriage nearby, then turned his gaze back and coldly replied, "No." The refined man's expression froze, seemingly surprised that Montgomery would refuse. In his view, he had made things quite clear. It was the young miss of the Tanglade family who wanted the magic beast. Everyone in Far East City knew the Tanglade family's young miss. In the refined man's mind, nobody would dare refuse her. Seeing Montgomery standing there unmoved, the refined man's expression darkened. Sir, I advise you to reconsider carefully. There aren't many people in this city who can afford to reject my young miss. Montgomery's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "Get lost." An invisible force surged outward, causing the refined man to involuntarily step back. Montgomery pulled Valerie past him without another glance. The surrounding people were drawn to the scene and gasped upon recognizing the identity of the refined man. Someone dared to yell at the butler of the Tanglade family? Was he courting death? The Tanglade family was one of the 5 top noble families in the Far East region, boasting several level 9 powerhouses, making them incredibly strong. Although the refined man was merely a butler of the Tanglade family, his status was even higher than the leaders of some second-rate noble families. Not only was he a butler, but he was also a close confidant of the Tanglade family's young miss, Emmanuelle. Emmanuelle, the youngest daughter of the head of the Tanglade family, Edifier, was extremely pampered within the family. Known for her capricious and arrogant nature, she was notoriously overbearing throughout Far East City. Few dared to provoke her except for those top-ranking nobles. Xavier's face was as gloomy as water. Then he quickly walked toward the nearby carriage. Arriving beside the carriage, he knelt down on one knee. "My lady, I failed to complete the task you assigned. Please punish me." "Jedediah up, this isn't your fault." A clear female voice came from inside the carriage. Xavier sighed in relief and stood up. Hee. Interesting, actually daring to refuse this young lady. Follow them and see where their courage comes from. The calm voice carried a hint of annoyance. Inside the luxurious carriage, a teenage girl narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous gleam. Opposite her sat an elegant brandy. She looked at Emmanuelle with a frown. "Emmanuelle, that person can carry a baby tier 9 magic beast around. They must not be simple. I think it's better to let things be. Why don't we just drop it?" It turned out that both girls had recognized the red dragon in Valerie's arms. Emmanuelle immediately wanted it, leading to the earlier incident. Emmanuelle shook her head. "Cousin, what are you afraid of? With our status, who do we need to fear in this Far East city besides those other major families? Those two clearly look like strangers, probably from out of town. Even if they have some background, so what? As the saying goes, even mighty dragons dare not suppress the local snakes. I'm determined to get that baby tier 9 magic beast." Her eyes flashed with determination. "Whatever the Munkoff family has, my Tanglade family must also have." Not long ago, the news of the Munkoff family bringing back a baby tier 9 magic beast had spread wildly among the nobility in Far East City. The Munkoff family even held a special banquet, inviting all major families to view the magic beast. Clearly, they were showing off. Both girls had attended the event, so they immediately recognized the red dragon in Valerie's hands. Because the Munkoff family and the Tanglade family were competitors, Emmanuelle decided to buy the red dragon. But Montgomery didn't hesitate to refuse her, infuriating the always arrogant Emmanuelle. She didn't care about Montgomery's background anymore and prepared to take action directly. The carriage quickly moved forward, following the already distant Montgomery and his companions. Onlookers couldn't help but show pity. Offending Emmanuelle would never end well. Montgomery's senses were sharp, naturally noticing the carriage following them. However, he wasn't concerned. If they didn't provoke him, fine. If they dared, he wouldn't hesitate to act ruthlessly. The carriage caught up with Montgomery quickly and blocked his path. Montgomery's expression darkened sharply, and his voice turned cold. "You'd better scram now, or don't blame me for acting." Chapter 119 Audacious Emmanuelle. The refined man Xavier sneered. "Well, boy, it's best for you to hand over that young magical beast. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Montgomery suddenly laughed. "Oh really? How will you be impolite?" Xavier's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His fingers formed claws, and he lunged directly at Montgomery's throat. It was a lethal move from the very start. Montgomery's gaze abruptly turned icy. He slapped out with a palm as big as a fan, colliding with Xavier's palm, which instantly produced a crackling sound. Then he reached out, grabbed the other's arm, and spun around powerfully, throwing him away on the spot. The refined man flew out like a discarded burlap sack and crashed onto the hard street with a thud, landing with a bruised nose and swollen face. Seeing this scene, all those around were shocked beyond belief, their eyes looking incredulously towards Montgomery. To actually dare attack someone from the Tanglade family, wasn't this courting death? Inside the carriage, Emmanuelle's expression suddenly darkened. "What audacity, daring to harm one of my people." As she spoke, she pushed aside the curtain and stepped out of the carriage, leaping down from it. "Emmanuelle, don't escalate things too much." A voice of caution came from within the carriage, belonging to a brandy. When they saw Emmanuelle, those who were watching couldn't help but retreat, fear flashing in their eyes. From this scene alone, one could guess that her reputation in Far East City was not so good. Otherwise, there would be no need for such fear from the crowd. Xavier struggled up from the ground and quickly came before Emmanuelle, trembling as he said, "Miss, it's this servant's fault. Useless waste. Get lost. I'll deal with you later." Emmanuelle scolded, and then her gaze turned coldly towards Montgomery. "Boy, you've got guts, daring to harm my people." Montgomery smiled, but his smile was cold. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you too." Emmanuelle's expression froze for a second, and then, with an air of superiority, she said, "Just for your insolence, I can exterminate all your clans." Montgomery saw clearly. This little girl was just a pampered brat. Not wanting to waste words, he strode straight toward Emmanuelle. Her complexion changed slightly, and she shouted, "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, if you touch me even a hair, You won't leave this city alive. Smack. In response was a resounding slap. Emmanuel clutched her red cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief looking at Montgomery, seemingly unable to believe he had actually hit her. All those around gaped in shock as well. Daring to strike the daughter of the Tanglade family right here on the street, it was more than brazen. The brandy inside the carriage widened her eyes, anger flashing in her gaze. After being stunned for a few seconds, Emmanuel snapped back to reality, staring hatefully at Montgomery. You little bastard, you dared to hit me. You're finished, your entire family is finished, I'll exterminate your clan. Her words were cut off halfway as Montgomery gripped her neck. Holding Emmanuel by the neck, he lifted her up as if she were a chick. Montgomery looked down at her coldly and said icily, Do you think I dare not kill you? Emmanuel's face turned beet red as she kicked wildly in the air, trying to escape Montgomery's grip. But his hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how she struggled, it didn't budge. As time passed, Emmanuel's face began to turn blue, signs of suffocation appearing. Seeing this, Xavier's face changed drastically, and he yelled fiercely at Montgomery. Damn it! Release Miss now. He rushed towards Montgomery, only to be pushed back by a single command. Scram. Accompanying his voice was a powerful mental shockwave. Xavier flew backward like a sandbag, smashing into the street with a thud. Spitting out a mouthful of blood after hitting the ground, his face quickly turned pale. Even the surrounding onlookers were forced to step back by the shockwave. The brandy about to rush out of the carriage felt her body tremble and her face turn pale. What terrifying mental power! She felt inwardly horrified and then swiftly rushed down from the carriage, bowing politely in front of Montgomery. Sir, it was all my cousin's rudeness earlier. Please accept my apology on her behalf. Hope you won't mind taking it out on a little girl. Montgomery glanced sideways coldly. If so, why didn't you stop her before? Did you not think I'd be easy to bully? The girl's face stiffened, a bit of anger rising in her heart. But seeing Emmanuel, eyes rolling back, she could only suppress her anger and continue begging Montgomery to release Emmanuel. At this moment, Nia also walked over, quietly advising, Montgomery, let it go. She could tell that the two women before her were no ordinary individuals and did not want Montgomery to provoke trouble right away. Montgomery saw the worry in the girl's eyes, and as he looked at her, he said calmly, For Nia's sake, I will let her go this time. If she disrespects me again, I won't be lenient. As he released his grip, Emmanuel dropped down, landing heavily on the ground, gulping in large breaths of fresh air. It took a good while for her complexion to return to normal. The brandy squatted down beside her and asked with concern, Emmanuel, are you all right? Emmanuel shook her head but still appeared pale, with a lingering hint of fear in her eyes. At that moment, she genuinely felt the threat of death. Emmanuel knew that if it weren't for the intervention of the girl holding the young magical beast, that person would have truly killed her. After quite some time, Emmanuel finally calmed down and then cast a hateful look at the direction where Montgomery and the others had left. How dare you humiliate me like this? I will definitely take revenge. The brandy wanted to say something, but seeing the hatred in Emmanuel's eyes, she swallowed her words and instead advised, I think that person is not simple. Don't act impulsively. It's best to be cautious. Emmanuel nodded. Then, the two of them left the scene with the injured Xavier. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently mourning for Montgomery in their hearts. Being targeted by Emmanuel meant almost zero chances of survival. Although Montgomery showed impressive strength, none of them believed he could match the Tanglade family. On the other side, after wandering around the city with Nia, Montgomery entered a luxurious manor for some food and stayed there. At dusk, Johnny returned. Montgomery looked at him. How did the investigation go? Johnny reported truthfully, Sir, everything is clear. This Far East city has 5 top noble families. The Freddy family, the Monka family, the Saul family, the Tanglade family, and the Alexander family. Upon hearing this, Nia's expression changed slightly, her gaze filled with worry as she looked at Montgomery. He gently shook his head at the girl, signaling that it was fine. Johnny was puzzled, asking curiously, Sir, what's wrong? Montgomery shook his head. Nothing serious, just that I hit someone earlier, who seems to be the eldest daughter of the Tanglade family. Chapter 120, Heading to the Monka family. Johnny's mouth opened slightly, and then closed, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that as expected of Geo Su, just arriving in Far East City had already stirred up one of the young misses of the 5 great families. Have you found any leads on the dragon offspring? Montgomery asked again. Johnny nodded. I have. There are reports that the Monka family recently captured a 9th-stage magical beast offspring, which should be the progeny of Lord Long. Montgomery nodded gently. Very well, rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we will go to the Monka family and retrieve the dragon offspring before heading to the Freddy family. Johnny nodded with respect and withdrew. Inside the castle of the Toulard family, in an extravagant room, Emmanuel looked at the blonde youth before her with a piteous expression. Brother, you must stand up for me. The blonde youth was clad in white robes, with a fair and handsome face, tall and statuesque figure, exuding an aura of noble elegance. The youth was named Bliss, the eldest son of the Toulard family, and also the leading figure among the younger generation of the Toulard family. At just over 20, he was already a peak 6th-level magician, only one step away from becoming a 7th-level high mage, and possessed dual elemental attributes of lightning and earth. Even by the standards of the entire Far East region, he was considered one of the top prodigies. Bliss glanced at the girl. Tell me what happened. Emmanuel didn't hold back, quickly embellishing the events while recounting them. After hearing this, Bliss's face suddenly darkened. To dare lay such heavy hands on someone from the Toulard family, I would like to see who this boy is. Emmanuel gritted her teeth. Brother, when the time comes, make sure to capture him alive. Don't kill him. I want him to suffer. Bliss nodded gently. Rest well. I will immediately send people to search the city. In the central area of Far East City lies a vast cluster of castles. This place is both the administrative center of the central province and the entire Far East region. At present, inside a hall of one of these castles, the girl who had accompanied Emmanuel during the day was now sitting on a chair in the hall. Across from her sat an elderly man with white hair. The old man was dressed in luxurious and refined noble attire, with long white hair draping over his shoulders and a face covered in wrinkles. Although the old man appeared very aged outwardly, his eyes shone brightly, giving off an impression of vigor and vitality. Looking at the blonde girl, the old man smiled warmly. Hannah, it's late. What brings you here? The young girl Hannah nodded gently, then recounted the events of the day briefly. Grandfather, that person's aura was very strong, giving off an unfathomable feeling. I think he is no ordinary individual. The old man paused, then chuckled. Hearing you describe it, Grandfather has become curious about this person too. Hannah nodded. Grandfather, I'm worried about this person's intentions in Far East City. That's why I told you, hoping you could send someone to investigate. The old man nodded, smiling warmly. Since my beloved granddaughter has spoken, I will indeed send people to investigate. Let's see what this extraordinary youth is all about. The next day, after having breakfast with Zoe and Johnny in the estate, Montgomery set out for the Munkoff family. They hadn't gone far from the estate when they were being tailed. These weren't just anyone, but the people dispatched by Bliss. In a hidden alley, a guard said to another guard, Go quickly and inform young Geo Bliss. I'll keep following them. The other guard nodded and left swiftly. The remaining guard discreetly followed Montgomery and company. Since Bliss had specifically instructed not to confront directly if Montgomery was formidable and to notify him first, this guard did not act rashly. On the street, Johnny subtly glanced behind them and cautiously looked at Montgomery. Geo, it seems we're being followed. Montgomery dismissed it. Just a few ants, nothing to worry about. Johnny nodded upon hearing this and stopped paying attention. Meanwhile, the guard hurried back to the Toulard family as fast as possible and reported the situation to Bliss. At the moment, Bliss was chatting pleasantly with a young man. The young man wore lavish clothing and had equally remarkable looks and demeanor. If Montgomery were here, he would recognize the young man. It was Jeffrey, whom he had argued with in the Hungduan Mountains that day. Upon receiving the report, Bliss's face showed slight pleasure, and he immediately ordered, Show the way. I want to see which scoundrel dares to challenge the Toulard family so boldly. Jeffrey spoke up. Brother Bliss, do you mind if I join you to see this through? Bliss shook his head with a smile. Of course not. The two quickly left the castle with the guard, heading toward Montgomery's location. On the other side, after passing through several streets, Montgomery and his companions finally arrived outside the Munkoff family's castle. Ahead, a massive castle stood on the ground. Around the castle, towering walls were constructed. There was only one entrance, with dozens of armored guards standing on either side. As Montgomery and his companions approached, they were immediately stopped by a group of guards. One guard stepped forward and shouted, Who are you? This is private property. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. Without waiting for Montgomery's instructions, Johnny immediately stepped forward and said, Gentlemen, we wish to conduct a transaction with the Munkoff family. While speaking, he pointed to the red dragon in Zoe's arms. See that? It's the offspring of a 9th stage magical beast. We plan to sell it to your Munkoff family. Upon hearing 9th stage magical beast, the guard's pupils constricted. He took a closer look and noticed that the red dragon in Zoe's arms bore a striking resemblance to the magical beast offspring the family had recently acquired. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. Follow me. Montgomery and his companions immediately followed the guard into the castle. The guard from the Toulard family who had been following them saw this scene and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He was curious about Montgomery and his companions' purpose in visiting the Munkoff family. Before long, Bliss and Jeffrey arrived under the guidance of another guard. Bliss looked at the guard and asked, Where are they? The guard pointed to the grand castle ahead. Young Geo, those individuals just entered the Munkoff family's castle. Bliss was taken aback for a moment and stared at the castle suspiciously. What's going on? Could it be that these guys have connections with the Munkoff family? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, how could they act so recklessly? The Munkoff family and the Toulard family had always been at odds. They had no shortage of open and secret conflicts. If it was indeed their doing, Bliss could understand it. What should we do now, young Geo? A guard looked at Bliss. Humph, they may have gone inside. But if these guys truly have ties to the Munkoff family, the Toulard family will not let this matter rest. Bliss snorted coldly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The Munkoff family's actions this time were indeed over the line, even bullying his sister. If he didn't demand an explanation, where would the face of the Toulard family be? Chapter 121. What did you say just now? Montgomery and his two companions followed the guard deep into the castle, soon meeting the upper echelons of the Munkoff family. When the guard reported the purpose of Montgomery and company, the senior members of the Munkoff family were taken aback. Their gazes all turned to Montgomery and his companions. Upon seeing the red dragon in Zoe's arms, their eyes couldn't help but narrow. Scholarly man Walter was startled when he clearly saw the faces of Montgomery and the others. It's you? A nearby person heard this and asked him, Fifth brother, what's going on? Do you know these people? Walter nodded and roughly recounted what had happened that day in the Hungduan Mountains. Hearing this, the Munkoff family elders' gazes narrowed, and the white-haired old man at the head of the group looked at Montgomery and the others, saying coolly, "You folks, are you really here to sell a magical beast cub?" Stepping forward, Montgomery smiled and said, "Of course not." The old man's face darkened. "Are you mocking me?" Montgomery shook his head with a smile. "This seat has no such intention. Hand over that magical beast cub, and this seat will not hold past grievances against you." Upon hearing this, the old man and others' expressions fell instantly. A burly man shouted coldly, "Brat, dare to come causing trouble in my Munkoff family? I see you have too much life to spare." As he spoke, his figure suddenly shot forward. His fingers formed a claw as he lunged straight for Montgomery's throat. His first move was a deadly strike, showing no mercy. Montgomery remained unperturbed, taking a step forward and throwing a punch towards him. The two punches collided, producing a crack sound. The muscular man's body was hurled backward by an enormous force, slamming into a distant wall with a thud. An indentation appeared in the wall instantly. Fourth brother. The elders' faces changed drastically, with two of them rushing immediately to assist the burly man who was now coughing up blood on the ground. The rest of the people glared icily at Montgomery, while the white-haired elder's voice became icy cold. "Brat, since the founding of our Munkoff family, you're the first to dare cause trouble here. Is that so? Then it is quite an honor for me." Montgomery chuckled softly, striding towards the elders. The old man gave a cold snort, quickly chanting a magic incantation. Behind him appeared a blue magic disc. Unfortunately, Montgomery didn't give him a chance to attack. With a swift push from his feet, his figure shot out like an arrow, reaching the old man in an instant. He moved so fast that the latter had no time to react. With the explosion of light from his fist, he pounded the old man's chest, sending him flying heavily. Seeing this scene, the other people's expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, Montgomery moved again. Like an agile spirit cat, he darted around among the group rapidly. Amidst a series of thuds, the entire group was sent flying away. This sight stunned the surrounding servants and guards. The Munkoff family's elders were actually defeated so easily. Surveying the sprawled bodies in the hall, Montgomery said calmly, "This seat gives you one more chance. Hand over that dragon cub." The white-haired elder struggled to stand, clutching his painfully throbbing chest, eyeing Montgomery warily. Who exactly are you?" Grayson said indifferently. "You do not have the qualifications to know this seat's identity. If you don't want your Munkoff family to be erased from Yuandong City, hand over that dragon cub obediently." The elder's face turned both shocked and furious upon hearing this. "Brat, don't be so arrogant. Is my Munkoff family so easy to bully?" He stopped mid-sentence because Montgomery had appeared before him without notice, grabbing him by the neck. Montgomery gazed down at the elder whose face was turning red from lack of air, speaking coldly. "This seat's patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the dragon cub, or else I won't mind opening the gates of slaughter." At this moment, Montgomery's strength made ordinary level 9 powerhouses no match for him. The old man was a level 9 great mage, and if he could cast spells, he might have stood a few rounds against Montgomery. But in terms of physical strength and speed, he was utterly outclassed by Montgomery. Facing Montgomery, he never even got the chance to cast a spell, which was why he seemed completely helpless. The old man felt an intense wave of killing intent hit him, making him sense impending death. Desperately blinking his eyes, pleading for mercy appeared in his gaze. Only then did Montgomery loosen his grip. Landing on the ground, the elder gasped for breath, feeling like he had just narrowly escaped death. Struggling to look up, wanting to say something, he finally held back upon recalling Montgomery's terrifying strength. Then he immediately instructed a nearby servant. "Go. Tell Sam to bring the magical beast cub here." The servant dared not hesitate and left the hall quickly. At this moment, a guard rushed in, momentarily stunned by the mess inside the hall, revealing confusion in his eyes. The white-haired old man asked sternly, "What is it?" The guard immediately came to his senses and respectfully replied, "Head of the family, Bliss from the Tanglad family, says he has something to discuss with you." The white-haired old man was taken aback for a moment, then said after some deliberation, "Let him in." The guard immediately left and soon returned with two people. It was Jeffrey and Bliss. Seeing the scene inside the hall, the two were also stunned for a moment before their gaze subconsciously shifted to the white-haired elder. At this moment, the elder's mood was very bad, and he said impatiently, "Why did you two brats come to our Munkoff family? What's your business here?" Bliss collected his thoughts, glanced at Montgomery and the others, and asked cautiously, "Clan leader Augustus, who are these people?" Jeffrey followed his gaze. Upon recognizing Montgomery and the others, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually you guys?" Bliss was taken aback and glanced over. "Brother Jeffrey, do you know them?" Jeffrey didn't hide it, and quickly recounted the incident in the Hungduan Mountains that day. Then he sneered at Montgomery. "Boy, it's really an eye-opener. To think I would run into you here. How dare you kill someone from my Freddy family? Today, you'll learn the consequences." At that moment, a red-haired youth carrying a crimson dragon entered. "Grandpa, you called me?" As soon as the red-haired youth entered, he asked Augustus. But even before he could finish speaking, he sensed something was amiss. Before he could ask, Augustus instructed, "Give the magical beast cub to him." Sam followed the direction of his finger and instantly saw Montgomery and the others, surprised. "It's actually you guys? You came all the way to Yuandong City." Then he realized what was happening and looked questioningly at Augustus. "Grandpa, what do you mean? Why should I give the magical beast cub to them? And where did you get those injuries? Who did you fight?" Augustus's face darkened, and he scolded. "Enough nonsense. Quickly give the magical beast cub to this gentleman." Seeing Sam still standing there dumbfounded, Augustus strode forward and snatched the magical beast cub from his hands, then approached Montgomery and handed it over. Sir, returning what is rightfully yours. We hope this matter ends here and no further difficulties will befall our Munkoff family. Baoshan immediately took the magical beast cub. Montgomery said calmly, I only came to retrieve the magical beast cub and had no intention of targeting your Munkoff family. Augustus nodded repeatedly, feeling a bit relieved. Montgomery then turned to Jeffrey and asked coldly, what were you saying just now? Chapter 122. Because he has a big fist. Jeffrey's face froze, unsure of how to respond for a moment. He had already sensed that something was amiss. It seemed Montgomery had subdued the entire Monka family. Although this was hard to believe, the fact was right before his eyes, and he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, Everett would not have made Sam hand over the magical beast pup. After a few seconds of silence, Jeffrey forced down his thoughts and said solemnly to Montgomery, Kid, I admit I misjudged you, but my Freddy family is not so easy to provoke. If you don't give an explanation about what happened that day, my Freddy family will not let it go. The corner of Montgomery's mouth twitched with a faint smile. Rest assured, before long, I will personally come to your Freddy family to settle accounts. Jeffrey was taken aback, a suspicious look appearing in his eyes. Settle accounts? Montgomery didn't explain, just turned to Zoe and the others and said, let's go. Just as the three were about to leave, Bliss shouted loudly, stop. Montgomery turned around. Is there something? Bliss stepped forward and asked, Sir, did you hit a girl named Emmanuelle yesterday? Montgomery nodded. Yes, I did. What's this about? Are you here to seek revenge for her? Bliss hadn't expected Montgomery to be so straightforward and immediately said coldly, our Tanglad family's young lady isn't one to be bullied at will. Montgomery responded with a mild, oh. Then he asked indifferently, so what? Bliss's expression faltered for a moment before he gritted his teeth. Don't get too arrogant. In this Far East city, no one dares to bully our Tanglad family like this. In an instant, Montgomery appeared in front of Bliss, looking down on him. So, are you seeking revenge then? Bliss was startled, instinctively stepping back a few steps. Montgomery's speed was too fast for him to react. When he came to his senses, he was startled and furious. You. But before he could finish, Montgomery interrupted him. You talk too much. If you want to fight, hurry up. I don't have time to waste here. His impatient tone and contemptuous gaze immediately enraged Bliss thoroughly. The last bit of rationality he had left was swallowed by anger, and he swiftly recited a magic incantation, preparing to teach Montgomery a lesson. However, halfway through the spell, a palm the size of a fan landed on his face with a smack. The terrifying force instantly sent Bliss flying backward, crashing into a distant wall, ending up with a bloody nose and bruises. Jeffrey and the red-haired youth Sam stood there dumbfounded. Bliss was among the top 5 strongest of the younger generation in Far East City. Yet, he was severely injured in one move by Montgomery. Wasn't this difference too great? The other onlookers felt no surprise at all. Even a group of level 9 warriors couldn't defeat Montgomery, let alone someone like Bliss. Montgomery gazed down at Bliss, who spat blood from his mouth, and said calmly, without strength, don't try to act tough. Today, I'm in a good mood and won't kill you. But this is only once, don't make the same mistake again. With that, he left the castle with Zoe and the others. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that the red-haired youth Sam looked at Everett, puzzled. Grandfather, what exactly happened here? Why did we give the hard-earned magical beast pup to that kid? Jeffrey perked up his ears, listening intently. Though there were signs of a struggle at the scene, he found it hard to believe that Montgomery could take on the entire Monka family alone. There must be some hidden story, but Everett had no intention of telling him. His eyes swept over Jeffrey and Bliss, and he coldly demanded, do you have any more business? If not, scram. Jeffrey's face fell, and he quickly helped Bliss to his feet and left. After they were gone, Sam looked at Everett again. Grandfather, what's going on? He was still bewildered. Similarly, he couldn't believe that Montgomery alone took on numerous experts of their family. He guessed there must be some hidden circumstances, but whatever it was, he couldn't figure it out. Everett said coldly, the reason is simple. That kid has a bigger fist than our entire Monka family. Sam froze where he stood, unable to recover for a long time. He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined this one. Montgomery looked only 17 or 18, barely an adult. Yet this young man was stronger than their entire Monka family. Anyone would find such a thing hard to believe. Everett decided not to hide anything further and briefly recounted the earlier events. He then warned sternly, that kid is very mysterious and incredibly powerful. Do not even think of taking revenge. Warn all the young people in the family never to provoke him. Although Sam still found it hard to believe, he knew that Everett would not joke about such matters and nodded. After Montgomery and Zoe left, they first returned to the mansion where they were staying. He did not go directly to the Freddy family because Montgomery planned to settle the two of them in the mansion before going alone to the Freddy family. The purpose of going to the Freddy family was not only to bring back Portia, but also to claim half of the family's assets as promised by Shazwa. This was highly likely to provoke a fierce backlash from the Freddy family. They might even fight him to the death. Montgomery was worried that during the battle, he wouldn't be able to take care of Zoe and the other. That was why he first returned to the mansion. Although he was strongly confident in his own strength, he was still cautious against any unforeseen events. Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Montgomery reminded the two, then left the mansion. As he was heading to the Freddy family, Jeffrey and Bliss had already arrived at the Freddy family's castle first. The Monka family's castle was not far from the Freddy family's castle. Jeffrey brought Bliss back here first to have the light mage of the family treat him. Additionally, Both of them needed to attend the upcoming engagement ceremony. As soon as they entered the castle, they encountered Shazwa walking towards them. Jeffrey asked curiously, "Uncle, has the Alexander family arrived?" "Not yet. I'm planning to go outside and prepare to welcome them." Saying this, he noticed Bliss covered in blood and was instantly shocked. "Isn't this Geo Bliss? What happened? Who hurt you so badly?" He was genuinely surprised. In this Far East city, someone dared to severely injure the eldest son of the Tanglad family. Wasn't this risking their life? Jeffrey didn't hide anything and quickly recounted the events. That kid was incredibly arrogant, not only beating up Brother Bliss, but also claiming he would come to our Freddy family to settle accounts. I don't know what he means. Humph, if he dares to come to our Freddy family, I will make sure he never leaves. Jeffrey coldly hummed, with a chilling look in his eyes. He failed to notice that Shazwa's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "Uncle, I'll take Brother Bliss to get treated now. See you later," Jeffrey said and left with Bliss. Shazwa narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering, "That kid actually came to Far East City." Thinking of Montgomery's terrifying strength, he did not dare to be careless and quickly went to find the patriarch of the Freddy family. Chapter 123, Engagement. Kendrick quickly arrived at the main hall of the castle. At this moment, the core members of the Freddy family were gathered in the main hall. Dozens of servants were busily working. In a certain part of the grand hall, Portia sat on a chair. The young girl was dressed in a blue long dress, exuding an icy and proud demeanor like a snow lotus from Mount Tion, giving people a feeling that they should not approach her easily. The girl sat there silently, looking quite dejected. Beside her, several younger members of the Freddy family, including Jesse, sat there as well. At this moment, their faces were complicated. They wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. They only learned after coming to the clan that they were able to come here because the young girl had sacrificed her own happiness for them. This was because Ismail, who was called out earlier, was a notorious playboy in Far East City. He indulged in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, bullying men and women, and could be said to do every evil deed imaginable. Once when he came to the Freddy family as a guest, he was instantly captivated by Portia's beauty and grace, and immediately proposed an alliance marriage to the Freddy family. Ismail was the young master of the Alexander family, and the Freddy family naturally would not refuse. There was no other reason. It was because the Alexander family was the first family in the Far East region, ranking first among the 5 major families of Far East City. Being able to establish ties with the Alexander family was naturally welcome news for the Freddy family. Even if Ismail was an infamous playboy, they did not mind. Although they felt somewhat guilty, they couldn't help much. Jesse thought for a moment and whispered, "Portia, I heard Ismail is the young master of the Alexander family. You won't be at a loss marrying him, so don't be sad." Portia glanced at him, a hint of disappointment showing in her eyes. Jesse's expression froze, and he didn't say anything more. After entering the grand hall, Kendrick quickly walked toward the upper seat where a white-haired elder was sitting. Seeing Kendrick arrive, the elder asked, "Old too, how is it? Have the people from the Alexander family arrived?" The elder's name was Devin Freddy, the current patriarch of the Freddy family. Kendrick shook his head and said softly, "Father, do you remember the thing I told you last time?" Devin looked puzzled. "What thing?" Kendrick immediately said, "It's about what happened in the Transverse Mountain Range." Devin suddenly recalled and asked, "So, why are you bringing this up now?" Kendrick said solemnly, "That guy has come to the Far East City." Hearing this, Devin was startled and then said coldly, "Humph, good timing. After the engagement, I will definitely find that guy. Anyone who dares to touch my Freddy family must pay the price." Kendrick nodded and then added, "Father, I'm worried that the guy might cause trouble today." Devin laughed coldly. "Huh, if he dares to come today, I'll make sure he doesn't return." Due to the engagement, all the top experts of the Freddy family were present. Moreover, later on, experts from the Alexander family would also arrive. With such an impressive lineup, whoever comes will have to kneel, unless they are a Sacred Realm powerhouse. But that was clearly impossible. There were no such powerhouses in the entire Far East region. Kendrick nodded and said, "Father, I know this naturally, but I'm afraid that the guy may barge in during the engagement ceremony, which would damage the face of both our families. My suggestion is to send some experts to guard the entrance and eliminate him if he really comes." Devin thought about it and agreed. "All right, let's have Old 5 and Old 6 accompany you." Kendrick nodded, turned around, and went to 2 men standing a few yards away who looked quite similar, explaining the situation to them in low tones before leaving the hall with them. Just outside the hall, they encountered Ismail and Bliss. At this moment, the latter's injuries had already healed, and he was preparing to witness the engagement ceremony between the 2 families. Not long ago, Ismail had gone to the Monka family specifically to invite Bliss. First, they were good friends. Second, the Tangland family and the Alexander family were related by marriage, so Bliss naturally had to come to witness it. It was just that they didn't expect to encounter that incident afterward. The 2 exchanged greetings and parted ways. They entered the hall and sat down, waiting for the arrival of the Alexander family. On the other side, Kendrick brought the 2 men to the castle's main gate, waiting for the Alexander family to arrive. Soon after, several carriages slowly drove from the end of the street. Their expressions changed as they immediately walked out of the castle. Before long, several carriages arrived at the castle's entrance. A group of extravagantly dressed people descended, none other than members of the Alexander family. The leader was a Chevy with a distinguished air, accompanied by a middle-aged couple and several young people. Among them, a young man with blonde hair held a bouquet of flowers, his face beaming with happiness. He was none other than Ismail. Beside him, several other young people were also dressed in fine clothing. Among them was the girl who had been with Aziel the day before. "Everyone, please come inside." Kendrick and the two others immediately laughed heartily as they welcomed the guests into the castle. The Chevy nodded slightly, and then led the group following Kendrick into the castle, heading straight for the main hall. The twin men continued to guard the castle gate to prevent Montgomery from arriving. Soon after, Kendrick returned. One of the twins complained, "Second brother, this is so disappointing. I was hoping to witness the alliance marriage between our Freddy family and the Alexander family, but now we have to guard the gate." Though the other twin didn't speak, he too wore a disgruntled expression. Kendrick comforted them. All right, don't complain. This is something we can't avoid. For safety's sake, we need to bear with it." The twins could only reluctantly nod. Just as the three were chatting, a purple-robed figure slowly approached from a distance. Kendrick had been keeping an eye on the surroundings and noticed the figure the moment it appeared. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, his gaze sharpened, and he murmured in a low voice, "He really came." The twin brothers were startled and immediately looked over. One of them, a red-robed man, said, "Is that the kid? He actually dared to come here. I'll go pound him to death." Kendrick's expression changed, hurriedly warning, "Ford, be careful. That kid is very strong." Unfortunately, the former had already rushed away. The red-robed man was a 9th-level warrior, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Montgomery. Knowing Montgomery's strength, Kendrick immediately said to the other, "Come on, fifth brother, let's go help Ford." On the other side, the red-robed man lunged at Montgomery and threw a punch. His fist was enveloped in scorching battle chi, and terrifying aura exploded through the air, heading straight for Montgomery's head. It was clear that he intended to kill Montgomery, without any intention of holding back. Chapter 124, I disagree with this marriage proposal. Facing the punch that came flying at him, Montgomery remained unperturbed, swinging his fist to meet it head-on. The two fists collided, instantly producing a crisp cracking sound. The previously arrogant expression on the red-robed man's face immediately froze, replaced by one of agony. Before he could react, Montgomery moved in like a specter and punched him squarely in the chest. The terrifying force caused an indentation in the chest, and his body flew backward as if it were a sandbag. Ford, Kendrick, and another Ernest who had just arrived were visibly shocked. Then they looked angrily at Montgomery, quickly reciting magic incantations, preparing to cast powerful spells to subdue him. But how could Montgomery give them the chance? He charged at them like lightning. His fists tore through the air, heading straight for one of their faces. Crack! The Ernest's nasal bone broke instantly, blood gushed out, and the magical glow behind him dimmed rapidly. Montgomery slapped him away effortlessly with a palm strike. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Kendrick had already completed his spell, several huge lightning bolts descending from the sky toward Montgomery. A 9th-grade archmage could cast spells in just 1 or 2 seconds, virtually instantaneously. But Montgomery's speed was too fast, leaving the Ernest completely helpless. Boom! Massive lightning bolts thicker than water buckets struck Montgomery, enveloping his entire body in golden lightning. Seeing this, Kendrick's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly began casting another spell. Behind him, a huge magic disc lit up, with thick lightning rays emerging from it, ready to shoot towards Montgomery. At this moment, the terrifying lightning slowly dissipated. Focusing, Kendrick's pupils constricted sharply. Despite receiving such a formidable attack, the purple-robed figure remained unscathed. Even his robe did not suffer the slightest damage. How is this possible? Kendrick was filled with shock and disbelief. Montgomery's strength greatly exceeded his expectations. With a faint indifference, Montgomery said, "Do you think mere lightning can harm me?" Since breaking through to the 6th-grade warrior, he could condense his aura into armor covering his entire body. Cultivating wrathful demon heart not only granted him an incredibly tough physical body, but also bestowed upon him a vast sea of aura. The defensive aura technique Montgomery used earlier was a powerful one. By condensing aura inside his body into armor covering his whole body, he could withstand most attacks. Montgomery didn't want to waste words. With his hands forming seals, a towering shadowy figure appeared behind him. This figure was over 100 meters tall, radiating a fearsome aura. Its facial features bore some resemblance to Montgomery. Compared to when he was in the Transverse Mountains, this shadowy figure had become more solid. With Montgomery's current strength, he still couldn't fully perform the heaven-shaking hammer. He estimated that it would take at least reaching 9th grade to perform the complete heaven-shaking hammer. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the towering figure, Kendrick's face changed dramatically as he hastily recited magic incantations. Lightning spears shot out from behind him. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands while continuing to chant incantations. The magic disc behind him suddenly enlarged several times. Then, 3 lightning serpents, each several times thicker than water buckets, roared out, following the lightning spears toward Montgomery. Heaven-shaking hammer. Montgomery placed his hands together and then abruptly lowered them. The towering figure behind him mirrored the same action. A massive fist, comparable to a mountain, suddenly fell. Whether it was lightning spears or lightning serpents, they crumbled instantly under this terrifying blow, dissipating into lightning. Kendrick's face drastically changed, turning deathly pale, revealing despair. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. Boom! An explosion sounded, the giant fist hammering heavily onto the ground, sending winds and dust swirling around, obscuring everyone's view. Nearby, the twin brothers who had just gotten up saw this scene, their faces changing dramatically. "Second brother," they screamed, their eyes filled with deep concern. After a while, the wind and dust slowly settled. Looking closely, they saw a large, deep crater in the middle of the area. As for Kendrick's figure, it had vanished. Their faces changed, rushing urgently towards the crater. Upon arrival, they immediately looked into the crater. At the bottom of the crater, an old man lay there gasping for breath, covered in blood. On the grounds of kinship, I will spare his life for now. Hearing this, they looked over to see Montgomery, standing calmly several meters away. His face was calm, showing no sign of triumph, as if defeating a ninth-grade archmage was nothing significant. Montgomery glanced at the two of them before walking towards the castle entrance. Daring not to stop him, the two brothers didn't hinder Montgomery at all. They had witnessed Montgomery's strength and knew clearly that even if they teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for him. The guards at the castle gate had also watched the entire battle. Seeing Montgomery approach, they all stepped aside, none daring to block his path. Brandishing Montgomery's disappearing figure, the red-robed man said in a daze, "Fifth brother, what did he mean by kinship?" The earnest shook his head, then quickly descended into the deep pit to rescue the barely alive Kendrick. Montgomery had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, Kendrick would have died earlier. Entering the castle, Montgomery saw it festooned with lanterns and decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. Curious, he wondered if he had accidentally picked such a day that coincided with the Freddy family celebration. He summoned a guard to inquire about the situation. Not daring to hide anything, the guard quickly informed Montgomery of the events. Upon hearing that Portia was to be betrothed to a wastrel, Montgomery's face darkened, and he strode towards the main hall. Inside the main hall at that moment, Devon was enthusiastically welcoming the various distinguished guests from the Alexander family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Devon began discussing business with the leading Chevy from the Alexander family. After some discussion, the two called Ismael and Portia to the front, preparing to announce the alliance between the two families publicly. At this moment, everyone in the grand hall turned their gazes towards the two. Ismael looked at the girl beside him with ardent eyes. After today, she would be his fiancée. Portia's expression was terrible, filled with despair. She had thought that coming to the clan would bring better prospects, but instead, she was to marry a wastrel. This life was far from what she had imagined. Just as Devon and the Chevy were about to announce the official engagement between the two families, a cold and sharp voice suddenly rang out from outside the grand hall. "I disagree with this marriage proposal." Everyone followed the voice and saw a purple-clothed youth slowly walking into the hall. Chapter 125, A bunch of rubbish. Dare to act aggressively before me. Among the crowd, when Jesse and others saw the arrival was Montgomery, their faces suddenly changed, eyes revealing shock and intense disbelief. The young girl who had accompanied Aziel yesterday also showed an immediate change in expression. Bliss, Jeffrey, and those who had gone to the Transverse Mountain Range also underwent a change in expression, with astonishment flashing in their eyes. Portia's beautiful eyes widened, her gaze firmly fixed on the figure clad in purple entering the hall. She never would have thought that at this critical moment, Montgomery actually came. Though she had indeed hoped for it before, she knew it was an impossible matter. At this moment, people present were surprised, some stunned, some horrified, and others angry. None were more enraged than Devon sitting at the head of the gathering. Just as he was about to reach an agreement with the Alexander family for marriage alliance, a thorn in the side appeared at this crucial juncture. How could he not be furious? Devon cast a menacing look towards Montgomery and coldly said, "Boy, no matter who you are, it's best if you leave here immediately. Today is a joyous occasion. I do not wish to open the gate of bloodshed." In fact, he had already guessed somewhat about Montgomery's identity, inwardly cursing Shazwa and the other two for being unable to stop even a mere boy. If it weren't for the critical moment, he would likely have acted immediately to subdue Montgomery. Montgomery looked over, his calm gaze meeting Devon's menacing one without flinching in terms of demeanor. "I've already said, I do not agree with this marriage alliance." Devon's expression suddenly turned furiously angry as he rebuked, "Who do you think you are? When has my Freddy family's matters ever allowed interference from outsiders like you?" Montgomery stepped towards Portia while saying indifferently, "Compared to my relationship with Sister Portia, perhaps you are the true outsiders." These words caused a stir throughout the venue. Devon's eyes narrowed abruptly. "Exactly who are you?" Montgomery didn't hide it and replied casually, "I am straightforward, Montgomery, Freddy." Hearing these words, all the members of the Freddy family present stared intently at Montgomery, scrutinizing him carefully. This name was familiar to many of them. Previously, when Montgomery displayed powerful talent, Arn and others intended to send him back to the main clan for cultivation, but were mercilessly rejected. One reason was they didn't find Montgomery's talent impressive enough. The other was for retaliation. Yonatan then, when Aloysius was admitted to the Imperial Capital Magic Academy, the main clan extended an olive branch, which was refused by Aloysius. The main clan was quite displeased with this affair. Among the crowd, an elderly woman stood dazed, staring at the figure in the courtyard in horror. This old woman was none other than Kaelin, who once encountered Montgomery along with Shazwa in the Transverse Mountain Range. Among all present, only she had personally witnessed Montgomery's strength, having seen him seriously injure a level 9 mage in one move. Such a super genius was actually a member of their Freddy family's branch clan. Arn had once begged her to bring Montgomery into the main clan, which she cruelly refused. Kaelin was almost regretting this decision, wishing to slap herself hard. Such a terrifying prodigy was shut out by her. Somewhere in the hall, Jeffrey was utterly dumbfounded. He never would have thought that Montgomery was actually a member of their Freddy family's branch clan. Bliss was equally shocked. A member of a branch clan had defeated him, the first genius of the Tanglade family, with just one move. The Chevy from the Alexander family looked at Devon and remarked calmly, "Clan leader Devon, it seems this day wasn't chosen well. Perhaps we should pick another date." Devon's face changed rapidly, urgently replying, "Mr. Smith, please wait, I will handle it immediately." Saying this, he looked at Montgomery with a dark expression, coldly saying, "Boy, no matter who you are, get out of here now or don't blame me for being rude." Montgomery lifted his gaze, disdainfully replying, "With you? Just try. Presumptuous." Devon erupted in fury, shouting loudly, "Break this boy's limbs and imprison him in the dungeon. Let him know that our Freddy family does not tolerate challenges." Immediately, several imposing figures rushed towards Montgomery. Seeing this, Portia's face turned pale, worry showing on her face. Facing the oncoming attackers, Montgomery's expression remained unchanged. His body dodged like a snake, easily evading their attacks. While dodging, he occasionally lashed out with large palms. Each time, someone was sent flying. Those hit usually ended up with broken bones and torn ligaments. Within a few breaths, Montgomery had brought down all his assailants. This scene shocked everyone present. Those who attacked earlier were all experts of the Freddy family. Most of them were level 8 warriors. Since this place was the center of the castle, it wasn't suitable for casting spells, so those who acted were basically warriors. Everyone had never expected that a group of level 8 warriors would be taken down so easily by Montgomery. That ease was just like cutting melons and slicing vegetables. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, his calm gaze looking at Devon as he said coolly, "A bunch of rubbish, dare to act aggressively before me?" These words caused a commotion throughout the hall. A group of level 8 experts, in the mouth of this young man before their eyes, were merely a bunch of rubbish. Such arrogant talk, perhaps no one in all of Far East City dared to say. Portia and Jesse stared wide-eyed. They had never thought that Montgomery would possess such strength. To effortlessly defeat a group of level 8 experts, this kind of feat could only be accomplished by a level 9 expert. And it had to be a seasoned level 9 expert. In other words, Montgomery possessed level 9 strength. The rest also realized this point, their hearts filled with shock as their gazes were fixed on the purple-clad figure in the middle of the scene. Such a young level 9 expert, they hadn't even heard of, let alone seen one. After her shock, Portia's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She saw hope again. With Montgomery here, maybe she really didn't have to marry a spoiled brat. Above in the grand hall, after Devon's initial shock, his eyes also flashed with a hint of joy. His gaze turned toward Montgomery, and he spoke warmly. "Montgomery, your talent is extraordinary. I am willing to accept you back into the main clan and cultivate you with all my efforts. Today is the auspicious day for our Freddy family's marriage alliance with the Alexander family. Since you've come, you can be a witness to it." Having said that, he instructed a nearby servant, "What are you standing there for? Quickly get a seat ready for Montgomery." Several servants immediately brought over a chair, preparing to invite Montgomery to sit. Montgomery waved at them, his gaze turning to Devon, and he said indifferently, "The Freddy family is worthless to me. I don't need your cultivation support. And one more thing, I reiterate, I do not agree with this marriage alliance." Chapter 126, Arrogance. A calm voice echoed through the silent grand hall, reaching everyone's ears. At this moment, almost all eyes were on the figure in purple in the middle of the square. This move was clearly a direct slight to Devon. His attitude made it clear that he did not take the Freddy family seriously at all. Devon's face gradually darkened as he cast a cold gaze at Montgomery. "Boy, do you really think I dare not touch you?" Montgomery seemed to completely miss the chill in his words, continuing on his own terms. "Not only will I take Sister Portia with me, but I also want half of your Freddy family's assets. You'd better hand them over obediently, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was once again stunned. The youth actually dared to threaten Devon. Such audacity was unheard of. None of those present had ever seen such an arrogant person. After a few seconds of dumbfounded silence, Devon's gaze turned icy, and he laughed aloud. "Good, very good. You are the most arrogant young man I have ever met. Today, let's see just how impolite you can be." Curiosity also sparkled in the eyes of the others, wanting to see what Montgomery would do next. Though they thought Montgomery was powerful, they didn't believe he could single-handedly challenge the entire Freddy family. "Well then, since you want to see, I'll satisfy your curiosity." Before he finished speaking, Montgomery's figure vanished from his spot and reappeared beside Portia. "Portia, come behind me." He spoke softly to the girl, and Portia nodded obediently, quickly moving to stand behind Montgomery. Ismael, standing nearby, had a suddenly gloomy expression, casting a cold glance at Montgomery. But he did not say anything and instead stepped back to the side. He had personally witnessed Montgomery's strength. It was formidable. There was no need for him to step forward now. Ismael believed that the Freddy family would handle it well. Though Ismael was spoiled, he wasn't foolish. Montgomery looked at Devon and said coolly, "Do we fight here or outside?" He did not wish to harm the innocent, though if the other party didn't care, it wouldn't matter. Devon nodded gently. "Outside. The battle between level 9 powerhouses would be terrifying. If it happened here, not only would the innocents be harmed, but the main hall itself would not survive." Montgomery led Portia out of the hall. The others immediately followed. Soon, the group arrived at a spacious grassland. Several level 9 powerhouses from the Freddy family immediately rushed forward, encircling Montgomery and Portia. Including Devon, there were 5 level 9 powerhouses. Adding Kendrick and the other 3, there were a total of 8 level 9 powerhouses. This was the strength of a top-tier noble family in the Far East region. Truly formidable. Devon looked at Montgomery and said coldly, "Boy, I'll give you one more chance. If you submit to the Freddy family, I will forgive what you have done." Upon hearing this, there was an uproar among the crowd. Even now, Devon was willing to give Montgomery another chance. But thinking about Montgomery's monstrous talent, they understood it was a potential Saint Realm cultivator. Taming such a genius would bring nothing but benefits. Montgomery shook his head. "No thanks." Devon's face instantly turned icy, and he ordered the four beside him. "Attack together. Exterminate this boy." They immediately nodded. Three of them immediately summoned blinding magical lights from their backs, while the fourth's body surged with combat energy, ready to unleash powerful martial skills. Devon was not idle either. He swiftly chanted incantations, and a green magic disc appeared behind him. In the next moment, fierce winds rose abruptly. Several dozen-foot-long green wind blades shot out, heading towards Montgomery and Portia in the center. Almost simultaneously, attacks from the others also converged on Montgomery. The spectators watched intently, eager to see how Montgomery would defend against such a terrifying assault. Shield of thick earth. Montgomery gave a low command. An earth-yellow magical light shone beneath his feet. With a rumbling sound, thick earth shields rose from the ground, blocking the incoming onslaught entirely. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed in the field. The gusts swept outwards as various colored attacks collided and twisted, bursting into brilliant flashes. After some time, the explosions gradually faded. Everyone focused, only to see several nearly shattered yellow-brown shields still standing. Crack, crack. The yellow-brown shields crumbled, revealing the two figures within unharmed. The crowd's pupils contracted. Despite the earlier terrifying attack, the two were perfectly intact. Among the crowd, several Freddy family prodigies like Jesse stared blankly at the figure in the middle of the field. Especially Jesse, whose eyes were wide open, revealing shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. He had thought that as long as he came to the clan, he could surpass Montgomery. But now it was clear that he had been completely overestimating himself. At this moment, despair filled his eyes, and his heart felt immeasurably complicated. Jesse knew that in his lifetime, not only would he never surpass Montgomery, but even catching up with him was an impossible dream. Montgomery glanced at Devon and said coolly, "Any other tricks? Bring them out." Devon reined in his shock, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Boy, since you want to die, then I will grant your wish." With that, he rapidly formed seals with his hands. Then, a massive green magic disc appeared above his head, drawing in terrifying wind elements from all around. Aura of cyclonic winds. The huge magic disc spun rapidly, and beams of green cyclonic winds shot out, heading down toward Montgomery. The speed of these winds was extremely fast, rivaling lightning. It left no room for anyone to dodge. The others quickly retreated, afraid of being caught in the backlash of the falling cyclonic winds. Even the spectators swiftly stepped back. They sensed a threat from the cyclonic winds. Devon was one of the few peak level 9 great magic geos in Far East City, and when he unleashed his full power, it was no laughing matter. Montgomery's eyes closed briefly before opening suddenly. Then he swiftly formed seals with his hands. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged behind him. This figure towered from the ground to the sky, like a deity from the ninth heaven. One hand held a shield, the other a spear, with a hazy face but exuding an overwhelming sense of majesty. Montgomery raised his arm, and the towering figure mirrored his actions. A huge shield covered Montgomery and Portia, blocking all the falling cyclonic winds. Clang, clang, clang. The green, blade-like cyclonic wind struck the shield, producing a series of metallic clangs, as if hitting an unbreakable divine iron. Devon's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the towering figure in front of him. He had never seen such a terrifying technique before. The spectators also wore expressions of shock. Such a fearsome skill was something they had never witnessed either. Portia stared at the towering figure in front of her, feeling a newfound sense of security she had never experienced before. Chapter 127. Can you accept it? The youth stood proudly in the arena. Though his tone was calm, his words were wildly arrogant. To provoke a 9th-rank peak archmage like this, there were few in all of Far East who would dare. Yet, this young man did. His proud figure and overbearing demeanor didn't show the slightest hint that he took Devon seriously. At this moment, people once again recognized Montgomery's arrogance. Throughout the entire Far East region, it would be hard to find a younger person more arrogant than him. Devon gnashed his teeth in anger, but felt somewhat helpless in his heart. The Gale Field was practically the most powerful magic he could cast. There were a few spells with slightly greater power, but not by much. Even if he used them, they likely wouldn't have an effect on the young man before him. At this moment, the twins entered with the barely alive Kendrick. Seeing the injured Kendrick, everyone was shocked. Devon's expression darkened even more as he beckoned the Ernest over. The latter immediately ran over. Form the formation. Devon roared, and the Ernest quickly changed places with the warrior among the 5. In the next moment, the 5 rapidly formed seals, incanting magic spells at speed. Then, 5 discs of different colors appeared, their glaring magical light illuminating the heavens and earth. Following which, 5 rays of magical light shot skyward, forming a super huge black magic disc high up in the air. Terrifying elemental forces gathered from all directions. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was deeply startled. The Chevy of the Alexander family looked intently and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the saint-slaying arrow?" Several people beside him were also surprised, including a Brandy who said in shock, "The saint-slaying arrow? Is it really the ancient formation that can slay Saint Domain experts?" Once, an ancestor of the Freddy family obtained an ancient book in an ancient ruin. It recorded an ancient formation. According to legend, this formation required the combined efforts of at least 5 archmages. Once performed, it was rumored to be capable of killing Saint Domain experts. This legend had always circulated in Far East City, with no one knowing its authenticity. For never before had anyone forced the Freddy family into needing 5 archmages to work together. The huge magic disc slowly rotated. Next, a completely elementally condensed black arrow gradually emerged from within the disc. This black arrow was extremely thick, like a giant pillar supporting the sky. As soon as it appeared, the elemental energies in the world turned chaotic and violent. A terrifying arrow intent descended, and the ground fractured under the pressure like a spider web. People quickly moved away, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Devin, with a grimace, said to Montgomery, "Boy, this is already our family's strongest attack. If you survive this, I will willingly admit defeat." The corner of Montgomery's mouth curled up as he calmly replied, "This is what an attack should look like. Your previous tricks couldn't even tickle me." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Montgomery's arrogance was beyond their comprehension, leaving them speechless. Devin coldly snorted, "Humph, boy, the saint-slaying arrow can slay even Saint Domain experts. Let's see if you can live through this first." Actually, what he said was somewhat biased. Although the saint-slaying arrow claimed to be able to slay Saint Domain experts, it required the combined efforts of 7 ninth-rank archmages, and each must have different elemental attributes. While the current situation didn't meet all conditions, this strike was still terrifying. Few below the Saint Domain could withstand such an attack. Montgomery ignored Devin, forming seals with both hands, his blood chi boiling, while heaven-fighting energy surged upward from his head, transforming into a towering figure in midair. This figure, reaching from the earth to the sky, resembled an ancient deity. Though blurry in appearance, it faintly resembled Montgomery. Montgomery prepared himself, his hands abruptly pushing upward, muttering lightly, "Star-annihilating palm." The towering figure behind him made the same motion. A massive black handprint shot out from the towering figure. The black handprint tore through the air, moving toward the descending black arrow. At the same time, the black arrow had completed its charge, shooting forth with a whistle towards the incoming black handprint. It was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly colliding with the black handprint. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the heavens, black lightning bursting forth as raging battle chi and elemental forces collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of shock. All trees surrounding the arena broke at their trunks. Onlookers around were blown back, their clothes flapping violently. Those with weaker strength were continuously forced to retreat, unable to resist such a terrifying shockwave. Though their figures were disheveled, everyone's gaze remained fixed on the sky, eager to see who would be the final winner of this peak confrontation. Finally, under everyone's witness, the two forces decided the victor. After a moment of stalemate, the pitch-black arrow burst apart with a deafening boom, shattered by the black palm print back into elemental particles. The black palm print continued its assault undiminished, pushing upwards into the sky. It broke through all obstacles like bamboo splitting, dispersing the clouds that had gathered in the sky. Soon, the scene gradually calmed down. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the youth in the arena. If even the legendary saint-slaying arrow couldn't defeat him, just how terrifying was his strength? Could he be beyond the 9th rank, reaching an even higher realm? This thought struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. If it were true, that would be too horrifying. However, some knew that Montgomery's strength should not have reached the Saint Domain. Saint Domain experts could release their fields. Once the field appeared, there was no point in fighting for those below the Saint Domain. They were fundamentally not on the same level. While the saint-slaying arrow was said to be capable of killing Saint Domain experts, it was uncertain whether it could do so in reality. Devin and the others gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. If even the saint-slaying arrow wasn't a match for Montgomery, then they truly had no way out. Montgomery looked at Devin, whose face was still shocked, and asked indifferently, "Any other tricks? This one will receive them." Devin's expression darkened, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He never imagined there would come a day when the Freddy family's full force couldn't deal with a mere youth. What pained him most was that this youth belonged to a branch of the Freddy family. Seeing Devin remain silent, Montgomery took a step toward him. Devin came to his senses, staring at Montgomery with a mixture of shock and anger. What do you want to do?" Montgomery's expression remained indifferent as he looked down at Devin, who was clearly flustered, and asked coolly, "Do you admit defeat?" Chapter 128, Are you teaching me how to do things? Devin's expression was incomparably ugly. Montgomery's actions were an outright humiliation. But at this point, what else could he say besides conceding? Conceded. He nodded with difficulty, almost squeezing out those few words through his teeth. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, didn't know what to say anymore. An 18-year-old youth had, with an overwhelmingly domineering posture, subdued the entire Freddy family. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a thing possible. Montgomery nodded lightly. "Prepare half of the family assets. I will come to collect in 3 days." After leaving this statement, he turned and walked out of the castle with Portia. Seeing this, Ismail's expression among the crowd was incomparably grim as he roared unwillingly, "Stop!" Everyone looked in the direction of his voice. Upon seeing Ismail, their expressions instantly became strange. The Chevy leading the Alexander family couldn't help but frown heavily, glaring fiercely at Ismail, yet he did not scold him verbally. Montgomery turned his head at the sound, his gaze sweeping over Ismail up and down before saying indifferently, "What is it?" Seeing that the Chevy did not stop him, Ismail gained some confidence and said solemnly to Montgomery, "Boy, you can leave, but Portia must stay." The crowd was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting anyone to challenge Montgomery. But when they thought of the Alexander family behind Ismail, they became understanding. Not only was the Alexander family the first noble family of Far East City, but its patriarch was also the governor of the central province, backed by the Starfire Empire and commanding countless troops. Speaking of overall strength, they far exceeded the Freddy family. Montgomery's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning colder. Are you teaching me how to do things? Ismail snorted coldly. Humph, boy, don't think that just because you have some strength, you can be arrogant. My Alexander family isn't comparable to the Freddy family. If you are smart, you'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame my Alexander family for being unfriendly. Montgomery smiled, slowly approaching Ismail while saying calmly, Is that so? How will you be unfriendly? Let me see it. Seeing Montgomery approach, Ismail's face changed, subconsciously stepping back. He said threateningly, Boy, don't make a mistake. The Alexander family isn't someone to be trifled with. Shut up. With a rebuke from Montgomery, his figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Ismail. His large hand shot out, pinching Ismail's neck and lifting him up as if lifting a small chick. Ismail kicked his legs wildly in the air, his face turning purplish red. He tried to push away Montgomery's hand, but to no avail. Everything happened too quickly for the surrounding crowd to react. The expressions of the few people from the Alexander family changed drastically. The leading Chevy shouted fiercely, Boy, release Ismail now. The middle-aged couple beside him also shouted, looking at Montgomery with venomous eyes, wishing they could skin him alive. Montgomery turned his head to look at them and said indifferently, You are teaching me how to do things? Their faces changed, staring at Montgomery intensely. The surrounding people were stunned. This young man had first subdued the entire Freddy family alone, and now he faced off against the Alexander family. Judging from his attitude, he wasn't afraid of the Alexander family at all. The blonde beauty among the middle-aged couple roared, Little bastard, let my son go, or you won't leave Far East City. Montgomery suddenly increased the force in his hand, Ismail's face instantly turning blue-purple, seeming on the verge of suffocation. What do you think you are, daring to threaten me? The calm words rang like thunder in the woman's ears, shaking her body uncontrollably. The leading Chevy's face darkened even more, looking at Montgomery and trying to use a calm tone. Brother, I advise you not to act rashly. In this Far East City, no one dares to provoke my Alexander family so boldly. Montgomery glanced at him and said indifferently, So you are also threatening me? As he spoke, the pressure in his hand intensified, causing Ismail's body to convulse violently, clearly on the brink of death. The Chevy's expression froze, anger rising within him, but he dared not show it. He knew that if he said another meaningless word, Ismail would surely die. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his anger and said solemnly, What will it take for you to release Ismail? The surrounding people, upon hearing this, were all astonished. The Chevy had actually conceded. This kind of situation was simply shocking. This Chevy was named Neil, set to be the next patriarch of the Alexander family. Apart from the current elderly governor of the central province, he was the most revered person in the entire Alexander family. His status and position in the entire Far East City could be described as second to only one person but above 10,000 others. Yet, such a figure actually conceded to a teenager. Montgomery slightly loosened his grip and said indifferently, It's simple if you want this boy to live. Just make him kowtow and apologize to me, then disable his cultivation. Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately fell silent. This condition was simply too harsh. Although Ismail was a rogue, his status wasn't low. He belonged to the direct lineage of the Alexander family. The middle-aged couple beside Neil suddenly changed their expressions, staring at Montgomery with anger. Their gazes seemed as if they wanted to tear him apart into pieces. Brother, absolutely not. The man in the couple spoke urgently, anxiety evident in his eyes. The woman was also extremely anxious. If what Montgomery said were truly done, Ismail would be ruined for life. Neil took another deep breath and asked solemnly, No other options? Montgomery coldly replied with 2 words, Death. Neil's pupils constricted, and he said in a low voice, Are you really willing to be the enemy of my Alexander family? The corner of Montgomery's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of mockery in his eyes as he slowly shook his head. No, you're overthinking it. A mere Alexander family isn't worthy to be my enemy. Upon hearing these words, the entire scene erupted in surprise again. Everyone witnessed Montgomery's audacity once more. Such brazen words might not even be dared by anyone in the entire Far East region. But this young man had just said them so casually, as if he were discussing something trivial. Neil was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed bitterly. Good. You are the first person to dare insult my Alexander family like this. The humiliation of today will be etched in my memory, Neil. Montgomery's large hand released its grip, causing Ismail to plummet downward. He acted swiftly, striking a palm against Ismail's chest. Terrifying force surged inside, shattering all his meridians. Ismail landed on his bottom on the ground, his face turning deathly pale. I won't leave for the next few days. If you want revenge, feel free to come anytime. Leaving these words behind, Montgomery strode out of the castle with Portia. Throughout the process, he did not spare a glance at the Chevy and others. That attitude clearly showed that he didn't take any of them seriously. Brandishing the youth walk away, everyone was deeply shaken and resolved never to provoke this young man. Bliss's palms were full of cold sweat. He felt incredibly relieved at this moment. He was fortunate not to have provoked Montgomery back then, or he might have been dead already. Thinking about this, he felt a tinge of annoyance, deciding to go back and discipline Emmanuel. If left unchecked, who knows what kind of terrifying existence he would run into next time. Chapter 129, The Arrogant Cristobal. After leaving the castle, Montgomery headed straight for the estate where he was staying. As soon as he entered the estate, he sensed that something was amiss. The courtyard was surrounded by people, and noisy commotion filled the air, indicating that something had happened. Montgomery, along with Rosanna, pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing what was happening inside, his face instantly darkened. At the center of the crowd, Nathan stood in front of Claudia, his face covered in blood. In front of them, several imposing-looking men were staring menacingly. Among them, two men each held a small red dragon in their arms. The two little creatures struggled desperately, but were tightly restrained and couldn't break free. Seeing this, Montgomery immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, the leading blonde man coldly said, "Humph, don't be ungrateful. It's your honor that I've set my eyes on your magical beasts." Johnny wiped the blood from his face. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Don't gloat. Once that noble returns, you're dead for sure." The man sneered. "Oh, you mean that kid who came with you? Not to belittle him, but if he dares come here, I'll smash his head with one punch." Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. "Is that so?" Startled, the big man turned around and saw a youth in purple robes walking out from the crowd. Behind him followed a brandy. Johnny and Claudia's faces lit up with joy. The former exclaimed, "It's Lord Montgomery who has returned." They hurried to Montgomery, and Johnny fiercely said, "My lord, these guys took away the four-winged flying dragons." Montgomery nodded lightly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the opposite group. "You dare to take what belongs to me? You have guts." The man sized up Montgomery from head to toe, then sneered, "Kid, for the sake of the two baby magical beasts, if you leave now, I might let you off easy." Montgomery replied calmly, "But I don't plan on letting you go." Hearing this, the man's face showed ridicule. "Not letting me go? Just you, a green kid?" Everyone else around also laughed, full of ridicule. Even the surrounding spectators wore looks of mockery. To them, Montgomery's words were entirely an overestimation of himself. Everyone present knew the identity of this big man. He was named Cristobal, not only an 8th-level warrior but also the leader of the famous gang, Red Stevie Society, in Far East City. His influence spanned many industries, making him one of the well-known underground figures in Far East City. Apart from a few top-tier nobles, no one dared to provoke this big man. Besides these backgrounds, behind Cristobal stood one of the top noble families in Far East City, the Tanglade family. With such a background and strength, let alone a teenager around 17 or 18 years old, even other top-tier nobles wouldn't easily challenge him. That's why everyone thought Montgomery was overestimating himself. Montgomery asked indifferently, "Is it funny?" Cristobal stopped smiling, coldly retorting, "Isn't it?" Without further ado, Montgomery darted forward like lightning, heading straight for Cristobal. "Oomph, overestimating yourself." Cristobal snorted disdainfully. In his eyes, how strong could a kid like Montgomery possibly be? Cristobal swung a punch at Montgomery, who was rushing towards him. Montgomery made no move to dodge and swung back. When the two punches collided, a crack sounded. Cristobal's hand bones were shattered on the spot. His expression suddenly changed, and his body flew backward as if hit by a tank. With a crash, he slammed into a nearby wall, which crumbled instantly. On landing, Cristobal spat out a mouthful of blood, his face rapidly turning pale. Trying to get up by pushing against the ground, he failed after several attempts. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd was speechless. Montgomery had actually injured the 8th-level warrior Cristobal with one punch. For someone so young, to possess such strength was almost unimaginable. More shockingly, someone had dared to hurt the right-hand man of the Tanglade family. Anyone with any standing in Far East City knew that Cristobal was a watchdog for the Tanglade family, doing things they couldn't handle directly. Leasing up Cristobal was equivalent to provoking the Tanglade family. The crowd looked at Montgomery with pity and regret in their eyes. This young man, who could seriously injure Cristobal with just one punch, obviously had extraordinary talent and strength. Given time, he would surely become a powerful figure. But to provoke the Tanglade family at this point, wasn't he ruining his future? However, some quick-witted people guessed that Montgomery must have sufficient confidence, perhaps not fearing the Tanglade family, to possess such strength at such a young age, and to carry two 9-rank magical beast pups with him. No matter which way one looked at it, this youth before them was no ordinary person. Montgomery walked toward the heavily injured Cristobal, his gaze as cold as ice. The others saw this and wanted to stop him, but hesitated. One of them said in a bullying manner, "Kid, you're done for. Our boss has the Tanglade family backing him up. You dare to injure him, the Tanglade family will never let you off." Montgomery turned his head to look at the speaker and said coolly, "Is that so? Then I'd like to see if the people from the Tanglade family dare to protect you today." After saying that, he looked at Cristobal and said indifferently, "I'll give you the chance to call for help. Go and summon all your people. I want to see who can save you today." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers gaped in shock. This youth was too arrogant, actually telling Cristobal to rally more people. It was as if he completely disregarded the Tanglade family. Cristobal struggled to stand up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Kid, you said it. Don't say I didn't warn you when you regret it later." Montgomery calmly replied, "Rest assured, I never regret anything I do." Cristobal said no more. He looked at his subordinates and instructed one of them, "Go quickly and call for help." One of them swiftly dashed out of the crowd. Montgomery did not make another move. Instead, he told Nathan, "Go, bring those two dragon pups back." Johnny immediately rushed over and yelled at the two men holding the dragon pups. Hand them over. The two hesitated for a moment, then obediently handed them to Johnny, not daring to argue. Cristobal's expression darkened upon seeing this, but he remained silent. He would wait until the Tanglade family reinforcements arrived to take them back. As everyone waited, time passed minute by minute. About a quarter of an hour later, the Tanglade family members finally arrived. Move aside, move aside. Hearing the shouts, everyone turned to see the man who had left earlier leading a young man and a young woman towards them. Seeing these newcomers, everyone's expressions tightened. Chapter 130. This seat does not want there to be a next time. The arrivals were none other than Emmanuel and Bliss. As a lackey of the Tanglard family, Maxwell naturally kept close tabs on the movements of the family's important figures. He had recently learned that Emmanuel wanted a 9-stage magic beast cub. By chance, not long ago, he saw Montgomery and his group with a 4-winged flying dragon. After some investigation, he found out that Montgomery and his companions were outsiders with no background or connections in the area. Thus, he had come up with an idea, leading to the earlier incident. When people saw the two arrive, the onlookers were all struck by dread, and their gazes towards Montgomery and his group became even more pitiful. They knew that the few people in front of them were likely doomed. The newcomers weren't ordinary people. They were the eldest son and daughter of the Tanglard family. Sir, miss, they are right there. That person led Bliss and Emmanuel toward the crowd. Seeing them arrive, the surrounding onlookers quickly moved aside, leaving a clear path. Maxwell immediately came forward, crying to Emmanuel, who was walking ahead. Miss, you finally arrived. There is a ruffian here who not only injured me, but also spoke disrespectfully about the Tanglard family. You must punish this ruffian severely. Emmanuel nodded grimly, her gaze falling on Montgomery and his group instantly, her expression becoming even darker. But before she could speak, Bliss pulled her back from behind. I will handle this matter. Do not interfere. Bliss scolded the girl, then looked at Maxwell with a stern face. Tell me the truth now. What exactly happened? At this moment, Bliss's heart felt like crying. He had just left the Freddy family, planning to go back and immediately educate Emmanuel to stop being so arrogant in the future. Unexpectedly, on the way, he encountered the girl and learned that someone had injured a subordinate of the Tanglard family, so he decided to come and teach that blind individual a lesson. But what he didn't expect was that the one who acted turned out to be Montgomery, that dreaded figure. At the first sight of Montgomery, he almost lost his composure. Montgomery was someone who had subdued the entire Freddy family single-handedly and dared to provoke the Alexander family, a world-renowned maverick. Such a maverick wouldn't care much about their Tanglard family. Upon seeing the magic beast cub, Bliss had roughly guessed what might have happened. To confirm his suspicions, he asked Maxwell for the details. Of course, Maxwell would not tell the truth, especially with so many people around. Sir, I heard that Miss Emmanuel wanted a powerful magic beast cub, did I not? Your servant has been searching for a magic beast cub all this time. By coincidence, I saw these people with 2 of them not long ago and thought about buying one to give to Miss Emmanuel. Saying this, he put on a look of anger and pointed at Montgomery's group, gritting his teeth. Who would have thought these guys wouldn't sell? Not selling wouldn't be an issue, but they actually injured your servant. Those around exchanged glances, knowing that Maxwell was twisting the truth, but no one dared to expose it. Montgomery watched Maxwell's performance with interest without revealing the lie. On the side, Nathan and Valerie looked indignant. Hearing that Maxwell was acting for her sake, Emmanuel felt both touched and furious, immediately saying to Bliss, Brother, those were the same individuals last time. We can't let them off this time. Shut up. Bliss barked at the girl, stunning her into silence. But he ignored her, slapping Maxwell across the face and yelling, Tell the truth now. What really happened? The slap stunned Maxwell. Not just him, but the onlookers were also baffled. Everything unfolding before them was far from what they expected. Bliss not only did not touch Montgomery, but also hit Maxwell. This was too strange. Seeing Maxwell dazed, Bliss kicked him hard, muttering under his breath, You dog, I'll deal with you later. Then, he rushed to Montgomery, bowed, and apologized. Sir, this incident was due to the mistake of our Tanglard family. Our family is willing to apologize and hopes you won't blame us. Witnessing this scene, whether it was Emmanuel, Maxwell, or the surrounding crowd, everyone was dumbfounded. The distinguished son of the Tanglard family was personally apologizing to the young man in front of him, and his demeanor was incredibly humble. What kind of identity did this young man possess? Emmanuel's face was unreadable. Though she was very puzzled, she didn't speak up. Though the girl was stubborn, she wasn't stupid. Bliss's actions clearly indicated that Montgomery was not someone ordinary. Speaking up now would only cause more trouble. On the ground, Maxwell felt utterly hopeless. At this moment, no matter how foolish he was, he knew he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Montgomery cast a glance at the blonde youth who was bending over in front of him and said coolly, Your Tanglard family first took away the magic beast cub I raised, then injured my subordinates, and spoke disrespectfully to me. How do you think this matter should be handled? Bliss's body trembled. Then he replied sincerely, It's up to you, sir. Montgomery nodded and then walked towards Maxwell. The latter, pale-faced, hurriedly crawled up and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Sir, I failed to recognize your importance earlier. Please forgive me this once. Montgomery looked down at Maxwell from above and indifferently said, Since you dared to provoke me, you must be prepared to pay the price. With that, he suddenly struck, slapping Maxwell's crown. With a crackling sound, Montgomery crushed Maxwell's skull with his palm. Montgomery withdrew his hand as Maxwell's body lost balance and fell to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open. Hearing the thud of the corpse hitting the ground, everyone snapped back to reality, staring dumbfounded at the proud figure clad in purple standing amidst them. The once renowned Maxwell of Far East City was dead, and he was killed by a young man no one could believe such an act of. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Bliss, and said coldly, "I don't want there to be a next time." Bliss's body trembled again as he hurriedly promised, "Please rest assured, sir. I will definitely discipline my subordinates upon return, ensuring this never happens again." Montgomery walked up to Monica and her two companions and said, "Let's go." The four of them left, heading back to where they were staying. Seeing their backs disappear, Bliss finally breathed a sigh of relief, dismissed the crowd, and had some strong men take care of Maxwell's body. He then summoned the deputy manager of the estate and instructed him to entertain Montgomery and his group properly, without any mistakes. After everything was done, he took Emmanuel away from the estate. On the way, Emmanuel looked at Bliss in puzzlement. "Brother, who is that person? Why are you so afraid of him?" The girl's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly uncomfortable with Bliss's previous actions. Bliss shot her a stern look, saying, "You know nothing. That guy almost caused a huge disaster for our Tanglard family." Emmanuel was surprised and doubted. Is that person really that powerful? Bliss did not hide it, but recounted in detail what had happened with the Freddy family recently. After listening, Emmanuel opened her mouth wide in disbelief. A moment later, she asked hesitantly, "Then, will the Alexander family just let it go after such provocation?" Bliss shook his head, "I don't know." Chapter 131 Apologizing in Person. Inside the castle of the Alexander family, Chevy Neal returned and immediately informed the family spokesman, Elliot, of the news. Elliot, the current patriarch of the Alexander family, and also the governor of the central province. Upon hearing the news, Elliot was also shocked. Such a prodigy he had never heard of in his decades of life. Neal said solemnly, "Father, that kid is arrogant and doesn't take our Alexander family seriously at all. We cannot just let it go." Elliot looked at him. "Then what do you think should be done?" Neal said sternly, "Immediately mobilize the army to arrest that kid and let him know the consequences of defying our Alexander family." Elliot did not respond but turned his gaze to the other senior members of the Alexander family, including the Brandy, saying indifferently, "What do you think?" Everyone was puzzled. Did this even need to be asked? Montgomery not only disrespected the Alexander family, but also crippled Ismail. For such provocation, he naturally deserved severe punishment. Seeing everyone nodding, Elliot's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "Short-sighted, only seeing the immediate benefits. I've really wasted my time teaching you all." Completely unable to understand why the elders suddenly lashed out, they all became silent, lowering their heads, not daring to look at the old man. Neal steeled himself and said, "Father, are we just going to let it go?" Elliot's gaze fell on him, sternly saying, "Neal, after all the care and cultivation I've given you, your performance now disappoints me greatly." Neal trembled, immediately lowering his head and softly asking, "Please instruct me, Father." Elliot didn't beat around the bush any longer, sternly saying, "If we follow your advice, there's a 90% chance that young Montgomery will break through to the Holy Domain realm in the future. Such an unparalleled genius. Instead of befriending him, you offend him. What am I supposed to say about you?" At this point, the old man's face darkened with undisguised anger in his voice. The group was startled, finally understanding the old man's meaning. The middle-aged couple who went with Neal to the Freddy family had rather awkward expressions. The Chevy gritted his teeth. "Father, since the incident has happened, we can't just let that kid off, or else he might become a great enemy of our Alexander family in the future." Elliot's face grew even darker as he shouted, "Short-sighted. At present, we've only had a minor dispute with a young man named Montgomery. With a little tact, we can resolve this and even befriend him, laying a good foundation for future relations. If he becomes a Holy Domain powerhouse in the future, the benefit to our Alexander family would be immense. Do you know what a Holy Domain powerhouse represents?" The Chevy was speechless, replying reluctantly after a moment. "But if we try to befriend that kid now, where would the face of our Alexander family go? Wouldn't people in Far East City laugh at us for fearing him?" Elliot yelled again, "You're only thinking about face. In the face of the family's safety, how much is face worth?" Neal flinched, quietly saying, "Father, isn't this too serious? That kid is strong, but currently he shouldn't pose a threat to our Alexander family." Elliot glanced at him coldly. "Do you understand anything? Let's not talk about whether we can handle that young man. Have you ever thought that such an unparalleled genius wouldn't be alone? Don't you think someone must have helped him grow to this level?" Neal was startled by this question, having been emotionally driven before and not considering this point. Now, after Elliot pointed it out, he suddenly realized it. Montgomery, barely 18, had already reached the peak of level 9 strength. Such a prodigy couldn't possibly have achieved this without support from some powerful force. And any force capable of nurturing such a prodigy must be extremely powerful, at least more powerful than their own Alexander family. Taking a deep breath, Neal bent down to Elliot. "Father, you are right. It's my fault for not considering everything." The others also lowered their heads, abandoning any thoughts of revenge. Elliot's disappointed gaze swept over everyone before looking at Neal. "Arrange it immediately. I will personally go and apologize to the young man." Hearing this, everyone was startled, and Neal looked up in shock. "Father, you..." Before he could finish, Elliot interrupted. "No more talking. My mind is made up." Still in that same estate. Introduced by Montgomery, Elisa and Portia quickly got along, each holding a four-winged flying dragon hatchling. They chatted happily together. Johnny stood quietly to the side. Just as everyone was chatting merrily, a huge commotion suddenly came from outside the estate. Peering out the window, they saw at the end of the street a group of armored soldiers marching swiftly toward them. Behind the soldiers was a luxurious carriage drawn by 8 horses. Such a grand display instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the street. The crowd quickly identified the arrivals and burst into exclamations of surprise. Heavens, the Far East army has been mobilized. What is the Alexander family up to? Faces full of curiosity, people looked at the large group of soldiers from the Far East and that luxurious, massive carriage. Inside the manor's high-rise building, Montgomery and his companions also heard the cries from outside. Johnny's expression slightly changed as he looked at Montgomery and said, "My lord, it should be the Alexander family seeking revenge. Should we avoid their sharp edge for now?" In his opinion, although Montgomery was powerful, even a hero can't withstand many foes. With the army now mobilized, avoiding confrontation was the best choice. "No need," Montgomery replied calmly. "Wait here, I'll go down and check the situation." Brittany looked worried and reminded him, "Montgomery, be careful." Portia also gazed with concern. Montgomery gave both women a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Saying this, he walked towards the stairs. Hundreds of Far East soldiers stopped at the manor's entrance, forming 2 rows to leave a passage for the carriage. The carriage slowly approached and stopped at the gate. Then the curtain lifted, and an elderly man dressed in fine attire emerged. Following behind were a Chevy and a brandy. This time, Elliot only brought Neil and his daughter Yasmin. Seeing the elder, the surrounding crowd's eyes widened. Heavens, Governor Elliot himself is here. What's going on? The manager of the manor, a blonde, plump Chevy, hurriedly rushed out and bowed respectfully to the visitors. "Welcome, Your Excellency. Please come in." Elliot nodded slightly and followed the manager into the manor. After entering, Elliot asked the plump Chevy, "I am here to see the young man named Montgomery. Could you kindly guide me?" The plump Chevy nodded continuously, surprised that the elder had personally come to find Montgomery. He already knew about the incident at the Freddy family and understood that Montgomery had offended the Alexander family. While he expected the Alexander family might come for revenge, he never thought Governor Elliot would come personally. Chapter 132 Invitation. "Sir, this way please." The Chevy did not dare hesitate and immediately led the 3 of them toward Montgomery's residence. Seeing the arrival of these people, everyone in the estate was visibly shocked. They did not expect that the Ajani himself would come here. As everyone was astonished, a youth dressed in purple approached slowly from ahead. "What do you want with me?" A calm voice echoed from afar. Hearing the voice, everyone looked up and was startled to see it was Montgomery. They still remembered vividly what had happened not long ago. No one knew where this youth came from, but he managed to make Bliss, the eldest son of the Tanglade family, apologize personally. Now, he had even attracted the attention of the Ajani of Central Province. Everyone grew more curious about Montgomery's identity. They guessed that this person must have some powerful background to continuously attract important figures. Elishan's gaze narrowed slightly. Montgomery was younger than he had expected. He hurried forward and politely introduced himself. "Sir, let me introduce myself. I am Elishan Alexander, the patriarch of the Alexander family. I have come here specifically to apologize to you." At his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. They had speculated many outcomes, but none of them had predicted this result. Not just the onlookers, but even the portly Chevy, who was aware of the inside story, gaped in astonishment. In his view, while Montgomery had some power, it wasn't enough for the elder to come and apologize in person. Montgomery's eyes narrowed. He too was surprised by the elder's actions. He had thought they were coming for revenge, not to apologize. But Montgomery quickly regained his composure and said coolly, "What fault is there?" Elishan replied earnestly, "Not long ago, my unworthy grandson offended you, sir. Please do not take offense." Montgomery's gaze remained fixed on the elder for a long time before he finally turned away and said casually, "It's a trivial matter. There's no need to worry about it." With that, he turned and walked away without further regard for the elder. Even though he learned the elder's identity through the whispers of the crowd, Montgomery didn't care. Seeing Montgomery's attitude, Neil and the young lady Yasmin were somewhat displeased, but they dared not speak since the elder hadn't given them permission. Elishan took a deep breath, suppressing his slight displeasure, and called out loudly, "Sir, please wait a moment." Montgomery stopped and turned around, asking, "Is there something else?" Elishan nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Sir, could we speak in private?" Montgomery's eyes narrowed again, then he nodded slightly. Elishan immediately glanced at the portly Chevy and ordered, "Arrange a private room for me. I have something important to discuss with the sir." The portly man did not hesitate and promptly arranged it. Inside the luxuriously decorated private room, Montgomery looked at the elder and said coolly, "Speak quickly. My time is valuable." Elishan nodded and asked seriously, "Have you heard of the Dark Church?" Montgomery's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. Elishan's face brightened slightly, then he continued solemnly, "To be honest, not long ago, I received news that those fellows from the Dark Church seem to have discovered something in the foggy sea of death. They have been appearing frequently there recently." Montgomery's expression changed slightly as he looked at the elder and asked, "So what are you implying?" Elishan smiled. "Those fellows from the Dark Church never act without a motive. I suspect they found something significant in the foggy sea of death, which is why they've been appearing there so often. To be frank, I have contacted some old friends and plan to investigate the foggy sea of death soon to find out what those fellows have discovered. I would like to invite you to join us. Are you interested, sir?" This was partly why Elishan had personally come to apologize. The members of the Dark Church were not only cunning but also extremely powerful. He had been seeking strong allies across various regions lately, preparing to form a team to enter the foggy sea of death. Finding Montgomery now, Elishan naturally wanted him to join their team. After a brief hesitation, Montgomery nodded slightly. Fine. When do we depart? Elishan's face lit up as he replied. In about half a month. A few others are still heading to Far East City. Montgomery nodded. I need to return to East Forest City first. I will come back here in half a month to find you. Elishan naturally had no objections and agreed readily. Afterward, Elishan left the estate with Neil and Yasmin. Montgomery muttered softly. Dark Church? Interesting. He had already planned to visit the foggy sea of death when he had the chance. This opportunity was perfect. The reason he needed to return to East Forest City first was twofold. To return the magical beast cub and to arrange for Zoe and Rosanna to stay in East Forest City. The two women were too weak and not suitable to enter the death fog sea together. Leaving the two women in Far East City made him somewhat uneasy. On the other side, after entering the carriage, Neil finally asked solemnly, Father, are you really going to let that boy come along? Elishan nodded seriously. The death fog sea is fraught with dangers, and the people from the Dark Church are cunning and treacherous. The more experts we have, the better. Although the boy is young, his strength is very powerful. With him, the danger factor will undoubtedly decrease significantly. Hearing this, Neil didn't say anything more. News of this incident quickly spread throughout Far East City. The name Montgomery also spread widely. When they learned that Elishan had personally apologized to a young man, everyone in Far East City was utterly shocked. Upon receiving the news, the Manka family's senior members were all astonished. While being astonished, they also felt fortunate. Fortunately, they did not oppose Montgomery at the time. Otherwise, their Manka family might have suffered greatly. After the Freddy family received the news, they completely gave up any Zhaoxing thoughts and began preparing half of their assets. Initially, they still hoped that the Alexander family would make a move against Montgomery. That way, they wouldn't have to agree to Montgomery's conditions. 3 days later, Montgomery brought Zoe and the others into the Freddy family's castle. Along the way, everyone avoided them, afraid of getting too close and inadvertently angering this vengeful god Montgomery. Entering the central hall, Montgomery looked at Devon and said coolly, Is everything ready? Devon forced a smile. Montgomery, after all, we are kin. Do you really have to do this? Montgomery said indifferently. Precisely because we are kin, I only want half of your assets. If it were someone else, do you think it would be so simple? Upon hearing this, the last bit of hope vanished from Devon's eyes as he handed over several storage rings to Montgomery. Montgomery took them, checked inside using his mental energy, confirmed there were no issues, and then immediately left with the three. Before leaving, he asked Jesse and the others if they wanted to follow him. Except for Jesse, the others gladly agreed. Judging by their excited looks, they clearly no longer wished to stay in the clan. Only Jesse remained. Montgomery roughly guessed his intentions and didn't say anything. After leaving the Freddy family's castle, Montgomery bought several low-rank magic beasts for travel, heading to East Forest City as fast as possible. Chapter 133, The Seven-Colored Flower. After 5 days, Montgomery brought the group back to East Forest City. Seeing Portia return, Jalen was both shocked and delighted. Through Portia's account, everyone from the Freddy family learned about what had happened in Far East City. Nothing but awe and more awe. Montgomery handed over half of the clan's assets to Arn for developing the Freddy family. Then he bid farewell to everyone and took the 2 baby dragons toward the transverse ranges alone this time, without Elisa and Johnny. Their strength was too weak and their speed too slow. He would need to head to Far East City in a few days and couldn't afford delays. Following the same route as before, Montgomery quickly arrived at Floyd's lair. However, only Longwu was there, with no sign of Floyd. As soon as Montgomery approached, Longwu sensed him and immediately flew down with spread wings. Geo. Seeing the 2 baby dragons in Montgomery's arms, Longwu became extremely excited. Montgomery released the 2 young dragons, who then fluttered towards Longwu unsteadily. Though separated before hatching, the bloodline connection remained unbroken. The 2 young dragons felt a sense of familiarity with Longwu. Montgomery looked at Longwu and asked, Where's Floyd? Longwu replied, 13 went to take revenge on the Sand Eagle. Seeing Montgomery's confusion, she quickly explained, There's a lightning eagle in the east that often clashes with 13. Last time, it interfered and stopped 13 from catching those humans. Montgomery nodded gently. Bring me there. With that, he leaped onto Longwu's back. She first placed the 2 baby dragons on her back, then flapped her wings and soared into the sky, heading east. Soon, Longwu brought Montgomery to a vast valley. Above the valley, a 4-winged fire dragon was battling a lightning eagle shimmering with golden light. Both were evenly matched, with Floyd having a slight edge, but the lightning eagle's speed was too fast, making it impossible for Floyd to catch up. Many times, the lightning eagle made Floyd run around in circles. For this reason, Longwu didn't join the fight, because she knew that even together, they couldn't deal with the lightning eagle. Floyd angrily glared at the lightning eagle. Sandeek, if you're any good, don't hide. Let's have a fair fight. The lightning eagle sneered. Huh. Big clumsy dragon. Speed is also a form of strength. Catch up with me first before you talk big. As it spoke, its wings flapped and it transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing and dodging Floyd's attack once again. This enraged Floyd. Just then, both heard sounds from afar and looked in that direction. Upon seeing Longwu and Montgomery, Floyd instantly flew over with delight. The lightning eagle lingered far away, not daring to approach. When Floyd came closer, it respectfully greeted Montgomery. Greetings, Geo. Montgomery nodded slightly and tossed the two baby dragons over. Floyd caught them with its head, gazing at them lovingly while thanking Montgomery. Thank you, Geo. Hearing this, the lightning eagle from afar gaped in shock. Big clumsy dragon, did a lightning strike fry your brain? How could you recognize a human as master? It was truly surprised. Having fought Floyd for so many years, it understood Floyd's temperament well. Impetuous and arrogant, it would never acknowledge a human as its master. Floyd ignored it. The lightning eagle wouldn't understand Montgomery's worth. Montgomery looked at Floyd and calmly said, "Shall I take care of that flat-feathered beast for you?" Delighted, Floyd responded, "Thank you, Geo." Far off, the lightning eagle heard Montgomery's words and exploded in fury. "Human, how dare you disrespect Eagle Lord? Are you courting death?" It flapped its wings, surrounded by lightning, intending to teach Montgomery a lesson. Suddenly, a seven-colored mist appeared on the horizon, drawing all essence toward it. The three creatures paused, then reacted swiftly. Excited, Floyd said, "That direction, could it be the seven-colored flower maturing?" The lightning eagle unfolded its wings and rapidly flew toward the seven-colored mist. Montgomery's expression shifted, sensing a familiar aura in the distant glow. The seven-colored flower, a rare top-grade treasure, especially beneficial for enhancing mental power. Consuming it would significantly increase his mental strength, enough to break through to the 6th level as a mage. Breaking through further would give him greater confidence entering the Death Fog Sea. With this thought, Montgomery ordered, "Let's go, follow me." The two dragons immediately carried Montgomery toward the place where the seven-colored mist was located. Though the dragon's speed was not as fast as the lightning eagle's, it was still very swift. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the location of the seven-colored mist. When they got there, several powerful 9th-rank magical beasts had already gathered. Besides the lightning eagle, there were 3 more imposing 9th-rank magical beasts. A pitch-black giant snake, several times thicker than a water vat and over 1,000 feet long. A huge fire lizard covered in crimson scales, and a gigantic white rhino with 3 sharp horns. Below, a 10,000-foot-tall peak rose into the sky, its summit glowing with 7-colored mist. Atop the mountain, the black giant python coiled around a massive ancient tree, its forked tongue flickering as its diamond-shaped eyes coldly scanned the few magical beasts. It said icily, "What do you mean? The 7-colored flower has always been under my protection. Are you here to snatch food from the tiger's mouth?" The red-scaled fire lizard sneered. "Hee, treasures belong to those who can obtain them. Want the 7-colored flower? Let's see whose fists are bigger. Stop this useless chatter." The tri-horned white rhino echoed. "Right. If you want the 7-colored flower all for yourself, show us if you have the ability." The existence of the 7-colored flower in this area was something the surrounding 9th-rank magical beasts had long known. However, due to the snake's territory, none of them dared to make a move. Of course, that was because the 7-colored flower hadn't matured yet. Once it matured, they wouldn't let it slip away. While magical beasts possessed formidable physical strength, their mental power was generally weak. Only a select few magical beasts had any natural talent for mental power. Given the current treasure that could enhance mental power, these few magical beasts naturally wouldn't miss out. The lightning eagle also chimed in. "Brother Bull and Little Lizard are right. Treasures belong to those who can obtain them. I shall not be so polite." With that, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing toward the 7-colored mist atop the mountain. There, in a small pond at the center of the pond, grew a flower emitting a 7-colored glow. It resembled a lotus, but differed slightly in shape. Chapter 134. All of you, attack together. Looking for death. Seeing the Garfield's movement, the other few magic beasts instantly became enraged. The pitch-black giant python made the first move. Its massive tail swept through the air, rushing straight toward the diving Garfield. The latter dared not face it head-on and hurriedly flapped its wings to dodge. Scorching heat approached. The Garfield turned its head to find a wave of flames sweeping in from the side. Startled, it hurriedly avoided it. With a beat of its wings, it swiftly flew up into the sky. Seeing it leave, the pitch-black giant python quickly rushed towards the pond, opening its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the 7-colored flower in one gulp. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. The tri-horned white rhinoceros galloped over, its 4 hooves striking the ground with a rumbling sound. Its sharp horn rammed into the python, the terrifying force sending the giant python flying outwards. Then, the tri-horned white rhinoceros rapidly ran towards the pond. But just as it was about to approach the pond, the crimson-scaled fire lizard hurried over. A burst of scorching flames erupted from its mouth, sweeping straight toward the tri-horned white rhinoceros. The latter, with its thick hide, bore the heat of the flames and continued charging forward. Just as it was about to approach the pond, a massive snake tail swept over. With a bang, it sent the tri-horned white rhinoceros flying outwards. The pitch-black giant python crawled back from afar. Then, the pitch-black giant python engaged in battle with the crimson-scaled fire lizard once more. Moments later, the tri-horned white rhinoceros charged back. In the next moment, the 3 magic beasts began fighting each other in a chaotic melee. The Garfield circled in the sky, showing no intention of joining the fight. "Humph, that foolish bird must be planning to reap benefits without effort." Rupert snorted coldly, immediately guessing the Garfield's plan. It then looked at Montgomery on Arnie's back. "Geo, when do we make our move?" Montgomery shook his head lightly. "Not yet, let them fight for a while first." Below, the battle between the 3 magic beasts grew increasingly intense. But their strengths were evenly matched, and for a time, none could overcome the other. Seeing that the Garfield and Rupert did not join the battle, the wise python spoke up first. You should stop now. We can't keep fighting like this, otherwise, once we are all weakened, others will reap the rewards. The crimson-scaled fire lizard and the tri-horned white rhinoceros stopped immediately. They weren't stupid either and realized the same thing. Subsequently, the three magic beasts guarded the pond together vigilantly, looking up warily at the Garfield and the four-winged flying dragon, seemingly planning to resume the competition once they left. Witnessing this scene, the Garfield cursed. Damn it, can't play the fisherman anymore. Then it looked at Rupert and suggested, big stupid dragon, how about we team up? Once we deal with these three below, we'll split the seven-colored flower, okay? Rupert cast a disdainful glance at the Garfield and curled its lip, saying, not interested. Without even acknowledging the Garfield, it looked at Montgomery and asked, Geo, what shall we do? Montgomery didn't respond but gazed down at the three magic beasts, saying indifferently, heaven has the virtue of nurturing life. Leave now, and I may spare your lives. Hearing this, the three magic beasts immediately flew into a rage. The irritable crimson-scaled fire lizard opened its mouth and shouted angrily, where does this human ant come from, daring to challenge before me, the king? Come down and die. The pitch-black giant python also joined in. Rupert, you truly shame your dragon race by consorting with humans. You're an embarrassment to our beast race. Rupert did not bother explaining. How could these trash understand its far-reaching vision? Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. Montgomery said indifferently, and then leaped down. Rupert called out loudly above, Geo, do you need help? No need, just watch from above. Montgomery's body dived down like a meteor, landing with a roar on a rock. The terrifying force shattered the stone on impact. Montgomery extended his hand, beckoning the three magic beasts indifferently. All of you, attack together. His provocative gesture infuriated the three magic beasts. The irritable crimson-scaled giant lizard immediately spoke. You don't move, let me handle it. Today, I must tear this human ant to pieces. Saying that, it strode towards Montgomery. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a wave of scorching flames sweeping toward Montgomery. Lord Eagle wants to see just how capable this human brat is, to have the big clumsy dragon willingly submit. High in the sky, the Garfield gazed downward, intending to see just how strong Montgomery was. The martial chi within Montgomery surged forth, enveloping his body. Then, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward the incoming flames. Directly passing through the scorching flames, his fist covered with immense martial chi exploded the air as it shot toward the crimson-scaled fire lizard. Montgomery's speed was too fast, leaving the crimson-scaled fire lizard no time to react. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the crimson-scaled fire lizard was blasted away by the terrifying force. Seizing the opportunity, Montgomery rushed forward swiftly. He grabbed hold of the crimson-scaled fire lizard's tail with one hand and swung its massive body around. After spinning a few times in the air, he then hurled it forcefully. The crimson-scaled fire lizard flew several kilometers, crashing into a nearby mountain peak, causing it to collapse. This scene left the few magic beasts staring in disbelief. Montgomery's combat style was wildly aggressive. He was practically a humanoid magic beast. The Garfield exclaimed in surprise. Well, he seems to have some real skills. Floyd and Arnie were not particularly surprised. They had long been aware of Montgomery's strength. Montgomery's gaze turned to the pitch-black giant python and the tri-horned white rhinoceros, saying indifferently, come at me together. I don't have time to waste on you. They exchanged a glance, and then both charged towards Montgomery. The tri-horned white rhinoceros galloped madly, making the ground tremble slightly, as if an armored tank was charging forward, exuding an incredibly fearsome aura. The pitch-black giant python opened its mouth and spewed a wave of black venom straight at Montgomery. Montgomery dodged the venomous attack and charged forward head-on. His fist shattered the air as he smashed it into the tri-horned white rhinoceros's head. He immediately forced it to stop. Then, changing his punch to a palm, he gripped the longest horn on the tri-horned white rhinoceros, exerting all his strength, and swung it sideways, sending the tri-horned white rhinoceros flying. Without looking at the thrown tri-horned white rhinoceros, Montgomery leaped to avoid the sweeping massive snake tail. In midair, he clenched his fist with one arm and plunged down, his fist aiming for the pitch-black giant python's body. With a clank, Montgomery's fist collided with the python's hard scales, producing a sharp metallic sound. Ah, human, you think you can pierce through my scales? It's a pipe dream. The pitch-black giant python sneered, quickly coiling its body to try to entangle Montgomery. But how could Montgomery give him that chance? His body turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already several dozen feet away. He looked at the pitch-black giant python with a mocking gaze, softly saying, since that's the case, let me show you just whose fists are harder, mine or your scales. Chapter 135 The Wager. Montgomery made hand seals, and the do-cheat, martial aura, around him surged wildly. Then a tall and blurry figure appeared behind him, with vast martial aura of heaven and earth swirling around it. Montgomery crossed his arms and clenched his fists, and the towering figure behind him mimicked the motion in sync. Sky-shaking hammer. A deep voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Montgomery's fists suddenly smashed downward. The black giant python's expression was one of shock as it sensed a fatal danger approaching. It wanted to dodge but found itself locked down by an overwhelming force, unable to move its body. Its body quickly coiled together, burying its head within. Its scales emitted a faint dark light. activating its strongest defense. At that very moment, a fist as heavy as a mountain suddenly crashed down, hitting the coiled-up giant python piled like a small hill. The fist's light shattered the air and immediately dispersed the coiled python, causing the dark light covering its body to collapse instantly, making direct contact with the massive fist. In the next instant, the giant python let out a mournful screech. Montgomery stood with his fist drawn back, his gaze sweeping over. He saw the giant python sprawled on the ground, one section of its body a mangled mess, looking extremely miserable. At this moment, the giant python was barely clinging to life, clearly severely injured. This scene left the other few magical beasts dumbstruck. The crimson-scaled fire lizard running madly from afar suddenly stopped in its tracks. The nearby three-horned white rhino, which had just gotten up, also halted, eyeing Montgomery warily. The lightning falcon in the sky opened its beak wide, incredulity etched on its face. Damn, is this human kid really this strong? It cursed outright, staring intently at the purple-clothed figure below, relieved that it hadn't clashed with the former, otherwise, it might have been pounded into submission. TSK, what am I thinking? That kid can't fly, no matter how powerful he is, he can't do anything to Hideo. The lightning falcon quickly shook off its jumbled thoughts and continued gazing down. Floyd and Arnie were not surprised by Montgomery's tactics, especially Floyd, who had been personally beaten by Montgomery last time. They weren't at all surprised by the black giant python's fate. Montgomery walked towards the barely breathing black giant python, hands behind his back, indifferently saying, "Don't struggle. With your strength, survival under the sky-shaking hammer is impossible." The black giant python struggled to get up from the ground, but failed after several attempts. Part of its body had been smashed into mush and couldn't stand upright anymore. The black giant python looked at Montgomery with venomous eyes and snarled, "Human, I curse you to never die well." Montgomery remained indifferent. "So, this is your last word?" The black giant python became even angrier, screaming hysterically, "Human kid, even if I die, I will never let you have it easy." Suddenly, a flesh bump rose on its head, then burst open. A black demon crystal flew out. The giant python opened its mouth, pouring all its remaining energy into the demon crystal. In the next moment, the demon crystal emitted blinding light before exploding with a loud boom. A mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, terrifying shock waves sweeping out in all directions. All trees within a mile of the mountaintop were snapped in half. The three-horned white rhino and the crimson-scaled fire lizard quickly retreated, but were still hit by the blast shock wave. Their bodies sent flying backward. The lightning falcon opened its mouth in shock. "Damn, this dead snake is really ruthless, actually self-destructing." Then it sneered, "Well, that human kid probably didn't survive that." Floyd and Arnie looked down worriedly. The explosion of a Tier 9 magical beast was incredibly powerful. Humans wouldn't stand a chance, and even some thick-skinned magical beasts would be unable to endure it. After a while, the violent shock wave slowly dissipated. When everything calmed down, the magical beasts looked closely, all drawing sharp breaths. On the mountain peak, a purple-clothed youth stood unscathed. Behind him stood a huge, earth-colored figure. The figure hugged the purple-clothed youth tightly in its arms, protecting him. At this moment, the earth-colored figure was still emitting faint light, covered in cracks. It then shattered with a sound, turning into wisps of elemental particles slowly dissipating into the world. Everything had happened too quickly for Montgomery to stop it, so he could only use this extremely defensive magic. Montgomery rubbed his brow, feeling a stabbing pain. The previous move was too strong, and casting it with his current spiritual power was a bit too much of a stretch. As the pain subsided somewhat, he walked towards the nearby pond. Seeing this, none of the magical beasts dared to stop him. The three white rhinos and the crimson-scaled fire lizard reluctantly withdrew, faces filled with unwillingness. They knew staying would be futile. With their strength, they stood no chance against Montgomery. Even if he could win by some luck, it would be useless. Don't forget there are still two four-winged flame-touched dragons in the sky. Montgomery ignored the two fleeing magical beasts and walked to the edge of the pond, discovering a layer of misty light covering it. After a careful inspection, he found that a protective array had been set up around the pond. Judging from its simplicity, the creator must have only known the basics of array formation. Indeed, the array was set up by the now-dead giant python to protect the seven-colored flower. Due to the protection of this array, the seven-colored flower was unaffected. Montgomery casually broke the array, carefully picked the seven-colored flower from the pond, and placed it in a jade box. After completing all this, Montgomery turned and beckoned Rico over. The latter immediately flew over. Montgomery leaped onto its back, and then looked at the lightning falcon nearby that was about to leave, speaking indifferently. "Come here and apologize to Rico, and I may spare your life." The lightning falcon was taken aback, then quickly understood that Montgomery intended to seek justice for Rico. It glanced with disdain, mocking, "Human kid, I admit you've got some strength, but trying to be cocky in front of Hideo? You're not quite there yet." Montgomery's gaze remained indifferent. "Is that so? You seem pretty confident." The lightning falcon sneered. "No matter how strong you are, you're still on the ground. Hideo rules the skies. You couldn't even touch me if you tried." Montgomery smiled faintly. "Huh, is that so? How about we make a bet then?" The lightning falcon asked curiously. "What kind of bet?" Chapter 136 Submission. Montgomery said indifferently. "If I can surpass you in speed, would you submit to me?" Hearing this, the Garfield instantly became furious. "Human boy, don't dream. Lord Sculpture would rather die than be anyone's slave." A mocking look appeared on Montgomery's face. So, you're saying you dare not? The Garfield sneered. What's there to be afraid of? Montgomery calmly said. Since you're not afraid, let's make a bet then. The Garfield pondered for a moment. Although it knew Montgomery was goading it, it simply couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor and planned to teach him a lesson. Humph. Boy, if you want to bet, fine. Lord Sculpture has never been weaker than anyone. It snorted coldly, and then spoke to Montgomery. Since we are betting, both sides must put up stakes. If you lose, what will happen? Montgomery smiled faintly. Whatever you wish. The Garfield shook its head. You give no proof. What if you renege at that time? What shall I do? It knew well that it wasn't Montgomery's match. If Montgomery went back on his word later, it would have no way to deal with it. Rupert cursed loudly. Idiot, do you think everyone is like you, without any credibility? The Garfield turned its gaze and said coldly, Big dumb dragon, stop talking nonsense, besmirching Lord Sculpture's integrity. Rupert found this statement amusing and couldn't help but yell, like you, this idiot, still needs slander? The Garfield sneered, not bothering to reply to Rupert, and looked at Montgomery instead. Boy, change the stakes. Agreed. Montgomery nodded and swiftly traced symbols in the air with his fingertip, creating numerous golden runes out of nowhere. Within moments, hundreds of golden runes appeared in the air. These runes condensed into a glowing sphere, which then zipped toward the Garfield with a whooshing sound. Its expression changed slightly as it instinctively tried to dodge, but the sphere was too fast and flew directly into its forehead with a whooshing sound. The Garfield's eyes widened, and after a while, it finally recovered, looking at Montgomery in surprise, its voice trembling. Boy, this. Montgomery said indifferently. If you win, this half of the technique will be yours. The Garfield immediately nodded. All right, it's a deal. How about we start? Montgomery calmly said. You take the lead, and I'll chase after you. If I catch you, consider me the winner. Deal. The Garfield nodded. Deal. Boy, considering you gave me this technique, King here can fly a bit slower. With that, it flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot away. In an instant, it vanished into the horizon. Rupert and Arnie could not help but look at Montgomery with worry. Although the Garfield was annoying, its speed was indeed unparalleled. In these transverse mountains, besides a few Holy Realm magical beasts adept in speed, none could match it. Follow me. Montgomery told the two dragons, then formed seals with his hands, causing elemental forces to surge from all directions, condensing into a pair of wind-thunder wings behind his back. With a thunderous roar, Montgomery flapped his wings, disappearing from his spot only to appear at the horizon in an instant. The two dragons were dumbfounded by the sight before they quickly followed. On the other side, the Garfield was flying and occasionally glancing back. Not seeing Montgomery, it laughed. Heh, mere human, daring to challenge Lord Sculpture's speed, truly a dreamer. As soon as it finished speaking, it heard crackling electrical arcs in its ear. It focused its gaze and saw a figure rapidly approaching from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was already several kilometers away. It's that human boy. How is this possible? It looked as if it had seen a ghost, and, without time to wonder, flapped its wings and sped off at its fastest. However, Montgomery caught up shortly after. Seeing Montgomery getting closer, the Garfield exerted itself, its body gleaming with blinding golden light. The golden feathers on its wings grew rapidly, accelerating until it disappeared in an instant. After some forceful flight, the Garfield looked back and noticed Montgomery hadn't caught up. It breathed a sigh of relief. But before it could turn back, a distant figure quickly expanded and approached within moments. Damn, what trick did this human boy use? Enraged, the Garfield swore and sped up again. But it was futile. Montgomery caught up once more shortly. And this time, Montgomery didn't give it another chance to escape. He flapped his wind-thunder wings forcefully, turning into a streak of lightning, tearing through the sky, catching up to the Garfield very soon. With the final flap of his wings, Montgomery successfully climbed onto the Garfield's back. Looking down from above at the stunned Garfield, Montgomery said indifferently, You lost, fulfill the bet. There was a trace of reluctance in the Garfield's eyes, although it really did not want to become a servant of a human. However, for its life and for the remaining half-volume cultivation method, it could only agree. I admit defeat. It landed below with a dejected look. Montgomery descended from its back and said indifferently, Don't have that look. One day you will know that following me is the luckiest thing in your life. The Garfield wanted to refute but thought about the cultivation technique Montgomery had given earlier. It closed its mouth immediately and asked after a few seconds, When can I get the remaining half-volume? Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, That depends on your performance in the future. The Garfield's body shook and it exclaimed loudly, In 9 days, I will definitely follow my master's lead. If Geo tells me to go east, I won't go west. If Geo tells me to climb mountains, I won't go down rivers. A hint of surprise flashed across Montgomery's eyes. The sudden change in the Garfield made him somewhat astonished. Hope you mean what you say, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Axel nodded solemnly. Geo, rest assured, Axel spits out a nail when I make a promise, and I never break my word. While the two were talking, Rupert and Arnie flew over from afar. The two dragons just happened to hear the Garfield's words and were stunned speechless. The shameless and extremely cunning Garfield had been tamed so easily. The Garfield submitted so readily. Firstly, it was no match for Montgomery. Secondly, it mainly wanted to obtain the latter half of the cultivation method. The cultivation method, named Divine Carving Technique Montgomery, had previously given it could allow eagle-type magical beasts to evolve into divine beasts. The temptation of becoming a divine beast was simply too great. How could the Garfield possibly give up? Actually, from the start, it had some plans in mind. Even if Montgomery lost, it would find ways to stay by his side. Now since it had lost, it could take this opportunity to submit, without having to think of any excuse. At the same time, the Garfield finally understood why Rupert and the others had submitted to Montgomery. It wasn't hard to imagine that the two dragons must have received considerable benefits from Montgomery. Chapter 137 The Locke Family. Montgomery leaped onto the back of the lightning sculpt and said indifferently, "Let's go. Head back to the dragon nest first." The lightning sculpt flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, and the two dragons immediately followed. Feeling the speed of the lightning sculpt, Montgomery nodded inwardly. The reason he had tamed the lightning sculpt was precisely for travel. Whether it was going back to Far East City in the near future or heading to the capital later on. Before reaching the Holy Domain realm, neither mages nor warriors could fly in the air. Walking on the ground, how could the speed compare with flying in the air? Although Montgomery knew a spell that was very fast, such a spell consumed a lot of mental energy. It was suitable for use in battle, but not for traveling. His initial plan to tame the four-winged flying dragon was also for this reason. But the four-winged flying dragon was too slow. After seeing the lightning sculpt, he quickly changed his mind. Before long, the three magical beasts returned to the location of the dragon nest. Montgomery found a rock to sit cross-legged and ordered the three magical beasts, "Protect me while I break through." The three magical beasts nodded and quickly dispersed to guard around Montgomery. Montgomery took out the seven-colored flower, swallowed it, then closed his eyes and began to refine the pure medicinal power it contained. It was unknown how much time had passed when an overwhelming mental force spread out. The three magical beasts guarding nearby only felt a sharp pain in their heads and all looked at Montgomery in surprise. The lightning sculpt exclaimed in shock, "Joe's mental power is so powerful. This mental power far surpasses those level 9 archmages." Rupert and Arnie also had looks of shock. The two dragons knew that Montgomery's strength had advanced another step. At this moment, under the Holy Domain realm, there was probably no match for him. Montgomery got up and looked at the three magical beasts, saying, "Let's go, return to East Forest City with me." Not long after, the three level 9 magical beasts flew into the castle where the Freddy family resided. This scene shocked everyone in East Forest City, especially when they saw the purple-clothed figure standing on the back of the lightning sculpt. Their hearts were incomparably astonished. People simply couldn't believe their eyes. The person actually tamed a level 9 magical beast. When the three huge creatures descended upon the Freddy family, people were similarly shocked. Although Montgomery had already told them about it, when they actually saw the three huge creatures, Arn and others were still startled, looking at the huge creatures in shock. Montgomery said to Arn, "Grandfather, I will be leaving for a while next. Let Rupert and Arnie protect your safety." He brought the three magical beasts back precisely to protect the safety of his clan. Next, he was going to the Death Fog Sea and did not know how long it would take before he could return. Montgomery had offended quite a few people during this period. He dared not guarantee that they wouldn't come seeking revenge. Arn put away the astonishment in his heart and nodded gently. Montgomery then instructed Rupert and Arnie, "During my absence, you must protect the Freddy family well and ensure nothing goes wrong." Rupert immediately nodded. "Rest assured, Geo, with us here, no one can harm your kin." Montgomery nodded and looked at Arn again. "Grandfather, arrange a place for them to stay." Arn nodded and immediately looked at Vani. "Vani, hurry and arrange accommodations for the two dragon lords." Vani acted immediately without any delay. Although the two dragons were Montgomery's servants, they were genuinely level 9 magical beasts, peak beings in the Far East region. They were held in high reverence in their hearts and did not dare to show any slowness. Montgomery stayed overnight at home, then bade farewell to everyone and prepared to head to Far East City. "Cash, cultivate the techniques I gave you seriously during this time. I will return soon." Before departure, Montgomery earnestly instructed Cash. Not long ago, he had given Cash a set of light attribute techniques. After meeting Cash in this life, Montgomery discovered that she was actually a rare light body. Such a constitution was naturally close to the element of light, making the cultivation of light magic twice as effective with half the effort. With just a little guidance, she would definitely become a Holy Domain mage. And as long as she had appropriate techniques, becoming a god wasn't difficult either. Cash nodded vigorously and straightened Montgomery's robe, instructing, "Montgomery, be careful on this trip." Montgomery nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." He hugged the young girl, kissed her forehead, then leaped onto the long-awaited lightning sculpt. On its back stood a Chevy and woman, Juan and Chloe from the former Dark Church. Both of them had been to the Death Fog Sea before, and Montgomery thought that having them around might be helpful. The lightning sculpt glanced at them unhappily and then flapped its wings, quickly ascending into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in a few blinks. The lightning sculpt was proud and very much disliked having anyone other than Montgomery stand on its back. It always felt that doing so would make it inferior to others. Starfire City, the capital of the Starfire Empire, was the most prosperous city in the entire empire, with a population exceeding 10 million. To the south of Starfire City stood a cluster of majestic castles. The architecture within the castle was grand and imposing, featuring vast lawns and countless precious plants. This place was the residence of the Locke family, one of the 5 ancient families of the Starfire Empire. At the gate of the castle, a group of armored guards were stationed, providing strict security. The stance they took made it seem like not even a fly could get in. At this moment, 2 figures walked down the street outside the castle. One wore a red dress, with an alluring and mature demeanor, while the other wore a long green gown, exuding a cold and noble aura. They were none other than Millie and Emma, who had rushed back from the Western Mountain Province. After arriving at the city gate, Millie stepped forward and said, "This is Miss Millie of the Christian family, here for a visit. Please announce my arrival." Hearing the name Christian family, the guard didn't hesitate and promptly invited them in. "Ladies, please come in." The guard did not just announce. Instead, he directly led the two women inside. The Christian family, like the Locke family, was also one of the 5 great families of the empire, and they had a fairly good relationship with the Locke family. For such esteemed guests, the Locke family would certainly give a warm welcome. Not wanting to be rude, the guard naturally wouldn't let them wait outside. Shortly after the two women entered, a Chevy hurriedly approached the entrance of the castle. Moving quickly, he soon arrived at the main gate of the castle. One of the guards immediately shouted, "Stop! This is private property. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter." The man was dressed plainly, obviously not as impressive as Millie and her companion. Approaching cautiously, the man spoke softly, "Sir, I am from the Brinton family in the Far East region. Could you please announce to young Geo Adam that I have something important to report?" Startled by his words, the guard looked at the man before hesitantly replying, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform him." Though skeptical about the man's identity, upon hearing that he wanted to see Adam, the guard dared not delay. Adam was the eldest son of the Locke family, known for his eccentric and tyrannical behavior, with a volatile temper that often resulted in killing without cause. The guards and servants were all very afraid of him. Therefore, the guard didn't hesitate but quickly went to announce the news. Chapter 138, Heather. After a short while, the guard returned and said to the Chevy, "Follow me." The man straightened his robe and followed the guard into the castle. Shortly after, the two arrived at an artificial lake. In a pavilion stood a blonde young nobleman fishing. The guard approached and bowed before the young nobleman. "Young Geo Era, the person is here." The blonde youth turned around, revealing a defiant face as he looked down upon the Chevy. "Why did you seek me out?" With a thud, the Chevy fell to his knees and pleaded, "Please, young Geo Era, intervene for the Blinkton family." Era narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "What do you want me to do?" Unwilling to hide anything, the man quickly recounted the events truthfully. After listening, Era's expression first showed surprise, then gradually darkened, before he smiled again. "Interesting, truly interesting." After laughing lightly for a moment, he looked at the man and said calmly, "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." The man was delighted and immediately kowtowed in gratitude to Era. "Thank you, young Geo Era." Era then turned to the guard and instructed, "Go fetch Ewan." The guard obeyed and soon came back with a white-haired elder. The elder bowed slightly to Ewan. "Young Geo, you called for me?" Era nodded, summarized the situation, and ordered, "You will travel to the Far East region, bring the woman back, and it's time to inform the Arvan ancestor. Along the way, wipe out the Freddy family. Remember, ensure my cousin enjoys himself thoroughly before he dies." Ewan gave a slight nod and glanced at the Chevy, saying indifferently, "Let's go. I'll accompany you." The latter hesitated. "My lords, Montgomery is extremely powerful. A group of level 8 experts united couldn't defeat him. Is sending just one person?" Before he finished, Era interrupted. "Relax, Ewan alone will be enough." Ewan was the Hamlin family's guardian elder, a half-step Sacred Realm High Mage, whose power only lagged behind a few Sacred Realm experts, and was quite renowned throughout the capital. According to Era, the entire Far East might not have any half-step Sacred Realm experts. To him, sending Ewan would be more than sufficient. The Chevy didn't dare say more, and left the Hamlin family with Ewan. Meanwhile, the Mercenary Guild and the Magic Academy also learned of Shilai City's situation. The latter was merely surprised and curious. The former, however, was furious and immediately dispatched experts to the Western Mountain Province, planning to capture Montgomery and bring him back to the capital to answer for his crimes. On the other side, Millie and Emma were escorted to the central reception hall within the castle. Upon hearing this, the head of the Hamlin family personally came to greet them. The newcomer was a refined gentleman, dressed impeccably in noble attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His name was Everettiri, who was not only the head of the Hamlin family but also Heather's older brother. Technically, he was Montgomery's uncle. As Everettiri entered the reception hall, he looked at Millie and Emma with a smile. "Well, I heard that you returned to the capital a few days ago. I thought the news was false, but you really are back." Millie smiled and nodded at Everettiri. "It's been a long time, and now you're the head of the Hamlin family. Congratulations." She made a slight bow and salute. Everettiri sighed, shaking his head. "If you hadn't left the capital back then, with your talent, you might have held an important position in the Christian family by now, maybe even become its head." Yonatan then, Millie was the top prodigy of the Christian family, among several young men from the capital hailed as the Empire's 10 elites. But due to falling in love with someone she shouldn't have, she had a falling out with her family and left the Christian family, escaping to the remote Western Mountain Province. Due to suppressed emotions and insufficient cultivation resources, Millie's cultivation lagged behind others of her generation. Like the current Everettiri, who was once an elite among the Empire's 10 best, now already a half-step Sacred Realm cultivator, only one step away from the Sacred Realm. But Millie was still only a level 9 warrior. Even with Montgomery's help in refining her techniques, otherwise she'd still be a level 8 warrior. Millie shook her head. "There's no point in talking about the past. I came to visit Sister Heather." Everettiri nodded slightly. "Speaking of which, it has been decades since you last saw each other. Try persuading the girl not to sulk at the family anymore." Millie nodded subtly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Subsequently, the two women followed Everetiri to a courtyard outside. At the entrance of the courtyard, two guards in armor stood. She's inside. You can go in, I'll wait out here. Everetiri said to the two women and then turned to leave. The two women entered the courtyard and walked further in. On a patch of grass within the courtyard, a woman in a white dress sat there lost in thought. Even when she heard movement behind her, the woman did not turn around. Only when she heard Millie's call did she turn her head. The woman had smooth golden hair, with a pale and round face. From her delicate features, one could faintly see a resemblance to Montgomery. Her brows carried a hint of sorrow. Emma curiously sized up the woman before her eyes flashing with admiration. Rumors were indeed true. Heather was very beautiful. Seeing Millie and Emma, the woman paused for a moment, then got up and quickly walked over, exclaiming, "Millie, why did you come?" Millie smiled and replied, "Sister Heather, it's been a long time." Heather gently nodded and asked, "I heard you left the capital. Where have you been all these years? When did you return?" Millie did not hide the truth and explained, "These past years, I've been staying in the Far East region's Western Mountain Province. I just returned not long ago." Hearing the familiar name of Western Mountain Province, Heather paused for a moment. Then her gaze became complex and sad. Seeing this, Millie feigned confusion. "Sister Heather, what's wrong?" Heather let out a heavy sigh and did not hide her feelings, recounting the events. She finally sighed. I wonder how that boy Montgomery is doing now? Is he living well? Yonatan then, he was so young. Sob, I miss seeing him." Tears welled up in her eyes at the end of her words. Millie felt a lump in her throat and hurriedly comforted. "Sister Heather, don't cry. Montgomery is fine." Heather froze, then immediately looked up, trembling. You've seen Montgomery?" Millie nodded vigorously. "Yes, I have." Heather's eyes sparkled brightly as she urged eagerly. Tell me everything." Millie lightly nodded and smiled. "Sister Heather, first, I need to congratulate you. You have a wonderful son." Heather's eyes widened in shock as she pressed urgently. "What happened? Tell me quickly." Millie didn't hold back and recounted everything she knew about Montgomery, including the message he asked her to bring. After hearing everything, Heather was dazed for a while before bursting into tears of joy. "Oh, that's wonderful, really wonderful." After expressing her joy, her eyes showed concern. That child must have suffered so much over these years. For someone so young to possess such power, Heather knew it couldn't have come easily. Without doubt, Montgomery must have endured a lot. Millie reassured her with a smile. "Sister Heather, given Montgomery's cultivation speed, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the sacred realm. Then your family can reunite." Heather nodded forcefully, her eyes filled with anticipation. This was the first time in years she saw hope for a family reunion. And this hope came from her own child, making Heather even happier. "Montgomery, your mother is waiting for you in the capital." Chapter 139, Astonishment. In the castle of the Alexander family in Far East City, in a luxurious reception room, a group of people were waiting. Elliot sat at the head seat with composure. The others seated below were also all important figures. Besides the patriarchs of the four major families, there were two men and one woman. An elegant old man in white robes, a tall Chevy in red robes, and a graceful woman in green attire. All three were well-known powerful figures in the Far East region, and this time they had been invited by Elliot to explore the Death Fog Sea together. At this moment, the Chevy in red robes looked at Elliot, who was seated at the head. "Brother Elliot, we have been waiting for 3 days already. That young man hasn't arrived yet. I think it's unnecessary to wait any longer." His tone carried a hint of impatience, clearly showing he had grown weary of waiting. Just 3 days ago, a group of them gathered at the Alexander family's residence. Due to waiting for Gerard, they had not set off immediately. After waiting for 3 whole days, Gerard still hadn't arrived, which greatly displeased the man in red robes. The beautiful woman in green attire also spoke up. "Brother Elliot, I think we might as well give up on him. How powerful can a young person be? With all of us here, it is more than enough." Elliot shook his head slightly. "Please, don't be hasty. The youth named Gerard is truly very strong. Having him along will make our journey safer." Upon hearing this, the two showed somewhat unsatisfied expressions but didn't say anything further due to respect for Elliot's status and power. At this point, the old man in white robes asked curiously, "Brother Elliot, is the young man you mentioned really that formidable?" Elliot nodded lightly. "Very powerful. This old man cannot fathom his true strength." The white-robed elder was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He knew Elliot's strength clearly. Halfway into the semi-saint realm, considered the strongest in the entire Far East region. For Elliot to admit he couldn't gauge a young man, how formidable could this youth be? Seeing the doubt on the elder's face, Elliot chuckled. "Young brother Luther, if you don't believe me, you can ask Patriarch Devon. He has fought against the young man." Luther, the elder in white robes, immediately turned his gaze towards Devon, who reluctantly nodded. "That young man is indeed powerful." Everett from the Manka family chimed in. "Patriarch Devon is right. That young man is indeed very powerful." The other two patriarchs also nodded lightly. Both patriarchs Devon and Everett of the four major families had personally experienced Gerard's prowess and knew exactly how strong he was. Though the other two patriarchs had not directly faced him, they had heard about Gerard's fearsome reputation. The tall man in red robes snorted disdainfully. "A kid who isn't even fully grown. How powerful can he be? I think you're overestimating him." The beautiful woman in green also nodded slightly, feeling they were taking it too seriously. Devon sneered coldly. "Ha, Rashad, if you want to know just how powerful he is, you can try when Gerard arrives." Rashad, the man in red robes, scoffed. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid? As they conversed, a bright cry echoed from outside the hall. Everyone present felt their hearts race. Django, the elder in white robes, said in a firm voice, "This aura belongs to a 9th rank magic beast." Immediately, everyone stood up from their seats. Devin exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Why would a 9th rank magic beast come to Far East City?" Throughout the Far East region, aside from the endless sea in the eastern land, 9th rank magic beasts only existed within the transverse mountain range. But both places were extremely far from Far East City. Under normal circumstances, there should be no 9th rank magic beast here. Firstly, the distance was too far, and secondly, Far East City was full of powerful experts. Why would any high-ranking magic beast venture here to its death? With lingering doubts, everyone hurried toward the entrance of the hall. Outside, they raised their heads and saw a golden eagle flying rapidly from the distant sky. It moved like a streak of gold lightning, rapidly approaching the castle. Everett exclaimed in shock, "That's a lightning eagle. Why is it here?" The rest of the people also wore looks of astonishment. As the lightning eagle drew closer, everyone finally saw the 3 figures standing on its back. Devin was shocked. "Look quickly, there are actually people on it." Just as everyone was filled with astonishment, the lightning eagle darted toward the castle like a flash of lightning, diving straight down toward them. A sudden gust of wind rose up, making everyone's clothes flutter wildly. When everyone regained their senses, the lightning eagle had already landed. Fixing their gazes, they finally identified the figures on top. Upon seeing the familiar purple-clothed figure, Elliot and the others' eyes instantly tightened. Gerard jumped off the back of the lightning eagle with Juan and Kimberly following closely behind. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Gerard gave a slight nod to Elliot, who was leading the group. Elliot regained his composure, suppressing his inner shock, and laughed hurriedly. "My friend, you're too polite." Though he appeared calm on the surface, a storm of shock surged within him. The youth before him had actually tamed a 9th rank magic beast, and it was from the proud Lightning Eagle clan, no less. Such a feat was not only beyond the capabilities of a 9th rank powerhouse, even some holy domain experts would find it difficult to achieve. High-rank magic beasts were all of noble character. Most high-rank magic beasts would rather die than become mounts or slaves to humans. The rest of the people present were also stunned. Devin felt an even more complex mix of emotions. Facing such a peerless prodigy, they had not only failed to win him over, but had also pushed him to the opposite side. Django and the others stared intently at Gerard. They had already recognized that Gerard was the one Elliot had been waiting for. At this moment, the 3 were equally astonished. Gerard was even younger than they had imagined, and his strength exceeded their expectations. Rashad, who had initially planned to test Gerard's strength when he arrived, instantly fell silent. He didn't know how strong Gerard was, but just the lightning eagle behind him was enough to give him a hard time. Just then, Devin cast a mocking glance over. "Huh, Rashad, weren't you going to test Gerard's strength? Now that he's here, you can make your move." Rashad shot a glare at Devin and remained silent with a grim face. "Oomph, you're quite good at boasting." Devin sneered, eyes filled with mockery. Everett and the others also wore expressions of ridicule. If they weren't planning to travel together next, they would have made some sarcastic remarks as well. Though Gerard had heard their conversation, he ignored it and turned to Elliot, asking, "When do we depart? We've been waiting for you. We can set off any time." Elliot replied. Gerard nodded. "Let's depart immediately then." "All right." Elliot nodded. "Wait here in the reception room for a moment while I inform them." Gerard lightly nodded and followed Elliot into the reception room, with the rest following close behind. After about 2 hours, Elliot returned to the reception room. "Let's go," he told everyone, then led them to a wide square where a massive warship floated above. Juan and Kimberly, who had been following Gerard, felt somewhat alarmed upon seeing the warship. A magic airship, an extremely expensive flying battleship. Only the most accomplished forging masters could craft one. Elliot led the group onto the magic airship, which quickly ascended under his control and flew eastward. Gerard, meanwhile, flew behind on the Lightning Eagle. Chapter 140, The Archipelago. The Sea of Death Fog is located in the Far East region and the Land of the East. It took the group several days to finally arrive. Ahead, an endless ocean stretched to the horizon. The turbulent sea was shrouded in mist, with very low visibility. After entering the sea area, Elishan glanced at everyone with a solemn voice. "Everyone, be careful. Many powerful sea beasts inhabit the Sea of Death Fog." Everyone nodded seriously. They had all heard about the dangers of the Sea of Death Fog. As the group entered the Sea of Death Fog, at one of the branches of the Dark Church in the Far East region, in a gloomy hall, a man in black robes reported to a white-haired elder. "Arvin, we just received word that those people have left the Far East region and entered the Sea of Death Fog." The white-haired elder nodded slightly. "Make arrangements. Prepare to occupy the Far East region." The man in black robes was taken aback, asking in surprise, "Arvin, are you in such a hurry? Shouldn't we wait for Lord Julian and the others to return?" The elder shook his head. "That old fool Elishan and the few clan leaders have already left. With this old man taking action, it will be sufficient." Saying this, he seemed to recall something, his face turning somewhat dark. "If not for the Icefire Holy Lotus being stolen, I might have already broken through to the Holy Realm by now, making this plan flawless." His voice was somber, harboring deep resentment towards the person who stole the Icefire Holy Lotus. The man in black robes hesitated, then asked curiously, "Arvin, why do we have to occupy the Far East region? Won't this completely put us at odds with the Starfire Empire?" The elder looked displeased. "What do you understand? According to reconnaissance, what the higher-ups want should be inside the Sea of Death Fog. By occupying this place first, we'll gain the upper hand." The Starfire Empire side has our president and elders watching over it. Even if they find out, what can they do? Besides, the experiment on the container is almost successful. Soon, the divine messenger will descend. At that time, what would we fear from the Starfire Empire? Hearing this, the man in black robes nodded repeatedly, not daring to contradict him, and immediately went to make arrangements. On the other side, Montgomery's group quickly entered the Sea of Death fog and encountered several waves of sea beast attacks along the way. But everyone present were experts, and under their combined efforts, they easily slew the attacking sea beasts. Brian Luther looked at Elishan. Brother Elishan, how much further is the place you mentioned? Elishan gazed at the vast sea ahead, shaking his head. I only got a general idea. It seems that the people from the Dark Church will go to a certain island in the Sea of Death fog. I only know that the island's approximate location is somewhere in the northern sea of the Sea of Death fog, but I don't know how far away it is specifically. Luther appeared slightly disappointed upon hearing this, sighing. Continuing to search aimlessly like this isn't a solution. The rest also looked around. During this journey, everyone continuously battled sea beasts and was already mentally and physically exhausted. If they continued to travel without direction, they would definitely be worn out by the time they encountered the Dark Church. Then what fight could there be? Just then, Haley, who was behind them, suddenly spoke up. I have a rough idea of the place you're talking about. Everyone turned to look. Seeing Haley speaking, they couldn't help but be stunned. Elishan immediately asked, Are you sure about that? Haley nodded. To be precise, it's not a single island, but an archipelago. It is located in a deep-sea area in the north of the Sea of Death fog. At this point, she took out a map and reviewed it briefly before addressing the group. It's roughly 9,000 nautical miles away from here. At our current speed, we should be able to reach it within a day. Rashad was curious. How do you know this so clearly? The others also looked at her curiously. Without hiding, Haley said calmly, Because not long ago, I once went there. Everyone was shocked. Elishan asked in surprise, Who exactly are you? Why did you go there? Haley continued to be frank, pointing to Juan and herself. We too used to be members of the Dark Church. Not long ago, we followed a few protectors to explore that archipelago. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled again. Rashad exclaimed, What? You're actually from the Dark Church. He subconsciously glanced at Montgomery, who was standing on the Lightning Eagle. The others also looked at him suspiciously. Haley explained promptly, It's not as you think. Juan and I betrayed the church for some reasons, later faced pursuit, and were saved by our master. Hearing this, everyone sighed with relief. If Montgomery truly had ties with the Dark Church, things would become complicated. Following Haley's lead, the group successfully arrived at the archipelago the next day. Ahead in the sea, an archipelago of varying sizes lay amidst the foggy waters. There were no less than dozens of islands visible, not to mention those hidden in the fog. Elishan piloted the magic flying boat and landed on a nearby island. The Lightning Eagle also descended closely behind. As everyone surveyed the island before them, they found its vegetation lush, but desolate with no sign of human habitation. Luther looked at Elishan and asked, Brother Elishan, didn't you say the Dark Church discovered a treasure land in the Sea of Death fog? This doesn't seem like it. Before their eyes, the island was desolate, with nothing but green vegetation and various bird calls. It was hard for everyone to believe such a place would have any treasures. Elishan was also puzzled. The information he received indeed said that the Dark Church had discovered a ruin in the Sea of Death fog, but it didn't seem to be the case now. Could the information be incorrect? He couldn't help but doubt, but then shook his head. The information came from an undercover agent he planted in the Dark Church. That person was one of his trusted subordinates and wouldn't lie to him. Montgomery glanced at Haley and Warner, his eyes filled with inquiry. Haley replied honestly, Geo, this place is indeed a ruin. These islands may look desolate, but many precious herbs grow here. Moreover, you can occasionally find some broken magical artifacts. The scepter we picked up last time was found on one of these islands. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up as they immediately rushed towards the island. Elishan put away the magic flying boat into his storage ring and quickly followed. Seeing this, Montgomery also rode the Lightning Eagle and joined them. After searching, they did indeed find quite a few precious herbs on the island. Many of these herbs could not be found outside, and their qualities were quite high. In just a short while, they discovered several high-grade herbs. 2 kinds of 9th-grade herbs even appeared. This made everyone extremely happy. Herbs were very valuable. Outside, they only existed in the wilderness mountains, where many fierce magic beasts often dwelled. Picking them was an extremely troublesome matter. Unlike this island, it not only had abundant herbs, but was also devoid of danger. There were only some small animals, almost no magic beasts, and occasionally appearing ones were merely low-grade creatures without intelligence. For the group, they were not worth mentioning. Chapter 141, Divine Law. Montgomery followed behind the group, but he did not pick herbs. Instead, he silently spread his spiritual energy, sensing everything around him. Upon entering the island, he had sensed something unusual. To be precise, he detected a familiar aura. After a long time, Montgomery retracted his dispersed spiritual energy and confirmed something in his heart. He was not mistaken in what he sensed. Divine law indeed existed here. The divine law, also known as the law of heaven and earth, was an immensely powerful force of rules. One could start to grasp divine law from the holy realm onwards, and by the time one reached the divine stage, they could master its use even more proficiently. The island still retained faint traces of divine law. The reason why so many medicinal plants could grow on the island, Montgomery guessed, must be due to these remnants of divine law. The absence of magic beasts likely stemmed from the same reason. The divine law had a side effect of eroding the mind of living beings. Staying on the island for too long would lead to a complete loss of sanity, turning one into a mindless madman. How could there be divine law here? Could it be that a deity fell here? Doubts arose in Montgomery's heart. He couldn't help but think of the divine envoy who took him away from the Star Moon continent in his previous life. The divine envoy paid a great price to descend upon the Star Moon continent. There must have been some purpose behind it. Montgomery pondered for a while, and then his gaze sharpened. The divine core. In general, on lower planes of existence, besides faith, there was hardly anything worth a deity's attention. Due to the existence of cosmic laws, deities were unable to descend directly onto material planes. If there was a need to manifest, they would have to pay an extremely high price and still not be able to descend with their true bodies, only sending down a thread of divine consciousness. Therefore, it was very rare for deities to descend to material planes. As far as Montgomery knew, in his previous life, there seemed to be more than just one divine envoy descending to the Star Moon continent. With so many divine envoys arriving at the Star Moon continent, there must have been a purpose behind it all. If it were about the divine core, everything would make sense. The divine core contained the lifelong essence of a deity. Once a deity perished, the divine core would remain. The divine core was extremely precious because it could be inherited. There were two ways to become a deity. One was through self-cultivation, and the other was by refining a divine core. For example, a holy realm powerhouse who couldn't break through to the divine level due to limited talent could become a deity simply by receiving a matching lower divine core. Of course, those who broke through by refining a divine core were far inferior in combat strength compared to those who cultivated independently to become deities. So, could there be a divine core here? Could this be what the Dark Church is looking for? While Montgomery was deep in thought, Elishan and others had finished searching the island and flew towards the neighboring one. You two follow them to search for herbs. I'll check out other places. Montgomery instructed Chloe and Juan before riding the lightning bow soar into the sky, spreading out his vast spiritual energy to survey the surrounding islands. If his guess was correct, there should be a divine core among these islands. The lightning bow, seemingly aware of something, asked curiously, Geo, have you discovered something? Montgomery nodded slightly. I'm not sure yet. I need to investigate further. The lightning dowel moved at incredible speed, swiftly shuttling Montgomery through this region. Although thick mist filled the air, obstructing visibility, it did not affect his spiritual energy. After some investigation, Montgomery found that nearly all the islands in this archipelago retained traces of divine law. He continued flying eastward until he could no longer see any islands, and then instructed the lightning dowel to head in the opposite direction. Not far into the flight, Montgomery suddenly heard sounds of combat. He quickly spread out his vast spiritual energy and locked onto the target. Several kilometers to the north, on an island, a group of people were engaged in battle. One side included Elishan and his party. Their opponents wore black robes uniformly, members of the Dark Church. Montgomery's eyes narrowed as he quickly flew over on the lightning dowel. Upon his arrival, both sides were momentarily drawn to him, pausing their fight. A member of the Dark Church sneered. Oh, there's backup. Montgomery glanced at Chloe and said coolly, what happened? Chloe didn't dare to hide anything and quickly recounted the events. It turned out that when they were searching for herbs earlier, they suddenly encountered members of the Dark Church. Because of traitors like Chloe and Juan, both sides clashed without further ado. Elishan and his group naturally couldn't stand by idly, resulting in a brief confrontation. Montgomery scanned the opposing side and saw about 7 or 8 members of the Dark Church, including 2 level 9 powerhouses and the rest being level 8. In terms of strength, they were far inferior to Montgomery's party. But the opponents acted without fear, and Montgomery guessed that there should be others nearby. Montgomery took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Dark Church, and said indifferently, Speak. How many people did you bring this time? What is the strength of the one leading the team? One of the 2 level 9 great mage mentors sneered and said, Heh, kid, who do you think you are? If we tell you just because you ask, wouldn't that make us lose face? Although they had witnessed Montgomery riding down on the Lightning Eagle, the few of them were not concerned. The leader of the Dark Church's expedition was a holy realm powerhouse. How could they possibly fear a young man? Montgomery didn't bother with useless talk and struck directly. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly dashing toward the group. His speed was so fast that before the group even reacted, he was already upon them. The 2 level 9s retaliated swiftly, but Montgomery moved faster than them. 2 punches hit their chests, sending them flying backward. Montgomery quickly followed up, sweeping out a kick that dealt another heavy blow to one of them, causing his body to fly horizontally and crash several hundred meters away into the muddy ground. Ignoring the former, Montgomery rapidly appeared before the other person who had just landed, stepping down on his chest with a foot, making him spurt blood profusely, his face instantly turning deathly pale. All of this seemed like a long story, but it actually happened in just 1 or 2 seconds. By the time the rest of them reacted, Montgomery had already seriously injured the 2. Both Elishan's group and the few from the Dark Church were stunned on the spot. Montgomery was truly too powerful. 2 level 9 powerhouses were utterly helpless under his hands. Devin swallowed hard. He felt that Montgomery was stronger than the last time. Indeed, this was the case. Since Montgomery's mental power also broke through to level 6, his strength had increased significantly compared to before. Previously, if one could say invincible below the Holy Realm, then now, even facing a Holy Realm powerhouse, he could match them equally. Montgomery looked down at the blonde man beneath his feet and asked coldly again, This seat asks you once more, how many people did you bring this time? What is the strength of the one leading the team? Chapter 142, Divine Skeleton. Boy, if you have the guts, kill me. The man sneered, glaring fiercely at Montgomery. Annoying. Montgomery's gaze turned cold. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard, instantly crushing the man's head. This scene left the surrounding people in shock. A level 9 powerhouse died, just like that. Montgomery ignored the astonished gazes of the crowd and cast a chilling glance at the remaining members of the Dark Church. Before he could speak, one of them said, "Yes, sir, we came with more than 10 people this time, led by Don Randall, a half-step Saint Realm mage." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed, their eyes showing grave concern. The newcomer was actually a half-step Saint Realm mage. Among them, only Elishan had reached this realm. Montgomery continued, "What about the others?" The man did not dare to hide anything and replied truthfully, "Of the remaining, there are 8 level 9 elders and 15 level 8 guards." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions tightened. The Dark Church had sent such a large number of powerhouses this time. Montgomery nodded slightly and said calmly, "Where are those people now? Take me to them." The man did not dare hesitate and answered honestly, "Just on a nearby island." After saying this, he quickly took the lead. The rest of the Dark Church members saw this and hurriedly followed suit. Montgomery leaped onto the back of the Garfield and leisurely followed behind. Juan and Chloe also quickly caught up. Elishan and the others hesitated for a moment, but then closely followed as well. Soon after, the group arrived at a massive island. This island differed somewhat from others. It was covered with reefs and lacked almost any vegetation. The group proceeded into the depths of the island. Soon, they came upon an open area. In front of them lay a colossal ruined skeleton. The skeleton stood tens of feet tall and stretched for hundreds of meters long. It was unclear what creature it belonged to, as only the rear half remained, with the front half bearing the skull missing. Around the skeleton, a translucent barrier resembling moonlight enveloped it. At this moment, a group of robed figures stood outside the barrier. They were members of the Dark Church. Upon seeing the skeleton, Montgomery's gaze immediately sharpened. With his keen eyesight, he could immediately tell that the enormous skeleton was the remains of a divine being. The transparent barrier surrounding the remains was residual divine law lingering on the skeleton. What most startled Montgomery was that as he approached the skeleton, the half-residual map deep within his soul began to tremble lightly, as if responding to some form of summons. Montgomery's gaze sharpened as a possibility came to mind. To confirm it, he sped toward the skeleton. Hearing the commotion, the Dark Church members turned around. Seeing Montgomery and his group, they became immediately wary. One person reported to the leading blonde Chevy, "Lord Randall, those people have arrived." The Chevy, Randall, kept his eyes fixed on the translucent barrier ahead. Without turning around, he said, "I know." At his feet, bright blood-colored light flashed. The light formed an array, and 2 Dark Church members were pouring fresh red blood into it. Strange lights writhed, forming bloody patterns that flowed toward the translucent barrier and spread out, gradually covering the entire barrier. Montgomery, approaching close enough to see this, narrowed his eyes. He instantly grasped the situation. The Dark Church intended to use a blood sacrifice array to break through the barrier of divine law. Montgomery couldn't help but recall the recent rumors, realizing now why there had been frequent massacres in the Far East attributed to the Dark Church. Looking at it now, it seemed true. The Dark Church must have been collecting blood specifically for this blood sacrifice array. Foolish. He silently cursed, his eyes mocking. Though the blood sacrifice array could indeed break the barrier of divine law, it carried significant risks. Doing so might activate the residual divine will within the skeleton. Even a mere thread of that lingering consciousness would be enough to give these people a taste of trouble. Montgomery glanced once and withdrew his gaze, then looked past the transparent barrier to examine the colossal skeleton inside. Due to only half of the skeleton remaining, he couldn't identify what creature it belonged to. After examining thoroughly, he found nothing unusual. Could I have been wrong? He felt a bit doubtful. The previous reaction of the residual map had led him to speculate that the other half might be here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. I suppose I'll have to wait until the barrier is broken before searching carefully, Montgomery thought to himself. At this moment, the Dark Church members closed in, encircling Montgomery and his companions. Those who were threatened by Montgomery quickly stepped forward and recounted the events that had transpired not long ago. Upon hearing this, the members of the Dark Church suddenly became somber. You fools, how dare you attack our Dark Church? You're courting death. A 9th-level Archmage spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over Elishan and the others. Speak, how do you wish to die? The fiery-tempered Rashad sneered. Just the 4 of you think you can kill us? Though the opposing side was numerous, their own strength was no less formidable. It wouldn't be easy for the Dark Church to take them down. Even in terms of the number of 9th-level powerhouses, their side slightly outnumbered the other. Is that so? At this moment, the blonde man named Randall turned around, his gaze mocking as it landed on Elishan and the others. Very well, today is your end. Elishan stepped forward, radiating a formidable aura as he responded calmly. Don't boast too soon. Wait until you've beaten us before speaking. Randall chuckled. Elishan, you old fool, you finally left your shell in Far East City. Today, I shall slay you here and henceforth take over the entire Far East region. As he spoke, an overwhelmingly powerful mental force surged out, pushing Elishan and the others back. Apart from Montgomery, everyone's expressions tightened. Devin trembled. This aura. It's a Saint Realm mage. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. They had never imagined that the Dark Church would send a Saint Realm powerhouse this time. Elishan exclaimed in shock. How? How could it be possible? How can the Dark Church have a Saint Realm mage in the Far East region? He was utterly horrified. Elishan was generally aware of the Dark Church's activities in the Far East. According to his understanding, the Dark Church's branch in the Far East only had 2 half-step Saint Realm mages in residence, with no Saint Realm mage present. If there was one, the Flamespark Empire would have already sent a Saint Realm mage over. Randall smirked. Huh. I just broke through, so it's natural you didn't receive the news. Elishan's face turned extremely grim. The rest also looked very grim, with fear flashing in their eyes. Randall was satisfied with their reactions and mocked. To tell you the truth, I deliberately spread this information to capture all of you in one fell swoop, and then take over the entire Far East region. Elishan's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. How? How can that be? Could it be? Randall gave a sinister smile. You guessed right. I knew about the spies you planted in our church long ago, but what you don't know is that they've already been turned by me. Elishan's face turned ashen white. He hadn't sensed any of this at all. He was deeply worried about the situation in Far East City. If Randall's words were true, the Dark Church must have already headed to Far East City by now. With so many experts dispatched, he wasn't sure if the people in Far East City could withstand the remaining forces of the Dark Church. Randall sneered. Enough talk. Tell me, how do you wish to die? I can grant you a dignified death. Everyone's faces turned pale, despair flashing in their eyes. Facing a Saint Realm powerhouse, they had no will to resist. Below the Saint Realm, all are ants. That saying was not unfounded. The Saint Realm was an entirely new realm, far beyond their level of strength. Just as everyone felt hopeless, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Merely a pseudo-Saint Realm, yet you dare to act so recklessly. Chapter 143, Battle with the Holy Realm Mage. The moment those words were spoken, an uproar erupted among the crowd. All eyes swiveled over. The one who spoke was none other than Montgomery. Elishan and others' gazes tightened. They hadn't expected that Montgomery would dare to provoke even a Holy Realm powerhouse. The Dark Church members glared angrily, with one shouting, "How insolent! To be disrespectful towards Lord Randall." Montgomery cast a glance and lightly rebuked. Noisy. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy swept across, causing that person's body to shudder. His face suddenly turned deathly pale, then fresh blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his body thudded down as he fell. This scene shocked everyone present. An 8th-level powerhouse was actually shouted to death by the young man before them. Such a thing could perhaps only be done by a Holy Realm powerhouse. Thinking up to this point, everyone was stunned, staring at Montgomery in shock. Could this young man also be a Holy Realm mage? When they thought about this possibility, no one failed to widen their eyes. How old could this young man be? 17 or 18 years old, and yet he is a Holy Realm powerhouse. Such an inconceivable matter, not to mention just the Far East region, might not be found anywhere else in the entire Starfire Empire. Devon's expression became exceedingly complicated. The better Montgomery performed, the more regretful he felt inside. Hee. Excellent. Very good. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant. So, you do have some talent after all. Just as everyone was shocked, a loud laughter abruptly sounded. Randall chuckled as he looked at Montgomery, not immediately making a move, but extending an invitation. Young man, seeing how outstanding your aptitude is, are you willing to join our Dark Church? With your talent and strength, I can guarantee that if you agree, you can receive full cultivation support from the church. Even becoming the head of the Far East Regional Branch is not impossible. Everyone was startled, not expecting Randall to offer such generous conditions. Elishan and others revealed a trace of worry in their eyes. If Montgomery agreed, they would surely die today. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the smiling Randall with a cold gaze, saying with disdain, "In my eyes, the Dark Church is nothing more than a bunch of dirt chickens and broken dogs. You think you're worthy to invite me?" Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere froze instantly, and silence could be felt even by the fall of a needle. Everyone stared at Montgomery with widened eyes. He actually dared to say such things, truly audacious. Even a behemoth like the Starfire Empire wouldn't dare call the Dark Church dirt chickens and broken dogs. But the youth in front did. Elishan and others showed bitter smiles. Especially Elishan, during their first meeting, he felt that Montgomery's character was rather arrogant. But now it seemed that even then, Montgomery had held back. Now, he was showing true arrogance. Randall's smile froze, then gradually turned cold, his voice icy. "Daring to call the Dark Church dirt chickens and broken dogs, you're the first. Let me see how capable you really are. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm like water. "Leave the rest to you." After uttering those words, he walked toward an open area nearby. Randall also followed suit. A battle between Holy Realm powerhouses could wreak havoc on the surroundings, and both didn't want others to be affected. Montgomery stood on a large rock formation, beckoning Randall with a gesture, and said coldly, "Move." "Humph, arrogance." Randall sneered. "Boy, since you're seeking death, this Holy One shall grant it to you." With that, a dark magic disc appeared beneath his feet. The disc was incredibly huge, nearly covering half of the island. The distant onlookers rapidly retreated. Although they didn't fight, they knew that the ultimate victory would not lie in their hands but in the 2 peak powerhouses. Devon exclaimed in shock, another dark mage. It was common knowledge that among the 7 elemental attributes, light and darkness were slightly stronger than the other 5. Dark magic wolves. Randall gave a low shout, and the magic disc beneath him rapidly spun. The next moment, fierce roars suddenly echoed. Then, several dozen 6-foot-long dark magic wolves rushed out of the magic disc, roaring as they pounced toward Montgomery. The spectators' gazes tightened as they sensed a hint of threat from these dark magic wolves. After carefully sensing them, they realized that each dark magic wolf had reached 9th level strength. Everyone was alarmed. No wonder it was a Holy Realm mage. This simple move alone was far beyond what they could resist. Facing the fiercely charging dark magic wolves, Montgomery remained unperturbed. A golden glow flashed behind him. A dazzling golden magic disc appeared in midair. As the disc spun, numerous lightning spears pierced through, shooting toward the charging dark magic wolves. Uft, uft. Following a series of sounds, dozens of lightning spears pierced through all the wolves, embedding deeply into the ground. Randall sneered coldly. Huh, with such a petty trick, you think you can resist the dark magic wolves? Just as he finished speaking, the bodies of the immobilized dark magic wolves began to squirm and turned into a black mist, easily escaping from the lightning spears. Then they reformed and continued to pounce towards Montgomery. Seeing this, Elishan and others were greatly alarmed. From the previous scene, it seemed that these dark magic wolves were virtually indestructible. The members of the Dark Church sneered repeatedly, thinking Montgomery was probably doomed. Even Chloe and one showed signs of worry on their faces. If Montgomery was finished, they would be finished too. The methods the Dark Church used against traitors were enough to send chills down their spines just by thinking about them. The Garfield remained calm all along. In its view, if Montgomery could even bring out a divine cultivation method, how could he not deal with a mere Holy Realm mage? As the pack of vicious wolves fiercely approached at close quarters, Montgomery's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that even if the sky fell, his countenance wouldn't alter in the slightest. He murmured incantations silently, and a snow-white magic disc appeared behind him. Terrifying light elements gathered. As the disc spun, luminous hands emerged from it, capturing the dozens of charging wolves and drawing them back into the magic disc. With one rotation of the disc, they disappeared without a trace. Everyone was dumbfounded, never expecting Montgomery to wield light magic. Especially Devon, whose eyes revealed an unmasked shock. Last time, Montgomery cast earth magic in the Freddy family, and now he was using thunder and light attributes. Moreover, Montgomery was also a warrior, a dual practitioner of both magic and martial arts, and a triple attribute mage. Devon found it hard to believe that there could be such a prodigious genius in the world. Apart from astonishment, he felt even more regret. Such an extraordinary genius born in a branch of the Freddy family, he had not only failed to seize the opportunity, but actually offended him to death. At this thought, he really wanted to slap himself several times. When Randall saw Montgomery casting light magic, he was also shocked. But it was only for a moment. Then he put away his shock and looked at Montgomery with a cold smile. Haha. Boy, you're indeed very surprising. But if you think you can win this saint with this, then you're too naive. Today, I'll let you see what a Holy Realm mage is capable of. Chapter 144, Domain of Dark Night. Montgomery's expression was calm. Is that so? Then let me see it. Crosby sneered coldly and began to chant a magic spell aloud. Beneath his feet, a pitch-black magic disc emerged, emitting blinding light. The elements of heaven and earth gathered from all directions in terrifying waves. In the next moment, dark vines grew out from the disc like a blooming flower. Then the tips of the vines began to merge, looking from afar like a bud just beginning to bloom. This encased both Montgomery and Crosby inside. Seeing this scene, Crosby and the others revealed expressions of shock. The white-haired elder Luther said gravely, "Could this be the domain unique to Saint Domain mages?" It was well known that the most significant ability of Saint Domain mages was their domain. Within their domain, they could achieve invincibility. Everyone couldn't help but worry, fearing that Montgomery wouldn't be a match. The members of the Dark Church felt differently, excitement gleaming in their eyes. They thought Montgomery was probably finished this time. Inside the vines, everything was pitch black, no scenery could be seen, and there was no sound at all. Crosby spoke calmly. Kid, dying under my Dark Knight domain can also be considered your honor. Forgot to mention, you can't hear me now. Crosby gave a cold laugh and slowly walked towards Montgomery. He moved very slowly, not worried about the other side suddenly attacking. This move was called the Dark Knight domain. It was a preliminary application of the law of darkness. When Dark Night comes, everything ceases to exist. In the Dark Night domain, the enemy loses all senses. Sight, hearing, including smell, are all lost. Even mental strength is rendered useless, and the elements of heaven and earth are completely isolated, preventing any spells from being cast. The only thing left is the inner cheat, fighting spirit. But with all 5 senses lost, having fighting spirit is of no use. One might say that once enveloped by the Dark Night domain, one becomes a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Because of this, Crosby approached Montgomery without fear. Coming within a meter of Montgomery, he produced a broken blade in his hand, preparing to stab into Montgomery's heart to end his life. Just as he was about to make his move, a flash of golden light passed by. Then he felt a pain in his chest, followed by warm liquid flowing out of his body. Pooh! Crosby spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward, his internal energy chaotic. As he was injured, the surrounding darkness quickly dissipated, light reappeared, and the dark vines that enveloped them rapidly disappeared, revealing their figures to everyone again. In the field, Montgomery stood there still calm, while Crosby clutched his chest and staggered back. There was a large bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest, bleeding profusely. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. especially the members of the Dark Church who thought Crosby was bound to win once the domain was activated. They never imagined such an outcome. Not only did Crosby not win, but he was severely injured. Meanwhile, Montgomery was unharmed. The difference was too great. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Crosby quickly took several healing pills, looking at Montgomery in shock and confusion. Why? He was puzzled, unable to understand how Montgomery could see him in the Dark Knight domain. Montgomery's eyes flashed with faint golden light, and lightning flickered within. To ask why he could see, it was because Montgomery had used a technique called Thunder Eye previously. Thunder Eye was a simplified version of Heavenly Punishment Eye, capable of seeing through most illusions in the world. A mere Saint Domain Mage's domain was nothing special to it. Moreover, Crosby had merely forced his way into this rank through drugs, not truly a Saint Domain Mage, more like a pseudo-Saint Domain Mage. The domain he performed could be easily seen through by Thunder Eye. In fact, if Crosby hadn't used the domain, perhaps he could have exchanged a few blows with Montgomery. After using the domain, he didn't last even one move. Mainly, the domain he comprehended was precisely what Montgomery countered. Montgomery's expression was cold. There's no need for a dead man to know. Saying this, he walked over to Crosby, who was treating his injuries. The latter's face changed dramatically. In his current state, he was definitely not Montgomery's match. Just at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Tu Chen Jiao Sheng, agonizing screams, abruptly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see two people who were pouring blood into the blood sacrifice array, flying out after being struck by a powerful force. The blood-streaked barrier twisted and deformed. Its blood streaks quickly converged, twisting and writhing before forming a fierce, roaring, blood-colored lion. The blood lion roared, sending a terrifying sound wave sweeping out, causing everyone to retreat continuously. Several 8th-level mages were even struck until blood flowed from their 7 orifices, their heads booming and faces as pale as paper. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, looking with shock at the roaring, blood-colored lion in front of them. The aura emanating from the blood lion was even more powerful than Crosby. Just as everyone was stunned and puzzled, the blood-colored lion turned and plunged into the half-skeleton. In the next moment, the half-skeleton began to gently tremble and slowly started running on the ground. The snow-white skeleton began to gradually turn red, with a blood-colored lion head forming at the front end of the skeleton, transforming into a complete lion. Its appearance looked very strange. The back half was half white and half red skeletal, while the front part was completely formed by runes. As this bizarre lion solidified, an even more terrifying aura swept out. It forced everyone to retreat continuously. This is the aura of a Saint Domain powerhouse. Everyone was filled with alarm. The aura emitted by the strange lion was much stronger than Crosby's. Clearly, this resurrected lion had not only reached the strength of the Saint Domain, but was also one of the exceptionally powerful ones within it. At this moment, everyone present changed their expressions. Even Montgomery's face changed. Of course, his change wasn't due to the lion's power, but because he saw something hidden within one of the ribs beneath its abdomen. Hidden within one of the ribs was half a scroll. Since the Thunder Eye was still active, Montgomery immediately spotted it. Although he hadn't seen the content of the scroll yet, Montgomery was 80% sure that this half-scroll should be the remaining part of the half-scroll in his soul. A trace of joy that could hardly be concealed appeared in Montgomery's eyes. He never expected that on this Star Moon continent, he would encounter such a treasure. You see, the reason for his downfall in his previous life was due to the half-scroll deep within his soul. That thing was coveted even by the Supreme Deity. Now he had encountered the remaining half of it. Undoubtedly, his luck was truly good. Chapter 145, Trial of Light. In addition to the scroll hidden within the ribs, Montgomery discovered another treasure. Lying where the skeleton had been was a lustrous, round bead that emitted a faint glow. It was roughly the size of an adult's fist, its surface giving off a gentle light. Even from afar, Montgomery recognized immediately that this round bead was likely a divine essence. Why did he say likely? Because if Montgomery's guess was correct, this divine essence had been artificially refined at a later stage. Ordinary divine essences had a diamond-shaped exterior, much like crystals. Montgomery couldn't help but recall the broken staff that Chloe and the others had given him. He speculated that the missing part at the top of the broken staff should be this very round bead before his eyes. Roar. Just as Montgomery was contemplating, a roar suddenly sounded. He looked up to see the strange-looking blood lion charging madly toward everyone. Terrifying pressure swept through. The two individuals who had been thrown back earlier exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale with shock, not daring to hesitate for a moment as they rapidly retreated. Even Randall, aided by 2 level 9 experts, quickly retreated, not daring to stay behind to confront the blood lion head-on. Forget about him being injured. Even in his prime, he wouldn't dare. The blood lion before them was clearly more powerful than he was. Everyone retreated, leaving only one figure in purple robes standing in the middle. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Has this kid lost his mind? Does he actually think he can deal with that terrifying blood lion? The members of the Dark Church were both astonished and then sneered coldly. They wished Montgomery would die. Pierre and the others, however, were somewhat worried. If something happened to Montgomery, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Facing the charging blood lion, Montgomery didn't dare to take it lightly. His hands quickly formed seals while he swiftly recited a magic incantation under his breath. In the next moment, a huge earth-yellow magic disc appeared beneath his feet. Then, a towering rock wall shot up from the ground, blocking the charging blood lion. At the same time, Golden light illuminated the high sky. A gigantic golden magic disk nearly covering the entire island materialized out of nowhere. Amidst flashing lightning, a colossal hand made of thunder reached out from within, striking down heavily upon the blood lion below. Meanwhile, on both sides, two aqua-blue magic discs appeared. As the discs rotated, countless water arrows shot out, heading straight for the blood lion in the center. Though these actions seemed lengthy when described, they occurred in the blink of an eye. The massive rock wall blocked the blood lion's path, and the three attacks followed closely behind, smashing into the blood lion. Boom! The deafening explosion startled everyone back to their senses. Dust filled the air, and everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the figure in purple robes in front of them. They couldn't believe that Montgomery was a master in 4 elements of magic, each cultivated to such a profound level. When the dust settled, everyone looked carefully and saw a deep crater on the ground. As everyone guessed whether the blood lion was dead or not, a furious roar suddenly erupted. In the next moment, the strangely shaped blood lion jumped out of the crater, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Montgomery, filled with rage. Hee, worthy monster formed from divine remnants indeed has some strength. Montgomery laughed softly, his expression calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Since ordinary spells can't kill you, let me cast a forbidden spell then. Montgomery's expression gradually turned cold as he loudly recited the magical incantation. The elemental forces around him converged swiftly. In the next instant, a magic disc larger than the island itself appeared out of thin air. Blinding white light shone brightly, captivating everyone. Concentrated light elements gathered and coalesced into a towering figure. Its face divine, adorned with 4 wings of light behind it, exuding a sacred and noble aura. The blood lion seemed to sense the danger, suddenly becoming agitated, roaring to the heavens. Terror-inducing elemental energy surged from all directions, forming a massive blood-red sphere. An overwhelming destructive wave emanated from the sphere, making the spectators far away feel heart-stopping fear. They felt that if that sphere exploded, they would all die. Everyone rapidly retreated, thoroughly moving away from the island, fearing to be caught in the battle. Trial of light. A deep voice echoed across the sky. Montgomery clasped his hands together, and the towering figure behind him mimicked the same action. Countless light elements converged from all directions, forming an enormous hammer of light. The towering figure gripped the hammer, raising it high above its head before slamming it down. Coincidentally, the blood sphere above the blood lion also completed its formation at this moment. It roared once more, launching the sphere towards the sky. In the next moment, the blood sphere collided with the descending hammer of light. But to everyone's surprise, the blood sphere, which contained terrifying energy, did not explode but was instead enveloped by a dense layer of light elements. It was then gradually purified and eventually vanished. The divine hammer of light continued its descent, striking the blood lion's head without making a sound. An endless stream of light power descended, engulfing the entire body of the blood lion. The blood lion roared in anger, trying to break free from the binding light power, but after several attempts, it was unsuccessful. In the end, the blood lion, formed from blood runes, slowly disintegrated and disappeared in the light power, leaving only a skeleton behind. With a thud, as the divine remnants residing in the skeleton vanished, the bones crashed to the ground. The light trial could judge all evil forces in the world. A mere tainted divine remnant naturally couldn't resist. Montgomery retracted his magic, his face slightly pale. The forbidden spell was too powerful, and for his current strength, it consumed a lot of energy. After calming down a bit, Montgomery stepped forward toward the half-skeleton lying on the ground. People in the distance snapped out of their shock, their expressions numbed by astonishment. They didn't know what to say. This young man constantly saw and ed their understanding. Come on, let's go take a look. Pierre called out, and led everyone quickly over. What should we do, sir? One of the Dark Church members looked at Randall, whose complexion had regained some color. Randall's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he replied in a low voice. Let's go. Retreat first. Having said that, he turned and left. Randall now clearly recognized that he could never be Montgomery's match. Moreover, his injuries were not yet fully healed. Should he stay behind to die? Seeing this, the others immediately followed. Montgomery tried for a long time, but failed to break the skeleton in front of him, finally giving up and storing the entire skeleton into his storage ring. The divine corpse was too hard, beyond what he could shake at this moment. After collecting the divine skeleton, Montgomery continued forward, stopping shortly, bending down to pick up the round bead on the ground. Examining it in his hand, he confirmed that it was indeed refined from a divine essence. Chapter 146 Return. Geo, the people from the Dark Church have fled. The voice of the Garfield snapped Montgomery out of his reverie. Montgomery turned around and glanced at the fleeing group from the Dark Church, then said indifferently, let them go. This time, he not only obtained a divine rank, but also the remaining piece of the ancient map. He was in an excellent mood. To think, he owed this to the Dark Church. Had it not been for their deliberate leak of information, luring Elishan and others here, he would not have gotten the remaining half of the map. Since they had already fled, he was too lazy to chase after them. Let's go too. Montgomery put away the divine rank, leaped onto the back of the Garfield, and prepared to leave. Although there might be other divine ranks in this sea area, he no longer had the heart to look for them. It was time to head back to the capital. The rest saw this and exchanged glances, hesitating slightly before quickly following him. It would be best not to mention what they had gained. Surviving was good enough. They returned to Far East City as fast as possible. Elishin was extremely worried about Far East City's condition. A few days later, the group finally returned to Far East City, only to find that it was safe and sound. After some inquiries, everyone learned what had happened. The Dark Church had retreated just 2 days ago. Not long ago, the Dark Church had attacked Far East City. Though Elishin and the others were not in Far East City, it was not easy to breach as the capital of the Far East region. Through collective efforts, they managed to hold out for several days. In fact, with another day or two, the Dark Church could have breached Far East City, but for some reason, they suddenly withdrew. Elishin and the others guessed that the Dark Church must have received news from the Death Fog Sea and thus withdrew immediately. Otherwise, even if they occupied it, it would be useless once they returned. With Montgomery around, a counterattack could happen at any time. Indeed, after escaping the Death Fog Sea, Randall immediately contacted those attacking Far East City, ordering them to cease the attack and retreat immediately. Thus, Far East City avoided a disaster. Inside the central castle of Far East City, Elishin sincerely thanked Montgomery. "Sir, I truly thank you for this. If not for you, Far East City might have faced a calamity." Although Montgomery did not personally act, the Dark Church would never have retreated without the intimidation he provided. Waving his hand dismissively, Montgomery then bid farewell. Elishin paused in surprise and invited, "Sir, don't rush. Please stay for a meal before you leave." "No need." Waving again, Montgomery rode the Garfield and left with Kimberly and Juan. Watching them depart, Elishin couldn't help but sigh. There will always be new talents rising up, replacing the old ones. He then turned to report the events truthfully to the capital. At the same time, in Donglan City, under the guidance of a Chevy, the Locke family's Brigham arrived at Donglan City. "Sir, let's take a short rest and proceed to the Freddy family tomorrow." The Chevy planned to treat Brigham well, but was refused. "No need, just take me there directly." Daring not to hesitate, the Chevy immediately led Brigham to the Freddy family. At the moment, the Freddy family was filled with laughter and joy. Ever since Montgomery's rise, the Freddy family had become the top family in Donglan City, their faces always radiating confidence and pride. As the two approached the Freddy family castle entrance, they were stopped by the guards. "This is private territory, unauthorized persons are not allowed." Brigham's eyes narrowed, and the two guards' heads exploded on the spot. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Brigham walked into the castle with hands behind his back. The Chevy was inwardly shocked, thinking how terrifying a semi-Saint Realm powerhouse truly was. Seeing these two intruders, the guards along the way tried to intercept them, but were all effortlessly slain by Brigham. The commotion caught the attention of Rupert and Arnie, the dragons guarding the Freddy family. The two dragons flew over from the grassland behind the castle and quickly hovered above the duo. Ninth stage magical beast. The Chevy was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the two giant dragons. Brigham also looked up, revealing a trace of surprise, followed by a slight smile. "Huh, not bad. To be able to tame a ninth stage magical beast." Rupert, looking down at the two below, spoke coldly. "You dare to intrude on the Freddy family's territory. Do you wish to die?" The commotion also caught the attention of Arn and others. Rushing over, Anders's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the composed Brigham, fixing his gaze on him and gritting his teeth. "Brigham, it's really you?" Brigham's gaze shifted over, and he said with derision, "Oh, it's you, this dog that has lost its home. After so many years, you're still hanging on by a thread." Seymour's face was incredibly gloomy. Yonatan then, it was this very person who captured him, stripped him of his power, and tortured and humiliated him mercilessly. Seymour harbored endless hatred toward this man before him. Vonnie, standing beside him, asked curiously, "Third brother, do you know this guy?" Seymour nodded, gritting his teeth as he said, "His name is Brigham. He's from the Locke family in the Imperial capital." Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions darkened. Although they had anticipated that the Locke family might come after them, they hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Arn asked in a deep voice, "Do you know what kind of strength this person possesses?" Seymour's expression grew grave. Years ago, he was already a half-step Saint Realm mage. Now, he must be even stronger. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened further. A half-step Saint Realm mage from a major family in the Imperial capital would undoubtedly be terrifyingly powerful. Even two ninth-stage magical beasts might not be a match for him. Floyd also overheard their conversation. His expression became slightly solemn as his icy gaze swept over the two men below. He said coldly, "If you leave now, this king will let it go without retribution." Brigham sneered, "You mere beasts dare to act arrogantly before me? You truly have no sense of self-preservation." Floyd's expression darkened. He turned to Dragon Wu beside him and said, "Wu, protect everyone. I'll deal with this guy." Dragon Wu nodded, reminding him, "Be careful." With a beat of his four wings, Floyd swooped down towards the two men below. "Since you choose the hard way over the easy way, don't blame this king for being ruthless." The Chevy saw this and quickly distanced himself. Brigham sneered again, stomping his foot on the ground. A tawny magic disc appeared out of nowhere. Ponderous earth elements gathered from all directions. A massive rocky fist emerged from the magic disc, smashing heavily towards Floyd. Its speed was extraordinary, and with a bang, it struck Floyd, sending him flying. But being a ninth-stage magical beast, Floyd's hide was thick and tough. This amount of damage was nothing to him. He flapped his wings, dissipating the force, then opened his mouth and spewed a scorching dragon flame towards Brigham. Seeing this scene, Arn and the others quickly moved away, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire of the intense battle between the two. Chapter 147 Abduction. Overestimating yourself. Hoyt coldly snorted, and the magic disc beneath him swiftly spun. A wall of earth shot up from the ground, blocking the surging wave of scorching flames. Then he leaped onto the earthen wall, reciting incantations loudly. A massive magic disc appeared in the sky, followed by a pitch-black magical mountain pressing down with an overwhelming gravity. Rupert felt his body tremble and plummeted downwards. With a bang, he smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The magic mountain quickly followed, crashing down on Rupert and subduing him. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. A mighty 9th rank mage was utterly powerless against Hoyt. Sure San. Arnie looked worried. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. A low growl reverberated through the field as blood surged within Rupert, forcing the magical mountain to rise slightly. He then forcefully rammed it with his head, shattering it into pieces. Spreading its 4 wings, it flew back into the air. Humans die? Rupert roared angrily. Meteor volcano. In the next moment, fiery flames erupted from its mouth continuously. This time, the flames were not ordinary. They were globes of flowing magma like a volcanic eruption or meteor shower, indiscriminately sweeping down over a vast area that almost covered half the castle. Fortunately, Arn and others had already moved away earlier, or they would have been caught in the disaster. Hoyt's face remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the terrifying attack. Fortress of Earth. He spoke softly, and dazzling magical light appeared beneath his feet. Dense elemental forces gathered, forming a dome-shaped fortress enclosing Hoyt. Boom boom boom. Countless lava fireballs hit the fortress, emitting a series of booms but failing to breach it. At most, they left cracks on its surface. Seeing this, Rupert's expression darkened, and after gathering strength for several minutes, spat out a lava fireball as big as a mountain. It crashed towards Hoyt's fortress like a meteorite. Seemingly sensing something, Hoyt quickly defended himself. Blinding magical light emerged, and a rock fist the size of a mountain burst out of the disc, smashing into the falling lava fireball. Boom. The collision resembled a comet hitting Earth, creating a thunderous roar. Shockwaves swept out like a tidal wave, creating an incredibly frightening scene. After some time, the situation calmed down. Everyone saw Hoyt still standing unharmed. They couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. Truly a formidable semi-saint realm mage. The huge commotion attracted the attention of the people in Eastwood City. People flocked towards the Freddy family, stopping at a distance when they saw Rupert flying in the sky, watching from afar. How can someone be battling a 9th rank magic beast? Who has such power? Someone wondered aloud, puzzled. Even major families in the central province wouldn't dare provoke the Freddy family now. Everyone was genuinely curious about who dared to challenge the current Freddy family. Hee, creature, I won't play with you anymore. Hoyt looked up at Rupert in the sky, his voice devoid of patience. He rapidly recited incantations. Intense magical light appeared all around, and large black seals emerged slowly from 4 directions, trapping Rupert. Terrifying gravity appeared, warping the void. Rupert plummeted straight down, immobilized under pressure. Startled, Rupert stared at Hoyt. How is this possible? How can a semi-saint realm mage cast a domain? Hearing this, the crowd changed expressions drastically. Only Saint Realm experts could use domains. Could this person already have reached Saint Realm? Vonnie hurriedly asked Seymour. Third brother, didn't you say that old man is only a semi-saint realm mage? This seems off. Seymour shook his head gravely. I don't know, but I've heard some experienced semi-saint realm mages mentioning Shijanchu, Hoyt's expression remained cold. You don't need to know. I'll give you a chance to live. If you agree to be my mount, I'll spare your life. Rupert's face darkened, spitting in response. Bah, what are you? Telling the king to be your mount. Dream on. Hoyt's expression turned colder, looking for death. Seeing Wei Ku approach Rupert with a murderous look from afar, Arnie's expression changed. She instructed everyone, stay as far away as possible. I need to help Sure-san. With that, she flapped her 4 wings and flew over quickly. Arnie's head collided with one of the mountain-like structures, instantly reducing it to rubble. As one of the mountain-like structures collapsed, the gravity domain began to disintegrate. Rupert's bones cracked as he took this opportunity to escape from the gravity domain. Then the 2 dragons joined forces against Wei Ku. Even so, the 2 dragons were no match for Wei Ku and were forced to retreat repeatedly. In the end, on the verge of defeat, Rupert, risking backlash, used the technique recorded in the dragon neural pathways and successfully inflicted severe injuries on Wei Ku. Rupert was even more seriously injured. The move he used was originally only attainable at the Saint Realm. Forcing its use now resulted in significant backlash. Oh, don't let that guy escape. The heavily wounded Rupert warned Arnie. Arnie nodded and immediately charged towards the severely injured Wei Ku. The latter did not dare to resist and retreated rapidly. Seeing Arnie in relentless pursuit, Wei Ku became furious and gritted his teeth, saying, Damn beasts, you wait. Next time, I will personally slay you. He bit the tip of his tongue and drew a magical rune on his forehead with his blood. Immediately, a significant portion of his energy was restored. After breaking free from Arnie's chase, Wei Ku rushed towards Arn and the others at top speed. Their expressions turned pale as they scattered swiftly in all directions. Arnie's face also changed, and she quickly pursued, but her speed was not as fast as Wei Ku's. His target was clear, Lucky, who was holding the baby dragon. Lord Lucky, he's after you. Run, I'll hold him off. Johnny shoved Lucky away and prepared to block Wei Ku. But he was no match for Wei Ku. Get lost. Wei Ku waved his hand, sending Johnny flying, then flashed towards the fleeing Lucky. Within moments, he caught up and struck the young girl on the neck, causing Lucky to faint instantly. Wei Ku carried the unconscious Lucky and the baby dragon and quickly left the castle. Arnie's face turned pale as she chased after him quickly, but he was too fast, vanishing into the transverse mountain range outside Eastwood City within a few flashes. Chapter 148, Montgomery's Return. Arnie also plunged into the Hungduan Mountains, chasing after them along their trail. But ultimately, she was shaken off by Brigham's tricks. In the end, Arnie could only return to Donglin City with a disappointed look on her face. Seeing her come back alone, the expressions of everyone from the Freddy family changed. Elsie rushed forward and asked in a trembling voice, "Lady Arnie, where's Zoe?" Arnie shook her head without saying anything. Elsie staggered backward, caught by Vonnie, who walked up to him. "Old three, pull yourself together." Although he said this, his expression was also incomparably bad. Zoe was captured. Zoe was Montgomery's lover. When Montgomery returned, how would they explain this to him? It was my fault. That guy got away. Arnie's face was full of self-reproach, her eyes flashing with hatred. Brigham didn't just kidnap Zoe, he also took a baby dragon. "Milady Arnie, you can't blame yourself for this. That Brigham is too cunning." Arn comforted her, signaling not to take it to heart. Then, he called everyone into the castle, waiting for Montgomery's return. Given this situation, there was nothing to do but wait for Montgomery to come back and solve it. A crowd outside the castle gradually dispersed as well. Their eyes carried shock. Today, someone dared to provoke the Freddy family, offending them to death. The next day, a lightning eagle flew over from the horizon straight towards the castle where the Freddy family resided. Hearing the commotion, everyone immediately rushed out. Upon seeing the lightning eagle land, everyone's faces lit up, and they quickly rushed over. Arn excitedly said, "Child, you finally returned." Montgomery jumped down from the lightning eagle's back, sweeping his gaze over the crowd but not spotting Zoe. At the same time, he noticed something was amiss about the atmosphere on the scene. "Grandfather, has something happened?" Arn sighed and recounted what had happened recently in detail. After hearing it, Montgomery's face turned as cold as ice, revealing terrifying coldness in his eyes. Dragons have a fatal flaw. Anyone who touches it is doomed to die. And Zoe was Montgomery's fatal flaw. Originally, Montgomery planned to consider his mother's feelings and not make things too hard for the Hamlin family. But now, it seemed unnecessary to show any mercy, because it wasn't worth it at all. As for why the other party had seized Zoe, Montgomery could guess roughly. Zoe was a rare embodiment of light, and with proper cultivation, her future achievements would be considerable. The Hamlin family might have discovered this. Therefore, Montgomery wasn't overly worried about Zoe's safety. At this moment, Rupert and Arnie flew over. The former apologized to Montgomery. "Geo, we were useless and failed to protect Geo Zoe." Montgomery waved his hand. He already knew what happened. Two dragons indeed were no match for a half-step Saint Domain mage. It couldn't be blamed on them. Then, the group entered the interior of the castle. Montgomery soothed everyone's emotions, indicating there was no need to feel guilty or sad. "Grandfather, father, I'm planning to go to the capital next." Montgomery looked at Arn and Seymour. He originally planned to return, stabilize his strength, and then go to the capital. But now, given the situation, he could not wait to stabilize his strength and needed to head for the capital immediately. Both men saw Montgomery's resolve, knowing further persuasion would be futile. They nodded, with Arn cautioning, "Child, you must be careful on your trip. The Hamlin family has a long history and unfathomable strength. Under no circumstances should you underestimate them." Seymour also spoke up. "Montgomery, always prioritize your own safety and never act rashly." He did not suggest going with him. After Elsie recovered from his injuries, he practiced diligently, but had barely reached the 5th level mage level. Such strength would only hinder Montgomery if he went to the capital. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Montgomery nodded at the two and then said to Chloe and Juan behind him, "You and Rupert stay to protect the family." They immediately nodded. Montgomery turned to Rupert and Arnie. "Rest assured, I will bring back that baby dragon unharmed." They nodded and said in unison, "Thank you, Geo." Montgomery looked at Nathan and said coolly, "You'll accompany me to the capital." After hearing that Ma protected Zoe at the risk of his life, Montgomery's impression of the little old man improved considerably. Ma agreed promptly. "Yes, sir." Having decided, Montgomery prepared to ride the Lightning Eagle to the capital. But just then, a guard hurriedly ran in. "Clan leader, it's bad news, really bad news." Arnie's expression turned serious as he reprimanded. "What's wrong? This disorderly behavior is unacceptable." The guard shuddered and immediately said, "Clan leader, there are two people fighting their way in from outside, saying they're looking for young Geo Montgomery." Montgomery's mental energy spread out, and he immediately saw the two uninvited guests who had broken into the castle. The two of them were wearing expensive robes, exuding a powerful aura around them. Montgomery's gaze slightly focused as he assessed their strength. Two half-step Saint Domain mages. Judging from their robes, Montgomery roughly guessed their identities. Montgomery immediately walked out of the hall with a dark expression. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Soon, Montgomery stood in front of the two men, coldly saying, "I heard you're looking for me." The visitors were an elderly man and a Chevy, both radiating an undeniable arrogance. They were none other than the ones sent by the Mage Academy to apprehend Montgomery in Donglin City. The Chevy looked down at Montgomery from a lofty position, just like a dragon looking down upon an ant on the ground. "Are you Montgomery?" he asked coldly, his tone high and mighty, as if he were interrogating a criminal. Such an attitude caused the Freddy family members to frown, displeasure showing on their faces. Montgomery nodded. "Yes, it's me. What brings you here?" The Chevy said coldly. "Humph, we are here to arrest you. If you know what's good for you, Come back to the capital with us to face your punishment. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying this small family of yours." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Freddy family turned grim. Montgomery's face became even darker, and he said coldly, "I'm not in a good mood today. You'd better kneel down and apologize to me now, or I won't be merciful." Startled by this response, the Chevy sneered contemptuously. "Apologize? To a brat like you? You aren't worth it." Without another word, Montgomery attacked. His figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of the Chevy. He moved so fast that the man couldn't react. Slap. Montgomery slapped the Chevy across the face, causing blood to gush from his nose and mouth, and his teeth to fall out. The Chevy clutched his throbbing cheek, glaring at Montgomery with a mix of shock and fury. "Bastard, how dare you!" Before he could finish his sentence, Montgomery struck again, slapping the other side of his face until it swelled up. Chapter 149 Invitation. 2 consecutive slaps left the Chevy dazed. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and glared at Montgomery with rage on his face. Brat, I'll have you dead." He roared in pain, glaring viciously at Montgomery. A dazzling magical light shone beneath his feet, and a tawny magic disc appeared. Then several earth-colored giant pythons as thick as water jars emerged, coiling towards Montgomery. Montgomery's expression turned cold as he stomped on the ground. Thunder spears as thick as water jars materialized out of nowhere, impaling the charging giant pythons to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder spears exploded, reducing the pythons to smithereens. The Chevy was taken aback, not expecting Montgomery to be so powerful. Before he could recover from his shock, Montgomery struck again. A towering figure appeared behind him, crossing its fists before hammering down viciously. The Chevy's complexion changed drastically. Wanting to escape, he found himself locked by an energy field. Reluctantly, he cast a spell to defend himself. "Earth Dragon, come forth." With a roar, a rock dragon flew out from the glaring magic light beneath him, rushing at the descending fist. Bang! When they collided, a deafening boom resounded. The rock dragon held out for only a few seconds before exploding into fragments. Then the giant fist continued its descent. Just as the Chevy was about to be crushed under the fist, a green vine suddenly appeared, entwining him and pulling him away. Bang! The fist hammered into the ground, creating a large crater, and dust soared into the air. After a while, the dust gradually settled. Montgomery looked over and saw the Chevy and an elder standing on a nearby rooftop. The former was deathly pale, still visibly shaken. Montgomery approached them calmly and said indifferently, "Weren't you going to take me back to face punishment? How about this? Do you plan to run?" Their faces were grim. They had assumed Montgomery would have some skill, but never imagined he would be so formidable. Clenching his teeth, the Chevy barked, "Brat, don't get too cocky. Do you know who we are?" Montgomery's gaze grew colder, and he said icily, "No matter who you are, you will die here today." With that, he darted forward toward them. Provoked continuously, the Chevy had thoroughly enraged Montgomery. Already brimming with suppressed anger, how could Montgomery care who they were now? Seeing this, both men's faces changed. They simultaneously unleashed their attacks. But 2 half-step Saint Domain mages were no match for Montgomery. In no time, Montgomery forced them to retreat step by step. Members of the Freddy family watched this scene, all feeling elated. This was the first time they had seen Montgomery in action. It was hard to imagine that the gentle youth was so ferocious and terrifying in battle. Soon after, the 2 men were defeated and sent flying by Montgomery. They crashed into the street outside the castle with 2 thuds, cracking the ground. Both lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. The commotion from the fight had already drawn attention from the surrounding residents. Outside the castle, people were gathered, watching. Looking at the injured duo, the crowd felt admiration. To dare to cause trouble at the Freddy family estate, their courage was commendable indeed. The crowd had just witnessed Montgomery returning moments ago. Most people in East Forest City knew of Montgomery's strength. At such a young age, he could subdue a 9th-rank magic beast, indicating extraordinary power. Some even speculated that Montgomery might already have reached the Saint Domain realm. In one corner of the crowd, a burly man observed the 2 fallen figures with shock. He was from the Imperial Capital Mercenary Guild. He had not come to confront Montgomery, but to recruit him into the guild. After all, such talent was rare throughout the entire empire. The burly man hadn't expected to witness this upon arrival. He knew very well the strength of the 2 men on the ground, 2 half-step Saint Domain mages. Yet they ended up like this. From this moment, it was clear how fearsome Montgomery truly was. At that moment, Montgomery walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze scanned the 2 men coldly. "Are you ready with your final words?" Hearing this, their expressions changed drastically. The Chevy, enduring excruciating pain, said, "Boy, we belong to the Imperial Capital Mage Academy. If you kill us, they won't let you off." This caused an uproar among those present. The Imperial Capital Mage Academy was a true behemoth, home to Saint Domain powerhouses, and more than one. Immediately, everyone looked at Montgomery, wanting to see if he would be frightened off. Montgomery looked down at the Chevy and said, "So, this is your final word?" The Chevy's face froze. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You." Before he could finish his sentence, his body was pierced by several sharp earthen spikes, blood spurting out fiercely. The Chevy struggled to look at Montgomery, opening his mouth as if to say something. But before he could speak, his head tilted to the side, and he breathed his last breath. Everyone witnessing this scene was inwardly startled. Without hesitation, he killed someone from the Imperial Capital Mage Academy. The elder was filled with horror, looking at Montgomery with fear. He finally realized that the young man in front of him was a madman who dared to do anything. Pucci Pucci. Just as he was filled with terror, several sharp earthen spikes suddenly pierced through his body. Dark red blood splattered everywhere. The elder's body convulsed a few times, then closed his eyes in unwillingness. Everyone was stunned, unsure of what to say. Without needing Montgomery's instructions, Johnny hurried forward, pulling off the two men's storage rings and respectfully handing them to Montgomery. Montgomery took them and immediately gave them to Arn. Arn did not refuse, accepting and putting them away, then instructed the guards to dispose of the bodies. Then they turned around to prepare to enter the castle. But just at that moment, the burly man stepped forward and called out to Montgomery. Montgomery turned his head and asked indifferently, "Anything else?" The big man took a step forward and introduced himself. "Sir, let me introduce myself first. My name is Branson, and I am an officer of the Imperial Capital Mercenary Guild." Everyone heard this and turned their gazes towards Branson, revealing surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Not only had people from the Mage Academy come, but even people from the Mercenary Guild had shown up. Montgomery remained aloof. "So what?" Branson's expression stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal, then spoke sincerely. "Sir, our guild master would like to invite you to join the Mercenary Guild." "No interest." Montgomery shook his head and continued walking into the castle. Branson's expression stiffened again, completely not expecting Montgomery to directly reject the offer. He hadn't even considered it. Taking a deep breath, he loudly proclaimed, "Sir, now you have completely offended the Mage Academy. Those old folks definitely won't let you go. I admit you're very strong, but compared to the entire Mage Academy, you still fall short. As long as you're willing to join our Mercenary Guild, I can assure you, the Mage Academy will never touch you." Montgomery turned his head and said sternly, "Let me make it clear again, no interest. Don't waste any more time here, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 150 Clifford. Brandishing Montgomery's retreating back, Branson's face was unpredictable. All the onlookers were astonished, never expecting Montgomery to reject the invitation from the Imperial Capital Mercenary Guild without hesitation. It was simply too disrespectful. Although deeply dissatisfied, Branson didn't dare to react. After a cold snort, he turned and left the place. The crowd also dispersed one after another. After returning to the castle, Montgomery made some arrangements and then set off from Donglan City aboard the Lightning Eagle with Bao Shan Ma, heading straight for the Imperial capital Starfire City. Starfire City is located in the center of the continent, extremely far from the Far East region, with the transverse mountain range in between. Not only are they separated by an immense distance, but there are also countless dangers. Usually, only those with formidable strength dare to cross the transverse mountain range. Ordinary people and the weak would not even think of doing so. However, though fraught with danger, the transverse mountain range posed no threat to Montgomery. A large golden eagle raced swiftly at an altitude of 10,000 miles, its speed truly as fast as lightning. Two figures stood on the eagle's back, their clothes flapping wildly in the fierce gale. Moving at top speed, the Lightning Eagle could travel tens of thousands of miles in a single day. In just a few short days, the two could reach Starfire City. While Montgomery was on his way to Starfire City, the incident in the Death Fog Sea had already been reported to the Imperial capital by Elishan. The Imperial officials have a special means of communication, allowing Elishan to send messages without traveling to the capital. At this very moment, inside the central palace of Starfire City, in a grand, gilded hall, an official hurried in and bowed to the white-haired elder sitting on the throne at the upper end. "Your Majesty, important news has come from the Far East region." The white-haired elder glanced down and said calmly, "Speak." Daring not to conceal anything, the official quickly reported the message truthfully. Upon hearing it, the white-haired elder's expression darkened slightly. What audacity these dark church members have, daring to lay their hands on the Far East region. A flash of coldness passed through his eyes as he instructed, "Go inform the two great families to convene with their elders in the palace." The official immediately withdrew. Soon, the two family elders arrived at the palace. They were Paxton Hamlin, the patriarch of the Hamlin family, and Ted, the patriarch of the Tom family. For unknown reasons, Clifford did not invite the other three major families. In a luxurious hall, the Emperor of Starfire Empire, Clifford, sat majestically at the head, with an oval-shaped long table before him. The two entered and bowed slightly to Clifford. "Greetings, Your Imperial Majesty." Clifford nodded. "Please, take your seats." After sitting down, Paxton looked at Clifford and asked, "Your Majesty, may we know why you summoned us?" Fernando also turned to look at him. Without concealing anything, Clifford informed them of what had happened in the Far East region. Upon hearing this, both men's faces immediately turned grim. Fernando exclaimed angrily, "Those guys from the Dark Church are becoming more and more outrageous. Do they really think we fear them?" Paxton inquired curiously, "What happened afterward? Did the Dark Church really occupy the Far East region?" Clifford shook his head. "No." A young man named Montgomery stopped them. Hearing this, both were taken aback. Fernando couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say someone from the Dark Church broke through to become a Holy Domain mage? How can a young man possess such power?" Paxton muttered Montgomery's name to himself. He felt that he had heard this name somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Chapter 151, Arrival at Starfire City. The authenticity of the matter still needs to be verified. I've already sent people to the Far East region to confirm. Clifford said calmly, "Those guys from the Dark Church are getting more and more out of hand. According to reports, Isaias seems to have prepared the vessel for welcoming the Dark God." With that, he looked at the two men and said calmly, "We also need to prepare early." The two nodded. Fernando said, Your Majesty, this old man has been searching for the whereabouts of the body of light, but there hasn't been much progress. Clifford nodded. The body of light is very rare. We can't rush it. Let's keep searching slowly. At this point, he sighed. If we really can't find it, we might have to sacrifice Megan. Paxton and Cato's expressions turned slightly solemn. The latter asked, Your Majesty, what about the Dark Church? Clifford spoke gravely. It's not yet suitable to clash with the Dark Church. I called you here to inform you that during the upcoming period, you must closely watch those guys from the Dark Church. Don't let them meddle in secret again. Both of them nodded seriously. Clifford waved his hand. The day of divine descent is approaching. Go back and prepare. The two immediately left the Imperial City. Paxton had just returned to the Rock family castle when he bumped into Bert, who had just come back from outside. Bert's face was pale, carrying an unconscious girl on his shoulder and a dazed red dragon in one hand, looking completely worn out. Seeing Paxton, Bert quickly greeted him. Greetings, Patriarch. Paxton's expression was somewhat stern. Bert, what did you do? Why are you so disheveled? Bert kept his head down, not daring to answer. Paxton was unaware of Adam's actions against Montgomery. Yonatan then. Although Paxton was angry, he only confined Heather to her quarters and crippled Seymour, without exterminating them entirely. Otherwise, with the Rock family's strength, Seymour would never have left the capital alive. The subsequent targeting of the Freddy family and Montgomery was done by some hawkish figures within the Rock family, which Paxton was unaware of. Therefore, Bert didn't dare tell Paxton about his trip to West Mountain Province. Who is she? Seeing Bert not responding, Paxton asked who the girl he was carrying was. Just as Bert was unsure how to respond, Adam happened to walk out from inside the castle. Seeing the scene, Adam immediately called out, Grandfather. Paxton turned around and nodded slightly upon seeing Adam, then scolded him. You're soon to marry Princess 3. Be more restrained in your actions from now on. Adam was taken aback, but immediately explained, Grandfather, you misunderstood. The woman Bert caught isn't for me, but for the benefit of the family. What do you mean? Paxton was puzzled. Adam smiled. Grandfather, check her body type. Startled, Paxton immediately examined the unconscious Nia, probing with his spiritual energy to carefully check her body type. This is the body of light. He showed disbelief and shock, looking at Adam. Where did you find her? Adam casually replied. I encountered her while traveling recently. He dared not reveal the truth. If Paxton knew he had wiped out the Freddy family, he would likely reprimand him. Paxton's face showed approval. You've done well. He patted Adam on the shoulder and instructed, keep her secure and make sure no news leaks out. With that, he turned and left the castle, heading toward the Imperial City to inform Clifford of this good news. After he left, Adam looked at Bert, frowning. What happened? Why are you so battered? Bert didn't hide anything and explained the situation. Gio, it was my fault. I couldn't destroy the Freddy family. Hearing this, Adam's face turned somewhat grim, muttering, a 9th-rank magic beast as a guardian. What's going on? Then, he waved his hand. All right, let's put this aside for now. After the engagement, I'll personally investigate in West Mountain Province. Find a secluded courtyard for this woman, and have someone guard her at all times. Yes, Gio. Bert nodded and took Neo away. After several days of travel, Montgomery finally arrived at Starfire City. The Shiloh landed on a mountain slope outside Starfire City, and Montgomery and Bao Shan leaped off its back. The Shiloh glowed with golden light, its body rapidly shrinking until it was palm-sized, then flew onto Montgomery's shoulder. Not long ago, Montgomery had taught the Shiloh a skill that allowed it to change its size, making it easier to enter the Imperial capital without drawing attention. Otherwise, with the Shiloh's massive size, entering the Imperial capital would certainly attract attention from all quarters, which was not what Montgomery wanted. Although he was in a hurry to reach the Imperial capital, he did not intend to immediately confront the Rock family. As an old established family of the Empire, the Rock family's strength was unquestionable. Given Montgomery's current strength, he wasn't certain of 100% victory. While Montgomery was confident, he wasn't blind to reality. Subsequently, the two proceeded toward Starfire City. Chapter 152, Auction. After entering Starfire City, the two first found an estate to stay in. Following that, Montgomery instructed Johnny to go out and gather information. He then headed to the city's Chamber of Commerce to purchase medicinal herbs. Montgomery planned to buy some herbs to refine into pills to help him break through to a higher level of power. One of the reasons he had rushed to the capital was for this very purpose. As the most prosperous city in the Empire, Starfire City received resources from all over the country. Among them were naturally various precious and hard-to-find herbs. After making slight inquiries, Montgomery learned that the largest chamber of commerce in Starfire City was called Sifong Chamber of Commerce, with its headquarters located in the Southern District. He went directly to Sifong Chamber of Commerce. In front of him lay an extensive estate filled with numerous majestic castles. The gateway was bustling with people coming and going. Montgomery's gaze moved upward, where above the gate hung a plaque inscribed with 4 large characters, Sifong Chamber of Commerce. Following the crowd, Montgomery entered inside. Behind the entrance stretched a long street lined with densely packed shops, each bustling with activity. Montgomery took a quick look and realized they sold everything imaginable. Finding the largest herb shop, he walked in and handed a piece of white paper covered in lists of herbs to the clerk. Do you have these herbs? The clerk glanced at the paper and immediately showed surprise. The list included several precious herbs, some of which he had never even heard of. Examining Montgomery closely, the clerk noticed his dignified demeanor and an intangible aura about him, clearly indicating he wasn't an ordinary person. Sir, please follow me. The clerk respectfully invited Montgomery upstairs. Montgomery nodded and followed the clerk up to the second floor. Sir, please wait here for a moment. The clerk led Montgomery into a reception room and then quickly left. Shortly afterward, he returned with a white-haired elder. The overseer, this is the gentleman. The clerk whispered to the white-haired elder. Noted. You may leave now. The elder waved off the clerk, then approached Montgomery with a smile. Sir, good day. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hobart, one of the overseers of Seafong Chamber of Commerce. Montgomery gave a light nod and asked, do you have the herbs I need? Hobart nodded. Apart from Thunderlingji, we have the rest, but obtaining a few might not be easy. Montgomery frowned slightly. What do you mean? Hobart didn't hide anything as he explained. 3 of the herbs are not available in our chamber, but someone recently consigned them for auction. To obtain them, you must attend the auction. Upon hearing this, Montgomery instantly understood. He asked, when will the auction start, and where? Hobart replied, in 3 days, it will be held here. Montgomery nodded lightly. Wrap up the other herbs for me first. With that, he tossed the elder a spatial ring. Hobart checked the ring and immediately revealed a pleased expression, replying respectfully, Sir, please wait a moment. Hobart left the room, and after a short while, returned with the same spatial ring and handed it back to Montgomery. Montgomery inspected it briefly, then stood up and said, I'll come back in 3 days. When Montgomery returned to the estate, Johnny had yet to return. About an hour later, Johnny finally came back to the estate. Montgomery asked, how did your inquiry go? Johnny responded, Lord, everything has been clarified. In Starfire City, apart from the royal family, there are 8 top-tier forces. These include 5 major families, the Mercenary Guild, the Mage Academy, and the Hidden Dark Church. Among these, they can be divided into 5 camps. 2 of the 5 major families are closer to the royal family. The other 3 belong to another camp, while the Mercenary Guild, Mage Academy, and the Hidden Dark Church operate independently. Montgomery nodded lightly and asked again, which 2 families are close to the royal family? They are the Hamlin family and the Tom family. Hearing this, Montgomery's face turned serious. If so, he couldn't afford to act rashly. He didn't have full confidence in dealing with just the Hamlin family. Adding the royal family and the Tom family made things even more challenging. It seems I need to improve my strength first. After contemplating, Montgomery decided to enhance his strength first. 3 days later, Montgomery led Johnny to Seafong Chamber of Commerce, with the lightning-sculpted bird perched quietly on his shoulder. Entering the herb shop, the overseer was already waiting there. Sir, please follow me. The overseer led Montgomery and Johnny onto a carriage, heading deep into the estate. Soon, the carriage stopped outside the most magnificent castle at the center of the estate. The overseer led the 2 off the carriage and through multiple checkpoints, successfully entering the interior of the castle. Before their eyes was a spacious and luxuriously decorated hall. At the very front of the hall was an elevated platform. Below the platform were rows of seats. At this moment, many guests had already arrived at the scene. Some were seated, waiting for the auction to begin, while others were standing, chatting with each other. Sir, the auction should start in a short while. Please wait here for a moment. The overseer explained to Montgomery and then left. Montgomery led Johnny to a seat and sat down to wait for the auction to begin. He had barely sat down when a female voice came from behind him. Brother Montgomery? Chapter 153, Stop. Montgomery turned his head and saw a Brandy standing behind him. The girl was dressed in an expensive purple dress, with a bright smile on her fair and delicate face. The girl was none other than Emma. Brother Montgomery, it's really you. Emma's face was full of surprise. Earlier, from not far away, she saw a figure that looked somewhat like Montgomery and decided to come over to check, only to find out it was indeed Montgomery. A hint of surprise flashed across Montgomery's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter Emma here. Brother Montgomery, when did you come to the capital? Curiosity flickered in Emma's eyes. Montgomery didn't hide anything and replied truthfully, I've just been here for a few days. Emma nodded and then sat down beside Montgomery. Brother Montgomery, you came but didn't let me know. Emma wore a resentful look. I know the capital very well. If you have any inconvenience, I can help you. Montgomery smiled slightly, seeing concern in the girl's eyes. Then, the 2 started chatting with each other. Just as they were having a pleasant conversation, a blond young man suddenly walked over and shouted at Montgomery. Boy, who are you? Keep your distance from Emma. Montgomery looked up and saw the blond young man looking at him arrogantly. He couldn't help frowning. Emma stood up immediately, anger in her voice. Barrett, it's none of your business whom I choose to be with. The youth named Barrett said haughtily. You're my brother's fiancé, so I naturally need to watch over you. Upon hearing this, Emma became even angrier and said coldly. Even if Angelo were here, he has no right to interfere with me. You get lost now. Barrett paid no attention and looked coldly at Montgomery, shouting, Boy, I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? The commotion immediately caught the attention of the people around them. When they saw Barrett, their expressions stiffened. Clearly, they recognized him. Barrett, one of the 3rd-generation members of the Arist family, one of the 5 great families of the Empire, was known for being arrogant and tyrannical, notorious as a troublemaker in Starfire City. Montgomery frowned even deeper. Before he could speak, the lightning hawk perched on his shoulder spoke first. What trash dares to be so insolent in front of the master? If you keep pestering, do you believe Geohawk can't kill you? These words caused a stir among the onlookers. To dare speak out against the famous troublemaker of Starfire City was practically courting death, wasn't it? Sure enough, Barrett's expression darkened instantly, his eyes glinting menacingly as he looked at the lightning hawk, and said in a low, deep voice, Beast, What did you say? The lightning hawk didn't bother to talk nonsense and flapped its wings, turning into a streak of golden light shooting forward. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Barrett. Its talons struck, leaving several deep blood marks on Barrett's face. It happened in the blink of an eye. Neither those around nor Barrett himself reacted in time. Oh! Intense pain made Barrett scream shrilly. As everyone focused, they were alarmed to see Barrett's face covered in blood, looking extremely disheveled. Humph! Trash, if you dare to provoke me again, Geohawk will really kill you next time. The lightning hawk sneered coldly, looking disdainfully at Barrett. Although its body had shrunk, its strength remained unchanged. Flapping its wings, it returned to Montgomery's shoulder. Emma looked at the lightning hawk in shock. At first, she thought it was just a pet Montgomery kept, never expecting it to be so powerful. After all, Barrett was a peak-level Tier 6 mage. Yet under the lightning hawk's attack, he had no reaction whatsoever. Barrett wiped the blood from his face, glaring at the lightning hawk hatefully, and snarled fiercely. Monster! Today I will skin and flay you alive to vent my anger. The lightning hawk curled its lip in disdain. Trash like you. If the master hadn't held back, one claw would have finished you off. The crowd was speechless, thinking this little golden hawk was too arrogant. Barrett was furious, nearly losing control. Just then, a Chevy pushed through the crowd and came in. Seeing Barrett's bloodied face, his expression darkened instantly, and he stepped forward, asking coldly, Barrett, what happened? Who injured you? Upon seeing the Chevy, the crowd's expressions changed once more. This man was named Norman, a direct-line member of the second generation of the Arist family, known as Uncle 5 due to his 5th position. Not only was he of high status, but he was also a semi-saint domain mage. Everyone looked at Montgomery with pity, believing he was most likely done for. Barrett pointed at Montgomery angrily and shouted, Uncle 5, it was the beast owned by this bastard. Norman's gaze shifted to Montgomery, and upon seeing Emma beside him, his brows involuntarily furrowed as he said unhappily, Emma, what do you mean? Emma calmly replied, Uncle Norman, Brother Montgomery is my friend, and you cannot touch him. Norman's expression darkened, and with a cold face, he asked, You mean this matter will just be dropped like this? Emma's expression turned slightly serious before she said, Uncle Norman, I am willing to apologize on behalf of Brother Montgomery to Barrett. I hope you can let it go considering the relationship between our two families. Norman's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected her to say such things. He glanced at Montgomery up and down again, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Who exactly was Montgomery that deserved such an action from Emma? Before Norman could speak, Barrett snarled fiercely, Uncle 5, we absolutely cannot let this kid off, nor that beast. Barrett called the lightning hawk a wicked beast repeatedly, making the hawk furious. Scum, if you dare to talk disrespectfully one more time, believe me when I say Hawksir will tear your dog mouth apart. Emma's face changed slightly. Before she could speak, Norman's expression suddenly darkened as he looked coldly at the lightning hawk. Bert beast, I was planning to spare you for Emma's sake, but if you seek death, don't blame anyone else. His words were icy, exuding killing intent. The lightning hawk showed no fear, scoffing. Garbage, if you dare come over here, Hawksir won't even frown. Seeing the lightning hawk still provoking even at this moment, the crowd was speechless. How brave could it be? It was practically asking for trouble, truly thinking they wouldn't kill it? Good, very good. I've lived half my life and never been provoked by a beast like this. If I don't skin you alive today, I won't call myself Norman. Norman laughed in anger, his eyes brimming with killing intent, ready to end the lightning hawk with his palm. Seeing this, Montgomery slowly stood up from his seat, preparing to teach the other party a lesson. Witnessing this scene, Emma's face changed dramatically, looking at Montgomery with worry. After all, this was not the West Mountain province, but the capital city full of experts. Norman was a semi-saint domain mage standing before them. Even though Montgomery was powerful, he definitely couldn't match up to Norman. Emma was unaware of what had happened in the Far East. Her memory stopped at the time when Montgomery defeated the Brington family's experts. In her view, Montgomery's strength might have grown a bit in this short period, but not too much. At most, he was a little stronger than before and could perhaps contend with a Tier 9 expert. But he would definitely not be a match for a semi-saint domain mage. Just as the situation seemed about to escalate, a cold shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. Stop. Chapter 154, Lucky You. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a graceful, red-robed beauty walking over. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone's expressions changed with shock because they recognized her. The once prized jewel of the Christians family, one of the previous 10 greats of the Empire, and a true notable figure in Starfire Empire back then. The newcomer was none other than Millie. Though she had only recently returned to the capital, news about her return had already spread across Starfire City. After all, Millie's name had once been incredibly illustrious. It was hard for her not to attract attention. Seeing Millie, Aaron's expression changed too, and he stopped what he was doing. Millie came straight to Montgomery and said with some reproach, Montgomery, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the capital? Montgomery smiled bitterly and did not reply. Millie didn't press the issue and turned to Emma, asking, what happened? Emma did not hide anything and recounted the events truthfully. Hearing this, Millie's face darkened. She turned to Aaron and coolly said, you heard it as well. Your nephew started it all. Don't blame others. Let's just drop the matter here. Aaron's face fell, and he retorted coldly, Millie, that's easier said than done. Just look at what that beast has done to Barrett. Millie glanced sideways indifferently and said, it's just a few scratches. Put some ointment on it, and it'll be fine. There's no need to make a big fuss over such a minor scrape. After all, he is a grown man. Stop acting like a woman over a little wound. You, Aaron, thoroughly angered, pointed at Millie with trembling fingers, momentarily at a loss for words. Millie impatiently remarked, stop your nonsense and scram. For Herschel's sake, I won't deal with you. Aaron's face was ugly, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. Millie gave him a sidelong glance. What, are you thinking of fighting me? Her voice was soft, but carried undeniable authority. Millie's lack of respect left Aaron feeling somewhat humiliated. After all, there were so many people watching. If he left like this, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Humph, let me see just how much skill you have. A former member of the 10 Greats, Aaron harumphed, taking a stance ready to attack Millie. He knew Millie hadn't been in the capital for years, and that her cultivation level hadn't advanced, reportedly still stuck at level 9. Though she had been extraordinarily gifted back then, she wasn't as strong as him now. Aaron prepared to strike to test Millie's real strength. Winning would not only vent his anger, but also enhance his reputation. Millie's expression turned grim as her figure suddenly vanished from where she stood, reappearing right before Aaron. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly used various means to defend himself. But Millie was too fast, punching him and sending him stumbling backward. He slid several meters along the ground before managing to stabilize himself. Millie halted, her gaze coldly sweeping over Aaron. If you want to continue, I'll fight you outside. Aaron rubbed his numb arm and looked at the proud, red-robed Millie in astonishment. Half-step Saint Realm? When did you break through? This statement made the onlookers' gazes sharpen, followed by understanding flickering in their eyes. As a famous prodigy of the Christian's family, if not for being entangled in love, Millie would likely have already reached the Saint Realm. Breaking through to half-step Saint Realm was not surprising. Aaron couldn't easily come to terms with this revelation. Just days ago, he'd heard that Millie was still at level 9. Who would have thought that in just a few short days, she was already on par with him? Millie had no intention of explaining, saying coolly, that's none of your concern. Do you still want to fight? Aaron's face was grim. At the same realm, he absolutely could not be Millie's match. Biting his lip, he sharply glanced at Montgomery, leaving a menacing threat before leaving with Barrett. Humph, kid, you're lucky today. Best not fall into my hands in the future, or I'll show you something. Brandishing them leave, Montgomery's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of disdain flashing through them. If not for considering Millie's presence and the unsuitable setting, he would have definitely taught the former a lesson. With 2 people gone, the surrounding crowd dispersed as well. The guards who had just arrived also dispersed. If anyone else caused trouble at the auction, they would certainly make them pay. However, when the troublemaker was from one of the 5 major families, it was a different story. A bigger issue might lead to better handling. But for these minor conflicts, they didn't wish to offend the 5 major families and chose to turn a blind eye. Millie strolled over to Montgomery with a smile. Montgomery, when did you come to Starfire City? Why didn't you let me know? Montgomery smiled and replied, I just arrived, haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Millie didn't pursue this topic further and asked instead, you're here to buy medicinal herbs too? Montgomery nodded and explained his plan to purchase herbs for refining pills. Millie nodded thoughtfully, hesitating before she spoke up. Montgomery, could I ask you for a favor? Montgomery looked at her curiously. What kind of favor? Millie was straightforward, not hiding anything. I want you to help me treat my father. Montgomery didn't think twice before nodding. Sure. Millie's face immediately lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Montgomery. Montgomery waved it off. You're welcome, Aunt Millie. Millie didn't press the matter further and continued. By the way, I've delivered the message you wanted me to give to Sister Heather. Montgomery's eyes narrowed sharply as he asked, how is she doing? Except for her freedom being restricted, everything else is fine. Millie truthfully added, Sister Heather was very happy and touched to hear about your situation. A wistful look appeared in Montgomery's eyes, and his resolve grew stronger. He had to quickly improve his strength and then go to the Hamlin family to rescue his mother. Just then, Millie suddenly said, Montgomery, I have a suggestion, though I'm not sure if it's appropriate to bring up. Montgomery turned to her. What suggestion? Millie hesitated and then spoke. Montgomery, if the Hamlin family knew about your current talent and strength, they might accept you. This way, you can reunite with Sister Heather sooner and avoid being on opposite sides with the Hamlin family. Montgomery's expression darkened as he responded, no need. I want to take my mother away by my own strength, not through the Hamlin family's recognition. Seeing the determination in Montgomery's eyes, Millie didn't say more. She suggested this because she didn't want to see Montgomery standing against the Hamlin family. She knew all too well how powerful the 5 major families were. Though Montgomery was talented, he hadn't fully grown strong yet. Facing such a formidable opponent would definitely be dangerous. Chapter 155 Geo-Alchemist. The auction began soon. After a series of intense bidding, Montgomery successfully bid on the medicinal herbs he wanted. Now, only the last principal herb, Thunderlingji, was missing. After the auction ended, Millie invited Montgomery to visit the Christian family to treat her father's illness. Montgomery did not refuse. Leaving the auction, under Millie's guidance, the group boarded a luxurious carriage. On the way, Montgomery looked at Millie and asked, Aunt Millie, do you know where I can find Thunderlingji? Millie shook her head. I don't know this, but I can try to find out for you. Thunderlingji is a herb of the same grade as Ice Fire Sacred Lotus, extremely rare. It was not available even in the Quadrant Guild. Montgomery guessed that some major families in the Imperial capital might have it, so he thought of asking Millie for help to inquire. Thank you, Aunt Millie. Millie waved her hand with a smile. Don't be so formal with me. Soon, the carriage arrived in front of a grand castle. The castle before them was not only exceptionally magnificent, but also covered an extensive area, comparable to a small city. Getting off the carriage, the group followed Millie into the castle. Servants and guards along the way all greeted Millie and Leylon respectfully. After a short while, they reached the entrance of a luxurious hall. Even outside, they could hear laughter coming from inside. Mr. Benicio graces us with his presence, truly honoring our humble abode. Hearing this, Millie frowned slightly, then stepped into the hall. Millie found that many senior members of the family were present. In addition, there were two outsiders. One was a blonde Chevy and one white-haired elder. Millie knew both of them. The Chevy was named Beryl, from the Aristos family, and also one of Millie's suitors. Upon learning of Millie's return to the imperial capital, he had come immediately but was turned away by Millie. Firstly, Millie couldn't let go of past events. Secondly, she knew Beryl to be a capricious and domineering person, which she disliked very much. The white-haired elder was named Benicio, an alchemist from the imperial capital's underworld. His alchemy skills were divine, renowned throughout the empire. Although highly skilled, his temperament was peculiar, making it rare for anyone to invite him. Previously, the Christian family had attempted to invite him, but failed. Millie didn't expect him to come to the family today. Everyone inside the hall turned their gaze towards them. Seeing Millie, Beryl instantly smiled, hurriedly approaching, and said, "Millie, it's been years. You are still as beautiful and charming." Millie nodded slightly without responding, turning her gaze to the white-haired elder seated at the head of the hall. "Father, what is this about?" The white-haired elder wore elegant aristocratic attire, exuding an aura of authority. However, he looked somewhat sickly, as if plagued by illness for a long time. The elder was named Omar, the patriarch of the Christian family and the actual controller of the family. Omar smiled. "Beryl heard about my old illness flaring up again, and specially invited Mr. Benicio here to treat me." Millie's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing it was indeed the case. The Christians, Aristos, and Isa families were in the same camp, often interacting and arranging marriages among them. Like the arranged marriage between Leylon and Angelo, the third-generation distinguished son of the Aristos family. Years ago, Beryl had ardently pursued Millie. The two families intended to arrange their marriage, wanting Beryl to marry into the Christian family. Millie, being one of the 10 elites of the empire, would never consent to such a match. Even marrying in, Beryl was still willing. But Millie was unwilling because she had fallen for a poor boy back then. Later, due to this issue, she had a falling out with the family. The marriage plans were subsequently abandoned. With Millie's return, Beryl tried again. After being refused previously, he tried every possible way to invite Gio Benicio, hoping to win Millie and the Christian family's favor. If Benicio could cure Omar, the old man might be pleased enough to arrange the marriage again. Omar looked at those behind Millie curiously. "Millie, may I ask who the two people behind you are?" He sized up Montgomery and Johnny with interest, lingering on Montgomery a bit longer. With his strength, he naturally saw through Montgomery's level at once, a 6th-level warrior. To have such power at this age, even in the imperial capital, he could be considered quite a prodigy. He also noticed that the lightning eagle perched on Montgomery's shoulder was unusual. The lightning eagle had practiced the technique taught by Montgomery to conceal its aura, thus its power appeared subdued. Even with Omar's strength, he couldn't see through them completely. Millie didn't hide anything and spoke truthfully. "Father, his name is Montgomery. He is my friend, and he has come here this time to treat your old illness." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Montgomery. Even the geo-alchemist Benicio slightly glanced over. Upon seeing the young Montgomery, a flash of disdain flickered across his eyes. Then he withdrew his gaze without giving more attention. Clearly, Montgomery wasn't worth his notice. Beryl gave Montgomery and Johnny a disdainful look before retracting his gaze. The senior members of the Christian family also shook their heads lightly. Among them a woman in a green dress ridiculed. "Millie, I understand your concern for father's condition, but you shouldn't bring all sorts of people home indiscriminately. Don't you care about our family's reputation?" Her words were double-edged, implicitly mocking Millie for bringing that poor boy home years ago, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Christian family. Millie's face darkened upon hearing this. "Grayson, what do you mean? Speak clearly." Grayson said with a smile. "Sister, don't misunderstand. I just remind you not to be deceived again." Hearing this, Millie became even angrier. Years ago, the man she fell for claimed he would love her forever, and they made many vows. Yet under the coercion and enticement of the Christian family, he forgot those vows instantly and ran off with the benefits. Knowing this, Millie was furious and deeply despised her family's despicable means, so she left the capital in anger. Although the Christian family used despicable methods, it couldn't be denied that the man proved to be spineless. When Aloysius and Heather fell in love, they faced similar fierce opposition from the Locke family. Despite all kinds of tricks, Aloysius remained unmoved. Now Grayson, words were clearly targeting her pain point. Millie's eyes burned with rage, glaring at Grayson without blinking. Instead of being afraid, Grayson revealed a challenging look in his eyes. Though the two were close sisters, Millie had always been superior to Grayson in every way since childhood, which caused Grayson to envy her deeply. Whenever she got a chance, she wished to humiliate Millie. Seeing the two on the verge of arguing, Omar suddenly spoke up from the head seat. "Millie, your intentions make me very happy, but I believe Gio Benicio can definitely cure my illness. We don't need this young friend's help." His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly showing his displeasure at Millie bringing such a young man to treat him. Millie wanted to explain but was cut off by Omar waving his hand. "Enough. Go sit aside." Chapter 156, Seeing a Doctor. Knowing her father's temper well, Millie could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue and instead turned to Montgomery, apologizing. Montgomery, I'm sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Montgomery shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not mind. He also understood what the people present were thinking. Most of them must be thinking, what can an 18-year-old boy possibly do? For the group's disdainful attitude, Nathan and Garfield were very upset, snorting inwardly. In time, these people would know what kind of person Montgomery was. Millie led Montgomery to sit aside. Emma had intended to sit next to Montgomery, but she was called over by a Chevy. Emma, come over here. His name is Trey, who is not only Emma's father but also the current head of the Christian family. Emma hesitated for a moment and whispered to Montgomery. Brother Montgomery, I'll come back to accompany you later. Montgomery nodded slightly. Emma went in front of Trey and was given a harsh look by him. That gaze clearly said, why does she associate with some unsavory characters? Emma wanted to explain, but seeing her father's stern face, she eventually kept silent. Trey turned and walked towards Benicio, smiling. Gio Benicio, it's troublesome for you. Benicio waved his hand and got up, walking towards Omar at the top table. Mr. Omar, let me examine you first. Omar nodded lightly. After coming close, Benicio's mental power seeped out of his body, probing into Omar's body to check his condition. Everyone watched anxiously. Omar was the pillar of the entire Christian family. Nothing should happen to him. Due to Millie's running away, the current Christian family was already somewhat inferior to the other major families in strength. If something happened to Omar, it would be a fatal blow to the Christian family. A hint of golden light flashed in Montgomery's eyes as he quietly activated Thunder Eye to secretly observe Omar. Under the inside of Thunder Eye, everything inside Omar's body was revealed clearly to Montgomery without any concealment. Montgomery saw a cold, sinister energy swirling within Omar's dantian and all over his meridians. This sinister energy continuously eroded his body. Eventually, Omar would not be able to withstand the cold energy's erosion. The moment he saw this dark energy, Montgomery's gaze slightly focused, and a trace of joy flashed deep in his eyes. Then, he withdrew his gaze. Montgomery had already figured out what was wrong with Omar's old ailment. Based on his speculation, Omar must have been severely injured when he was young, allowing this cold energy to invade his dantian. Yonatan then, in his youth, he relied on his strength to seal the cold energy within the dantian. But now, with age, he could no longer fully suppress the cold energy, leading it to break through the seal and spread toward his surrounding meridians. At this moment, Benicio also finished his examination. Seeing this, Trey immediately asked, Gio, how is my father? Benicio waved his hand lightly and said indifferently, rest assured, Mr. Omar has been affected because the cold energy entered his 5 organs and 6 viscera. I will use light magic to purify it first, and then take some yang-dominant medicines to expel the cold energy from his body. In that case, please go to great lengths. Trey nodded silently, knowing that what Benicio said matched what the previous alchemists had said. Before this, the Christian family had invited many skilled alchemists. After checking, they concluded similarly to Benicio. Only by expelling the cold energy could he be cured. It was just that the previous few mages' treatment methods were different and failed to drive away the cold energy lodged within Omar. It was unknown whether Benicio's method would effectively remove the cold energy. Trey politely asked, Gio, may I ask what level of medicinal ingredients you need? Benicio replied calmly, at least 1 sacred herb as the main ingredient, then combined with other yang-dominant medicinal materials to make a pill, in order to successfully expel the cold energy in Mr. Omar's body. Trey had someone bring paper and pen and asked him to write down the required medicinal ingredients. Benicio took the paper and pen and started writing swiftly. Montgomery glanced sideways and saw the long list of medicinal ingredients written on the paper, instantly frowning. Trey handed the paper with the listed ingredients to someone, instructing them to retrieve the needed ingredients from the family warehouse. On this side, Benicio was using light magic to nourish Omar's body. Benicio enjoys a good reputation in the imperial capital because besides being a very powerful alchemist, he is also a holy domain mage, albeit just a beginner. The holy domain realm is divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. The strength difference between each small realm is very significant. Like the holy domain mage from the far east region of the Dark Church, he was only at the early stage of the holy domain, and had even ascended to that level through forceful enhancement by drugs. Therefore, Montgomery said that he was only a pseudo-holy domain. As Benicio nurtured Omar with light magic, it was visibly observed that Omar's complexion improved slightly. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel elated. Only Montgomery shook his head secretly, fully aware that mere light magic could not possibly be of much help. If it were a peak holy domain light mage who took action, perhaps some effect could be achieved. However, in the entire imperial capital, such level light mages only existed within the royal family. The Christian family and the royal family were not part of the same camp, and thus, it was impossible to request the royal family for assistance. After a while, the person who went to fetch the medicinal ingredients returned to the hall, handing over a storage ring to Trey. Trey accepted it, and then stepped forward to hand it to Benicio. Benicio took it and stopped performing light magic. He then took out an alchemy furnace and began refining medicine on the spot. Indeed, he lived up to being the top alchemist. He spent less than half an hour to refine a batch of pills. Brandishing this, everyone in the hall was in awe, all agreeing inwardly that he truly was the finest alchemist in the capital. His skills were so proficient that they left one breathless. Facing the admiring or astonished gazes of the crowd, Benicio remained unperturbed, as if he was already accustomed to such looks. He took out 5 reddish-brown pills from the alchemy furnace, put aside 2 of them, leaving only 3. Seeing this scene, nobody in the room commented, clearly already used to such actions. Benicio straightened his robe and handed the 3 reddish-brown pills to Trey, saying indifferently, "These are Saint-grade pills called Blazing Yang pills. Have Mr. Omar take them in 3 courses, which will completely expel the cold energy from his body." Trey hurriedly accepted them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Gio." Benicio waved his hand, showing no particular concern. Trey immediately approached with the 3 pills, handing one to Omar and instructing someone to bring water. Omar took the pill and prepared to take the Blazing Yang pill with water, served by a servant. But at that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. "If you don't want to die, I advise you not to take that Blazing Yang pill." Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Chapter 157, Don't Regret. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Upon seeing it was Montgomery, they immediately glared at him. Benicio's eyes were cold, his voice icy as he said, "Boy, what do you mean? If you don't explain yourself clearly to me today, don't think about leaving here." Millie showed a hint of worry in her eyes. She had never expected Montgomery would say such words. Montgomery calmly said, "Omar's body is already at the end of its strength. If he takes that fiery attribute pill from your hand, it will only clash with the ink-cold attribute inside him, causing even more serious damage. In the worst case, it might cost him his life." Hearing this, everyone was startled, and all turned their gaze towards Benicio. The latter exploded with anger, shouting, "Nonsense! You, a child who still smells of milk, understand medicine? You dare to criticize my treatment method?" Montgomery ignored his response and coolly remarked, "Don't be too confident. Remember, there are always people better than you, things beyond your understanding." "Humph, I should be the one saying that. You, an unripe boy, dare to preach to me? Truly overestimating yourself." Benicio snorted coldly and immediately shouted angrily at Trey, "Throw this nonsense-talking boy out for me." Trey nodded and looked at Montgomery coldly. "Everett, you leave on your own, or should I help you?" His good intentions met such a result. Montgomery's expression darkened. If not for Millie's sake, he would have erupted long ago. "I hope you won't regret it later." He got up and left with a swish of his sleeves, Johnny quickly following. Millie's face changed slightly, realizing Montgomery was truly angry. She was about to chase after him, but at that moment, Omar suddenly spoke from his seat, "Stop right there." Millie turned her head. "Father, Montgomery." Before she could finish her sentence, Omar cut her off forcefully. "If you dare to chase after him today, don't come back to this family again." Having heard this, Millie could only stop reluctantly, preparing to apologize to Montgomery later. Beryl came forward to comfort. "Millie, don't be angry. That man is obviously a fraud, daring to question Gio Benicio's medical skills at such a young age, really overestimating himself." Millie turned away, completely ignoring him. Seeing this, Beryl could only close his mouth dejectedly. Vernon nearby sighed slightly. She believed Montgomery, but knew speaking up would be futile. None present would believe it anyway. Trey gave an apologetic look to Benicio. "Gio, I'm sorry about earlier." Benicio waved his hand, putting aside his anger. Omar took the pill into his mouth, a burning energy traveling down his throat into his abdomen, dispersing in his sea of chi before flowing through his meridians and reaching every part of his body. Next moment, the scorching energy from the Flame Sun pill collided with the entrenched cold energy within Omar's body, trying to expel each other. Omar felt alternately cold and hot, sometimes like being in a furnace, sometimes in a freezer, shaking from the cold, drenched in sweat from the heat. Seeing this scene, Trey and others' faces changed, involuntarily looking at Benicio. The latter waved his hand and explained, "No need to worry, this is normal. It will be fine in a while." Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But Millie remained anxious, remembering Montgomery's words earlier. Just as she pondered, Omar suddenly turned pale and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His breath weakened rapidly. Witnessing this, everyone in the hall changed expressions drastically. "Father!" Trey cried out in shock and rushed forward. "Father, what's wrong?" Omar tried to speak but spit out another mouthful of blood, then slumped unconscious, his vital signs weakening. "Father!" Trey's face turned grim as he extended his mental power to check his father's condition. Upon inspection, he was alarmed. Inside Omar's body, 2 energies were wildly colliding, wreaking havoc on his organs and meridians. Omar, already weakened, couldn't withstand such harm. On the side, Christian family's senior members surrounded the flustered Benicio. A burly Chevy shouted, "Bastard, you said there wouldn't be any problems. What's happening to my father now?" Others also glared angrily at Benicio, their eyes flashing with intense fury. Faced with the questioning, Benicio was also panic-stricken, muttering repeatedly, "How can this be? It shouldn't." Seeing this, the Chevy became even more enraged. He grabbed Benicio by the collar and shouted in anger, "Bastard, if anything happens to my father, I'll make you pay with your life." Benicio's face turned pale instantly. If the Christian family got angry, it wasn't something to be trifled with. Even though she was a renowned alchemy master in the capital and had influential connections, it would still be impossible for her to withstand an enraged Christian family. Beryl, who stood nearby, saw this scene and was dumbfounded as well. If something really happened to Omar, the Christian family would certainly not let it go easily. In that case, the 2 families would inevitably become adversaries. "Enough, stop the noise." At that moment, a stern voice suddenly sounded, immediately silencing everyone. Trey came forward with a serious face and coldly said to Benicio, "Go check on father's condition." Daring not to hesitate, Benicio quickly ran over to examine Omar's internal state. A few seconds later, her expression drastically changed, exclaiming in disbelief. How? How could this be? Omar's internal condition was completely beyond her expectations. Originally, she thought the energy contained within the Flame Sun pill would be sufficient to completely expel the cold energy inside him. But now she realized that the cold energy was abnormally powerful. The mere power of the Flame Sun pill was not enough to expel it. Moreover, it caused the previously calm cold energy to become rampant, wreaking havoc inside Omar's body. Seeing Benicio's alarmed expression, Trey and others also changed their expressions. The burly man rushed up and demanded, "Tell me truthfully, what is wrong with my father?" Benicio, pale-faced, shook her head. "There's no saving him." The burly man's expression turned grim at this. Unable to suppress his rage any longer, he punched Benicio in the face, sending her flying. "You quack! How dare you harm my father? I'll kill you." Just as the burly man prepared to rush forward again, Trey stopped him. "Third brother, hold back." The burly man looked at him furiously. "Arvin brother, this bastard harmed father like this. Are we just going to let it go?" Trey said solemnly. "We will talk about this later. First we must save father." The burly man loosened his clenched fist and asked anxiously, "But what should we do now?" Before Trey could reply, Verna interjected, "Quick, find Brother Montgomery. He can definitely save grandfather." Chapter 158, Montgomery takes action. Everyone was startled, only now remembering what Montgomery had said earlier. In the initial haste and confusion, they had completely forgotten about it. "Right, we need to find that young man quickly." The burly man hurriedly nodded and was about to rush out of the hall. At this moment, several figures walked in from outside the hall. It was Montgomery and Jeremiah. Leading them was Millie, her face full of urgency. Earlier, upon seeing Omar's condition, Millie had immediately rushed out of the hall to look for Montgomery. Fortunately, Montgomery hadn't gone far, and she caught up with him quickly. Montgomery had originally not intended to get involved, but when he saw the pleading look on Millie's face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Upon seeing Montgomery arrive, the burly man's face lit up with joy, and he shouted loudly, "Young man, hurry, come let father see." He reached out to grab Montgomery, but as soon as he touched Montgomery's sleeve, he was pushed back by a powerful force. Montgomery glanced at the burly man indifferently before walking slowly towards Omar at the head of the hall. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. The burly man was an early-stage Saint Domain warrior, yet he had been repelled by the young man before them with just one hand. However, at this moment, no one had time to be shocked. Their gazes followed Montgomery intently. Montgomery approached Omar, grabbed his wrist, and then closed his eyes slightly, as if examining his internal condition. No one dared to disturb him. Everyone wore tense expressions. Beryl inwardly sneered, thinking that the Christian family had all gone mad, actually believing in a boy who wasn't even fully grown. Although Benicio thought the same thing, he hoped for a miracle more. If Montgomery could cure Omar, his life would be saved. What is he doing? After a while, seeing that Montgomery still stood there motionless, everyone began to feel puzzled. Millie glared at the person who spoke and scolded softly, "Shut up." That person immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. "Humph, making a show," Beryl thought coldly, believing that Montgomery didn't understand anything and was merely pretending. Apart from Millie and Percy, others also harbored some doubts. What everyone did not know was that although Montgomery appeared to stand still on the surface, he was secretly absorbing the cold aura within Omar continuously. When he saw the cold aura earlier, he had shown a delighted expression because he realized that the powerful cold aura residing in Omar's body was a very potent anomalous energy, extremely beneficial for cultivating the anger of Devil Heart. According to Montgomery's estimation, this cold aura likely originated from a late-stage Saint Domain magical beast. Previously, Montgomery had already devised a treatment plan. By using the anger of Devil Heart to absorb it, not only could it cure Omar, but it could also help him break through his cultivation level, a win-win situation. Unfortunately, the bunch of fools from the Christian family did not trust him. Time passed slowly, and after about half an hour, Montgomery finally absorbed all the cold aura from Omar's body. He released his palm and silently recited a magic spell. A snow-white magic disc appeared, and pure and gentle light elements surged from all sides, enveloping the unconscious Omar. Then, everyone was astonished to see Omar's pale complexion gradually turn rosy. Within 15 minutes, his complexion returned to normal. Seeing this, everyone was filled with delight. "That's wonderful." Someone whispered in shock, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Look, Grandpa has woken up," Percy exclaimed in surprise. Omar at the head of the hall slowly awakened from his coma. The first thing he saw was a young figure. Reuniting with Montgomery again, Omar's gaze was incredibly complex. He never expected that the youth they had driven away earlier would be the one to save him. A few minutes later, Montgomery put away the magic spell and said indifferently, "It's done. He just needs some rest to fully recover." Omar inspected his body internally, and indeed found that the tormenting cold aura had vanished without a trace. He stood up and expressed sincere gratitude to Montgomery. "Sir, thank you. I am ashamed of my blindness earlier. Please forgive me." Montgomery waved his hand, appearing unconcerned, then turned and sat down. Seeing this, the people from the Christian family immediately surrounded him, asking how Omar was doing. Omar laughed heartily. "I feel great, as if I've rejuvenated decades." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. From Omar's loud voice, everyone could tell he had indeed recovered to his former state. Not far away, Beryl's face was rather grim. He truly hadn't expected that such a high-level medical skill could come from a youth who wasn't even fully grown. On the other side, Benicio's expression was also grim. Although Montgomery had cured Omar and saved him from danger, he still felt very unpleasant. A disease that he couldn't treat was cured by a young man. If this got out, where would he put his old face? How would people in the capital look at him from now on? At this moment, the burly man walked over and coldly shouted, "What are you, a quack doctor, still doing here? Get lost, and don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time." Benicio's face turned pale with anger. Think of him, a top-tier alchemy master in the capital. When had he ever been humiliated like this before? First, he was brutally beaten by the man in front of him, and now he was being berated. Though inwardly furious, he didn't dare to say anything. With a dark expression, he glanced at the burly man and then swept away with his sleeves. "Humph, what a joke." The burly man sneered coldly and then looked at Beryl with a stern face, saying, "You get out too. The Christian family doesn't welcome you." Beryl's face changed, but he quickly forced a smile and said, "Jared, I didn't expect Benicio to be a fraud, nearly causing trouble this time. Indeed, I feel embarrassed, but my intention was good. You shouldn't be like this." Jared sneered coldly. "Humph, if it weren't for you inviting that old bastard, how could my father have been in trouble? Get out now, and don't force me to act." Beryl knew Jared's temperament well. Hearing this, he could only leave for the moment. Before leaving, he looked at Montgomery with a sullen face, cursing inwardly. Damnable brat, just wait. In his view, it was Montgomery who ruined his plan. He completely forgot that Montgomery later cured the critically ill Omar, and only remembered that Montgomery had thwarted his plan. Montgomery naturally sensed the hostility in the former's eyes, but didn't care. If the other side dared to come looking for trouble without knowing any better, then he couldn't be blamed. At this time, Millie and Percy came over and expressed their gratitude to Montgomery. Behind them followed Jobs. With a guilty expression, Jobs looked at Montgomery and apologized. "Sir, earlier I was blind and disrespectful. Please do not take offense." Before Montgomery could speak, the lightning falcon perched on his shoulder snorted first. "Humph, if you had known this from the beginning, why did you act so rudely?" Job's face stiffened, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, at this moment, Montgomery waved his hand and said, "All right, these are all trivial matters. There's no need to dwell on them." Chapter 159, 7th Rank Warrior. Following this, the Christian family held a luxurious banquet to entertain Montgomery. During the feast, when Montgomery inquired about the origins of Omar's old injuries, Omar explained that due to certain reasons, he had entered the transverse mountain range years ago. In the depths of the mountain range, he encountered an ice-attributed magical beast of formidable power. Although Omar ultimately managed to slay it, he himself was gravely injured and left with a lingering ailment within his body. In his youth, he could still contain it, but as he aged, it became increasingly difficult. Not long ago, the old illness flared up completely, causing him much distress. Had it not been for Montgomery's timely intervention today, Omar might have lived only another 4 or 5 years. As the banquet neared its end, Millie asked Omar if he had any leads on the Thunder Spirit Jur. Upon learning that Montgomery sought it, Omar immediately grew serious and promised to make thorough inquiries. Subsequently, Montgomery bade farewell to everyone and left the Christian family. Omar personally saw him off, clearly showing how much he valued Montgomery. Learning that Montgomery still lived outside, Omar immediately gifted one of the Christian family's private estates to Montgomery and sent a group of servants over. Montgomery did not refuse this offer. Millie escorted Montgomery to the private estate. "Montgomery, go back and rest well. I'll notify you immediately once I have any news." Montgomery nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Millie." Millie waved her hand hurriedly. "It should be I who thanks you. If not for your help, Father would have been in great danger today." After exchanging a few more words, Millie left. Montgomery entered the luxurious estate accompanied by Dirk. "I will be entering seclusion for the next few days to cultivate. You go around the city tomorrow and see if you can find any clues about the Thunder Spirit Jur." Montgomery instructed Dirk. "Yes, sir." Dirk respectfully accepted the order. Montgomery turned to him again. "I notice you seem to have a passion for taming beasts." Dirk was taken aback by this question but honestly nodded. "To be honest with you, sir, I've always had a dream of taming a sacred realm magical beast one day." After speaking, he gave a bitter smile. Such a dream seemed too unrealistic to achieve. Without a word, Montgomery took out a scroll and tossed it to him. "Geo this, and not just a mere sacred realm beast. Even divine beasts can be tamed." Dirk instinctively caught it and then opened the scroll. Instantly, a beam of golden light flew out, entering his brow point. Shortly after, Dirk came to his senses, his eyes revealing a look of joy, and he bowed deeply toward Montgomery, who had already moved away. "Thank you, sir. I, Dirk, hereby swear that no matter life or death, I shall follow you forever." Hearing the voice from behind, a smile flickered across Montgomery's eyes. "Go and cultivate as well." Before entering the house, Montgomery let the Titus on his shoulder go off to practice on its own. "Yes, Geo." The Titus fluttered its wings and flew away, presumably heading towards Dirk. Montgomery closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his cultivation. Previously, there wasn't enough time, and he had only managed to draw the cold energy into his Danteon without refining it. In the southern area of Starfire City stands a grand palace that covers a vast expanse. At the entrance gate, a huge sign hangs above, inscribed with 4 ancient characters, Mercenary Guild. At this moment, inside a hall of the Mercenary Guild, a robust, white-haired elder looked at Branson and asked solemnly, "Did that boy really say that?" Branson nodded. "That boy named Montgomery is extremely arrogant. Not only does he not respect our Mercenary Guild, but he also killed the 2 mages dispatched by the Magic Academy. The white-haired elder Xantha was taken aback and exclaimed, "Didn't they say Montgomery is only 17 or 18 years old? To think he could kill 2 near St. Realm mages? Did you witness this yourself?" Branson nodded firmly. "Yes, I witnessed it firsthand. Montgomery is very powerful. Based on my estimation, his strength might already have reached the Saint Realm." Xantha was even more surprised. How is that possible? This old man has lived most of his life and has never heard of such a young Saint Realm powerhouse. If not for witnessing it with his own eyes, Branson wouldn't have believed it either. However, the truth couldn't be denied. After some time, Xantha calmed down and said, "Very well. Tomorrow, you inform the Magic Academy of this news." Branson was startled. "Sir, what do you mean?" Xantha smiled faintly. "Isn't it true that those old men at the Magic Academy have always looked down upon us? In that case, I will give them some amusement." Branson instantly understood, nodded, and then seemed to recall something, saying, "Right, my lord. Montgomery seems to have also come to the imperial capital." Xantha was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Well, that makes things even more interesting. Include this information when you inform them." Over the next few days, Montgomery was in seclusion for cultivation. Just as he had predicted, after refining the cold energy, his strength broke through again, becoming a 7th-rank warrior. Fortunately, the Christian family had set up an isolation barrier around the estate. Otherwise, the commotion from his breakthrough would surely have drawn attention from many. Montgomery stood up, clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. Once he obtained the Thunder Spiriture, he could refine the pill to break through his mental power to the 7th rank. By then, even if the Hamlin family found him, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, at the 7th rank, he still couldn't overwhelm the Hamlin family. To completely crush the Hamlin family, he needed at least one aspect to reach the 9th rank. According to intelligence, the Hamlin family had a peak Saint Realm powerhouse as their protector. Montgomery knew very well how terrifying the strength of such a powerhouse was. "Mother, Minnie, wait for me. I'll come to get you soon." Montgomery murmured softly, then walked out of the room, finding Johnny, who was cultivating, and asking if he had any news about the Thunder Spiriture. The answer was no. "It seems we can only wait for the Christian family's side." Montgomery thought silently, then came to the courtyard to practice boxing to loosen up his body. A few days later, Millie suddenly came to visit. Seeing her arrival, Montgomery's face lit up slightly, and he asked, "Aunt Millie, do you have news?" Millie nodded. "We did find it, but getting it might be difficult." Montgomery's eyes narrowed slightly, waiting for her to continue. "According to our investigation, the Isa family has a Thunder Spiriture, which they obtained over a decade ago from the Transverse Mountain Range. The Isa family is one of the 5 major families in the imperial capital, extremely powerful. To be precise, they are the strongest among the 5 major families. They are virtually at the pinnacle of the imperial capital, lacking nothing within the family. Exchanging for the Thunder Spiriture from them will be quite challenging." Chapter 160, Picking a Fight. If it were an ordinary item, the Christian family might have been able to trade for it by paying some price. But the Thunder Spiriture is considered a holy medicine, and it's of no small grade either. To obtain it would be extremely difficult, because holy medicines not only aid in the cultivation of Saint Realm powerhouses, but can also save lives at critical moments. Each major family finds them insufficient for themselves. How could they possibly trade them away? Montgomery nodded slightly, finally understanding the reason behind it. "Rest assured, I have a way," Montgomery said confidently. "Aunt Millie, please arrange an introduction for me." Millie was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "All right, in 3 days, the Isa family will be holding an adulthood ceremony for one of their geniuses. You can accompany me to observe the ceremony then." Montgomery nodded gently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, Millie arrived at the manor early, taking Montgomery into a carriage, slowly heading towards the Isa family's castle. Sayla was also in the carriage. Upon seeing Montgomery again, Sayla seemed very happy. Montgomery nodded slightly at the young girl. This time, Montgomery only brought the lightning-carved eagle and did not bring Johnny. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring him, but rather Johnny didn't wish to go. Ever since receiving the beast-taming technique bestowed by Montgomery, Johnny had devoted all his attention to it, showing no interest in anything else. To practice beast-taming, he had bought over a dozen magical beasts in the city and practiced in the manor. Before long, the carriage finally arrived outside the Christian family's castle. As the 3 of them got out of the carriage, they found the entrance already bustling with people. Most of the attendees wore luxurious attire, exuding a noble aura. As the strongest among the 5 great families, the Christians naturally had extensive connections within Starfire City. One could say that all the nobility and celebrities of Starfire City were present today. Even the royal family had sent representatives. Though they belonged to different camps and often competed privately, they hadn't yet come to open conflict. For occasions like today, both sides still engaged in social interactions. Led by Millie, the 3 entered the castle. Behind the main gate lay a vast green lawn. At this moment, the lawn was filled with tables and chairs. Each table was laden with various delicacies. Numerous servants were busy moving back and forth. Hundreds of guests gathered on the lawn, sitting or standing in groups, chatting and laughing. "Let's walk around first, Sayla. I'll head over to the Christians to ask a few questions." After informing Sayla, Millie quickly left. She planned to sound out the Isa family first. "Brother Montgomery, let's go." Sayla led Montgomery into the gathering area, finding a spot to sit down and enjoy the food on the table. "Brother Montgomery, try this. This is crystal grape, which is only produced in the capital, and it tastes wonderful." Selah peeled a translucent crystal grape and handed it to Montgomery. Seeing the eager look in the young girl's eyes, Montgomery couldn't refuse and accepted it, putting it in his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he responded, "How does it taste?" Montgomery nodded slightly. "Not bad." In truth, he wanted to say it wasn't particularly good, but that would be too impolite. In his previous life as the supreme god, he had tasted countless delicacies, making these so-called precious dishes insignificant to him. If it weren't for avoiding upsetting Selah, he wouldn't have eaten at all. Seeing this, Selah's face lit up with joy and picked up another golden banana, preparing to peel it and hand it to Montgomery. Just as the atmosphere was pleasant, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted. "Boy, you're actually here?" The two turned to see Barrett walking towards them from not far away. Selah frowned, displeased. "Barrett, aren't you overstepping? Whether Brother Montgomery comes here or not has nothing to do with you." Barrett sneered. "Oh, Selah, you really don't know your place, calling such a ruffian so intimately." Selah's expression darkened immediately, coldly retorting, "Barrett, shut your foul mouth. Don't think Angelo backing you gives you the right to talk to me like that." Barrett shrugged, then turned his gaze to Montgomery, mocking, "Boy, admit it, how did you sneak in?" Before Montgomery could respond, Selah spoke first. "Barrett, stop picking fights. Brother Montgomery came in with me. Now scram, or I won't be polite." Facing Selah's angry stare, Barrett was unfazed, immediately waving to a nearby guard. "Sir, what are your orders?" A guard approached, his attitude respectful as he asked Barrett. As a notorious playboy in Starfire City, Barrett was well known to the guards. Barrett pointed at Montgomery and said, "I suspect this boy sneaked in. Go ask him if he has an invitation." He spoke loudly, immediately drawing the attention of those nearby, who turned to look. Upon seeing Montgomery's plain attire, they all wore looks of suspicion. The guard paused, then turned to look at Montgomery, noticing his ordinary clothing and feeling somewhat doubtful. Just as he was about to step forward to inquire, Selah stepped out, her face filled with displeasure. "Brother Montgomery came in with me, without an invitation." The guard looked up and was startled. He recognized the girl before him as a direct descendant of the Christian family. How could he offend her as just a lowly guard? "Sir, I didn't know he was your friend. My apologies." With that, the guard hurried away. Barrett had anticipated this and did not stop the guard from leaving. Of course, he knew that with Selah here, he couldn't expel Montgomery. That action would only make things uncomfortable for Montgomery. After his loud outburst, everyone around them noticed. When they saw Selah standing up for Montgomery, curiosity spread across their faces, and some even began whispering among themselves. "That isn't the Selah from the Christian family? Why is she with a poor boy? Could it be like her aunt, falling in love with a poor boy? Didn't I hear that she had an engagement with young Gio Angelo from the Ares family? How dare she consort with other men? Such shamelessness." Listening to the whispers around her, Selah's pretty face flushed red with anger. Barrett, on the other hand, wore a smirk. This was his true intention. Just as he was gloating, a low roar suddenly reverberated in his mind, making his head buzz, and his body staggered backward, then fell down with a thud, his face meeting the ground intimately. Scram. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. They were completely baffled as to why Barrett suddenly collapsed. Montgomery was, of course, the one who struck. However, he did it covertly, and there were no experts around to notice. Chapter 161. You can try. Emma covered her red lips and couldn't help but look at Montgomery. Barrett wouldn't have fallen for no reason. It was likely that Montgomery had acted covertly. What surprised Emma was that she hadn't sensed anything at all. Bear in mind, she had already advanced to a level 7 mage. The young girl couldn't help but be very curious about what Montgomery's true strength was now. She never thought that Montgomery was merely a level 7 warrior as well. His mental power was still at the 6th level. Though their levels were equivalent, there was a world of difference between the two. A few minutes later, Barrett staggered to his feet. He rubbed his swollen brow, and his gaze sharply turned towards Montgomery. He roared angrily. "Boy, you dared to attack here?" Montgomery adjusted his robes and said indifferently, "Which I saw me making a move." Barrett's expression froze. Then he coldly replied, "Wait for me." With that, he turned around and walked away, disappearing quickly into the crowd. Seeing this, the onlookers also shifted their gazes away. Emma stepped forward and said, "Brother Montgomery, that bastard Barrett definitely won't let this go. Let's change places." Montgomery waved his hand to indicate it wasn't necessary. In his past life, he feared not even those supreme deities, so why would he fear an arrogant aristocrat? Seeing this, Emma did not urge further. Just as she predicted, after a while, Barrett returned. By his side stood a golden-haired, proud young man. "Brother, it's this boy." Barrett pointed at Montgomery and said harshly to the proud youth beside him. Emma's expression changed slightly. The young man before her was called Angelo, Barrett's elder brother and also her fiancé. Unlike the dissolute Barrett, Angelo was one of the famous prodigies in the Empire. At a young age, he had reached the peak of level 7 mage, only a step away from level 8, and was hailed as one of the 10 elite of the new generation of the Empire. As they arrived, guest attention turned back towards them. The proud young man came forward with his hands behind his back, looking down at Montgomery condescendingly. "Boy, state your name." Montgomery didn't even glance at Angelo, saying coolly, "You aren't qualified to know my name?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding people's gazes sharpened. Angelo's face darkened suddenly. Who was he? The first among the young generation of the Ares family, and one of the new 10 elite of the Empire. A nobody dared claim he wasn't worthy enough to know his name. Such arrogance. He had never seen anyone like it. Angelo laughed angrily. "Haha. Boy, you're the most arrogant person I've ever seen." Let's see if you have the ability to back up such arrogance. Montgomery glanced over, his voice still indifferent. You can try. Once again, everyone's eyes narrowed. Montgomery actually dared to challenge Angelo. Did he think Angelo wouldn't dare touch him? Veins throbbed on Angelo's forehead, and then he gritted his teeth. Very well. Today I'll see just how much you can do to dare such audacity. With these words, a surging mental force erupted from his brow, heading straight for Montgomery. Everyone backed off. A level 7 peak mage's mental attack was no joke. Brother Montgomery. Emma looked worriedly at him, but noticed Montgomery remained incredibly calm. That powerful mental force entered his body, dissipating like mud flowing into the sea without any effect. Montgomery lifted his head slightly, uttering coldly, "Is that all?" Though his words were calm, they struck Angelo like a heavy hammer. Despite his full effort, he couldn't do anything to this nobody. Not only that, but he was mocked by the other party. When had he ever lost face like this? "Boy, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Angelo snarled, chanting a magical incantation under his breath. A miniature magic disc appeared in his palm, followed by several thin lightning needles that shot toward Montgomery, silently and swiftly. Like a few sewing needles, they were almost imperceptible. This place was after all the EngSub family's castle, and such a special occasion. Even Angelo wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Only such inconspicuous methods could be employed. Although unobtrusive, these lightning needles carried an incredibly terrifying mental force. Ordinary people, or even average level 6 mages, could not withstand this move. The lightning needles moved fast, reaching near Montgomery within seconds. Everyone watched anxiously, wanting to see how Montgomery would respond. Facing the rapidly approaching silver needles, Montgomery's eyes widened slightly. An invisible mental force descended, causing the lightning needles to instantly disintegrate. This. Everyone stared wide-eyed, disbelief clear in their eyes. Those powerful lightning needles had been neutralized so effortlessly by Montgomery. Angelo was similarly shocked. That previous move was one of his trump cards, yet it had no effect on Montgomery. A piece of trash like you dares to call yourself a prodigy? Seeing the mocking look in Montgomery's eyes, Angelo's anger flared. If not for a shred of rationality remaining, he might have lost control and rushed up to beat Montgomery. "Boy, you wait for me." Angelo left a harsh threat and turned to leave quickly. Barrett followed immediately after seeing this. Clearly, they were going to gather more people. Witnessing the two depart, those around were thoroughly astonished. The renowned Angelo of the imperial capital could do nothing against this unknown boy. If not for witnessing it firsthand, none would have believed it. Moments later, Angelo and Barrett returned. Two middle-aged men accompanied them. They were Aaron and Beryl. Upon spotting Montgomery, their expressions instantly hardened. "You again, you damn rat." Beryl coldly spoke, glaring at Montgomery with extreme animosity. Barrett paused, curious. "Second uncle, you also know this boy?" Beryl nodded lightly. "Not only do I know him, but we have some unresolved grudges." Hearing this, Barrett became even more surprised, wondering how such enmity arose between them. But Beryl had no intention of explaining right now, his gaze coldly sweeping over Montgomery. "Boy, as long as you kneel down and apologize, I won't make things difficult for you today." Montgomery cast a casual glance and coolly said 4 words, "Do you deserve it?" Those around had already gone numb. They thought Montgomery was too audacious, still holding this attitude toward Beryl. Beryl wasn't Angelo. He was not only a core member of the Eris family, but also a Saint Domain powerhouse. In the entire capital, few dared to challenge him. Beryl froze for a moment, then sneered. "Huh. Boy, you really think that with the backing of the Christian family, I dare not touch you?" Montgomery's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently. "You can try." Chapter 162. What are you? Boy, very well, since you want to die, this holy man will grant your wish. Beryl's voice was chilling. Just as he was about to make his move, a cold shout suddenly sounded from behind him. "Hands off." Beryl turned his head to see Millie, dressed in a red dress, striding towards them. When Millie came closer, she said with a stern face, "Beryl, what do you mean? You want to lay a hand on the benefactor who saved my father?" Beryl's face changed slightly and hurriedly explained, "Millie, it's not what you think, it's this boy who..." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Millie. "Enough, I don't want to hear your explanations. Leave here immediately, I don't want to see you." The surrounding crowd couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Millie actually didn't give Beryl any face at all for Montgomery. Thinking of what she had just said, everyone's gaze couldn't help but turn to Montgomery. To save the life of the ancestor of the Christian family, this young man in front of them seemed to be more than what he appeared to be. Beryl's face was unpredictable, wanting to speak, but seeing Millie's cold expression, he finally held back. "We're leaving," he said to Angelo and the others, then led the way out of there. As he left, he cast a cold glance at Montgomery, whispering, "Boy, consider yourself lucky today, we'll see." Though Angelo felt somewhat reluctant, he also knew that with Millie around, there was nothing he could do to Montgomery. Looking at the departing figures, Montgomery's eyes flashed with disdain. Not sure who was the lucky one. After they left, Millie finally turned her gaze to Montgomery and apologized. "Montgomery, sorry, it's my fault." "It's a trivial matter," Montgomery waved his hand and asked. "What did the EngSub family say?" Millie shook her head. "I've already asked them, they're unwilling to trade. They say the current patriarch of EngSub is at the peak of mid-saint stage, preparing to use the lightning spirit grass to break through to the later stage." Montgomery nodded lightly. "No problem. After the banquet, I'll go ask personally." Seeing Montgomery's confident expression, Millie could only swallow the words she was about to say. On the other side, after leaving, Angelo returned to his seat with Barrett. Around a long table sat several young men and women. They were all expensively dressed, with extraordinary bearing, clearly from top-notch nobility. Indeed, this was the case. These few people in front were the outstanding children of the new generation of the 5 great families. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, they gathered together to chat about the future and some matters concerning cultivation. Seeing Angelo return with a gloomy face, a blonde youth asked, "Brother Angelo, weren't you supporting Barrett? From your expression, it seems things didn't go smoothly." This youth was named Stevie, a 3rd-generation member of the EngSub family. Though not the best, he still ranked within the top 5 among the younger generation and was highly regarded by the family. The rest also looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Angelo didn't hide anything and said with a grim face, "That boy is somewhat peculiar. I made 2 attempts and both times he easily neutralized them. Considering the nature of today's event, I couldn't go all out, so..." Although his words weren't finished, everyone already understood. So, they couldn't get to him for now. Stevie immediately spoke up. "Is that so? Brother Angelo, lead me there. I'll expel that boy right away." The Christians, Arises, and Ises belonged to the same camp. There was frequent interaction among the younger generations. Angelo had a pretty good relationship with Stevie privately. Hearing the former being wronged, Stevie couldn't hold back. "Brother Stevie, thank you for your offer, but let it be." Angelo waved his hand and explained, "That boy came with someone from the Christian family." Stevie was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? What's the relation between that boy and the Christian family?" Angelo shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Barrett chimed in from the side. "That Montgomery has an especially good relationship with that woman Millie. I suspect he might be her illegitimate child." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze became intense. Angelo turned his head and softly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." If these words were heard by the Christian family, they certainly wouldn't let it slide. Barrett realized he had spoken out of line and quickly shut his mouth. This place was too public, not like when they were alone where they could say whatever they wanted. Just then, a blonde youth across stood up and asked, "You said his name is?" Barrett glanced at him and pouted, "What? Adam, you're interested in that boy too?" Adam nodded lightly. "Want to understand more." Barrett huffed, not hiding anything. "That boy's name is Montgomery. Emma, that woman, calls him Brother Montgomery every time she speaks, and it's really annoying to hear. I wonder what Hobart will think when he returns and sees this scene." Hobart was Emma's eldest brother, the top genius of the Christian family, equally renowned as Angelo. Both hailed as 2 of the new generation's 10 outstanding figures in the imperial capital. He was a notorious sister protector, never allowing any peer males near Emma, not even Angelo, her betrothed. In order to stop this engagement, Hobart once argued fiercely with the senior members of his family. After confirming again, Adam's expression turned slightly gloomy. He looked at Barrett and asked, "Where is this Montgomery now?" Barrett was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Adam was so insistent on finding out. But he didn't hide it either, pointing in a certain direction, right over there. Adam immediately got up and walked over. Everyone watched this unfold with some confusion. The brandy who was with Adam also stood up and followed him. The other few exchanged glances. Stevie said suspiciously, "Adam seems unhappy. Is he also holding a grudge against that guy? Should we follow to see what happens?" "Of course we should." Barrett nodded and then hurried after them. Angelo and Stevie immediately stood up and followed suit. Adam moved quickly and soon arrived at where Montgomery and the others were. Seeing Montgomery dressed in purple, calmly seated there, Adam's expression darkened instantly. Feeling someone watching him, Montgomery turned his head and saw Adam. His face suddenly turned grim. Emma and Millie noticed his change in demeanor and followed his gaze. When they saw Adam, their expressions changed subtly as well. Adam, hands clasped behind his back, approached Montgomery arrogantly and said condescendingly, "You've got guts, daring to come to the imperial capital?" Montgomery remained calm, responding coldly, "This means nothing. Soon enough, you'll know just how bold I am." Adam's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted, "Kneel down. Who gave you permission to sit while speaking to me?" A formidable spiritual power pressed down, attempting to force Montgomery to kneel. Unfortunately for Adam, Montgomery didn't even flinch. He raised his gaze slightly, looking at Adam with icy coldness, and said indifferently, "Who do you think you are, speaking to me like this? Get lost." Adam felt as if he had been struck hard, stumbling backward. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 163, Try to Lay a Hand on Me. Era fell to the ground in a wretched state. Angelo and the others who followed caught sight of this scene and were all taken aback. Montgomery had actually shown no mercy and acted against Era. The surrounding crowd wore equally astonished expressions. Their surprise deepened, turning into more bizarre looks. A prominent figure from the prestigious Rock family was actually reprimanded by Montgomery until he fell to the ground. Wasn't that too much of a humiliation? Feeling the odd gazes from everyone around, Era's face flickered between dark and light. From childhood to now, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? What made it even more infuriating was that the person humiliating him was once someone he had looked down upon, a bastard. Era quickly got up from the ground, glaring hatefully at Montgomery as he laughed through his anger. "Bastard, haven't seen you for days, and you've become quite arrogant." Montgomery suddenly turned his gaze toward him, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Era showed no fear, provocatively saying, "What? Want to lay a hand on me? Have the guts to try." He learned to be smart this time, choosing not to act first, but instead to provoke Montgomery into making the first move. If he did so, then naturally someone would deal with him afterward. Montgomery said nothing, standing up and walking forcefully towards Era. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was startled. Could this young man really dare to lay hands on him? Millie and Emma's faces changed slightly. The former hurriedly advised, "Montgomery, calm down." Montgomery paid no heed, continuing his stride towards Era. Era remained unafraid, still taunting. "Bastard, I stand here today, have the guts to try laying a hand on me?" Seeing Montgomery's expression growing increasingly grim, Era sneered inwardly. Bastard, you're still too green to contend with me." He tensed his body secretly, planning to dodge as soon as Montgomery made his move. After the previous events and rumors he'd heard not long ago, Era was certain that Montgomery was very powerful. Though he was confident in himself, he wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and take it. When Montgomery reached within a few meters of Era, his figure abruptly vanished, moving as fast as lightning. Before Era could react, a large hand came down. With a loud slap, it sent him flying sideways. He finally landed with a thud on the distant grass, his nose bruised and his face swollen, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. Era struggled to lift his head, glaring hatefully at Montgomery. His mouth opened, as if wanting to say something. But no sound emerged. Another gush of blood sprayed out, and then he fainted, his head falling to the side. Silence prevailed on the scene. The surrounding crowd stood dumbfounded, hardly believing what they saw. Montgomery had actually acted, and without any mercy. The commotion instantly drew more attention from other guests. Realizing what happened, guests began murmuring amongst themselves. That someone dared to cause trouble on this occasion left many truly surprised. At the front of the lawn stood a platform. A Chevy accompanied by a blue-haired, adorable girl was just about to ascend the platform to give a speech. Suddenly hearing the murmurs of the crowd, he immediately turned his head. Seeing someone causing trouble, his face turned cold. "Abigail, wait here a moment, I'll go see what's happening." Saying this to the girl, the Chevy strode towards where Montgomery was. Abigail hesitated, then followed after him. "Brother Era." The golden-haired girl who had come with Era covered her red lips, first looking at Era's highly swollen cheek, then sharply at Montgomery, shouting angrily. "Asshole, you actually dared to lay hands on him? Do you know Brother Era's status? I tell you, you're doomed. Your entire family will follow suit. No one can save you." The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. The eldest son of the Rock family wasn't someone easy to provoke. Millie and Emma wore bitter smiles. Indeed, given Montgomery's disposition, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. These two girls had never seen fear in the young man's eyes. Montgomery glanced lightly at the enraged Brandy and said indifferently, "I generally don't hit women, but don't push your luck, or don't blame me for being merciless." The Brandy felt her body tremble uncontrollably, an overwhelming dread taking over. As if a primal beast was staring her down. Fear flickered in her eyes. She dared not speak more. Angelo and Barrett, after their shock, felt a sudden sense of relief. Thank goodness they hadn't angered Montgomery before. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to suffer. This young man was simply too audacious, willing to strike without hesitation even in this setting. Just as the crowd was in shock, the Chevy arrived with Abigail. Upon seeing the Chevy, everyone's expressions changed subtly. The Chevy was named Thomas, the current patriarch of the EngSub family. Millie and Emma's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately came to Montgomery's side. Thomas first glanced at the unconscious Era, then shifted his gaze to Montgomery and said calmly, "You should know the price of making a move here." "Thomas, Montgomery." Millie wanted to speak up on behalf of Montgomery, but she was interrupted midway. "I don't want this matter to involve your Christian family." After saying that, Thomas looked back at Montgomery, waiting for an answer. Montgomery's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Abigail first, then his eyes met Thomas's without any fear, his lips moving slightly. Thomas's eyes suddenly tightened, fixing intently on Montgomery, asking, "Are you sure about what you just said?" Montgomery nodded gently. "Of course, but you can choose not to believe it." Hesitation flickered in Thomas's eyes as he stared intently at Montgomery's face, trying to spot any signs of lying. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Montgomery's expression remained calm, like a deep still pond. He withdrew his gaze and also retracted his imposing aura. Glancing at the unconscious Era, he instructed the servants who had rushed over, "Get someone to treat this young man." With that, he turned and walked away. Abigail looked at Montgomery one last time before quickly following after Thomas. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The domineering Thomas had let Montgomery off so easily. It was simply unbelievable. Thinking about what Thomas had said earlier, everyone started to guess. It seemed the young man had privately told Thomas something. Angelo and the others looked at Montgomery with newfound apprehension. This kid didn't seem as simple as they thought. The golden-haired girl showed disbelief, but the facts were right there, leaving her no choice but to accept it. She shot a hateful glance at Montgomery before rushing over to check on Era's injuries. Millie and Emma also looked at Montgomery with astonishment. Both women were extremely curious. What did Montgomery say to Thomas in private that made him drop the matter? Chapter 164, Do not measure me by your narrow vision. Though the crowd was curious, they were destined never to know the answer. Two servants carried the unconscious Era away. The Hamlin family and the EngSub family belonged to two different camps, which was why only Era had been sent. After Thomas decided not to pursue the matter, no one else came forward on his behalf. Somewhere in the crowd, a dignified-looking blonde youth narrowed his eyes. He gave Montgomery a deep look before turning his gaze away. After glancing at Montgomery with trepidation, the crowd looked away. Once back on the platform, Thomas began to speak. After some polite words, he started the coming-of-age ceremony for Abigail. Despite her young age, Abigail was the EngSub family's top prodigy and was highly valued by the family. That's why her coming-of-age ceremony was held with such pomp and splendor today. With many guests as witnesses, the ceremony ended quickly. By evening, the banquet began to disperse, and the guests started to leave one after another. When most people had left, Montgomery stood up and said to the two women beside him, "Let's go. It's time to get the thunder ginseng." The two women were very curious, not understanding why Montgomery was so confident. Just as they were about to move, an elderly man with white hair hurried over and invited them. "Sir, the patriarch requests your presence in the inner hall." The three followed the old man into the depths of the castle. Shortly after, they arrived outside a grand hall. As soon as the three entered the hall, countless pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Emma and Millie looked up and saw that everyone seated in the hall were core members of the EngSub family. Thomas sat at the head of the table, with a blue-haired girl seated beside him. It was Abigail. On either side of him were about 7 or 8 people each. All were high-ranking officials of the EngSub family. At that moment, all these people were looking at Montgomery with unfriendly gazes. They had witnessed everything earlier. Making a scene during Abigail's coming-of-age ceremony naturally didn't sit well with them. At this moment, a Chevy looked at Thomas and said, "Patriarch, can we now know what this is about?" Earlier, Thomas had called everyone to this place, saying there was something important to tell them. Curious questions were asked, but he did not reveal the information immediately, saying they would know when Montgomery arrived. Thomas ignored the Chevy and glanced at Montgomery, calmly saying, "Boy, I hope you're not lying to me." Millie and Emma also looked at Montgomery with curiosity. Montgomery replied calmly, "I can treat your daughter, but I have conditions." Hearing this, everyone present was surprised and turned their gaze to Montgomery. Seated next to Thomas, Abigail's body trembled slightly, her eyes fixed intently on the figure in purple below. Although she was the EngSub family's top prodigy with a renowned reputation in the empire, admired and adored by many, no one knew how much pain she secretly endured. Abigail had a special constitution, and every month during the full moon, icy coldness erupted within her body, spreading through her meridians, bone-chilling. Such pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Abigail had contemplated suicide several times, but was fortunately stopped in time by her family. Abigail hadn't expected this young man to say he could cure her. The rest of the people were equally shocked, their expressions revealing sudden realization. No wonder Thomas had been so decisive in letting Montgomery off. If Montgomery really could cure Abigail, it would be a tremendous joy. As Thomas's daughter and the family's top prodigy, Abigail was greatly cherished and popular within the family. Everyone did not want to see her suffer such inhuman pain. To cure Abigail, the EngSub family had consulted many alchemy masters, but failed to succeed. Seeing everyone's reactions, Millie and Emma felt curious. The two women did not know Abigail's condition, so they couldn't immediately understand the meaning of these words. Thomas's expression became serious as he said calmly, "What conditions?" "I want the thunder ginseng." Montgomery directly stated his purpose without any concealment. Upon hearing this, Thomas's face darkened. Before he could respond, the same Chevy shouted first, "Boy, you're truly daring. Do you know the value of thunder ginseng?" Montgomery glanced at the Chevy and replied coolly, "It's just a holy herb. How valuable can it be?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. The Chevy was momentarily stunned, then sneered. "Huh. Boy, you certainly dare to talk. Just a holy herb? Not to belittle you, have you ever seen what a holy herb looks like?" Given Montgomery's plain attire, none of them thought he looked like someone from the nobility. Their disdain was understandable. The Chevy's words made Millie and Emma very dissatisfied. But since this was the EngSub family's territory, the two could only hold back from speaking. Montgomery calmly looked at the Chevy and said indifferently, "Do not measure me by your narrow vision. To me, let alone trivial holy herbs, even divine medicines are nothing extraordinary." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present burst into laughter without holding back. Laughter filled with unmasked ridicule. Montgomery was too lazy to care about these ignorant ants. Turning his gaze to Thomas at the head of the table, he said coolly, "As long as you bring out the thunder ginseng, the problem of that little girl can be solved effortlessly by me." Before Thomas could respond, the Chevy interjected, "Boy, don't spout nonsense here." After saying that, he looked at Thomas seriously, "Head of the family, I think this boy is just talking nonsense. We should drive him out immediately. It's unpleasant to have him around." "Agreed, drive him out." "Agreed, drive him out." Others echoed in agreement, revealing looks of disgust. Although Thomas also felt that Montgomery was boasting, considering it was about his daughter's illness. He didn't dare to be careless. After some contemplation, he then turned to Montgomery and said, "I can agree to you, but what if you can't cure her? What will you do then?" Montgomery calmly uttered 4 words, "Subject to your disposal." Thomas nodded and said sternly, "You said it yourself. If I find out you're deceiving me, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Millie. His meaning was clear. "Even if the Christian family pleads for you, I won't let this go easily." Sensing his gaze, Millie and Emma's expressions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but look at Montgomery again, only to find him unperturbed. Head of the family. Seeing this, the Chevy wanted to stop, but was cut off by Thomas's gesture. "Enough, I'll make my own decision on this matter." Montgomery walked towards Abigail at the head of the table with his hands behind his back. Coming close to the girl, he extended his right hand, which was dotted with golden light, spreading a mysterious aura. When everyone was confused, he pointed at Abigail's forehead. After lingering there for a few seconds, he withdrew his finger and looked at Thomas at the head of the table, saying indifferently, "Done." Thomas was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "Boy, are you making fun of me? Chapter 165, Abundant. Thomas's face was filled with anger, and there was even a chill of killing intent in his voice. Not just him, but the rest of the Isa family members also had angry looks on their faces. Montgomery had only tapped Abigail's forehead once, and everything was said to be fine. This was simply too far-fetched. Millie and Emma's expressions changed slightly, sensing the ominous turn of events. Just as everyone was glaring angrily, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Sue is right, it's truly better. Everyone froze, then immediately looked at the speaker, Abigail. Thomas pressed on with his question. Abigail, what exactly happened? Abigail did not hide it, telling the truth. Mr. Sue gave me a cultivation method. Once cultivated, it can help me control the icy cold energy inside my body, and I can even use it to increase my strength. I will no longer have to endure that pain again. With that said, she stood up and paid her respects solemnly to Montgomery. Mr. Sue's great kindness will never be forgotten by Abigail. Montgomery waved his hand. No need for formalities, it was mutual benefit. From the first glance, Montgomery discovered that Abigail had a special constitution, the rare body of ice deity. With the appropriate cultivation method, she could easily become a deity. But without it, not only could she not become a deity, but her lifespan would also not be long. An ordinary human body could not endure the body of ice deity for long. Previously, he imparted a relatively simple cultivation method to her, which could help control the body of ice deity. Although simple, it was enough to help her cultivate into a deity. Upon hearing Abigail's words, everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. They were very curious about what kind of cultivation method Montgomery had imparted to Abigail. It could actually control the icy cold energy inside her. Most people present had a deep understanding of how terrifying the icy cold energy inside Abigail was. Seeing Abigail's delighted expression, Thomas knew the matter was true. He immediately apologized to Montgomery. Young friend, I acted rashly earlier and misunderstood you. I hope you don't take offense. A flash of surprise crossed Montgomery's eyes, not expecting such flexibility from the other party. If it were someone else, they might not have apologized to a young man like him. Montgomery waved his hand. No need to worry, it's a small matter. Thomas nodded and then said, Mr. Sue, please wait a moment. I'll have someone fetch the Thunder Spirit Jur. Note, Lingjur should be translated as ginseng, or herb, but Thunder Spirit ginseng fits better in this context. Montgomery nodded and sat down nearby. Soon after, a senior member brought the Thunder Spirit ginseng. Thomas took the jade box, walked forward, and presented it to Montgomery with both hands. Mr. Sue, here's the Thunder Spirit ginseng. Montgomery received it, opened the jade box for a look, and found it was indeed the Thunder Spirit ginseng. He put it away in his storage ring. Then he got up to take his leave. Thomas wanted to hold him back, but was refused by Montgomery. Millie and Emma also rose to take their leave, following behind Montgomery as they left the hall. On the way, the two women felt a sense of unreality. Omar personally coming couldn't obtain the Thunder Spirit ginseng, but Montgomery had acquired it so easily now. Only after the three figures disappeared did Thomas say, note, this phrase seems out of place in English. Let's correct it. And then his gaze turned toward Abigail curiously. Abigail, what exactly happened? What cultivation method did that boy impart to you? Yes, Abigail, what cultivation method did that boy impart to you? Is it as precious as the Thunder Spirit ginseng? Did we make a loss? Did you make a mistake? Don't be fooled. Everyone chimed in, all curious about what kind of cultivation method it was, and if it was as valuable as the Thunder Spirit ginseng. Facing everyone's anxious and curious gazes, Abigail smiled and said, of course it's worth it. Even if it were 10 or 100 divine herbs, they couldn't compare with the cultivation method Mr. Sue gave me. Hearing this, everyone was stunned speechless. 100 divine herbs were something even their Isa family couldn't come up with. But Abigail said Montgomery's cultivation method was more terrifying than 100 divine herbs. How could they not be shocked? This was simply too terrifying. Thomas sternly said, Abigail, you're not joking, are you? Abigail shook her head and explained, Father, the cultivation method Mr. Sue gave me is called Ice Deity Technique. It says that this type of constitution is called the body of Ice Deity. Without the corresponding cultivation method, I can live up to 30 at most, but if I cultivate the Ice Deity Technique, not only will I not perish early, but one day I may even break through and become a deity. At this statement, everyone's eyes widened, their faces blank with shock. After a long while, they finally recovered from the shock. Thomas's voice was dry. You're serious? As the head of one of the 5 great families, his voice was slightly trembling, indicating how shocked he was. The others weren't much better off, their hearts churning with waves of emotion. They weren't blaming themselves. That was a deity. In a lower plane, it was almost impossible for deities to be born. If Abigail could eventually break through and become a deity, she could lead the family away from the lower plane to a higher one. The thought of such an outcome made everyone shudder. Meeting the astonished and curious gazes of everyone, Abigail nodded vigorously. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? After repeated confirmation, everyone finally believed. Thomas took a deep breath, then looked at the people present and said solemnly, today's matter must not be disclosed. Those who disobey will be punished according to family law. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they hurriedly nodded. Thomas's gaze shifted to outside the hall, feeling incredibly curious about Montgomery's identity. To be able to casually produce such a terrifying cultivation method, what was his background? On the other side, after leaving the castle, the 3 boarded a carriage. On the way, Emma could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Montgomery, Brother Montgomery, what kind of cultivation method did you give Abigail? Millie also looked on curiously. Montgomery did not hide anything, replying indifferently. Nothing much, just a cultivation method that can make one become a deity. Hearing this, both women and the Lightning Eagle were all shocked speechless. Millie said with concern, Montgomery, exchanging such a precious thing for only one Thunder Spirit ginseng. Isn't that too much of a loss? Montgomery nodded slightly. Indeed it is a bit of a loss, but it's okay. I have plenty of such cultivation methods. Keeping them is useless. Both women and the eagle were once again stunned speechless upon hearing this. A cultivation method to break through to a deity was something he had in abundance. Was it really so terrifying? It seemed like common vegetables. Seeing the hesitant expressions of the two women, Montgomery guessed their thoughts and smiled. If you want, I can give you a few methods as well. The two women were startled, then showed extreme joy on their faces. Really? Emma asked, seemingly disbelieving. Of course. Golden light shimmered from Montgomery's fingers, then he tapped Emma's forehead. At this point, his strength was sufficient to directly impart the cultivation method without any hassle. Emma felt her mind suddenly swell with unfamiliar memories. While the girl absorbed the new information, Montgomery reached out again and tapped Millie's forehead. Soon, the two women opened their eyes, filled with gratitude towards Montgomery. Brother Montgomery, thank you. Emma's voice was clear, full of gratitude. Millie also expressed her thanks. Montgomery, we truly appreciate it. Montgomery smiled and waved it off. You're welcome. It's a small matter. The two women nodded, not saying more. Shortly after, the carriage arrived at the outskirts of the manor. Montgomery bade farewell to the two and entered the manor. Chapter 166, Breakthrough. In a luxurious room within the Hamlin family residence, Adam slowly woke up. Brother Adam, you're awake. The blonde girl sitting beside him beamed with joy. Kira, where are we? Adam's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Then his expression suddenly turned grim as if he had just recalled something. Right? What about that bastard Montgomery? Blonde girl Kira stepped forward and quickly recounted the subsequent events, adding a complaint. I think the EngSub family did it on purpose, letting that boy off so easily. After hearing this, Adam slowly got up from the bed, his face cold as ice. Kira, let's not tell Uncle Everetiri. He will certainly help you seek justice. Kira suggested, but Adam waved his hand. No need, I'll handle this myself. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he ordered a servant waiting nearby. Go and call Bert over. The servant immediately left and soon returned with Bert. Gio, what is it? Upon entering, Bert saw Adam looking somewhat pale, which made him tense up. Adam said sternly, that bastard has come to the imperial capital. Bert's pupils constricted and asked, Gio, what do you plan to do? Adam's voice was icy. First, find out where that bastard is. Then break his limbs and bring him before me. This young master wants him to know that he can never offend the Hamlin family. Yes, Gio. Bert nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking. Gio, should we inform the patriarch? Adam shook his head. Not yet, he's just an insignificant bastard. No need to bother father. Bert nodded and left the room to investigate Montgomery. In Starfire City, the central palace. Inside a magnificent hall, an armored guard reported to a young man with golden hair. Your Highness, the investigation is complete. The person is named Montgomery, who only arrived at Starfire City recently. First, he offended members of the heiress family at an auction, but was saved by Millie. Later, he joined the Christian family, defeated the alchemy master Benicio, and cured Omar's old illness. He earned significant attention from the Christian family. Today, while accompanying Millie to the EngSub family, he first clashed with Angelo and others, then assaulted Adam. Currently, he resides in a villa gifted by the Christian family. The golden-haired youth rubbed his chin and muttered, Interesting, such an interesting young man has come to Starfire City. Make arrangements for me to meet this person and thoroughly investigate his background. Yes, Your Highness. The guard took the order and left. The golden-haired youth gazed outside, his eyes flashing with a glint, murmuring, I hope you can live up to my expectations. What happened today at the Christian family, although it didn't cause a huge stir, had its impact. Montgomery's name was now circulating among the nobles of the imperial capital. He managed to attack someone in the EngSub family without suffering any retaliation, indicating he had some capabilities. While surprised, people were also eager. Although the EngSub family did not retaliate, the Hamlin family would likely not let it go easily. At the heiress family, in a hall, Barrett looked at Beryl and asked, Second uncle, that boy was too arrogant, completely disregarding your authority today. We cannot let this pass. Beryl glanced at him indifferently. What do you suggest? Barrett responded harshly. Have someone teach that boy a lesson, show him the power of the heiress family. Before Beryl could respond, Angelo interjected. Foolish. Barrett looked confused. Angelo explained calmly. First, according to second uncle, this boy cured Omar. If we act, the Christian family will definitely intervene. Second, this boy beat Adam today, and the Hamlin family won't let it go. Why should we meddle unnecessarily? Beryl appeared satisfied, then sternly told Barrett, Don't act rashly. Learn from your elder brother. We should do nothing and wait to see how things unfold. Barrett nodded, not daring to argue. Meanwhile, the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Academy also learned about the incident at the EngSub family. Those who attended the banquet reported back to their elders immediately upon return. The Mercenary Guild was slightly surprised, but not shocked. After all, Montgomery dared to kill a near-Saint Domain mage from the Mage Academy. Why would he fear a young upstart? In a lavishly decorated room within the Mercenary Guild, the Wayne president Lisbeth whispered, It seems that young man Montgomery is not simple at all. Not only did he dare to assault Hamlin family's genius, But afterward, the eyes of family did not pursue the matter. Branson beside him nodded and then said in a grave voice, "Sir, I have a feeling that with that boy around, the imperial capital won't be peaceful in the coming days." "Isn't that better?" A deep smile spread across Lisbeth's face as he continued. "The old fellows at the Mage Academy should have received the news by now and will surely seek retribution from that boy. You go see him again. If he agrees to join our mercenary guild, I will personally guarantee his safety." Branson nodded. "Yes, sir." In a secluded estate, Montgomery sat cross-legged on his bed, taking out all the herbs and beginning to refine the pills. One by one, the herbs melted in the flames, transforming into colorful medicinal liquids before fusing together. Soon after, Montgomery extinguished the flame, revealing 5 light golden pills before him. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Titus and Johnny, residing in the other 2 rooms, glanced over. Just by smelling the fragrance, they felt their mental energy quickly becoming full and robust. Neither dared to imagine how much it would enhance their mental power if they consumed it. In the room, Montgomery took a pill, then silently activated the elven holy scripture, refining the abundant medicinal power within his body. 1-2. As each pill entered his stomach, Montgomery's mental energy grew stronger. Ultimately, it reached a critical point, bursting forth as if breaking through a barrier, propelling his mental power into an entirely new realm. Above the estate, the space distorted and boomed. Titus and Johnny's expressions tightened as they felt an invisible force pressing down upon them. So powerful pressure. Has the Byron 2 Pola. Johnny was stunned, disbelief evident in his eyes. The overwhelming mental power penetrated the protective barrier outside the estate, sweeping outward in all directions. In an instant, it covered half of the imperial capital. Holy Domain experts from various factions were startled. Such powerful mental power. Has someone else advanced to the Holy Domain? Who could it be? All the Holy Domain experts were astonished, probing with their mental power to investigate. Unfortunately, the mental power appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. By the time they extended their mental probes, it had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 167, Alexei. Montgomery sat up from the bed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Earlier, during his breakthrough, he momentarily lost control of his mental energy. "Mother, Zoe, wait a little longer. I will come to save you soon." Montgomery is now a level 7 powerhouse, skilled in both magic and martial arts. His strength is comparable to an average Saint Realm powerhouse. However, he still falls short compared to the peak Saint Realm powerhouses. Though Montgomery longs to see the 2 women as soon as possible, he also knows that some things cannot be rushed. He put away the remaining 2 pills. The previous breakthrough only consumed 3 pills. The next day, after finishing his cultivation, Montgomery pushed open the door and walked out. Stepping onto the verdant lawn, he began practicing Tai Chi. Montgomery once came from the Blue Star and has studied Tai Chi. After arriving in this world, he incidentally practiced Tai Chi and found it to be an extremely profound set of boxing techniques. Its profundity even surpassed some divine skills. Montgomery had once speculated that perhaps the Blue Star was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps beyond the secular world, there also existed extraordinary individuals with strange abilities. Unfortunately, thinking too much about it was futile. In this life, he was destined not to return. Johnny and Shiloh also stepped out of their rooms, stretching in the courtyard. After intense cultivation, Shiloh had reached the peak of level 9, one step away from entering the Saint Realm. Johnny had also broken through to level 8, making rapid progress in strength. As the 3 were stretching, a servant hurriedly ran over. "Lords, there are guests outside seeking an audience, saying they come from the Mercenary Guild." Johnny looked at him suspiciously. "The Mercenary Guild, why are they here?" Then he turned his gaze towards Montgomery. Without stopping his movements, Montgomery replied without turning back, "Do not see them." Johnny nodded and then told the servant, "Tell them Mr. Sue will not meet them." The servant left with the order, but shortly after, he returned, pursued by a Chevy. The visitor was Branson from the Mercenary Guild. "Sir, you can't enter. Lord said he's busy." The servant chased after Branson frantically, but his speed couldn't match Branson. Johnny and Shiloh glared at him sternly, with the latter shouting, "Bold, daring to intrude here? Do you wish to die?" Branson glanced at Shiloh, feeling a hint of danger from the palm-sized golden eagle. Gathering his thoughts, Branson looked at Montgomery and politely said, "Mr. Montgomery, I have come to inform you of something important." Montgomery did not turn around, continuing to practice Tai Chi slowly. Johnny stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Unperturbed by Montgomery's attitude, Branson spoke loudly. "The Magic Academy already knows your whereabouts and may come to seek revenge at any moment. The Owain president said that if you join our mercenary guild, he would personally handle this crisis for you." Johnny and Shiloh's gazes hardened. The Magic Academy was a top-tier force in the capital. If they really came seeking revenge, it would be difficult to handle. They couldn't help but look at Montgomery. At this moment, Montgomery stopped his movements, hands clasped behind his back, turning to face Branson with a calm expression. "I don't need it." Branson was taken aback, then reminded him earnestly, "Sir, I know you're very strong, but the Magic Academy isn't someone to provoke. Please reconsider." Montgomery gave him another glance, his tone colder. "I said I don't need it. Didn't you hear me?" Branson felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he prepared to speak again, a vast mental force descended from above. Then a bolt of golden lightning rapidly approached from afar. By the time everyone reacted, it was already above the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, they saw a man in a golden robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding arrogance, looking down at them disdainfully. Who among you is Montgomery? The golden-robed man spoke calmly, his voice emotionless. Branson's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, Alexei. Johnny and Shiloh's expressions changed slightly. Though they didn't recognize the visitor, they could tell he was no ordinary person. It was well known that once one broke through to the Saint Realm, they could travel through the air. The man before them walking in the air undoubtedly belonged to the Saint Realm. Branson silently retreated, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Since Montgomery refused, he was eager to see how Montgomery would handle the situation next. Alexei, the Grand Mentor of the Magic Academy, a junior-level Saint Realm powerhouse, was exceptionally strong. He once fought a mid-level Saint Realm powerhouse for several hours without defeat. Only Montgomery remained unusually calm amidst all present. He slightly lifted his head and said indifferently, It is I. Alexei looked at Montgomery with disdain and said arrogantly, Remember, I am Saint Alexei, the one who will kill you. Montgomery's expression remained unperturbed as he casually replied, Just you? Alexei's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then he coldly said, You are very arrogant. We'll see if you can still be so arrogant in a moment. As he spoke, a thunderbolt as thick as a water vat descended from the sky, reaching its utmost speed. With a crack, it struck Montgomery, golden arcs of lightning exploding around him, engulfing his body. Johnny and Shiloh's faces changed drastically. Both sensed a fatal danger within that bolt of lightning. Branson focused his gaze, not believing that Montgomery would fall so easily. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden lightning slowly dissipated, revealing Montgomery within. Seeing Montgomery clearly, several pairs of eyes involuntarily tightened. They saw that Montgomery was unscathed, without a single scratch on him. Even his clothes were not wrinkled in the slightest. This? Branson gaped, disbelief evident in his eyes. Having survived a strike from a Saint Realm powerhouse unharmed was unimaginable. This wasn't just about a teenager of 17 or 18. Even a peer of the same level would find it hard to do. High up in the sky, Alexei's pupils constricted slightly. Then he sneered. Huh. Rumors seem to be true. You indeed have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Pausing here, his tone shifted slightly before he continued. Boy, I see you have potential. Why don't you join our Magic Academy? If you agree, we can put the incident in Far East aside. Montgomery slightly raised his head and abruptly shouted, Get down here. A massive wave of mental energy swept towards Alexei. Caught off guard, Alexei staggered and fell from the sky. But being a Saint Realm powerhouse, he managed to stabilize himself at the last moment, avoiding a clumsy fall. After stabilizing himself, Alexei glared furiously at Montgomery. Boy, you. Before he could finish, Montgomery interrupted him. I don't like looking up while talking. Say what you need to say now. Alexei laughed bitterly out of extreme anger. Fine. Boy, since you refuse my olive branch, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 168. Weren't you very arrogant? Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent and his eyes devoid of any emotional ripples. His posture seemed to completely disregard Alexei. Seeing this, Alexei's face turned even more furious, and he dispensed with any further banter. Lightning surged from his body, crackling with electric arcs. In the next moment, endless lightning erupted from him, causing his golden long hair to sway without wind. The violent lightning spread out in all directions. Johnny and a few others quickly retreated, not daring to touch the lightning. In the blink of an eye, the golden lightning covered the entire courtyard, forming a lightning domain. A domain is a hallmark skill of a Sacred Realm powerhouse. Alexei stood within the lightning domain, surrounded by boundless lightning, like a god of thunder, exuding immense authority. Boy, dying in my lightning domain isn't a waste of your life. With a sweep of his hand, endless lightning converged, transforming into 9 lightning serpents as thick as water jars, lunging at Montgomery. Each lightning serpent contained extremely terrifying thunder power. The force within was enough to instantly kill a half-step Sacred Realm expert. Facing the attack of the lightning serpents, Montgomery remained unperturbed. Finally, he recited a spell in a low voice. An earth-yellow magic light condensed. A massive earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the 9 lightning serpents that were rushing toward him. When the lightning serpents collided with the wall, it cracked and shattered with a loud boom, continuing to lunge towards Montgomery. But they were met by an enormous energy hand. Bang bang bang. Under the terrifying might of the giant hand, the 9 lightning serpents shattered, once again turning into countless bolts of lightning. After dispersing the lightning serpents, the energy hand also gradually dissipated. Although Montgomery's technique somewhat exceeded Alexei's expectations, he was only slightly surprised and did not take it too seriously. Boy, while inside my lightning domain, I am the supreme deity controlling everything. Alexei sneered, snapping his fingers. Next, countless bolts of lightning gathered, coalescing into another 9 lightning serpents which howled and lunged at Montgomery. Not far away, Johnny and the Garfield watched this scene with shock. This was their first time witnessing a true Sacred Realm expert in action. His methods were almost supernatural. No wonder there was a saying, all are ants below the Sacred Realm. Let alone a 9th rank expert. Even a half-step Sacred Realm expert would find it hard to withstand those lightning serpent attacks. Facing the renewed assault of the lightning serpents, Montgomery's expression remained unchanged. He rapidly recited a spell. A golden magic basin appeared. Then a thunder giant was summoned. The giant was several zhang tall, its body enveloped by terrifying thunder, with a colossal mouth on a face larger than a wooden house. Confronted by the charging lightning serpents, it opened its mouth and emitted infinite suction, swallowing all 9 serpents whole. Seeing this, Alexei's face changed. Before he could react, the giant again opened its mouth and sucked in the surrounding lightning. In an instant, all the lightning in the courtyard was swallowed by the giant. Yet, it seemed unsatisfied, shifting its gaze towards Alexei. Alexei's face paled as he felt a tremendous suction coming his way. He hastily employed defensive measures. However, all his attacks were sucked into the giant. Even strikes directly on its body were rapidly absorbed. The giant before him seemed like a bane to thunder. No matter how powerful the thunder, it was rendered useless and couldn't harm the giant. Witnessing this, Johnny and the others were dumbfounded. Branson rubbed his eyes, looking at the towering giant in disbelief. Until now, he had never imagined such a terrifying creature existed. All consecutive attacks were entirely absorbed by the giant. Eventually, Alexei felt despair. As a thunder-based Sacred Realm expert, all his skills revolved around thunder. But this monster didn't fear thunder at all. How could he fight? It was hopeless. After his attacks were swallowed again, Alexei wasted no time and fled. But Montgomery wouldn't give him a chance. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, smashing Alexei to the ground, making him land face first. Montgomery glanced at the towering giant and said indifferently, "Go back. Next time when I have something tasty, I'll call you." The towering giant emitted a strange sound, then its figure slowly dissipated. Seeing this, everyone present was even more shocked. They had never thought that the towering giant could communicate. The towering giant belonged to an incredibly powerful race in the Endless Void, the Thunder Swallower clan, also known as Thunder Swallower beasts. They were naturally unafraid of thunder and enjoyed consuming it. The stronger the thunder, the more they liked it. As long as one masters the special spell, they can summon it. Earlier, Montgomery had used a summoning spell to bring the towering giant from another plane. Montgomery walked with his hands behind his back toward Alexei, who was now sprawled on the ground, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled. Being a Sacred Realm mage, Alexei's physical body was not strong, roughly equivalent to that of a 9th-rank expert. The previous slap from Montgomery had left him severely injured. Seeing Montgomery approach, Alexei struggled to rise from the ground and bluffed, "Boy, what do you want?" Stopping in front of Alexei, Montgomery looked down at him and said coolly, "Weren't you very arrogant?" Alexei's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Boy, don't get cocky. I admit you have some strength, but compared to the entire Mage Academy, you're still far behind." Montgomery didn't bother to respond and suddenly struck, slapping Alexei on the forehead and destroying his mental power. Alexei's eyes rolled back, and it took him a long time to regain consciousness. Feeling the weakened mental power inside him, Alexei shouted in shock and anger, You actually..." Before he could finish, Montgomery cut him off. "Go back and tell those old coots at the Mage Academy not to come bothering me anymore. Otherwise, I won't mind wiping out the Mage Academy." Hearing this, Alexei's face turned incredibly furious, and he wanted to retort, but upon meeting Montgomery's cold gaze, he trembled and swallowed his words. He struggled to get up, gave Montgomery a venomous look, and stumbled away. He came here in glory, but left in such misery and humiliation. It couldn't help but make people sigh. Johnny and the Garfield snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Montgomery. A Sacred Realm powerhouse had been so easily dealt with. Branson swallowed hard, gaining a new understanding of Montgomery's strength. Only now did he realize he had always underestimated Montgomery. Perhaps, he didn't need to fear Sacred Realm powerhouses at all. Daring not to linger, Branson turned and left, intending to inform Lisbeth about what had happened. Just outside the estate, Branson encountered the stern-faced Brigham. Glancing at his direction, Branson roughly guessed his intentions and couldn't help but sneer. Not even a Sacred Realm powerhouse could match up. So wasn't a half-step Sacred Realm just asking for death? But this couldn't be blamed on the Rock family. After all, who would have thought that an 18-year-old youth could possess such terrifying strength? Chapter 169. Did I let you go? Due to the earlier incident, there were temporarily no guards at the estate's entrance, allowing Brigham to enter effortlessly. Crossing a lawn, he quickly arrived at the courtyard where Montgomery and his companions were located. They looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing the unfamiliar Brigham, confusion flashed across their eyes. They did not recognize this person before them. Johnny blocked Brigham's path and asked sternly, "Who are you?" To everyone's surprise, without a word, Brigham waved his hand and sent Johnny flying. "What are you, daring to block my way?" "Scram." Brigham gave Johnny an arrogant glance, then shifted his gaze to Montgomery, saying coldly, "Brat, young Geo Adam sent me for you. Do not resist, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Arrogance permeated his voice as he looked down upon Montgomery. His attitude completely disregarded Montgomery, treating him like a mere insignificant ant that could be crushed at will. Montgomery looked over and said calmly, "So, you're a dog of the Hamlin family. Why are you so arrogant? You're asking for death." Furiously enraged, Brigham's aura surged as he prepared to teach Montgomery a lesson. The lightning-sculpted bird spread its wings, ready to deal with Brigham. Just as tensions escalated, a harsh cry came from afar. "Stop." They turned to see a beautiful woman in a red dress sprinting towards them, followed by a brandy. It was Millie and Layla. Worried about potential retaliation from the Hamlin family, Millie had come to investigate. She hadn't expected to witness this scene just after entering the estate. Brigham's expression slightly changed as he abandoned his intentions to act. "Brigham, what do you mean? This is the private estate of our Christian family. Are you here to start a war with us?" Millie walked up and berated Brigham mercilessly. Brigham's face remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "Ms. Millie, I was merely following orders to apprehend someone. I have no ill intentions towards your family. I hope you can understand. Millie's face hardened. Apprehend who? Montgomery is a friend of the Christian family. By coming here openly, are you putting the Christian family out of mind? Brigham's expression changed again, sensing her intense displeasure. Taking a deep breath, he said sternly, Ms. Millie, you know what happened yesterday. Montgomery attacked young Geo Adam. The Hamlin family cannot let this go unpunished. Think carefully. Don't risk conflict between two families over an insignificant person. Millie was speechless. To call Montgomery insignificant. Not only did he save Omar, but the two cultivation techniques he provided last night were enough to garner absolute attention from the Christian family. After returning home, Millie informed the sequestered Omar. Upon learning this, Omar immediately made his decision. From now on, regardless of circumstances, the Christian family would stand firmly with Montgomery. Collecting her thoughts, Millie coldly hummed. It's not your place to interfere with my affairs. Leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Her words were accompanied by a powerful aura. Half-step Saint Domain. Brigham was astonished, disbelief evident in his eyes. Rumors suggested Millie was emotionally troubled, leading to slow advancement, only reaching level 9. He hadn't expected she had already attained the half-step Saint Domain. Truly worthy of being one of the former Capital's 10 elite, her talent was indeed extraordinary. Brigham's face twisted in difficulty as he gritted his teeth. Millie, are you really willing to offend the Hamlin family for such an insignificant person? Millie's response was one word. Leave. Brigham's face turned livid with rage, then burst into laughter. Since that's the case, let me see how skilled the former Capital's 10 elite truly is. Millie responded coolly. Try if you must. That's exactly what I intend. Brigham muttered a spell, preparing to act. But suddenly, Millie vanished from her spot. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Brigham, her delicate white hand striking down. With a thud, Brigham was sent flying, spitting blood. Another thud, and Brigham crashed into the grass dozens of meters away, coughing up more blood. He staggered to his feet, staring at Millie in shock. Too strong. That single palm strike had severely wounded him. Layla's eyes flashed with disdain. Millie, once the foremost prodigy of the Christian family, had cultivated powerful techniques given by Montgomery. A mere slave of the Hamlin family dares to challenge us? Truly, you have no sense of your own insignificance. Bert wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Very well. I will report today's events truthfully to the Patriarch when I return. With that, he turned to leave. But just then, a calm voice abruptly sounded. Did I let you go? Bert turned his head and saw that it was Montgomery who spoke. He first froze, then sneered. What? You a mongrel? Actually dare to stop me? Seeing Montgomery's darkening expression, Millie hurriedly advised. Montgomery, calm down. Now is not the time to break ties with the Hamlin family. She knew Montgomery's temperament all too well. One wrong move, and Bert would be dead on the spot. If that happened, the Hamlin family would not let the matter rest. Then things would get complicated. Montgomery waved his hand. Don't worry, Aunt Millie, I know what I'm doing. He shifted his gaze to the lightning-sculpted bird beside him. Understanding immediately, it spread its wings and took off. Mid-flight, it reverted to its original size. The storm rumbled as the lightning-sculpted bird transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at Bert. A peak level 9 magic beast? Millie and Layla were startled. They never expected the small bird that usually perched on Montgomery's shoulder to be a peak level 9 magic beast. Bert was also shocked, his face changing rapidly as he quickly employed defensive measures. But already injured, how could he be a match for the lightning-sculpted bird? Though only a peak level 9 magic beast, the lightning-sculpted bird had practiced the cultivation technique given by Montgomery. Moreover, being inherently powerful, its strength rivaled that of a half-step Saint Domain, possibly even surpassing it. In an instant, Bert was knocked to the ground again. The lightning-sculpted bird opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of golden lightning which sizzled into Bert's forehead, nullifying his spiritual power. Bert's face turned deathly pale, looking at the lightning-sculpted bird with shock and fury. You. Too furious to speak properly, he couldn't finish a single sentence. Just an old dog, daring to act arrogant in front of your master? Where do you get such courage? The lightning-sculpted bird spoke disdainfully, its body rapidly shrinking, staring down at the pitiful Bert. Hearing this, Bert's heart surged with anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening further. Chapter 170 Reactions from all sides. Tap tap tap. Montgomery walked slowly towards Bert with his hands behind his back. Hearing the continuous footsteps, Bert's face turned deathly pale. As Montgomery approached him, Bert said in a voice that was both stern and weak, What do you want to do? I am from the Locke family. If you dare to kill me, the Locke family will never let you off. Fear could be heard in his voice. All arrogance and defiance vanished. Montgomery stopped 1 meter away from Bert, looking down at him, and said coolly, Go back and tell Adam to clean his neck and wait. Before long, I will personally come for his dog life. Bert felt a slight relief in his heart, and then tried to speak in as calm a tone as possible. Rest assured, I will bring the message truthfully to young Master Adam. He staggered up from the ground, and shakily headed towards the outside of the manor. Seeing this, Millie relaxed slightly. She really feared that Montgomery would impulsively kill Bert. Montgomery turned to look at Millie and smiled. Aunt Millie, thank you for stepping in. Millie gave an awkward smile. After witnessing the power of the Shiloh, she knew that even if she hadn't been there, Montgomery could have easily handled today's crisis. Calmly composing herself, she stepped forward and said solemnly, Montgomery, by disabling Bert's mental energy today, once the Locke family finds out, they won't let this go. Don't wander around casually. After I return, I'll inform my father to send some of our family's top experts here to ensure your safety. Montgomery smiled and waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself so much, Aunt Millie. In this imperial capital, except for those old monsters, no one can do anything to me. Upon hearing this, Millie and Emma were momentarily stunned. The latter blinked her eyes in shock and said, Brother Montgomery, are you joking? The Shiloh responded unhappily. How does a little girl talk like that? How can the master be joking? Just now he disabled a holy domain mage. Both women were suddenly startled upon hearing this. Millie couldn't help but ask anxiously, what exactly happened? Meanwhile, Alexei and Bert returned to their respective forces one after another, reporting the situation truthfully. In a luxurious hall within the Mage Academy, 3 white-haired elders looked at the breathless Alexei, hardly believing their eyes. One of them, dressed in a crimson robe, angrily asked, what happened? How did you get so badly hurt? The other 2 elders also had grave expressions. Alexei didn't hide it and told everything that had happened. Upon learning the truth, the 3 elders were shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be possible? That kid isn't even 20 yet, and he already has holy domain strength. The crimson-robed elder exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe what Alexei had said for a moment. Though the other 2 elders weren't as dramatic, their eyes also revealed incredulity. Throughout the entire continent, such a young holy domain powerhouse had never appeared before. Even the first pride of the continent, the founder of the Starfire Empire, Emperor Starfire, didn't possess such terrifying talent. Alexei spoke gravely. Honorable Deans, I know it's hard for you to believe, but it is true. That kid isn't just a holy domain expert. He's not an ordinary one either. I wasn't his match at all. Hearing this, the 3 were again taken aback. One of them asked seriously, tell us everything. Alexei recounted the battle details once more. After hearing the details, the 3 were even more shocked. Then one of them said to Alexei, you go and rest to recover from your injuries. We need to discuss this with the dean. Alexei nodded and stumbled out of the hall. Despite being mentally drained, he was still a holy domain powerhouse. If his mental energy heals, reaching peak condition again is not impossible. After Alexei left, the 3 quickly left and soon arrived at a secluded courtyard. Inside the yard, an elder in a green robe was trimming potted plants. The elder appeared unremarkable, just like an ordinary old farmer. The 3 entered the yard and bowed respectfully to the elder. Greetings, Dean. The elder, named Randall, was the dean of the Mage Academy. Randall did not turn around but continued trimming the plants before him, asking softly, what's the matter? The blue-robed elder stepped forward and quickly relayed the events. Randall finally stopped working, turning to face the 3. Is this true? The 3 nodded solemnly, and one of them, in a yellow robe, said, Dean, we are here to ask for your opinion on how to handle this kid. Randall pondered for a while and whispered, such a prodigy, it would be great if he could join our Mage Academy. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and the crimson-robed elder angrily said, Dean, that boy is arrogant. He actually crippled Alexei and disrespected our Mage Academy. In my opinion, we should send people to capture him and punish him severely, so he knows the price of defying us. The other 2 looked at each other but did not speak. From their expressions, it was clear they agreed with the crimson-robed elder. After all, Montgomery had gone too far. When had their Mage Academy ever been provoked like this? Randall looked at the 3 and said calmly, the divine descent is approaching. When it arrives, the continent will undergo tremendous changes. Any increase in our strength now will only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 changed. The yellow-robed elder solemnly asked, Dean, has the forest gods still not responded? Randall shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that easy. The 3 elders' expressions grew grim. If they could not establish contact with a deity before the divine descent, the Mage Academy would be in an extremely unfavorable position. They might even need to ally themselves with another force to survive the coming upheaval. Go tell that boy that our Mage Academy will not pursue the matter further, but he must join us. Randall waved his hand, instructing the 3. The crimson-robed elder hesitated for a moment and then asked, Dean, what if that boy refuses? Randall pondered for a while, then his voice turned cold, then kill him. The 3 nodded and turned to leave. At the Locke family estate, Adam looked at Bert, who was covered in injuries, and exclaimed in surprise and anger, that bastard really said that. Bert nodded vigorously, gritting his teeth and saying, Young master, that bastard was incredibly arrogant, completely disregarding you and the Locke family. He also made threats, saying he would come for your life and flatten the Locke family. Adam's face turned livid with rage as he smashed the armrest of his chair with a slap. Does that bastard really think that because he has the Christian family protecting him, I can't do anything to him? Bert suggested. Young master, perhaps we should report this to the family? As a third-generation member of the Locke family, Adam had limited resources at his disposal. With Millie protecting Montgomery, there was little he could do to him. Adam waved his hand. No need. I have my own methods. His gaze drifted into the distance, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he murmured under his breath. Montgomery, this time, I'll make you regret coming to the imperial capital. Chapter 171, Auction of Elixirs. In the courtyard, Millie and Emma were both visibly stunned when they learned that Montgomery had easily defeated a holy domain expert. Their eyes betrayed disbelief. How old was Montgomery? Not even 20, yet he possessed the power of a holy domain. What made them shudder even more was that just a few months ago, Montgomery had been nothing more than a cultivator who had lost his cultivation base. Less than a year had passed, and he had grown from a cripple to reach this level. This rate of growth could only be described as heaven-defying. Upon learning about Montgomery's current strength, the two women felt relieved. Just as Montgomery had said, within the imperial capital, aside from those terrifying old monsters, few could do anything to him. Montgomery, the waters in the imperial capital run deep. You must be extremely careful. Millie earnestly warned. If you encounter any problems beyond your handling, you must tell us. Montgomery nodded gently. After giving a few more words of caution, Millie led Emma away. I'm going out for a while, Montgomery told the Titus and Johnny before striding toward the manor's entrance. The Titus immediately flew onto Montgomery's shoulder upon seeing this, while Johnny remained in the manor to continue training the magical beasts. As soon as Montgomery and the Titus stepped out of the manor, a tall vermilion unicorn horse approached. On its back rode a towering armored man. The unicorn stopped outside the manor gates, and the towering man looked down at Montgomery with an air of superiority. He spoke in a commanding tone. Boy, someone wants to see you. Follow me. Montgomery did not spare the man a glance, walking around the unicorn towards the distance. Startled, as it was the first time someone ignored him, the tall man's expression darkened. Turning his horse around, he barked, Stop. Unfortunately for him, Montgomery paid no heed and continued on his way. You damn brat, the tall man shouted, immediately charging forward on horseback to give Montgomery a lesson. At that moment, the Titus suddenly flapped its wings and shot forward like a bolt of lightning towards the tall man. Unavoidable, the tall man's face was slashed by the Titus, leaving a bloody mark. Intense pain spread across his face, distorting his features. Beast, are you asking for death? He leaped off his horse, his aura seething with rage, ready to strike the Titus. But how could his speed compare with the Titus? With a flap of its wings, it easily evaded the attack, and then turned back to charge at the tall man again. Sharp claws tore through flesh, causing a spray of blood. The tall man clutched his bleeding face, gasping in pain. Arf, beast, you asked for death. Furious, he unleashed a torrent of aura attacks at the Titus, all of which were effortlessly avoided. Haha, trash like you thinks it can handle Lord Carver? Dream on. The Titus wore a mocking look, clearly not taking the tall man seriously. Though enraged, the tall man could do nothing against the incredibly fast Titus. Realizing this, he paused, eyeing the Titus coldly. Beast, I am a guard under the Willis. You dare act so insolently? Surrender now, or you will have no place left in the imperial capital. Idiot. The Titus responded with just 2 words before flying off to catch up with Montgomery, who had walked far ahead. Since the manor was located in a secluded area, no one was around to witness the confrontation. Brandishing the distant figure of Montgomery and the Titus, the tall man hesitated but did not pursue. There was nothing he could do with the Titus present. He could already tell that the Titus was as strong as he was. A fight would likely end in an uncertain outcome. Damn you, you'll regret this someday. With a hateful glance, he turned his horse and left. On the other side, the Titus flew back to Montgomery's shoulder, saying solemnly, Geo, that man seemed to be a guard of some Willis. Did I cause trouble? No need to worry. Montgomery replied indifferently, his gaze utterly calm, showing no regard for the so-called Willis. Hearing this, the Titus relaxed. Man and bird entered the bustling streets, soon arriving outside the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. Inside, they found Patrick, the manager from last time. Patrick greeted Montgomery with great respect and courtesy. He remembered clearly how Millie had stood up for Montgomery during the previous auction, indicating Montgomery's complicated background. Patrick didn't dare slack off. Sir, how may I assist you? Montgomery took out a jade bottle and handed it to Patrick, saying indifferently, There are 2 elixirs inside, named Thunder Spirit elixirs. They can help a 9th rank mage break through to the Holy Domain realm. I need your association's help in auctioning them. Upon hearing this, Patrick was stunned on the spot. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he said hoarsely, Sir, are you serious? Montgomery nodded lightly. Of course. The Titus also widened its eyes, showing shock. Patrick pried off the stopper of the bottle, and instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. As the fragrance entered his nose, he immediately felt his mental power become abundant and full. Patrick focused on the bottle and saw that inside were 2 light golden elixirs. Sir, this matter is extremely significant. I cannot decide on my own. I must report to the chairman. Please wait here for a moment. Patrick returned the jade bottle to Montgomery, then found a shop assistant to arrange a place for Montgomery to wait before quickly leaving. Following the shop assistant into a reception room, Montgomery sat on a chair and glanced sideways at the Titus, saying indifferently, Are you wondering why I didn't give you the elixir? The Titus's body trembled, hurriedly saying, I dare not. Montgomery wasn't angry but continued indifferently. With the cultivation technique passed down by me, your breakthrough to the Holy Domain is only a matter of time. There's no need to rely on elixirs, which would only leave hidden ailments that would be detrimental to your future cultivation. The Titus's body shook again, its voice respectful. Thank you, Geo, for your guidance. Montgomery nodded slightly, then slowly closed his eyes. His previous words weren't nonsense. Not everyone was like him. Montgomery had reincarnated, and he was familiar with each realm. Recultivating now was like revisiting old paths. As long as he paid attention, there wouldn't be any problems. Even so, he didn't dare act recklessly and ensured he built a solid foundation for each realm. Otherwise, Montgomery could easily break through to 8th rank right now by casually refining an elixir. Selling the elixirs was merely to exchange for some money, preparing for the upcoming breakthrough. Although it wasn't time to break through yet, He could prepare the necessary elixirs in advance. Moments later, Patrick brought in an elderly man with white hair into the reception room. "Chairman, it's this gentleman." Patrick pointed at Montgomery and introduced him to the elder. Then he introduced to Montgomery. "Sir, this is our chairman Ezekiel." Ezekiel's gaze fixed on Montgomery, impatiently saying, "Sir, where are those elixirs? Show them to this old man quickly." Chapter 172, Ezekiel's Self-Destruction. Montgomery handed the jade bottle to Ezekiel, who hastily took it over, opened it, poured out the pill, and observed it carefully for a long time, confirming that the Thunder Spirit pill was indeed an extremely powerful one. Ezekiel put the pill back into the bottle and gazed at Montgomery. "Sir, this is indeed a very powerful pill, but how can we be sure of what you say?" Montgomery replied indifferently, "No proof is necessary. If you don't believe me, never mind." He was only selling the remaining 2 pills to get some money to prepare for his future cultivation. They weren't irreplaceable. Ezekiel's expression froze. He hadn't expected Montgomery to speak like that. He felt somewhat displeased. After all, he was the president of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, yet the other party showed no respect whatsoever. Although the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce wasn't as strong as the 5 great families, it still counted as a first-class force in the capital, with few able to match its power. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and said politely, "Sir, if it's for an auction, I will need several days to prepare beforehand to ensure optimal results." Montgomery nodded. "All right." Upon hearing this, Ezekiel felt relieved, though he didn't show it on his face. "Sir, I need to take the pill around and promote it. Once the auction preparations are ready, I will send someone to notify you." "Good." Montgomery nodded lightly, rose, bid farewell, and left the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. After Montgomery left, a smirk appeared on the corner of Ezekiel's lips. "Foolish boy." Hearing this, Hobart couldn't help frowning and reminded him softly, "President, that sir seems to have some connection with the Christian's family." Ezekiel paused, then waved it off. "It's fine. Today's Christian's family is nothing to fear." Due to Millie's incident, the Christian's family had lost a top expert. Each member of the 10 outstanding youths of the Empire years ago had now become renowned in Starfire Empire. Only Millie failed to break through to the Holy Realm. In addition, Omar has been suffering from his old ailment these past years, reducing his strength significantly, causing the Christian's family's overall power to decline. To put it bluntly, the Christian's family could only rank last among the 5 great families. Hobart could only shut up upon hearing this. He knew his president's character well. Once decided, there was no changing it. "Don't tell anyone about this. I'm going out," Ezekiel warned before quickly leaving the place. On the other side, Montgomery directly left the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. The Shiloh frowned. "Geo, that old man doesn't seem like a good bird. What if he secretly keeps the pill for himself?" As an aerial magical beast, the Shiloh had extremely sharp observation skills. Earlier, it clearly noticed the glint of greed in Ezekiel's eyes when he looked at the Thunder Spirit pill. Montgomery smiled faintly. Well, it would be best if he didn't have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce wouldn't need to exist anymore. The Shiloh nodded and said nothing more. Inside a castle on the outskirts of the central imperial city, the tall man who recently clashed with the Shiloh appeared in a grand hall, reporting the earlier incident to a blonde youth standing before him. "Your Highness, that kid was so arrogant, completely disregarding your existence. In my opinion, we might as well kill him outright." A cold gleam flashed across the tall man's eyes. The blonde youth turned to look at him and uttered 2 words coolly. "Slap yourself." The tall man froze, wanting to protest, but when he met the youth's icy gaze, his body trembled and he hesitated not a bit, slapping himself twice. Only then did the youth show Wei Shan, then spoke calmly, "Come out." A black-clothed figure materialized out of nowhere. "Your Highness." The youth nodded slightly, asking, "How did the investigation go?" The black-clothed person reported immediately, "Your Highness, that person seems to have appeared in the capital out of nowhere. We haven't found out where he came from yet." The youth nodded, waving his hand. "Inform everyone. Mobilize all members of the Inquisition. Do whatever it takes to find out this person's background." The black-cloaked figure was taken aback, confused. "Your Highness, is it really necessary to take him so seriously?" The tall man beside him also wore a puzzled expression. In their view, although Montgomery had some talent, there was no need to take him so seriously, especially by the youth before them. The youth's name was Saul, the 3rd prince of the Starfire Empire. Few people had received such treatment from him. At least it was the first time the two had seen him pay so much attention to someone. Though a royal member, Saul didn't have a good life in his early years. Because of his mother's lowly origins, his position in the Starfire royal family was rather awkward. He had been unpopular since childhood and endured much bullying. To survive, Saul could only pretend to be a wastrel indulging in food, drink, and play. If he were to show even a hint of ambition, it would bring him certain death. In the entire capital, everyone knew that Saul was a hedonistic prince, but no one knew that this was all an act. He not only had great talent, but also possessed an exceptionally meticulous mind. Over the years, he secretly established an underground organization called the Dark Knight Inquisition. This organization operated in secrecy, holding many unknown secrets, with members spread throughout the empire, forming an influential force that could not be ignored. While it couldn't compare to top-tier forces like the 5 great families, it was certainly not to be underestimated. Saul turned around and looked at the 2 men, saying indifferently, "Based on my intuition, this person is far from ordinary. If we can recruit him, he might play a significant role in the future." Hearing this, the 2 men's bodies trembled. their eyes revealing disbelief. They were well aware of Saul's ambitions. All his actions weren't for Emperor Clifford to see, but to overthrow the current Starfire imperial house and take the throne himself, securing a place in the coming upheaval. Though they found it hard to believe, they didn't dare ask more questions. The black-clothed man bowed respectfully, then vanished into thin air. Saul looked at the tall man and said indifferently, "Arrange it. I want to meet this person personally." The tall man accepted the order and left. In a hidden church within Starfire City, at the altar of the church stood a pitch-black statue. Upon closer inspection, it was a creature with a dragon's head and a human body. The statue was vividly lifelike, tall and robust, wearing a black cloak over its back, with a ferocious and menacing face. Just one glance gave one a tremendous sense of impact. Inside the church, many people were praying to the statue. With devout expressions, they knelt and worshipped, expressing their wishes to the statue. They were ordinary citizens of Starfire City. This place was a branch of the Dark Church. The Dark Church, rooted in the capital, mainly aimed to secretly propagate its doctrines to gain more believers while taking on various tasks. Ezekiel, draped in a large black robe, came to the church and went straight to the front, finding the bishop who was reading scriptures and whispered, "I need to see Owain, President Germain." The bishop put down the Bible, called a priest to take over the reading, then led Ezekiel into the inner chamber. Soon, they entered a dimly lit hall. At the upper end of the hall sat a stern-looking Chevy. Before him, a black-robed figure was reporting matters. "Sir, Ezekiel requests an audience." The bishop respectfully spoke and then turned to leave. Ezekiel removed the black hood, stepped forward, and bowed. This subordinate, Ezekiel, pays respects to Lord Germain. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked. The president of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce had secretly joined the Dark Church. If this news got out, the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce would immediately become a target of public outrage. Germain looked at Ezekiel indifferently and asked, "What is it?" Ezekiel did not hide anything and quickly explained the situation. Germain's face showed surprise upon hearing this. "Where's the pill? Bring it here for me to see." Ezekiel hurriedly took out the jade bottle and respectfully handed it over. Germain opened the bottle, and instantly, a fragrant medicinal aroma filled the air, invigorating his mental energy. His gaze narrowed as he carefully examined the pill, confirming that it was indeed an extremely precious medicine. He then put away the bottle and said indifferently, "Not bad. Are you sure it can help someone break through to the Holy Realm?" Ezekiel shook his head and replied, "Sir, whether it works or not, just have someone try it and you'll know." Germain nodded and looked at the black-robed figure beside him. "Juan, give it a try." Juan took the bottle that flew toward him, swallowed a thunder spirit pill, then sat cross-legged to refine the powerful medicinal energy within him. Ezekiel and Germain watched closely from the side. Soon, a powerful mental energy permeated the hall, and Juan stood up excitedly. "I've really broken through to the Holy Realm." Breaking through to the Holy Realm required two things. One was the breakthrough in mental energy, and the other was the comprehension of the laws of nature. The hallmark ability of a Holy Realm expert, the domain, was the initial application of the laws of nature. The Thunder Spirit Pill could elevate one's mental energy to the level of a Chuji, Holy Realm expert. Although it couldn't aid in comprehending the power of the law, this was already remarkable. Because once mental energy became strong, it greatly assisted in understanding the laws of nature. Although one couldn't yet successfully use a domain, given some time, he would soon master this skill. Germain and Ezekiel were slightly impressed. Before this, they had harbored some doubts. After all, such a pill was too incredible. Imagine if a force could continuously produce Holy Realm experts. It would be a terrifying situation. Germain's breathing quickened slightly. After a moment, he calmed down and looked at Ezekiel, saying, "Great, you've done very well this time." Ezekiel's body trembled with excitement. He quickly bent his waist and said, "It's an honor to contribute to the church." Germain nodded and asked again, "Find that young man who provided the pill and ask him where the pills came from. Does he have the recipe? If so, we must get our hands on it." Ezekiel nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Sir, that young man named Montgomery seems to have some connection with the Christian family. Doing this might offend them." Juan looked astonished and asked, "What did you say his name is?" Ezekiel was somewhat confused and repeated, "Montgomery. Is there any problem?" Juan shook his head and said, "No problem, but not long ago, someone issued a task in the church. The task content was to cripple a guy named Montgomery, who also seemed to have some ties with the Christian family. Is it the same person?" Ezekiel paused upon hearing this. So coincidental? With connections to the Christian family and the same name, it should likely be the same person. Germain glanced at Juan and instructed, "Now that you've broken through, you don't need any more support. Go and find out where the young man got the pills from." As for the Christian family, Germain didn't take them seriously. "Yes, sir." Juan accepted the order and left. Germain then told Ezekiel, "You may return as well. Be careful, it's not yet appropriate to expose ourselves." Ezekiel nodded and turned to leave the hall. Chapter 173, Saul's Visit. The night was eerily quiet. Outside the manor, a carriage slowly approached. The coachman was none other than the tall man from earlier in the day. Who sat inside the carriage was already obvious. The carriage stopped at the gate of the manor. The tall man jumped down and politely said to the guard at the gate, "Please inform your master that Prince Saul wishes to see him." The guard stiffened and didn't dare hesitate. One of them immediately turned and entered the manor. Inside the manor, Montgomery stood in the courtyard gazing at the starry sky. Thunderbird was meditating with its eyes closed nearby. Suddenly, Johnny came running over from a distance. "Sir, there's someone outside claiming to be Prince Saul who wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Thunderbird opened its eyes abruptly, a fierce glint flashing across its gaze. "No audience," said Montgomery without turning his head. Johnny nodded. "I will chase them away now." Just as he was about to turn and leave, a killing intent suddenly descended. Johnny and Thunderbird's expressions changed abruptly, their gazes sweeping around. Suddenly, they noticed that an unknown black-clad figure had appeared in a corner of the courtyard. The visitor wore a loose black robe with a hood covering his head, making it impossible to see his face. Darkness Church. Both the bird and the man were alarmed, instantly recognizing the identity of the visitor. The robed figure ignored their astonishment and looked towards Montgomery, who was looking up at the sky not far away, speaking in a cold voice. "Boy, this Holy One has 2 questions for you. If you answer truthfully, I'll spare your life." Without giving Montgomery a chance to speak, he continued, "Tell me, where did you obtain the lightning spirit pill? Do you have the formula?" Upon hearing this, Thunderbird's eyes turned icy cold. It didn't need to guess. It knew that Ezekiel had embezzled the lightning spirit pill and had given it to the Darkness Church. While it was lost in thought, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "How do you know about the lightning spirit pill?" Montgomery turned his head, looking at the robed figure with icy eyes. The latter sneered. "You don't need to know that. You just need to confess to avoid physical suffering." Noel laughed. "Are you so confident?" The robed figure sneered again, saying arrogantly, "Boy, I know you have a powerful magical beast by your side, but do you really think you can act recklessly in the capital because of it?" Montgomery was unwilling to waste words and planned to act directly. But then, a loud voice suddenly echoed from not far away. "Who dares to harm my friend?" A haughty and arrogant tone permeated the voice. Everyone turned to see a blond youth leading a tall man and a white-haired elder walking briskly toward them. None other than Prince Saul had arrived. Earlier, having waited outside for a long time without response, Saul's personal bodyguard, the white-haired elder, sensed a powerful presence and guessed that perhaps an enemy had appeared, so he hurried over, hoping to help and win Montgomery's favor. As soon as Thunderbird saw the tall man, its pupils narrowed slightly, feathers bristling, ready to attack at any moment. The robed figure's eyes under the hood narrowed slightly. Clearly, Saul's arrival took him by surprise. Saul led the two into the courtyard, casting a cold glance at the robed figure. Upon seeing his attire, his expression turned chillingly cold. "Trash from the Darkness Church, how dare you lay a hand on my friend? Are you courting death?" He looked down at the robed figure arrogantly. The robed figure's expression turned icy cold. "Boy, if you dare say another word, believe me, I will take your life right here." If it had been another prince from the Empire, the robed figure might have been wary. But this Saul caused him no fear. Who in Starfire City didn't know that Saul was just a spoiled son, receiving little royal attention? His most powerful guard was only at peak level 9. His treatment was far worse compared to other princes and princesses. "Is that so?" The robed figure sneered and signaled the white-haired elder beside him. Understanding his intent, the elder acted swiftly, charging towards the robed figure. Suddenly, a formidable aura emerged. The white-haired elder turned out to be an early-stage sacred domain expert, and judging by the fluctuations in his aura, he was an old veteran in the sacred domain. The robed figure, who had previously remained calm, now paled upon sensing this aura. Early-stage peak sacred domain. How is this possible? Shocked beyond measure, he turned to flee. He had only just broken through to the sacred domain and hadn't grasped the laws of nature yet. If a fight broke out, he would definitely not be a match for the elder. But at this moment, an overwhelming mental power was unleashed, and dense water elements gathered from all directions, forming a massive water sphere that occupied most of the courtyard, enveloping the black-robed figure and the white-haired elder. Brenner prison domain. The black-robed figure's face turned pale with horror, feeling his body hindered and his movements becoming extremely slow. The white-haired elder waved his hand. Countless water arrows condensed, then whooshed toward the black-robed figure. Trying to resist, the latter found himself bound by powerful water pressure, making it very difficult to move. With great effort, he managed to cast a defensive spell, blocking the incoming water arrows. But in the next moment, hundreds of water arrows shot towards him from all sides. Each water arrow carried terrifying power. Such fluctuations were enough to kill a level 9 expert. With so many water arrows, the black-robed figure could not defend. In his terrified and despairing gaze, hundreds of water arrows pierced through his body in an instant. Blood splattered out, staining the clear water red. With a thought, the white-haired elder made the surrounding water slowly disappear, transforming back into water elements and returning to nature. With a thud, the blood-soaked black-robed figure fell backward onto the ground, blood seeping out and staining the grass red. Thunderbird and Johnny were greatly astonished. A sacred domain expert was killed so easily? The white-haired elder stopped, returning to stand behind Saul, without saying a word throughout. Only then did Saul turn his gaze to Montgomery, smiling and saying, "Sorry for startling you, sir." Montgomery replied indifferently, "Just a quasi-sacred domain." Not really. His casual words conveyed an air of disdain for everything. Saul's eyes narrowed slightly, while the white-haired elder frowned a bit. The tall man couldn't help but rebuke. "Kid, stop boasting here. Do you know how strong a sacred domain expert is? Yet you dare to talk big." To everyone's surprise, Montgomery didn't even look at him, instead asking coolly, "Speak. Why have you come to see me?" This infuriated the tall man, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Kid, how dare you be so disrespectful to His Highness? Today, let me see what skills you have to be so arrogant." Chapter 174 Invitation. "Ridiculous. How dare you show disrespect to my master?" Don't think that Stefan can't tear you apart alive. The Shiloh gave an angry roar, glaring very unkindly at the tall man. Johnny's expression was equally cold. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Saul suddenly snapped at the tall man. Shut up, Your Highness. But the tall man was reluctant, yet under Saul's icy gaze, he had no choice but to shut his mouth. Saul looked at Montgomery again with an apologetic demeanor. Sir, this prince has failed in disciplining my people. Please do not take offense at their rudeness. Montgomery cast a glance at the tall man and said indifferently, You should thank your master, or you would already be dead now. The tall man showed disdain in his eyes, clearly not taking Montgomery's words seriously. Montgomery did not bother explaining any further. His eyes shifted back to Saul as he said coolly, Speak. What do you want from me? Saul stepped forward slowly, first giving Montgomery a slight bow before speaking. Sir, I know you are not an ordinary person. Therefore, I wish to invite you to join in great plans. I wonder if Sir is interested in discussing further? A white-haired elder standing nearby caught a flash of surprise at these words. It was the first time he had seen Saul treating someone with such courtesy and importance. The tall man was equally astonished. What they didn't know was that Saul acted this way because he had recently learned of an important piece of news. It was about what happened with the EngSub family. Members of the Dark Knight Tribunal were spread throughout the Empire, including within the 5 major families. Though only servants and guards, they could gather most information despite not being able to access the core secrets of the 5 major families. Recently, Montgomery had caused a disturbance at Abigail's coming-of-age ceremony and was later invited deep into the castle by Thomas. Though it wasn't known what exactly transpired, Montgomery eventually left unharmed. Afterward, Thomas issued a peculiar order. Thereafter, whoever from the EngSub family met Montgomery had to treat him courteously and not offend him. When Saul learned of this news, he was shocked. Although he didn't know the specifics, his perception of Montgomery changed, and he became extremely respectful. To be so valued by the EngSub family, and to have close ties with the Christian family. Saul also knew that Montgomery had cured Omar's long-standing illness. Omar's condition was something Saul knew a little about. Many potion masters from the Christian family had been unable to cure it, but Montgomery managed to do so effortlessly. From these points, it was evident that Montgomery was far from ordinary. Thus, this moment occurred. Montgomery raised his eyebrows slightly and said with interest, Oh, what great plans might we be discussing? Saul sat down on a nearby bench and responded somewhat indirectly. Do you know about the Day of Descent? Montgomery raised his eyes and nodded imperceptibly. Saul was inwardly surprised, becoming more convinced that this young man was extraordinary. He had intended to probe, but did not expect Montgomery to genuinely know. Regaining composure, he continued, Since you know, you must understand that a massive upheaval is coming soon to the continent. Montgomery nodded lightly. If those deities descended even in part, it would be a tremendous event for all life on the Star Moon continent. At that time, existing power dynamics would be shattered, potentially leading to cataclysmic wars. Mr. Su, chaotic times are approaching. We should collaborate and aim to achieve something monumental in the future. As he spoke, a flicker of fervor appeared in Saul's eyes. In truth, Saul harbored another ambition. In the upcoming upheaval, he aimed to elevate his strength to its peak, breaking out of the Star Moon continent. Montgomery naturally saw the ambition burning in Saul's eyes and couldn't help but look sideways. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he quietly activated the Eye of Thunder presence. After careful observation, he found Saul's talent indeed impressive, almost on par with Abigail, who possessed the ice deity body. However, Saul seemed to have practiced some hidden technique, perfectly concealing his true abilities. Without special means, it would be difficult to detect. Unbeknownst to Saul, Montgomery had fully deciphered his background in this short moment. Suppressing his ambitions, Saul looked at Montgomery and asked, Sir, what do you think? Montgomery calmly replied with 3 words, No interest. Saul's expression froze. He had not expected Montgomery to refuse so directly. Montgomery's repeated lack of cooperation finally pushed the white-haired elder to explode with anger. Boy, it is your honor to be noticed by His Highness. Do not foolishly reject this chance. This time, Saul did not stop him. Obviously, Montgomery's attitude had begun to displease him. Montgomery slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes turning abruptly cold. You are nothing but a nuisance. What good do you have to speak to me like this? His voice boomed like a bell, reverberating in everyone's ears. A mighty surge of mental energy swept out, slamming into the white-haired elder and forcing him to stagger back. Chapter 175. Sir, you can take some time to consider. When the white-haired elder met Montgomery's icy gaze, he felt a chill run through his body and a sense of trepidation in his heart. It was as if standing before him wasn't a young man, but a prehistoric beast. Feeling the formidable spiritual power emanating from Montgomery, Saul's expression also changed slightly. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the youth before him once again. Humph. Putting on a show. Let's see how much skill you really have to dare act so arrogantly. The white-haired elder forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, gave a cold snort, and strode towards Montgomery with large steps. Dazzling magical light shone beneath his feet. Thick water elements surged from all directions, quickly forming a Brenner domain. Countless water arrows condensed and shot towards Montgomery at high speed. The elder used the same method as before. Not knowing your place, Montgomery sneered disdainfully and continuously slapped out his palms, shattering the incoming water arrows into fragments. His movements were fluid, just like usual, the surrounding water having no effect on him whatsoever. Saul and the tall man were visibly shocked by this scene. They had witnessed the power of the water arrows earlier, yet now they couldn't harm Montgomery at all. The elder's mouth hung wide open, watching all this in disbelief. Humph, I can't believe I can't handle you. After the shock wore off, the elder's face turned extremely unpleasant. He was a venerable Saint Domain powerhouse, yet he couldn't defeat a young man under 20 years old. If this news spread, where would he hide his face? Especially with Saul watching beside him. His hands swiftly formed seals as he rapidly recited incantations. In the next moment, the surrounding water began to twist and distort, and then 5 terrifying sharks coalesced out of nowhere, opening their massive mouths as they lunged at Montgomery. Each shark emitted a formidable aura comparable to an early-stage Saint Domain. With all 5 attacking together, it was equivalent to 5 early-stage Saint Domain experts acting simultaneously. Garfield and Johnny's faces changed slightly, worry flashing in their eyes. Although they were confident in Montgomery, the current scene was indeed rather terrifying, making them inevitably worried. Saul watched the scene closely, ready to stop things if they got out of hand. He merely intended to teach Montgomery a lesson, not kill him. Facing the fierce giant sharks charging at him, Montgomery remained unperturbed, silently reciting magical incantations. Crimson magical light appeared behind him. As the magical disc rotated, enormous fists made of magma materialized out of nowhere, colliding with the charging sharks. The impact caused terrifying shockwaves to erupt. The shockwaves swept outward, breaking apart the Brenner domain and causing the buildings around the courtyard to shake violently. Saul and the others staggered backward. When the scene finally settled down, they focused intently. 2 figures stood in the arena. One stood with hands behind his back, breathing steadily. The other looked pale and unstable. Seeing this, Saul and the tall man opened their mouths in shock. The powerful elder had actually lost. This scene clearly indicated that the elder was not Montgomery's match. Looking at the elder, Montgomery said indifferently, "Do you still want to fight?" Meeting Montgomery's indifferent gaze, the elder struggled to reply, "No, no more." Although he didn't want to admit it, he indeed wasn't Montgomery's match. Remember, if you don't have the strength, don't pretend to be tough, or you won't know how you'll die. Montgomery retracted his gaze and no longer looked at the elder. He also noticed that the elder had no intention of killing him, otherwise, he wouldn't have let him off so easily. Being taught a lesson by a youth under 20 years old left the elder feeling unbearably humiliated, his face turning alternately green and white. But the situation was beyond his control. No matter how aggrieved he felt, he could only endure it. Retreating behind Saul, the elder bitterly said, "Your Highness, this old man has failed." Saul waved his hand without blaming the elder, and then turned his gaze back to Montgomery, sincerely saying, "Sir, I meant every word I said earlier. You can take some time to consider it." Montgomery glanced at him with interest and replied coolly, "I also meant every word I said earlier. You should also consider carefully. Even as my nominal disciple, your future achievements will be considerable. Stepping out of Star Moon Continent is just a matter of time." Saul's expression darkened slightly as he took a deep breath and said, "Sir, please think it over. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime." Saying this, he turned and left with the 2 others. Montgomery chuckled and murmured, "Such a rare opportunity, and he doesn't grasp it properly. What a fool." Saul, who hadn't gone far, heard this and his body trembled slightly, before hastening his pace away from the manor. Exiting the manor, the 3 immediately boarded a carriage, and the tall man drove them away from here. Inside the carriage, the white-haired elder glanced at Saul with resentment and said, "Your Highness, that man is utterly arrogant, not showing you the slightest bit of respect." Saul took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy. After a moment, he said, "Forget it. This person seems quite peculiar, with unfathomable strength. Let's avoid provoking him for now and observe further." Hearing this, the white-haired elder could only close his mouth. He also knew that Saul's resources were currently limited. Moreover, mobilizing too many people might expose them, which was something the not yet fully grown Saul would never allow to happen. In the manor, Johnny looked at Montgomery with some confusion. "Sir, just let that person go like this?" If it were in the past, anyone who dared provoke Montgomery would have faced a much harsher outcome. Montgomery replied coolly, "That boy indeed has remarkable talent and excellent character. It's quite a pity to kill such a good seedling." With that, he walked toward the deceased member of the Dark Church. Crouching down, he placed his palm over the corpse's head. Dark light emanated, enveloping the entire head. The next moment, a transparent orb was extracted by Montgomery. On closer inspection, it was a transparent miniature figure, its face filled with terror as it looked at Montgomery. Johnny and Garfield watched this scene with shock. Extracting the soul from a dead person was terrifying indeed. With a shake of his palm, Montgomery shattered the transparent figure into specks of light rain, merging into his fingertips. A moment later, Montgomery stood up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. After reading the man's memories, he understood the cause and effect. The black-robed man came here both to inquire about the Thunder Spirit Pill and to complete a task, crippling Montgomery and breaking his limbs. The one who issued the task was none other than Adam. After failing to deal with Montgomery openly, Adam secretly contacted the Dark Church, planning to cripple Montgomery first before slowly humiliating him. Adam believed the Christian family would never stand up for a waste. Indeed, a well-laid plan, but he underestimated Montgomery's strength. Feeling the icy aura from Montgomery, Johnny and Garfield shuddered. Though curious, they didn't dare ask more. The next day, Montgomery left the manor with Garfield, heading to the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. Not only had they embezzled the Thunder Spirit Pill, but they had also sent someone to seize the pill formula. This was an outright provocation, and Montgomery naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Chapter 176. Who gave you the courage? Montgomery came directly to the Seafong Chamber of Commerce and found Hobart to inquire about the auction. Although Hobart did not know that the pill had already been handed over to the Dark Church by Ezekiel, he could guess that the pill had been appropriated by the former. Knowing Montgomery's connection with the Christian's family, he did not dare to provoke him and respectfully said, "Sir, this matter has always been handled by the president. I am not aware of the specifics either. Please wait here for a moment, and I will go ask for you." Montgomery nodded slightly and sat down with an air of authority. After leaving, Hobart quickly found President Ezekiel. "President, it's bad. That gentleman has come to inquire about the auction." Ezekiel frowned and rebuked unhappily. "Why are you in such a panic? Speak clearly." He failed to recall Montgomery at once because he thought Montgomery should have been crippled by the people sent by Germain. Hobart dared not hesitate and recounted the situation swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ezekiel's gaze sharpened, finding it hard to believe. How could it be possible? That kid should have already been. Realizing there was someone else present, he stopped abruptly. Then, he said in a grave tone, "Take me there." Soon after, the two arrived at the reception room where Montgomery was waiting. Montgomery glanced at the entering Ezekiel with a half-smile. "Mr. President, how is the preparation for the auction going?" Montgomery's smile displeased Ezekiel, but he did not lose control, smilingly replying, "Sir, it will be ready soon, probably within 1 or 2 days." He intended to evade Montgomery first before asking Germain what happened later. "Haha, really?" A hint of mockery flashed in Montgomery's eyes as he said coolly, "However, I suddenly do not wish to sell it anymore. Please return the Thunder Spirit pill to me, Mr. President." Ezekiel's gaze hardened, and he laughed awkwardly. "Sir, this joke isn't funny at all." Montgomery's voice turned colder. "Who's joking with you? This seat is serious." Ezekiel's smile gradually faded, and his face turned cold. "Humph, you say you won't sell it. Then what do you think our Seafong Chamber of Commerce is? Do you think we would let you toy with us like this?" Montgomery calmly replied. "So, you want to buy it forcibly?" Ezekiel sneered coldly, but did not respond. His posture spoke volumes. Montgomery slowly stood up from his seat, saying coolly, "It seems your Seafong Chamber of Commerce is no longer necessary." Ezekiel sneered coldly. "Ha, young man, you've got some nerve. I know you have connections with the Christian's family, but don't think you can act recklessly because of that. The old man advises you to leave immediately while you still can, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Montgomery waved his hand dismissively. "No problem, you needn't be polite. Use whatever means you have. Let me see just how capable you are." Nonsense." Ezekiel snorted coldly and barked, "Somebody." Instantly, several robust guards stormed in. From their aura, they were all level 8+ powerhouses, with the leader even being a level 9 powerhouse. "Bring this boy down and give him a good lesson, just don't kill him," Ezekiel ordered the group of guards. The guards immediately surrounded Montgomery. Facing these insignificant fellows, Montgomery didn't bother moving himself. The lightning falcon spread its wings and charged toward the group. The guards initially did not take it seriously, but the next moment, their faces changed drastically. Blinding lightning struck down on them. Moving too fast for them to react, the guards were knocked to the ground in the blink of an eye. A level 9 magic beast? Ezekiel showed surprise. At the moment the lightning falcon attacked, he sensed its formidable strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. So, you have a level 9 magic beast. Ezekiel's tone turned icy. But if you think you can act recklessly in my Seafong Chamber of Commerce with just this, you are greatly mistaken. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him. His aura was at the peak of early saint rank, even stronger than the white-haired elder from last night. It seemed he was only a step away from mid-saint rank. "You should have left when you had the chance." Ezekiel gazed at Montgomery mockingly. Montgomery stood with hands behind his back, equally mocking. "Are you so certain you'll win?" Ezekiel's face revealed ridicule, finding no worth in answering. He did not believe this young man could be stronger than him. "Boy, hand over the formula for the Thunder Spirit pill, and I might spare your life." Ezekiel roared, charging towards Montgomery. Aware it was no match, the lightning falcon did not obstruct and retreated to the side. Punches shattered the air as Ezekiel aimed straight for Montgomery's face. Ezekiel was an early saint rank warrior, not a mage, and his physical body was extremely powerful. The friction between his fist and the air produced sonic booms, blowing Montgomery's hair wildly. A group of injured guards who witnessed this sneered coldly, thinking Montgomery was surely doomed. Hobart secretly shook his head, also feeling that Montgomery was too reckless. To actually charge into the Seafong Chamber of Commerce alone, wasn't this pure suicide? Just as everyone thought this, Ezekiel's forceful punch was easily blocked by Montgomery. "You?" Ezekiel's face changed drastically, disbelief showing in his eyes. He exerted force with his arm, attempting to blast Montgomery away. But at that moment, a terrifying force traveled through his fist into his arm, and then into his body, making him stagger backward. Thud thud thud. He took 7 or 8 steps back before stabilizing himself. Ezekiel clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene shocked Hobart and the injured guards. Their president was actually no match for the young man in front of them. This was simply unbelievable. Ezekiel was a renowned powerhouse in the imperial capital, and the Seafong Chamber of Commerce was built entirely on the strength of his iron fists. Yet today, he had lost to a mere young boy. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Ezekiel shook his numb fist, looking at Montgomery with horror. At this moment, he finally seemed to understand why Montgomery was unharmed. Even Juan, who had just reached the saint rank, would be at a disadvantage compared to him. Taking a deep breath, Ezekiel calmed the turbulent energy within his body and cast a cold glance at Montgomery. Boy, you really surprised me. Montgomery didn't want to waste words. He pushed off the ground with both legs, his body shooting forward like an arrow from a bow, directly heading for Ezekiel. The light of the boxing aura shattered the air, and the fighting spirit surged violently. Ezekiel's face changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his fist to defend. In the next moment, the two engaged in combat. But in less than a dozen rounds, Ezekiel was defeated by Montgomery. Ezekiel was sent flying by a punch, crashing into the wall with a bang, creating a hole in the solid wall. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath rapidly weakened. The surrounding spectators were dumbstruck. Montgomery stepped toward the heavily injured Ezekiel, towering over him and saying, "Who gave you the courage to covet what belongs to this seat?" Chapter 177 Taming. Ezekiel finally changed his expression and said with a show of boldness but inward fear, "Boy, what do you want to do?" Montgomery indifferently spoke 2 words, "Kill you." Feeling the chilling killing intent in the words, Ezekiel's expression drastically changed. He exclaimed in shock and anger, You can't kill me. The people behind me are not someone you can afford to provoke." Montgomery sneered. "Oh, you mean the Dark Church?" Ezekiel's pupils constricted before he coldly replied, "Since you know, you should be aware of the consequences of provoking the Dark Church." Upon hearing their conversation, Hobart and others were stunned. Judging from this, had their chairman secretly allied with the Dark Church? Montgomery sneered. "You overestimate the Dark Church too much. A mere secular force. If they dare come, I don't mind wiping them out." Enraged to laughter, Ezekiel retorted, "Arrogant. You have no idea how powerful the Dark Church is." Montgomery didn't bother arguing and coolly said, "Enough with the nonsense. Say your last words." Terror appeared in Ezekiel's eyes as he cried out, "Boy, you're courting death. Be quiet." Montgomery roared. An overwhelming spiritual force swept out, leaving Ezekiel dazed, almost fainting from the shock. His palm emitted golden light, and a thunderbolt sword appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, Ezekiel was finally frightened. "Please spare my life. Please spare my life. As long as you can spare me, I'll agree to anything." Montgomery paused briefly, then said teasingly, "Anything at all?" Ezekiel hurriedly nodded. Montgomery put away the lightning sword, folded his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "I want the entire Fong Chamber of Commerce and need a loyal dog to manage it." Hearing this, Ezekiel's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Montgomery's condition was far too extreme. He wanted to speak up but froze when he met Montgomery's cold, emotionless gaze, swallowing his words back. After intense internal struggle, he painfully nodded, "See, can." Montgomery slightly bowed his head, black magical light bloomed on his palm, and a complex ancient seal condensed in the air. Then, Montgomery's hand suddenly struck Ezekiel's forehead. "Ah!" Ezekiel let out a scream, feeling like his head was about to explode. The pain lasted for several minutes before disappearing. Ezekiel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing at Montgomery with fearful eyes. What did you do to me?" Montgomery calmly replied, "Nothing, just planted a slave seal within you." As he spoke, the ancient seal reappeared between his fingers, intensifying the pain again as he exerted pressure. "Get up." With Montgomery's command, Ezekiel involuntarily stood up, struggling to his feet despite being heavily injured. "In the future, you'd better obey me. If you have any thoughts of rebellion, I can kill you with just a wave of my hand." Montgomery's voice was indifferent as he withdrew the ancient seal. Ezekiel looked at Montgomery with terror-filled eyes. Initially, he planned to contact Germain immediately after Montgomery left and have him send people to subdue Montgomery. But now everything was ruined. He was sure that even if Montgomery were to die, he wouldn't let him off easily. Onlookers watched the scene unfold in shock, astonished by Montgomery's abilities. Not only was he powerful, but also possessed such unbelievable means. This young man was simply unfathomable. "Rest assured, master, your servant will never harbor 2 hearts." Ezekiel bowed respectfully to Montgomery, utterly despairing inside. Montgomery slightly nodded. "Bring me paper and pen." Daring not to hesitate, Ezekiel quickly turned to get the paper and pen. Montgomery took the items and swiftly wrote down a list of medicinal herbs. "Find a way to gather these herbs." Ezekiel accepted the paper, glancing at it and shrinking back. All the listed herbs were precious, many of which the Fong Chamber of Commerce did not possess. Collecting them would cost a great deal of money. Though extremely unwilling, he didn't dare refuse and could only nod obediently. "Yes, master. Your servant will accomplish the task." Montgomery gently nodded, summoned his lightning eagle, and then left the Fong Chamber of Commerce. Once Montgomery departed, Ezekiel collapsed onto the ground, his face white as a sheet, feeling like he'd been given a reprieve from death. Hobart cautiously asked, "Chairman, are you all right?" Ezekiel suddenly turned around and scolded him harshly. "Are you blind? Do I look all right?" Hobart laughed awkwardly and didn't dare speak further. Ezekiel cursed a few more times before he managed to suppress his anger. Then, he coldly said to Hobart and the group of guards, "If anyone dares to reveal what happened today, they shall be responsible for the consequences." The crowd trembled and hurriedly assured him that they wouldn't dare. Ezekiel slowly rose from the ground and waved his hand. "You may all leave now." Relieved, the crowd immediately turned around and left. Ezekiel's expression was gloomy as he hesitated for a while before leaving the Fong Chamber of Commerce as well. Soon after, he returned to the dim church and met with Germain, the vice president of the Dark Church. Lord Germain, you must take up my case. He fell on his knees in front of Germain, looking aggrieved. Germain's expression tightened as he sternly asked, "What happened? Speak clearly." Ezekiel didn't hide anything as he recounted everything that had happened earlier in detail. After hearing Ezekiel's account, Germain was extremely shocked. Setting aside Montgomery's various incredible means, just his strength alone was enough to astonish him. A Holy Realm powerhouse who wasn't even 20 years old. This was something unheard of. "Are you telling the truth?" he asked sternly, doubt lacing his voice. Ezekiel quickly nodded. "Lord, every word I said is true. That brat was incredibly arrogant. Not only did he seize my Sifong Chamber of Commerce, but he also planted a slave seal within me, making me follow his orders." Germain instantly dispersed his mental power to probe inside Ezekiel's body. To his surprise, after thoroughly examining Ezekiel, he found no sign of abnormality. Ezekiel was tense. He took the risk of coming to see Germain so the latter could help him eliminate the slave seal within his body. Germain shook his head. "I didn't find any slave seals inside your body." Upon hearing this, Ezekiel slumped to the ground, mumbling incessantly. "How could this be? How could this be?" Germain pondered for a moment before ordering, "You go back first. I will personally investigate that brat when I have the time, then we can think of a solution." Ezekiel perked up, stood up, and thanked him gratefully. "Thank you, Dwayne President." Brandishing Ezekiel leave, Germain wore a solemn expression as he muttered, "When did such a powerful young man appear in the capital? I have to inform the president about this." Shortly after, he came to a hidden underground palace and saw a Chevy with a pale face. The man was none other than Israel, the president of the Dark Church. "President, what is it?" Germain recounted the incident. Upon hearing the story, Israel's expression became serious. After some thought, he replied, "Based on what you've told me, this person indeed seems quite unusual. He might not be as simple as he appears." Germain nodded. "President, should I investigate this brat myself to see what's going on?" Israel shook his head. "There's no rush. You deal with another matter first." Germain looked curious. "What matter?" "Just received news that the Starfire Imperial family seems to have found a new luminary. Contact the spies within the great families to confirm if this news is true," Israel instructed. Germain was somewhat surprised by this, but nodded shortly afterward. "I'll get on it right away." In the following days, Montgomery continued cultivating in the manor. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Looking at the blue-haired girl standing before him, Montgomery appeared surprised. The girl was none other than Abigail, the eldest daughter of the EngSub family. Abigail was dressed in a light blue dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her ice blue long hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her exquisite face with distinct features. Especially those large and bright eyes, which resembled two sapphires, were extraordinarily beautiful. "Do you need something?" Montgomery first instructed Nathan to offer her a seat, then curiously glanced at Abigail. Abigail smiled gently. "Sir, you have saved me. I came today specially to thank you." As she spoke, she took out a storage ring and offered it to him. However, Montgomery didn't accept it, waving his hand. "No need. It was mutual benefit." Hearing this, Abigail looked somewhat disappointed, but then mustered the courage to ask, "Sir, can I call you Brother Montgomery in the future?" Montgomery's eyes slightly narrowed. Seeing the pleading look on the girl's face, he couldn't refuse and lightly nodded. Abigail's face lit up with joy as she called out, "Brother Montgomery." Feeling somewhat helpless, Montgomery could already guess what was on Abigail's mind through her reaction. But unfortunately, his heart already belonged to someone else, so he couldn't possibly like anyone else. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to say it directly. Subsequently, Abigail chattered nonstop with Montgomery, appearing very lively. The two guards who accompanied her watched this scene in shock. They had never seen Abigail so lively before. After chatting for quite some time, Abigail finally bid farewell, visibly reluctant to leave. Before parting, Abigail mustered her courage again and said, "Brother Montgomery, can you accompany me to a banquet tomorrow?" Montgomery was about to refuse when he seemed to recall something and asked, "What kind of banquet? Who will be there?" Abigail did not hide anything as she explained. "It's hosted by an annoying guy who apparently just broke through to 8th rank high mage. He's inviting all the prominent figures in the capital to show off." Montgomery's expression changed. If that was the case, Adam would be attending too. He hadn't forgotten what happened a few days ago. Since the other party dared to arrange for someone to cripple him, Montgomery didn't plan on letting this enmity go like that. Unfortunately, he couldn't directly attack the Hamlin family just yet. But this seemed like a good opportunity now. With this thought, he nodded lightly. "All right." Hearing this, Abigail was delighted. "Thank you, Brother Montgomery. I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow." The young girl then left the manor happily. Chapter 178. It takes a rogue to catch a rogue. Early the next morning, Abigail arrived at the manor and invited Montgomery to board a luxurious carriage with her. The carriage passed through bustling streets and soon stopped outside an elaborately decorated mansion. "Come on, Brother Montgomery." Abigail led Montgomery out of the carriage and headed straight for the interior of the estate. Before long, they arrived outside the central castle of the estate. Abigail took out an invitation card and entered the castle with Montgomery. Behind the main gate was a spacious hall filled with numerous dining tables laden with various delicious dishes. Servants were busily moving about, while many guests gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Those who could attend this event were all noble offspring from the capital, dressed luxuriously and exuding unmistakable aristocratic charm. Abigail, upon arriving, immediately drew the attention of many guests. As the jewel of the EngSub family and one of the capital's 10 greats, she was renowned far and wide. In the entire capital, few people did not know her, especially within the noble circles. Many young nobles regarded her as their dream lover. Seeing Montgomery walking beside Abigail, the guests were all puzzled. Who is that guy? Why is he walking with Miss Abigail? Some asked aloud, their eyes filled with confusion. Montgomery's ordinary attire and unremarkable demeanor did not match the profile of a noble heir. By all accounts, he shouldn't be here with Abigail. But some guests recognized Montgomery. Many present had attended Abigail's coming-of-age ceremony and remembered Montgomery causing trouble that day. In a corner of the hall, Barrett glared at Montgomery, muttering under his breath, "What kind of rotten luck did this punk have to walk with Abigail?" Angelo, standing nearby, also wore a puzzled expression. He recalled that Montgomery had caused trouble at Abigail's coming-of-age ceremony. Yet, not only did the eyes of family not hold him accountable, but now Abigail was even accompanying him. He speculated that something unknown must have happened. Though incredibly curious, Angelo couldn't guess what exactly it might be. "Brother, didn't you say Adam wouldn't let that guy off? What's going on?" Barrett asked, bewildered. Angelo shook his head. He didn't know either. Elsewhere in the hall, Adam's eyes narrowed sharply when he saw Montgomery arrive. He had secretly posted a mission on the dark church, yet here stood Montgomery, seemingly unharmed. Damn, what are those guys at the dark church up to? Adam cursed inwardly, planning to inquire later. Just as everyone was stunned, a blonde youth strode towards Montgomery and Abigail, drawing smirks from the onlookers who looked forward to drama. "Listen, whoever you are, stay away from Miss Abigail." The youth stood before them, eyeing Montgomery coldly. Before Montgomery could respond, Abigail spoke up displeasedly. "Dominic, what do you think you're doing? Who I choose to accompany me is none of your business." Dominic's face turned even uglier. He had harbored feelings for Abigail and had once boldly confessed to her, only to be cruelly rejected. Yet he never gave up. Now seeing Abigail with an obscure nobody, he found it unacceptable. Dominic hadn't attended the recent coming-of-age ceremony due to certain matters and thus didn't know what transpired there. If he knew Montgomery dared to strike even Adam, he would never dare challenge him like this. Ignoring Abigail, Dominic scanned Montgomery from head to toe, then said suddenly, "I suspect you sneaked in here. Show me an invitation." Abigail grew even more displeased and snapped, "Dominic, don't overstep." Montgomery had entered with her. Naturally, he had no invitation. Dominic ignored her protests and continued coldly, "This place isn't for scum like you. Show the invitation or get lost right now." Seeing this, the audience smirked, guessing Montgomery likely had no invitation. Dominic's behavior finally pushed Abigail over the edge, and she barked, "Dominic, do you really want to do this?" Her voice was icy, clearly showing her anger. Dominic's expression changed slightly, but his resentment grew stronger. The more Abigail defended Montgomery, the more uncomfortable he felt. If Montgomery had been a famous figure, Dominic could have tolerated it. But he was just a nobody. This imbalance gnawed at Dominic's mind, almost twisting it. "Show the invitation, or leave this instant." Dominic gritted his teeth, signaling the guards nearby. A group of guards immediately ran over. "Sir, what do you need?" One of the guards stepped forward and asked respectfully. Although today's party was not hosted by Dominic, the current luxurious estate belonged to his family. Dominic was the son of the president of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, and this estate came under its jurisdiction. Since he was a late-born child, Ezekiel doted on his son very much, which contributed to Dominic's arrogant and unruly personality. "How did you mess up, allowing such a guy to sneak into the party?" Dominic shouted in anger, his eyes filled with strong dissatisfaction. "This guy doesn't even have an invitation. Throw him out immediately." The guards were taken aback by the scolding. Turning their heads, they saw Montgomery standing beside Abigail, and they immediately felt uneasy. Clearly, Montgomery had entered with Abigail. But in this situation, it was obvious that their young master was deliberately picking a fight. As subordinates, they could only follow orders. One of the guards approached politely. "Sir, please show your invitation." Montgomery placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I don't have one." "Sir, you must have an invitation to enter the party. Please leave here." The guard repeated, speaking very politely as he didn't want to offend Montgomery. Though the latter appeared to be simply dressed, he had arrived with Abigail and wasn't someone they dared to offend easily. Dominic frowned and snapped, "What are you talking about? Throw him out directly." Another chubby guard thought this was a good opportunity to curry favor, so he immediately rushed forward and loudly berated Montgomery. "Kid, didn't you hear my young master? Get lost now, or else don't blame me for being unfriendly." As he spoke, he was about to make a move. Abigail's beautiful face turned cold, and she suddenly barked, "Impudence! Whoever dares to lay a hand on Brother Montgomery, I will take his life." The girl finally got angry, her body emanating a cold aura. The chubby guard trembled, his face turning deathly pale, feeling a chill down to his bones. Another guard inwardly cursed, "Fool, can't you see when it's the wrong time to flatter?" Montgomery nodded inwardly, finding the girl's actions satisfactory. The reason he hadn't acted right away was that these few trash weren't worth his anger or effort. Seeing this scene, all the guests were shocked. Abigail, known for her aloof demeanor, actually went to such lengths for a man today. Everyone was extremely curious about what Montgomery had done to deserve such treatment from Abigail. Among the crowd, Adam's face turned extremely gloomy. Not only was Montgomery involved with the Christian family, but now he was also associated with Abigail, making Adam very unhappy. "The damned bastard, I should have killed you back then." Regret surged within him, regretting not killing Montgomery directly in the Shishan province. Since things had reached this point, Dominic no longer feared offending Abigail and decided to go all out, gritting his teeth and saying, "Abigail, This is my family's estate. Isn't it unacceptable if I don't want this kid here? Abigail's gaze grew colder. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from afar. Not at all. The sudden voice made everyone pause, and they looked around to find the speaker, only to be taken aback. Not far away, a young man walked toward them confidently. His features carried an arrogant expression, exuding a defiant air. This youth was none other than Prince Keith, the Willis. However, compared to a while ago, he seemed like a completely different person. Dominic was stunned upon seeing Keith, a hint of confusion flashing across his eyes. He couldn't understand why the Willis would suddenly intervene. Keith strode up to Dominic without a word, slapped him hard across the face, leaving him dumbfounded on the spot. The rest were equally bewildered, unsure of what was happening. What kind of thing are you? Daring to be more arrogant than me? Hearing this, everyone froze, disbelief evident in their eyes. Keith hit someone because he couldn't stand others being more arrogant than him. What the hell was this? While they knew Keith was arrogant and tyrannical, everything today exceeded their expectations. This was beyond arrogance. It was sheer madness. Dominic covered his reddening cheek, staring at Keith with shock and rage. Too astonished and furious to form complete sentences, he stuttered. Keith's face turned cold as he barked. If you don't want another slap, keep quiet for me. If you dare to yap again, I'll have you leave here lying down. Dominic's face twisted, burning with anger inside. But he no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Keith's tyranny and recklessness were well known throughout the capital. Unlike Abigail, he really would act on impulse and never considered consequences. Although Dominic was the young master of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, his status and position were far inferior to Keith's. If he had been hit, it would likely have been in vain. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this resentment, turning around to glare at Montgomery hatefully before slinking away. Seeing this scene, the crowd sighed with mixed feelings. Indeed, it takes one rogue to deal with another. The previously arrogant Dominic could only leave with his tail between his legs in front of the even more arrogant Keith. Keith glanced at Montgomery and then turned to leave. The corners of Montgomery's mouth curled up. Only he knew that Keith had deliberately acted this way. Brother Montgomery, let's go. Abigail gave Montgomery an apologetic smile, and then the two walked towards the center of the hall. Seeing this, everyone else saw Wei Shurshan, Wuzai Doakan. The damned bastard, sure has good luck. Adam also saw Wei Shurshan, his face extremely gloomy, but then a smile appeared in his eyes as if he had thought of something. Chapter 179, When did you start? Abigail brought Montgomery to the center of the hall. Montgomery's gaze scanned the surroundings before settling on a particular direction. There stood Era. Their gazes met, both seeing the coldness in each other's eyes. Era made a throat-slitting gesture at Montgomery, full of provocation. A smile curled up on the corner of Montgomery's mouth, and he strode toward Era. Where are you going, Brother Montgomery? Abigail asked curiously. To take care of something, Montgomery replied. Abigail also spotted Era and immediately guessed what was happening, her expression slightly changing. Let me come with you. She decided to follow along. Era, seeing this, remained unperturbed. Learning from last time, he had 2 bodyguards with him this time, both half-step Saint Domain powerhouses. Even if Montgomery had a level 9 magical beast, he wasn't afraid. Just as Montgomery was about to confront Era, the guests suddenly became noisy. Look, Hobart is coming out. Above the hall, a well-dressed blonde youth slowly walked out from the back room, accompanied by a blonde girl, Layla. Montgomery glanced over, his brows furrowing slightly upon seeing Layla. Noticing his confusion, Abigail explained, Brother Montgomery, that's Hobart, Layla's elder brother. Montgomery nodded slightly. At this moment, Hobart moved to the front of the hall and gave a speech. Thank you all for coming amidst your busy schedules. I've invited everyone here today to bear witness. After speaking, he took a large bouquet of bright red roses from his storage ring. Seeing this, everyone's attention focused sharply, guessing what might happen. Their gazes turned toward Abigail among the crowd. Most people knew Hobart liked Abigail. Hobart looked around the hall and quickly found Abigail. But when he saw Montgomery with her, his brows couldn't help but frown. He then walked quickly toward them. Layla saw Montgomery too, her face changing as she hurried after Hobart. Hobart approached Abigail, knelt down on one knee, and presented the flowers, saying affectionately, Abigail, I fell in love with you from the first moment I saw you. I am willing to dedicate everything to you. Marry me, my dear little princess. Hearing these affectionate words, some girls in the crowd looked envious. Hobart was not only handsome but also the eldest son of the Christian family and one of the 10 elite youths of the new generation in the imperial capital, a perfect Prince Charming. If they were proposed to like this, they would probably be jumping with excitement. Abigail frowned deeply, moving closer to Montgomery and politely declined. Hobart, I'm sorry, we're not suited for each other. Hobart's expression changed, but he didn't get angry, continuing affectionately. Abigail, I truly love you. Didn't you say that if I broke through to level 8, you would agree to marry me? Everyone understood why Hobart chose today to propose. Simultaneously, they were surprised. This indicated he really did break through to level 8. Is the Christian family rising again? Many wondered, especially considering that Omar's chronic illness was cured recently, and now Hobart had broken through to level 8. None of the 10 elite youths had publicly reached level 8 except Hobart. Abigail frowned more tightly, displeased. Hobart, when did I ever say that? I just said that if you broke through to level 8, I would consider it. Earlier, Hobart had been Juchun, harassing Abigail persistently. Due to the relationship between their families, she couldn't force him away, so she used this as a temporary way to put him off. Unexpectedly, he broke through to level 8 so quickly and declared his love in public. Hobart continued, Abigail, do you know? It was because of your words that I gained the motivation to push forward. No matter what dangers I faced during my travels, I never feared. I only wanted to break through to level 8 quickly and return to the Imperial capital to see you again. I truly love you. Marry me. Some girls in the crowd were touched. If any man did this for them, they would surely accept without hesitation. Abigail felt helpless, then grabbed Montgomery's wrist and firmly refused. No, I already have someone I love. Montgomery glanced sideways, finally understanding the true reason Abigail had called him here. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The Pearl of the Isa family had actually rejected Hobart and chosen an unknown poor boy. Layla was shocked by this scene, but felt more worried. But before she could speak, Hobart stood up angrily, his eyes coldly fixed on Montgomery. Boy, I don't care who you are. Get away from Abigail immediately, or else don't blame me for being rude. In the crowd, a few people who had grudges against Montgomery wore expressions of schadenfreude. Hobart was not like Dominic. He was far more powerful in both status and strength. They were eager to see which side the Christian family would take if a conflict arose between the two. From somewhere in the crowd, Keith silently watched everything unfold. This time, he did not step forward to help. He also wanted to see which side the Christian family would support afterward. If they supported Montgomery, he would have to reassess Montgomery's strength. Brother, stop it. Brother Montgomery is. Layla tried to intervene, but was cut off mid-sentence by Hobart's furious interruption. Layla, shut up. After reprimanding Layla, Hobart continued to glare at Montgomery angrily. Seeing their wrists still clasped together, he instantly flew into a rage. Boy, it looks like you're asking for death. He swung his fist at Montgomery, wrapping it in surging aura power. Though Hobart primarily cultivated spiritual energy, he had also trained his physical body. However, his realm wasn't very high, only at level 6. What are you doing, Hobart? Abigail's expression turned grim as she prepared to stop him. Seeing this, Hobart became even angrier and dodged past Abigail, aiming a punch directly at Montgomery's face. Everyone sneered, thinking Montgomery was truly finished this time. Most present felt disgruntled towards Montgomery. A poor, unknown boy. Why should he be with someone like the Pearl that is Abigail? Envy wasn't something they could deny. Only Layla's expression changed dramatically. She knew Montgomery's true strength. Even Saint Domain experts couldn't defeat him. How could Hobart, rushing in, not be courting humiliation? Montgomery's expression remained unchanged. With a palm, he slapped Hobart away effortlessly, as if swatting a fly. The spectators were dumbfounded. An illustrious genius of the capital had been defeated so easily by Montgomery? Even Abigail opened her beautiful eyes wide in shock. She never imagined that Montgomery could be so powerful. Holy crap, is this guy really that formidable? Barrett was astounded, but then recalled how Montgomery had easily defeated Era last time, making him feel somewhat relieved. Struggling to rise from the ground, Hobart's face twisted with anger. Arf, you dog, I will tear you to pieces. Blinding magical light shone behind him, and terrifying elemental power gathered from all sides. It appeared he was about to use a large-scale spell to kill Montgomery. In an instant, Montgomery appeared in front of Hobart, grabbed his neck, and forcibly interrupted his spellcasting. Looking down at Hobart, he said coolly, "If it weren't for Layla's sake, I could kill you with just a flick of my hand." Hobart's face flushed red, making choked sounds as if trying to say something. Montgomery let go, causing Hobart to fall to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. Layla hurried over, giving Montgomery a grateful look before quickly saying to Hobart, Brother Montgomery cured grandfather's old illness. He's our benefactor. Apologize to Brother Montgomery now." Hobart looked bewildered, staring at Montgomery in disbelief. The surrounding crowd was equally shocked. Omar's chronic illness had been cured by this young man. So, not only was he immensely strong, but also possessed superb medical skills. Thinking this, everyone grew intensely curious. Such an outstanding individual must have extraordinary origins. Seeing the now famous Montgomery, Era's face was unbearably ugly. Unable to garner such attention himself, an illegitimate son had achieved it. At this moment, he regretted not killing Montgomery when he had the chance. Hobart gritted his teeth. Impossible, I'll never apologize to him. Montgomery had not only taken Abigail, but also humiliated him deeply. To ask him to apologize now was beyond what his arrogant nature could accept. Layla's fair face darkened. Do it now, or grandfather and father will punish you severely when they find out. Hobart retorted indifferently. Humph, I don't believe grandfather and father will punish me for the sake of an outsider. Others nodded silently. Indeed, even though Montgomery had cured Omar and owed some favor to the Christian family, he was no match compared to the family's top genius. No one believed the Christian family would side with an outsider to penalize their own prodigy. I can't control you anymore. Don't blame me when you get punished. Layla coldly hummed and ignored Hobart. She stood up and came to Montgomery, her face full of apology as she said, Brother Montgomery, my elder brother has a rather impulsive personality. I really apologize for what happened earlier. The reason she didn't invite Montgomery to the banquet was that she knew her elder brother's impulsive nature and was afraid such incidents would occur. She never expected that he would come with Abigail. Montgomery waved his hand. It's fine. It's just a trivial matter. Layla glanced at Abigail beside her, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Brother Montgomery, when did you and Sister Abigail start? As she spoke, there was a hint of acidity in the young girl's voice. Unbeknownst to her, at some point, Montgomery's figure had entered Layla's heart, often lingering there. But she also knew that Montgomery had a lover, so she never dared to express her feelings. However, after seeing the scene earlier, she suddenly felt a bit regretful. She regretted not speaking up sooner. Maybe if she had, there would have been a slight possibility. Chapter 180, Apology. Montgomery glanced at Abigail, indicating for her to explain. Although Abigail was somewhat reluctant, she noticed that Montgomery did not want anyone to misunderstand. She stepped forward and whispered an explanation. Sister Emma, you misunderstood. I only said that in a moment of urgency earlier. She did not say it publicly. Otherwise, everything she had done would have been in vain. Upon hearing this, Emma's eyes brightened, revealing undisguised joy. Seeing the young girl's reaction, Abigail felt slightly disheartened, guessing what Emma was thinking. But she was merely an outsider and couldn't say much. Similarly, the others also picked up on the two girls' thoughts. In the room, two people had the most sullen expressions. One was Hobart, and the other was Angelo. Not only had the person Hobart liked been taken by Montgomery, but his beloved younger sister also fancied him. This outcome nearly drove him mad. There was no need to mention Angelo. Anyone would find it unbearable that their fiancé likes another man. Hobart gritted his teeth and shouted, Emma, stay away from that guy. Emma turned to look at him and retorted Bumanda Sodal. Dagra, ni shubashur ganda tai konladan. Wagun suizaichi, yungbujawani ligon. Hobart became enraged. You're actually talking back to me because of an outsider. Do you even respect me as your elder brother? Emma knew he was in a bad mood and decided not to argue further. Brother Sue, let's go. We should leave here. Hearing this, Hobart grew even angrier and yelled, stop right there. He rushed over to block Emma's path, gritting his teeth. I won't allow you to be with this scoundrel. Emma looked displeased and asked, what exactly do you want? The surrounding crowd watched with interest. They all knew Hobart was a protective brother. Now that his sister was with the man who took away the one he liked, it would be a miracle if he could bear it. Emma's expression was extremely unhappy, but to avoid further conflict, she prepared to agree. Just then, commotion came from the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked over and saw a woman in a red dress walking towards them. It wasn't anyone else, but Millie. The crowd wore curious expressions, wondering why Millie had suddenly come. Even Emma and Hobart were somewhat surprised. When Millie entered the hall and noticed the strange atmosphere, her face changed. Earlier, she had gone to the mansion to find Montgomery. She learned that Montgomery had come to the party with Abigail. Knowing Hobart's personality, she guessed something might happen and rushed over immediately. But looking at the current situation, she seemed to have arrived too late. Aunt, why are you here? Emma was curious. Millie glanced at the five-finger mark on Hobart's face and asked sternly, what happened? Who hit you? Hobart turned his head away without answering. Millie had never been in his favor. He believed that her rash actions led to the decline of the Christian family's strength. Seeing this, Emma quickly explained the situation. After listening, Millie's face turned extremely gloomy. Just as everyone thought she would confront Montgomery, Millie suddenly said, Scoundrel, apologize to Montgomery immediately. Everyone was stunned, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Hobart stared in disbelief. What did you say? Millie's voice was cold and stern. I'll repeat myself. Apologize to Montgomery. Hobart's face twisted. Apologize to him? Why? I'd rather die than apologize to him. Smack. Hobart covered his red cheek, glaring at Millie and shouting, You actually hit me for an outsider. Millie's face was icy. Apologize. A powerful aura swept through the room, pushing everyone back. Hobart couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to his knees with a thud. Saint Domain. Everyone was shocked, staring at Millie in disbelief. Didn't they say she had abandoned her cultivation? All these years, she was still only at level 9. How did she suddenly break through to the Saint Domain? Millie roared again, apologize. Don't force me to take action against you. The terrifying pressure made Hobart's bones crackle. Struggling to raise his head, he met Millie's cold gaze. Knowing his aunt's strong and domineering personality, Hobart struggled inwardly. Finally, his face showed defeat. I'm sorry. He looked at Montgomery and forced out these words with great difficulty. Everyone was amazed. The proud Hobart actually apologized to Montgomery in public. Montgomery gave him a fleeting glance and then waved at Millie. Millie felt relieved and scolded Hobart. Go back and reflect on your actions. Hobart stood up and left the hall without a word, unable to bear staying any longer after losing face. Millie looked at Montgomery again, apologizing. Montgomery, I'm sorry. We failed to discipline him, allowing that rogue to offend you. It's fine. Montgomery waved his hand, not minding. Seeing the guests beginning to disperse, he suddenly looked at Adam and walked towards him. The crowd stopped in their tracks as they witnessed this scene, their gazes following. Adam's expression changed slightly, signaling two guards beside him urgently. They immediately stepped in front of Adam, one saying firmly, Young master, don't worry. We'll prevent that guy from hurting you. Millie and the two other women also followed closely. Montgomery arrived in front of the two guards and said indifferently, Move. The two guards' expressions darkened, one coldly shouting, Boy, back off now, or else we won't be polite. They didn't dare act rashly, fearing Millie might intervene. Tiring of talking, Montgomery attacked swiftly, striking both with palms. They spat blood and flew backward, having no chance to resist. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined the young man could be so powerful. Adam's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Montgomery. He had never thought that the bastard he once dismissed would possess such terrifying strength. To easily defeat two half-Saint Domain experts, his power was obvious. Others present realized the same thing, disbelief filling their eyes. Such a young Saint Domain expert, none of them had ever heard of one before. Adam felt not just shock, but also regret and jealousy. Despite receiving full support from the Hamlin family, he was only at peak level 7. Yet, he couldn't compare to a mere bastard, let alone compete with him. Montgomery looked down at Adam, saying coolly, It seems the last lesson wasn't enough. This time, I'll deepen it. Adam's face changed drastically, fearful. You. What are you going to do? Without replying, Montgomery acted swiftly, placing his palm on Adam's crown, overwhelming mental power entering his mind, searching and simultaneously crippling his mental force. Moments later, Montgomery withdrew his hand, his expression extremely grim. After searching his soul, he knew the purpose behind Hamlin family abducting Abigail. They intended to use her for the light god's arrival. If that happened, Abigail would surely die. Hamlin family, you are courting death. He murmured to himself, a wave of murderous intent sweeping out, forcing everyone to step back. Brother Montgomery, what's wrong? Emma asked worriedly, the first time seeing Montgomery radiate such terrifying killing intent. Montgomery shook his head, looking at the pale Adam, coldly saying, go tell the Hamlin family that soon I will personally come to fetch my mother and Abigail. If anything happens to them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Saying that, he turned and left. Millie and the others quickly followed. Young master. The two guards ran over, supporting the weak Adam. Bastard, you wait. I will never let you go. Adam's face filled with hatred, a previously unseen enmity in his eyes. Not only humiliated him in public, but also crippled his mental power, making him a cripple. Such an outcome, Adam couldn't accept. The surrounding crowd, shocked, also felt curious. From their conversation, they sensed something odd. Why did it seem like Montgomery's relationship with the Hamlin family was more complicated than it appeared? In the crowd, Saul's thoughts raced, guessing their relationship. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be? Then, a mysterious smile spread across his face. If so, things get interesting. Saul muttered, then left the place. Aunt Millie, you don't have to see me off. I can go back by myself. Outside the estate, Montgomery stopped the three women who wanted to accompany him. He planned to visit the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce to check on the herbal collection. Since learning the Hamlin family's intentions, he felt a sense of urgency. He needed to strengthen himself quickly, or Abigail would be in danger. Seeing Montgomery's determination, the three women didn't insist. Millie warned, Montgomery, since you've crippled Adam, the Hamlin family won't let it go. Be careful, and remember to seek help if you need it. Abigail also followed, saying, Brother Montgomery, our Isa family can help too. Montgomery nodded slightly, then strode away from there. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, he bumped into someone, none other than Dominic, who had clashed with him not long ago. Indeed, enemies meeting face to face made their eyes even redder. Dominic immediately instructed two elders behind him. Gentlemen, grab this boy for me. Today, I want him to wish he were dead. Previously, after Dominic left, he promptly went here and complained to his father, Ezekiel. Hearing this, Ezekiel was furious and immediately dispatched two elders to follow Dominic and seek revenge on that ignorant boy. The three had just stepped out when they encountered Montgomery. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Chapter 181, Pitfall. Young master, I can handle this alone. One of the elders spoke proudly, disdain clearly visible in his eyes. He didn't take Montgomery seriously at all. He advanced toward Montgomery in large strides and said coldly, Boy, will you surrender quietly, or do you want me to help? Idiot. Montgomery coolly spat out these two words. The boy is insolent. The elder flew into a rage and rushed toward Montgomery like lightning. Dominic sneered upon seeing this, but the next moment, his smile froze abruptly. The elder moved quickly, and so did his retreat. In an instant, his body flew backward like a broken sack. Montgomery strode toward Dominic, who was dumbfounded, with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Since you wish to die, this seat shall grant your wish. Dominic turned pale. Boy, what do you think you're doing? This is the Quadrant Chamber of Commerce. My father is the president of the chamber. If you dare touch me, you'll never leave here. The elder flashed forward to stand before Dominic, eyeing Montgomery warily. Montgomery paused slightly, a mocking smile on his lips. Is that so? Then this seat will act now. As he finished speaking, his figure vanished suddenly. With a slap, Dominic flew sideways and smashed into the ground with a thud, bleeding profusely. Boy, you. The elder rushed towards the injured Dominic in shock. Onlookers were attracted by the commotion and stopped to watch. Seeing Dominic being hit, everyone's faces showed surprise. Most people present knew Dominic's identity. Though his background wasn't as formidable as those from top-tier factions, it was still very powerful. Few dared to provoke him in the capital, especially not in the Quadrant Chamber of Commerce. Everyone's gazes fell on Montgomery, revealing curiosity. What was the origin of this young man who dared to act so recklessly? Montgomery ignored the curious looks and walked toward Dominic, looking down at him disdainfully. This seat has hit you, what will you do? Dominic held his swollen cheek, his voice filled with resentment. Little bastard, you're done for. You'll never leave the Quadrant Chamber today. Montgomery smiled disdainfully. Is that so? Let this seat see what you can do. Dominic glanced at the elder beside him and ordered, Call for help. The elder swiftly lit up with magical light, shooting a circular beam into the sky, which then disappeared quickly. Dominic looked at Montgomery coldly, gritting his teeth. Boy, my father will be here soon. Don't run if you have the guts. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, indifferent. Don't worry, this seat won't leave. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, thinking Montgomery was overconfident. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to escape when reinforcements from the Quadrant Chamber arrived. Within minutes, a group of powerful figures rushed over, led by Ezekiel. Who dares cause trouble in my Quadrant Chamber? Even before they arrived, a loud shout echoed through. Ezekiel was like a bolt of lightning, reaching them in mere seconds. Father, please uphold justice for me. Dominic got up and pleaded with Ezekiel tearfully. Seeing Dominic's miserable state, Ezekiel exploded in anger. Who did this? Dominic pointed at Montgomery viciously. Father, it's this scoundrel. Ezekiel looked over, and upon seeing Montgomery, his body trembled and his face stiffened. Earlier, his attention had been on the beaten Dominic and hadn't noticed Montgomery standing diagonally to the side. Boy, now let's see how arrogant you can be. Rest assured, this young master will not let you die easily, and will make you know the consequences of offending me. Dominic wore a sinister smile, arrogance returning to his eyes. Smack! A sharp slap resounded throughout the hall. Dominic was stunned, staring blankly at Ezekiel, pleading, Father, why did you hit me? Smack! I'm hitting you, my disobedient son, always idling around and causing trouble for me outside. Ezekiel was furious. He couldn't believe his son had provoked this disaster. Montgomery. Damn, this is really pushing me too far. This was dragging him to his death. Dominic clutched his aching cheek, stunned. Until now, he didn't understand why he was hit. Not just him, but everyone else besides Montgomery also looked confused. They were completely baffled by Ezekiel's actions. Ezekiel kicked Dominic's knee, forcing him to kneel. Grabbing him by the collar, he dragged him before Montgomery and said apologetically, Sir, I failed to discipline my son properly and offended you. I hope you will forgive him and not hold a grudge against Dominic. When these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the figure in purple. A strong sense of curiosity arose in their hearts. What kind of identity did Montgomery possess that made Ezekiel so cautious? Dominic also froze, staring blankly at Montgomery. His mind was buzzing with disbelief. He had thought Montgomery was just a nobody without any background. But now, he realized how terribly wrong he was. Seeing Montgomery remain silent, Ezekiel quickly rebuked Dominic. You worthless son, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to the noble. Dominic snapped out of his daze and hurriedly apologized to Montgomery. Noble, earlier this lowly one failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Please do not hold it against me. Ezekiel glanced nervously at Montgomery, his heart filled with anxiety, fearing that Montgomery would be displeased. He knew very well the capabilities of this formidable presence before him. Just a flick of his finger could take his son's life. Although Dominic was a rogue, he was Ezekiel's only son. Ezekiel didn't want to become an old man sending off his young child. Montgomery cast a glance at Dominic, then withdrew his gaze, saying indifferently, Let this not happen again. Ezekiel visibly relaxed and quickly bowed gratefully. Thank you for your mercy, noble. Dominic also hastened to say, Thank you for your mercy, noble. Montgomery walked into the quadrant chamber with his hands behind his back. Ezekiel hurriedly followed from behind. In a luxuriously decorated hall, Montgomery looked at Ezekiel and said indifferently, How is the preparation of the medicinal herbs? Ezekiel bent over and respectfully offered a storage ring. Noble, we still haven't located 3 divine herbs, but the rest are all inside. Montgomery accepted it and used his mental power to scan it, finding indeed only 3 main ingredients of divine herb level were missing. You have done well. Continue searching with full effort. Notify this seat immediately when there's news. Yes, noble. Montgomery gave further instructions, then left the quadrant chamber. Brandishing his retreating back, Ezekiel's expression was unreadable. The cost of gathering those herbs had nearly depleted a third of the entire chamber's wealth, and that was still with 3 divine herbs unaccounted for. Damn brat, one day I will make you spit everything back. At this moment, Dominic entered, unwillingly asking, Father, who exactly is that person? Ezekiel glanced at him and replied coolly, You don't need to know who he is. Just remember, he is not someone you can provoke. Stay clear of him in the future. Though Dominic was reluctant, hearing his father speak like that, he could only nod in agreement. The incident at the banquet soon spread through the imperial capital's aristocratic circles. When they learned that Montgomery had crippled Adam, Dominic was both shocked and terrified. Only now did he realize that Montgomery was not to be trifled with. At the Hamlin family residence, Everetiri looked at the incapacitated Adam, his eyes burning with barely contained anger as he asked sternly, Speak, what exactly happened? At this point, Adam no longer concealed anything, gritting his teeth. Father, it was Montgomery, that bastard. Upon hearing this name, Everetiri's pupils constricted sharply. After a long pause, he asked grimly, You mean that bastard from West Mountain Province? Adam nodded vigorously, his face full of hatred. Yes, that bastard. I don't know how, but that bastard's strength has skyrocketed. In just a short time, he's already a divine realm expert. Everetiri's pupils contracted again as he asked in shock, What did you say? That boy is already a divine realm expert. Adam reluctantly nodded. Though he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. This can't be. Everetiri's face showed disbelief, his heart shaken by this revelation. Then, he seemed to recall something, asking solemnly, Didn't you tell me last year that you crippled that bastard's cultivation in West Mountain Province? Adam nodded again. This can't be, which means that boy grew from being a cripple to reaching the divine realm in just half a year. Adam nodded once more. Though extremely unwilling to believe it, it was the undeniable truth. Father, what do we do? That boy is becoming influential. If grandfather finds out about this, he might even bring that boy back into the family. Hatred flashed in Adam's eyes. This outcome was far from what he desired. After some contemplation, Everetiri said, Given the circumstances, hiding it is no longer possible. We should inform father and let him decide. Adam understood this point too and reluctantly nodded. Soon after, the two met Paxton, who was meditating. What is it? Paxton looked at them in confusion. Everetiri didn't hide anything, quickly recounting the events. Of course, he only mentioned that Montgomery had suddenly arrived at the imperial capital and demonstrated extraordinary strength. He did not mention that Adam had gone to West Mountain Province to cripple Montgomery. This was because the old patriarch had explicitly forbidden them from causing any more trouble for the Seymour father and son. If he found out the truth, who knew if he would fly into a rage again? Paxton's expression was equally shocked upon hearing this. After a moment, he asked in a grave tone, "Is this true?" Everettieri nodded, absolutely certain. Paxton got up and paced back and forth, muttering, "How could this be? Could it be that I was truly wrong back then? A Holy Realm expert under 20 years old. Such a prodigy had never appeared in the history of the Empire. But now one had emerged, and this person was his own grandson. But the key issue was that he had sworn an oath back then, vowing never to acknowledge this person as his grandson. Going to him now would mean slapping himself in the face. But if he gave up on this matter, he couldn't bear the thought. You two may leave for now. Let me ponder this matter thoroughly." He waved his hand at Everettieri and Adam. The two quickly turned and left. Chapter 182, The Earth Fruit. After leaving the Four Directions Guild, Montgomery returned to his estate. As soon as he entered, he saw an elder in a green robe sitting in the courtyard. Glancing at the elder's attire, Montgomery recognized him. He was from the Mage Academy. Montgomery walked over, and even from a distance, the elder and Johnny noticed him. Johnny hurried over quickly. "Sir, this old man says he has something to discuss with you." "I couldn't drive him away," Johnny reported. Not long ago, the elder had suddenly visited. Johnny hadn't wanted to let him in, but unfortunately, he wasn't a match for the elder. Montgomery nodded slightly, sat down opposite the elder, and said indifferently, "What do you want?" The green-robed elder looked at him and smiled. "Indeed, heroes emerge young. You have a remarkable presence, clearly someone outstanding." Montgomery frowned slightly and replied coldly, "Did you come here just to flatter me?" The elder's brow twitched, not expecting Montgomery to be so uncooperative. Suppressing his displeasure, he continued with a smile. "Young man, we have investigated the previous incident. It was indeed our Mage Academy's fault first. We've come to apologize." Montgomery glanced sideways, but didn't interrupt, guessing there was more to come. Sure enough, the elder continued, "Young man, to make up for our mistake, we would like to invite you to become an honorary mentor at our academy." Realization flashed in Montgomery's eyes. They were trying to recruit him. Not interested. He rejected it without a second thought. Montgomery's current goal was solely to rescue his mother and Abigail. Everything else held no interest for him. The elder's expression froze, completely taken aback by Montgomery's straightforward refusal. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Young man, don't rush to refuse. Hear me out. Becoming an honorary mentor isn't just a title. You can use the academy's resources and receive protection from the academy. It's a win-win situation." Johnny's face showed surprise. It did sound tempting. If it were anyone else, they might have agreed. But it was Montgomery. Knowing Montgomery, Johnny doubted he would care about such offers. Not interested. Show him out. Montgomery shook his head slightly and stood up, preparing to leave the courtyard. Frustrated by being refused repeatedly, the elder finally lost his temper and stood up unhappily. "Boy, my Mage Academy has never begged so humbly for someone to join. Don't be ungrateful." Montgomery's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from afar. "So, is this how your Mage Academy operates? Refuse an invitation and you turn hostile?" They followed the voice and saw two people walking towards them quickly. Seeing the newcomers, the green-robed elder's expression darkened. It was none other than Lisbeth and Branson from the Mercenary Guild. They approached the courtyard swiftly. Lisbeth sized up Montgomery and complimented. "I've heard that you are an extraordinary person, and indeed you are." Montgomery frowned. "What's the matter?" Lisbeth glanced at the green-robed elder beside him and quickly adjusted his plan, smiling warmly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lisbeth, one of the vice presidents of the Mercenary Guild. I'm here just to get acquainted with you and be friends." Montgomery shook his head slightly, not interested. Lisbeth seemed to have anticipated this and wasn't offended. He took out a jade box from his storage ring, opened it, and immediately a rich fragrance filled the courtyard, drawing everyone's attention. Inside the jade box lay a light golden fruit. The fruit resembled an apple, entirely light golden in color, looking like a golden apple. The green-robed elder looked surprised and then sneered. "Haha, Lisbeth, you're really willing to spend big. You're giving away the earth fruit. Haha, I'm not like you, only good at sweet talk." Lisbeth gave a mocking laugh and then looked at Montgomery. "Young friend, I heard you were searching for the earth fruit. My mercenary guild happens to have one. Please accept it." He closed the jade box and handed it to Montgomery. Montgomery didn't take it immediately, saying indifferently, "Speak. What's your real intention?" Lisbeth was taken aback for a moment before laughing heartily. "Haha, since you're so straightforward, I won't hide anything. Do you know about the Day of Descent?" Montgomery nodded slightly. Lisbeth was surprised. He hadn't expected Montgomery to know. Taking a deep breath, he continued. "Since you know, I won't explain further. The continent is about to witness a tremendous upheaval. Our mercenary guild failed to contact any deities beyond the realm. In the coming chaos, we might face great danger, even risking destruction." Sighing, he continued. "Originally, we intended to rely on a certain force, but after meeting you, young friend, we abandoned this idea. You are the most talented person I've seen in my life, with the potential to grow into a supreme deity in the future. I came here hoping to establish a good relationship with you ahead of time. If the mercenary guild ever faces difficulties in the future, and you can offer help within your capabilities, please don't forget to give us a hand." His words were filled with sincerity, without any pretense. And indeed, that was the case. That day, after Branson returned, he informed Lisbeth about Montgomery defeating Alexei's. Lisbeth was utterly shocked and immediately sent his subordinates to the Western Mountain Province to gather all information about Montgomery. They eventually found out everything Montgomery had accomplished in the Western Mountain Province. They also learned that Montgomery had grown from a cripple to the Holy Realm in just half a year. Upon hearing this result, Lisbeth was stunned speechless. He immediately informed the president of the Mercenary Guild. After discussion, the higher-ups of the Mercenary Guild unanimously decided to do whatever it takes to befriend Montgomery. Then they heard that Montgomery was collecting medicinal herbs, leading to the scene at present. Only then did Montgomery take the jade box and nod slightly. Agreed. Lisbeth's face lit up with joy. Thank you, young friend. Montgomery waved his hand. Just mutual benefit. Lisbeth nodded and said, young friend, you're busy. I won't disturb you anymore. Having said that, he quickly left with Branson, intending to share this good news with others. Montgomery turned and entered his room, ignoring the green-robed elder. The latter's expression turned sour. After hesitating for a moment, he also left. He needed to inform the dean and others about this matter. Clearly, if they were to act against Montgomery now, the Mercenary Guild would certainly intervene. The day of descent was imminent, and now was not the time to have a conflict with the Mercenary Guild. Chapter 183. Is being arrogant a crime? At the Rock family estate, Adam's expression was somewhat gloomy. Just now, Paxton had decided to bring Montgomery back into the family. To Adam, this was undoubtedly the worst outcome. Father, what should we do? I don't want to live under the same roof as that bastard. Evertiri's eyes showed deep thought, and he said shortly afterward, here's what we'll do. You go tell your uncle, and let him take care of it with you. Adam's expression shifted instantly, understanding his father's intentions. Father, I'll go right away. A luxurious carriage slowly approached from afar and stopped outside the manor. The curtain lifted, and two figures stepped out. One of them was Adam. His demeanor had returned to normal after receiving full treatment at the Rock family compound. Although his strength had diminished greatly compared to before, he could recover to his previous peak with dedicated cultivation in no time. The other was a burly Chevy with golden hair cascading down his shoulders. He had a towering stature and an air of defiance between his brows. Just from looking at him, one knew he was not someone to trifle with. This Chevy named Rudy was Evertiri's brother and belonged to the radical faction within the Rock family. He never had a good impression of Seymour and his son. By sending him over this time, it was clear Evertiri did not have good intentions. Does that bastard live here? Rudy asked coldly. Adam nodded. Yes, uncle, that bastard lives within this manor. Come with me. I want to see how capable that brat is, daring to hurt you so badly. Rudy strode toward the manor entrance. As soon as the two arrived at the manor gate, they were stopped by guards. Gentlemen, this is private property. Outsiders are not allowed to barge in. Get lost. With a wave of Rudy's hand, several guards flew backward. He strode forward with hands clasped behind his back, quickly reaching the central courtyard. Glancing around, Montgomery was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Johnny and Shiloh were busy with their own affairs nearby. Hearing the commotion, both Montgomery and Shiloh turned their heads. Seeing Adam, Shiloh's expression turned cold. You scoundrel, you dare come here again? It seems Joe's lesson wasn't severe enough for you. Adam's face darkened suddenly, and he growled. Beast, don't be arrogant. Be careful I don't skin you alive. Shiloh looked disdainful. You? Based on what? Not that I underestimate you, but trash like you would be killed easily with a single claw. Adam grew furious upon hearing this. Rudy motioned for Adam to calm down, then looked at Shiloh coldly. You seem pretty arrogant? Shiloh tilted his head up haughtily and teased. So what? Is being arrogant against the law? Rudy's lips curled into a cold smile, and suddenly his figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing right in front of Shiloh. Shiloh's expression changed drastically, flapping its wings hurriedly to evade. But his reaction was just a tad slow, getting slapped hard by Rudy, flying off and smashing into a distant wall with a loud thud. You? Johnny was shocked and angry at this sight. At this moment, Montgomery turned around, his gaze icy cold. Coincidentally, Rudy also looked over at him. Their gazes met, each seeing the sharp, cold gleam in the other's eyes. Not bad eyesight. Rudy sneered, then in a condescending tone added, Bastard, your father pities you. I'm here to take you back to the Rock family. His attitude clearly aimed to provoke Montgomery rather than invite him back. Montgomery's expression remained cold, and he said dominantly, Dared to harm those who belong to me. Have you considered the consequences? Rudy was taken aback, then showed disdain. Consequences? Show me. He beckoned provocatively to Montgomery with a finger. Without further ado, Montgomery dashed out lightning fast, his fist breaking through the air directly toward Rudy. Rudy's face was still full of disdain. Let's see how strong you really are, bastard. He punched back. The moment the two fists collided, Rudy's face turned unexpectedly grim. A terrifying force surged from Montgomery's fist into his arm and body, causing internal blood to churn, making him stagger backward. Not letting up, Montgomery's fists rained down relentlessly on Rudy, forcing him into retreat step by step. Brandishing this scene from afar, Adam's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Rudy, a mid-peak Holy Domain powerhouse, be at a disadvantage fighting Montgomery? This was utterly unbelievable. Along with shock came jealousy. Adam's heart screamed in fury. Why? Why is that bastard so powerful? At this moment, Adam was almost driven mad with jealousy. As the first heir of the Rock family, he had been cultivated with all the family's resources from a young age. Yet in the end, he still couldn't match up to a bastard. And not just by a little bit. The gap between them seemed insurmountable, like a chasm. This outcome completely threw Adam off balance. On the other side, Rudy was even more shocked. He was very clear about his own strength. Even among mid-peak Holy Domain practitioners, few could match him. Yet now, he was being pushed back step by step by a young man. This was something he simply could not accept. Boy, don't be arrogant. Rudy roared in anger, and an intense magical light surged above his head. Terrifying lightning elements gathered from all around, and in the next moment, countless thick bolts of lightning struck down at Montgomery. Thick smoke instantly filled the courtyard as Montgomery was engulfed by the wild lightning. Die, bastard. From a distance, Adam laughed frenziedly, hoping for Montgomery's destruction in the lightning. Johnny helped Shiloh up and asked anxiously, "Are you okay, Axel?" Shiloh shook his dazed head. "I'm fine." Then both man and bird looked towards the distant battle without any sign of worry. They both had absolute confidence in Montgomery. The crackling sound of lightning continued for several minutes before gradually dissipating. Looking closely, they saw a figure standing there unharmed, without a scratch on him. Rudy and Adam's eyes widened, disbelief shining through. After such an attack, Montgomery showed no harm whatsoever. How could this be? Montgomery stood with hands behind his back, gazing at Rudy coldly, saying, "Is that all you've got?" Seeing Montgomery's contemptuous look, Rudy erupted in fury. "You little bastard, don't be overconfident. I'll see how you fare against me. Augustus Thunder Domain, activate." With a roar, boundless mental energy burst forth from within him, stirring the elemental energies around. In the next instant, countless chaotic lightning elements rushed in from all directions, forming a fierce thunder domain that enveloped most of the manor. Chapter 184, The Terrifying Thunder-Swallowing Monster. Just before the lightning domain was fully formed, Johnny and Shiloh swiftly dodged away, fearful of being caught in its aftermath. Jedediating on a distant castle wall, Johnny exclaimed with shock, "What a terrifying domain. This is far more formidable than the one that guy named Alexei summoned last time." Shiloh nodded earnestly but reassured. "Don't worry, Joe's strength is unparalleled. Nothing will go wrong." This time, the domain was indeed much more terrifying. It nearly enveloped half of the manor, breaking through the protective barriers surrounding the estate. This caused external parties to also take notice of the disturbance. Within the closest Christian family compound, Millie's expression changed as she sensed the disturbance emanating from where Montgomery was staying. She immediately flew out of the castle and hurried over. Trey and several other high-ranking members also rushed there quickly. Even Omar, who was in seclusion, was awakened by the commotion, but he did not follow them. If he were to join them, outsiders would know how highly the Christian family regarded Montgomery. That might inevitably raise suspicion. Moreover, with Trey and a few others rushing over, it would be hard for anyone in the entire capital to match them except for those few elders. Millie and company moved very swiftly, reaching the manor in just a few minutes. At the same time, other forces had noticed the anomaly and were hastening towards the manor. Inside the manor now, Ampthorn stood amidst raging thunder, appearing like an enraged god of thunder. He looked at Montgomery coldly. "Kid, forcing me to use my thunder rampage domain. You've got some skill, I must admit. But it ends here. Punishment Spear of Heaven." Ampthorn's voice was cold as he raised his hand. Thunder began to wriggle and form into spear-like shapes as thick as water jars. Each punishment spear of heaven bore countless intricate runes. Every single spear emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Judging by the aura, a single strike could severely injure or even kill a saint-level warrior in the initial stage. With a wave of Ampthorn's hand, dozens of these spears shot toward Montgomery. "Kid, dying by the punishment spears of heaven is an honor." This scene was witnessed by Millie and her party as they arrived, and they all grew pale. "Montgomery!" Millie cried out in alarm and tried to rush forward, only to be held back by the quick-thinking Trey. "It's too late, sister." Millie had just ascended to the saint realm. Rushing in would only mean certain death. Also, the speed of the lightning spears made any rescue impossible. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning spears engulfed Montgomery, causing horrific explosions instantly leveling the entire manor. Era, who had long fled from the manor, saw this and couldn't help but feel vindicated. In his view, after such a devastating attack, Montgomery was certainly dead. Not only did Era think so, but Millie and her group felt the same way. Only Johnny and Shiloh thought differently. Had it been another type of magic, they might have worried. But alas, it was lightning magic. They hadn't forgotten the previous spectacle. Against Montgomery, lightning spells had no effect whatsoever. The explosion continued for over a minute before gradually subsiding, with the violent lightning calming down. Everyone focused their attention on a tall figure standing in the center, and Montgomery was standing right behind this towering figure. Upon closer inspection, he appeared unharmed. This. Millie and the others were stunned, dumbfounded by the sight. Although they knew Montgomery was powerful, this was beyond their wildest expectations. The punishment spears of heaven were Ampthorn's renowned ultimate move. Even a peer at the same level would struggle to withstand it without sustaining injuries. How can young friend Montgomery possess such terrifying power? Trey murmured softly, disbelief filling his eyes. The others exchanged glances, all seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. Even Millie felt incredulous. Montgomery's growth rate was truly terrifying. So terrifying that it felt unreal. As for Ampthorn, he stood there stupefied. His signature move had no impact on Montgomery whatsoever. Such a result was hard to accept. Far off, Era gaped in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening. Amidst everyone's shock, the towering figure suddenly moved. It opened its enormous mouth and sucked vigorously, pulling in all the surrounding lightning into its maw. Within moments, the lightning that covered half the manor vanished. Seeing this, everyone was left speechless. What kind of monster is this, able to consume lightning? The few members of the Christian family stared in utter astonishment at the tall figure swallowing lightning without ceasing. At this moment, powerful figures were rushing from afar. They saw that it was people from the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Academy. Both parties, upon seeing this scene, were equally shocked. A person from the Mage Academy exclaimed in surprise, "This is the monster Alexei spoke of?" Alexei had once told them that Montgomery could summon a monster that could consume lightning, rendering all his attempts useless. At the time, they didn't believe it, but now, witnessing the scene before their eyes, they no longer doubted it. Another person said in shock, "It's unbelievable that such a creature exists. It's practically the nemesis of thunder attribute powerhouses." Seeing the summoned lightning quickly dissipate, Ampthorn was both astonished and enraged. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and roared angrily, "Whatever you are, die." Immediately, even more violent thunder elements surged from all directions, condensing into a divine seal of thunder high in the air. The seal was as big as a mountain, several times larger than the manor below, containing an incredibly terrifying force. Trey exclaimed in shock, "Is Ampthorn crazy? How could he use such a horrifying magic in the capital?" The Starfire royal family had clearly stipulated that Saint Realm powerhouses were not allowed to fully unleash their powers within the capital. But now, the enraged Ampthorn disregarded the rules and revealed his ultimate move. Once this thunder seal fell, it would likely affect a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Keep in mind that the capital housed an extremely large number of ordinary people. If the thunder seal landed, there would be massive casualties. "Don't just stand there, hurry and save him," Millie said to the others. She was about to take action after speaking. But at this moment, Montgomery waved his hand from afar. It clearly meant no help was needed. The group froze, their eyes flashing with doubt. They were very clear about how terrifying this move was. Ampthorn had once used this move to destroy an entire city. Its power was no exaggeration. "Bastard, die." Ampthorn sneered nastily, waving his palm, causing the enormous thunder seal to press down, distorting the air and roaring loudly. The buildings below kept collapsing, with incomparably terrifying might. Chapter 185, Slaying Rudy. Confronted by the incomparably terrifying lightning seal, Montgomery's expression did not change in the slightest. As for the lightning-devouring beast before him, it felt no fear at all. On the contrary, excitement shone in its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. It pounded its chest forcefully several times, and brilliant lightning radiated from its body. In the next moment, its body rapidly grew larger. In a flash, it grew from dozens of meters tall to over 100 meters. Its gaping maw was like the mouth of a demon. A black vortex appeared within its mouth, unleashing an incredibly terrifying suction force. The descending lightning seal immediately became unstable as countless lightning bolts surged toward the vortex. After some time, the lightning seal shattered with a roar, transforming into boundless wild lightning which was then devoured by the lightning-devouring beast. Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but be shocked. Such a terrifying attack was actually unable to harm the towering creature. It was truly horrifying. Rudy's eyes widened as he screamed hysterically, "How is this possible? How can this be?" He was filled with disbelief, unable to accept such a fact. His strongest move was actually unable to harm Montgomery in the slightest. What the hell? How was he supposed to fight now? Montgomery paid no attention to everyone's shock. With a leap, he jumped onto the lightning-devouring beast and started chanting spells. Blinding magical light entered everyone's vision. In the next moment, a huge earth-colored hand shot up into the sky. The air rumbled. Rudy immediately came back to his senses and hastily cast spells to resist. Several massive lightning spears coalesced out of nowhere, but before they were fully formed, the distant lightning-devouring beast opened its mouth and sucked in, causing the lightning spears to crumble instantly and transform into scattered lightning that it devoured. Rudy's face changed drastically, hurriedly attempting to dodge. But unfortunately, it was too late. He was struck by the giant hand with a bang. Instantly, his bones broke and tendons snapped, spewing blood from his mouth mixed with pieces of internal organs. Rudy was a mid-stage Holy Domain mage, whose physical body was a shortcoming, unable to withstand such an attack. Not dying on the spot was already a matter of good fortune. "Uncle." Era's face changed drastically, wanting to come forward to rescue, but also feeling some fear in his heart. Montgomery waved his hand at the lightning-devouring beast behind him, which disappeared immediately. Montgomery strode toward the falling Rudy. His posture was leisurely, as if strolling casually, his face calm without any hint of joy. Defeating a mid-stage Holy Domain powerhouse was, to him, like a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Witnessing this scene, everyone around was shocked, especially those from the Mage Academy and the Mercenary Guild. Montgomery's strength once again surpassed their expectations. Montgomery slowly approached the fallen Rudy, looking down at him from above. "Merely a mid-stage Holy Domain ant dares to be arrogant before me, truly unaware of your own death." Hearing this, Rudy spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring angrily at Montgomery. "Boy, don't be too pleased. If you dare to hurt me, the Hamlin family will never let you off." Montgomery's expression was indifferent. "The Hamlin family is merely a flock of clay chickens and tile dogs in my eyes, worthy to threaten me? You? PhDT. Rudy spat out another mouthful of blood, his chest heaving nonstop. His eyes glared angrily at Montgomery. His appearance seemed as if he wished to tear Montgomery apart. Montgomery said indifferently, "Considering you share the same clan with my mother, I give you the chance to speak your last words. Rudy's face changed, alarmed. Boy, do you really dare kill me? The corner of Montgomery's mouth curled into a sneer. Why? Do you think I am joking with you? Feeling genuine murderous intent from Montgomery's eyes, Rudy panicked and bluffed. Boy, I advise you not to act rashly. Killing me means you'll have no place in the entire empire, and your family will suffer along with you. Montgomery smiled faintly. Is that so? But that doesn't concern you. Hearing this, Rudy felt even more panic. Fortunately, Millie and others flew over from afar at this moment. Montgomery, don't be impulsive. Millie stepped forward to plead. Rudy is a core member of the Hamlin family. If he dies here, the Hamlin family will not let it go easily. And since the Hamlin family aligns with the royal family, if they really investigate, we won't be able to protect you either. Even though Montgomery demonstrated very powerful abilities today, Millie still didn't think he was a match for the Hamlin family. Moreover, the former also aligned with the royal family and the Tom family. If a conflict arose, the other two major powers would not stand idly by. At that time, even if the Christian family went all out, it might be difficult to protect Montgomery. Yes, young friend Montgomery, you must reconsider. Anson and the others also urged Montgomery not to act rashly. Even the mercenary guild, who arrived shortly afterward, joined in to advise Montgomery to stay calm. Seeing this, Rudy regained his arrogance. Haha. Boy, now you know the power of my Hamlin family, right? If you dare to kill me, no one can protect you. Montgomery's face turned slightly cold. Is that so? Then I shall kill you today regardless. As he spoke, he took large strides toward Rudy, whose expression changed drastically. Boy, what are you going to do? Are you crazy? Montgomery showed no emotion. Thunderlight surged in his hand, forming a 1-meter-long thunder sword. At this sight, the expressions of Anson and the others changed greatly as they all tried to persuade him. Montgomery, calm down. At the same moment, a loud voice came from afar. How dare you? They followed the voice and saw Paxton leading a group of Hamlin family experts rushing over quickly. Rudy's face lit up with joy upon seeing this. But the next moment, his smile froze abruptly. He struggled to turn his head and said in disbelief, Bastard, how can you? Before he finished speaking, his head was separated from his body. Blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Anson and the others were stunned like wooden chickens. Montgomery had actually killed Rudy. In the distance, the group from the Hamlin family, who were rushing over, all looked furious and sped up even more. In just a moment, they arrived nearby. Paxton glared at Montgomery with icy eyes. Wretch, if I don't flay you alive today, I won't be called Paxton. His words were bone-chilling, as if they came from the depths of hell, making one shiver. Chapter 186, Uninvited Arrivals. Montgomery's expression remained unchanged, his gaze calm as he looked at them. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Everyone present was taken aback. Montgomery showed no fear when facing Paxton, even though he was one of the most powerful figures in the imperial capital. Bastard, don't be arrogant. Today, our Hamlin family swears to kill you. Everettieri's face was cold, his eyes glaring angrily at Montgomery. At this moment, he felt deeply regretful. Had he known this would happen, no matter what, he wouldn't have sent Amphlett here. A trace of coldness flashed across Montgomery's eyes. Very well, I had intended to let you enjoy yourselves for a few more days, but since you're courting death, it can't be blamed on me. Originally, Montgomery planned to break through to level 8 before going to the Hamlin family to retrieve his mother and Abigail. But the other side seemed unwilling to give him that opportunity. With Montgomery's current strength, defeating the entire Hamlin family would undoubtedly be very difficult. But difficult did not mean impossible. Such a move might require an immense cost. If not absolutely necessary, Montgomery was still unwilling to do so. Everettieri snorted coldly. Humph, such arrogance. Today, I will see how capable you are. He stepped forward, about to make a move against Montgomery. But at that moment, Trey stood in front of Montgomery. Everettieri's expression turned grave as he said coldly, Trey, are you really willing to oppose the Hamlin family for a bastard? Trey replied firmly, Little friend Montgomery has done great kindness to my Christian family. We are not ungrateful people. Everettieri's face darkened as he said in a low voice, Humph, if you want to stop me, we'll see if you have the capability. Everettieri dashed out like lightning, attacking Trey. In the next moment, the two were locked in battle. Both were in the late holy domain, making their combat extremely terrifying. Yet equally matched, they struggled to gain the upper hand. Paxton said coldly, You wretch, considering you carry the blood of the Hamlin family, I don't wish to lay hands on you. Commit suicide. Surrounding spectators showed shock at his words, looking at Montgomery with surprise. Connecting these words with the incident over 10 years ago, they quickly guessed Montgomery's identity. Upon realizing the connection, everyone looked strangely at the Hamlin family members. To reject such a prodigy and turn them into enemies, it was truly shooting themselves in the foot. Feeling the strange gazes from everyone, the expressions of the Hamlin family members were mixed. Especially Paxton, who now felt both anger and regret. Had they not expelled Montgomery back then, the Hamlin family would have gained a world-class prodigy. If he had personally invited Montgomery just recently, things might not have escalated this far. Montgomery glanced at Paxton and said coolly, You aren't qualified to order me around. Everyone was again taken aback by the audacity of the young man. Bastard, you dare. A Hamlin family elder shouted angrily, staring coldly at Montgomery. Millie and others quickly shielded Montgomery, not giving the other party any chance to attack. Paxton took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said coldly, Very well, today I will personally clean up this mess. Move aside, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. He glared at Millie and others, his tone filled with murderous intent. The faces of Millie and others changed. Paxton was one of the supreme experts in the imperial capital. If he really attacked, they stood no chance. Just as Montgomery was about to tell them to step aside, a mocking laugh sounded first. "Ha! Bullying a few juniors at your age, what a shameless act." Everyone turned to look and saw an elderly figure swiftly flying toward them. In just a few blinks, he arrived nearby. "Father!" Millie and others looked delighted. Paxton glared at Omar coldly and said, "Omar, is your Christian family truly going to meddle in this matter?" Omar responded calmly, "Little friend Montgomery is my benefactor. I cannot allow him to be bullied." Upon hearing this, Paxton's face became incomparably ugly. Once Omar intervened, things would become complicated. From a distant castle, York watched this scene with interest. Things are getting more interesting. His gaze shifted to Montgomery, revealing a hint of seriousness. Even though he had already overestimated Montgomery's methods and strength still far exceeded his expectations. Farther away, members of the Dark Church also observed this scene with interest. Germain's eyes flashed with a cold light. "That kid named Montgomery actually came to the imperial capital and dared to oppose us. He's got some guts." After hearing Montgomery's name and connecting it with the news from the Far East region, Germain had already roughly guessed Montgomery's background. Just as the atmosphere in the scene became somewhat deadlocked, a loud laugh suddenly echoed. "Haha, what a day today is, it's really lively." Before his words faded, a figure appeared out of thin air in the scene. Fernando. Omar's expression slightly changed. The person who arrived was indeed Fernando, the ancient patriarch of the Tom family, a top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the Holy Domain. Fernando looked at Omar with a smile and said, "Omar, this is Paxton's family matter. Isn't it a bit too much for an outsider like you to interfere?" Omar replied coolly, "Brother Fernando, you are mistaken. Little friend Montgomery has done me a great kindness. I do not want to be called ungrateful." Paxton said coldly, "Omar, if you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. This scoundrel killed my son. Today, I must clean up the family." Fernando also said calmly, "The Tom family and Hamlin family have always been closely connected." Omar felt an immense pressure. Facing two major families at the same time, he had no confidence at all. Montgomery's expression turned even colder, just about to speak when a loud laugh suddenly echoed. "Haha, two major families joining hands to bully a young man. What a shameless act." Everyone followed the sound and saw a tall figure quickly flying toward them. In a few blinks, he arrived nearby. The newcomer was tall and robust, with muscles like knots. Just standing there gave off an intense sense of oppression. Paxton's gaze slightly narrowed, saying coldly, "Nicholas, are you going to interfere as well?" Nicholas was blunt. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" His voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating in everyone's ears, making their eardrums buzz. At this moment, everyone looked at Montgomery, disbelief evident in their eyes. It was understandable that Omar acted since everyone knew Montgomery cured his old ailment. But now even Nicholas had intervened. None of them had heard of any connections between Montgomery and the mercenary guild. They couldn't figure out why Nicholas would help Montgomery. After all, this was no small matter. One misstep could result in completely offending the Hamlin family, especially at this critical juncture. Once the gods descend in the future, if the Hamlin family were to settle accounts, the mercenary guild might face the danger of annihilation. Chapter 187. Crisis ends. Paxton's face turned ugly. Nicholas's intervention and his strong attitude were something he had not anticipated. He said in a deep voice, "Nicholas, I advise you not to meddle. This matter has nothing to do with your mercenary guild. It would be wise not to butt in unnecessarily so as not to get burned." Nicholas smiled faintly. "Well, that's none of your concern." "You?" Paxton's face became even uglier. Yet, he was at a loss for what to do. In the current situation, if a fight broke out, it would affect everything like a butterfly effect. That outcome was not what he wanted. Just as the atmosphere on the scene turned tense, a cold snort suddenly rang out. "Humph, are you all preparing to rebel?" Accompanying his words was an overwhelming aura. A figure appeared out of nowhere. The newcomer wore a white robe, tall and imposing, with an air of defiance between his brows. Seeing him, everyone was startled. For the newcomer was none other than the Firestar Empire's Prince Vaughn, the younger brother of the reigning Emperor Clifford, an extremely distinguished identity. Besides this esteemed status, he was also a peak Holy Domain powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the empire. No one expected the royal family to intervene. Omar and Nicholas braced themselves, sensing enormous pressure. Should the royal family intervene, even their combined forces might not be able to protect Montgomery. Vaughn cast a faint glance at Montgomery behind the two men and said unhappily, "This boy is ultimately a member of the Rock family. Dominicers concerning him fall under family affairs. Aren't the two of you overstepping?" Both felt a sinking feeling and remained silent. Not far away, Adam sneered. "Humph, bastard, now who will dare protect you?" Those from the Mage Academy also sneered inwardly. Having grievances with Montgomery, they naturally didn't want him to live. Montgomery narrowed his eyes. It seemed he still had to take action himself. Just as he was about to act, another change occurred on the scene. Just for such a trivial matter, even Prince Vaughn got involved. Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? A soft laugh abruptly sounded, followed by a figure appearing out of thin air. Vaughn's pupils constricted, and he said in a deep voice, "Thomas, are you also going to intervene?" Thomas chuckled. "Little friend Montgomery did my eyes of family a great favor. Now that he is in trouble, I cannot sit idly by." Paxton's expression turned uglier. He never imagined one Montgomery could stir up so many factions. Vaughn took a hard stance. Then what if this prince decides to act against him today? As he spoke, a formidable aura emerged alongside. You can try. Thomas stood his ground, radiating a matching, overpowering aura, confronting him head-on. Vaughn's pupils constricted, his expression incredibly grim. But in the end, he retracted his aura. Though the royal side was overall stronger than the eyes of family, Vaughn still didn't dare take unnecessary risks. After all, besides these two major camps, there was an unignorable force in the capital, the Dark Church. If they fought now, only the other party would benefit. Vaughn glanced at Paxton and said coolly, "This matter is the Rock family's internal affair. Handle it as you see fit. I won't pry further." His figure flashed and disappeared. Fernando also looked at Paxton, shaking his head before disappearing. Clearly, both knew pressing the matter was futile. Paxton's expression was extremely ugly. He cast a cold look at Thomas and others, gritting his teeth. Very well. Today's grudge, I shall remember. He waved at someone beside him. Immediately, that person rushed forward and retrieved Riddy's corpse. Then, Paxton left with his people. Everetiri, who had stopped fighting in midair, could only leave unwillingly. Seeing this, Adam hurriedly departed as well. The Mage Academy also had no choice but to depart in disappointment. The massive crisis ended with the Rock family's retreat. Montgomery said nothing, though he feared not the Rock family. Revealing all his cards was necessary. At his current strength, using certain methods would result in significant backlash. Unless absolutely necessary, Montgomery didn't wish to do so. Thank you all for your help today. Your kindness is not forgotten. Montgomery expressed his gratitude. Though aloof, he wasn't ungrateful. Little friend Montgomery, don't mention it. It was a small effort. Omar waved his hands, showing no arrogance. The current assistance paled compared to the great favors Montgomery had bestowed upon the Christian's family. Thomas also smiled and said, "Little friend Montgomery, there's no need to be so polite. These are all trivial matters, not worth worrying about." Seeing the attitude of both men, Nicholas was somewhat surprised and hurriedly followed suit, saying, yes, just minor things. Young brother, you don't need to worry about them." He felt secretly pleased. It seemed he had made the right choice this time. To make Omar and Thomas so courteous, this alone demonstrated that Montgomery was no ordinary person. Montgomery nodded slightly and didn't say more. After a few more words, they bid farewell and left. Only Millie remained behind. "Montgomery, we can't live in this manner anymore. Why don't you stay at our family's castle?" Montgomery shook his head. "Aunt Millie, there's no need. If that's the case, I'll have someone send you another manor shortly." Millie seemed a bit helpless. Montgomery nodded, not refusing further. Not long after, Millie brought Montgomery and his group to a new manor, gave some instructions, and then left. Montgomery instructed Shiloh to go to the Four Directions Guild, telling Ezekiel to do his utmost to find information on the other two main ingredients. He also ordered Baoshan to go out and investigate whether there were any dangerous or treacherous places nearby. Such places often contained anomalous energy attributes that could help him cultivate the magic heart rager. The Rock family's attitude made him very unhappy, and he needed to enhance his strength as soon as possible. Once he broke through to level 8, certain techniques would become usable. Then, he could settle accounts with the Rock family. Meanwhile, he himself intensified his cultivation in the manor, unwilling to waste a single second. The events of today quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. Upon learning the details, everyone was shocked. People became intensely curious about Montgomery, who had caused such a great upheaval. What kind of prodigy could stir up so many forces? Inside the Dark Church, in a dim hall, a group of senior officials were convening to discuss the earlier incident. Germain looked towards Israel at the head of the table and said in a deep voice, "President, we've confirmed that the one who attacked our branch in the Far East is that boy. The powerful artifact we've been searching for should be in his hands." Another vice president said coldly, "No matter who this boy is, daring to attack the Dark Church will not be easily forgiven. I will deal with him personally, take his life, and retrieve that artifact at the same time." Chapter 188 Meeting. "Don't talk about it so easily, Porter. Haven't you seen the forces behind that kid?" Another vice president said indifferently, his voice laced with mockery. Dwayne President Porter said coldly, "I'll find an opportunity to sneak over there. I don't believe those guys will stay by that kid's side forever." The person who had spoken earlier gave a soft laugh and said no more. However, this attitude infuriated Porter. "Jamal, what do you mean? Are you belittling me?" Seeing the two were about to argue, Ascari at the head of the table waved his hand. "Enough. Stop arguing." Germain asked, "President, what should we do according to you?" Ascari pondered for a moment and said, "From today's incident, it's clear that the kid isn't easy to deal with. The day of divine descent is imminent. Try not to cause any trouble during this period. Since we already know that the artifact is in that kid's hands, let's wait until Lord Dark Dragon God descends before we take it back. For now, we should not provoke him." The others nodded upon hearing this, finding it reasonable. In the central hall of the Hamlin family, Paxton glared sternly at Everetiri and Adam, shouting, "Both of you, kneel down." Without a moment's hesitation, they fell to their knees with a thud. Paxton said coldly, "Everetiri, how did I instruct you initially? I asked you to go personally, yet you sent Gustav instead. Now he's dead, are you satisfied?" Everetiri kept his head down, silent. He was also regretting it deeply. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Gustav go under any circumstances. In his initial estimation, Gustav's impulsive and aggressive nature would likely lead to Montgomery's death. Even if Paxton found out afterward, it would be too late, and at most, he'd just scold him a few times. It was impossible that he'd do anything serious to him for just an illegitimate child. But however carefully he planned, he never anticipated that Gustav wasn't a match for Montgomery and ended up being killed. Paxton picked up a long whip and snapped it across Everettieri's body, shouting, "Now look what you've done, not only killing Gustav, but also making Montgomery turn against the family entirely." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, striking Everettieri repeatedly with the whip. "Father, please stop, spare your eldest brother." People around them pleaded one after another. The whip Paxton held was no ordinary whip, but a holy-grade magic weapon specifically targeting the soul. If it continued, even with Everettieri's strength, he would be gravely injured. "Grandfather, please stop beating father. All this is my fault." Adam hurriedly hugged Paxton's leg, begging, "Get away from me." Paxton roared, shaking off everyone with his aura. The whip struck Everettieri again, continuing for over 10 lashes until Everettieri was almost unconscious. "Humph. Both of you will reflect facing the wall and aren't allowed to go anywhere." After leaving these words, Paxton stormed out of the hall. Soon after, he arrived at a secluded courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a woman in white sat alone. Sensing someone approach, the woman turned her head. Upon seeing Paxton, Zena's face instantly turned cold. "What are you here for?" She spoke coldly, without any warmth. Paxton didn't mind, sitting opposite Zena, and said, "You sure raised a fine son." Zena's expression changed at this remark as she asked urgently, "What happened to Montgomery? Did you do something to him?" Paxton laughed coldly. "Indeed, I would love to do something to him." Zena sensed something wrong from his tone and asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" Paxton didn't hide anything and recounted everything that had recently transpired. Zena's mouth opened wide in shock. Her beautiful eyes showed disbelief, finding it hard to accept this reality. Although Joycey had told her before that Montgomery was very powerful, this seemed excessively strong. Taking a deep breath to calm her thoughts, Zena replied coldly, "So, you came here just to tell me this?" Paxton sighed. "Zena, whatever the case, that boy still carries the blood of the Hamlin family. I'm here to inform you that your confinement has been lifted. You can go wherever you want now." Zena was stunned at first, but soon reacted and said mockingly, "So, you're trying to use me to ease the tension between you and Montgomery?" Paxton didn't deny it. "Surely you don't want us to end up as complete enemies, do you?" Zena answered obliquely. "You're letting go of Gustav's death just like that?" Paxton sighed helplessly. "What can be done if it's not counted? With that boy's current strength and connections, what can I do to him?" After the initial anger, Paxton quickly calmed down. After deep reflection, he found that the best way between the Hamlin family and Montgomery was still reconciliation. Without reconciliation, it would lead to complete opposition. That would have no benefits for the Hamlin family at all. If they put aside hatred and reconciled, the Hamlin family might even rise because of Montgomery. Should they completely oppose each other, without mentioning whether the Hamlin family could handle Montgomery? Once Montgomery grows up in the future, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Hamlin family. Montgomery's displayed talent was truly terrifying. Although Paxton was unwilling to admit it, sometimes he indeed felt that Montgomery might one day break through the boundary of the Holy Realm and enter a higher level. As the patriarch of the Hamlin family, Paxton had to make decisions based on the family's interests rather than being controlled by emotions and acting recklessly. "Consider this carefully, I won't force you." After leaving this sentence, Paxton stood up and left. Heather bit her red lip, revealing a look of deep thought in her eyes. Although she hated the Hamlin family, she still did not want to see both sides end up in total opposition. After all, the Hamlin family had raised her. Then, she left the courtyard. Millie brought Heather to the outside of an estate. "Big sister Heather, Montgomery lives inside." Heather took a deep breath and walked in with large strides. Since Millie was following, the guards at the gate did not stop them. Led by the servants, the two soon arrived outside Montgomery's room. Abigail suppressed the excitement in her heart, stepped forward, and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened, and Montgomery came out. Upon seeing the white-clad woman at the door, Montgomery felt a wave of warmth in his heart for some reason. "Who are you?" he asked, frowning. Heather didn't say anything, but stepped forward and hugged Montgomery tightly. "Montgomery, my child, I've finally met you." Montgomery's mind went blank, and he stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 189, Heading to the Mage Academy. After a long while, Montgomery finally came to his senses from the shock. Then he held Alexandria tightly, his eyes showing tenderness. Millie saw this and silently withdrew, not wanting to disturb the reunion of mother and son. In the quiet courtyard, Montgomery and Alexandria sat facing each other. They poured out their hearts, expressing the longing in their hearts. "Mother, why did the Hamlin family suddenly release you?" Montgomery was somewhat puzzled. Alexandria didn't hide anything and told Montgomery the truth. After hearing this, Montgomery's eyes flashed with ridicule. "Haha, they sure have made a good calculation." Alexandria said softly, "Montgomery, if possible, your mother still hopes you won't completely break ties with the Hamlin family." Hearing her pleading tone, Montgomery hesitated for a moment and said, "Fine, but they must release Zoe, hand over the person who attacked father back then, and have Adam personally apologize to grandfather. The one who attacked your father that year was Barkley. He has already been killed by you." Alexandria gave a bitter smile and then asked, "Who is Zoe?" Montgomery explained Zoe's identity and also mentioned the Hamlin family's purpose for capturing him. Upon hearing this, Alexandria's expression turned extremely serious. This matter may be difficult to handle. As a core member of the Hamlin family, she naturally knew about the invocation. The royal family, the Hamlin family, and the Tom family all worshipped the Nevinalomio. To welcome the arrival of the Nevinalomio, one needs to sacrifice a body of light. One could say that the body of light was crucial. If Zoe truly is a body of light, the three major powers certainly would not let go easily. Montgomery's face turned cold. Mother, no one can touch Zoe. Alexandria nodded. Wait for me here. I will go tell your father about this and inform you when I get any results. Montgomery nodded, watching Alexandria leave. Hamlin family, don't provoke me, or you'll regret it. After Alexandria returned to the Hamlin family, she immediately found Paxton and informed him of Montgomery's demands. You say what? That little girl is Montgomery's lover. Paxton was also shocked, and immediately found Adam, saying sternly, Tell me honestly, where did you capture that little girl? Seeing her grandfather's angry face, Adam knew the matter had been exposed and dared not hide it any longer. He confessed everything. You damn fool. How could you do so many stupid things behind everyone's back? Paxton slapped Adam away in anger, his face filled with fury. Now he finally understood why Montgomery harbored such intense hatred towards the Hamlin family. Alexandria was also furious, her gaze at Adam extremely cold. Suddenly, Paxton thought of something and abruptly asked in alarm. You say you crippled Montgomery half a year ago? Adam nodded. After confirmation, Paxton took a few steps back, disbelief evident in his eyes. The rest of the Hamlin family members were also stunned. This meant that Montgomery had grown from a cripple to the realm of saint in just half a year. How is this possible? What kind of strange encounter did Montgomery have? His growth speed is astonishing. Paxton muttered under his breath, finding it hard to believe this shocking fact. Alexandria also looked shocked, but then showed a gratified smile on her face. Having a son as excellent as Montgomery made her sincerely happy. After being stunned, Paxton quickly calmed down and his eyes showed some difficulty. Montgomery's talent made him unwilling to give up. But Zoe had already been handed over to the royal family. Taking him away now would be like chasing after dreams. You go back and tell Montgomery that I will negotiate with the royal family, and will inform him immediately once I have news. Leaving these words, Paxton left the castle. Alexandria quickly returned to the manor and told Montgomery the result. Montgomery nodded, without much fluctuation in his eyes. He knew very well that the royal family probably wouldn't let go. Subsequently, he called for the servant to arrange a room for Alexandria. Mother, once I rescue Zoe, we will return to Donglin City together. Alexandria nodded. All right. Then the two continued chatting for a long time. It wasn't until midnight that they went back to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Johnny and Lightning Eagle simultaneously found Montgomery. Geo, Ezekiel told me that he has located the main medicine, but obtaining it will be quite difficult. Montgomery nodded. Where? The Mage Academy. Montgomery frowned slightly, then looked at Johnny. Have you gathered any useful information? Johnny nodded. Lord, I've learned that 6,000 miles north of Firestar City, there is an extremely famous cold pond. It is said to be very eerie, and the coldness emitted from it cannot even be resisted by saint-level experts. Montgomery nodded gently and continued. Go out again and gather more information about the Mage Academy. Johnny turned and left. Abigail walked over, curious, and asked, Montgomery, why are you gathering this information? That cold pond is called the Een Dragon Pond. Legend has it that an Een Dragon resides inside, making it a very dangerous place. Montgomery did not hide anything and told Alexandria about the special nature of his cultivation. Alexandria's eyes flashed with concern when she heard this. Montgomery, these years have truly been hard on you. It's nothing. Montgomery shook his head with a smile and then asked, Mother, what kind of magic do you practice? Light magic, why do you ask? Alexandria looked at him curiously. A golden light flickered at Montgomery's fingertips, and he lightly touched Alexandria's forehead. Alexandria felt her head throb, as unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. After a moment, she came back to her senses, then her face was filled with shock. Montgomery, this is... Montgomery shook his head with a smile. Mother, I will tell you when the time is right. Seeing this, Alexandria did not ask further. Soon after, Johnny returned. Lord, I found out that the Mage Academy is struggling with something. Montgomery's gaze shifted. What is it? It seems the Mage Academy wants to contact the forest god, but has not succeeded. Montgomery nodded and stood up, saying, Come, follow me to the Mage Academy. The Lightning Eagle immediately flew onto his shoulder. He informed Alexandria, and the two along with the eagle left the manor for the Mage Academy. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the Mage Academy. Who are you? You may not enter the premises of the academy without permission. Just as they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by a group of guards. Johnny stepped forward immediately and shouted loudly. Quickly inform your dean. My lord wishes to see him. One guard smirked. Is the dean someone you can meet just like that? Johnny did not get angry and calmly said, My lord's name is Montgomery. I don't care who. The guard was about to rebuke, but suddenly realized the name sounded familiar. Thinking carefully, he instantly remembered who Montgomery was. Not long ago, news of Montgomery slaying Barkley spread throughout the capital. Most people had heard this name. Looking closely, he saw a lightning eagle perched on Montgomery's shoulder, confirming his identity. Rumors said that the Star of Death named Montgomery kept an eagle-type magical beast. Please come in. The guard hurriedly made an inviting gesture. In a large hall, the three vice deans of the Mage Academy watched Montgomery warily. The old man in yellow robes said gravely, May I know what brings Mr. Montgomery to our Mage Academy? Today there was some delay, so there is only one chapter. Chapter 190. Long time no see. Montgomery came straight to the point. I heard that your academy wishes to contact the god of forests? The three individuals' gazes momentarily intensified before they gently nodded. This was something that could be easily confirmed with a bit of inquiry, so there was no need to hide it. Montgomery continued. This seat can help you make contact with the god of forests. Their eyes immediately widened. One of them said gravely, "Is this true?" "Of course, I never speak without foundation." Montgomery calmly nodded, his expression remaining unperturbed. It was as if this were an insignificant matter. They exchanged glances, seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Considering all the peculiar things about Montgomery, they believed him to some extent. Then they turned their gazes towards Montgomery, and one of them asked solemnly, "May I ask what Mr. Montgomery's intention is?" These three weren't fools. Montgomery definitely wouldn't provide a method for free. Montgomery answered truthfully. "This seat wants the grass of sky." Their eyes shrank again. The grass of sky was one of the most prestigious treasures of the Mage Academy. Although not the top-tier holy herb, it was among the rarest. On the continent, its existence was almost negligible. "Mr. Montgomery, this matter is critical, and we cannot decide on it. Please wait here." The elder in yellow robe spoke to Montgomery. One person quickly left. Shortly after, he returned, along with the Dean Randall. After arriving, Randall looked directly at Montgomery, questioning in tone. "Young friend, can you really contact the god of forests?" Montgomery nodded indifferently. "This minor task can be done by a mere gesture from this seat." Seeing the skepticism on their faces, he smiled and added, "Of course, you may choose not to believe me." Randall took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, but only after successfully contacting the god of forests will I give you the grass of sky." Agreed. In the deepest part of the Mage Academy, there was a secluded temple. Within the temple, a female deity statue stood. She wore a long green dress, had an enchanting figure, and her feet were bare, exuding stunning beauty even though she was just a statue. She also emitted an intense vitality, making the plants around the temple grow extremely lush. This statue was indeed the god of forests. "Young friend, please." Randall gestured invitingly to Montgomery. Montgomery approached with his hands behind his back, inspecting the god of forests before him with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In his previous life, he left the Star Moon continent and went to the realm of the god of forests. Later, after various twists and turns, he joined the ranks under the Life Deity King. And the god of forests was precisely one of the deities under the Life Deity King. Speaking of which, these two had a certain connection, considered old acquaintances. Suppressing his emotions, Montgomery approached the statue, pricked his fingertip, and carved intricate runes with his blood on the statue. Seeing this scene, Randall and others were shocked. Montgomery's actions undoubtedly constituted desecration of a deity. If the deity found out, it would be a tremendous sin. "Dean, this." The three vice deans looked at Randall, wanting to speak, but holding back, worry evident in their eyes. Randall took a deep breath and said sternly, "Hold on, let's see how it plays out." The day of the god's descent was approaching. If they didn't contact the god of forests soon, everything would be too late. With even the slightest chance now available, Randall wouldn't let it slip away. Montgomery moved swiftly and carved a complex magic array on the statue within a short time. Then, he made hand signs and tapped the center of the statue's forehead. Immediately, the blood-carved magic array lit up faintly and gradually grew brighter. A pale red magic disc appeared out of nowhere, centered on the statue. Following this, the disc slowly rotated clockwise. As it spun, a terrifying aura began to emerge. Along with the terrifying aura, an exceptionally strong vital force also manifested. Witnessing this, all present gaped in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. As they marveled, the terrifying aura grew stronger, and the vitality became more intense. Plants around grew rapidly, enveloping the entire temple in a short while. Minutes later, the statue in the center of the disc suddenly emitted intense green light. The bright green light projected into the sky, forming a graceful silhouette. Dressed in a green gown and with bare feet, the silhouette was identical to the statue. Indeed, it was the god of forests. The forest goddess's eyes gradually sparkled with divine light, looking down with a cold gaze. Randall and the others instantly felt an overwhelming pressure and immediately knelt down. Only Montgomery remained standing, though it was clear his body was trembling slightly, indicating he too was bearing the terrifying pressure. The forest goddess glanced over and said coldly, "Who are you, and why don't you kneel before this deity?" Her plain words carried a frightening momentum. Like a tidal wave erupting, it swiftly spread in all directions. Instantly, the entire imperial capital felt this terrifying aura. The experts from various powers were all startled. At the royal palace, Clifford felt this terrifying aura, and his gaze suddenly turned grave. This aura, could it be a deity descending? He quickly flew out of the palace, heading toward the source of the aura. At the same time, experts from other forces also mobilized. Ultimately, all these experts gathered outside the Mage Academy. They wanted to probe with their spiritual senses, but found that the Mage Academy was surrounded by a powerful barrier, blocking any probing. The experts had no choice but to give up. They could have shattered the barrier easily if they launched a full attack. But such an action would undoubtedly be declaring war on the Mage Academy. Raheem's face darkened as he growled inwardly. Damn it, that old Randall actually managed to contact the god of forests? The Mage Academy and the Mercenary Guild were competitors. Both had once tried to contact their respective deities, but failed. He never imagined the Mage Academy would succeed. As a result, among the major powers in the capital, only the Mercenary Guild hadn't contacted a deity. This meant that in the upcoming upheaval, the Mercenary Guild was most likely to be destroyed. Raheem found this outcome hard to accept for the moment. The Mage Academy contacted a deity on its own. How is this possible? Israel, hidden in the shadows, looked surprised. Deities weren't just anyone who could contact them. Ordinarily, in the lower planes, believers almost couldn't contact deities. Like the Dark Church, it was the Dark Dragon deity who appeared on their own accord and issued commands. It was the same for the other two factions. None of them could have dreamed that the one responsible was Montgomery, who had recently caused a stir. Inside the Mage Academy, students and mentors were also shocked. In a certain place, York looked gravely at the depths of the academy. Not long ago, he came to the academy, intending to invite a former classmate and good friend to go somewhere. But unexpectedly, he saw this scene. At this moment, inside the temple, Randall and the others, prostrate on the ground, changed expressions, looking at Montgomery with terrified eyes. If he angered the deity, the consequences would be dire. Facing the forest goddess's aloofness, Montgomery wasn't angry. A smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Kim, long time no see. Chapter 191. I'll wait for you here. Upon hearing this, Kyle and his companions were stunned on the spot. Their hearts were shaken like stormy waves, all of them staring at Montgomery with astonished eyes. The Alice narrowed her gaze slightly, and her cold voice sounded again. Who are you? How do you know the name of this deity? There was a hint of confusion in her voice. Kyle and his companions could only be more shocked when they heard this. It seemed that Montgomery indeed knew the Alice. A strong sense of curiosity about Montgomery's identity arose in their hearts. Johnny and Titus were also deeply shocked. Thinking of the incredible cultivation techniques Montgomery had imparted to them, they suddenly made a bold guess. Undoubtedly, Montgomery must be the reincarnation of some big figure. Kyle and his companions had the same thought. Only this possibility could explain why he knew the Alice. Montgomery smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that this lower plane has something you need." The Alice scoffed. "Compared to that, I'm more curious about your identity." Montgomery smiled faintly again. "Excessive curiosity isn't a good thing for a woman. Haven't you forgotten the foolish things you did in your youth?" The Alice's pupils constricted slightly, and her voice trembled somewhat. Who are you exactly?" Montgomery still didn't answer, taking out a staff from his storage ring and saying indifferently, "Try to descend here. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains." Divine core. The Alice's gaze was immediately drawn to the staff. When she recognized that the sphere on the staff was a divine core, she was instantly startled. How can there be a divine core in a lower plane? She was thoroughly puzzled. "How would I know? If you want to find out, investigate it yourself," Montgomery said in no good mood. "You?" The Alice was momentarily choked, anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. This mere mortal boy showed no fear of her, the Alice. Such an absurd situation was unprecedented. Kyle and his companions were also shocked. Montgomery's attitude clearly didn't take the Alice seriously. His relaxed and casual demeanor was as if he were talking to a little girl. All right, time is running out. Remember the coordinates here, try to descend here, and I'll wait for you here." Montgomery waved his hand, showing impatience. The Alice gritted her teeth angrily. But before she could get angry, her body began to slowly dissipate. "Mortal boy, you wait for me." After leaving this statement, the Alice's figure completely disappeared. Montgomery turned to look at Kyle and the others. "All right, stop kneeling. All of you get up." Kyle and his companions immediately got up from the ground. "The contact has been made. Soon, that girl should contact you actively," Montgomery said indifferently. "Give me the item." Kyle and his companions looked stunned. To call the Alice that girl, wasn't that too casual? Kyle quickly took out a jade box from his storage ring and respectfully handed it to Montgomery. "Here, sir." Montgomery took it and opened it, finding a sky blue herb inside. After checking it, he confirmed it was indeed sky grass. "I'm leaving." Montgomery put away the jade box and then beckoned Johnny and Titus, intending to leave. Kyle and his companions immediately came forward to see them off. On the way, seeing Kyle and his companions treating such a young man so courteously, the students and mentors were all amazed. They were extremely curious about Montgomery's identity. The group passed through the Mage's college and came to the entrance. Montgomery waved his hand at the few people. "That's enough. No need to see us off anymore." Then, he left the college with Johnny and Titus. "Mr. Montgomery, please walk slowly and come to the college often." Kyle waved at Montgomery, speaking very politely. This scene was just witnessed by York as he arrived at the entrance to the college. His pupils constricted, his heart was shaken. The venerable dean of the Mage's college actually treated Montgomery so politely and respectfully. This was simply inconceivable. Then, he seemed to think of something, and his pupils contracted sharply. Could it be? He kept watching until Montgomery's figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did Kyle retract his gaze and look at the three vice deans. "What happened today, do not divulge. Also, pass down orders that no one is allowed to provoke Mr. Montgomery." The three elders immediately nodded and then dispersed. Although their voices were not loud, the surrounding students still heard them. York naturally also heard them, which further confirmed his guess. Taking a deep breath, he quickly left the Mage's college. By the time they came out, the powerful figures outside the college had already withdrawn. Just as Montgomery returned to the manor, Heather came forward to greet him. "Montgomery, Father just sent word that the Mage's college seems to have also contacted a deity. Are you all right there?" Montgomery had just been at the Mage's college, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat worried. Montgomery shook his head with a smile. "Mother, what could happen to me?" It's good. Heather nodded repeatedly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Johnny and Titus were left speechless by this exchange. Who knows what expression Heather would have if she knew the truth. "By the way, Montgomery, Father sent word that the royal family is unwilling to let go of the light body," Heather suddenly said seriously. Montgomery's face turned cold. "If they dare to touch a hair of mine, I will make their entire royal family pay the price. Hearing this, Heather's expression changed. She hurriedly said, Montgomery, don't be impulsive. The royal family is extremely powerful and cannot be shaken easily. Montgomery nodded. Don't worry, mother. I know what I'm doing. Heather felt a slight relief. She really feared that Montgomery would recklessly seek retribution against the royal family. Don't worry too much. Father will still negotiate with the royal family. If it doesn't work out, we'll find another solution. Heather consoled him again. Montgomery nodded, but inside, his heart was icy cold. He knew all too well that the royal family would never let go. There were only two ways to welcome a deity's descent. One was to sacrifice a same attribute Saint Domain powerhouse, allowing the deity's consciousness to reside in their body. The second method was to sacrifice a same attribute special constitution. The second method was far superior, because special constitutions resonated better with the world and made for a more suitable host. Once the deity's consciousness entered, it could unleash even greater power. At the royal palace, Clifford looked somewhat displeased as Paxton returned. Paxton, I've already told you there is no room for negotiation. Paxton hesitated. Your Majesty, but I truly don't want to put Montgomery on the opposite side of our family. Clifford shook his head. Isn't he just a young man with some talent? There's no need to place too much importance on him. Once the Nevanalomio descends, granting some powers and treasures will be enough to bring your Locke family to the peak. Don't lose the forest for the sake of a single tree. Paxton opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately didn't argue back. Go prepare. With another deity arriving, the competition will only increase. We need to be fully prepared. Clifford waved his hand dismissively. Paxton hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Brandishing his departing figure, Clifford cursed inwardly, stupid old fool. Chapter 192, Journey to the Northern Sea Province. Yunnan Continent, a medium-sized plain in the boundless void. In the heart of the continent lies a divine realm known as the Forest Divine Realm, established by the Alice. At the center of this divine realm stands an emerald green sea of trees. Within this sea of trees, magnificent palaces have been constructed. At this moment, atop the highest point of the palace, the Alice Kim awakens from her slumber, a trace of anger flashing across her eyes. How annoying! Who is that damn boy? How could he be so familiar with my affairs? After returning to the manor, Montgomery rested for a night and decided to set out for the Northern Sea Province where the Yinlong Pond is located the next day. Montgomery, be careful on your journey. The Yinlong Pond is a dangerous place. If there's any news here, I'll inform you immediately. Laura warned Montgomery, handing him a magical artifact for communication. Worried about Abigail's safety, Montgomery left Laura to guard the capital, instructing her to notify him at once if anything happened. I understand, mother. Be careful yourself. Montgomery took the magical artifact and then departed from the manor with Johnny and Thunderbolt carving. At the same time, in the dark hall of the Dark Church, Israel and others knelt before the statue of the Dark Dragon God. Before them lay a body horizontally. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon God at the head of the hall emitted a faint light, then burst into a mass of pitch-black light. The light writhed and transformed into a towering figure draped in a black robe. The figure glanced at the body before it and coldly said, "This body isn't adequate yet. It requires some tribute dragon blood to fully harness the power of our god." Israel hurriedly bowed his head. "Understood, sir." The black-robed figure nodded slightly and slowly faded away. Rising, Israel turned to the people behind him and said in a solemn tone, "Do you know where we can find a tribute dragon?" After a moment of thought, Germain suddenly said, "President, I heard that there seems to be a dragon in the Yinlong Pond of the Northern Sea Province, but I don't know if it's true." Israel's expression changed as he ordered, "Germain, take people to investigate. If there is indeed a dragon, bring back some dragon blood." "Yes, President." Germain accepted the mission and left. In the palace, Vaughn looked at Clifford. "Arvin, brother, did you summon me for something?" Clifford nodded. "Just received word that the body the Dark Church prepared for the welcoming of the Dark Dragon God still has some issues and requires some dragon blood to perfect it. The members of the Dark Church have gone to the Northern Sea Province and are planning to capture the dragon in the Yinlong Pond. You should go there and stop them from obtaining the dragon blood." "Okay, Arvin, brother." Vaughn immediately nodded and turned to leave. Clifford added, "This is a good opportunity. Take Megan and the others with you for training." After traveling for some time, Montgomery and his companions finally arrived at the Northern Sea Province. Located at the northernmost end of the Starfire Empire, the Northern Sea Province has an extremely cold climate and is covered in snow and ice year-round. After making inquiries, they learned that the Yinlong Pond was located within the Spac Mountains in the northeastern part of the Northern Sea Province. The Spac Mountains, the first mountain range in the northern part of the empire, though not as majestic as the Hungduan Mountains, still spans a vast area, stretching across several provinces from north to south. Montgomery rode the Thunderbolt carving into the Spac Mountains, heading toward the extreme north. Half a day later, the Thunderbolt carving landed in a forest covered in ice and snow. Johnny glanced around, seeing nothing but white. The trees were all covered in thick layers of snow. "Sir, according to our information, the Yinlong Pond should be somewhere around here," Johnny told Montgomery. They had made inquiries, but found no one knew the exact location of the Yinlong Pond, only its general vicinity, because all those who had visited the Yinlong Pond had died. Montgomery nodded gently and instructed, "Let's split up and search. If you find anything, use the magical artifact to contact me immediately." Thunderbolt carving and Johnny nodded and went their separate ways. Montgomery also walked forward, his mental energy fully unleashed, searching for the Yinlong Pond. Unknown time passed when suddenly a wounded magic beast dashed out from the front jungle. Montgomery focused and saw it was a snow-white ice wolf, over 2 zhang long, with shiny white fur. Judging from the aura it emitted, it appeared to be a 6th-stage magic beast. Human, get lost. The ice wolf roared angrily and charged at Montgomery with a cold expression. You're courting death. Montgomery remained calm, and a vast wave of mental energy descended abruptly. The ice wolf's charging body trembled and then fell to the ground with a thud. Without sparing a glance at the dead ice wolf, Montgomery continued forward. At this moment, a group of figures appeared from afar. There were over 10 of them, led by 4 young men and women, evenly split between 2 males and 2 females. They were all dressed lavishly, indicating their extraordinary status. The rest were the guards of the 4. Boy, stop. Seeing Montgomery approach the ice wolf, the tall youth among the 4 immediately shouted. Montgomery stopped, and his gaze scanned the group while secretly probing with his mental energy. All 4 had reached the 6th rank, with relatively equal strength. By each of the 4 stood a formidable elder emitting strong aura, all at the 9th rank. Most of the other guards were at the 8th rank, only a few at the 7th. Montgomery guessed that these people were likely scions of major families from the Northern Sea province, here to gain experience. As he pondered, the group was already nearby. The tall man immediately picked up the corpse of the ice wolf, then looked down at Montgomery condescendingly. Boy, who are you? Montgomery glanced at the youth, but did not answer. Angered by being ignored, the tall youth suddenly raged. Damn boy, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. While speaking, he prepared to make a move. Seeing this, one of the 2 women in white quickly intervened. Killian, don't be reckless. Killian immediately stopped and turned to look at the girl in white. Jada, why are you stopping me? Jada didn't answer. She simply looked at Montgomery and asked crisply. Did you kill that ice wolf just now? Montgomery nodded lightly, not hiding it. Killian sneered. Hee boy, don't brag. That was a 6th-stage magic beast. Can someone like you really kill such a beast? Trying to fool us. Others also shook their heads in disbelief, finding it hard to believe Montgomery killed the ice wolf. An ice wolf was a peak 6th-stage magic beast. Montgomery looked no more than just an adult, dressed plainly, clearly from an ordinary background. How could such a person have killed an ice wolf on his own? Earlier, Jada and the others had teamed up to injure the ice wolf. If Montgomery had killed it alone, wouldn't it mean he was stronger than the 3 of them combined? This was something they completely couldn't believe. They were all over 20 years old, the cream of the crop in the Northern Sea province. Only those elites in the capital could surpass their talents and strength. Jada wasn't concerned and curiously asked, why did you come to the Spac Mountains alone? It's very dangerous here. Chapter 193, Companionship. To find the Yinlong Pond. Montgomery didn't hide it, wanting to see if they knew about the Yinlong Pond. Upon hearing this, the plump youth among them was surprised. What? You're heading for the Yinlong Pond too? Montgomery's expression changed slightly. From the tone of the other party, they should know where the Yinlong Pond was. Before he could ask, Killian sneered. You really don't know what you're doing, daring to look for the Yinlong Pond alone. Montgomery didn't bother with the youngster, turning his gaze to the plump youth. Do you know where the Yinlong Pond is? The plump youth pouted. Why should I tell you? He wore an arrogant expression, treating Montgomery with disdain. Daryl, it's just a small matter. No need to be so secretive, Jada said coolly, nodding slightly to Montgomery. Yes, we know. Then she advised kindly. The Yinlong Pond is dangerous. Don't entertain such wild ideas. Go back. Jada was kind-hearted, not wishing to see the young man die here. The other girl in green dress grumbled unhappily. Jada, let him die if he wants to. Why do you care? Killian chimed in. Seymour is right. Why should you care about a stranger? If he wants to find death, let him be. They turned to leave, ignoring Montgomery. Jada hesitated for a moment, then invited Montgomery. It's really dangerous here. If you must go to the Yinlong Pond, you can come with us. The old man behind Jada frowned, his eyes revealing worry. His young mistress had always been gentle and good-natured. But in this perilous magical world, kindness was worthless and potentially deadly. Yes. Montgomery nodded lightly, not refusing. Seeing this, the other 3 exchanged glances, all seeing mockery in each other's eyes. In their view, Jada's kindness would eventually lead to her downfall. The group left. Knowing more about the Yinlong Pond, Montgomery decided to follow them rather than search alone. Along the way, they hunted various magic beasts, gaining combat experience. Montgomery had no interest in this. To him, their battles were like skirmishes between children. During the journey, they met Johnny searching for the Yinlong Pond. Montgomery called him back. Killian jeered. Oh, I didn't notice that you even have a bodyguard with you. They sensed that Stefan was at the 8th rank. They guessed he should be Montgomery's bodyguard. They became slightly curious about Montgomery's identity. To be able to have an 8th rank powerhouse as a bodyguard, Montgomery must not be an ordinary person either. Montgomery didn't bother explaining. Seeing this, Stefan didn't speak up as well. Since the 2 weren't talking, they lost interest and turned their gazes away. After walking for some distance, the group suddenly encountered a powerful magic beast attack. In front of them came a snow-white magic bear several dozen meters tall. Its enormous paw fell on the ground, producing loud rumbles. Trees along the way were knocked down effortlessly by it. This aura, a Holy Realm magic beast? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the magic bear, everyone was greatly shocked. No, it has yet to reach the Holy Realm. But there isn't much difference. It should be a demigod powerhouse. The 4 elders immediately blocked the path of the magic bear while instructing the guards, protect the young masters and ladies. The group of guards protected Jada and company as they retreated into the distance. Montgomery also moved far back, without any intention of taking action. Four ninth-rank powerhouses launched attacks in unison, battling the gigantic magic bear. Magic lights flickered while horrifying elemental forces kept exploding. Jada and company watched the battle in the distance with worried looks on their faces. For same-leveled creatures, magic beasts are innately stronger than human powerhouses. What's more, the magic beast before their eyes had reached the demigod realm level. In terms of overall strength, it was much stronger than the four of them. Montgomery stood on a boulder, and after watching both parties exchange blows, confirmed that the four weren't the white magic bear's match. Indeed, the four were soon placed on the defensive. Seeing this, the worry in Jada's and the others' eyes grew even worse. "Let's go," Killian yelled out loud, and prepared to retreat early. Everyone else took action too, unwilling to stay any longer. Just as the crowd fell into chaos, a roar sounded off high in the sky. "Abominable creature, stop!" A 100-meter-high mountain dropped from the sky, pressing down directly over the magic bear. With a boom, the terrifyingly powerful magic bear was instantly suppressed. The four ninth-rank powerhouses looked up at the sky with shock on their faces. A warship broke through the clouds and flew out. Above the warship was a black flag, embroidered with 3 golden words, Collins. "It's the Collins family." When they saw the flag, the four people immediately felt relieved. Collins is a second-tier family in the capital. Though only a second-tier family, its power far exceeded that of the major families in the Northern Sea province. The warship descended from above. The four saw that standing on the warship was a huge group of figures. At the front was an old woman with silver hair. Lady Yasmin actually came? They were surprised. In the distance, Jada and her party wore similarly astonished expressions as they flew rapidly towards where the warship landed. Behind the four stood the four most powerful major families in the Northern Sea province. Behind the four major families stood the Collins family. The arrival of the Collins family was due to the notification from the four major families. Not long ago, within the Spartak Mountains, an unusual phenomenon appeared all of a sudden. The four major families concluded that a precious treasure had come into existence. After dispatching someone to investigate, they found out that the treasure was indeed real. At the Yinlong Pond, a top-level divine medicine had grown. Wanting to pluck it, the four major families couldn't beat the magic beasts guarding the divine medicine. After some discussion, they notified the Collins family behind them. The four ninth-rank powerhouses bowed forward in greeting upon flying up to the warship. "Thank you, lady, for rescuing us." The silver-haired lady, Yasmin, waved her hand and then pressed her palm down. Instantly, the mountain erupted with terrifying magical light and killed the magic bear on the spot. Following this, the mountain burst with a sound bang, dissolving into the air as elemental energy. "Go put the corpse away." Yasmin waved at the four. The four nodded and carved up the corpse. Yasmin looked at the crowd and said, "All right, lead me to the Yinlong Pond." The four led Jada and the others onto the warship. Montgomery also went up. Seeing this, Killian sneered. "Why is this kid following? Do you really want to go to the Yinlong Pond to find your death?" Montgomery ignored him, unwilling to argue with a brat like him. Seymour likewise mocked. "Killian, let the man follow if he wants to. If we leave him here alone, his bones might not be left. If that happens, our kind-hearted Jada would likely feel sad for quite a while." Killian agreed. Hearing the sarcastic conversation between the two of them, Jada wasn't very happy. But with so many people around, she didn't know what to say. The warship departed from there and headed toward the Yinlong Pond. On the way, however, it ran into a group who were engaged in battle. Ahead of them, two factions were fighting each other. Both sides were groups of vibrant young people. Upon seeing the two sides engaged in battle, Yasmin was shocked. Because the two sides in conflict were none other than members of the Dark Church and the royal family. Chapter 194 Far inferior compared to adults. Both sides engaged in combat also noticed the arrival of people and immediately stopped fighting, looking in this direction. Upon seeing that they were people from the Collins family, they instantly withdrew their gazes and resumed fighting. Noticing the change in expression of the Collins family members, Elsie tentatively asked, "Your Excellencies, who are those people up ahead?" The others also looked curiously. Layla said gravely, "Those are people from the royal family and the Dark Church." Hearing this, they were taken aback, staring dumbfoundedly at the combatants ahead. They really didn't expect that the royal family and the Dark Church had also arrived. In the back of the crowd, Montgomery narrowed his eyes slightly. The scene before him was equally unexpected. Why would people from the royal family and the Dark Church come here? He pondered, a hint of confusion flashing across his eyes. Although somewhat surprised, he wasn't overly concerned. Regardless of their intentions, if they dared to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. After a round of combat, neither side emerged victorious. On the Dark Church's side, the leading black-clothed man sneered as he looked at the white-robed woman opposite him. Hee, rumor has it that Princess Megan is extraordinarily powerful and the foremost genius of the royal family. After seeing her today, she's not so impressive after all. The white-robed woman appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in a pure white long dress with golden hair, cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of purity. She resembled a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven, untainted by earthly impurities. She was none other than Princess Megan of the Starfire Empire. Though young, her talent was exceptional. In her early 20s, she was already an 8th-level archmage, and she also cultivated her physical body to its 7th-level peak. Truly, she was a paragon of geniuses. Throughout the entire capital, there were virtually no young people who could surpass her. Princess Megan glanced coldly at the black-clothed man and retorted, "Neither does the sacred son of the Dark Church impress much." The black-clothed man, Alicia, sneered, "Is that so? Then let's fight again and see who's better. Humph. I'm not afraid of you, Megan retorted coldly, releasing a vast spiritual power, revealing a glaring snow-white disc behind her. Alicia did not back down either, swiftly employing techniques. Both quickly clashed again. The others did not join the battle. They were well aware that the outcome of the fight rested on these two individuals, not on them. Though only 8th level in strength, the intensity of their combat rivaled that of 9th level powerhouses. How strong. This is the top genius of the capital. We can't even compare. Killian and the others were stunned, awe evident in their eyes. Amidst their shock, there was a tinge of bitterness. Compared to the person before them, their talents paled in comparison. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Nathan couldn't help but mutter, "What's so surprising? My master far surpasses them." Though his voice was low, it was still heard by the others. Killian turned and laughed derisively. Old man, you're really daring to speak. Do you know who these combatants are?" The others also turned, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. They thought Nathan might not understand what the sacred son of the Dark Church and the princess of the royal family represented. Nathan replied calmly, "Of course, aren't they just the princess of the royal family and the sacred son of the Dark Church? They're not big shots, why be surprised?" His words caused a stir. Even members of the Collins family turned to look, surprise and mockery in their eyes. One of them scoffed, "You're really daring to speak. Are you afraid your tongue will slip?" Others nodded, mockery evident in their eyes. Nathan secretly frowned. "I'm just speaking the truth. Do you have to react like this?" For someone accustomed to seeing important figures in the capital, a mere princess and a sacred son really weren't worth mentioning. "Shut up, don't make reckless remarks, or I won't be responsible," Layla sternly reprimanded, fearing Nathan's idle talk would be heard by the opponents. If that happened, they'd be in deep trouble. These people were absolutely not ones they could afford to offend. Chapter 195 Keith and White Sacred Lotus. Johnny pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. What an overconfident fellow. Everyone thought this way, disliking Johnny even more. Even kind-hearted Jada frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Johnny's boastful remarks. The battle in the distance continued. After hundreds of rounds of combat, neither side had the upper hand. This showed that their strengths were not far apart, making it very difficult to distinguish a winner in a short time. Ultimately, both parties stopped. Haha, it seems we can't decide a winner today. When you come to Japan, Holy Son, I'll surely win you. The Dark Church's Holy Son left these face-saving words before leading everyone away. Ali snorted coldly, withdrew her gaze, flew back to the warship, and then led everyone toward Montgomery and the others. Yasmin immediately saluted, "Your Highnesses." Seeing this, the rest also quickly came forward to salute. Only Montgomery and Johnny stood there motionless. Witnessing this scene, Jada hurriedly whispered a reminder. "What are you two standing around for? Come here and greet them." Urgency flickered in the girl's eyes. These people were all of noble rank, beyond what they could offend. If they angered them accidentally, the consequences would be unimaginable. Montgomery and Johnny still stood there without moving, as if they hadn't seen Jada's reminder. On the opposing warship, a group of royalty saw this, and their faces turned cold instantly. A young prince immediately scolded, "Ridiculous. Why don't you step forward and pay respects to me?" Other princes and princesses also stared at the two unfavorably. Killian and several others smirked inwardly, thinking Montgomery and Johnny were likely doomed. York was among the royals too. Upon seeing Montgomery, his pupils contracted slightly. But soon, he retracted any abnormal reactions and did not warn anyone. Seeing that Montgomery and Johnny remained unmoved, the speaking prince became enraged. "Impudent commoners, daring to ignore my words, courting death." Just as he was about to make a move, Ali waved her hand, stopping him. "Never mind. It's not worth it to deal with these two who don't understand respect. We wouldn't want people saying our royal family is petty." The prince shot a cold look at Montgomery and Johnny, and then turned away. Humph, what lucky yokels. Killian and several others felt regretful. York similarly regretted it. Only he understood Montgomery's true strength. If there were real conflicts, most of the royals would suffer significant casualties. These people were his competitors, which York secretly wished for. Because of his background, York was unpopular in the royal family from a young age and had endured much bullying. He held no affection for his siblings. Even if they died here, he would feel no emotional stir. Ali looked at Yasmin and asked, "Why have you come here?" Daring not to hide anything, Yasmin explained their purpose honestly. Upon hearing this, Ali's gaze grew intense. Then she turned and said to everyone, "Jasper and the others should have already reached the Yinlong Pond. Let's go and check it out." Everyone nodded. She then looked at Yasmin again. "Please guide us." After entering the Spartak Mountains, the group of princes and princesses had separated from the others and trained within the mountains on their own. Thus, they did not know the location of the Yinlong Pond. "It is an honor for this old woman to serve your highness," Yasmin quickly replied, showing utmost humility. Although she was an elder of the Collins family, compared to Ali, her status was far lower. She dared not be careless. Ali nodded lightly without further comment. Then, two warships sailed one after another toward the location of the Yinlong Pond. Jada approached Montgomery and Johnny, whispering, "You scared me just now. Those are the Imperial Royals. If you offended them, you would be finished." She patted her chest, looking fearful. "Never do this again, or 10 heads won't be enough." Johnny looked at Jada and smiled. "Little girl, thank you for your concern, but it's unnecessary. No one can touch our master." Jada's forehead twitched slightly. Could they stop bragging? Seymour, overhearing the conversation, sneered. "Chow, why bother so much, Jada? They obviously don't appreciate it." Killian chimed in. "Indeed, Why talk so much to unsophisticated yokels? They don't know what it means to be imperial royalty. The plump youth Daryl also chimed in. Jada, don't waste your breath on them. These two are just ignorant country bumpkins who have no idea what etiquette is. If it weren't for Princess Allie's magnanimity earlier, they might already be dead, possibly even dragging you down with them. The elder accompanying Jada also said, Miss, the young masters are right. These two really know nothing about decorum. You should stay away from them as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. Jada's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. She then warned Montgomery and Johnny once more. You two be careful and don't speak out of turn later. Johnny smiled and nodded. Little girl, though unnecessary, thank you for your concern. We will pay attention. Seeing this, Jada didn't say anything more. From beginning to end, Montgomery had not spoken a single word. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, not even glancing at the others. It was as if in his eyes, they were like insignificant jesters, unworthy of his notice. But Killian and the others thought Montgomery was too frightened to speak. They sneered and turned their gazes away, bothering no longer to acknowledge the two. After a while, the two warships finally arrived at Enlong Pond. Located at the extreme northern part of the Spartak Mountains, Enlong Pond had an even harsher climate. Looking down from above, there was a pitch-black pond in the mountain gorge ahead. Calling it a pond seemed inaccurate, because its area was extremely vast. The pond was oval-shaped, with a diameter of about 10 miles. It looked more like a small lake. Above the black pond, swirling mists of energy rose, as if connecting to the abyssal underworld. The temperature around the pond was colder than in other places. At that moment, a terrifying battle was raging over Enlong Pond. The combatants were the royal family and the Dark Church. In the icy pond below floated several corpses of magical beasts. Clearly, these magical beasts had been killed by the royal family and the Dark Church. In the center of the pond grew a giant lotus flower. The lotus leaves and roots were black, but the bloom was snow white. Though far away, everyone smelled the medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. Keith and white sacred lotus. Everyone's pupils constricted, their eyes revealing shock. The Keith and white sacred lotus was the highest grade sacred medicine, with the lotus root having dark attributes and the lotus flower belonging to light attributes. It was an extremely rare and precious sacred medicine. If it were outside, it would definitely be invaluable. Curtly stared intently at the giant lotus flower in the pond. But quickly, the light in her eyes dimmed. With the royal family and the Dark Church involved, this sacred medicine was destined to be out of reach for the Collins family. Behind them, Montgomery's eyes gleamed brightly as he stared fixedly at the Keith and white sacred lotus in the center of the pond. This was the last of the three main ingredients he needed. Montgomery hadn't expected to find it here. It truly was like finding something without effort after searching everywhere. Chapter 196, A Bet. Montgomery quickly composed himself and refrained from rash actions. There were many powerful individuals present, and it was unnecessary for him to stand out at this moment. He could simply be a fisherman in the midst of chaos. He glanced at the two sides engaged in combat. There were 6 people in total, 3 on each side, for we're in the middle stage of the Holy Domain, while 2 were in the late stage. Clearly, the Dark Church had invested heavily in acquiring the Dragon's blood, sending out 3 Holy Domain powerhouses at once. The royal family responded similarly, clearly not wanting the Dark Church to obtain the Dragon's blood smoothly. Apart from the 6 people fighting before his eyes, Montgomery also sensed 2 others hiding in the dark. Based on the faintly emitted aura, they should be peak Holy Domain beings. In addition, he faintly felt another presence beneath the pond. However, the aura was extremely weak, so he couldn't determine its strength. Montgomery guessed that this aura should belong to the rumored Dragon. Interesting. Montgomery murmured inwardly as he chanted a spell silently. If someone were to use mental power to inspect, they would see mysterious runes appearing on his skin under his clothes. Everyone else was also astounded and amazed. Combat at this level was very rare to witness. Even the princes and princesses seldom saw such battles, let alone people like Jada. Beihai province was located in the northern part of the empire, in a remote location. The strongest individual within it was only a half-step Holy Domain practitioner. There might be Holy Domain powerhouses, but they were likely those ancient relics with little time left to live, none of whom showed themselves openly. The possibility of a holy war occurring was almost negligible. Jada and her group had never seen a battle between Holy Domain powerhouses. Seeing one now made their blood boil with excitement, and a longing arose in their hearts to become strong like them in the future. At this moment, the Dark Saint also flew over with a group of people. Upon seeing the scene, the group was also taken aback. It's actually the Keith and White Sacred Lotus. This is a top-tier sacred medicine. Someone exclaimed, shock evident in their eyes. This sacred medicine contained both light and darkness attributes simultaneously. For the Dark Church and the Starfire Imperial family, it was an extremely rare treasure, since both sides practiced magic of these 2 attributes. That's why they were currently locked in fierce combat. A prince looked at Megan and asked curiously, Sister Megan, can you tell which side has the upper hand? Megan shook her head lightly. It's too close to call right now. Both sides are evenly matched, and it will be difficult to decide the outcome anytime soon. The Dark Church and the royal family were among the top forces on the continent, with extremely formidable powerhouses on both sides. It was very difficult to determine a winner in a short period. Johnny also looked at Montgomery and softly asked, Sir, which side do you think has a better chance of winning? The Dark Church, Montgomery said without hesitation, as if he had already foreseen the final outcome. Jada was speechless, thinking Montgomery was boasting again. Killian and a few others couldn't help but look over, with Seymour wearing a mocking smile. Haha. Even Princess Megan cannot foresee the final outcome. And yet you, a bumpkin, dare to make bold claims here? Truly presumptuous. Killian followed up. Seymour, why bother with a bumpkin? He probably boasts because he lacks knowledge. With their continuous mockery, Johnny became angry immediately, looking at the two coldly. Enough talk. Are you two willing to place a bet with me? Seymour snorted. Humph, I'm not afraid. What kind of bet? Johnny said coldly. Just bet on whether my lord's prediction is correct. If he's right, the two of you will have to call yourselves fools 3 times. Both of them frowned. Killian sneered. And what if you lose? Johnny replied calmly. You can set any conditions. Killian said coldly. All right. If you lose, the two of you must kneel down and call me grandfather 3 times. No problem. Johnny appeared confident, not worried at all, then looked at Seymour. What about you? The latter nodded, agreed. You two can kneel down and call me great aunt 3 times when the time comes. Seeing this, Jada felt some concern and turned to Johnny. Sir, how can you be so impulsive? Not even Princess Megan can foresee the final outcome. Aren't you digging your own grave by doing this? Though the girl didn't say it outright, her meaning was clear. Montgomery was likely to lose. Johnny smiled. Little girl, don't worry, everything will be fine. Jada hesitated but didn't say anything more. The Collins family also heard the conversation and shook their heads, disdainful looks in their eyes. To them, Johnny was simply overestimating his capabilities. Haha, old man, stop being stubborn. Get ready to call me grandson, they thought. Killian sneered coldly, and then continued to watch the battle. The distant battle became increasingly brutal. In order to obtain the Keith and White Sacred Lotus, both sides unleashed all their power without reservation, each move being terrifying. At the height of the battle, 6 Holy Domain experts unleashed their full strength simultaneously, and the terrifying might destroyed everything around them. The onlookers retreated one after another, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After a while, a late-stage Holy Domain expert from the royal family was hit by an opponent's spell due to a misstep and was thrown back, coughing blood. Taking this opportunity, the Holy Domain expert from the Dark Church rushed toward the Keith and White Sacred Lotus in the center of the pond as fast as possible. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed abruptly. It was clear that the Dark Church had gained the upper hand in this battle. The royal expert was seriously injured and could not intervene for the time being. The other two were kept occupied by the Dark Church members and could not interfere either. The princes and princesses looked grim. They believed the Keith and White Sacred Lotus would most likely be taken by the Dark Church. Only Megan remained unperturbed. Only she knew that Vaughn was still hidden somewhere. To avoid revealing his true strength, Vaughn had hidden himself since the beginning of the journey and did not accompany the others. Only Megan and the 3 Holy Domain experts knew about this. But she did not expect the Dark Church to have done the same. Just as the person was about to approach the Keith and White Sacred Lotus, sudden waves rose on the water surface, followed by a huge, fearsome mouth shooting out from underwater. Its speed was like a bolt of black lightning. Everyone widened their eyes, shocked by this unexpected scene. The Holy Domain expert from the Dark Church also turned pale, but before he could react, his body was engulfed by a wave of icy water. Before the water receded, he shot out like lightning. However, when everyone saw his appearance, they were all greatly startled. His left arm and half of his body were missing, with blood gushing out, looking extremely miserable. Arvin. The other two were alarmed and stopped fighting, quickly flying towards the injured elder. Protect me. Enduring the excruciating pain, the elder spoke and immediately took a bottle of healing medicine, then sat down cross-legged to recover. The 3 from the royal family did not attack again. Instead, they focused on the pond below. Their expressions were grave. They had already guessed the identity of the creature they just encountered. Without a doubt, it was most likely the rumored dragon. One exchange, and a late-stage Holy Domain expert was injured so severely. Although it involved an element of surprise, it also demonstrated the power of the dragon. 5th brother, that beast is quite strong. It will be difficult for us to obtain the sacred medicine. The lean man among the 3 said solemnly. The leading Chevy nodded and said quietly, we need 2nd brother's help. As he finished speaking, Vaughn, who had been hiding, suddenly appeared and descended from the sky. On the other side, Jermaine also revealed himself at the same time. Seeing this, everyone was astonished. They didn't expect there to be 2 more experts hiding. It's Prince Vaughn. The Wayne president is here too. Upon seeing the two, both sides of the Dark Church and the royal family were filled with excitement. Haha, the royal family really went all out, even sending you kid over. Jermaine glared at Vaughn and said coldly. Vaughn replied calmly. Old man, with this prince here, you won't get the dragon's blood. Jermaine sneered. Haha, we'll see if you can do it. Saying that, Jermaine dashed towards the Keith and White Sacred Lotus in the center of the pond. Vaughn also moved at the same time. As soon as they approached the lotus, a fearsome, giant mouth shot out of the water again. But they had anticipated this, and launched preemptive attacks rapidly. The giant mouth was swallowed by black and white magical lights. Waves surged, and magical lights spread throughout the pond, faintly seeming to carry a scream. Once everything calmed down, the fearsome giant mouth had disappeared, and the cold pond water was dyed red with blood. It was evident that the dragon underwater had been injured by their attacks. Everyone was stunned. No wonder they were peak Holy Domain experts. Their first move injured the terrifying dragon. Vaughn and Jermaine exchanged glances and engaged in combat again. Everyone watched their battle nervously. At the end of the warship, Johnny withdrew his gaze and looked at Killian and the other two, saying indifferently, isn't it time for you two to fulfill your bet? Their expressions changed slightly. Caught up in the shock earlier, they had forgotten about the bet. From the previous battle, it was indeed the royal side that lost. Thinking of the lost bet, the two felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Killian sneered and said, "Well, what are you in a hurry for? The battle hasn't ended yet, has it? We can talk about it after it's over." Alfonso also followed. "Right, let's talk about it after the battle ends." Johnny's expression darkened, then he coldly laughed again. "Well, I see you won't admit your loss until you have to. So, let's wait until the battle is over to discuss it." Chapter 197 Dark Knight Domain. Jada glanced sideways at Montgomery, who looked unperturbed. She was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to be right. Did he really see it long ago, or was it just a coincidence? The young girl was somewhat unsure. After pondering for a moment, she asked in a low voice, "Who will win between them?" Montgomery answered without any hesitation, "The Dark Church." Jada was somewhat taken aback. His answer came too quickly. Killian and the others couldn't help but give him a cold smile. But perhaps due to their previous lesson, they did not speak up this time. There was only disdain in their eyes. Prince Vaughn was known as the Starfire royal family's first prince, with an exceptionally terrifying strength. Even they, far away in the North Sea province, had heard of his name. On the other hand, they hadn't even heard of Germain, some old man. How could he be Prince Vaughn's match? Above the pond, the battle between the two was fierce. Two completely different magic lights, black and white, continuously appeared, catching everyone's eye. The other Holy Domain powerhouses all retreated, not joining in the battle between the two. The peak Holy Domain was too terrifying, something they could not interfere with. Just as the two were fighting intensely, the pond below suddenly broke open. Then, a huge creature emerged from the water. Everyone immediately focused on it, seeing that it was a pitch-black shadow dragon. Its body was over 100 meters long, covered densely with black scales like iron castings, shimmering with a piercing cold luster. A pair of flesh wings stretched out to dozens of meters, flapping lightly, to rapidly fly into the sky. So powerful. Everyone showed shock on their faces. The shadow dragon's aura was no weaker than Vaughn and Germain's. This beast's strength has actually reached the peak Holy Domain. No wonder it can critically injure a late-stage Holy Domain with one hit. As everyone's hearts filled with alarm, they moved back again. Once a peak Holy Domain magical beast went berserk, it could be extremely terrifying. Even Vaughn and Germain temporarily stopped fighting, both looking up at the flying shadow dragon. The latter gave them a cold stare, its giant mouth opening to emit a chilling voice. "Human, this place is not where you should be. Leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being unfriendly." Hearing this, the two were stunned, then laughed. Germain chuckled. "Haha. Beast, if you want this old man to leave, just give me your dragon blood and the sacred herb below." Looking for death, the shadow dragon flew into a rage, its wings spreading wide as it turned into a bolt of black lightning, charging at Germain. "Humph, demon beast, the one looking for death is you." Germain gave a cold snort, his face showing no fear. A pitch-black magic disc lit up behind him. In the next moment, countless black thorns extended out, entangling towards the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon opened its gaping maw, spewing out a large cloud of dark shadow chi, instantly freezing the myriad thorns into ice sculptures. Crackling sounds echoed as the wind stirred by its wings blew over, instantly turning the frozen thorns into a pile of ice chips. "Dark Knight Domain," Germain shouted, black magic light shining beneath his feet. The light enveloped the entire pond, with countless black fogs spouting out from the magic disc, rapidly converging into a huge black sphere. As soon as the light ball formed completely, Vaughn quickly escaped this area, not daring to stay within the Dark Knight Domain. Clearly, he knew the horror of this move. The rest had already retreated from the area around the pond. It is said that the Dark Knight Domain is one of the most powerful few domains in dark magic. Once inside, all senses will be deprived. Megan spoke solemnly, her gaze firmly fixed on the distant black sphere. The prince and princess nearby looked shocked upon hearing this. A young blonde girl asked, "Sis Megan, isn't that shadow dragon doomed?" Megan shook her head. A peak Holy Domain magical beast is also terrifying. It won't be easy to subdue it. All present gazed intently at the black sphere above the pond, awaiting the result of the battle. Only one person wasn't idle. Vaughn formed seals with both hands, bright magic light appearing behind him. In the next moment, a tall figure slowly condensed. Terrifying elements of light gathered from all sides, all flowing into the towering figure. Its blurry silhouette gradually solidified. Everyone's attention was drawn as they discovered it was a two-winged angel. "Light slash," Vaughn shouted, lifting both hands before slashing down viciously. The two-winged angel behind him did the same action. As his hands lifted, a huge sword made of light appeared in midair in his hands. The light sword, several hundred meters long, contained unimaginably powerful light energy. With a whoosh, the light sword slashed down, tearing through the air towards the black sphere ahead. With a loud boom, the dark sphere trembled violently, then a crack appeared. Light shone through from outside. A roar suddenly echoed, and then a massive creature burst out from the opening. It was indeed the shadow dragon. However, upon seeing its pitiful state at this moment, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. The originally intimidating shadow dragon was now covered in blood, with many of its scales missing. Several bloody holes had appeared on its pair of flesh wings, and one of its dragon legs had vanished entirely. Hiss! Many people involuntarily drew cold breaths, feeling deeply shocked. They finally understood just how terrifying the Dark Church was. One vice president alone was this formidable, let alone the legendary president. According to rumors, the Dark Church President Israel was the Empire's #1 powerhouse. Previously, they somewhat doubted these claims. But after witnessing the miserable state of the Shadow Dragon, they believed it a little more. As the Shadow Dragon emerged, the black sphere quickly crumbled, revealing Germain's figure. He also didn't look well, his hair disheveled and his complexion slightly pale. Clearly, his previous attack had taken quite a toll on him as well. But fortunately, the harvest was substantial too. He had cut off a dragon leg, from which a considerable amount of Shadow Dragon blood could be extracted. With a splash, the Shadow Dragon dove into the pond and quickly disappeared. Scoundrel beast, don't run. Germain was about to chase after it, but Vaughn blocked his path. Germain's face turned cold. Vaughn, do you really want to stop me? Vaughn responded coldly. Old man, getting one dragon leg is enough. Don't be too greedy. His expression was rather gloomy. This time, by letting the other side take a dragon leg, his interception mission could be considered a failure. Humph. When has it ever been your place to meddle in my affairs, brat? Germain let out a cold snort, sweeping out with a formidable mental force before attacking again. Vaughn did not yield either, quickly blocking his moves. The battle became even more intense than before. That Shadow Dragon did not appear again, seemingly now fearful. After some intense exchanges, Germain gradually gained the upper hand. In terms of overall strength, Vaughn was still a notch below. If it weren't for Germain's earlier exhaustion, he would have been defeated much faster. Though he gained the upper hand, he could only slightly suppress his opponent. To completely defeat or slay him was impossible. After another round of fighting, Vaughn shouted loudly, Old man, this won't get us anywhere. Let's stop. Germain halted his attack and mocked. What? Are you scared? Chapter 198, The Great Demon. All right, old man, stop being stubborn. Vaughn sneered, his gaze fixed on the black and white sacred lotus below, and said coolly, The lotus flower goes to me, and the lotus root to you. How about that? Germain pondered for a moment and then nodded gently. This outcome was a win-win situation. Any further fighting would only result in mutual destruction. Both sides also heaved a sigh of relief, knowing this was the best outcome. Then the two quickly flew towards the black and white sacred lotus in the center of the pond. On the Collins family's warship, Johnny looked at Killian and the other person, sneering coldly. Well, can we now settle the bet? Their faces turned grim, and Killian retorted, Humph, old thing, are you blind? Didn't you see it was a draw? Anders followed up immediately. Yes, at most it's a draw. How can you say you've won? Johnny's face darkened, and his tone turned colder. You're trying to renege on the bet? Killian's face turned cold. Old thing, first off, I didn't lose at all, and second, what could you do even if I reneged? Anders sneered coldly. Exactly, you bumpkin, what can you do to us? Before Johnny could respond, Montgomery spoke first. You'd better honor the bet, otherwise, it wouldn't be worth enraging me over such a petty matter. They froze for a moment before both started laughing. Their laughter was full of ridicule, gradually turning icy. Humph, boy, it seems like you need a lesson, or else you really think I have a good temper. Killian sneered, striding toward Montgomery. Get lost. Montgomery barked sharply, sending Killian flying backward with a smirk on his face. The scene was so abrupt that no one expected it. It happened too quickly. In an instant, Killian was sent flying. Anders shouted angrily, Bumpkin you. Before he could finish, his body flew uncontrollably outwards. Boy, how dare you. The elders protecting the two reacted swiftly, glaring fiercely at Montgomery. Montgomery paid them no mind, disappearing from the spot in a flash. He reappeared above the pond. By then, Germain and Vaughn had just finished harvesting the sacred medicine. Montgomery glanced at them and said indifferently, I want the black and white sacred lotus. Upon hearing these words, everyone looked at Montgomery. That boy, how dare he? The princes and princesses were greatly startled. York's pupils contracted, showing shock and disbelief. But then a glint of anticipation emerged in his eyes. The members of the Collins family were also shocked. The two elders who were ready to act stood there stiffly, staring dumbfoundedly at the distant purple-clothed figure. Jada covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, all eyes were on Montgomery. How daring this boy must be to speak such words to two supreme beings. Germain and Vaughn also turned to look. Seeing it was Montgomery, they were momentarily stunned. It's actually you? Vaughn's face showed surprise, never expecting to encounter Montgomery here. Germain was equally astonished, but then revealed a cold smile. Humph, boy, it's truly fate that brought you here before me. Hearing their words, everyone present was dumbfounded. From the tone, it seemed both knew Montgomery. That boy is just a bumpkin. Why would Jasper know him? The princes and princesses looked puzzled. Saul sneered inwardly, a bunch of idiots. These people, except Megan, were essentially spoiled brats. They spent their days eating, drinking, and playing, completely unaware of what was happening in the capital. They didn't know about someone like Montgomery. Although Megan knew about him, she hadn't met Montgomery and couldn't guess that this was the young genius who had recently become famous in the capital. Montgomery remained indifferent. Enough nonsense. Hand over the black and white sacred lotus, or I will not spare any of you. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion throughout the crowd. Is this boy insane? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Someone exclaimed, looking at Montgomery as though he were already dead. Even Germain and Vaughn were taken aback. The latter sneered coldly. Humph, boy, you're truly arrogant. Do you really think this is still the capital? Well, today I'll take your life to teach you the consequences of angering me. His expression turned cold by the end of his words, radiating an overwhelming aura. Seeing this, Germain silently stepped aside. Initially, he planned to take action, but since Vaughn moved first, he saw no need to join in. An inexperienced boy wasn't worth both of them acting together. Wong uncle is furious. That boy is doomed. A prince laughed coldly, mockery evident in his eyes. A country bumpkin, daring to provoke Jasper, truly ignorant of his own insignificance. Montgomery didn't bother with further nonsense. He bit his finger and used the blood to draw a profound rune on his forehead. The rune emitted a bloody light, then began to extend, moving down his temples towards his chin and neck, finally connecting with countless runes on his skin. In the next moment, his muscles swelled abruptly, bursting through his clothes. Montgomery tore off his shirt, revealing a well-built upper body. Heath runes densely covered his skin, interconnected to form a mysterious totem. A close look revealed an image of a fierce demon. Vast and pure power emanated from the demon totem, continuously surging into Montgomery's body. Montgomery's aura rose steadily, quickly climbing from level 7 to 8, then 9, until he reached peak 9th level. Vaughn, who had previously been disdainful, suddenly grew solemn as he felt an intense threat from this new Montgomery. Germain also looked gravely at Montgomery. Upon seeing his current appearance, a foreboding sensation struck him. All present gathered their expressions, their faces gradually turning serious. At this moment, Montgomery was both terrifying in aura and appearance. His muscles bulged visibly under the protruding veins beneath his skin. Frightening demonic patterns enveloped his entire body, even extending to his face, making him resemble a great demon. Come on. Montgomery beckoned to Vaughn with a provocative gesture. Vaughn's face turned icy. Boy, don't be too presumptuous. Today I will kill you for sure. Annoying. Montgomery barked out a command, his figure darting forward abruptly. In just an instant, he appeared before Vaughn. Vaughn's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to resist, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Then his body uncontrollably flew backward. With a loud crash, he slammed into a mountain several miles away, causing it to collapse. This. Everyone gaped, hardly believing what they saw. Just one strike, and the formidable Vaughn was sent flying. Chapter 199 Tentacles. Cough, cough. A violent bout of coughing erupted from a distance as Vaughn burst out from the shattered rocks, then staggered through the air. Everyone stared intently and immediately drew in sharp breaths. There, on Vaughn's chest, was an additional bloody hole, gushing fresh blood. If it weren't for the self-healing power inherent to saints' bodies, Vaughn would likely have already been dead. Vaughn took out a bottle of healing potion and swallowed it, then looked at Germain with gravity. Old man, we might need to join forces. Germain nodded seriously. He had also sensed Montgomery's current strength. If they didn't combine their efforts, they might be in danger of falling. Dark Knight Domain. With that shout, he immediately unleashed his domain. Montgomery clenched his fist, ready to stop him, but Vaughn held him back. A colossal snow-white sword slashed down toward him, tearing through the air. Undeterred, Montgomery swung his fist. With a crack, the massive light sword that could cleave mountains shattered into fragments, transforming into particles of light and disappearing. Darkness swept in, blocking his vision. Apart from sight, all other senses were stripped away too. Even touch was taken from him. No sound, no smell, no light, nothing at all. Lightning flashed in Montgomery's eyes, forming 2 golden runes. The darkness before him was instantly dispelled, revealing 2 sharp attacks coming his way. Montgomery shifted sideways quickly to avoid them. Vaughn exclaimed in surprise, "Strange, how did that boy dodge?" Germain speculated, "Probably just luck." Montgomery scanned his surroundings, searching for his opponents. Although he could see now, the images were still somewhat blurry. Shortly after, he spotted Germain and Vaughn. With a stomp in midair, his body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, both men were startled. Vaughn exclaimed in surprise, "Old man, why do I feel like that boy has found us?" Germain shook his head. "Impossible. No matter how powerful that boy is, he can't see through the Dark Knight Domain." He was very confident in his own domain, not believing Montgomery could penetrate it. In the Dark Knight Domain, all senses are deprived. Unless permitted by him, outsiders couldn't perceive anything, leaving them at the mercy of others. Seeing Montgomery get closer, the cautious Vaughn dodged. Just as he moved, a fist charged with immense fighting energy struck the spot he had occupied moments ago. Vaughn was astonished and cursed. "Old man, you said he wouldn't be able to see through it. What the hell is going on?" Germain was deeply shocked, exclaiming, How is this possible?" He simply couldn't believe it. Without giving Germain time to think, Montgomery struck again with a punch. Coming to his senses, Germain swiftly moved aside. "Wanna run? Have you asked me?" Montgomery stepped out in several peculiar steps, instantly speeding up and arriving before Germain. A single blow sent Germain flying backward. Germain spat out a mouthful of blood, his face rapidly turning pale. His mental power became unstable, unable to sustain the domain any longer. The Dark Knight Domain began to waver. Montgomery pursued relentlessly, attacking Germain again. Unable to evade, Germain was once more sent flying. The Dark Knight Domain completely collapsed. Light dispersed the darkness, restoring everything to normal. The audience outside watched anxiously and saw the ghastly pale face of Germain. Whoa! Countless people drew cold breaths, their eyes wide with shock. They had witnessed the might of the Dark Knight Domain. It only took a short while for that dark dragon to suffer heavy injuries. But now, Montgomery appeared completely unharmed, while it was Germain who sustained serious wounds. "Boy, I admit you're strong, but winning against me isn't that easy," Vaughn shouted, his mental power frantically drawing elements from the surroundings. Blinding magical light shone above his head. Terrifying elemental power gathered, forming an ancient boundary radiating white light. Judgment of light. From the ancient boundary, a beam of light descended straight toward Montgomery. The beam contained a terrifying, purifying force, as if aiming to cleanse all evil from the world. Star Annihilation Palm. Montgomery quickly formed a hand seal and forcefully slapped out a palm. A pitch-black, sky-splitting palm collided with the beam of light. After a brief stalemate, the beam rapidly disintegrated, and the black, giant palm pressed forward undiminished. Vaughn's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cast spells to resist. Hammer of Light. Behind him, a two-winged angel appeared, wielding a massive divine hammer which smashed down. When hammer met palm, a deafening explosion echoed. The shockwave surged outward in all directions like a tsunami, and the surrounding vegetation was snapped in half, creating an extremely terrifying scene. When everything calmed down, everyone looked again and saw Montgomery still standing proudly in the middle of the field. Vaughn, on the other hand, was kneeling midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face deathly pale, his aura withered, clearly injured, and in a miserable state. Hiss! Everyone sucked in their breath sharply once more. On the Collins family's warship, Killian and Seymour, who had just returned not long ago, were deathly pale, fear evident in their eyes. Thinking about their earlier mockery of Montgomery, both felt a chill down their spines. Now it seemed that Montgomery simply didn't want to take things further with them. Otherwise, they would have been dead already. Jada widened her eyes as well. Until this moment, she still found it hard to believe that Montgomery's strength was so terrifying. Jasper actually lost? The royal princes and princesses couldn't believe their eyes. The powerful Vaughn had actually lost. Clay was equally astonished, suddenly recalling Montgomery's words to him back then. Perhaps, what the other party said was all true. He had just underestimated him. Montgomery flashed before Vaughn in an instant, looking down at him with a superior gaze. Hand over the holy medicine, and leave an arm behind, and I will spare your life. He didn't plan to kill Vaughn because it wasn't the right time to break ties with the royal family yet. Vaughn raised his head with difficulty, intending to say some tough words, but upon meeting Montgomery's cold eyes, he shivered and quickly swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. He was sure that if he made any threats, it wouldn't be as simple as losing one arm. Worse, the princes and princesses would also be in danger. Daring not to hesitate, Vaughn took out the snow-white lotus flower and handed it to Montgomery. His expression was incredibly complex. He never imagined he would lose to a teenager under 20. Montgomery accepted the lotus and turned to look at Germain, saying indifferently, "Give me the lotus root." Germain hesitated for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and handed the lotus root to Montgomery. He didn't dare to run, even if he could. What about the others? There were 3 other Saint-Domain powerhouses and a group of young descendants here. Montgomery put away the lotus and the lotus root, coldly saying, "Leave an arm behind and get lost." Germain clenched his teeth, preparing to cut off one of his arms. Suddenly, the water below began to surge, a terrifying aura emanating from beneath. Everyone's attention was drawn there. At this moment, a huge tentacle abruptly broke through the water. Chapter 200. The Great Beast of the Northern Sea. The tentacle was as black as ink, studded with huge suction cups. Boom. A mountain peak was immediately smashed to collapse by the tentacle. Just as everyone was shocked by the terror of the tentacle, the water surface broke open again, and a huge tentacle drilled out. Then came the third one, the fourth one. In the end, a total of 8 tentacles appeared. The 8 huge tentacles almost occupied the entire pond. The cold pond water surged violently, and a huge head broke through the water. The giant monster finally revealed its true form. It was actually an enormously huge octopus. What kind of monster is this? Those who had already retreated far away were filled with shock, staring in awe at the suddenly appearing huge octopus monster. Look quickly, that shadow dragon from before is on top of the octopus's head. Someone sharp-eyed saw the shadow dragon lying on top of the octopus monster's head. The gigantic shadow dragon seemed like just a grasshopper in front of the octopus monster. What a terrifying aura. What kind of monster is this? Feeling the aura of the octopus monster, everyone was inwardly shaken. Taking advantage of the confusion, Vaughn and Germain had already retreated beyond the pond. Looking at the octopus in front of them, the two seemed to have thought of something, their pupils contracting violently. Some of the elder generations present also thought of it. On the Collins family warship, an old man beside Jada exclaimed, "Is this the legendary great beast of the Northern Sea?" Jada asked curiously, "What is that?" The old man explained solemnly, "Legend has it that deep in the Northern Sea, there's a terrifying ancient magic beast whose power is said to have long surpassed the peak of the Holy Domain. Very frightening. It's known as the Great Beast of the Northern Sea. According to legend, the Great Beast of the Northern Sea is indeed an extraordinarily large octopus." Jada's lips parted slightly, her eyes showing a look of shock. She had heard this legend before, but it only existed in mythological stories. She never thought it could be real. The rest of the people were also stunned, all looking at the huge octopus monster in front of them. "Humans, you deserve death." A cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. The Great Beast of the Northern Sea's tentacles wriggled, attacking toward everyone. Everyone's faces changed drastically, fleeing from the scene. Only Montgomery stood still, his gaze fixed on the Great Beast of the Northern Sea, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. In his perception, the Great Beast of the Northern Sea was extremely powerful. That kind of aura was infinitely close to the divine level. Immediately after, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. If he could obtain the magic crystal of the Great Beast of the Northern Sea, his strength would definitely advance by a great margin. "Beast, do not be arrogant," Montgomery yelled, throwing a punch straight at the great beast of the northern sea. People who had fled in the distance all stared wide-eyed at this scene. Heavens, is this kid crazy? To actually provoke this monster? After being stunned, a cold smile appeared in Germain's and Vaughn's eyes. The arrogant kid dares to challenge the great beast of the northern sea, truly not knowing life or death. A hint of disdain flashed in Germain's eyes. Then he led the people of the Dark Church to rapidly evacuate the area. Vaughn did the same, leading the royal members to quickly leave. Since both sides had done so, the Fernando family naturally didn't stay behind either, swiftly following the two major forces on their warship. They didn't dare stay to watch the battle. No matter who won, it wouldn't be good for them. Johnny hid far away, watching the distant battle. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. This enemy was particularly strong this time. He didn't know if Montgomery could handle it. Montgomery clenched his fists and smashed one of the falling tentacles flying. Then his body turned into a bolt of lightning, dashing straight for the head of the great beast of the northern sea. Human, you're courting death. Provoked by Montgomery, the great beast of the northern sea became furious, opening its mouth to spew out a large cloud of pitch-black ink. The pungent smell entered Montgomery's nose, making him feel dizzy. It's poisonous. Montgomery was startled and hurriedly sealed his 7 apertures with Du Cheat, martial aura, and quickly performed light magic to cleanse the toxins inside his body. At the same time, his body rapidly retreated to avoid the ink attack. But the speed of the ink was extremely fast. In a moment, it enveloped Montgomery, forming a dark domain around him. The domain quickly contracted towards the center where Montgomery stood. The air corroded, emitting wisps of white smoke. Human die. The cold voice exploded, shaking the space around it. Montgomery's eyes were ice cold, muttering lowly. Brute, it's you who's courting death. His hands rapidly formed seals, martial aura crazily surging within him. The martial aura rushed out of his pores, forming a transparent barrier around him, blocking the incoming flood of ink. Sizzle, sizzle. Upon contact, the sound of sizzling rang out, accompanied by waves of white smoke. God-slaying fist. Montgomery roared deeply, taking his stance. The vast martial aura surged, condensing a towering figure behind him. Its figure was 1,000 feet tall, with a robust stature and an incomparably imposing appearance, like an angry-eyed Vajra. Montgomery rapidly threw punches, with the towering figure behind him mirroring his actions. In the next moment, massive punches comparable to mountains streaked through the sky, continuously striking the great beast of the northern sea. It was like a machine gun that kept firing without pause. The domain formed by the ink was shattered in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal punches were as fast as lightning, constantly slamming into the great beast of the northern sea's body. They pounded bloodied holes into its tough body. A piercing scream echoed throughout the scene. The shadow dragon's expression changed drastically as it flapped its wings to fly away, trying to avoid the incoming punches. But there were simply too many punches, and it was impossible for it to dodge them all. With a loud boom, the dodging shadow dragon was struck, its body instantly exploding, spewing blood and flesh everywhere. Roar! The shadow dragon let out a sharp, miserable cry. Before it could evade, another massive punch came at it. And this time, it aimed directly at its head. Boom! The shadow dragon's head exploded on the spot, sending blood and bone fragments flying everywhere. The great beast of the northern sea also suffered greatly, constantly sustaining severe injuries under the ferocious attacks of the massive punches. Johnny watched from afar with wide eyes, stunned. Although he knew Montgomery was strong, the scene before him still exceeded his expectations. The damned human, you've thoroughly enraged me. The great beast of the northern sea roared furiously, its 8 tentacles suddenly converging, radiating black light. In an instant, a huge black sphere condensed between the 8 tentacles. A wave of destructive energy spread out. This? Johnny gaped in shock. He sensed that the black sphere was filled with raging martial aura, like a compressed mass of martial energy. If it exploded, everything within 100 miles would likely vanish instantly. He quickly retreated backward. Human, die now. The great beast of the northern sea roared angrily, and with a powerful throw of its 8 tentacles, the black sphere shot out, aiming directly at Montgomery. Montgomery's face turned extremely serious. He stopped throwing punches and pulled his hands back forcefully, then hurled them forward again. 2 beams of light from the punches, each more than 10 times larger than before, tore through the air and collided abruptly with the incoming black sphere. Chapter 201, Bountiful Harvest. Boom. Like a comet colliding with Earth, a mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. All surrounding scenery was instantly obliterated. The shockwave spread like a hurricane in all directions. Those who had evacuated far away were attracted by the explosion. Upon seeing that terrifying mushroom cloud, they all stared with wide eyes. What a horrifying fluctuation. Is this the legendary North Sea giant beast? Everyone was struck with awe. That kid is probably dead. Killian muttered softly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. How dare he challenge the North Sea giant beast alone, truly reckless and ignorant of death. Roar! A roar echoed through the heavens as a huge tentacle emerged from the mushroom cloud. Though covered in blood, it was still full of vitality. What a terrifying North Sea giant beast. Germain's face showed shock. Abandoning the idea of checking closer, he quickly led the people away. The others also followed closely behind. Cough, cough. Johnny wiped the dust off his face and staggered out from behind a huge rock. Upon seeing the North Sea giant beast still alive and kicking in the distance, his expression changed immediately. My lord, just as he was worried, a figure suddenly darted out from the cold pond. You wretched beast, your end has come. The figure was Montgomery, his shout resonating through the sky. The punch radiated like a meteor, fiercely smashing onto the North Sea giant beast's head. Blood and flesh exploded, spouting several meters high with a pungent odor. The North Sea giant beast howled in agony, its massive tentacles attacking Montgomery. Montgomery swiftly sidestepped, dodging the attack. Having suffered the previous blow, he was now at the end of his strength and dared not to resist any further. Wrath of the Brennaner deity. Montgomery landed on the pond and injected the remaining chi in his body into the water below. In the next moment, the calm pond stirred abruptly. The surface surged and countless waterspouts arose, sweeping towards the severely injured North Sea giant beast. The waterspouts carried a frightening cutting force, tearing open countless bloody gashes on the North Sea giant beast's body. Its ear-piercing cries echoed across the land. With its immense size, the North Sea giant beast couldn't avoid such dense attacks. In a short while, numerous bloody holes appeared on its body. Combined with its previous injuries, the North Sea giant beast's aura rapidly weakened. 8 tentacles lashed out together, bursting the surrounding water spouts. Then it swiftly dived into the pond below, attempting to escape. Thinking of running? Did you ask for my permission? Montgomery's face was cold, his body dashed forward like lightning, grabbing one tentacle with both hands, his arms exerting power abruptly, the energy within his body surging to the sky. He dragged the gigantic body of the North Sea giant beast out of the pond, then violently swung it around. As his body spun, so did the enormous body of the North Sea giant beast. Johnny watched from afar, dumbfounded. Does my lord have to be this fierce? His expression was numb, completely stunned by Montgomery's actions. This violent demeanor seemed like an invincible war god. Montgomery spun in the air with the North Sea giant beast for dozens of rounds before finally letting go. With a boom, the gigantic body of the North Sea giant beast was hurled away, crashing into the ground and creating a huge, deep pit. Damn human, I curse you never to die well. The North Sea giant beast emitted a voice filled with reluctance and venom, its head falling limply, finally losing all signs of life. Even in death, its eyes remained wide open, unrepentant. Montgomery fell from the sky, his swollen muscles rapidly shrinking, his black hair turning white, and his skin becoming wrinkled. In just a moment, Montgomery transformed from a young man into an elderly person on their last breath. That weak appearance seemed as if he could die at any moment. Johnny rushed over, full of worry. My lord, are you all right? He was somewhat scared, since knowing Montgomery. This was the first time he saw Montgomery so weak. I'm fine, guard me. Montgomery waved a hand, then sat cross-legged. His hands quickly formed seals, his breathing gradually becoming rhythmic, the essence of heaven and earth continuously surging towards him. Through the pores of his body, it steadily flowed into him. As more and more essence entered his body, Montgomery's condition gradually improved. His whitened hair slowly turned black again, and his wrinkled skin slowly became plump and radiant. After several hours, Montgomery finally recovered to his original state. He got up and stretched his limbs, feeling his condition had reached its peak. Johnny asked cautiously, My lord, what just happened? Montgomery didn't hide it, explaining, the side effect of enhancing strength. The move he used earlier was called the Divine Summoning Array. It was a forbidden technique. By inscribing the array on the body's surface, it draws out all the potential within the body, allowing for a short-term burst of strength several times greater than one's own. Although the effect is incredible, the side effects are also severe. Firstly, the duration is too long, and secondly, after use, one becomes extremely weak, and it also shortens one's lifespan. Just from that brief moment earlier, Montgomery estimated he had reduced his lifespan by at least 10 years. If not for obtaining the Keith and White Sacred Lotus this time, Montgomery would never have used it. Although the cost was great, fortunately, the harvest was not small either. Not only did he get the Keith and White Sacred Lotus, but he also obtained 2 powerful magic crystals. His mental energy spread out, searching through, and found the Dragon magic crystal that had fallen by the water pool. Then he flew toward the corpse of the North Sea giant beast. Using a long sword to cut open its head, he retrieved a basin-sized pitch-black magic crystal. Ordinary Holy Domain magic beast's magic crystals were only as large as a child's head, while the North Sea giant beast's magic crystal rivaled a wash basin in size. One could see how terrifying its power was. Johnny watched with amazement. This was the first time he had seen such a huge magic crystal. Montgomery stored away the 2 magic crystals, then cut off the 8 tentacles of the North Sea giant beast, slicing them into countless small pieces. He kept the head and 7 of the tentacles. The remaining one is for you. This beast's power is strong, and its flesh already contains traces of divine essence. If consumed regularly, it can greatly improve your physique. Hearing this, Johnny's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly thanked, Thank you, my lord. Montgomery waved his hand indifferently, saying, This seat will go down into the Dragon pool to cultivate. Wait for me above. Yes, my lord. Johnny nodded repeatedly. After Montgomery left, he quickly packed up the octopus legs cut into pieces, leaving only a large chunk behind. Then he took out a large iron pot and started roasting the octopus. On the other side, Montgomery swam down into the depths of the water pool. The deeper he went, the colder it felt. When he reached the bottom of the pond, even with his constitution, he couldn't bear it. His whole body was covered in a layer of ice chips. The bottom of the pond was pitch black, with no light at all. Montgomery released his mental energy to observe. He saw an underwater spring spewing water not far ahead. The underwater spring was enormous, large enough to accommodate the North Sea giant beast's body. Montgomery probed inside with his mental energy and found that the depth of the underwater spring was immeasurable, with no bottom in sight. The coldness was emanating from the spring. Montgomery inferred that the underwater spring should connect to the endless sea north of the North Sea province. This explained why the North Sea giant beast appeared here. Reining in his thoughts, he found a flat spot at the bottom of the pond and sat down, then circulated the fury of the demon heart to absorb the cold energy contained in the surrounding pond water. Chapter 202 Reactions from all sides. Countless streams of chilling power entered his body through the pores. The originally frozen and stiff body became even icier in an instant. Even the blood circulation slowed down. If one looked from outside, they would see that Montgomery's eyebrows and hair were densely covered with a layer of frost. Bone-chilling coldness flowed through his entire body along the meridians. Bone-chilling cold was coming from every part of his body. Even with Montgomery's character, he couldn't help but slightly frown. It showed how much pain he was bearing at this moment. Montgomery circulated magic heart fury, rapidly absorbing the cold energy into his body. As it was continuously refined, his aura gradually became stronger. His physical constitution was also slowly improved by the cold energy, making his flesh more powerful. Time passed unnoticed within the cave, as winter melted without awareness of time. In a blink, half a month had passed. After half a month of cultivation, Montgomery had already advanced to the 8th level warrior. The cold energy in the dark dragon pool had been absorbed mostly by him. This left Johnny waiting on the shore extremely astonished. While waiting, he also felt somewhat puzzled. Strange, where did that guy Axel go? No news for so long. Since the last time they parted ways, there had been no news of the Titus. No one knew where he had run off to during these days. Idle Johnny fetched a large piece of octopus meat again, preparing to roast it. During this period, he ate octopus meat containing a trace of divine essence every day, greatly improving his physique. His strength also increased. Now he was already a 9th grade Grand Demon Geo. While Montgomery was cultivating here, Vaughn and others had already returned to the Imperial capital. Both sides reported the incidents in detail. When Clifford and Tungus learned of Montgomery's true strength, they were all shocked. In the palace, Clifford exclaimed, "It's hard to believe that the kid named Montgomery has such power despite his youth." Vaughn nodded gravely, relieved. "Fortunately, that kid is dead. Otherwise he would have been a huge threat to our royal family." Clifford nodded and asked somewhat uneasily, "Are you sure that kid is really dead?" Vaughn hesitated upon hearing this. He should be dead. The power of the giant monster in the Northern Sea is too terrifying. There's no way that kid could survive. Clifford nodded gently, murmuring, "Indeed, with the power of the giant monster in the Northern Sea, apart from the old creature deep in the Hungduan Mountains and the descent of a deity, no one would be its match." As the Emperor of Spark Empire, Clifford naturally knew about the giant monster in the Northern Sea. Not only did he know, but he had even seen it once when he was young. He deeply felt the terror of the giant monster in the Northern Sea. Yonatan then, just a brief encounter resulted in the instantaneous death of a peak Saint-class powerhouse. That time, if not for good luck, he might have died long ago. So many years have passed, its power can only have grown stronger. Vaughn said solemnly, "Brother Emperor, this time allowing those people from the Dark Church to obtain half a leg of the Dark Dragon, it's likely they can refine a considerable amount of Dark Dragon blood from it. Our mission to intercept it is considered a failure." Clifford waved his hand. "No matter, even if we had succeeded in blocking it, it still wouldn't stop the Dark Dragon God's descent. Calculating the time, the day of the divine descent is about to come. Go and inform the 2 major families to prepare well. Also, tell old Paxton that the kid is dead and ask him not to overthink it." Vaughn nodded and turned to leave the palace. In the dim hall, Israel was equally startled after listening to Germain's report. What a prodigal kid. If he could be used by our Dark Church, that would be good, alas. He shook his head slightly, revealing a hint of regret in his eyes. Germain also nodded gently. Montgomery was the most talented person he had met in his life. Such an early end was indeed a pity. Then he seemed to think of something, and spoke heavily. "President, since that kid is dead, that supreme treasure is likely to fall into the hands of the giant monster in the Northern Sea." Israel replied indifferently, "Never mind, the Dark Dragon God is about to descend. When he acts, a mere giant monster in the Northern Sea is nothing to mention." Germain nodded in realization, and then took out the leg of the Dark Dragon. "President, due to the interference of that kid and the royal family this time, we only obtained 1 dragon leg." Israel nodded. "It should be enough. It's unknown who leaked the information, but the news of Montgomery's demise spread across the imperial capital. After learning the news, reactions varied from different quarters. Those who had grievances against Montgomery were naturally ecstatic. Those close to Montgomery fell into sorrow. The heiress family, upon receiving the news, both Angelo and Barrett were filled with excitement. "Hee, that kid got what he deserved. Actually dared to challenge the giant monster in the Northern Sea alone. Isn't that looking for death?" Barrett laughed coldly, satisfaction visible in his eyes. Speaking of the happiest, none exceeded the members of the Hamlin family. Although Montgomery had shown great talent, due to his identity, not many people in the Hamlin family liked him. Instead, many were extremely envious. Now that they learned of Montgomery's death, their first reaction was excitement. Almost no one felt sad. The ones happiest were Adam and his son. "Haha, serves him right. Why should a bastard have higher talent than me?" Adam laughed out loud, with a look of triumph in his eyes. Throughout the Hamlin family, only Paxton felt somewhat sorrowful. After all, Montgomery was his grandson and possessed such talent. His sudden death left Paxton quite saddened. At the Magic Academy, When Musing and the others heard the news, they were first shocked, then disbelieving. They had witnessed Montgomery's abilities and did not believe he would fall so easily. At the Mercenary Guild, President Nicholas couldn't stop sighing. Oh, such a genius to die so young. Truly, heaven envies talent. As he sighed, he felt somewhat unwilling. Now that Montgomery was dead, their investment in the Mercenary Guild was wasted. Not only had they offended the royal family and the Hamlin family, but they also gave away the top-tier holy medicine, Earth Fruit. At the EngSub family, the senior members sighed endlessly as well, seemingly not expecting such a genius to die so young. Abigail looked troubled, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Girl, don't be sad anymore. Focus on your cultivation. The day of divine descent is approaching. Once the flame god finishes its business, you can leave the Star Moon continent with it for a broader world. There will certainly be more young geniuses like you. Thomas consoled her softly. Abigail was the hope of the entire EngSub family. He did not want anything to go wrong with her. Abigail suppressed her sadness, biting her lip lightly and nodding. Not possible, absolutely not possible. Brother Montgomery could not have died so easily. In the Christians' family, Emma refused to believe this was true. Millie also wore an incredulous look. Other senior members of the Christians' family had grim expressions. Montgomery had been a great benefactor to them. His sudden death was something they truly couldn't accept. Chapter 203, Don't Regret. Inside the mansion where Montgomery lived, Shania stumbled backward, her eyes disbelieving as she stared at Evertiri in front of her. This can't be possible. This absolutely cannot be true. She kept muttering to herself, refusing to believe the fact that Montgomery had died. Not having seen each other for over a decade, they had only just reunited not long ago. Yet now she had received news of Montgomery's death. How could Shania accept this? Evertiri sneered coldly. Heh, eldest sister, whether you believe it or not, that bastard is already dead. The entire Imperial City nobility already knows about this. Shania's face turned ghastly pale. Then she shook her head and said, No, I don't believe this is true. I must find Montgomery. With that, she tried to leave the mansion, planning to go to the Northern Sea province to search for Montgomery, but was blocked by Evertiri. Eldest sister, you can't leave here. Shania glared at him angrily and ordered, Get out of the way. Evertiri remained unmoved, saying calmly, Father asked me to take you back. You know my strength, so don't resist. Shania scolded in both shock and anger, Get lost. Eldest sister, it's best if you listen obediently. I don't want to have to use force against you. Evertiri's voice grew colder. Get lost. Shania shouted with all her might. Worrying intensely about Montgomery, she didn't want to waste time on idle chatter. A massive surge of spiritual energy swept out, pushing Evertiri back repeatedly. Late-stage holy domain. Evertiri widened his eyes in disbelief. After being imprisoned for more than 10 years, Montgomery's strength was still the same as his. How could he possibly accept this? Shocked at first, then Evertiri's face turned unpleasant. Humph, eldest sister, with me here, you won't leave today. He snorted coldly and quickly attacked, unleashing powerful magical attacks toward Shania. Shania looked icy cold and retaliated with equally powerful magic. Immediately, the two were locked in battle. The terrifying power immediately attracted attention from nearby people. Experts from major forces came rushing over one after another. Upon seeing the two in combat, everyone was taken aback. That's Shania, and she has also reached late-stage holy domain. Everyone was shocked, amazed by Shania's talent. It was well known throughout the Imperial City that Shania had been placed under house arrest by the Hamlin family for over a decade. No one expected that even under house arrest, Shania did not slack in her cultivation and had silently reached late-stage holy domain. What everyone didn't know was that Shania had only been mid-stage holy domain until recently. Her rapid promotion to late-stage holy domain was entirely due to the cultivation techniques given by Montgomery. Indeed worthy of being the divine maiden of the Hamlin family back then, her cultivation talent is truly horrifying. Someone whispered in amazement and then revealed a look of regret. If not for the incident back then, Shania might have already reached peak holy domain. The fierce battle did not last long before Evertiri was forced into a disadvantage. He was simply no match for Shania. Just as Shania prepared to severely injure Evertiri, Paxton suddenly arrived. Stop! Paxton's shout halted Shania. He was also extremely surprised. The last time he saw Shania, she was only at mid-stage holy domain. In this short period, she had already advanced to late-stage holy domain. Thinking of this, he felt an uncontrollable anger surge within him. Had it not been for Seymour's appearance back then, the Hamlin family would now have two peak holy domain experts. He had originally thought that Montgomery could fill that void, but who knew he died young? Shania, what are you doing, planning to rebel? Shania finally stopped, looking at Paxton and said, Father, I need to find Montgomery. Paxton's face darkened. Montgomery is already dead. Where will you find him? Shania shook her head. No, I don't believe it. Without seeing the body, I won't believe it. Don't make a fool of yourself. Follow me home immediately. Paxton's face hardened, preparing to take Shania back. No, I need to find Montgomery. Shania firmly shook her head. Paxton's face darkened further. Don't act rashly, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Shania still shook her head. Seeing this, Paxton became genuinely angry. Just as he was about to make a move, Omar appeared out of nowhere, blocking Shania. Paxton's face instantly turned cold. Omar, what do you mean? Omar said coolly. Shania is friend Montgomery's mother. You cannot lay a hand on her. Paxton raged furiously. Nonsense. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite. Omar did not yield. Try it. Everyone was astonished, surprised by Omar's actions. If it had been any other time, they could have accepted this. But now that Montgomery was dead, it was inexplicable why Omar was still doing this. As tensions rose, a cold laugh echoed through the area. The man is already dead, and you old fellow are still trying to ingratiate yourself here. Truly laughable. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, seeing a figure rapidly flying over from afar. It was none other than the royal family's Prince Vaughn. Old man, this is a family matter of the Hamlin family. You, an outsider, should not meddle. Vaughn's gaze fell on Omar, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Facing two holy domain powerhouses, Omar felt an immense pressure. But even so, he did not immediately move aside, coldly looking at Paxton. Old man, I advise you to think twice before acting rashly, lest you regret it later. Paxton's face was icy cold. My actions do not need your guidance. Omar replied with a sneer. As long as you don't regret it later. He did not believe that Montgomery was truly dead. He felt that the other party would return before long. Paxton coldly said, Enough nonsense, or don't blame me for being impolite. Omar did not say more, only giving Shania an apologetic smile. Sorry, I am powerless to help. Shania shook her head, a tragic smile appearing on her face, utterly despairing of the Hamlin family. In the end, Shania followed Paxton back to the Hamlin family, once again placed under house arrest. For this, everyone sighed deeply. A daughter who had been the pride of the heavens, yet ended up like this. Time passed swiftly, and another half-month went by. The cold energy in Dragon Pool had been completely absorbed by Montgomery. Not only that, but he also refined the magic crystal of the Dragon. His strength had greatly increased, breaking through from peak level 7 to level 9. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength. His spiritual energy remained unchanged. Montgomery left Dragon Pool, looking at Johnny who had been waiting for a long time, frowning and asking, Where is Stefanju? Johnny shook his head. Sir, Stefanju hasn't appeared since that day. These days, I have searched for him but found no trace. Montgomery's frown deepened. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands, a blood-colored rune appearing between his brows. He then closed his eyes and began to sense something. Moments later, Montgomery opened his eyes, looking in a certain direction, saying indifferently, Let's go. Immediately after, the two quickly left the place. Chapter 204, Not Abiding by Martial Virtue. Bayhan City, the premier city of Beihai Province, is the administrative and economic hub of the province. After days of travel, Montgomery and his companion arrived here. Montgomery had left a mental imprint inside the Shiloh's body. Following this sensation, they found their way here. Johnny frowned. Why would Carve-9 be here? Was it captured by someone? Montgomery remained silent and walked in a certain direction. The Mori family, one of the 4 major families of Beihai Province. At present, inside the Mori family's castle, Jada woke up from her seclusion and summoned a servant to ask, How's the taming of that beast going? My lord, the Beast Tamer Guild recently sent word saying that the beast is defiant and hard to tame. They are trying their best. Jada frowned and said, Send Earwinf over to have a look, to urge the Beast Tamer Guild. This holy one can't waste time here any longer. Not long ago, on her way back, Jada came across an injured Shiloh. Seizing the opportunity, she caught it, intending to tame it as a mount. She handed it over to the Bayhan City Beast Tamer Guild. Unexpectedly, after more than 20 days, it still hadn't been tamed. Yes, my lord. The servant accepted the order and left, soon finding Earwinf. He was indeed the patriarch of the Mori family. Upon learning that it was Jada's command, he immediately prepared to go for inspection. Father, I'll come along. A young man with blonde hair spoke up. He was none other than Killian, who had mocked Montgomery not long ago. The Beast Tamer Guild, located in the southern district of Bayhan City, was a vast estate. Montgomery and Johnny arrived at the entrance of the estate. Seeing the large words on the gate, Johnny finally confirmed that the Shiloh had indeed been captured. Montgomery strode toward the gate of the estate and was stopped as soon as he reached the entrance. Stop, who are you? What brings you here? Without waiting for Montgomery's instructions, Johnny rushed forward and shouted, Get out of the way. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy swept out, sending several guards flying backward. The two men entered the estate, easily dealing with any guards who tried to stop them. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the higher-ups in the Beast Tamer Guild. Several powerful figures rushed over. One elderly man coldly scanned them. How dare you make a scene at our Beast Tamer Guild? Johnny retorted. Enough talk. Hand over the Shiloh, or we'll destroy your measly guild. The few opposite were startled. The old man who spoke earlier questioned in surprise. Who exactly are you? How do you know about the Shiloh? Johnny replied impatiently. Cut the crap. Hand over the Shiloh, or I'll wipe out this pathetic guild without even having our master move. This statement enraged the few people in front of them. One of them sneered coldly. What a boast. You think you can destroy our Beast Tamer Guild? You're too noisy. Johnny didn't bother with nonsense and directly struck out, slapping the person hard, making stars appear before his eyes. You don't abide by martial virtue. The others glared angrily and quickly spread out to surround Johnny. Hearing these somewhat familiar words, Johnny subconsciously touched his nose. At some point, he seemed to have said the same thing, but unfortunately, he still ended up being beaten by Montgomery. You talk too much. With a cold snort, he unleashed his spiritual power, forcing the few to retreat continuously. 9th level. The group was greatly alarmed, looking at Johnny in shock. They never imagined that the old man before them was a 9th level Grand Mage. Humph, now you know fear. Johnny scoffed arrogantly. Since you understand, lead the way now, or I'll crush all of you with a single slap. The expressions on the faces of the few were mixed. At this moment, a chilly voice suddenly rang out. What a big mouth. Let me see who dares to act so presumptuously here. Johnny looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure quickly approaching. In just a few blinks, the figure was already nearby. It was a tall, white-haired elder exuding an imposing aura. Guildmaster. The few rejoiced and hurriedly retreated behind the elder. Johnny sized up the elder and said indifferently, Old man, you've arrived just in time. Hand over the Shiloh. The elder snorted coldly. Wanting to snatch something from my beast tamer guild? Let's see if you have what it takes. Before Johnny could speak, Montgomery interjected. Tell this seat who captured the Shiloh, then kneel down and admit your fault. This seat might consider sparing your lives. The few heard this and first froze, then showed strange looks in their eyes. The elder sneered. Boy, you sure have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid the wind might snap your tongue? Don't say I didn't warn you. The distinguished person who captured the Shiloh is extraordinary. If you want to live, get lost now. Otherwise, no one can save you. He did not choose to attack immediately. After all, Johnny was a 9th level powerhouse, and this was still the Beast Tamer Guild. If a real fight broke out, it would definitely result in heavy casualties. Montgomery's voice was indifferent. Those who can threaten this seat do not exist in this tiny Bayhan city. The elder's gaze slightly tightened, then he sneered. Boy, do you think just because you have a 9th level bodyguard, you can do as you please? To him, Montgomery dared to be so arrogant solely because of Johnny's presence. He never imagined that Montgomery relied entirely on his own strength. Montgomery's expression was cold. Since you're asking for death, this seat will grant your wish. Just as he was about to make a move, a cold laugh came from behind. What a big mouth. A snot-nosed brat dares to wreak havoc here. They turned to see two figures rapidly approaching. It was Earwinf and Killian. From a distance, Earwinf had already heard Montgomery's boastful words, leading to this scene. Killian, who followed closely behind, looked puzzled. He felt the previous voice seemed familiar, and the two figures ahead seemed familiar too. But after some thought, he shook his head vigorously, thinking it impossible. That boy is long dead. There's no way he could appear here. Just as he thought this, Johnny suddenly turned around. Upon seeing that familiar face, Killian froze in disbelief. This isn't possible. He roared inwardly, unable to believe what he saw. That was the monster of the Northern Sea. The other party had actually escaped alive from such a beast. Brat, which family are you from? How dare you come to Bayhan City and cause trouble? Earwinf coldly said, eyeing Montgomery with ill intent. Killian snapped back to reality, quickly pulling at Earwinf's sleeve, panicking. Father, please stop talking. Chapter 205 Pardon me. Magnus cast a surprised glance, displeased. Killian, what are you doing? Killian explained in panic. Father, this nobleman isn't someone we can afford to provoke. Magnus' expression suddenly darkened as he rebuked. Nonsense. In the Northern Sea province, is there anyone my Morley family can't afford to offend? Killian was almost in tears as he hastily said. Father, this nobleman is the one who fought the giant monster of the Northern Sea. Magnus froze for a moment, then abruptly came to his senses and stared wide-eyed. What did you say? Killian nodded with difficulty. It's that very nobleman. He has returned alive. His voice was filled with bitterness. Never had he imagined Montgomery could come back to life. It was just too incredible. After all, it was the giant monster of the Northern Sea. Magnus trembled, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. The conversation and reactions left the members of the Beast Tamer Guild puzzled. They were not aware of Montgomery's exploits and thus did not understand the meaning behind their dialogue. Magnus struggled to turn his head and then knelt before Montgomery with a thud. Pardon me, nobleman, pardon me. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness and dared to be rude. I hope you will overlook my rudeness and spare me. The few from the Beast Tamer Guild stood dumbfounded, bewildered by his actions. Killian also knelt down immediately after. Pardon me, nobleman, pardon me. Montgomery glanced at the two men, then looked at the white-haired elder. Before he could speak, the elder hastily said, Nobleman, I will release the lightning hawk right away. Though he did not understand why Magnus and Killian acted so, one thing was certain. These two individuals standing before him were not people he could afford to provoke. Having finished speaking, the white-haired elder led the way forward. Seeing them leave, Killian quickly spoke. Father, I'll go fetch Jada. Magnus nodded. Hurry up and come back. Under such circumstances, perhaps only Jada's arrival might save their lives. On the other side, Montgomery followed the white-haired elder to a spacious bluestone square. In the center of the square stood a cross-shaped stone pillar. The lightning hawk was tied to it, covered in blood, its feathers mostly fallen off, looking incredibly pitiful. Still, even like this, it held its head high without lowering it for a second. Hearing the noise, the lightning hawk lifted its gaze, about to shout in anger but stopped short upon seeing Montgomery, immediately calling out, Geo, I knew you would come to rescue me. Upon seeing the lightning hawk's miserable state, Montgomery's face turned grim instantly. Who did this? His tone was icy and sharp, akin to a blade from the depths of hell. The white-haired elder was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. Nobleman, this was not my fault. It was Lady Curtsy who ordered it. Montgomery suddenly lashed out with his palm, striking the white-haired elder so hard that he ceased to exist both physically and spiritually. The other bodies trembled violently, their hearts silent in fear, their eyes revealing deep horror. A level 9 powerhouse had just perished. Now they finally understood why the Killians were terrified to this extent. With a cold face, Montgomery stepped forward, waved his hand to sever the iron chain binding the lightning hawk, and healed its injuries using light magic. The lightning hawk instantly regained its freedom. Thank you, Geo. It shrank in size, flying back to stand on Montgomery's shoulder. Montgomery asked in a grave voice, "What happened exactly?" The lightning hawk did not hide anything, telling everything truthfully. Apparently, after parting ways, the lightning hawk encountered several level 9 magical beasts, sustaining injuries after a battle. Then it met Colin's family and others, and was captured by Curtsy. Johnny found it speechless how unlucky the hawk could be. Montgomery lightly nodded and prepared to leave. When he arrived back at the place, Magnus and Killian were still kneeling obediently. However, apart from these two, there were a few more people present now. One of them was a Brandy whom Montgomery recognized as Jada. Meeting Montgomery again, Jada expressed joy. "Sir, you're actually fine. It's really great." The others curiously examined Montgomery, eyes revealing surprise. Although they had heard that Montgomery was young, the sight still startled them. They found it hard to believe that such a young man could defeat two peak Holy Domain powerhouses and escape the clutches of the Northern Sea monster. They hadn't considered that Montgomery had already slain the monster. Such an event was too terrifying for them to imagine. From the girl's eyes, Montgomery saw genuine concern and couldn't help but smile slightly. The young lady had a pure and kind heart, making a good impression on him. "Well, worried you?" Montgomery chuckled softly, glancing at Killian and Magnus. With his experience, he could see at a glance why the girl was here. The two men's bodies shuddered, feeling indescribable terror. Fortunately, Montgomery did not take action against them but asked in a calm tone, "Where's that old woman named Jada? I want to see her." The two men immediately stood up, and Killian quickly said, "Your Excellency, the old witch is at our Morley family residence. I will take you there right away." His face was full of obsequiousness, his demeanor abased to the utmost. "I have some matters to deal with first." Montgomery nodded slightly at the young girl, and then followed Killian and Magnus out of the Beast Tamer Guild. Seeing this, Jada also followed along. Soon, the group arrived at the Morley family estate. Seeing such a large crowd arriving en masse, the people of the Morley family were greatly surprised, unsure what had happened. Especially upon seeing the fawning faces of Killian and his son, their astonishment only grew. It was hard for everyone to believe that the usually authoritative patriarch and arrogant young master would now be like this. The two men completely ignored the surprised gazes of others as they led Montgomery straight to where Curtsy resided. Just as they arrived outside the door, an elderly voice came from inside. "How's the taming of that beast going?" Upon hearing this, the lightning hawk burst into rage. "Old hag, dreaming of taming Grandpa Eagle? Go dream on." Curtsy frowned inside the room. Before she could inquire about what was happening, the door was loudly smashed open. "Who dares to speak so boldly here?" Her words died in her throat as she saw Montgomery standing outside the door, and the lightning hawk perched on Montgomery's shoulder. You. Her face showed utmost terror, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The rest of the people were all shocked by this scene. They had never seen Curtsy in such a flustered state before. Montgomery looked down at Curtsy from above and said coolly, "So it was you who wanted to tame my pet beast?" Curtsy snapped back to reality and then fell to her knees with a thud, knocking her head against the ground violently. "Please spare me, Your Excellency. I didn't know the lightning hawk belonged to you. Even if you gave me 10,000 courage, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on it." Jada and others, upon witnessing this scene, were not particularly surprised. They had personally experienced Montgomery's terrifying power. Those who didn't know the situation stared speechlessly. It was hard to believe that a Holy Domain powerhouse could be scared like this. They all looked at Montgomery curiously, wondering what kind of existence could terrify a Holy Domain powerhouse to such an extent. Chapter 206, Alchemy. Montgomery's expression was indifferent. "You may be spared death, but not punishment." He took a step forward and slapped Syra's forehead. Vastuchi entered her body, destroying all her meridians and nullifying her mental power. Montgomery withdrew his palm, turned to look at Jada, and asked with a smile, "Do you have an alchemy room in your home?" Jada nodded instinctively. "Yes, we do." Montgomery smiled. "May I borrow it?" "Of course, sir, please." The Chevy behind Jada quickly said, gesturing for Montgomery to enter. Brennishing the group walk away, Killian and Ridge felt their bodies soften, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a great calamity. Members of the Mori family swiftly gathered around. "Head of the family, who was that person? How could he be so terrifying?" Killian bitterly replied, "He's the young man who challenged the North Sea giant beast." "What?" Everyone was shocked beyond measure, their faces showing intense amazement. On the other side, Montgomery arrived at Jada's family residence. Jada's father, the Chevy, promptly arranged for Montgomery the best alchemy room in the family. "I shall start my alchemy now, wait outside." Montgomery instructed Shiloh and Johnny before entering the alchemy room. He sat cross-legged, taking out all the herbs required for refining the pills. Then he cast a fire spell, beginning the process of alchemy. Outside, the Chevy entertained Johnny and Shiloh grandly. Soon, enticing medicinal fragrances wafted from the alchemy room. Just by smelling the fragrance, everyone felt their mental power invigorated. Some level 1 and 2 mages even broke through to new realms because of this. Such results left everyone stunned. What kind of pill is the sir refining to cause such a commotion? The Chevy was immensely shaken, rushing to the alchemy room's entrance. Here, the fragrance was more intense, deeply beneficial for mental power. Johnny and Shiloh also hurried here. As time passed, the inviting fragrance grew stronger, spreading in all directions. Eventually, half of the northern cold city smelled the fragrance. Experts from major families and the city lord's residence immediately acted to investigate. How potent this fragrance is. Did the Henry family discover some treasure? A Chevy murmured, eyes filled with shock. He was Alicia, the city lord of Northern Cold City and its foremost expert. Behind him were elite members of the city lord's residence, drawn by the fragrance. Upon seeing the fragrance originating from the Henry family, Ridge suddenly remembered something, his face changing drastically as he rapidly retreated with his men. The other two major families and city lord's personnel were puzzled. They wondered what happened to the Mori family today, retreating without warning? Without explanation or warning, the Mori family quickly withdrew. Subsequently, the three major forces paid a visit. Seeing multiple factions arrive, the guards did not dare to stop them, leading the group into the reception hall and reporting to the Chevy. The Chevy quickly reached the hall, asking rhetorically, "Why are you all free today to visit me?" Alicia bluntly asked, "Fernando, this fragrance is flooding the city. Let us see what miraculous pill you are refining to cause such a disturbance." Others joined in the request. Fernando chuckled, "Gentlemen, apologies, this has nothing to do with the Henry family. It's an esteemed guest who is refining a pill within our family. If you wish to see, you'll need the approval of that nobleman. I can't decide for him." Furrows appeared on their brows. Alicia smilingly asked, "Oh, who might this illustrious figure be? Can you introduce us, Brother Fernando?" "Of course, no problem." Fernando nodded, leading them to the alchemy room. They smelled an even stronger fragrance. Alicia, excited, stepped forward. This fragrance must belong to a top-grade holy medicine. Preparing to break in, he was stopped by Shiloh. "Where do you come from, trash, daring to disturb the master's alchemy? Get lost." Elisha's face darkened. As the city lord of Northern Cold City and a high imperial official, he couldn't tolerate being scolded by an animal. His gaze turned icy. "Creature, what did you say?" Shiloh showed no fear, giving him a sideways glance and sneering, "I called you trash. Didn't you hear?" The people from the other two major families were taken aback. A palm-sized lightning bird dared to be so audacious, speaking disrespectfully to Alicia. Due to Shiloh's reduced size, they didn't recognize him as the one caught by Syra. At this moment, Johnny snapped out of it, turning an unhappy gaze towards Alicia. "Shut up, if you don't want to die, get lost quickly." After being scolded one after another, Alicia was thoroughly enraged. Just as he was about to teach the man and the bird a lesson, he suddenly heard two thuds behind him. Turning his head, he saw that two individuals from the two major families had fallen to the ground for some reason, their faces showing signs of fear. These two were none other than the two elders who had initially gone to the Spartak Mountains to protect Seymour and Daryl. Upon seeing Johnny, they instantly associated that the dignitary inside could very well be Montgomery. Just thinking of this possibility made them so anxious that they couldn't stand steadily. The people from the two major families also looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was going on for a moment. Without waiting for an inquiry, the two stood up despite their inner terror and spoke almost in unison. "Head of the family, let's leave here quickly. It's too late if we don't go now." Their voices carried unprecedented panic. This left everyone from the two major families even more baffled. "What exactly is going on? Explain clearly," one of them asked in a stern voice, eyes fixed on the two. "Head of the family, the person inside is not someone we can provoke. Let's go quickly," one elder said anxiously and turned to leave. The other hurriedly followed. They appeared so flustered, as if they feared not leaving on time would prevent them from leaving at all. Everyone from the two major families stood there dumbfounded. But soon they came to their senses and, recalling the actions of the Mori family, understood. Not daring to stay any longer, they immediately followed the two elders and left. Only Alicia remained. I must see who the big shot inside is." As a high-ranking official of the Empire, his backing was the entire Starfire Empire, so he did not feel much fear. Seeing this, Fernando sneered inwardly. Montgomery was fearless even against an imperial prince, so why would he fear a mere city lord? He kept quiet about the truth because he wanted to use this opportunity to have others eliminated. Alicia, relying on his status as the city lord, was usually quite arrogant. The four major families often suffered oppression and finally had no choice but to seek refuge with the Syra family. Johnny and Shiloh's eyes revealed coldness, looking at Alicia like they were looking at dead men. This made Alicia very uncomfortable. At this moment, the alchemy room door suddenly opened, and a cold voice came from inside. "Who dares to be so insolent?" Chapter 207, Paying Homage to the Divine Envoy. A figure in purple robes walked out with hands clasped behind. Elisha's expression showed surprise. He did not expect the so-called adult to be so young. He scrutinized Montgomery. "Boy, who are you? What kind of pill were you refining inside? Bring it out for all of us to see." Montgomery was too young, and Alicia couldn't help but look down on him a bit. There was a hint of condescension in his tone. Montgomery lifted his eyes and replied indifferently, "What are you qualified to interrogate me?" Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the room. Elisha's face froze on the spot, then turned abruptly cold. "Boy, what did you say?" As the mayor of Bayhan City, Alicia was used to being arrogant. In the entire Beihai province, who wouldn't flatter him? Facing such an impudent young man before him, how could he endure it? If it weren't for a slight fear lingering in his heart, he would have taken action long ago. Noisy. Montgomery didn't want to argue with him. He suddenly slapped his hand out, instantly annihilating the overbearing Alicia both physically and spiritually. Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a cold breath in shock. Especially the experts from the mayor's mansion, their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. Alicia was a half-step Saint Realm powerhouse, yet he was killed by a slap from this young man, without even a chance to resist. How powerful must Montgomery be? At least a Saint Realm level. Thinking about this, everyone was more astonished. They had never seen such a young Saint Realm powerhouse. Not just them, even Fernando was also greatly shocked. While he had guessed that Montgomery wouldn't let Alicia off easily, he never expected him to kill Alicia outright. Without any hesitation. Recalling Montgomery's feats in the Spartak Mountains, Fernando felt relieved. Montgomery glanced at the remaining people from the mayor's mansion and said coolly, "Scram." The group of people left as if released from a great burden, quickly exiting the place. Montgomery looked at Fernando and Jada and smiled. "Thanks for your alchemy room this time." Both of them waved their hands, indicating it was nothing. Montgomery took out a large piece of octopus meat from his storage ring and said, "This is a small gift for you too." Looking at the octopus meat, which was house-sized, everyone involuntarily swallowed, sensing its extraordinary nature. Seeing the huge suckers on the surface of the octopus flesh, Jada asked in a hoarse voice, "Sir, is this?" Montgomery nodded lightly and signaled to the Garfield eagle. The latter immediately understood and reverted to its original form. Montgomery leaped onto the eagle's back along with Nathan. "Farewell." Leaving these words, they swiftly disappeared into the sky. Fernando looked at Jada, whose face was flushed, and asked suspiciously, "Daughter, what kind of meat is this? Why are you so excited?" Having never seen the Beihai giant monster, he couldn't make the connection right away. Jada explained, "Father, this is the meat of the Beihai giant monster." "What?" Fernando was greatly startled, as were the surrounding people. So the Beihai giant monster has already been slain by Montgomery. In the ninth heaven, Montgomery ordered the Garfield eagle to slow down. He took out a jade bottle, popped a pill, and began his breakthrough. Nathan silently stood guard beside him. Montgomery channeled the elfin holy scripture, fully absorbing the overwhelming medicinal power within his body. Time passed unknowingly, when a wave of immense spiritual energy swept across, dispersing the cloud layers in the ninth heaven. Caught off guard, Nathan was pushed back and finally fell off the eagle's back. Fortunately, the lightning eagle caught him in time. Otherwise, falling from 10,000 meters would likely have turned him into a meat paste. So powerful. Nathan was amazed, his eyes filled with shock. Montgomery was incredibly strong at this moment. To him, Montgomery seemed even more terrifying than when he fought the Beihai giant monster. Montgomery opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. After taking 8 pills, he finally broke through to become a Grand Mage Geo level 9, one step away from the Saint Realm. At this realm, many techniques were now available to him. Then he looked into the distance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It's time to bring Monica back. In the capital city, within the towering palace, Clifford was leading a host of royal experts to hold a welcoming ceremony. Besides the royal family's experts, Paxton and Fernando were also present. In the vast hall, a platform was set up at the center, engraved with countless magic runes. These runes formed an intricate array. Sitting at the center of the array was a Brandy. The girl wore a white long dress, her round and cute face showing fear at this moment. She didn't know what these people intended to do to her, and her jade-like face was full of fear and unease. The girl was none other than Monica. Montgomery, Montgomery. Monica continuously called out Montgomery's name in her heart, hoping that he would come to rescue her. At this moment, the array suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, countless magic runes surged into Monica's body. A few minutes later, a beam of snow-white light shot up into the sky. Everyone in Starfire City saw this beam of light. All major forces were alarmed. Have those guys from the royal family succeeded? In the eyes of family, Thomas gazed at the distant snow-white beam with uncertainty in his eyes. Head of the family, what should we do? Should we summon the fire god ahead of time? An elder asked. Thomas shook his head. No, it's not the right time. Forcibly summoning now would most likely result in failure. For a deity to descend to a lower plane is not an easy task. Not only must they prepare a vessel for the deity, but they also need to collect faith power in advance and infuse it into the vessel to prevent annihilation by the plane's force. Because deities are too powerful, once their main body comes to a lower plane, they will be seen as a threat by the plane's spirit and wiped out by the plane's force. Only deities from this plane can descend, others cannot. Even their consciousness cannot descend freely. They need to find a suitable vessel and envelop it with enough faith power. Faith power comes from millions of believers in the plane, which can slightly shield the perception of the plane's spirit. The eyes of family had not yet collected enough faith power and did not dare to welcome the descent of the fire god. At the Mage Academy, the expressions of senior mages were grim. They were not prepared either. In the dark church, Israel looked extremely upset. He didn't expect the royal family to gather enough faith power so quickly. At this moment, all major forces sensed something ominous. The snow-white beam lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating, followed by the arrival of a terrifying consciousness. The city's residents felt their bodies tremble, with an impulse to kneel. Inside the spacious hall, Clifford and his group showed signs of joy. It worked. On the platform, Monica suddenly opened her eyes, her indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone present before emitting a commanding voice. There's been an issue on my side. I can't descend for now. Summon me again in a month. Everyone's expressions changed. They thought the royal family had taken the lead, but unexpectedly, there was a problem on the light voice's side. At this moment, the commanding voice sounded again. This body has too much faith power. Some can be shared. I will send a divine envoy down. Everyone cheered upon hearing this. The vast consciousness then suddenly dissipated, and Monica fainted. Clifford immediately summoned a holy realm light attribute powerhouse, extracting some of the faith power from Monica's body and infusing it into him to prepare for welcoming the divine envoy. Soon after, a weaker consciousness descended. The Chevy on the platform suddenly opened his eyes, a wave of pressure sweeping across. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, involuntarily kneeling down. Clifford loudly announced, "Pay homage to the divine envoy." The rest also paid their respects. "Pay homage to the divine envoy, Your Excellency." Chapter 208, Confronting the Hamlin Family. After spending half a day, Montgomery returned to Flame City. Passing through bustling streets, the two individuals and the Lightning Falcon arrived outside their residence estate. When the guards at the gate saw Montgomery, they all stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Montgomery sensed something was amiss from their expressions. After a brief moment of thought, he understood what was happening. Clearly, the royal family and the Dark Church must have believed he was dead and spread the news. Ignoring the guards' reactions, Montgomery strode into the estate. "You stay here and guard. I will inform the patriarch immediately." One of the guards quickly left the estate and soon arrived at the Christian family compound. Seeing the guards rush in, Trey, with displeasure, asked, "What is it?" The guard hurriedly said, "Patriarch, that noble, has returned." Trey frowned. "Which noble? Speak clearly." "The one named Montgomery." The guard hastily added, "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall jumped up from their seats in shock. Ever since learning of Montgomery's supposed death, the members of the Christian family had investigated and learned the general truth of the matter. They knew that Montgomery had fought against the North Sea Giant Beast. Though in the imperial capital, everyone had still heard some tales about the North Sea Giant Beast. It was a legendary, terrifying magic beast. It was rumored that its strength surpassed the Holy Domain, making it extremely formidable. Despite having great confidence in Montgomery, they couldn't help but worry upon hearing about the North Sea Giant Beast. Furthermore, so much time had passed without Montgomery returning. They feared Montgomery had met an unfortunate fate, but none of them expected Montgomery to return at this moment. After the initial shock, a group of people quickly rushed out of the castle towards Montgomery's residence. Moving swiftly, they soon entered the estate. Just as they stepped through the gate, they encountered Montgomery, who wore a dark expression. Seeing his grim face, they instantly guessed what had happened. Millie immediately rushed forward, saying, "Montgomery, don't act rashly." Montgomery's voice was icy. "Aunt Millie, there's no need to persuade me." The Hamlin family broke their word. Today, they must pay the price. Earlier, after returning to the estate, Montgomery searched for Sherry but found no trace of her. Only after questioning the servants did he learn the truth, causing his anger to flare uncontrollably. He had intended to spare the Hamlin family after pleading on behalf of his mother. However, they had taken Sherry back again, which enraged Montgomery. "Montgomery, listen to me. Do not act impulsively," Millie urged anxiously. "The light messenger just descended recently. If you go now, the odds are not in your favor." Not long ago, the light messenger had descended and announced before the public that all forces in the imperial capital should submit, giving them only one day to consider. Prior to this, the Christian family's leaders had gathered to discuss their next steps. Layla also tried to reason. "Brother Montgomery, please don't be rash." Omar advised gravely, "Friend Montgomery, you must remain calm. That messenger's strength is very powerful, possibly exceeding the Holy Domain." Others joined in, trying to persuade Montgomery to stay calm. But Montgomery was undeterred. "Rest assured, a mere messenger can't harm me." Everyone was stunned by Montgomery's boldness. Was Montgomery overconfident, daring to make such a boast? After all, this was a messenger, whose strength transcended the boundaries of the Star Moon continent. Not long ago, Isaias, the head of the Dark Church, attempted to resist, but was defeated with a single finger by the messenger. Isaias was known as the strongest on the continent. Seeing their expressions, Montgomery knew what they were thinking. But he didn't explain, striding out of the estate with folded hands. He wasn't boasting. In a mid-level plane, a messenger at most would possess lower god power, and even then, it would be on the weaker side. Descending into a lower plane reduced their power significantly. At most, they would be slightly stronger than the North Sea Giant Beast. In terms of realm, they could be called a demigod. Seeing Montgomery leave, the Christian family members' faces changed dramatically. Johnny chuckled. "There's no need to worry. His power has grown far beyond your understanding. A mere messenger cannot harm him." The Lightning Falcon echoed. "Old Ma is right. Joe's powers are boundless and unmatched on this small Star Moon continent." The two sycophants quickly followed behind. The Christian family members exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After a brief hesitation, they also hurriedly followed. Before long, the group arrived outside the Hamlin family's castle. "This is private property. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Leave immediately." As soon as the group reached the main gate, the guards began to shout loudly. Omar and others' faces turned extremely grim. Even the guards dared to disregard the Christian family. Previously, would these watchdogs have dared to act this way? But ever since the messenger descended, the royal family and the two major families had suddenly become arrogant. This was a prime example. A bunch of watchdogs, daring to spout such nonsense again? Get out of our way. Johnny rushed forward and with a few slaps sent a group of guards sprawling on the ground. "You scoundrels! How dare you be so insolent here? Do you know what place this is?" One of the guards, holding his reddened cheek, yelled at Johnny with outward boldness but inward fear. "Do I or don't I? What's it to you?" Johnny was incredibly brazen, stepping forward and kicking the guard forcefully, sending him flying into the castle. Seeing this, the rest of the guards fell silent like cicadas in winter. The members of the Christian family were dumbstruck. Goodness, this old man really dares to lay hands on them. He certainly has guts. Montgomery remained expressionless throughout, walking calmly into the castle with his hands behind his back. With Johnny clearing the way, the The group quickly reached deep inside the castle. The commotion soon drew the attention of the Hamlin family's experts. Patriarch Everetiri led a group of high-ranking officials who rushed over quickly. Upon seeing Montgomery, they all froze in shock. Everetiri exclaimed in surprise, "You little bastard actually didn't die?" Montgomery smiled faintly. "Well, it seems you're quite disappointed." Everetiri quickly regained his composure, then sneered. "Well, little bastard, you sure had some good luck. Even the North Sea giant beast couldn't kill you. But your luck has run out. Today will be your death day. If you had just hidden somewhere and eked out the rest of your life, you might have survived." Beside him, Adam also sneered. "Little brat, you shouldn't have come here. No one can save you today." As he spoke, he cast a mocking glance at Omar and the others. Their expressions immediately darkened. Clearly, Adam's words were directed at them. Chapter 209, Shocked Audience. Slap. A sharp slap echoed through the area, and Era, who had been sneering just moments ago, was sent flying sideways. Montgomery retracted his hand and said coolly, "You talk too much." Witnessing this scene, the entire crowd fell into an eerie silence. No one expected Montgomery to strike so suddenly. His speed was incomparably fast, leaving everyone present stunned, unable to react. Even Paxton at the peak of the Holy Domain couldn't perceive it in time. Only when the pig-like scream echoed did everyone snap out of their shock. The Rock family members glared angrily, all casting unfriendly looks at Montgomery. Everetiri gritted his teeth and said, "You little bastard, you actually dare to." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a stern voice. "Enough noise." Montgomery raised his gaze to Everetiri, whose face was ashen, and said calmly, "Considering our blood relation, if you hand over my mother and Philomena now, I might consider sparing your lives." Hearing this, Everetiri laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, what a presumptuous brat. Talk about that after you survive." Montgomery's eyes turned indifferent again. "If that's the case, don't blame me then." With that, he vanished from where he stood, his punch splitting the air as it shot straight towards Everetiri. The latter hastily defended himself, but unfortunately, he wasn't Montgomery's match and was blasted away, smashing into the distant wall with a thud. Blood spurted from his mouth as his breath weakened rapidly. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone present sucked in a cold breath. The head of the Rock family, a formidable late-stage Holy Domain expert, showed no resistance against Montgomery. All Rock family members widened their eyes in shock. They had heard that Montgomery was powerful, but this was their first time witnessing it firsthand. Montgomery's strength far exceeded their expectations. Everetiri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Montgomery with a mixture of surprise and anger. Montgomery's power also exceeded his expectations. Who dares to be so insolent before the Rock family? At this moment, a loud voice suddenly boomed out. Then an elderly figure quickly flew from deep within the castle. It was Paxton. When Paxton saw Montgomery, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. His expression soon became complicated. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions in his heart, Paxton said solemnly, "Montgomery, if you're willing to return to the Rock family, everything that happened earlier can be overlooked." Hearing this, the Rock family members all wore grim expressions, especially Everetiri and Era, whose faces were dark enough to drip water. If this were true, not only would they be unable to take revenge, but they might also be overshadowed by Montgomery in the future. Given Montgomery's terrifying talent, he was highly likely to become the next patriarch. Though extremely unwilling, the two dared not say anything. Omar and others exchanged surprised glances, but weren't shocked. Given Montgomery's talent, anyone would make the same choice as Paxton. Montgomery looked at Paxton and said calmly, "That won't be necessary. If you release my mother and Philomena now, I might spare your lives." Upon hearing this, the Rock family members felt relieved, but then a mocking look appeared in their eyes. They thought Montgomery was inviting death. "I've given you a chance, which you didn't cherish," Paxton sighed, his face gradually turning cold. Montgomery responded coldly, "And you didn't appreciate the opportunity one gave either. Is that so? Let's see how much strength you have today to make such boasts." Paxton smiled and slowly floated into the sky. "Come, let me see what you are capable of." Stepping forward, a dazzling magical disc appeared under Montgomery's feet, supporting him aloft. With his hands behind his back, he walked leisurely upwards. His demeanor was calm and composed, seemingly not taking the upcoming battle seriously. Everyone watched in awe, impressed by Montgomery's skills. "Humph, putting on airs." Era snorted coldly, staggering up from the ground, his gaze filled with hatred. Montgomery reached the same height as Paxton and said coolly, "Since you are my elder, please make the first move." "Since you put it that way, I won't hold back." Paxton smiled faintly, then a glaring green light shone behind him. A huge green magical disc appeared. "Wind Scar." Paxton intoned softly, and the magical disc behind him started spinning rapidly. In the next instant, dozens of 100-meter-long green wind blades surged forth, shooting toward Montgomery. Montgomery lightly stepped in midair, and an earth-yellow magic shield appeared. A massive earth-yellow wall rose from the ground, blocking all the terrifying wind blades. "Wind Tornado." Paxton roared, and the magic disc behind him spun again. Then several extremely destructive tornadoes blew out, sweeping towards Montgomery. The moment the tornadoes appeared, they affected the entire area's airflow. Fortunately, the two were fighting hundreds of meters above the ground. Otherwise, this move alone would have destroyed most of Spark City. Such a big commotion immediately caught the attention of the major forces in the city. A crowd of Holy Domain experts flew up into the sky to see who was battling. When they saw the two combatants, everyone's eyes widened. That's little friend Montgomery. He's actually still alive. The mercenary guild members were all shocked, not expecting Montgomery to still be alive. Similarly shocked were the members of the EngSub family. Haha, I knew Mr. Montgomery would be fine. At the Mage Academy, Randall and others wore expressions of I told you so. Since seeing Montgomery's miraculous abilities that day, they had all believed that Montgomery could not fall easily. And indeed, as they expected, Montgomery not only survived but returned with overwhelming strength. The most shocked were undoubtedly the royal family and the Dark Guild. After all, they had witnessed Montgomery challenging the giant beast of the Northern Sea alone, thinking he was doomed. But now he had returned miraculously. This left everyone feeling incredibly incredulous. In a courtyard within the Rock family, Heather was also attracted by the battle in the sky. Her gaze shifted, and she instantly saw the two combatants. Upon seeing Montgomery, she burst into tears of joy. Montgomery, I knew you would be fine. At the peak of the Imperial City, a Chevy stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood a group of royal experts. Among them, Vaughn looked extremely unpleasant, staring intently at Montgomery battling far away. The Chevy glanced at Montgomery and said with interest, such a young holy domain, quite rare. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Such a genius was rare, even in medium planes, let alone in resource-poor lower planes. Clifford explained, Sir, that boy is indeed an anomaly. He defeated Vaughn in the Northern Sea province not long ago, and then challenged the giant beast of the Northern Sea alone. We thought he had fallen, but surprisingly, he came back alive. As he spoke, there was an unusual seriousness in Clifford's voice. Montgomery's talent made him feel a bit fearful. The Chevy didn't seem to mind and smiled faintly. I've always enjoyed subduing geniuses. This boy seems promising. Clifford's expression flickered. Sir, should we make a move? The Chevy waved his hand. Not yet. Let him play for a while. Chapter 210. No one can save you. In the sky, the battle between Montgomery and Paxton was still raging on. Paxton used various tactics, but none of them affected Montgomery in the slightest. Feeling humiliated in front of everyone, Paxton took a deep breath and said coldly, Boy, this old man will no longer hold back. Montgomery's expression remained indifferent as he beckoned to Paxton with his hand. Come on, let me see how much skill this old ancestor of the Hamlin family really has. You insolent child. Enraged, Paxton began chanting a magic incantation aloud. In the next moment, a magical disc covering half of Ember City appeared. Terrorizing wind elements gathered from all directions. Gale Domain. Paxton roared, and the green magical disc began to slowly rotate. In the next moment, dozens of green tornadoes connecting heaven and earth appeared around the disc, trapping both men at its center. The tornado storm was several times more terrifying than before. The void seemed to twist faintly. The buildings below swayed unpredictably, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Several Holy Domain powerhouses acted together, stopping the storm from spreading down into the city. Otherwise, the citizens would surely suffer. Dance of Divine Wind. With a wave of Paxton's hand, several tornadoes carried countless gales and blades of wind, sweeping toward Montgomery. Below, Millie and others showed signs of worry. This move was extremely terrifying. If hit, even the flesh of a Holy Domain beast couldn't resist it. Montgomery, you must be okay. Heather was also extremely worried, her gaze firmly fixed on the sky. Montgomery stared at the incoming massive storm and murmured, Haha, this is what happens when you seriously fight. It seems I overestimated your strength. It's time for you to see the power of this seat when serious. He quickly chanted a magic incantation, and above the 9 heavens, a golden magical disc appeared. The disc covered almost the entire Ember City, far more terrifying than the previous green disc. Hand of Thunder God. Montgomery roared. Violent thunder elements gathered from all sides. The golden magic disc rapidly spun, then a huge thunderous hand that covered most of Ember City emerged, descending with overwhelming power. Those violent storms shattered upon contact with the thunderous hand, torn apart by its relentless force, swallowing their breath. At this moment, countless sounds of swallowing saliva echoed. People in the city looked dazedly at the thunderous hand falling from the sky, their eyes filled with horror. Is this divine power? Someone whispered, their voice carrying unprecedented shock. Not just the others, even the Chevy atop the royal palace looked slightly grim. He sensed a hint of threat from this strike. In the Hamlin family, Everetiri and others turned pale, their eyes showing despair. Montgomery's strength once again surpassed their expectations. Adam's face twisted, inwardly roaring madly. How can this be? How can that bastard be so strong? Why is he so strong? His mentality became unbalanced again at this moment. Moments ago, he thought Montgomery was certain to die. The next moment, he realized Montgomery was incredibly powerful, beyond his comprehension. Adam found it hard to accept such an outcome. Compared to the awful looks on the Hamlin family members' faces, those who were friendly with Montgomery showed excitement. Brother Montgomery is so powerful, Emma whispered softly, her eyes brimming with unparalleled excitement. Other members of the Christian family were also excited. The Magic Academy and Mercenary Guild were equally thrilled. Especially the latter. They knew without a doubt that they had made the right choice. In the dark church, Israel first had a bad look on his face, then showed a smile. Jermaine asked in confusion, President, why are you laughing? Israel chuckled lightly. Well, I guess that divine messenger wouldn't just let this boy off. Jermaine instantly understood, a smile appearing in his eyes too. All this happened in a short span, no more than a few breaths of time. In the sky, the Gale Domain crumbled under the power of the thunderous hand, and the storms dissipated quickly. Paxton looked up at the slowly descending thunderous hand, his eyes revealing bitterness and despair. He did not resist anymore. Because the Gale domain was one of his strongest skills, resistance was meaningless. Just as Paxton thought he was certainly going to die, the thunderous hand collapsed just before reaching him. It transformed into showers of lightning and slowly dispersed. Seeing this, people revealed looks of puzzlement. Paxton also showed a trace of bewilderment. At this moment, Montgomery said indifferently, "For my mother's sake, I'll spare your life." Paxton's expression was indescribably complicated as he stared at Montgomery for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Although he retained his life, there wasn't a trace of joy on his face. He seemed utterly defeated, appearing as if he had aged by several decades. Those who understood the relationship between the two could not help but feel emotional upon seeing this scene. They could understand Paxton's feelings. A prodigy so powerful had been cast out of the family and eventually turned against it. Such a cruel twist of fate would be unbearable for anyone. Expelling Montgomery from the family all those years ago must have been Paxton's greatest regret in life. Just as everyone thought the matter would come to an end, Montgomery suddenly glanced down at the Hamlin family members below. To be precise, his gaze mainly settled on Everetiri and Adam. The two shuddered, fear visible in their eyes. Montgomery's figure slowly descended until he landed in front of them. Others can be dealt with leniently, but you two must die. Montgomery spoke calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion. He had already investigated the events from back then. Everetiri and the deceased Ampthorn had been the most enthusiastic in their persecution of Montgomery's mother and father. They were determined to see the death of Montgomery and his father. If not for Paxton's order, they would never have been able to leave the capital alive. Even so, these two did not intend to let them go even after that. They secretly sent Adam to West Mountain Province, where he first embarrassed and humiliated Montgomery, and later plotted against the Freddy family. Montgomery had no good impression of these two men and had long harbored murderous intentions toward them. Looking down on them from above, he said coldly, "In honor of my mother, I will grant you a whole body. You may take your own lives." The two immediately collapsed on the ground in terror. Everetiri hurriedly kowtowed on the ground, shouting loudly, "Divine Messenger, save us! Divine Messenger, save us!" Seeing this, Adam also hurriedly joined in the pleading for help. Even at this moment, they did not beg Montgomery for mercy, but instead hoped for salvation from the Divine Messenger. In their view, as long as the Divine Messenger intervened, they would be safe today. Montgomery's expression remained cold. "No one can save you today." Just as he finished speaking, a mocking voice echoed from afar. "Is that so?" Chapter 211, You Deserve It? Laughter echoed from afar, and everyone looked in that direction. They saw a Chevy leading a group of royal members flying towards them. It was the Divine Messenger from the lower realm. Everyone present felt a chill. The Christian family's expressions turned grave, all becoming nervous. The Hamlin family members, on the other hand, wore smiles of relief. The Divine Messenger was their only hope. If he were willing to intervene, they would be safe today. Era and Everetiri even showed looks of wild joy, with hope rekindling in their eyes. Montgomery slightly turned his head to look at the Chevy, sensing an extremely strong aura from him. As he had guessed, this so-called Divine Messenger was only slightly stronger than the Beihai giant monster. With his current strength, Montgomery was not afraid at all. "Ha ha ha, bastard child. With the great Divine Messenger here, you shouldn't dare to act recklessly." Era laughed wildly, venomous hatred flashing in his eyes once more. "Shut up." The Chevy suddenly shouted sharply, his voice like thunder, causing Era's face to turn pale, preventing him from speaking recklessly. Then, the Chevy smiled amiably as he looked at Montgomery. "Young man, this god sees that your talent is quite promising. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Once matters here are resolved, I can take you away from this inferior plane to broader realms." Upon hearing these words, everyone present changed color. None of them had ever imagined that the Divine Messenger would value Montgomery so much. But after thinking about Montgomery's terrifying talent, everyone became relieved. Era, his father, and the Hamlin family members' faces darkened again. If that were true, no one could save them anymore. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell upon Montgomery, waiting to see his reaction. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Montgomery spoke. "Become your disciple." A hint of mockery flashed in Montgomery's eyes, and then he said calmly, "You, a mere Divine Messenger, deserve it?" The moment these words came out, the entire scene fell silent, where even a needle drop could be heard. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Not only did Montgomery reject the offer straightforwardly, but he dared to despise the Divine Messenger. Wasn't this simply asking for death? The Chevy was stunned for a few seconds before his expression immediately turned cold. "Boy, what did you say? Have the guts to say it again." His voice carried a terrifying anger. Everyone knew that the great Divine Messenger was truly angry now. Montgomery's face remained unchanged as he said calmly, "This seat has spoken. Just you, a mere lower deity, also deserve it? Did you hear clearly?" Everyone froze, staring at Montgomery in bewilderment. He really said it. Was he so brave? The Hamlin family members secretly rejoiced. They had been very worried, but never expected Montgomery to seek his own doom. Now it was certain, no one could save Montgomery. As for the possibility that the Divine Messenger might not be Montgomery's match, they never considered it. After all, one was a deity descended from a middle plane, while the other was merely from a lower plane. There was no comparability between the two. "Boy, you have some courage, but saying wrong things will come at a price," the Chevy said with a cold expression, emitting an invisible pressure around him. "Today, this god will show you the price of defying me." Montgomery was unafraid, hands clasped behind his back, saying calmly, "Is that so? Let this seat see what kind of price it is." Seeing that Montgomery still maintained such a calm demeanor at this point, everyone was truly taken aback. Regardless of anything else, Montgomery's composure was truly impressive. Anyone else would probably have been scared out of their wits by now. Before the Chevy could speak, Clifford behind him said, "Sir, there's no need for you to get involved. Let this subordinate capture the boy, and then you can deal with him." The Chevy nodded slightly without stopping him. He was clear about Clifford's strength, which exceeded the peak holy domain, being a powerful light mage. Although not necessarily Montgomery's match, he could engage in a tough battle with him, forcing out Montgomery's true abilities. The Chevy also wanted to use this opportunity to gauge Montgomery's real strength. Daring to be so arrogant and insolent, Clifford stepped forward, looking down at Montgomery with arrogance. "Boy, let this emperor see how strong you are, daring to be so audacious." With that, he soared into the air. Montgomery closely followed. Everyone's gazes shifted to follow the two men. Clifford, the top expert of the royal family, whose strength only slightly lagged behind Ascari, was a true powerhouse on the continent. Domain of Light. Knowing Montgomery was strong, Clifford didn't hold back and unleashed his domain immediately. Blinding white light appeared, quickly enveloping both of them. Clifford stood at the apex of the blazing light, holding a staff. "God decrees that all impurities in this world should not exist. Judgment of light, purify all impurities in this world." He shouted loudly, boundless light power boiling, surging towards Montgomery. The light contained a thread of the power of law, and any matter that came into contact with it would be purified and annihilated. It was hard for any force to defend against the erosion of sacred light power. One could say that within the domain of light, Clifford was a godlike existence. Everyone held their breath and watched the battle between the two intently. Many present knew the terror of this move. Clifford had once used this move to annihilate several holy domain experts. They wanted to see how Montgomery would resist. Trifling trick. Montgomery showed disdain. "A mere flicker of light, yet you dare to purify this seat? It's like a fool talking in his dreams. Today, this seat will show you what true light magic is." Montgomery silently recited the spell incantation, then gave a loud shout. Holy arrow. Blinding light magic appeared, followed by the formation of an enormous bow and arrow out of thin air. The bowstring drew itself back like a full moon, with the massive arrow harboring terrifying energy. As soon as it appeared, the light power below rapidly converged toward it. In a moment, the domain of light collapsed explosively. Clifford's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "How can this be?" He suddenly found that the light power in the domain of light was no longer under his control. The spectators were equally shocked, especially the Christian family members. Leilana exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Montgomery, just how many kinds of magic does he know?" So far, she had seen Montgomery use several types of magic. There was wind and thunder, earth, and now even light magic. This was already 4 elements of magic. She had heard of triple element mages, but never a quadruple element one. Millie smiled bitterly beside her. "This kid truly surpasses our understanding time and again." The high-ranking officials of the Dark Church looked gravely serious. They hadn't thought that Montgomery would know light magic. After all, light magic was specifically designed to counteract dark magic. The royal members also didn't look good, concern evident in their eyes. The Chevy's face turned slightly gloomy. He could sense the horrifying power of the giant arrow in the sky. Clifford would most likely be unable to withstand it. Under the watchful eyes of many, the light power below was completely absorbed by the giant arrow. With a wave of his arm, Montgomery launched the arrow, shooting straight at Clifford below. Chapter 212, The Spear of Heaven's Wrath. Clifford's face changed drastically as he sensed a thick threat from the arrow of light. He quickly dodged, simultaneously using his skills to block the rapidly shooting arrow of light. But no matter what measures he took, they were not enough to counter the arrow of light. Moreover, the arrow could turn corners and chase after him relentlessly. No matter how he tried to evade, he couldn't escape it. Though the arrow of light was not as enormous as the previous thunderous hand, it compressed terrifying power within itself. In terms of singular power, it was even stronger than the thunderous hand. Seeing the arrow of light coming closer, Clifford's face turned pale. "Geo, save me." Having no other choice, he could only seek help from the Chevy. The latter scowled, yelling, "Useless thing." His figure rose swiftly off the ground, with blinding magical light appearing behind him. A giant hand of light reached out directly towards the arrow. Bang! The giant hand of light collided with the arrow, exploding with a loud noise accompanied by blinding magical light. High in the sky, everything was shrouded in white light, blocking everyone's view. It took several seconds for the blinding white light to dissipate. Clifford retreated behind the Chevy, looking disheveled. "Thank you for your assistance, Geo." "Step back." The Chevy waved his hand, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Daring not say more, Clifford swiftly retreated. The Chevy gazed at Montgomery and said coolly, "Boy, you've really surprised this deity. But it ends here. Your demise will come next." Montgomery looked down indifferently and spoke coldly. "You talk too much." The Chevy flared up angrily. "Foolish boy, you think you can be arrogant just because you have some skills? Today, this deity shall teach you how to behave." After speaking, blinding magical light emerged behind him as terrifying elements of light gathered from all around. The seal of the light god. A mysterious mark tore through space, rushing straight toward Montgomery. The seal emitted a profound and mysterious aura, piercing through space, sweeping towards Montgomery with irresistible force. Everyone watched anxiously, feeling feeling the terrifying fluctuation from the seal of the light god, wondering if Montgomery could withstand such an assault. Montgomery remained calm. Magical light appeared behind him, revealing a snow-white disk of light. Seal of the light god. A divine seal erupted and collided with the oncoming one, causing a burst of blinding divine light. Terrifying elements surged like a hurricane, dispersing clouds within a 100-mile radius. For the first time, the Chevy's expression changed. How is that possible? How do you also know the seal of the light god? The seal of the light god is a divine-level spell. While not being among the most powerful, it should not appear in a lower plane. Montgomery replied calmly. Such an inferior magic. Why should I find it extraordinary? The Chevy's face froze. A formidable divine spell had been termed inferior by the opponent. Little monster, don't be so cocky. His expression darkened, hands quickly forming seals, his aura escalating rapidly until it reached the limit of the lower plane. Feeling the surging power within him, the Chevy regained confidence, snarling at Montgomery. Boy, your death approaches. Lightspeed slash. A luminous longsword appeared in the Chevy's hand, his figure vanishing from the spot and reappearing before Montgomery. The speed was extreme, truly resembling the speed of light. He swung the sword down with a fierce blade glow advancing. Clang! Montgomery's palm shot out lightning fast, catching the descending light sword. The Chevy was startled. Montgomery's reaction surpassed his expectations. Although caught, the sharp blade cut into Montgomery's palm, sending blood spurting. Just a mere mortal daring to receive a light speed slash. Truly reckless, sneered the Chevy as he exerted force to sever Montgomery's palm. At this moment, Montgomery's palm emitted dark light covered in dense runes, the wound healing rapidly. Snap! Montgomery exerted force, breaking the light sword on the spot. The Chevy was shocked, his body retreating rapidly to dodge Montgomery's attack. You? How is that possible? From afar, the Chevy stared at Montgomery in horror, disbelief evident in his eyes. To think that Montgomery could break the light sword barehanded was simply unbelievable. The light sword contained threads of rule force, yet it was broken barehanded by the youth before him. Just how strong was his physical power? The Chevy could barely imagine. Montgomery did not explain, but looked at him coldly. Are you done playing? If so, it's time to end. Hearing this, the Chevy's face twisted sharply. He had been fighting with all his might, but in the eyes of the other party, it was merely play. This was outright humiliation. Below, everyone stood in stunned silence, too shocked to know what to say. Montgomery was simply outrageous. Worm, today this deity will slay you. The Chevy shouted fiercely, rapidly forming seals with both hands. In the next moment, blinding divine light shone behind him. Terrifying elements of light gathered, forming a towering figure. It was a six-winged angel, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The Chevy soared into the air, merging into the angel's forehead. Wrath of the angel. A roar echoed through heaven and earth. With the former's fusion, the tall angel immediately moved. Its hands continuously struck out, releasing beams of white light that tore through space, indiscriminately shooting towards Montgomery like laser cannons. Each beam contained unimaginable energy, capable of easily killing a peak holy domain powerhouse. Some beams missed their mark, landing in the city below, causing massive explosions. Countless civilians perished as a result. The major forces dared not go to assist, for they were all struggling to survive, quickly distancing themselves from the battlefield. Seeing this scene from high above, Montgomery's face turned icy cold. The other party's actions showed utter disregard for the lives of the city's residents. Though Montgomery was not a righteous person, a surge of anger still rose within him. It's time to end this. He muttered softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. While dodging the beams, he silently chanted the magic incantation. Spear of Heaven's Wrath. Golden magical light appeared behind Montgomery, and wild lightning elements converged. As the magic disc rotated, golden spears pierced through, rushing directly toward the towering angel. The spears were thicker than houses, enveloped by raging thunderous power. Although in common eyes, light and darkness magic were slightly stronger than the other 5 elemental magics. But Montgomery did not think so. He believed that there was no inherent strength or weakness in magic, only in the mage who wielded it. Among the 7 schools of magic, Montgomery favored using lightning magic the most. Lightning was the epitome of yang and strength, capable of destroying everything in its path, perfectly fitting his personality. Chapter 213, Conditions. The light waves and lightning spears met, instantly causing a massive explosion. Almost the entire sky above Starfire City was engulfed by the explosions. Everyone watched tensely, eager to see who would ultimately triumph in this battle. After a while, the light waves were ultimately unable to match the lightning spears. Countless lightning spears shattered the light waves and shot rapidly towards the towering 6-winged angel. The Chevy's expression changed drastically as he roared. You, an ant from a lower plane. How could you possibly know so many powerful magics? Every method Montgomery employed was incredibly potent. Some even surpassed his own. Take the current magic, for instance. It drove the Chevy nearly mad. A revered deity from the lower realms, his abilities couldn't even surpass those of a mere upstart. How could he accept such an outcome? The Chevy likely never dreamed that the upstart he saw had been a supreme god with boundless power in his previous life. In terms of status and strength, Montgomery surpassed him by an indescribable margin. Blade of Light. The 6 wings of the 6-winged angel constantly flickered, sending out countless snow-white light blades to try to block the lightning spear's attack. But even this terrifying assault only delayed the lightning spears for a moment. Shortly after, the lightning spears shattered all the light blades. Seeing this, the Chevy could only control the six-winged angel to pull its wings close together to defend against the lightning spears. However, he clearly underestimated the terror of the lightning spears. His wings provided defense for just a brief moment before being shattered by the fierce thunder contained within the spears. Then, amidst the continuous stream of lightning spears, the six-winged angel exploded into light elements, dissipating into the void. The Chevy also disintegrated under the violent thunder, emitting one last voice filled with resentment and malice. The cursed insect, I, the deity, will remember this humiliation. After a while, the anomalies in the high sky gradually dissipated. Montgomery's thoughts moved, and the magical discs behind him swiftly vanished. His face turned slightly pale, feeling weak inside. The Spear of Heaven's punishment was a divine-level magic. Though powerful, its consumption was enormous. Given his current strength, casting it was somewhat straining. Brother Montgomery really won. Layla exclaimed excitedly, her delicate face revealing unbridled joy. Everyone from the Christian family was also thrilled, their eyes wide with shock. That was a divine messenger, yet Montgomery had defeated it. Heather shed tears of happiness, pride evident in her eyes. To have such an outstanding son like Montgomery, how could she not be proud? At this moment, all those allied with Montgomery were overjoyed. Conversely, those who were at odds with him felt completely opposite, especially the royal family and the Rock family. The former had summoned a divine messenger at great cost, which had barely managed to do anything significant before being wiped out. They couldn't help but feel enraged. But what good was anger? They had no means to retaliate against Montgomery. Moreover, fear was more pressing now than anger. If Montgomery unleashed a massacre on them, the royal family would be helpless. Let alone the Rock family, they were even worse off. Filled with fear and complicated emotions, none of them ever imagined that the wild child once considered a disgrace to the Rock family would rise to such heights, surpassing their entire clan. After catching his breath, Montgomery slowly descended from the sky. He looked again at Adam and Everetiri and said calmly, I told you, no matter who comes today, they can't save you. Their faces turned ashen as they knelt down with a thud, begging Montgomery for mercy. Montgomery, consider me your uncle and spare me. Everetiri sobbed uncontrollably, trying to elicit sympathy from Montgomery. Adam followed. Montgomery, it was all my mistake back then. Please spare me, and I'll serve you as a beast if necessary. Montgomery's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stated, every cause has its effect. Since you sowed the seed, this is the fruit you reap. Their faces turned utterly pale. I don't want to see these two anymore. Leaving this statement, Montgomery walked away. Everyone knew that Montgomery did not wish to deal with them personally. After all, there was a blood connection between them. Just then, people from the Magic Academy and the Mercenary Guild flew over. Nicholas approached the two men and loudly asked, do you choose suicide or should I assist? Despair shone in their eyes. In his final moments, Adam looked at the retreating Montgomery and said with venom, Montgomery, you bastard, even in death, I will not let you off. With that, he slapped his palm on his own crown, ending his life. Everetiri quickly followed suit. Nicholas then shifted his gaze to the remaining members of the Rock family and coldly ordered, disable yourselves. The group's faces were ashen, but this outcome was much better than death. Next, they began to disable their own cultivation. Paxton watched all this silently from a distance without uttering a single word. His eyes reflected profound complexity, and he felt overwhelming regret. If only he hadn't stopped Heather and Aloysius from being together back then, perhaps things would have turned out differently now. Montgomery arrived at the courtyard where Heather was staying, speaking softly. Mother, I'm sorry for coming late. Heather shook her head forcefully, tears of joy streaming down her face. Montgomery, what about the family? Heather hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help but ask. After all, the Rock family was the place that had given birth to and raised him. Montgomery did not hide anything and explained briefly. Upon learning that Montgomery had not ruthlessly destroyed the Rock family, Heather finally heaved a sigh of relief. Montgomery first brought Heather back to the manor, then went to the palace alone. A group of guards didn't dare to stop him. Take me to see your emperor, Montgomery said calmly. The guards didn't dare hesitate for a moment, immediately leading Montgomery to the central palace within the royal palace. There, Montgomery met Clifford and a group of royal family experts. They all looked as if they were facing a major crisis, their gazes firmly fixed on Montgomery. Montgomery looked at Clifford and said coolly, hand over Zoe, give up half of your royal assets as compensation, and cede the Far East region to me. Then you can keep your lives. Hearing this, the royal family's faces changed drastically. One person couldn't help but shout angrily, this is highway robbery? Montgomery's gaze suddenly fell upon him, his voice icy cold. What? Do you have a problem with that? That person's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Only then did he remember the power of the person before him and dared not speak recklessly anymore. Clifford took a deep breath and said gravely, all right. He clearly knew that if he didn't agree, there would be no Starfire royal family after today. Clifford immediately ordered someone to bring Zoe over. At this moment, Zoe was still unconscious. Earlier, to be on the safe side, Clifford had people extract the faith energy from Zoe's body in advance. Montgomery took Zoe, examined him, and once he confirmed that he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. If you haven't prepared properly by then, don't blame me for being unforgiving. After leaving this message, Montgomery left with Zoe. Looking at his retreating back, Vaughn grumbled resentfully. Brother, are we really going to follow that kid's orders? Clifford replied helplessly, what other choice do we have? For now, we can only yield temporarily. Once Lord Light arrives, we will settle accounts with that kid. Clifford glanced outside the hall, a glint of coldness flashing through his eyes. Chapter 214 returned to Donglin City. In the quiet room, the young girl slowly opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. Monica, you're awake. A smile appeared on Montgomery's face. The girl sat up and hugged Montgomery tightly, crying with joy. Montgomery, you finally came. I knew you would come. Montgomery gently patted her back, comforting her. It's all right now, it's all right now. After a long while, the girl's emotions gradually calmed down. Did those people from the royal family bully you? Montgomery asked Monica. She shook her head. They just kept me in seclusion, nothing else. Montgomery nodded. If the royal family had bullied Monica, he wouldn't have let it go so easily. What about that baby dragon? Montgomery hadn't forgotten that Monica was captured along with the baby dragon at first. It should still be with the Hamlin family, said Monica. Montgomery nodded and then said, Monica, let's go. I'll take you to see Mother. The two left the room and entered the courtyard. Zyra was sitting on the green grass, enjoying the sunshine. Hearing the noise, she turned around. Seeing Montgomery and Monica, she stood up immediately and said happily, Girl, you're awake. Her kind face looked at Monica warmly. Monica approached shyly. Charles Lowe, aunt. Don't be so formal. Come, sit here. Zyra pulled Monica to sit down on the grass, and the two began chatting. Montgomery watched quietly from the side. This heartwarming scene finally appeared. In his previous life, he could only see such scenes in his dreams. The next day, Montgomery returned to the Hamlin family and found the baby dragon. 3 days passed quickly, and the royal family honestly handed over what belonged to Montgomery without any tricks. After getting the items, Montgomery bid farewell to Millie and others and took Zyra and Monica back to Donglin City. A large golden eagle flew away from Xingho City towards the east. Seeing this, several forces that had conflicts with Montgomery sighed in relief. At the royal palace, Clifford looked at Princess Megan and said solemnly, Megan, I'm sorry, Father can only sacrifice you. Megan also understood the situation and showed determination in her eyes. Father, I am willing to sacrifice for the royal family. Good child, Clifford nodded, tears streaming down his face. If not for necessity, who would willingly sacrifice their own child? Especially when Megan was his most beloved daughter. In the Dark Church, Israel ordered his people to collect the last required faith power to prepare for the arrival of the Dark Dragon God. The Magic Academy and the EngSub family were doing the same, preparing for the arrival of the Fire God and the Forest God. Because they didn't find anyone with corresponding constitutions, they had to use holy territory mages of the same attributes as substitutes. In the Christian family, Layla, staring into the east, lost in thought. Millie spoke up. Layla, if you can't let go, then go look for him. Layla turned back, blushing slightly. Aunt, don't be embarrassed. I know you like Montgomery, Millie said earnestly. Happiness is something you need to pursue yourself. Missing out will be a regret for your whole life. Layla lowered her head slightly. Since when did Montgomery's figure often linger in her mind? Every night, the young girl couldn't help but think of him. But Layla was very clear about the gap between herself and Montgomery. She was still only a peak great mage at level 7, while Montgomery was already at the top of the continent. Moreover, Montgomery had someone he liked. Thinking of this, she sighed lightly. Aunt, I don't see any hope. Millie also sighed, knowing well the gap between them. But she still said, you won't know until you try. Even if you fail, there will be no regrets. Yes, only by trying will you know. Layla whispered softly, her eyes flashing with determination. Aunt, I'm going to Donglin City. Layla finally made up her mind and was ready to be by Montgomery's side. Millie smiled. Go, pursue your own happiness. Okay. Layla nodded vigorously. Then they told their family about this decision. None of the Christians opposed it. Even Dirk, the protective older brother, had nothing to say. After witnessing the battle not long ago, he had been thoroughly convinced by Montgomery. If such an outstanding person became his brother-in-law, Dirk felt excited just thinking about it. As for the arranged marriage with the Ares family, the Christian family unilaterally canceled it. The Ares family dared not say anything about it. Now, who in the entire imperial capital didn't know about the relationship between the Christian family and Montgomery? No one dared to provoke the Christian family at all. Ultimately, Layla left the capital and headed for Donglin City. At the EngSub family, Abigail made the same decision, preparing to go to Donglin City to find Montgomery. Although she met Montgomery later than Layla, she also fell for him deeply. Not only did he save her life, but he also imparted powerful cultivation techniques to her. Montgomery's figure had long been etched into the girl's heart. The EngSub family also did not stop the girl from making this decision. They hoped Abigail could be with Montgomery. Outside the royal palace, in a castle, Saul stood with his hands behind his back, gazing eastward. He had been standing there for a long time. Ever since witnessing Montgomery's terrifying strength, Saul's mood had become incredibly complicated. Involuntarily, he recalled what Montgomery had said back then. It seemed now that most of what the other party said was likely true. Ironically, at the time, he thought the other party was boasting. I am truly a frog at the bottom of a well. He laughed self-mockingly. Your Highness, everyone makes mistakes. There's no need to blame yourself. The bodyguard Gideon advised. If your Highness really regrets it, you can still go find that nobleman now. Perhaps there's still a chance to become his disciple. Saul's eyes narrowed. Then he turned around and said, You're right. Perhaps there's still a chance. Let's go. We'll set out now. The two immediately left Xingho City and headed for the Far East region. The departure of a playboy prince garnered no attention from the royal family. After several days of travel, Montgomery and company returned to Donglin City. A large golden eagle flew into Donglan City. Upon seeing the lightning eagle soaring high in the sky, everyone guessed Montgomery had returned. At the Freddy family, everyone ran out, gazing at the lightning eagle in the distant sky. Among them, Aloysius was the most excited. Montgomery's return meant Vicky was most likely back as well. He never doubted Montgomery's ability. Finally, the lightning eagle slowly landed, and Aloysius saw the person he had been longing to see. As soon as they jumped down, he rushed forward and hugged Zyra tightly. Zyra, I finally see you again. Chapter 215, Wedding. Tears of joy flickered in Aloysius's eyes. For over a decade, there wasn't a single day he didn't think of the person before him. He had thought they would never meet again in this life. But because of Montgomery's rapid rise to power, he saw a glimmer of hope. He never expected this wish to come true so soon. Alexandria hugged Aloysius tightly as well, crying with joy. I'm back. We will never be apart again. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Freddy family was also very happy. Bonnie joked, the third brother's wife is really beautiful. Truly worthy of being the young miss of the Imperial City. This remark instantly caused everyone to burst into laughter. Montgomery also smiled. What he saw was exactly what he wanted to see. It had finally come true. Arn walked forward and said affectionately, Child, you have been through a lot. To bring Alexandria and Zoe back from the Imperial City, he knew just how difficult it was. Montgomery must have suffered a great deal behind the scenes to achieve all this. Montgomery shook his head with a smile. Grandfather, it's fine. Arn nodded, and then instructed the servants to prepare a family feast. Today, with Montgomery and others returning, the family was finally reunited, and a celebration was in order. Montgomery took out several large pieces of octopus meat and told Arn, Grandfather, let them take this down to stew. Everyone looked on curiously. Portia couldn't help but ask, Montgomery, what kind of meat is this? It looks pretty amazing. Before Montgomery could explain, Johnny spoke up first. This is the flesh of the Northern Sea behemoth. Northern Sea behemoth? Everyone looked bewildered. Being too far from the Northern Sea province, none of those present had heard of the Northern Sea behemoth. Seeing this, Johnny quickly explained the legend of the Northern Sea behemoth, emphasizing its formidable power. When they learned that the Northern Sea behemoth was an ancient magical beast surpassing the Peak Saint realm, everyone's mouths dropped open in disbelief. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze to Montgomery. If so, then his strength must have surpassed the Peak Saint realm. Just thinking about the Freddy family having such a powerful figure stirred everyone's excitement. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Johnny mused that this was nothing. If these people knew Montgomery alone suppressed the various factions in the Imperial City and even forcefully slew the divine messenger who came from the lower realm, they would be even more shocked. Arn repressed his own excitement and immediately instructed the servants to take the octopus meat away. Soon after, the aroma filled the entire Freddy family estate. Not only did the blood and flesh of the Northern Sea behemoth contain a trace of divine essence, but it was also incredibly delicious. Everyone feasted heartily, wishing they had more mouths. After consuming the flesh imbued with divine essence, everyone's physique became much stronger and more solid. Some of the weaker individuals broke through right there on the spot. Apart from the family members, the servants and guards also got a taste. The Northern Sea behemoth was massive, and Montgomery generously shared a lot of it. The servants and guards were immensely grateful to Montgomery. For someone of their status to eat the meat of a magical beast surpassing the Peak Saint realm, such a thing was probably unprecedented across the entire continent. After the banquet, Montgomery settled Zoe, and then found the hidden Juan and Chloe. Salutations, my lord. The two bowed respectfully to Montgomery, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. With the cultivation methods given by Montgomery and the meat of the Northern Sea behemoth, both had already broken through to level 9. This realm was something they previously dared not dream of. Montgomery nodded slightly and asked, Where are Arnie and Rupert? Why haven't I seen them? After being away for so long, he hadn't seen the two dragons. Juan immediately reported, My lord, recently, an anomaly appeared deep within the transverse mountain range. Lord Long and the others speculated that a valuable treasure might have emerged and went to investigate. Montgomery nodded slightly and then asked, Has anything happened during this period? My lord, since you left, the Adeline family from Westleigh City and the Freddy family from Central Province have both visited us. Other than that, nothing significant has happened, the two truthfully reported. Montgomery nodded. You have both worked hard during this time. Both hurriedly shook their heads and bowed in unison. It is an honor for us to serve the master. Montgomery took out 2 large pieces of octopus meat. These are for you. Their faces lit up with joy, and they thanked Montgomery once again. Montgomery nodded slightly, and then left. Instead of returning to his room, he went to a hill outside the castle and started practicing using the magic crystal of the Northern Sea behemoth. After the intense battle with the divine messenger, the power within his body had been refined enough to allow for further breakthroughs. Nothing noteworthy happened that night. Early the next morning, Montgomery found Zoe and informed her of his intention to get married. The girl's face immediately turned red as she gently nodded. I will listen to you. Montgomery playfully flicked the tip of the girl's nose and smiled, saying, Let's go tell your parents. The two found Alexandria and Aloysius and informed them of their plans. Upon learning that they intended to get married, both Alexandria and Aloysius were extremely pleased. Aloysius said with a smile, Great, great. I'll go tell father right now and start preparations early. With that, he turned and left immediately to inform Arn. Alexandria seemed to recall something and spoke earnestly. Montgomery, the deities are about to descend soon. Should we wait a little longer? She was worried. If those people appeared during the wedding, it wouldn't be good. In fact, while still in the Imperial City, Alexandria had reminded Montgomery to resolve things before leaving. As long as the Avatar of Faith was destroyed, the deity would not be able to descend. However, Montgomery had refused. Montgomery planned to use the descending deities as his whetstone. To break through to the Saint Realm, besides needing powerful energy, he also needed to temper himself through combat. And those deities were undoubtedly the best opponents. After all, apart from them, no one on the Star Moon continent could match him now. Mom, it's fine. Don't worry. Montgomery reassured her with a smile, appearing completely at ease as if it wasn't a big deal. Seeing this, Alexandria didn't say anything more. When Arn and the others heard the news, they were also overjoyed. They immediately began preparing in advance. Montgomery, having nothing much to do, spent each day accompanying Zoe. Besides that, he continued to train. In less than half a month, he absorbed all the energy from the Northern Sea Behemoth magic crystal. He broke through to the peak of the 9th level warrior, only one step away from the Saint Realm. To be precise, he was just a small step away. It seems I need to visit the Transverse Mountain Range again, Montgomery murmured softly, planning to head to the Transverse Mountain Range to hunt some magical beasts and find Rupert and the others. As the first mountain range of the Empire, while the Transverse Mountain Range might not have magical beasts as powerful as the Northern Sea Behemoth, it certainly had plenty of Saint Realm magical beasts. By absorbing some more magic crystals from Saint Realm magical beasts, Montgomery could achieve his breakthrough. Montgomery told his decision to his parents and Zoe, then left Eastwood City alone riding on Titus. Chapter 216, The Brantley. The Titus darted through the Hungduan mountain range, heading straight for its depths. Along the way, various magic beasts sensed the presence of the Titus and scattered. The current Titus was already at the peak of a level 9 magic beast, only one step away from the Sacred Realm, making it unprecedentedly powerful. One human and one carving rushed forward rapidly into the depths of the Hungduan mountain range. What puzzled both was that they hadn't encountered any Sacred Realm magic beasts along the way. Carve 9. What is the most powerful magic beast in the Hungduan mountain range? Montgomery frowned slightly, and then asked the Titus. He prepared to go directly to the strongest one. The Titus pondered and said, Geo, I once heard Great-Grandpa say that in the deepest part of the Hungduan mountain range, there exists a powerful beast king. His name is Brantley. It's said to be an ancient magic beast that has lived for several thousand years, extremely powerful, and probably no weaker than the giant demon in the North Sea. But whether this is true or not is unknown. I've never been to the deep mountains either. Montgomery nodded slightly. Let's go inside and take a look. Entering deeper into the Hungduan mountain range, they still did not encounter any powerful magic beasts. This made them even more puzzled. Strange, has something happened in the Hungduan mountain range? A hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the Titus. In the past, it wouldn't dare enter the inner area at will, because many powerful Sacred Realm magic beasts dwelled here. But now, not only were Sacred Realm magic beasts unseen, but even level 9 magic beasts were rarely seen. Just as they were puzzled, there was a sudden commotion ahead. Following the sound, they saw a group of magic beasts fleeing madly. They were a group of level 9 magic beasts. Behind them, a fully crimson lion was chasing relentlessly. It's those two big, clumsy dragons. The Titus exclaimed in surprise, spotting Rupert and Arnie among the fleeing magic beasts. Montgomery surveyed the crimson lion chasing after them, sensing its power briefly, and found it equivalent to a peak early-stage Sacred Realm human powerhouse. Thunder Spear. Montgomery spoke calmly, and a glaring magical light shone behind him. A massive golden thunder spear appeared out of nowhere and shot down with a whistling sound, piercing through the air and instantly penetrating the head of the crimson lion, carrying its body flying backward until it was nailed against a cliff face. The crimson lion that had chased the fleeing magic beasts was easily slain. The group of magic beasts looked in the direction of the attack and immediately saw one human and one carving. It's Geo. Rupert and Arnie showed signs of pleasant surprise, flapping their wings quickly toward Montgomery. The other magic beasts didn't follow. They fled in all directions. They didn't know if Montgomery was friend or foe, so they dared not approach rashly. As the two dragons stopped in front of Montgomery, Rupert excitedly asked, Geo, when did you return? For some time now. Montgomery asked, what happened to you two? At the mention of this, the faces of the two dragons turned ugly. Without hiding, they quickly recounted the incident. Upon learning what had happened, Montgomery hadn't yet responded when the Titus indignantly said, Damn, how can that hateful Brantley do such things? To enhance its strength, it actually sacrificed countless magic beasts. The situation was like this. Not long ago, a shocking phenomenon appeared in the depths of the Hungduan mountain range, attracting numerous magic beasts. Rupert and Arnie were also lured by this anomaly. Only upon arriving did the magic beasts realize that the anomaly was a ploy orchestrated by the Brantley. Its purpose was to lure these magic beasts over, then subdue and kill them, using the blood of countless magic beasts to form a blood pool to enhance its own power. Because it mainly targeted Sacred Realm magic beasts, Rupert and others managed to escape. But afterward, the Brantley did not intend to let them off, sending subordinate magic beasts to chase and kill them. Rupert also indignantly said, That damn old lion, it's truly not a good thing, for personal gain, actually slaughtering so many magic beasts. Montgomery's expression remained unchanged. He had seen much crueler things than this. In his previous life, a certain evil deity in a medium-level plane slaughtered all the living beings on the plane just to break through. Compared to this, the actions of the Brantley were nothing significant. Come, lead this seat to see. Montgomery spoke calmly. Hearing this, the two dragons were startled. Rupert hurriedly advised, Geo, absolutely don't. The Brantley is extremely terrifying, having long surpassed the sacred realm before, and now, after the blood sacrifice of many beasts, it's only become stronger. Arnie also added hastily, Geo, please don't act impulsively. We're fine, you don't need to take revenge for us. The two dragons thought Montgomery intended to seek revenge for them. Montgomery replied rather unhappily, revenge for what? This seat intends to take the magic crystal of the Brantley for use in breaking through to the sacred realm. The expressions of the two dragons froze. It turned out that they had misunderstood his intentions. Geo, but the strength of the Brantley, Rupert cautiously said. Although it knew Montgomery could fight across ranks, it still didn't think Montgomery, at level 9, could defeat the Brantley. After all, the latter was an ancient magic beast surpassing the peak of the sacred realm. You guys know nothing. Joe's strength is far from what it used to be. A measly Brantley means nothing. The Titus looked proud and quickly recounted Montgomery's series of victories. The two dragons listened with wide eyes, staring blankly at Montgomery. If their memories served right, Montgomery had been in the capital for less than half a year. In such a short time, his strength had become so powerful. It was truly unbelievable. Let's go, Montgomery said indifferently. This time, the two dragons did not stop him and followed obediently behind the Titus. Before long, 1 human and 3 beasts arrived at the territory of the Brantley. The territory of the Brantley was located at the very core of the Hungduan mountain range. Ahead, a majestic mountain stood towering between heaven and earth, enshrouded in purple flames. The mountaintop had been leveled by some grand technique, revealing a flat area upon which a magnificent and imposing palace was built. That was where the Brantley resided. From afar, Montgomery felt a wave of heat rushing toward him. They had just entered the territory when they were spotted by the magic beasts resting at the periphery. Several fully crimson lions flew over. They were crimson fire lions, a type of magic beast with an extremely violent nature. The 3 crimson fire lions surrounded Montgomery and company. One of them coldly rebuked, to dare intrude on the king's territory, seeking death. While speaking, it prepared to attack. But Montgomery was faster. 3 thunder spears shot out, instantly subduing the 3 crimson fire lions. Like the previous crimson fire lion, these 3 were also at the early stage of the sacred realm and seemed like mere ants before Montgomery. The disturbance immediately caught the attention of the other magic beasts within the territory. Who dares to act so arrogantly here? An angry roar echoed through the sky. Then, a group of powerful figures rushed toward this place. Chapter 217 Battle against the Brantley. That was a group of powerful magic beasts. A rough glance revealed that there were over a dozen of them, all emitting formidable auras. Most were at the mid to late Saint Realm, with only 2 being at the peak Saint Realm. From the appearance of these magic beasts alone, one could tell just how strong the Brantley was. To command so many Saint Realm magic beasts would be an impossible task without possessing formidable strength. As the group of magic beasts approached, they quickly dispersed and surrounded Montgomery and his party. One of them, a completely ice-blue lion, coldly shouted, "Audacious humans, daring to come here and act as you please. You will remain here today." Montgomery did not wish to waste words and instructed the Garfield Eagle and the others. "You lot fall back." Instantly, they retreated toward a distance. "Thinking of leaving? Did you even ask us?" One bird-type magic beast attempted to obstruct them, but a streak of lightning abruptly descended from the sky, striking it down on the spot. The Garfield Eagle and the 2 dragons took this opportunity to escape the encirclement. Several magic beasts wished to pursue, but Montgomery wouldn't give them such a chance. Dazzling magical lights illuminated the entire sky, as chaotic thunder elements gathered from all directions. In the next moment, countless bolts of violent thunder struck down. None of the magic beasts dared to let their guard down in the slightest, quickly utilizing their abilities to defend. The ice-blue lion spewed out a sheet of icy cold air, neutralizing the descending thunderbolts before turning its frigid gaze towards Montgomery. "Human, you dare to provoke all of us at once. Today I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons." The rest of the Saint Realm magic beasts also roared in rage. "Noisy," Montgomery reprimanded lightly, his expression growing cold. Such an attitude further enraged the group of magic beasts. But before they could vent their anger this time, their eyes suddenly froze. Above the sky, golden thunderclouds rapidly condensed into a titanic hand that spanned the heavens. It was as if a divine hand had descended upon the mortal realm, intending to obliterate everything in its path. Frozen expressions graced the faces of the magic beasts, revealing looks of shock and horror. At this moment, all of them felt a destructive force hitting straight to their hearts. They found it hard to believe that the young human before them could be so powerful. "Flee!" The ice-blue lion shouted in anger, turning around and swiftly fleeing. The remaining magic beasts also hurriedly escaped for their lives. However, the giant hand of thunder nearly covered half of the territory, making it practically impossible for the beasts to escape anytime soon. Furthermore, how could their speed match the swiftness of the thunder? Hearing the thunderous explosions ringing in their ears, the beasts' expressions of horror grew even more intense. Amidst their panic-stricken state, a roar erupted from a far mountain shrouded in purple flames. The roar shook the 9 skies, resonating throughout the entire territory. Then, a scorching purple beam tore through the sky, colliding with the thunderous hand, instantly creating a deafening boom that echoed across the heavens and earth. The collision between the two energies released a terrifying wave of energy. Like a tidal wave, it swept in all directions. The surviving magic beasts, who narrowly avoided the calamity, hastily retreated and fled the scene. Roar! Another deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Then, a massive purple lion flew out from a palace. The lion's body stretched hundreds of feet long, with purple fur gleaming like the finest silk. Around its neck was lush, deep purple mane, adding to its majestic aura. This was none other than the Brantley. Montgomery's eyes narrowed slightly. The Brantley before him gave off a pressure even stronger than the great monster from the northern sea, perhaps even surpassing the divine envoy. Montgomery guessed it was merely a step away from achieving divinity. Given another 10 years, it would absolutely break through to become a god. Far outside the territory, the Garfield eagle and the two dragons' faces changed slightly. This was their first time witnessing such a terrifying magic beast. Even though they were extremely far away, they still felt a soul-crushing pressure. The Brantley looked down at Montgomery like a mere ant, opening its huge mouth and emitting a deep, resounding voice. Human, why have you intruded upon this king's territory? From that previous move, it already understood Montgomery's immense power. Unless absolutely necessary, it did not wish to battle such a powerful foe, because even if it won, it would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. I need to borrow your magic crystal. Montgomery did not hide his intentions and directly stated his purpose. The Brantley's pupils contracted sharply, its expression suddenly turning icy cold. Human, you are courting death. Boundless fury permeated its voice. It, the Brantley, had dominated the Transverse Mountains for countless ages. Who dared to speak to it like this? It was simply asking for death. Montgomery replied calmly. Perhaps, but you don't have what it takes to take my life. The Brantley's face was frigid. Human, this king will definitely kill you today. Many have said that, yet none have managed to do so. Montgomery's tone remained calm. In an instant, fighting spirit surged within him, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson as his surrounding aura began to turn increasingly chaotic. Within the rage of the devilish heart, there was a technique called frenzy. Once employed, it could increase one's combat prowess. Today, Montgomery did not plan to use magic. He prepared to solely rely on his physical strength to exterminate the Brantley before him. Montgomery tore off his outer garment, revealing a robust upper body. Come on, beast, let's see what you can do. He beckoned to the Brantley with his fingers, full of provocation. Arrogant. The Brantley roared in anger, its forelimbs forcefully pushing off in the air, its body suddenly rushing straight towards Montgomery. Though it was huge, its speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Montgomery. Claws like mountains fell down, making the air boom as if preparing to tear Montgomery into powder. The crowd of beasts that had retreated to a distance all sneered. A mere human dared to challenge their king in terms of physical prowess. Wasn't this just asking for death? Just when all the beasts thought Montgomery was certainly going to die. But the next scene froze their expressions. That human, likened to an ant, actually used one fist to intercept the Brantley's attack. The collision of fist and claw produced a muffled sound, and a visible circular shockwave spread out from between them. Is that human a monster? To withstand the king's attack with a human body. A Saint Realm magic beast spoke in shock, barely believing what it saw. Not only them, but even the Brantley found it hard to believe. Its pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming, Human, who exactly are you? Montgomery suddenly exerted force with his arm, blasting the unprepared Brantley back. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much nonsense. Montgomery's figure suddenly shot out, charging at the Brantley. His fists were like meteors, continuously striking the Brantley, causing it to howl in pain repeatedly. The Brantley fought back fiercely, bringing its physical power to its peak, engaging in battle with Montgomery. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds echoed continuously. Montgomery was like a humanoid savage dragon, constantly colliding with the Brantley without showing any sign of weakness. Moreover, as time passed, he gradually gained the upper hand. The beasts watching from a distance were already dumbstruck. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed such a powerful human existed. A human whose physical strength surpassed the Brantley. It was simply inconceivable. Rupert and Arnie were equally stunned. The former exclaimed in astonishment, Geo is too formidable. Arnie also nodded vigorously. The Garfield eagle was slightly better than the two dragons since it had witnessed Montgomery's terrifying strength before. It lifted its head proudly. I've always said, a mere Brantley. How could it be a match for Geo? The two dragons nodded in deep agreement. As the battle continued, the Brantley's decline became increasingly apparent. After another clash, the Brantley's form rapidly retreated, roaring angrily. Human, this king has told you, I will kill you today. Opening its mouth and inhaling deeply, energy from all around gathered toward its mouth. A purple flame condensed in its mouth, radiating intense heat. Even from afar, the other beasts felt the heat wave hitting them. Is the king going to use that move? The ice blue lion's face changed, quickly retreating, and the rest of the magic beasts followed suit. Die, human. There was something that delayed today, so there's only one chapter. Chapter 2, 18 Hammered to Death. A purple beam thicker than a mountain ripped through the air, heading straight for Montgomery. The scorching heat twisted the air, burning it. So vast was the range that Montgomery could not possibly evade it. In just a blink, the scorching purple beam enveloped Montgomery. Ha ha ha, that kid is definitely dead now. From afar, the beasts wore sneers on their faces. They all knew the terror of this move. The Brantley had once used this move to incinerate hundreds of mountains in one go. Its power was so terrifying it had long surpassed the realm of the Star Moon continent. From afar, Garfield and the two dragons looked worried. Everett, Geo, be alright. Arnie stared anxiously into the distance. Don't worry, Geo will be fine, said Garfield confidently, having strong faith in Montgomery. Humph, insignificant ant. This is the consequence of challenging me. The Brantley coldly snorted and turned to leave. In its view, Montgomery would surely die from taking that hit. Just as it turned, a cool voice suddenly echoed from behind. Did I give you permission to leave? The Brantley stiffened, then turned back in disbelief. It saw Montgomery still standing proudly there. Though most of his body was burned, his aura remained powerful. One could clearly see many demonic runes on his skin. The demonic runes emitted black light, continuously healing his burns. It was clear that these runes possessed a very strong self-healing ability. It wasn't hard to guess that because of these demonic runes, Montgomery had managed to withstand the previous attack. How is this possible? That human actually survived your majesty's attack. The watching beasts widened their eyes, finding it unbelievable. Montgomery's strength continually refreshed their understanding. Garfield and the two dragons sighed with relief. See, I told you Geo would be fine. A smile appeared on Garfield's face. The result matched its prediction. The pupils of the Brantley contracted sharply. Human, who are you? There can't be anyone as strong as you on the Star Moon continent. I already said, you're not qualified to know my identity. Montgomery replied domineeringly, rushing towards the Brantley. Human, you are too arrogant. The Brantley roared furiously, its eyes brimming with murderous intent as it fought Montgomery again. Both clashed fiercely, fighting as if they had nothing to lose. Montgomery aimed to hone himself in the intense battle. The Brantley aimed to kill the arrogant human before him. Both had sufficient reasons for their fight, and neither retreated. Though the Brantley exerted all its effort, it was still no match for Montgomery. After breaking through to level 9, the power of Demon Heart Fury started to slowly show its might. In terms of physical strength, the Brantley ultimately fell short. Although its power was terrifying, its lineage was simply too inferior, putting it at a significant disadvantage. If its lineage were stronger, Montgomery would never have it so easy. At the end of the battle, the Brantley's defeat became increasingly obvious. Seeing it could not win, the Brantley planned to flee. But Montgomery would not give it the chance. Realizing it had no hope of escape, the Brantley was thoroughly enraged. Human, don't push me too far. If forced, we'll both be doomed. It roared angrily, showing an expression of mutual destruction. Montgomery's face remained calm. You are not qualified to threaten me. Hearing this, the Brantley laughed out of extreme anger. Fine. Since you won't let up, then accompany me to hell. Next, brilliant purple light erupted from its forehead, emitting destructive ripples. Is His Majesty going to explode its magic crystal? The watching beasts watched in horror from afar, turning to flee madly for their lives. If the Brantley really exploded, everything within 100 miles would cease to exist. Do you think I will let you self-destruct without my consent? Montgomery spoke coldly, rapidly making hand seals as internal chi surged. Then a towering figure appeared behind him. This figure exuded a terrible aura, looking imposing. God-slaying fist. Roaring, Montgomery pounded like a hammer, constantly sending punches. The towering figure mimicked his actions. Countless massive dark fists broke through the air, all headed towards the Brantley. Fist after fist struck its body, causing the Brantley to stagger. Its energy flow inside was also disrupted, the purple light on its forehead quickly fading away. Its attempt to self-destruct ended in failure. Ultimately, the Brantley was hammered to death. Human, I curse you to die miserably, was the curse of the dying Brantley. Montgomery retracted his fists and slowly descended. Yeah, Geo won. Garfield and the two dragons were extremely excited. Especially the latter two. They hardly believed that Montgomery alone killed the Brantley, who ruled the Transverse Mountain Range for countless years. Immediately, Garfield and the two dragons swiftly flew toward Montgomery. As for that group of Saint Realm beasts, upon witnessing the Brantley's downfall, they had long fled. Montgomery did not pursue them. His goal had been achieved. There was no need to hunt them down to extinction. Geo, are you alright? Seeing Montgomery covered in wounds, the three beasts were somewhat worried. Although Montgomery had killed the Brantley, he himself was also seriously injured. This time, apart from using a fighting technique at the end, Montgomery relied solely on his physical strength throughout the battle. He suffered some losses during the fight. Despite being seriously injured, his gains were abundant. After this battle, Montgomery's physical body had been refined to its best state, ready to break through to the Saint Realm at any moment. Once he absorbed the Brantley's magic crystal, he could easily break through to the Saint Realm. Unlike ordinary people, all Montgomery needed to break through a realm was sufficient energy. Ordinary people needed to comprehend the laws of nature to create their own domains. A domain is the preliminary application of the laws of nature. After reaching the divine stage, one's application of the laws of nature would become more extensive. I'm fine. Montgomery waved his hand, then began circulating Demon Heart Fury to absorb the surrounding essence, restoring the energy expended within his body and healing his wounds. The three beasts stood quietly by his side, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. About half an hour later, Montgomery stood up from the ground. By now, all his injuries had completely healed. He walked over to the corpse of the Brantley, and lightning flashed in his hand, forming a lightning blade. The lightning blade continuously slashed, cutting the corpse into small pieces, and finally slicing open its skull to retrieve a deep purple magic crystal larger than a wash basin. Montgomery stored most of the flesh, leaving only a small portion behind, then turned to look at the three beasts. The rest is for you. I am going to seclude myself in that castle to cultivate. Before his words faded, His figure had already vanished from the spot. The two dragons and the bird retracted their gaze and looked at the meat on the ground with fervent eyes. This was the flesh of the Brantley, and if consumed regularly, it would greatly benefit cultivation. The three beasts immediately divided the flesh equally, then set up an iron pot to stew the meat. Soon after, the air around them was filled with the aroma of stewing meat. On the other side, Montgomery arrived at the castle, found a place to sit down. He then took out the magic crystal and began cultivating by absorbing its energy. Chapter 219, Movements from All Parties. Eastland City. The Freddy family was festooned with lanterns, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Just a while ago, the news that Montgomery was about to get married spread like wildfire, instantly capturing the attention of the entire Shishan province and even the Far East region. The name Montgomery had long been renowned in the Far East region. Due to his presence, the Freddy family also gained fame. Furthermore, another piece of news that emerged not long ago further boosted the reputation of the entire Freddy family. Recently, the 5 provincial governors of the Far East region simultaneously received a message from the royal family. They had already ceded the Far East region to the Freddy family. That is to say, from now on, the Far East region would be the private territory of the Freddy family. Such significant news could not be suppressed. When this news became public, the entire Far East region erupted into chaos. People found it hard to believe. How could the royal family suddenly cede the Far East region to the Freddy family? Upon inquiry, people learned that Montgomery had recently traveled to the capital and returned a few days ago. Soon after his return, this news surfaced. People immediately associated it with Montgomery. It wasn't difficult to guess that everything was closely related to Montgomery. For a moment, various speculations arose among the people. But regardless of the truth, one thing was certain. From now on, the Freddy family would be the true rulers of the Far East region, not to be trifled with. Therefore, the 5 provincial governors and various noble families all set out for Eastland City. Firstly, they wanted to take advantage of the wedding to curry favor with the Freddy family. Secondly, they wished to meet the legendary prodigy. For a time, movements came from all parties. When various forces arrived in Eastland City, the Freddy family was taken aback. Prior to this, Montgomery had not informed them that the royal family would cede the Far East region to them. Montgomery had intended to surprise everyone, so he didn't mention it. He planned to inform them when the actual handover took place. However, he hadn't expected that the royal family would act so swiftly. In fact, the royal family acted so quickly because they did not want Montgomery to be displeased over this minor matter. They were now fully preparing to welcome the Nevenolomio and did not want any accidents during this period. Once the Nevenolomio descended, everything lost could be regained. Thus, they did not feel regretful. The royal family had secretly communicated with the provincial governors of the major provinces, instructing them to stabilize Montgomery first, thereby buying some time. Shocked by these developments, the members of the Freddy family sought out Roberta and Zoe for explanations. The two did not hide anything and revealed the truth to everyone. After learning about what happened in the capital, the Freddy family was dumbstruck and profoundly shaken. They had never thought, nor dared to imagine, that Montgomery alone could make the entire capital submit. What kind of power must he possess to achieve such a feat? Following their shock was an uncontrollable excitement. This way, the Freddy family would truly be the top family in the Far East region. No, they might even be considered the top family in the empire. As long as Montgomery was around, no one could rival them. Initially anxious, everyone immediately relaxed. The visitors were merely major forces from the Far East region, far inferior to the capital's noble families. Before Montgomery, they were nothing to mention. There was no need to be nervous. Although they said so, they were inevitably tense facing such significant figures for the first time. In the end, Roberta had to step forward to take control of the situation. As the daughter of the Locke family and herself a late-stage Holy Realm powerhouse, Roberta handled things impeccably without showing any sign of nervousness. She first received the 5 provincial governors, taking over the Far East region, then dismissed groups of factions wanting to meet Montgomery, and finally announced citywide that the exact wedding date had yet to be determined. Once set, it would be promptly announced. With no choice, the various forces could only settle temporarily in Eastland City, awaiting the wedding. In Eastland City, at the Seine River Manor, within a luxurious room, the newly appointed governor of Shishan province looked at the other 4 provincial governors. Yonatan in the capital, after the conflict between the Christian family and the Locke family, the royal family had dismissed Millie from office and sent a new person to serve as the governor of Shishan province. He was a Chevy with brown long hair, his aura restrained, clearly a powerful figure. Everyone, we have to bear with it for now. Once Lord Nevenolomio descends, we will settle accounts with that boy. The 4 nodded, cold glints flashing in their eyes. Compared to the rising star Montgomery, they obviously had more faith in the royal family and the Nevenolomio behind it. Although Montgomery was formidable, the few of them still did not believe he could be a match for the Nevenolomio. Even Elliot, the governor of Central Province who had interacted with Montgomery before, did not think Montgomery stood a chance. He clearly knew that Montgomery's enemies were not just the royal family and the Nevenolomio, but also the Dark Church. Montgomery had taken what the Dark Church was looking for back then. He did not think the Dark Church would let it go just like that. Behind the Dark Church stood the Dark God. No matter how powerful Montgomery was, he could never be a match for 2 great deities. Elliot looked at the Chevy and asked, "When do you think Lord Nevenolomio will descend, Sir Nevin?" The other 3 also turned their gazes. This was the question they cared most about at this moment. Nevin did not hide anything and replied truthfully, "Within half a month at most." Hearing this, the 4 men's faces brightened. "All right, you can all leave now. I need to report this information. Nevin waved his hand, and the four immediately rose and left the room. After the four left, Nevin took out a magic disc and activated it. Instantly, a small magical array appeared in the room. Nevin stepped into the array. In Firestar City, the palace. Inside the Grand Hall, Vaughn informed Clifford of the news he had just received. He just right. When Lord Nevin Alomio descends, we'll turn his happy event into a tragedy. Upon learning that Montgomery was going to get married soon, a cold smile appeared on Clifford's face. Vaughn also revealed a cold smile. We must make that boy know the price of offending our royal family. Meanwhile, the other major forces in the capital also learned of the news from the Far East region. In the Mercenary Guild, Nicholas decided immediately to lead everyone to the Far East region to congratulate Montgomery. At the Christian family, Millie made the same decision. There was also the Mage Academy and the Isa family. However, because these major forces had to prepare for the arrival of deities, they only sent representatives. In the Dark Church, Isaias also showed a cold smile. That boy seems quite pleased, but unfortunately, this kind of days are about to end. Several vice presidents, including Germain, also displayed cold smiles. Montgomery was completely unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he was still in the castle deep within the transverse ranges, quietly cultivating. Chapter 220, Return. It took Emma and Abigail nearly half a month to reach East Forest City. They met on the way, and after learning of each other's destinations, they decided to travel together. Upon arriving in East Forest City, the two women learned that Montgomery was about to get married. Upon hearing this news, their expressions couldn't help but turn somber. But soon, determination flashed in their eyes again. Even knowing Montgomery was about to marry, they still did not intend to give up. The two women went to the Freddy family, explained their situation and origins, and successfully met Heather. Heather was somewhat surprised by the arrival of the two women, but as someone who had been through it herself, she quickly discerned the intentions of the two women after a brief conversation. She couldn't help but marvel at how outstanding her son truly was. "Aunt Heather, where's Brother Montgomery?" Emma was curious. She hadn't seen Montgomery's figure along the way. Abigail also looked curious. "Montgomery entered the Broken Mountain Range not long ago. He should be back after some time," Heather said truthfully. The two women nodded, but felt somewhat disheartened inside. They had come all this way just to see the person they loved. But Montgomery was not there. After chatting for a while, Heather arranged accommodations for the two women. As time passed, more and more major forces arrived in East Forest City. Later, the major forces from the imperial capital came one after another. When this news broke, the entire East Forest City was in an uproar. Apart from the top forces that knew what happened in the imperial capital, the small forces and ordinary people in East Forest City only knew some rumors and were still skeptical of the true nature of events. However, after the arrival of top forces like the Mercenary Guild, no one dared to doubt anymore. Everyone truly realized how powerful Montgomery was. The Freddy family naturally gave a warm welcome to the arrival of the major forces from the imperial capital. They had already learned from Heather that these visitors were forces that were friendly with Montgomery. Upon learning that Montgomery was not present, the major forces didn't linger much and found places to stay temporarily within the city, preparing to personally congratulate him on his wedding day. Only Millie stayed behind. In the Broken Mountain Range, within the castle of the Brantley, a beam of light shot up into the sky, shattering the high-altitude clouds. The next moment, all the surrounding heaven and earth energies gathered towards the castle, one stream merging into Montgomery's body. As time passed, a martial energy vortex appeared above the castle. The vortex continuously rotated, crazily absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth energies. Then it steadily merged into Montgomery's body. Brandishing from afar, the three beasts were struck with awe at the sight. Truly worthy of being Geo, the commotion caused by breaking through to the holy domain far surpasses ours. Rupert was full of admiration, filled with reverence. He had made up his mind to follow Montgomery no matter what happened in the future. After nearly an hour, the high-altitude martial energy vortex slowly dissipated. Then an exceptionally terrifying aura spread out from the castle. The three beasts' bodies trembled, and they prostrated themselves, unable to face this aura directly. So terrifying. It's hard to believe how strong Geo has become. The three beasts were terrified yet curious about Montgomery's current strength. At the top of the castle, Montgomery stood up, so Dushin Chi-Ji, with a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He had finally advanced to the Holy Domain realm. Without hurrying to leave, he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and started refining pills. He planned to also break through his mental power to the Holy Domain realm. The medicinal herbs needed for pill refinement were conveniently provided by the Imperial resources. Several days later, a terrifying mental power spread out. Montgomery's mental power also broke through to the Holy Domain realm. Reaching the Holy Domain realm meant barely stepping into the ranks of true powerhouses. Many techniques could now be used. If Montgomery revealed all his trump cards now, he might even challenge a lower god. Keep in mind, the gap between the Holy Domain and deities was like an insurmountable chasm. For Montgomery to transcend levels and fight was truly a heaven-defying move. The last time he defeated the Divine Messenger at a 9th level strength was entirely because the latter was in a lower plane and could not wield law powers. Otherwise, Montgomery would never have won so easily. Montgomery rose and flew down from the castle, appearing before the three beasts in a few flashes. Sensing the aura of the three beasts, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. During his cultivation, the three beasts had also successfully broken through to the Holy Domain realm. But thinking about it, such a result was quite normal. With the cultivation methods he provided and the assistance of the Brantleys' flesh and blood, If the three beasts hadn't broken through, their talents would have been severely lacking. Subsequently, Montgomery led the three beasts away from here, returning to East Forest City. Before long, they returned to East Forest City. As soon as the three Holy Domain magic beasts entered East Forest City, they caught everyone's attention. Upon seeing the Titus, everyone knew that Montgomery had returned. Focusing their gaze, they indeed saw a figure in purple robes standing atop the Titus. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the three magic beasts landed within the Freddy family's castle. Montgomery leaped down and instructed the three beasts to reduce their size so as not to draw too much attention. The three beasts nodded and immediately shrank their forms. At this moment, the family members came forward to greet them. Seeing Emma and Abigail among them, Montgomery was somewhat surprised. "Montgomery, you're finally back." Arn smiled and said, "We've been waiting for your return to set the specific date." Montgomery nodded. "Grandfather, let's discuss this inside." They all entered the main hall to finalize the wedding details. Meanwhile, in an estate within East Forest City, Keith tidied himself up, preparing to visit the Freddy family to pay respects to Montgomery. He had already arrived in East Forest City. Since Montgomery wasn't there, he found a place to stay first. Keith gazed into the distance, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what it took, he would make Montgomery his teacher. Chapter 221, The Three Great Deities. In Spark City, three overwhelming and terrifying auras descended one after another. Those in the know were anxious, realizing the deities had arrived. Inside the resplendent main hall of the royal palace, Crown Princess Megan sat at the head of the table, her delicate features exuding an air of dignity. At this moment, her body had been taken over by the consciousness of the Imelda. Beside her stood two figures, also radiating terrifying auras. These were the divine envoys who had descended with the Imelda. "Speak, what exactly happened previously? Why did Ellis fall in the lower realm?" The Imelda gazed down upon the royal members below, emitting a dignified female voice. Clifford did not dare to hide anything and quickly detailed the recent events. A mere lower plane has such characters. The Imelda was somewhat surprised and then looked at the two divine envoys beside her. "Armin, Base, you two go and bring that boy here. I need to strengthen this body further before contending for the divine essence with that stinky dragon." The two divine envoys immediately accepted the order. "Vaughn, you lead some experts to guide the two lords." Clifford immediately gave the order to Vaughn. Vaughn nodded and promptly left with the two. The Imelda then asked Clifford, "Apart from the Dark Dragon God and the Manuel, are there any other deities who will descend?" Clifford nodded. "My lord, according to reports, the Magic Academy seems to have communicated with the Forest God. If nothing goes wrong, the Forest God might also descend." "What did you say, the Forest God?" The Imelda was greatly startled, disbelief evident in her eyes. Dark Church. Upon learning of the possibility of the Forest God descending, the Dark Dragon God was similarly astonished. Israel wondered, "My lord, what's wrong?" The Dark Dragon God shook his head, took a deep breath to suppress his doubts and shock, and then instructed the two divine envoys who had accompanied him. "Hi you. Guba, go to Donglin City and capture that boy. Bring back the Moon Goddess staff along the way." "Yes, my lord." The two immediately accepted the order and set off under Wayne President Germain's lead for Donglin City. The Dark Dragon God remained behind to use special means to temper this body, which had cost the Dark Church great efforts but seemed exceedingly weak to him, unable to bear his power. A confrontation with the other great deities could likely result in its collapse. In the magnificent main hall of the EngSub family, a robust man with fiery red hair sat at the head of the table, while a large, sturdy man stood beside him. Unlike the previous two deities, the Manuel had only brought one divine envoy to the lower realm. Below them stood senior members of the three major families. The Manuel's gaze swept over the people below, finally settling on Omar. He clearly felt that the energy within Omar was more refined and concentrated than others. It was evident that Omar's cultivation method was superior. "What is your name?" Omar was slightly taken aback but still honestly replied, "Reporting to my lord, this subordinate is Omar." The Manuel nodded slightly, and then said, "Demonstrate the cultivation method you practice, let me see it." Everyone was momentarily puzzled, not understanding what the Manuel meant. Omar was startled, recalling Millie's warning not to expose the cultivation method given by Montgomery. Thinking quickly, he hastily said, "My lord, the cultivation method I practice is rudimentary and unsophisticated. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself." "Are you defying my command?" The Manuel's voice suddenly grew loud, making everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. "This subordinate dares not." Omar hurriedly shook his head and could only display his cultivation method. He knew that if he did not comply, the entire Christian family would be in peril. "This aura, is it the Flame Spirit record of the Flame Spirit clan?" Feeling the aura from Omar's cultivation method, the Manuel abruptly stood up from his seat, disbelief in his eyes. The people of the three major families exchanged looks, unsure of the situation. For the mighty Manuel to react like this? Omar's heart sank. He hadn't expected the Manuel to recognize his cultivation method. While knowing Montgomery's method was powerful, he hadn't anticipated that even the Manuel would recognize it. "Quickly, where did you get this cultivation method from?" the Manuel asked breathlessly. The Flame Spirit clan was a powerful race in the boundless void, with mighty upper gods guarding it. Although he was called the Manuel, he was merely a middling god, unable to become an upper god due to his lineage and cultivation method. This was why he had descended upon the Star Moon continent at all costs this time, with the aim of seizing the divine essence that had fallen here to ascend to the upper god rank. The Flame Spirit record was the Flame Spirit clan's most powerful cultivation method. Obtaining the Flame Spirit record wouldn't help him ascend in realm, but it would significantly increase his combat power. That way, he could compete on equal terms with the other two deities in the upcoming struggle. Omar hesitated and did not reveal the truth. Instead, he replied shakily, "Yes, sir, I found it accidentally in an ancient relic." The fire god, being who he was, immediately saw through Omar's lie and coldly asked, "I'll ask you again, where did you get this cultivation method from?" A mighty spiritual force swept out, causing Omar's consciousness to become dazed before he involuntarily confessed the truth. "It's given by Montgomery." "Humph, you dare to deceive this deity? You have no sense of self-preservation." The fire god coldly snorted, took a step forward, and instantly appeared before Omar, covering the latter's crown with a large hand. A vast spiritual force explored Omar's mind, conducting a soul search. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, revealing a delighted look in his eyes. "Haha, it really is the Flame's spirit record." With a thud, Omar collapsed, his eyes vacant and unresponsive, clearly reduced to a fool. Seeing this, Jobs and others turned pale with fear, feeling terrified. They still couldn't grasp what was happening. Initially, for safety, Millie had only given the cultivation method to Omar and not to others. Witnessing this, the Aries family felt both shocked and gloating internally. They had long been annoyed with the Christian's family. Because of Montgomery, the arranged marriage between the two families was ruined. Now seeing Omar crippled, they didn't feel a bit sad. Instead, they relished in his misfortune. The EngSub family felt anxious and puzzled, not understanding why the fire god would go to such lengths over a cultivation method. Could it be that the Flame's spirit record is extremely powerful? Thinking of the cultivation method Montgomery had taught Abigail, everyone suddenly understood the reason. The fire god scanned the crowd and coldly asked, "Who is Montgomery?" Zhou Rue, the patriarch of the Aries family, stepped forward and quickly recounted Montgomery's identity along with recent events. The fire god's gaze sharpened, murmuring, "It seems that young man indeed has something strange about him." Then he turned to the bald giant beside him and ordered, "Milton, go investigate that boy's background. If possible, bring him back." He intended to hasten practicing the Flame Spirit record to prepare for the upcoming battle for the Divine Essence. "Yes, sir." Milton nodded immediately. "Sir, allow me to lead the way." Zhou Rue volunteered to guide him. Thomas also stood up to join. He was worried about Abigail and planned to follow to keep an eye on her. Thus, the group left Spark City. Chapter 222 The Terrifying Yonatan Ground of the Alice. "Brother, what should we do next?" In the Christian family, all the senior members looked at Trey. At this moment, fear and unease filled their eyes. None of them had ever imagined such an event would occur. Grayson couldn't help but complain. It's all that boy Montgomery's fault. If not for him distributing cultivation techniques randomly, how could father have ended up like this? The others also had unpleasant expressions, and their impression of Montgomery plummeted. Indeed, if not for the cultivation technique provided by Montgomery, the flame god would never have taken action against Omar. "Enough," Trey snapped. "What good does it do to talk about this now?" After that, he summoned a servant to settle the dazed Omar, and then said to everyone, "I'll contact Sister Millie right away. She might know something about this matter, so let's find out what happened first." Everyone nodded slightly. Now, they could only proceed with this course of action. Then, Trey prepared to construct a communication magic array to reach Millie. But just as he was about to start, a powerful aura descended abruptly. The Christianians turned their heads toward the source of the aura, only to see the head of the Aries family, Herschel, leading a group of experts appear outside the hall. Trey's face darkened as he strode out of the hall, demanding, "Herschel, what is the meaning of this?" Herschel chuckled coldly. "Nothing much, just following Lord Flame God's orders to keep an eye on you." Trey's pupils constricted, after which he could only sigh in resignation. Given the current situation, there was nothing else he could do but bear it. "Haha. Trey, never thought this day would come for your Christian family." Herschel sneered incessantly. Not long ago, the Christian family was in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, they were in this state. It truly showed that fortunes changed. Trey remained silent with a grim expression, but the other side wasn't about to let it go. A blonde Chevy mocked. "Trey, you better hurry and send your daughter to my nephew's bed. Maybe our Aries family can plead with Lord Flame God on your behalf out of old acquaintance." This Chevy was Beryl, who had previously clashed with Montgomery. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Christianians turned incredibly ugly, especially Hobart, whose fists clenched audibly, wanting to tear Beryl's mouth apart, but he was stopped by Trey's look. Given the current situation, their only option was to endure. Following this, the Aries people continued to ridicule them, seemingly trying to provoke the Christians. However, the Christianians stayed silent, not giving the other side any opportunity. Soon after, another powerful aura descended upon Firestar City. The three sequestered gods were startled and looked in one direction. That place was precisely the Mage Academy. In the next moment, the three deities appeared at the Mage Academy. Deep within the academy, a shadowy figure with an ethereal aura floated above the temple, a green-robed woman. Below, Randall and others knelt, bowing deeply. "Greetings, great Lady Alice." She was none other than the Alice Kim. Kim formed hand seals, and the essence of surrounding plants instantly converged towards her before rushing into her body. After some time, her illusory form began to solidify. Her body was now entirely formed from the power of plants. Unlike the other three deities, Kim didn't need a physical body. Her consciousness alone could descend onto the Star Moon continent. This was because she was a higher deity, one with immense power. The Alice belonged under the command of the Life Goddess, one of the rulers of the High Plains. Therefore, the status and strength of the Alice differed greatly from the other three deities. After becoming a higher deity, she could completely control her power. Thus, she didn't need faith force to conceal herself and could perfectly hide her aura from the plane's consciousness, unless she acted. That was why the three deities didn't interfere, because they knew any attempt to stop her would be futile and might even offend her. Jedediah up. Kim waved her hand. Just as she intended to inquire about Montgomery's information, she sensed three powerful auras approaching. Turning her head, she saw three figures quickly coming from afar. They were the three deities. Behind them followed a group of experts, including Clifford and others. When the trio approached, they bowed slightly towards Kim, respectfully greeting. Greetings, great Lady Alice. This scene left everyone present speechless. Whether it was Clifford and his followers or Randall and the others, they were all dumbfounded. They expected a divine battle, but instead, they witnessed this extraordinary event. Shenji, Soyorin do Kanshang, Sunling Nursunmana, Mujong Luchu, Nongnong de Haochi. Suhu, Yangshan Jurwei, Mudi Wusong de Nuzu, Kuhusan da Sunling, Yoshiabutong. Kim waved her hand. No need to be so formal, all of you may rise. The three gods finally straightened up, with the Nevanalomio cautiously asking, may we ask why Alice has come here? The other two also tensed up. They were very concerned about this question. If the Alice was here to vie for the divine rank, then their journey would have been in vain, not to mention whether they could stand against her. Even if they could, they did not dare to contend with her, because the background and strength of the Alice were far beyond what they could afford to offend. Kim saw through the Nevanalomio's concerns at a glance and said indifferently, I am only here to find someone. I have no interest in your purpose. Relief washed over the trio as they bowed and withdrew. As Kim descended, she turned to Randall and asked, who summoned me that day? Randall and the others dared not conceal anything and immediately divulged Montgomery's identity along with his series of actions. Upon hearing this, a hint of interest flashed across Kim's face. Well, I find myself becoming more intrigued by this boy. Lead the way. I want to meet this young man named Montgomery. Randall and the others immediately guided Kim towards Donglin City. Donglin City, after a thorough discussion, the Freddy family had set a date. The wedding was scheduled for 2 days later. Once the date was decided, all the servants of the Freddy family were busy preparing the feast for the wedding day. Joy filled the entire Freddy family. None of them were aware of the imminent danger. In all of Donglin City, only the 5 magistrates and the Dark Church personnel stationed in the Far East region received advance notice. In a room at the Sheen River Estate, Nevin looked at the 4 magistrates and said with a smile, we just received news that Prince Vaughn is already on his way to Donglin City with 2 divine envoys. They should arrive tomorrow. Hearing this, the 4 magistrates were delighted, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 223. Long time no see. In a courtyard of the Freddy family, Montgomery was discussing the specific details of the wedding with Heather and others. At this moment, a guard came running over. Geo Montgomery, there's a young man named Saul outside who wishes to pay his respects to you. The group turned their gazes towards him. Layla frowned and said, Saul? Why does this name sound so familiar? Abigail reminded from the side. Isn't the Willis also called Saul? Layla suddenly looked enlightened, but her eyes soon revealed disgust. What is that Playboy prince doing here? Is he here to regain the royal family's honor? The young girl showed confusion in her eyes. Heather then looked at Montgomery. Montgomery smiled slightly and said to the guard, go and bring him here. The guard did not dare hesitate and turned around immediately. Before long, he returned with 2 people. It was indeed Saul and Gideon. Saul approached quickly and bowed deeply to Montgomery. Your Majesty, I come to meet Mr. Montgomery. Gideon followed suit and bowed as well. Seeing this scene, Layla and Abigail were puzzled. According to what they knew, Saul was a notorious Playboy prince, and this behavior was quite different from his usual conduct. Montgomery looked at Saul with an amused expression and remained silent. Saul's face showed embarrassment, then performed an action that shocked everyone present. Sir, on that day, it was because of my ignorance that I wasted your kindness. This visit is specially for me to apologize to you. Everyone looked puzzled, somewhat bewildered by Saul's actions. Only Johnny and Shiloh nearby knew the reason. Montgomery's voice still carried a hint of amusement. Oh, how do you plan to make amends? Saul was momentarily speechless but quickly recovered and immediately replied, I will follow whatever instructions Sir gives. Whatever I can do, I will do it without hesitation. Montgomery nodded slightly and said coolly, do you see those busy servants over there? Go and help them. If you do well, perhaps I might consider it if my mood improves. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention instantly became focused. Montgomery actually made a prince do menial work like a servant, which was undoubtedly a blatant insult. Just when everyone thought Saul would absolutely refuse, the next scene stunned them again. Thank you, sir. Saul bowed deeply to Montgomery and then, without further ado, rose and ran towards the busy servants. Gideon followed closely behind. They took over the tasks from the servants and started working right away. Layla's red lips parted slightly. She found it incredible. Saul's reputation as a playboy was extremely well known throughout the entire capital. She truly did not expect that he would listen to Montgomery so obediently. Abigail was also filled with curiosity. Brother Montgomery, what exactly did you do to him? The others also looked at him curiously. In a few days, you'll know. Montgomery chuckled but gave no explanation. Everyone felt a little helpless but did not ask any more questions. Far away, Rico and Arnie were also very curious and could not help but look at Shiloh. Stupid bird, do you know what's going on here? Shiloh teased. I'm not sure. Maybe that boy was impressed by Master's majestic aura. The two snorted, clearly disbelieving this explanation. The next day, envoys sent by the three major deities arrived in Eastwood City. Upon learning that Montgomery would hold a grand wedding the following day, the several divine envoys surprisingly decided unanimously to take action during the wedding ceremony tomorrow. Of course, this decision wasn't without encouragement from others. Whether it was the royal family, the Dark Church, or the Ares family, all had grudges against Montgomery. Naturally, they did not want Montgomery to have an easy time. Now that they finally had an opportunity, these factions naturally intended to humiliate Montgomery thoroughly. Imagine this. During the grand wedding ceremony, they suddenly appeared, publicly crippled Montgomery, and destroyed the Freddy family in front of everyone. Only by doing so would the various factions feel satisfied, avenging themselves with satisfaction. At Shown River Manor, Vaughn met with the 5 regents and asked about the recent situation in Eastwood City. Then he instructed Nevin, "You go into town and make a coffin. I shall personally deliver it to that little brat tomorrow." Nevin immediately obeyed and left. The remaining 4 trembled slightly, realizing that offending the royal family was not something to be taken lightly. On the other side, Germain also instructed his subordinates, "You go into town and make a large bell. I shall give it to that little wretch as a gift tomorrow." In another mansion, Angelo also told his subordinate, "Go into town and find someone to custom make a green hat. Tomorrow, I'll put it on him in front of everyone and see how arrogant he remains." Not long ago, the Christians' family unilaterally ended their alliance through marriage, leaving Angelo furious. After learning that the woman Delia had taken an interest in Montgomery, he became even more enraged. In his heart, he felt that Montgomery had cuckolded him. This time, to regain his lost dignity, he specially came along to Donglin City. Barrett sneered on the side. "Hee, I really want to see what kind of reaction that kid will have then." Thomas frowned secretly as he watched from the side. He wanted to go to the Freddy family and inform Montgomery of the news in advance, but was closely watched by Joe Rouet and could not leave. Montgomery and the people of the Freddy family were completely unaware of all this. Does that kid live in this small town? Kim sized up the Donglin City ahead, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Woodson nodded respectfully beside her. "Yes, my lord. Little friend Montgomery hails from this city." As he said these words, his eyes revealed a look of amazement. It was truly hard to imagine that such a remote place would produce a peerless genius like Montgomery. "Let's go. This deity wants to see who this kid really is." The group entered the city. After making some inquiries, they headed straight for the Freddy family. They soon arrived outside the castle. At this moment, the Freddy family castle was already festooned with lanterns, with large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, filled with festive atmosphere. Woodson approached the guards and said, "Please inform Geo Montgomery that visitors from the Imperial Capital Mage Academy have come." The guard was startled, thinking another important person had arrived. "Please come in." The guard led them into a reception hall and said, "Please wait a moment. I will inform young Geo Montgomery right away." Woodson nodded lightly and said politely, "Thank you for your trouble." The guard quickly left the reception hall and soon reached Montgomery's courtyard, reporting, "Young Geo, visitors from the Imperial Capital Mage Academy have arrived and wish to see you." Montgomery's expression changed slightly and he asked, "Is there also a green-haired woman with them?" The guard nodded. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Montgomery's eyes. In his previous life, the Alice had not descended here but sent a divine messenger. It was with this divine messenger that Montgomery left the Star Moon continent. He later entered the Forest God realm, met the Alice, became friends with her, and eventually both became disciples under the Life Goddess. "Lead the way." Not long after, the guard led Montgomery into the reception hall. Montgomery's gaze swept over everyone and landed directly on the Alice at the head seat. He grinned and said, "Oh, Kim, long time no see." Chapter 2:24 The wedding begins. Faced with Montgomery's familiar tone, a hint of confusion flashed in Kim's beautiful eyes. She scrutinized the young man before her carefully, only to feel a sense of unfamiliarity. She was very sure that she did not know Montgomery. "Who are you exactly? Why do you know this goddess?" Kim asked in a grave voice. Hurley and the others wore expressions of curiosity, eager to understand why Montgomery would know the goddess of the forest. And by the sound of it, it wasn't just casual acquaintance. Montgomery found a place to sit, greeted Kim's curious gaze with a smile, and said, "Well, the forest goddess renowned across the Union continent. How could I not have heard of you?" Kim's pupils slightly constricted. She was a bit surprised. The Union continent was precisely her own plane. This boy before her came from an inferior plane. Why would he know anything? "Who are you really?" Her voice wavered between shock and suspicion, her gaze fixed on Montgomery. Montgomery smiled faintly. "Hee, little girl, don't be so nervous. I can't tell you my identity for now. All you need to know is that I am a very good friend of yours. Humans, don't push your luck. Besides, why should this goddess believe you?" Kim's expression darkened as a terrifying aura emanated from her. Hurley and the others shuddered, almost kneeling down. Montgomery remained completely unfazed and chuckled. "I understand you very well, knowing everything about you. Would you like to hear some stories?" Kim's eyes revealed mockery. "Oh, do tell." Montgomery did not answer directly but turned his gaze towards Hurley and the others, saying calmly, "You all leave first." Though somewhat reluctant, they dared not disobey, rising obediently and leaving the hall. Montgomery used mental energy to isolate the entire hall before slowly speaking. "You come from a place called Los Angeles Town. Because you were a girl, your childhood wasn't a pleasant one. Later, you received the favor of the Life Goddess, which changed your life." Kim's pupils suddenly contracted tightly, looking at Montgomery in disbelief. How do you know these things?" Her voice was filled with shock, her gaze locked on Montgomery. Montgomery was right. Her childhood had been far from ideal. But no one else knew this. Because it had been thousands of years ago. Those who knew everything about it were long dead. This secret belonged to her alone, never mentioned to anyone. Because she didn't want others to know that the esteemed goddess of the forest had such a miserable past. Montgomery stood up and approached, speaking gently. I told you, I'm a very close friend, knowing everything about you. In their previous lives, Montgomery and Kim became master and disciple under the tutelage of the Alice. Living together day and night, Kim gradually developed feelings for Montgomery, often confiding in him. Unfortunately, at that time, Montgomery was fixated on reaching the pinnacle, coupled with lingering thoughts of the deceased Adele, leading him to feign ignorance. Montgomery did not disclose these matters, unsure if the current Kim could accept them. In this life, he didn't wish to let her down again, hence kept quiet about the past. Montgomery believed that being more careful and keeping some distance might prevent her from falling in love with him again. Kim took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions. Fine, this goddess will provisionally believe you. Montgomery nodded with a smile. Kim then asked, what was that divine essence core you showed me last time? Montgomery produced a staff. Is this what you mean? I also don't know much about it. But based on my speculation, there must have been a battle involving deities here, ending in their demise and leaving behind this divine essence core. Kim examined the staff for a few moments and exclaimed in surprise. It's actually refined using an upper god-grade divine essence core. It seems the deity who left it was also an upper deity. Then she frowned. How could an upper deity possibly come to a lower plane? Montgomery shook his head. No idea. Kim handed back the staff to Montgomery and teased. Looks like those guys came here to search for this divine essence core. If it's in your hands, they will definitely find you. Montgomery spoke indifferently. I know, but they're just trash. Not worth worrying about. Kim was a bit taken aback and then sneered. Aren't you being too boastful? Although those people may not be very strong, they are middle deities. Even though they can't unleash full power here, with the concealment provided by faith, they can barely match the power of lower deities. You, a mere Saint Domain beginner, dare to make such boasts. Just so you know, this goddess won't help you. Montgomery smiled confidently. Hee, if those scraps dare to come, this seat can handle them effortlessly. No need for a little girl's help. Kim clenched her teeth angrily. If you dare to keep calling me that, I'll cut out your tongue. Montgomery was completely unfazed, chuckling as he teased. If you were in your true form, those words would carry some weight. Kim clenched her delicate fists tightly, really wishing she could punch Montgomery a few times. But she knew that if she made a move, the plain spirit would immediately sense it. That would force her to leave immediately. She still wanted to see how Montgomery would deal with the three major deities. She didn't want to leave so soon. Humph, brat. Wait until we meet again, and see how this deity will deal with you. She inwardly sneered, harboring deep resentment towards Montgomery. You can rest here or stroll around the city. I won't accompany you. With that, Montgomery left the hall. Humph, who needs your company anyway? Kim coldly huffed, then also followed out of the hall. Seeing the two emerge one after another, Hurley and the others were quite curious about what had been said between them. How did things turn around so quickly? Montgomery called for servants to arrange accommodations for Hurley and the others. Hurley composed himself and reminded Montgomery. Mr. Montgomery, according to reports, the envoys dispatched by the three major deities should have already arrived at East Forest City. They might take action at the wedding tomorrow. A cold glint flashed in Montgomery's eyes. If they come, this seat will make sure they pay a heavy price. After saying that, he left. Hurley opened his mouth, intending to ask whether they should request help from the Alice to get rid of those fellows in advance. However, it seemed that Montgomery wasn't overly concerned. Don't worry, let's see what that brat can do tomorrow. How dare he be more arrogant than this deity? Kim said indifferently. Take me on a tour of the city. Hurley and the others hurriedly nodded. The next day, guests who came to the city flocked to the Freddy family mansion. During the time Montgomery was in the capital, the Freddy family had expanded the castle several times over. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough space for so many guests today. On the spacious lawn stood guests from all regions, gathering in small groups, chatting and talking. At the top end of the lawn was a raised platform, where the wedding ceremony would be held. Occasionally, people looked toward the platform, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Chapter 225. Evil comes with the visitor. In a room, Valerie wore a white long dress, with her golden hair draped over her shoulders. Her fair face was adorned with light makeup, making her appear even more stunning than usual. Big Sister Valerie, you are so beautiful. Layla lavished praise without reservation, her eyes revealing an envious look. It was unclear whether she envied Valerie's beauty or her upcoming marriage to Montgomery. Abigail chimed in with compliments. Big Sister Valerie is getting married today. How can she not be beautiful? Valerie blushed under the compliments and said to the two girls, you two are also very beautiful. After several days of getting along, the three girls had become good friends. The perceptive Valerie could already see what the two girls were thinking, but she didn't say anything. Montgomery was such an outstanding person that it was normal for girls to like him. All right, you two girls stop talking nonsense. We should go out now, Millie said grumpily, then had the two girls hold the hems of their dresses as they walked toward the outside together. Montgomery had been waiting outside the room. Seeing them come out, he took Valerie's hand and smiled, saying, let's go. On the platform in front of the lawn, a host was already there giving an enthusiastic speech. After delivering a string of opening remarks, the host loudly declared, please welcome the newlyweds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Montgomery and Valerie walked onto the platform. At that moment, all eyes were on Montgomery. This is the peerless genius of the Freddy family? Indeed, he looks as young as rumored. Most people present were seeing Montgomery for the first time, unable to help but marvel. Because Montgomery was truly too young. Just as everyone was exclaiming, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the castle. The Imperial City Mercenary Guild has come to congratulate, bringing one top-grade holy medicine. The Imperial City Christian family has come to congratulate, bringing a pair of supreme holy weapons. The Imperial City Isa family has come to congratulate, bringing 10 holy medicines. The Imperial City Mage Academy has come to congratulate, bringing 10 scrolls of saint-level magic. Congratulations continued one after another, all coming from the top forces in the Imperial City. Everyone present looked shocked. To actually attract so many powerful factions to come and bring such valuable gifts was enough to confirm the rumors. Montgomery had truly subdued the entire Imperial City single-handedly. Among the crowd, some who were old acquaintances of Montgomery had complex expressions, like the mayor of Eastwood City, Freddie, and the president of the Far Eastern Chamber of Commerce, Nelson, Orchana from the Phillip family of Wesley City, and Hudson from the Camden family. There were also members of various major families in the Central Province. They had never imagined that Montgomery would achieve such heights in such a short time. None felt more complicated than the Freddie family elders. They had once considered this peerless genius beneath them. Compared to the regretful Freddie family, the Adeline family members were beside themselves with excitement. Especially Clan Chief Sean, who was delighted. Arranging for Valerie to marry Montgomery was the wisest decision he had ever made. Seeing so many powerful factions arrive, the Freddie family was thrilled. Arn personally led people to greet the guests, seating them at the front of the lawn. After the gift-giving ceremony ended, the host began speaking, calling the elders from both sides up to the platform after a series of announcements. Just as the atmosphere was joyous, a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside the castle. The Imperial Royal family has come to congratulate, bringing a golden coffin. Chapter 226 Trash. The Imperial Royal family sends its congratulations and presents a golden coffin. A resonant voice echoed across the scene, leaving everyone momentarily stunned before they all turned to look in the direction of the sound. In the distance, a group of people rapidly approached. The one at the front was single-handedly dragging an enormous golden coffin. As people were still puzzled, the resonant voice sounded again. The Imperial Dark Guild sends its congratulations and presents a golden bell. The Imperial Heiress family sends its congratulations and presents a green hat. The two voices sounded in quick succession. The Dark Church and the Heiress family arrived together. One party was dragging a huge golden bell, while the other held a massive green hat. Everyone present was shocked at this sight. It was evident that these three groups had arrived with ill intentions. The faces of the Freddie family immediately darkened. Those who were close to Montgomery also appeared troubled. Yet, there were some who felt secretly gleeful. It was impossible for the sudden rise of the Freddie family not to arouse jealousy. Of course, they only dared to feel so in their hearts, not daring to show it outwardly. Next, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. They wanted to see how Montgomery would handle this situation. On the grassland, Keith, who was busy, had a slightly condensed expression. He knew that the arrival of several major forces indicated that deities had descended, looking towards the platform with concern. Behind the platform, Abigail and Emma's fair faces also changed. Heiress family bastards actually came too. Emma's face was grim as she coldly gazed at the group from the Heiress family. Abigail's gaze fell on her father Thomas among the crowd. She felt somewhat confused, unsure why he was here with people from the Heiress family. Could father be targeting brother Montgomery? Her fair face changed slightly, revealing worry in her eyes. Heather also wore a grim expression, looking anxiously at the platform. Montgomery. Monica looked anxious, gently gripping Montgomery's large hand tighter. Turning his head, Montgomery said softly, "Don't worry. Wait for me here. After I take care of these scum, we'll proceed with our wedding." Monica nodded lightly and advised, "Be careful." Montgomery nodded, then slowly floated into the air. Seeing this, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation. These guys actually dare to provoke friend Montgomery. They really have forgotten the pain. At the Mercenary Guild, Raheem sneered. Although he guessed that these major powers might have come prepared, he did not think they could match Montgomery. Since Montgomery's decisive victory over the Divine Envoy last time, Raheem viewed him as invincible. The Adeline family and the Freddie family members looked tense. While they knew Montgomery was powerful, they had never seen him truly fight. Facing such formidable opponents this time, they felt uncertain. Let me see what skills this boy has." Kim stood with hands behind her back, watching Montgomery ascend into the sky with interest. Montgomery glanced at the three groups and said calmly, "You should know the consequences of angering me, right?" From the Heiress family, Barrett mocked. "Brat, you should worry about yourself. With several senior envoys here today, do you think you can cause any more trouble?" Hearing this, those below were startled. Divine envoys had descended again, and apparently more than one. From the royal family side, Vaughn also spoke coldly. "Boy, surrender quietly, and perhaps the Divine Envoy might spare your life." Germain added sternly, "Little monster, hand over that thing, kneel down and beg forgiveness. Maybe I will consider letting you off." Facing the arrogant parties, Montgomery remained calm and coldly said, "Just because a few trash came down, does it make you so confident?" These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. To Montgomery, the envoys from the upper realm were merely trash. Such arrogance and dominance were rare. "You insolent wretch, defying us like this, asking for death." Rockhill, the Fire Divine Envoy, enraged by these words due to his fiery temper. You mere human, dare to act wildly before us? Truly ignorant. Cuba, the dark divine envoy, followed closely, looking at Montgomery as if he were already dead. Montgomery raised his eyes and looked at them both indifferently. Two pieces of trash also dare to act arrogantly before me? He beckoned with his fingers. Come all at once. I'm very busy and don't have time to waste on trash like you. Such words thoroughly infuriated the 5 divine envoys. Insect, you've completely infuriated me. Prepare to bear the wrath of my divinity. Milton's body was enveloped in a scorching energy, his robes billowing as if he were an enraged Vajra. Kill. With that single word, his figure vanished from its spot and reappeared in front of Montgomery. A massive iron fist slammed down with the force to seemingly crush Montgomery's skull. But as the iron fist approached above Montgomery's head, it suddenly stopped. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the formidable punch had been effortlessly intercepted by Montgomery with just one finger. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar, disbelief clearly visible in their eyes. Milton's pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Halfway through his words, his body suffered a heavy blow and flew backward like a cannonball. Just a piece of trash, no need for so many words. The crowd was once again stunned. Even the 3 major forces and 4 divine envoys above narrowed their eyes in shock at Montgomery's displayed strength. Sir, this boy seems to have become even stronger. Vaughn suppressed his shock and reported to the 2 light divine envoys. The 2 nodded slightly, a trace of seriousness flashing in their eyes, no longer as relaxed as before. On the other side, the 2 dark divine envoys felt the same way. The faces of the heiress family members changed slightly, a sudden sense of foreboding filling their hearts. No, this boy can never be a match for the several divine envoys. Barrett kept comforting himself in his mind. But even so, his body still trembled slightly, a hint of fear in his heart. Angelo patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Don't worry. No matter how extraordinary that boy is, he can never be a match for our lords. Not to mention we have the support of Lord Flame God behind us." Barrett's eyes lit up, his panicked heart calming down instantly. Yes, they not only had 5 divine envoys but also 3 gods backing them up. Montgomery had no chance of winning. On the contrary, everyone on Montgomery's side was extremely excited. There was no need to mention the Freddy family and Adeline family. Their faces were filled with smiles. Hee, true to form, Montgomery. We haven't seen you for a short time, yet your strength has grown even more. Nicholas expressed his amazement, shock evident in his eyes. The rest of the mercenary guild members also wore expressions of awe. Those few pieces of trash dared to challenge Master, truly unaware of their own limits. The Shiloh Eagle and the 2 dragons all showed disdain, completely disregarding the several divine envoys. Chapter 227, The 7-Kill Domain. Human, unforgivable. Just as everyone was stunned, a roar of rage pierced the heavens, shattering all the cloud layers within 10,000 meters. The flame messenger charged back, enveloped in scarlet flames of fury, radiating a terrifying and intimidating aura. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Blaze snakes emerge. The flame messenger spat out a ball of crimson flame, which twisted and writhed, transforming into 9 colossal flame serpents, each 100 zhang long. The giant serpents hissed as they lunged at Montgomery. The people below felt an overwhelming heat rush towards them, their skin tingling with pain. All were shocked. It was the first time they had witnessed such a fearsome attack. Even the peak Holy Domain powerhouses turned pale with alarm, sensing a lethal threat from those enormous flame serpents above. They could feel that if those flame serpents descended upon them, death would be inevitable. Facing the terrifying 9 flame serpents, Montgomery remained calm, uttering coldly, "Overestimating yourself." He rapidly chanted a spell, and behind him appeared golden magical light. Wrath of the Thunder Dragon. Next moment, a horrifying dragon roar shook the earth and sky. A golden thunder dragon roared as it surged out of the magical disc. It opened its mouth, letting out a furious howl, spreading infinite lightning, driving back all the incoming fire serpents. The thunder dragon stretched for 10,000 meters, with razor-sharp claws and a menacing scale-covered body, exuding supreme dignity, as though it were a true heavenly dragon. What creature is this? Those below were visibly astonished, their eyes glued to the thunder dragon in the sky, filled with curiosity and admiration. The thunder dragon summoned by Montgomery this time wasn't like Rupert's Western dragons, but authentic Eastern divine dragons. The move, Wrath of the Thunder Dragon, was a spell he created himself. Rupert widened her eyes, looking at the Titus. "Silly bird, are these also from the dragon clan? They look far more imposing than our flame dragon clan." The Titus responded speechlessly, "How would I know? But indeed, more imposing than you big dumb dragon." Above the sky, the golden thunder dragon basked in raging thunder, lashing its massive tail. Instantly several tongues of fire exploded upon being struck. Then it opened its mouth, sucking in the exploded flames. The flame messenger's eyes narrowed. He sensed a threat from the thunder dragon. The other messengers similarly changed expression slightly, then exchanged glances before attacking simultaneously. Wings of light. 2 light messengers shouted, wings of snow-white light appearing on their backs. With a flap, their figures vanished instantly. They reappeared behind Montgomery, now holding 2 radiant holy swords. The sword aura tore through the air, cleaving down at Montgomery. Almost simultaneously, the 2 darkness messengers also approached. 2 black spears shimmering with intense cold light pierced through space, aiming at Montgomery's heart and throat. Seeing Montgomery about to fall into a fatal situation, Everyone present tensed up. Some were very worried about Montgomery's safety. Others hoped Montgomery would die in this strike. Still, others were purely curious, wanting to see if Montgomery could withstand this certain death blow. At the critical moment, Montgomery's body emitted blinding lightning. The lightning writhed and quickly formed into a golden armor, covering Montgomery entirely. Clang, 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 clang. For metallic sounds rang almost simultaneously, the lightning-infused armor easily deflecting the 4 attacks. Montgomery smirked at the 2 in front of him. Is that all you've got? The faces of the 2 darkness messengers changed in shock, but before they could react, a force pushed back from the spears, sending them stumbling backward. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 light messengers quickly retreated. But before they could reach a safe distance, ripples disturbed the space around them. Rushing water sounds echoed. Suddenly both felt their bodies stiffen as if stuck in quicksand. Looking closely, they realized they were trapped in a huge water bubble. Before they could escape, golden light flashed before them, and then a massive dragon tail lashed out. They were both struck and hurled away. Though this seemed lengthy when narrated, it all happened in an instant. To the observers below, it looked like in just the blink of an eye, the 4 great messengers had been repelled. Hiss! Everyone gasped, utterly shocked by Montgomery's strength. Hardly anyone believed that the youth under 20 years old possessed such formidable power. Against him, the great messengers were no match at all. Members of the 3 major forces exchanged uneasy glances, sensing a looming unease. Kim's gaze tightened, revealing seriousness for the first time. To be honest, even she was somewhat surprised by Montgomery's displayed strength. Challenging 5 great messengers with early holy domain strength, yet taking the upper hand. Such a monstrous genius, let alone a medium plane. Even in the highest planes, there aren't many. And she could see that all the means Montgomery used were extraordinary. Absolutely not what should exist in a lower plane. Who exactly is this guy? She was filled with doubts and became more curious about Montgomery's identity. The magical light disk behind Montgomery slowly dissipated, and the golden thunder dragon also disappeared. In the distance, the 5 great messengers retreated to one spot. They exchanged glances, seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Armani, the light messenger, said solemnly, "Let's not hold back. Otherwise, we will all die here today." The 4 others nodded. In the next moment, the 5 immediately spread out, surrounding Montgomery. "Great Lord of Light, please bestow your power upon me." The 2 light messengers shouted loudly. White light condensed behind them, forming 2 tall 6-winged angels that emitted a terrifying pressure. The mortals in the city and those with weaker powers could not withstand this pressure. They all fell to their knees. The other 3 great messengers also unleashed their ultimate skills. 2 dark messengers had black holes appear behind them, emitting waves of destructive energy. Above the flame messenger's head appeared a blazing sun. "Kill!" The 5 almost simultaneously shouted and charged at Montgomery with grim determination. The onlookers again showed tense expressions. They could tell that the 5 great messengers were using their ultimate skills. They didn't know if Montgomery could still resolve the situation as easily as before. Facing the terrifying attack from the 5, Montgomery smiled. However, that smile carried disdain and coldness. 7 kill domain, activate. He gave a sharp shout, and 7 types of magical light shone behind him. In the next moment, the 7 magical discs rapidly spread out, enclosing the 5 within. 7 completely different forces surged out, turning into 7 beams of light piercing the sky. The powers interacted, forming a domain composed of 7 colors. These 7 forces were precisely the 7 magical elements. When they saw this scene, everyone present was stunned. A full element magician. Chapter 228, 10,000 times unthinkable. Not only were the crowd stunned, but even the 5 divine messengers were taken aback. Kim abruptly stood up from her seat, a look of shock appearing in her eyes for the first time. How is this possible? Her face was one of disbelief, gazing blankly at the proud, purple-clad figure in the sky. An omnipotent magician, such an existence she had never seen. She hadn't even heard of such a being before. Even the well-informed Alice was so shocked. Needless to say, so were the rest. The expressions of the 5 divine messengers completely changed. The messenger of light Devlin exclaimed in horror, Who are you?" His voice trembled, and he felt a sense of despair. They had thought that Montgomery was just a somewhat talented native from a lower plane. It turned out that he was an omnipotent magician with unmatched combat prowess. Such an existence was unheard of by him. At this moment, the 5 divine messengers no longer believed that Montgomery was merely a native. The 5 of them doubted their own reality. Damn it, they actually encountered such an existence. Montgomery's tone was calm. This one already said that you trash have no qualifications to know this one's identity. With that, he waved his hand. The 7 beams of light suddenly emitted blinding divine radiance, followed by 7 distinct forces sweeping out toward the 5 people. The 5 struggled desperately, but it was like the feeble light of fireflies, barely making any difference. In just a few minutes, the 5 were defeated. Seeing the 5 about to die, Montgomery lifted his hand to withdraw his domain and then walked toward the nearly dying quintet. At this moment, a pin could have been heard falling. All eyes were on the purple-clad figure in the sky. No one had expected that the combined attack of the 5 divine messengers wouldn't even touch a single hair of Montgomery. Instead, they were severely injured themselves. Montgomery came close, looking down at the 5 from a higher position. "Trash, do you submit or not?" Upon hearing this, the 5 had a sullen expression, anger rising rapidly in their hearts. Though they were furious, they dared not act on it. Fire Messenger Milton gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be arrogant. We indeed aren't your match, but there are people behind us. If you dare. Before he finished, a bolt of lightning struck down, turning Fire Messenger into charcoal, which exploded into ashes. The other four were as if struck by lightning, looking at Montgomery with horror, feeling a hint of fear. He actually dared to take action. Wasn't he afraid of offending the fire god? After all, the fire god was a middle-level deity, much more powerful than them. At this moment, Montgomery looked over. This one dislikes those who talk too much. You should remember this. The four nodded painfully, not daring to object. Montgomery continued. Do you know why this one doesn't kill you? The four shook their heads. They indeed didn't know. Initially, they thought Montgomery refrained due to fear of the gods they served. But now it seemed otherwise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly killed Fire Messenger. Montgomery slightly turned, pointing at the servants below. If you make mistakes, you must pay the price. This one's punishment for you is to assist those servants in serving tea and water to the guests here. The four froze upon hearing this. The crowd below also froze. No one expected Montgomery to propose such an outrageous request. After all, the divine messengers held high status even in a medium plane. Yet, they were now asked to serve tea and water to a crowd of insignificant beings. Such humiliation was something they couldn't accept even if it meant death. Devlin immediately roared. You can't make me. Even if I die, I will never serve tea and water to these ants. Saying this, he prepared to self-destruct. After all, this physical body wasn't his own, and dying here wouldn't significantly affect his true form. Do you want to die without asking this one? Montgomery's face darkened, and in a flash, he struck Devlin on the crown of his head. The other three saw this, and their faces changed drastically, but before they could react, Montgomery had already struck them too. When Montgomery retracted his hand, four identical arcane runes appeared on their foreheads. Go down there and serve tea and water. Montgomery's light reprimand made the four realize their bodies moved involuntarily. Their faces showed horror as one of them shouted in terror. What? What did you do to us? The crowd below was also curious. However, Montgomery had no intention of explaining. Magic slave seal. Kim's pupils constricted, recognizing the runes on their foreheads instantly. These were precisely the means used by the powerful demonic race from one of the four highest planes, the abyssal plane. Who exactly is this kid? Not only is he an omnipotent magician, but he can also use the means of the demonic race. Kim was incredibly curious, becoming more and more interested in Montgomery. After dealing with the four divine messengers, Montgomery turned his gaze to the three major forces. You seemed quite arrogant just now. The people from the three major forces were ashen-faced. The psychologically fragile ones like Barrett were directly scared out of their wits. Please spare us, Your Excellency, please spare us. Some directly knelt down, begging for mercy by kowtowing to Montgomery. Noisy. Montgomery showed impatience. A massive spiritual force swept over, causing those who begged for mercy to explode on the spot. Blood and flesh splattered onto the faces of the others, scaring them into trembling bodies, too afraid to make a sound. Montgomery came close and glanced at the gifts sent by the three major forces, saying indifferently, a very creative idea? Who suggested it to me? Faced with life and death threats, no one dared to hide anything and quickly betrayed their companions. Vaughn knew death was certain, so he coldly said, Freddy and defeat are common in warfare. Do as you wish. Germain also stepped forward and said, Vaughn is right. Come on, I will not frown once, or I am not a man. Angelo, however, did not have the resolve of the two, trembling uncontrollably. He was still young and didn't want to die like this. If he had known Montgomery was so strong, he would never have come to East Forest City. Staying in the capital city meant nothing bad would happen. Just as Angelo was feeling terrified and regretful, the elder of the Alastair family stepped out. Since both have spoken, how could my Alastair family lag behind? Angelo's body trembled slightly, staring blankly at his ancestor. Seeing the three men ready to face death, Montgomery smiled. Offending me and wanting to die easily. Do you think that's possible? Their faces changed, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. At that moment, Montgomery struck swiftly, engraving the magic slave seal on everyone's foreheads. Get down there and serve tea and water. Spend the rest of your lives as slaves of the Freddy family. Their faces changed dramatically. They would rather die now than suffer such a fate. But unfortunately, they had no choice. Montgomery looked at the last person in the field, saying indifferently, I need an explanation. The remaining person was Thomas. For Abigail's sake, Montgomery did not harm him. Thomas forced a bitter smile, hurriedly recounting what happened in the capital, explaining that he only came along because of his concern for Abigail. Montgomery's expression darkened, already harboring murderous intent towards the fire god. After the wedding ceremony ends, I will deal with it. Montgomery then descended toward the platform below. After landing, he first gave Lucky a smile, then looked at the stunned host. Continue. The host immediately snapped back to reality, quickly suppressing his emotions and announced the continuation of the wedding. However, the guests lost interest in the wedding, all focusing on these new servants around them. They never expected such treatment in their lifetime, being served by a group of divine messengers and nobles from various powerful families in the capital city. This was simply like a dream. Chapter 229 returned to the imperial capital. Next, the wedding proceeded smoothly without any further disruptions. Throughout the ceremony, all the guests felt as if they were dreaming. They were actually served by a group of people with incredibly high status. Finally, people sighed in unison, concluding that the Freddy family truly had produced a genuine dragon. To think he could overpower the various divine envoys single-handedly. Boy, are you blind? Didn't you see that geocarving here has no more tea? Lightning Carve scolded Angelo from a distance, who was busy attending to other matters. The latter's face turned pale with rage. He wanted to refuse, but his body moved involuntarily. Rico glanced at the unwilling Angelo and mocked. "You trash, dare to oppose our master? Truly courting death." Angelo gritted his teeth tightly, but dared not say much. On the other side, Vaughn saw Keith also busying around the scene and couldn't help asking curiously, "What are you doing here? When were you captured?" Keith smiled faintly. "Uncle Vaughn, don't misunderstand. I'm different from you. I came here voluntarily." Vaughn's gaze turned sharp as he reprimanded. "Have you gone mad? As royalty, how can you degrade yourself by serving tea and pouring water here?" Keith retorted sarcastically. "Hee. Uncle, aren't you doing the same? Don't preach here. You." Vaughn's face turned ashen with anger, realizing Keith seemed different from before. In the past, Keith would always bow and scrape in front of him. He had never been this defiant before. "Humph. Wait until I leave this place, then see how I'll deal with you." Vaughn coldly snorted in his heart. Deep down, he still harbored a faint hope that the Nevenolomio would come to their rescue. Keith ignored him and turned to continue working elsewhere. "Father, what's going on? Why did the Flame Divine Envoy attack Brother Montgomery?" Jessica looked puzzled at Thomas. Delisa and Millie also looked over. Thomas didn't hide it and quickly recounted what happened in the Imperial capital. Hearing this, Delisa and Millie were greatly alarmed. How could this be? Then grandfather. Delisa's small face turned deathly pale, deeply worried about Omar's safety. Millie also looked extremely troubled. Thomas comforted them, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Montgomery promised to personally handle it in the Imperial capital after the wedding." The two women nodded, though worried beyond measure. There was nothing else they could do for now. Witnessed by everyone, the wedding ended successfully. Delisa and Jessica helped Zoe enter the bridal chamber. Montgomery went to the main table, toasted with the elders, and then headed to the bridal chamber. Brother Montgomery. Waiting outside the door, Delisa couldn't help calling out as she saw Montgomery arrive, looking like she had something to say but hesitated. Montgomery gently patted the little girl's head and smiled. "Rest assured, I'll take care of it." Delisa nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Montgomery." Montgomery just smiled, pushed the door open, and walked inside. Inside, Zoe sat solemnly on the bed, her small face showing signs of nervousness. Seeing her expression, Montgomery smiled lightly. He approached her gently. "Zoe, I might have to go to the Imperial capital soon. Afraid I won't be able to stay with you tonight." A trace of disappointment appeared in Zoe's eyes. She was all prepared, yet Montgomery had to leave. Sensing her disappointment, Montgomery explained the situation. "I promise I'll return right away once I finish my business." Zoe nodded and advised, "Be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Montgomery reassured her with a smile, gently kissed her fair forehead before she could react. "Wait for me." Zoe nodded, blushing. Montgomery turned to leave, reminding the two women, "Stay here and keep Zoe company. I'll be back soon." Both girls nodded gently. Delisa added, "Be careful, Brother Montgomery." Jessica also said, "Brother Montgomery, please return safely." They were genuinely worried since the enemies this time were the three major deities. Their strength was on a whole new level compared to the divine envoys. Montgomery nodded. "Rest assured, nothing will happen to me." Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, Kim walked over from afar. "So, you're off to face the three major deities so soon, ignoring your own bride?" Montgomery responded irritably to her teasing. "Did you come here just to say this?" Kim smiled faintly. "Of course not. What then? I want to come along to make sure you don't accidentally get killed." Montgomery proudly stated. "There's no need to worry. Those trash can't do anything to me." Kim smirked. "Be careful. Overconfidence can lead to downfall." Naturally, she wasn't worried about Montgomery's safety. She wanted to follow him to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. After the previous battle, she became even more interested in Montgomery. Rest assured, that won't happen." Montgomery gave a confident smile and strode forward. "Humph, arrogant brat." Kim snorted coldly and followed quickly. Montgomery briefly explained the situation to his parents and then prepared to leave. Zyra and Aloysius both wore anxious expressions upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Montgomery smiled reassuringly and summoned Lightning Carve to prepare for departure. Excitement filled Lightning Carve when he learned that Montgomery was heading to the Imperial capital to confront divine spirits. Rico and Arnie felt the same way and expressed their desire to come along. Montgomery didn't stop them. Besides them, Millie and Thomas also joined the group. And so did Musing from the Mage Academy. Following this, the group left Eastwood City and headed toward the Imperial capital. Seeing three airborne magical beasts rise into the sky, the remaining guests paused, and then realization dawned on them. "Little friend Montgomery, are you going to the Imperial capital?" Nicholas exclaimed in surprise, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Come on, let's go back to the Imperial capital." He immediately led the mercenary guild members to follow. The others also figured out the general idea and retrieved their magic airships to follow suit. They wanted to see who would win between Montgomery and the divine spirits. The several divine envoys also understood Montgomery's intentions and couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, that boy actually dares to go to the Imperial capital of his own accord. It's like asking for death." Although Montgomery was formidable, they didn't think he could match the three major deities. "You talk too much. Get back to work." A Freddy family steward walked over and berated them. The divine envoys' faces stiffened as they all glared at the steward. "What are you looking at? Get back to work unless you want another whipping." The steward's face turned cold as he waved his whip, making a thunderous noise through the air. The divine envoys were extremely aggrieved, wanting to resist, but whenever they tried, the magical runes on their foreheads would flare up, causing unbearable pain. Damn insect, wait until I deal with you. The divine envoys harbored murderous intent, but could only obediently work on the surface. Chapter 230, Life Healing. Montgomery and his party soon arrived at Starfire City. They went straight to the Christian family estate. Behind them, the mercenary guild and others arrived tardily. With so many people entering the city, it naturally did not escape the eyes of the royal family. When Clifford learned everything, his expression changed dramatically. That boy actually came to the capital. Could it be that Vaughn and the others? A sense of foreboding surged within him. He hurriedly sought out the secluded Nevanelomio. At the same time, the Dark Church and the Ares family also received the news, all greatly shocked and prepared to inform the two deities. At the Christian family estate, upon seeing Montgomery and company arrive, Trey's face lit up with joy. Second sister, you're finally back. But the other members of the Christian family weren't as enthusiastic. In their view, Omar's condition was entirely caused by Montgomery and Millie. It was a wonder they didn't express outright hostility. Millie didn't have the heart to care about their reception. She hastily asked, "How is father?" Trey didn't elaborate, only sighed and said, "You'll know when you follow me." Just as the group was preparing to leave, the Ares family members flew over from another castle. Seeing Montgomery, their expressions turned to shock. "Boy, why are you here?" Beryl's eyes widened in horror. "Annoying." Montgomery snorted coldly, unleashing an overwhelming wave of spiritual power. Beryl's body burst on the spot. The rest of the Ares family members' faces paled drastically as they turned to flee. But Montgomery wouldn't give them the chance, swiftly attacking and killing them all. The entire process took less than a minute. Seeing this, the Christians were filled with dread. Montgomery seemed even stronger than before. Only then did they abruptly recall that Montgomery being here meant that the major divine envoys going to Donglin City had all been dealt with. This realization sent chills down their spines, and they quickly put away their dissatisfaction. Shortly after, the group saw Omar. Omar looked dazed, having lost the usual luster in his eyes, resembling a child. "Father." Millie rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. She regretted transmitting the cultivation method to Omar. If she hadn't, none of this would have happened. Facing the crying Millie, Omar merely glanced at her, then remained unmoving. It was as if he didn't recognize her at all. Trey helplessly said, "I've already invited several alchemists from the capital to examine him, but they're helpless." Omar's soul had suffered immense damage from the Manuel's mind probe. Ordinary means were far too inadequate for healing. Millie couldn't help but look towards Montgomery. "Montgomery, can you save my father?" Montgomery nodded slightly and stepped forward to Omar. His hands rapidly formed seals, causing gentle beams of light to emanate from behind him. Unlike ordinary light, these rays contained an immensely vibrant life force. The light churned, forming a palm-sized, life-filled orb of water. On the surface of the water orb were intricate runes. Kim's pupils suddenly constricted. "This is life healing." A storm raged within her. Life healing was a technique unique to the elf race. According to legend, it was recorded in the elves' highest treasure, the elf scripture, and was very powerful. Once used, it could heal most wounds, be it physical or spiritual. It was an extremely formidable divine skill. Kim couldn't believe it. Not only did Montgomery know the methods of the demon race, but also those of the elf race. Both races were among the powerful ones in the higher dimensions, never sharing their techniques outside. Even someone of her standing couldn't obtain them, let alone anyone from a lower dimension. "Who are you really?" Kim grew more suspicious about Montgomery's identity. His formidable combat power and endless abilities were far beyond someone from a lower dimension. He seemed like a powerful being from the higher realms. Could this boy be the reincarnation of some invincible one? Suddenly, Kim thought of this possibility. She had heard that some great beings chose reincarnation to achieve greater realms. Only this explanation could unravel the mysteries surrounding Montgomery. Kim took a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions. The palm-sized water orb entered Omar's forehead, swiftly healing the injured soul. In no time, the dullness in Omar's eyes faded, replaced by clarity. "Friend Montgomery, what is happening?" Seeing Montgomery, Omar's eyes revealed a hint of confusion before quickly recalling what had just occurred. Millie rushed forward, shouting, "Father, it's wonderful you're all right." Omar sat up slightly and said, "Sorry to have worried you all." Then he looked at Montgomery with gratitude. "Little friend Montgomery, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I might have spent the rest of my life in confusion." Montgomery waved his hand. "It's nothing, no need to worry about it." Trey and the other members of the Christian family crowded around, asking how Omar was doing. Just as everyone was wearing joyful expressions, a wave of pressure suddenly descended from outside, followed by an angry shout. "Insect, come out for this god now." The Christians' faces changed. "Trouble, the Manuel has arrived." Some showed fear, their bodies trembling slightly. Montgomery's face turned cold. Just in time. He walked towards the hall in trance with his hands behind his back, and the others hesitated before following him. Outside, a figure in a red robe stood high in the sky. His red hair cascaded over his shoulders, radiating a terrifying aura. This was the Manuel. Behind him were several people, including members of the Ares family. Because of Thomas's early warning, none of the eyes of family members had come along. Montgomery flew up and hovered opposite them, saying coolly, "Trash, I heard you're looking for me?" The Manuel flew into a rage. "Insect, you dare to be disrespectful to this god." Montgomery remained indifferent. "Trash, if you want to fight, just get on with it. No need for so many words." "Humph, insect, if you want to die, this god will oblige you." As the man well spoke angrily, he noticed Kim among the crowd below, and his expression changed suddenly. Hee, big guy, don't worry. I'm just here to watch. I won't interfere. Kim, seeing the change in his expression, smiled sweetly. Only then did the man well feel relieved. He then turned to Montgomery. Boy, this god will give you one more chance. If you admit where you got the flame spirit record, this god might consider letting you off. Montgomery replied calmly. For a trash like you to talk to this seat like that? Truly laughable. Veins popped on the Manuel's forehead as he was utterly enraged. His followers exchanged looks. Was Montgomery being too bold, completely disregarding the Manuel? Members of the Isa family were somewhat worried. After all, Montgomery had once helped them. Members of the Ares family wore cold smiles. To them, Montgomery was certainly going to die this time. Chapter 231 One man alone against three deities. At this moment, two figures with formidable auras rapidly approached from afar. They were precisely the Nevanalomio and the Bill. Behind them, a group of figures followed as well. The Nevanalomio glanced at Montgomery and coldly asked, Boy, what have you done to Devlin and the others? Clifford behind him appeared nervous, staring intently at Montgomery. Those trash? Already exterminated by this lord. Montgomery replied casually, showing no respect for the Nevanalomio in his indifferent tone. The Nevanalomio's pupils constricted, and his expression suddenly turned icy cold. He said menacingly, Boy, today this deity will take your life. Montgomery folded his hands behind his back and replied calmly. Many people have said that, but none could achieve it. Is that so? Let this deity see what abilities you possess. The Nevanalomio sneered, about to strike when the Manuel took the initiative first. Selena, this boy is this deity's prey. Do not interfere. The Manuel rushed toward Montgomery like lightning, surrounded by infinite flames. The air around distorted due to the intense heat. The spectators felt a wave of scorching heat wash over them. Boy dot, a fist enveloped in searing flame tore through the air towards Montgomery's face. With a loud bang, a large hand easily intercepted the powerful punch. The Manuel's eyes widened in disbelief. Montgomery had caught his punch so effortlessly. Get lost. Suddenly using strength in his arm, he attempted to hurl Montgomery away, only to find the youth remained firmly grounded. Moreover, a counterforce instantly pushed him back off balance. Montgomery retracted his palm and remarked indifferently, Is that all? His indifferent gaze immediately infuriated the Manuel. Insect, your arrogance knows no bounds. Witness the wrath of fire. Roaring with rage, the Manuel's surrounding flames surged from light red to deep crimson. Flames roared like angry dragons, engulfing everything in its path toward Montgomery. On its way, the air warped from the sheer power. Brenner Dragon Blast. Montgomery shouted, and water-green magic shone behind him. In an instant, a huge water dragon condensed in midair and howled as it charged into the flames. Brenner clashed with fire, creating a terrifying shockwave. Steam billowed up, covering both figures. The onlookers were taken aback, amazed that Montgomery held his own against the Manuel. From afar, those who had come from Donglin City watched quietly. They knew Montgomery hadn't even used his full strength. Likely, the Manuel also hadn't unleashed all his power. The Nevanalomio and the Bill grew serious. Montgomery's strength greatly exceeded their expectations. How strange. Why would such a strong individual emerge from a lower plane? Both wondered silently. When the steam dissipated, both figures were unharmed. The Manuel remarked coldly, Insect, no wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skill. But you think. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an impatient voice. If you want to fight, hurry up and stop talking. This lord has no time to waste here. Everyone froze. The other party was a god from the higher realm. Didn't need to be treated this disrespectfully? Little monster, you've utterly enraged this deity. Fuming, the Manuel prepared to unleash his trump card. Suddenly, 7 colors of light appeared before him. Before he could react, 7 beams shot upward, forming a domain that enveloped the 3 deities and everyone else. Montgomery stood above the domain, looking down at the 3 gods as if he were an exalted celestial king. You talk too much, Montgomery said coldly. Cold words resounded among everyone present, startling them. And a full attribute mage. How can this be? Most people stared in disbelief. Even Millie and the rest, who had seen it once before, couldn't hide their shock. Such a world-defying phenomenon was indeed rare. The 3 deities looked extremely serious. Only now did they truly recognize Montgomery's terror. The Nevanalomio spoke solemnly to the other 2. Let's join forces. The other 2 nodded, equally grave. Montgomery, wanting no more idle talk, waved his hand, his voice distant. Wrath of the Thunder God. Instantly, 9 thunder dragons emerged within the domain, roaring as they charged at the 3 deities. The 3 deities didn't dare take it lightly, immediately deploying defenses. But those behind them suffered terribly. With Montgomery's current strength, they were utterly unable to resist. Lord, save us. Everyone screamed in terror, but the 3 deities had no time to spare for them at this moment, and could not spare a hand. After the thunder dragons dissipated, the group had vanished, obliterated by the raging lightning. The crowd below watched in shock and fear, gaining a clear understanding of Montgomery's power once again. The faces of the 3 deities were grim. They couldn't even protect their subordinates in front of everyone. If it got out that a low-level plane individual had forced them into such a situation, it would surely invite ridicule. Before they could dwell on it, the cold voice sounded again. Wrath of the Wind God. Wrath of the Brenner God. Wrath of the Fire God. 7 elements transformed into dozens of elemental divine dragons, all attacking the trio at once. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Their faces changed drastically as each of them used their ultimate defenses. Raging energy covered the entire domain, blocking everyone's view. After a long time, the energy within the domain gradually calmed down. The crowd looked closely and saw that Montgomery still stood proudly. Opposite him, the three deities lay nearly lifeless, covered in wounds, clearly suffering serious injuries. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone present sucked in a breath sharply. The three deities were completely outmatched by Montgomery. This was normal, this place being a lower plane. The three deities could not unleash their true powers. Coupled with encountering a freak like Montgomery, defeat was inevitable. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the three. Speak of the secrets of the Star Moon continent, and this lord will give you the chance to end yourselves. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The Manuel roared angrily. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think this deity can't deal with you? He bit his fingertip, drew an intricate rune on his forehead with blood, then rapidly formed hand seals, slapping his palm against the void. In the next moment, a massive crimson magical disc appeared beneath him. The magical disc was huge, almost covering the entire capital. Lava giants, come forth. The Manuel roared as the magical disc under him slowly turned. The next moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended abruptly. Qi Xinyan, have you gone mad? The other two deities' faces changed dramatically. The Nevenolomio couldn't help but rebuke. Do you want to be wiped out by the plane spirit? The Manuel laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. As long as this boy dies, I don't care about anything else. Chapter 232, The Secret of the Star Moon Continent. The enormous magic disc slowly rotated, and a terrifying aura spread out. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, a towering giant, its body flowing with molten lava, gradually emerged from the disc. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air began to distort. A wave of heat swept across, instantly igniting the nearby buildings. The civilians in the city were scorched within moments. Even some weaker mages and warriors could not withstand it. This attack clearly surpassed all previous ones. In the 9 heavens above, the clouds suddenly churned. Then, a vast and ethereal presence appeared. Damn it, the plane's spirit has sensed us. The faces of the Nevenolomio and the Bill turned pale with shock. They wanted to leave, but were trapped by the 7-kill domain. The Manuel roared with laughter. Ha ha! Boy, die. Montgomery looked down calmly and said, It's just a trivial law essence. Do you think you can do anything to me? The Manuel exclaimed in surprise. Brat, you actually know about the law essence? Since you know, you should also know how terrifying it is. Prepare to die. Montgomery ignored him, waved his hand, and coldly said, 7-kill hand of the gods. 7 pillars of light emitted blinding divine light, then quickly merged, transforming into a magnificent multicolored giant hand. The moment the giant hand formed, an even more terrifying aura than that of the lava giant surged forth. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. Kim cried out in shock. To actually fuse the power of 7 elements together? The 3 deities were also stunned. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the multicolored hand suddenly descended and smacked the partially emerged lava giant back into the disc, causing the magic array to crumble. The previously arrogant Manuel's expression slowly froze. Montgomery stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent. I said, in my eyes, you are nothing but garbage. Want to be arrogant in front of me? Try that in your next life. The remaining multicolored hand turned and moved towards the Manuel. Feeling the deadly threat approaching, the Manuel snapped out of his daze and angrily shouted, Worm, this deity will remember you. Today's grudge will be repaid many times over. With a bang, the Manuel exploded into a cloud of blood mist. As the Manuel died, the immense presence that had descended upon the world slowly dissipated. Montgomery raised his hand to withdraw the multicolored hand, then looked at the remaining 2 deities and said calmly, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the secret of the Star Moon continent, and I will still grant you the option of suicide. The 2 looked uneasy. They had thought they could act as they pleased after descending to the lower plane, but encountered this monster, Montgomery. Boy, if you want to know the secret, wait until your next life. The Bill snorted and was about to self-destruct. But Montgomery was faster, striking out like lightning and ending his life first. Then he turned to the Nevenolomio. Are you going to tell me or need my help? The Nevenolomio gritted her teeth and coldly said, This deity admits defeat, but you won't get any information from me. Montgomery's eyes narrowed. Since that's the case, I'll take action myself. Humph, do you think this deity will sit here waiting for death? The Nevenolomio snorted and was about to move when sudden magical light flashed around her. Several black vines appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around her body. This kind of petty trick, you think it can harm me? The Nevenolomio showed disdain in her eyes and tried to break free from the vine's restraint. But at that moment, Montgomery suddenly appeared before her. Before she could react, a palm had already pressed against her forehead. Then, the Nevenolomio felt her soul bound by a mysterious force. What did you do to me? Her voice trembled, her face filled with terror as she looked at Montgomery. Montgomery didn't respond, only looked down at the crowd below and said, You may all leave. The spectators snapped out of their daze, their eyes filled with confusion. The 3 deities were so easily defeated? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Montgomery landed and instructed Johnny and the 3 beasts. Take over everything from the major forces. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Everyone was taken aback, knowing Montgomery was about to take action against the major forces. Johnny immediately left with the 3 beasts. The Holy Domain experts of the three major forces were almost all dead in the earlier battle. With just a few of them, they could easily handle it. Besides, with Montgomery's intimidation, who would dare to resist? Montgomery brought the Imelda to a separate hall, and apart from Kim, he did not let anyone else follow. Tell me why the Star Moon continent has a divine rank. The Imelda was branded with a demonic slave mark and could not disobey Montgomery's orders, so she had no choice but to confess honestly. According to legend, long ago, two powerful higher deities fought fiercely over a supreme treasure. In the end, both of them perished. Their bodies unexpectedly merged with a newly born lower plane, and their divine ranks remained on that lower plane. And that lower plane is this Star Moon continent. After hearing the explanation, both Montgomery and Kim's eyes showed understanding. So that's how it is. Montgomery nodded inwardly, and at the same time, he roughly guessed what the supreme treasure the two major deities were competing for might be. If there were no surprises, it should be the half-ruined map. It seems there are considerable secrets behind those two fragments of the map. Montgomery mused. Yonatan in the ancient ruins, Gervais and Archibald were also excited after seeing the ruined map. They later attempted to ambush him just to obtain the map. Unfortunately, the map returned with him to 3,000 years ago. Montgomery took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, and prepared to wait until he broke through to the deity realm in the future to uncover the secrets hidden in the map fragments. After recently breaking through to the Holy Domain, he had tried to retrieve the two fragments, but failed. One half was hidden deep within his soul, and with his current mental strength, he could not extract it. The other half was inside a partial deity skeleton. Judging by what the Imelda said, they belonged to two higher deities. Montgomery was only at the Holy Domain realm now, which was far from being able to destroy their skeletons. He estimated that at least reaching the lower deity realm would be necessary to destroy the skeleton and retrieve the map fragment. Besides you three, is there anyone else who knows this secret? Montgomery asked again. The Imelda shook her head. We obtained this secret in a ruin, and besides us three, no one else currently knows about it. But after this event, it's uncertain whether the other two won't reveal it. Montgomery nodded gently, and then looked at Kim, saying, I roughly know the location of the divine rank. Do you want to go with me to find it? Sure. Kim nodded without refusing. Chapter 233, The Freddy Empire. Johnny and his companions moved swiftly, taking over the three major forces in just over a day. No one resisted throughout the process. In fact, many people were enthusiastically flattery and helped out. Everyone knew that from now on, the empire would be ruled by Montgomery. Thus, from then on, Montgomery would be their new master. Anyone with common sense knew to build good relations in advance. After all arrangements were finalized, Montgomery bid farewell to the major families and prepared to return to East Forest City. Montgomery, rest assured, we will take care of everything here, Millie said. Montgomery nodded and rode off on the Titus. On the return journey, apart from the two dragons and Johnny, he also brought Kim and the Imelda. Soon, the group returned to East Forest City. When seeing the three magical beasts descending from the sky, Vicky and others instantly relaxed. However, Vaughn and others turned pale, revealing despair in their eyes. Especially upon seeing the Imelda following Montgomery like a maid, they were completely despaired, losing any hope. Montgomery instructed the Imelda, from now on, you will stay here to serve my parents. The Imelda gritted her teeth angrily. She, the renowned Imelda across Dragon Mountain continent, had become a mere maid. This was something she truly could not accept, but with the slave mark on her forehead, she couldn't resist. At this moment, she regretted deeply. If only she knew it would end this way. She would never have descended to the Star Moon continent. Although she was only a thread of consciousness, she possessed independent thoughts just like a regular person. Moreover, as long as this thread of consciousness did not dissipate, her main body would never know what was happening here and couldn't retrieve her. If they were closer, it might have been possible to forcibly retrieve her. But with the vast distance between them, retrieval was simply impossible. Seeing this scene, Vaughn and others were stunned speechless. The mighty Imelda had become a maid. Suddenly, they felt a bit more balanced inside. When the members of the Freddy family learned the identity of the Imelda, they were equally shocked. They were also very curious about what had happened in the capital. Why did the Imelda become Montgomery's slave? What happened to the other two deities? Had they already been suppressed by Montgomery? Mother, her name is Selena. From now on, she will stay with you as a maid, Montgomery said. Vicky nodded happily, her eyes filled with joy. The young girl before her was not only a princess of the empire, but also the Imelda. She had never imagined having such an extraordinary servant. Montgomery, your mother's greatest pride in life is having a son like you, Vicky praised, looking at Montgomery with gratification. Montgomery smiled, then looked at Arn and said, Grandfather, gather the important members of the family. I have something to announce. Arn nodded and left to do so. In the main hall of the Freddy family, Arn sat at the head of the table, with key members of the Freddy family seated on either side. Montgomery stood in the center of the hall. Everyone looked at Montgomery curiously, unsure why he had gathered everyone. Arn asked, Montgomery, almost everyone has arrived. What is it you want to say? Montgomery nodded and slowly said, the royal family has been destroyed by me. Clean up, and move to the capital in a few days. From now on, our Freddy family will be the rulers of this Star Moon continent. The hall suddenly fell into silence, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, everyone's eyes showed shock and amazement. This news was too astonishing, almost unbelievable. A year ago, their Freddy family was merely a struggling miner family in East Forest City. In the blink of an eye, they became the leading family on the Star Moon continent, set to inherit the entire empire. If someone had told them this a year ago, everyone would have thought they were crazy. But now, the reality stood before their eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Arn took a deep breath and said shakily, "Montgomery, is this really true?" Montgomery nodded with a smile. "Grandfather, it's true. From now on, you will be the first emperor of the Freddy family." After confirming, Arnie's mind went blank, unable to believe it. Happiness came too suddenly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The rest of the Freddy family members felt the same. Vicky and Seymour looked at Montgomery with smiles, their eyes full of gratitude and pride. Having a son like Montgomery was their greatest fortune in life. Montgomery did not disturb the astonished crowd, silently exiting with Philomena. As soon as they left, they ran into Emma and Abigail waiting outside. Emma said gratefully, "Brother Montgomery, thank you for saving my grandfather." Not long ago, the family had sent news to her, telling her everything that had happened in the capital. While Emma was shocked, she was also very happy. Montgomery smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." After chatting with the two women for a few moments, Montgomery left with Philomena. The two of them left the Freddy family directly. In the following days, Montgomery and Philomena traveled throughout the Far East region, seeing countless beautiful natural landscapes. Montgomery had once promised the girl that one day he would take her to see all the splendid sights of the world. At the same time, the news of the destruction of the royal family and Montgomery's plan to establish the Freddy family spread throughout the Far East region. People were stunned and filled with doubts at the same time. They could hardly believe it was true. But as time went on, news from the capital gradually reached the Far East region. Only then did people realize that everything was indeed true. For a time, countless forces went to East Forest City, wanting to curry favor with the Freddy family in advance. But all this had nothing to do with Montgomery and Philomena. At this moment, they were standing on a golden beach, admiring the blue ocean in front of them. Philomena nestled in Montgomery's arms, her fair face beaming with a happy smile. These past few days were undoubtedly the happiest times of her life. Looking at the girl's beautiful face glowing with happiness, Montgomery couldn't help but lean down and kiss her. Their lips touched, and it was like the meeting of dry wood and blazing fire, instantly sparking brilliant flames. Montgomery raised his hand to set up a mental force barrier, blocking out everything from the outside world, preventing anyone from seeing the intimate scene here. No one knew how long it took for the barrier to slowly dissipate, revealing their figures. At this moment, Philomena's face was flushed, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of maturity to her usual self. Montgomery held the girl's delicate hand and whispered softly, "Let's go. It's time to return." Philomena softly responded with an Chapter 234, The Merfolk Clan. When Montgomery and Claudia returned to Eastwood City, the Freddy family had already prepared everything. Choosing an auspicious day, the entire clan began their relocation to the capital. Brandishing the massive procession, all the people of Eastwood City were filled with envy. No one could have imagined that the small clan of Eastwood City would reach this point today. The grand procession headed towards the capital. Along the way, no one dared to obstruct them. After this period of time, the entire Starfire Empire already knew about Montgomery's astounding feat. Apart from being stunned, people only felt envious. No one dared to feel jealousy. Are you kidding? Even the gods had been destroyed. How could they dare harbor any other thoughts? Soon, the group finally arrived at the capital. The major powers in the capital had already received news beforehand and prepared a grand welcome ceremony for them. On this day, crowds from Starfire City gathered to watch. Paxton stood on a street with the members of the Rock family, gazing up at the sky. They saw countless magic warships. They saw the purple-clad figure standing on the foremost ship. He looked so vigorous and radiant, as if he were a fallen immortal who did not belong to this mortal world. Paxton's eyes were full of complexity. He sighed deeply and then turned to enter the castle. The rest of the Rock family members also had complicated expressions. They never thought that the illegitimate child they once considered a disgrace to the family would achieve such heights. If they hadn't done that, they, the Rock family, would share in this unparalleled glory today. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. Now, they could only sigh deeply. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Freddy family entered the majestic Imperial Palace. Seeing the towering city before them and the luxurious palace beneath their feet, the Freddy family felt like they were living in a dream. Though they had long fantasized about it, the reality exceeded their expectations. On this day, the Freddy Empire was officially established. Arn was elected as the first emperor of the empire. Of course, Arn didn't really want to be the emperor. He preferred Montgomery to take the throne. But Montgomery refused. His future was not confined to the small Star Moon continent. It was impossible for him to stay and be an emperor. With no choice, he had to take the position of emperor. After the establishment of the empire, Arn first bestowed titles upon various family members. Then he awarded the castle of the Arist family to the Adelan family, along with countless resources. Being Claudia's family, Arn naturally wanted to take good care of them. From then on, a new structure was formed within the empire. Apart from the royal family, there were four major families, the Mage Academy, and the Mercenary Guild. The four major families were Christian, Isa, Adelan, and Rock. The Adelan family relied entirely on the support of the Freddy family to secure their position among the four major families. The Rock family depended on Paxton, their sole remaining peak Holy Domain member. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify as one of the four. But the entire capital knew the relationship between the Rock family and Montgomery. No one dared to say anything about their selection as one of the four major families. No matter what, the Rock family had blood ties with Montgomery. Once everything settled down, Montgomery found Saul and said calmly, "Your performance during this time has been satisfactory." Saul's face lit up with joy, but Montgomery's next words made his heart clench again. "But to be my disciple, you're not quite qualified yet. You can only be a registered disciple at best." Saul hesitated for a moment before kneeling down, respectfully saying, "Disciple pays respects to Geo." Montgomery nodded lightly and pointed a finger at Saul's forehead. "Come back when you understand this technique." After leaving a message, Montgomery left. A while later, Saul stood up from the ground, bowing 3 times in the direction Montgomery had departed, his gaze unwaveringly determined. "Geo, I will never disappoint you." Meanwhile, Montgomery found his parents and Claudia, informing them that he would be away for some time. He then left the capital with Kim to search for the other 2 divine nuclei in the Sea of Death fog. Upon entering the foggy sea, the thick mist still enveloped the area like a fierce beast lurking to devour its prey. Montgomery took out the divine nucleus and used special means to imprint a tiny array on it. If any divine nuclei appeared nearby, it would emit light as a warning. For the following months, the 2 of them searched tirelessly in the vast sea for signs of the divine nuclei. During this period, they encountered numerous sea beasts attacking, but Montgomery easily dealt with them. Unfortunately, after searching for months, they found no trace of the divine nuclei. Kim said in a deep voice, "We can't continue like this. This sea is boundless and endless. Even if we search for a few more years, it wouldn't yield any results." Montgomery also nodded lightly, agreeing with her statement. After some contemplation, he came up with an idea. "Wait here for a moment." Montgomery finished speaking and then dived into the seabed. Confusion flickered in Kim's eyes. What is that kid planning to do now? Soon, the water surface suddenly broke apart. A huge sea beast surfaced. It was an enormous golden crab. Based on its aura, this crab was a mid-stage holy domain sea beast. "Come up." Montgomery waved at Kim, who was high up in the sky. Kim landed on the back of the crab and asked in confusion, "This is your plan?" Montgomery nodded and explained, "I inquired from it. In this vast sea, there are 2 powerful races. One is the Merfolk clan, the other is the Deep Sea Dragon clan. Both rule this expansive ocean. The area we're in now belongs under the rule of the Merfolk clan. If I find the queen of the Merfolk and have her mobilize her forces to search, our chances will increase significantly." Kim nodded. "That's indeed a good idea." At this moment, the golden crab couldn't help but blurt out, "Humans, you're delusional. You don't know how powerful the Muriel is." The Muriel was the ruler of the Merfolk clan. Montgomery coldly reprimanded, "Enough chatter. Lead the way quickly and mind your own business." Though the golden crab was somewhat reluctant, it dared not defy Montgomery's order. Earlier when they met underwater, it hadn't taken Montgomery seriously, only to be beaten up badly. If it weren't for its tough exterior, it would have been dead long ago. "Humph, if only you had listened to Krabby's words, you'd save yourself from trouble ahead." The golden crab let out a light hum in its heart and was too lazy to say more. Then it plunged back into the seabed, leading the 2 towards the domain of the Merfolk clan. Despite its massive size, the golden crab wasn't slow. It darted through the underwater world like a streak of golden lightning. More than 10 days later, it finally stopped. "Up ahead is the territory of the Merfolk clan," said the golden crab, pointing forward. Looking intently, they saw an immense sea valley ahead. In the sea valley, countless peculiar-shaped buildings formed a vast underwater city. The city sparkled with countless lights. From afar, it looked like a cluster of shining stars, incredibly beautiful. "The Muriel resides in that tallest building over there," the golden crab continued. "I can only take you this far. Beyond here, it's very dangerous." Montgomery nodded slightly, and without forcing the golden crab further, he made his fingertip glow with golden light, then shot a burst of golden radiance into its body. "In recognition of your assistance, consider this a reward." Leaving those words behind, Montgomery and Kim flew towards the sea valley ahead. The golden crab felt dizzy for a moment, and by the time it regained consciousness, the 2 were already gone. Having read the extra memories planted in its mind, the expression on the golden crab's face turned extremely interesting. Immediately afterwards, it bowed 3 times towards them gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for bestowing me with such an opportunity. Jean Sanja shall never forget this kindness." After that, it turned and ran off in a hurry, daring not to linger any longer here, for fear of being caught in any fallout. As soon as Montgomery and Kim entered the sea valley, they were discovered by the patrolling army. They were a group of marine lobsters, each holding weapons, appearing just as impressive as human armies. "Humans, how dare you intrude into our Merfolk territory, seeking death?" Chapter 235 Found. Sweeping with his wide sleeve, Montgomery sent a group of lobster guards flying. "I don't wish to take lives. Follow and lead me to the Muriel." An overwhelmingly powerful aura swept out. The lobster soldiers trembled in fear. The human before them exuded an aura that was no weaker than that of the Muriel. "Captain, what should we do?" All eyes turned to the lobster soldier wearing a cloak at the front. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a grave voice to Montgomery, "Follow me. You continue patrolling. I'll be back soon." Having instructed the other lobster soldiers, the lobster captain led Montgomery toward the palace in the center of the sea valley. Before long, they reached outside the palace. Around the palace stood many powerful guards. Montgomery sensed briefly, all the guards were level 9. This showed just how powerful the mermaid race was. Speaking overall strength, it might not be any weaker than the Starfire Empire, and possibly even stronger. "Bowen, who allowed you to bring outsiders here?" As they approached, a cold voice echoed. A large armored catfish swam over, glaring malevolently at the three. Upon seeing Montgomery and Kim, its face turned icy. Moreover, they're humans. Do you want to die? Bowen's body shook in fear, clearly terrified of the catfish. Shut up. With one rebuke from Montgomery, immense spiritual energy surged, forcing the large catfish to retreat repeatedly. Rolling several times, the corpulent catfish finally came to a stop. Then it stared at Montgomery in shock. Such a strong human. I wish to see the Muriel, lead the way. Montgomery's tone was cold, entirely commanding. A human? Dare you be so insolent here? You must think your life too long, roared the catfish angrily, slapping its puffed belly with its fins. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave spread out. Next, countless powerful figures swam over. They were all high-level experts guarding the outer perimeter of the palace, having all reached the Saint Realm. One mermaid with blonde hair was particularly formidable, comparable to a late-stage human Saint Realm expert. These powerful figures surrounded Montgomery and Kim. The beautiful mermaid looked coldly at the two. Humans, why did you intrude on our territory? Montgomery, hands behind his back, said coolly, I need to see the Muriel. The mermaid sneered. Nonsense. Our queen isn't someone you can just meet. She had barely finished speaking when she realized Montgomery had vanished before her eyes. By the time she reacted, a large hand already gripped her neck. The woman's face turned pale with shock. She hadn't sensed anything. The other aquatic beings looked equally stunned. The woman was the commander guarding the palace, incredibly powerful. Yet before this human, she couldn't resist at all. Montgomery gazed down at the shocked woman and said mildly, Let me rephrase. The woman struggled to lift her head and met Montgomery's eyes. She was horrified to find only indifference in his eyes. She was sure if she dared refuse again, she would die right there. After a few seconds' hesitation, the woman nodded slightly. Montgomery released his hand. Lead the way. The woman didn't dare hesitate and immediately took the lead. Montgomery and Kim followed closely behind. The remaining aquatic beings exchanged glances, then also followed. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious crystal palace. At the head of the palace was a dazzling throne, crafted from an unknown material. Seated upon it was a breathtakingly beautiful mermaid. About 20 years old, she wore a light golden gauze top, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Beneath her slim waist shimmered a brilliant gold fishtail. Compared to other mermaids, this one not only had better looks and figure, but also a differently colored, larger tail. It was indeed the Muriel. The moment they entered the palace, the Muriel opened her half-closed eyes and looked over. Seeing the two humans, her face turned icy. Haley, who told you to bring humans here? The guiding mermaid's face turned white as she knelt down instantly. Princess, please spare my life. She begged desperately, clearly terrified. At this moment, Montgomery stepped forward, looked up, and calmly said, Muriel, I need your help. The Muriel's voice was cold. Human, leave immediately or face my wrath. She spoke harshly, showing no regard for Montgomery's face at all. Montgomery felt a bit helpless. Isn't it better to talk calmly? I don't like fighting and killing. Why do you always force me? Kim, standing beside him, secretly rolled her eyes. Calling someone who acts like Montgomery as not liking to fight and kill was quite amusing. Amidst the shocked gazes of the aquatic beings, Montgomery stepped towards the Muriel seated at the head. The aquatic beings wore sneers, thinking that Montgomery was finished. They knew all too well how powerful the Muriel was, certainly not someone a mere human could challenge. Ignoring the gazes of everyone, Montgomery walked toward the Muriel with his hands behind his back. The latter had an icy expression. Human, since you're courting death, don't blame me. A terrifying aura spread out, and the Muriel prepared to cast a spell to eliminate Montgomery. Montgomery didn't hold back and struck quickly. Magic light illuminated the crystal palace, and terrifying elemental forces erupted. The aquatic beings looked forward to seeing how Montgomery would die. But what they never expected was that in less than a minute, the battle ended. The seemingly frail human defeated the Muriel in just one move. Montgomery looked down at the pale-faced Muriel and said mildly, What now? Are you ready to listen to me? The Muriel's strength was about on par with the Brantley. How could she be a match for him? Suppressing her shock, the Muriel gritted her teeth and asked, Speak. What do you need my help with? Montgomery took out the divine core and said casually, Mobilize all your subordinates to help find crystals similar to this one. When she saw the divine core, the Muriel's expression turned peculiar. The expressions of the distant aquatic beings also became strange. Montgomery's expression shifted slightly, as if he realized something, then said calmly, Judging by your expression, you've seen something like this before? The Muriel took a deep breath and nodded. In our Merfolk treasure vault, there is a similar crystal. Montgomery's face lit up. Take me to see it. Chapter 236 Leaving. The Muriel did not dare to hesitate and immediately led Montgomery and Kim to the treasure vault of the mermaid clan. Montgomery took the gemstone passed to him and nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed a divine core. Kim examined it closely and said, Based on the aura it emits, it should be a light attribute divine core. Montgomery nodded again. It is indeed of the light attribute, and it belongs to a higher deity. Just as we guessed. The Muriel listened with great curiosity. Having lived in the deep sea all her life, she had no idea what a divine core was. Montgomery put away the divine core and looked at the Muriel, saying, There should be another divine core in this sea area. Charles me find it, and if you do, I will not treat you unfairly. The Muriel's expression turned strange again, shaking her head slightly. Your Excellency, there's no need to look for it. I know where the other one is. Montgomery gave her a puzzled look. The Muriel did not hide anything and told the truth. The other one is in the hands of our sworn enemy, the Deep-Sea Dragon Clan. I don't want any other rewards from your excellency. If your excellency can help eliminate the Deep-Sea Dragon Clan, that would be the greatest favor to us." In the end, the Muriel looked imploringly. The deep-sea dragons were cruel by nature and often ambushed the mermaid clan. Countless members of the mermaid clan have been killed by them over countless years. The mermaid clan detested the deep-sea dragon clan deeply. But unfortunately, the overall strength of the deep-sea dragon clan was slightly stronger than that of the mermaid clan, leaving them helpless. Montgomery nodded calmly. "Very well, lead the way." The Muriel's face lit up with joy. With Montgomery's strength, he could definitely defeat the Dragon King of the Deep-Sea Dragon Clan. Once the Dragon King was dead, she would no longer need to fear the Deep-Sea Dragon Clan. Soon after, the three arrived before a vast underwater canyon. The Muriel pointed at the canyon below and said, "Your Excellency, down there is the lair of the Deep-Sea Dragon Clan." Montgomery nodded gently. "Wait here for me. It won't take long." With that, he swam into the canyon. Before long, dazzling magical light shone from below the canyon. At the same time, the pungent smell of blood and piercing screams of agony echoed out. The Muriel watched in awe and dread. Only now did she realize that Montgomery was even more terrifying than she had imagined. An unknown amount of time later, a massive creature was thrown out of the canyon. The Muriel looked closely and saw that it was a huge black dragon. The dragon looked different from Rupert, more like a large lizard but without claws, instead having 4 giant fish fins. It resembled the prehistoric creature, Songlong, from Earth very much. Dragon King. Just as the Muriel was stunned, Montgomery's figure followed closely behind. The next moment, a bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. The lightning struck, splitting the Dragon King's corpse in two. Then the lightning continued to flicker, cutting the Dragon King's body into pieces of flesh. Montgomery landed and placed the meat chunks into his storage ring. Looking at the Muriel, he said, "It's done. The Deep-Sea Dragon Clan has been eradicated by me." The Muriel snapped out of her daze and hurriedly bowed to thank Montgomery. "Thank you, Your Excellency. It's just give and take." Montgomery waved his hand and then looked at Kim. "Let's go. It's time to return." The two flew upward immediately. Brandishing the two disappear into the distance. The Muriel stood there in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Everything before her eyes seemed surreal. Montgomery's displayed strength was too powerful, far beyond what should exist on the Star Moon continent. On the other side, after Montgomery and Kim emerged from the sea surface, they headed straight for the Firestar City. On the way, Montgomery looked at Kim and said, "There are a total of 3 divine cores, all left behind after the fall of higher deities. Their attributes are darkness, light, and flame. Which one do you want?" Kim, surprised, said, "Such precious items, and you're actually willing to give them to me?" Montgomery said calmly, "Of course, you are my friend. A few divine cores are nothing special to me." Kim was speechless. "Can you not be so cocky? Do you know what a higher deity represents? They are the strongest beings in a medium plane." Montgomery smiled faintly. "Don't mention mere higher deities. Even sovereign deities are nothing much in my eyes. He was once an ultimate deity, and only lacked a little to break through to the final realm. Among higher deities, he was almost invincible. The reason Urson and Archibald managed to ambush him successfully was that he was injured during the exploration of the ruins and had not anticipated the two working together to ambush him. Even so, he inflicted severe injuries on both of them in a desperate battle. All right, keep boasting. Anyway, it's not illegal to talk big." Kim pouted, not wanting to say any more. Montgomery smiled, not bothering to explain either. Not long after, the two returned to the capital. Seeing Montgomery return safely, everyone was very happy. A few days later, Kim said her farewell to Montgomery. "Little guy, I'm leaving first and will wait for you in the Yunnan continent." Kim said with a chuckle. Montgomery nodded. "Don't worry, I'll come to Yunnan continent when the time comes." Kim pouted again. "That's not certain. The nearest medium plane to Star Moon continent is Longshan continent. You can only go there when you leave. Not long ago, the 3 deities you wiped out have their main bases there. Once you arrive, those guys definitely won't let you off." Montgomery sneered. "Just some medium deities. If they dare to trouble this lord, I won't mind eradicating them with a wave of my hand." Kim was speechless, then kindly warned, "If you can't match them when the time comes, call on my name. Never be stubborn. The terror of a medium plane cannot be compared to here." Montgomery replied with a smile. "Don't worry, that won't happen. I hope so." Kim didn't want to say any more and began to slowly dissipate. After she left, Montgomery also departed from there. First, he found Arn and handed him a prescription, asking him to send people to find the medicinal ingredients listed. Next, he planned to diligently practice and leave Star Moon continent as soon as possible. There are 2 ways to leave a lower plane. One is to exceed the sacred domain realm and self-condense a divine essence, which would make one sensed by the plane's spirit, being directly transported to the nearest medium plane. However, the possibility of this happening is extremely small, because it is difficult for anyone in a lower plane to self-break through to become a deity. It's like how large fish rarely appear in a small reservoir. Apart from resource issues, there are hardly any individuals with such talent. The second method is to construct a spatial array and leave through teleportation. But this method is also unfeasible, because beings in a lower plane cannot construct a plane teleportation array. Of course, this is not an issue for Montgomery. Montgomery intended to break through to the peak of the sacred domain and then leave Star Moon continent. Given his talent, breaking through to become a deity was just a matter of time. However, the The resources on Star Moon continent were insufficient. Montgomery couldn't afford to wait too long. Under Arnie's instructions, the entire empire started operating to find the medicinal ingredients Montgomery needed. Apart from spending time with his family every day, Montgomery dedicated all his other time to cultivation, not wasting a single moment. Due to power rationing in our hometown, we can only provide 2 chapters. Chapter 237, A New Story. With the full efforts of the entire empire, the herbs Montgomery needed were soon found. After obtaining the herbs, Montgomery started refining pills. Time flowed by quietly, and before anyone knew it, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Montgomery devoted himself entirely to cultivation. With the assistance of abundant resources, he successfully broke through to the peak of the Holy Realm. On this day, an incredibly powerful mental force spread throughout the imperial capital. Everyone within the city felt it, and their faces showed shock. How powerful this mental force is. Has Lord Montgomery broken through again? At the Mage Academy, the Mercenary Guild, and other places where people were acquainted with Montgomery, everyone displayed a look of awe, feeling inconceivable. In these 2 years, Montgomery's realm continually broke through. It was as if riding on a train, so fast that it was unbelievable. Meanwhile, people could hardly imagine just how powerful Montgomery had become at this moment. 2 years ago, he could slaughter several deities. Let alone now. The Freddy family rejoiced endlessly. The stronger Montgomery was, the more it helped the rule of the Freddy Empire. Recalling the beginning of the empire's establishment, some major families in the provinces did not fully submit, and they once united to instigate rebellions. But all of them were easily dealt with by Montgomery. In the end, the whole continent came to know of Montgomery's power. No one dared to have thoughts of rebellion anymore. In a certain room in the palace, Montgomery stood up, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. After 2 years, he finally broke through to the peak of the Holy Realm, and it was also time for him to leave the Star Moon continent. He left the room, found his parents, and explained this matter to them. Xena and Aloysius were somewhat reluctant, but also knew that Montgomery was the divine dragon of the 9 heavens, and he couldn't be confined to the small Star Moon continent forever. Mother, do you want to leave here with me? Montgomery sought their opinion. Xena and Aloysius exchanged glances, and the latter smiled and said, Montgomery, we will not go. Both of them also knew their strength was limited, and if they followed Montgomery, they would only hold him back. They did not wish for that. Seeing this, Montgomery didn't insist. After chatting with his parents for a while, he found Monica and Bao Shan along with others. As expected, upon hearing about leaving the Star Moon continent, Bao Shan and the 3 beasts were extremely excited. During these 2 years, their strength had also skyrocketed. They were now at the late stage of the Holy Realm. When Percy and Abigail heard about it, they also expressed their willingness to follow along. Although they knew that the intermediate plane was filled with dangers, the 2 women still did not want to part ways with Montgomery. The 2 women clearly understood that if they did not follow Montgomery this time, they wouldn't know when they would meet each other again. Besides them, Montgomery's disciple Saul also indicated his willingness to follow. Montgomery nodded and then asked the other family members. Apart from Portia, who agreed to go, the rest did not wish to go to the intermediate plane. Apparently, they all knew that their strength was insufficient, and going there would only hold him back. It was better to stay in the Star Moon continent to enjoy life and spend the rest of their days. Regarding this, Montgomery did not persuade further. After making the decision, he began setting up the teleportation array. The interdimensional teleportation array was very profound, and Montgomery spent several months completing it. Setting up this array consumed a massive amount of resources, nearly depleting the Empire's reserves. Choosing an auspicious day, Montgomery led everyone, preparing to officially set out and leave the Star Moon continent. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and the figures of a group of people disappeared within the array. Everyone watching the beam looked complex. They knew Montgomery was heading to the intermediate plane to start a new story.